This young man refuses to choose a profession like a mage or summoner. Van Than has a completely different choice. You chose to become a Taran, which means a person without a profession. Taran can use a variety of skills, but they are all basic and of ordinary power. If you choose a suitable profession and upgrade seriously, you will definitely have a brighter future. After the world changed, the college entrance exam was no longer just a test of knowledge. The students must face dungeons filled with monsters. If they fail, they will truly lose their lives. There are 3 difficulty levels from easy to hell, and the score needed to pass naturally varies accordingly. The students need to choose the appropriate difficulty level according to their abilities. This competition will be broadcast live to the outside. After the competition started, most students chose to form teams and fight together. Of course, life is the most important. Only a few top students from the elite class chose to go solo. Suddenly, the supervising panel saw a very familiar figure on the screen. The boy was also going solo without forming a team, carrying various weapons from different professions, and he wasn't a member of the elite class Hoa Tien. Why was he wielding so many different weapons? Could it be he didn't choose the profession as a support character? Everyone thought Van Than was really foolish for choosing to be a support, relying only on those low-level skills, which are completely useless. Van Than's homeroom teacher was sweating all over when he saw this scene. This fool still didn't listen and chose a profession, and today he even picked to challenge the Hell difficulty dungeon. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? The dean standing next to him looked even more displeased. The homeroom teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a fake smile and making a joke. This kid's talent is perfect for a jobless role, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Inside, Vanshin was already preparing to officially enter the dungeon. No wonder it's at hell level. Just standing at the gate already feels ominous and terrifying. Outside, everyone thought Van Shen must be so scared he's probably wetting his pants. But at that moment, he used the quick skill of the swordsman class. Even carrying a mountain of weapons, thanks to this skill, Van Than could still dash like the wind. He quickly approached the monsters in the dungeon. They look like those goblins, right? As soon as they saw someone approaching, they all rushed forward to attack. Van Than then used a mage skill, the fireball spell, unleashing fierce flames that instantly claimed the lives of over 10 of the goblin creatures. Everyone watching on the screen was very shocked. This level of skill couldn't belong to an amateur with only basic abilities. It was even better than many low-level mages. The goblin team has just dispersed, and Van Than's staff has transformed into a sword. He has become a swordsman, taking down the remaining goblins one by one. The moves are smooth, swift, and decisive. The wind flame slash skill is no ordinary power. Viewers are now divided into 2 groups, one cheering for Van Than's impressive style, and the other unable to believe what he just showed, because until now, they had always thought that amateurs are usually very mediocre and useless. The director also began to pay attention to Van Than, clearly impressed by the overwhelming power of his skills. The homeroom teacher explained that Van Than had awakened his innate talent, which is all-powerful. Hearing this, the director simply shook his head. Those with this talent can learn skills from any profession, but their upgrade limit is only up to C+. Faced with this young man, the director could only regret, because he thought that Van Than's future would grow weaker and weaker, but no one knew what he was holding in his hand. After a fierce fight, Van Shen has passed the first stage. He pushes open the heavy stone door, ready to enter the second stage. Inside, there is a swarm of gopins bustling around. Impossible to count their numbers. Not only are they more numerous, but they are also more difficult to deal with than the ordinary goblins in the first level, because they have higher levels and their own unique skills. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see these things. But Van Than has an appraisal skill. Just a quick glance is enough to read the level and attributes of the opponents. There are nearly 100 of them, a bit crowded, and the position Van Than is standing in isn't very favorable. This is going to be interesting. A goblin at the front points at Van Than and growls a few times. The whole group behind understood and started to attack together. Turns out, they even have a performance team to boost morale with music. Van Than carefully assesses the goblins. They are planning an attack. The combat-oriented knights rush forward, while those with magical abilities stay in the back to cast spells. It's such a hassle for you to coordinate with each other. Van Than drew out his staff and used a light spell to create an extremely blinding beam of light. This skill temporarily limits the enemy's vision. As expected, the goblin squad's formation begins to fall into chaos. At that moment, Van Than secretly approached the goblin mage from behind thanks to the assassin class's stealth skill. This goblin mage was quickly beheaded with a clean strike, while the others, after shaking off the blindness, surrounded Van Than again. But he showed no fear at all. Van Than uses the split spirit technique, followed by a series of assassin skills, including stabbing from behind and piercing the heart. Van Than used all kinds of methods to deal with the goblins. His quick movements and flexible skill coordination quickly took down more than half of the 7 red spirits. A red feral spirit is now at its peak of fury, and Vanthan also notices it. Maybe this thing can activate a berserk state too. The very next second, just as you predicted, that Gopin suddenly grew in size and became much more berserk. Vanthan lightly jumped up to dodge, raising his staff to summon the water element. Outside, the live broadcast suddenly switched to an image of a top student from the Hua Tian class, basically the best student in the advanced class. But the audience keeps cursing and ignoring him. All eyes are on the powerless bystander Van Shen. Rocks and banana peels are being thrown at him. Everyone is talking about this boy. No matter what profession he masters, all his skills are perfectly controlled. Vanthan now is no different from a monster. Even the professional swordsman teacher has to praise him. Your moves are so precise, even more so than professional assassins. The broadcast team had to cut back to Van Shen due to audience pressure. At this moment, he has summoned the water element to fight the regular goblins, while Vanthan is currently dueling the boss hand-to-hand. Earlier, you deliberately stalled to let the monster's berserk state pass. Now it's back to normal form, but it's still a boss from the Hell Dungeon, so it's definitely not easy to defeat. Seeing the boss Gobin about to charge, Vanthan quickly used the mechanic's skill. He set a trap that immobilized the boss for 2 seconds, then cast a fireball spell, aiming the flames directly at its head and blinding one eye. With limited vision and injuries, the Gobin started to panic, and in its disorientation, it stepped on a trap. This was also set up by Vanthan beforehand. Then a huge explosion erupted, with devastating power that shook an entire corner of the sky. But that's still not enough. Even Vanthan knows this skill isn't enough to kill the monster. After the dust settled, sure enough, it was still alive. Its fury reached its peak, and it wanted to show off its strongest skill, called Combat Trample. And Vanthan also anticipated this. A greenish glow appeared in his hand. There's no way out. Many tentacles emerge from the ground, wrapping tightly around Gobin's limbs. Vanthan controls a few more tentacles, delivering straight strikes to the monster's face. Gobin grits its teeth, eyes blazing with bloodshot veins, pushed to its limit. Vanthan continues to showcase his skill with bone shard bullets. With this, his opponent will lose 35% of their attack and movement speed. Gobin remains immobilized and unable to move, followed by a display of Vanthan unleashing a variety of skills from different classes. This combo flows seamlessly from one hit to the next, all targeting the boss monster, which cannot fight back and can only scream in pain. Outside, the spectators are stunned in awe. A boss monster in the Hell Dungeon instance was beaten to the point of being unable to counterattack at all, and Van Shin didn't use skills recklessly. The way he combines his moves is truly graceful. Now everyone is starting to congratulate Vanthan's homeroom teacher. With this performance, the boy can easily make it into the top 5 of the entire province and break the school's record. The director also started to chuckle happily. With this performance by Van Shen, he believes reaching the top 3 is not a problem, and the homeroom teacher naturally receives more favorable treatment because of it. Outside, the lower grade students were all excited because this senior was so cool. Some even wanted to give up their current careers to follow the same path as Vanthan. The second image had been successfully conquered. Vanthan took a few more steps, pushed open the stone door, and prepared to enter the next challenge. After defeating the boss, he didn't even bother to rest? You're being too arrogant. That's just asking for death. The commotion below has started again, and the director has just calmed down for a few minutes before losing his temper once more. Clearly, Vanthan had enough time to rest, but he continued to push forward through the trial with his strength not yet recovered, which is truly a bold decision. The professional wizard teacher shook his head. The next trial is no ordinary challenge. No matter how talented Vanthan is, he cannot reach the highest level in every profession. Entering there with magic and energy not yet recovered is just foolish. Here, Vanthan has also faced the third trial. The goblins are arranged in neat rows. All of them are high-quality golems. These guys are fierce and quick-witted. As soon as they saw Vanthan enter, they all launched their attacks at once. The 3 soldiers summoned by Vanthan using water element are about to disappear as their summoning time runs out. So let's take this opportunity to make the most of it. Vanthan orders them to charge and form a barrier, successfully blocking the furious attack from the goblins. When the storm subsides, the goblins are so frightened they gape in shock. The young man facing them suddenly pulls out 2 ready-to-fire guns, indicating that Vanthan's next skill will belong to the sharpshooter class. Although the damage is quite high, it is very difficult to control, and there is a skill called Passionate Pursuit. Each time you hit a shot, it adds a layer of damage, up to a maximum of 25 layers. Therefore, to deal high damage, he must hit every shot without fail. He can't do it. The wizard shook his head again. In the dungeon, Vanthan had already fired the first shot and hit the target. Outside, the junior students started cheering loudly as each shot fired, and the cumulative damage from their relentless assault reached the third level. Then Van Than became even more flamboyant by using a series of other sharpshooter skills. Saying that Bak Fat Bak Chung is not an exaggeration at all. The goblin gang was taken care of in no time. The audience outside has truly been won over. The students crazy about Van Shen are beyond words, and even the teachers unanimously agree that he is as powerful as a god. The director and the assistant dean could both breathe a sigh of relief. The other teachers noticed that Van Than had not drunk a single bottle of medicine since the start of the exam. There are stamina recovery potions and healing potions, and the other students have already drunk so much they are bursting at the seams. He hasn't touched a single bottle. The director no longer knows whether this kid is arrogant, reckless, or just confident. Only the assistant dean knew from the start that he hadn't brought any medicine at all because with that shabby backpack, carrying a dozen weapons was already too much. Van Than examined his 2 guns, which had been overused from pulling the trigger too many times earlier. He didn't hold back and decisively threw them away. The director was once again confused and turned to question the head teacher. Are the guns broken? What's going on? What level are his guns? The super cheap one is the lowest level. The homeroom teacher stammered. What kind of homeroom teacher are you? How could you let students use junk weapons for the college entrance exam? The director was furious, but also felt sorry for the overly lenient head teacher. Van Than's family was poor and orphaned, with a young sister to take care of. Telling him to buy good weapons might be a bit too much for the exam. The director was moved to tears when he heard that. If I had known earlier that there was such a talented person, I wouldn't have hesitated to spend my own money on good equipment for him. Van Than stands in front of the stone door. The next challenge is the final boss. If we keep going at this pace, you can definitely take the top spot. Van Shen calmly shouted, victory or defeat depends on this final challenge. If you succeed, you'll become the first top scorer in the province and break the school's record. Such a talented seed. If you can't bring glory to the school just because of poor equipment, then don't bother being a teacher anymore, the director said sharply to the head teacher. Class teacher, sweating profusely, looked at the live screen and muttered, Van Than, you must keep going. Van Than pushed open the heavy stone door. Others might not even pass the second level, but you've already entered the final stage. Many eyes are watching Van Than, waiting for this historic moment. They no longer care about how the other students are doing in the test. As Van Than entered the final room, the live stream suddenly lost connection, and a chorus of curses erupted below. Does it really have to cut the connection at such a tense moment? Everyone is furious, but one female student notices something's not quite right. Looking closely, I can see that someone has already died in the dungeon. They've only been watching Van Than's every move from the start. Now I realize that not just one, but countless people have already died in the dungeon. Almost all of them killed by the boss monster at stage 2. Many others had to drop out of the exam here, leaving the instance in a state of utter despair, barely clinging to life. Van Than's outstanding performance has led many to think everything is simple. But in reality, this is the most difficult college entrance exam ever. The lower grade students are starting to panic. With this level, even if they study for a few more years, it will be hard to surpass the Chonchu level, like Van Than just did. Seeing the situation was unstable, the dean ordered the screen to be switched back to Van Than. Now, we need someone strong enough to lift everyone's spirits, and at this moment, the only promising person is indeed Van Than. At this moment, he has witnessed the strongest boss in the final stage. The entire room was only occupied by it, sitting proudly on a throne made of gems and skulls. Seeing Van Than enter, the boss roared threateningly, Humanity, this is not a place for you to step into. The final boss goblin just stood up, and Van Than felt a wave of pressure coming. As expected from the last boss of the Hell Dungeon, this kind of aura is truly rare. Does this monster even speak human language? Too bad, you only have 20 seconds to live. Van Than activates the Blood Frenzy skill of the warrior. This skill increases all attributes by up to 80% power for 20 seconds. Attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration all increase by 75%. But after this 20-second period, the entire body will enter a weakened state for 3 minutes. At that point, all attributes drop by 75%. The chaos outside is already intense, and Van Than used Blood Fury right after entering. He's clearly aiming for a complete defeat. Director Kan was trembling all over. This decision is too risky. This is clearly a reckless move. The director is so provoked he's practically losing his temper. Quickly get me the blood pressure medicine. Hurry up. After using Blood Fury, Van Than quickly closed in on Goban. Although his speed was very fast, this monster was also too powerful. The axe in its hand swung, splitting the 2 people in front of it apart. The arena fell silent, but the dean was the first to realize. What Gobin just cut was only a clone of Van Thon. His true body has now circled around and slashed a long wound along its back. As Gobin turned back, Van Thon continued to use his light projection technique to pierce directly into its eyes. This was the best opportunity to finish off the opponent. That plan was good, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. Because Van Thon played dirty, Gobin lost his temper. It quickly fell into a berserk state. The spear in his hand broke in half. Unable to help, Van Thon was forced to use his tentacles to temporarily bind the monster's hands, but due to the influence of the opponent's berserk state, his blood frenzy time has been reduced to just 13 seconds. The exciting part is about to begin. Van Thon's spear broke in two, causing everyone, especially the director, to worry. You think a tough battle like this shouldn't have been fought with such outdated weapons? Do you understand what I mean, Khan Sin? Of course the instructor understands. Knowing this in advance, he also bought supplies for the students with his own money. But now that they've entered the dungeon, no one can help Van Thon anymore. If he dies because of poor equipment, then Commander Khan will become a sinner for eternity, and the Dean will definitely crush him. Meanwhile, Van Shen is also feeling quite confused. You originally wanted to defeat Gobin before it entered Berserk mode, but it happened faster than expected. And now it's too late to handle. Time is running out. Van Thon activates his weakness detection skill, but there's no weakness to be found right now. Things are really dangerous now. Gobin's ruler swings repeatedly towards Van Thon. The blood frenzy state isn't over yet, so at this speed he can easily dodge. Gobin stomps hard on the ground, causing the wet earth to splash. Van Thon can barely stand, already injured. He gasped for breath, his strength waning, with only 9 seconds left of the blood frenzy. Outside, the group of female students who had just been vying to make Van Thon their husband were crying tears of joy. With the blood frenzy about to end and no way to break Gobin's defense, let alone deal damage to it, the director and the head of the department are panicking. Injuries are broken. The sword is gone. And worse, there's no medicine to treat the wounds. At this rate, you two are probably about to join the ancestors. Lord Gobin took a few more steps forward to Van Thon. Its huge axe was raised high. You can die now. 7 seconds left. Is that so? At this moment, many tentacles emerge from behind the monster. Gobin quickly swung his axe to cut them off. The students outside thought Van Thon was struggling to survive, so they attacked recklessly. These Drit tentacles are just for control, they don't deal damage, but the director chuckled. It seems this kid has just uncovered the core weakness. Earlier, Van Thon used his skill to find the enemy's weakness but couldn't see it. But no competition would be fair if there was a monster with no weakness. The weakness of Gobin's commander lies behind him and is carefully concealed by his cloak. Once the monster's secret is uncovered, it begins to panic. It's too weak. Van Thon activates the fiery fist skill of the warrior with 3 seconds left before the blood frenzy ends, but that's enough to take this down. He then reappears behind the monster in a ghostly form. The tentacles are now tightly gripping its body. Lord Gobin also remains still, unwilling to be hit at its weak spot, so it turned around. The fire that Van Thon unleashed hit its chest. Huh? With this level of attack, you can only make me fall. You can't cause serious damage. You're defeated. The blood rage is over. Will Van Thon really lose? No, the main character would never just give up and leave, right? Even a clever goblin can't outthink Chi Lai like a human can. Right where it fell, Van Thon had already placed a sword, and the monster's back hit that sword perfectly, delivering the final blow. Van Thon is now exhausted and collapses to the ground. The announcement rings out, confirming that Van Thon has successfully completed the dungeon with hell-level difficulty. His total time to clear the challenge was 14 minutes and 47 seconds. His college entrance exam score has been recorded. This competition has officially ended with Van Thon. Outside, the audience seems to have exploded. Everyone was extremely excited because Van Thon had completed the final level, taking only 20 seconds in total to defeat the monster. Inside, Van Thon is receiving his dungeon completion reward. He immediately levels up 3 times along with a bunch of skill points and countless items. Spoom. Furthermore, as the first person to clear this dungeon, Van Thon also unlocked an achievement. Among the 3 options, Van Thon ultimately chose to cast the spell quickly. This achievement is the magic system skill that shortens spellcasting and invocation time. The new equipment you received is also good, at least much better than your old junk gear. With these things, fighting Gobin's monarch again would probably only take 5 seconds. Now I'm out. Van Thon leaves the dungeon, and as he steps out, the stands immediately explode with cheers from Vu. Van Thon is the champion, loved by everyone. What kind of crazy situation is this? Van Thon looks bewildered as he surveys his surroundings, with many cameras pointed directly at him. The director himself also comes out to greet him. Teacher Kan's face is beaming with joy as each of them holds Van Thon tightly on either side for a keepsake photo. The director said he would report the exam results as soon as they are available. For now, just go home and rest. But it doesn't stop there. He even sent his private driver to take Van Thon home in his supercar. This kind of treatment is truly unprecedented. As soon as Van Thon left, the head of the education department called the director. It looks like this school is about to rise to fame. When they got home, Van Thon's little sister was already waiting. She had prepared many dishes and even bought some meat to nourish him because today was his university entrance exam. Van Thon looked at his sister, feeling both sweet and bitter, as their father had died 10 years ago in a war against mutated monsters. Their mother also passed away years ago due to overwork causing a heart condition. And over the years, Van Thon has always tried his best, making his sister even more understanding. Things are looking promising so far, and life won't be too difficult anymore. How did you do in the competition today? Is it going well? Van Thon also didn't hide it and casually mentioned that the director said she would definitely be in the top 3. My little sister's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that. She was so happy she went crazy because finally there will be meat at home. A few days later, Vanshin continued diligently completing missions to earn skill points. After all, university requires more skill points than high school, and if the opportunity arises, he might even discover a hidden profession. 5 days later, after completing the mission and returning home, your younger sister threw herself into your arms, happily announcing that this time Van Thon had ranked first and become the top scholar of the province. It turns out I went out in such a hurry this morning that I didn't bring my phone, and they've been calling non-stop ever since. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. It was the director calling, and Van Thon answered. Why haven't you answered after all these calls I made? That doesn't matter. Someone is coming to recruit students this afternoon, so you should prepare to choose a school. This feeling is so overwhelming. Vanshin doesn't know which school to choose anymore. I can't wait anymore. Memories from 3 years ago suddenly flood back. On the day of the talent test, Vanshin was discovered to have a universal talent. Everyone thought he was useless, and he himself believed he was worthless. But at the most desperate moment, Van Thon suddenly gained the system that was truly a gift from heaven. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now he holds a new position. But he still doesn't know what reward the system will give him after becoming the top scorer. Originally, Van Thon thought the prize would be expensive equipment, but unexpectedly, his all-purpose talent upgraded from B to A+. That means all skills can continue to level up, along with a resurrection cross that automatically consumes itself when the owner dies and searches for a safe place to be reborn. Suddenly gaining an extra life is truly invaluable. Vanshin also received a new talent, Super Recovery and Divine Point. Super Recovery allows him to avoid most fatal injuries, and Divine Point can help Van Thon tear through space to move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Van Thon's family was surrounded by reporters and barely managed to escape. When they arrived at school, the students were also being stopped and interviewed about the top scorer. A meeting is currently taking place in the principal's office, with professors from various universities coming to recruit Van Thon. But after hearing that he was just an ordinary candidate from Kandai University, their people were extremely angry. He demanded that the director immediately transfer Van Thon to a different department, or he would never be allowed into Kandai. Moreover, the old man also believed that even as a top scholar, someone like a useless figure would have no future. And to make things worse, the student accompanying him added fuel to the fire. He thinks that Van Thon must have used some tricks to achieve such high results in this exam. After a back and forth, the meeting room instantly descended into chaos. The director was extremely troubled. At that moment, Van Thon kicked the door open and stormed in. So, you want to smear me now? The director was about to speak, but Van Shen signaled him to stop because he had already overheard everything. Van Thon walked straight up to the student and said, Now that I'm here, do you want to see what tricks I have up my sleeve? What do you want to try? I'll challenge you with my title of top scholar. If I don't win within 5 moves, I'll admit defeat. A recent high school graduate wants to challenge a top university student. The guy just heard and clearly saw he's eager to prove himself, so he laughed loudly but still agreed to the challenge. The director's face darkened with anger. This student really gives him a headache. The other trainee is already a level 19 mage, while Van Thon is only level 13. How could he possibly win? The group left the meeting room for the training arena, and the student named Yuan Zhou was extremely confident, believing he could defeat Van Thon in just 3 moves. The director and Dean Kan were worried, but once spoken, words could not be taken back. Right now, all they can do is hope that Van Thon will bring a surprise. The opponent is also a mage, and he points to the staff in Van Thon's hand. That staff used to be a sword on the inside, but it broke during the last battle and can only be used as a magic staff now. Even so, it's more than enough to defeat you. Are you trying to defeat me with magic? How arrogant. Nguyen Cho raised his staff and began to chant. With the acceleration skill when casting spells, it should only take 0.7 seconds to perform magic. I was still proud, thinking that with this speed, Van Than definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. But when she looked up, his fireball was already in front of her. Nguyen Chao couldn't believe that Van Than's casting speed was even faster than his. Caught off guard, Yuan Zhou could only create a temporary magic shield to block the attack, but Van Shen's fireball was too powerful, causing his shield to crack repeatedly. In the end, it also shattered completely, and a few more fireballs fell from above. Nguyen Chao couldn't dodge in time and was quickly engulfed in Van Than's flames. It's the end of the game. Van Than smugly looked at the explosion in front of Nguyen Chao, who was now battered and covered in dirt, no longer displaying his earlier arrogance. But Van Than had no intention of letting him go that easily. He stepped forward, one foot pressing down on his opponent's back, deliberately speaking loudly with a taunting tone. Dukan University students only have this much ability. The instructors from various schools have witnessed this scene and no longer doubt Van Than's abilities. Because in his profile it states his skill limit is at level C, but judging by the color of the fireball earlier, it must be at least level B. The unemployed have always had only one weakness, their skill level cap, but Van Than can break through that to level up. So in the future, he will clearly be a versatile, all-powerful world champion. The other instructors started fighting fiercely over him. Only Instructor Kandai remained standing aside, insisting stubbornly that a single level-up talent is useless. It's still hopeless, yet you all are desperately fighting over him like this. Other instructors aren't children who can be easily provoked by him. In the end, that Instructor Kandai was too embarrassed and left early. At this moment, Yuan Zhou was still unconscious on the ground, ignored by him, while the others were still frantically pulling. Among them, Jiangnan University offers the most generous resources. They are willing to provide all the basic skill books for every profession to you. Not only the books from this country, but also skill manuals from other nations. When enrolling, if you perform well, Van Than will also be taught hidden skills and receive shape-shifting weapons, the most suitable for the Void class. Wow. Jiang University really went all out. The skill books from different countries, hidden skills, and the shape-shifting weapons are all top-tier items. The surrounding crowd started to murmur, and Van Than quickly approached and shook hands with the Jiangnam University lecturer. With such great resources, refusing would truly be foolish. Moreover, he didn't want to go too far since Van Duong's younger sister was still here, studying at Jiangnan. If anything happened, he could rush back for home. After choosing the school, Van Than strolled out to the backyard behind the school. You want to test your divine point. This talent is indeed extraordinary. Van Than can instantly teleport from one place to another, making both attack and defense extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. So, it seems I need to train more. The phone buzzed a few times, indicating a substantial scholarship transfer. Probably the other rewards have already been sent home too. Just when Van Than wanted to test his divine point at a greater distance. As soon as he appeared in front of the house, he saw people from Jiangnan University. True to their promise, they brought Van Than a gift for his enrollment, a top-quality gold multiform weapon. That multiform weapon is called a demon-like artifact of excellent quality, and it can flexibly change into 3 different forms: a combat gun, a longsword, and a staff. Van Shen was delighted with the new weapon in his hand, finally free from the hassle of carrying a backpack full of useless weapons. The agent also brought Van Than a trunk full of skill books for rare professions. For someone eager to learn like him, this pile is worth more than gold. And that's not all. The city of Dongvan, where Van Than lives, also offers a special gift, a luxurious villa. Van Duong's first time living in such a big house, it's hard not to feel incredibly excited. Compared to our house, the toilet here is even bigger. Compared to her, Van Than seems much calmer. He quickly took out a few books to read. He discovered that in our country there are also many rare professions. 70 years ago, when the game merged with reality, players had to choose their race at the beginning. Most people choose the human race, but some opt to become elves, dwarves, or goblins. Over the years, many humans have married other races and had children with special bloodlines. Dongvan is just a small city, so for many years Van Than hasn't had the chance to meet other races. But soon he will go to Jiang University to study. This is a great opportunity to broaden his horizons about this world. During the following month, Van Than diligently completed system tasks while also learning new skills for different professions, and in the remaining half-month before school started, he spent time taking Van Duong out to explore everywhere. Finally, the first day of school arrived. Van Than had someone to pick him up, but Van Duong was tearful and didn't want to be separated from her brother at all. Van Thon gave her many instructions, but now they no longer need to worry about money. Even without him, Van Duong's life probably wouldn't be too difficult. I have to go now to Jiangnan University. Van Thon has arrived. The scenery here looks just like the sex in Xianxia dramas, not like a 21st century university at all. There are many people gathered around you, of all different race. Jiang University truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 7 universities in the country, and a spirit girl who saw you was the first to greet you. That is the person in charge of registering new students. Van Thon obediently hands over the new student files to them. The girl was so surprised when she saw your name that she instinctively read it aloud. Van Than, Dongvan City? Just one remark was enough to draw the attention of many people. All eyes turned to Van Thon, some with admiration, some with astonishment, but mostly with envy, mixed with hostility. That kind-hearted fairy girl reminds him that because Van Thon enjoys special treatment from the school, he will inevitably become the target of many other new students. As usual, after the freshman welcome ceremony tomorrow, the school will hold a competition a week later, and many other new students will want to fight for the top spot, including some very skilled opponents. Van Thon sees the new status window pop up with a new mission. He must maintain his top 1 ranking in the upcoming freshman competition. The reward for winning is an S-rank skill, haha. Let them come at us. The next day, a grand ceremony was held at Jiang University to welcome the new students, with Van Thon standing at the front as the murmurs of other students spread below. It's him, that useless loser. Last night he was in that mountain villa while we could only stay at the foot of the mountain looked down on from above. I'm also the top student of the province, so why am I ranked below him? I don't accept this. In response to those harsh words, Van Thon just pretended not to hear, but in fact there were also people willing to stand up for him, like Than Tai Nian, the top student of Daichao province, or Diep Tan Lin, the top student of Donglam province. True academic geniuses always have a different aura. This noisy scene was all seen by Principal Diep Anfuk from above, and he only thought these kids were just young horses eager to show off. Van Thon's talents have been fully revealed through the recorded footage of the exam process. Jiangdai is divided into many smaller academies, and not only Principal Diep but also other principals have already acknowledged it. Van Thon's fighting skills are not bad, her combat instinct is like mine, and she can use many types of weapons. I've got her figured out. The newcomer is the Weapons Academy's principal, Ha Quin Tan. Everyone was abuzz, seeing Principal Ha take such an interest in a new student for the first time. Usually, she was extremely cold and reserved. However, Van Thon is truly a promising talent, not only catching Ha Quin Tan's attention, but also attracting the interest of other deans who want to take him as their own student. Haha, looks like I need to speed up the process. Deep Anfuk tapped his staff on the ground and, having just used teleportation magic, appeared before the students in the blink of an eye. Van Thon recognized the old man immediately and knew who he was. He also understood that among the 5 academies of Jiangda, the War Academy was the strongest. Deep Anfuk calmly announced that the students' protests and grievances have been known by the top teacher in the school, so the competition will be held a week earlier. All students prepare to start the actual combat at 2 p.m. in Van Nam Square. The students are all full of fighting spirit and agree with this decision. It quickly reached 2 p.m. and everyone was gathered together. In front of the students were 3 large gates. This is the entrance to the replica of the White-Silver Secret Realm. The original is held by the government, but this copy is even more difficult than the college entrance exam version. It seems this competition is not much different from the recent college entrance exams. All students will enter the Bai Yin Secret Realm to fight for the final ranking. Van Thon, right? I will crush him into a piece of rock under my foot. Van Thon was not very happy to keep hearing his name being called out repeatedly. Right now, all the new students were watching him closely. All right, when we enter the secret realm, you'll definitely be amazed by the strength of these 4-way geniuses. The secret realm door opens and all students enter using the traditional formation. Inside is the lair of the giant demon, a creature extremely fierce, especially at night when their fighting spirit intensifies. Van Thon draws his new weapon. Time is precious. He must quickly deal with these monsters. At the same time, a student here is wildly firing a machine gun at the opponent, while the principals and teachers are watching the scene unfold live on television. It seems that Diep Anfuk is quite satisfied with the relatively uniform quality of this year's new students. Glancing over a few people, Ha Quin Tan directly orders the camera to be turned to Van Thon, revealing a scene that leaves them in disbelief. Van Thon has cleared all the demon beasts in the first stage and has moved on to the second stage. This speed is truly incredible, breaking the record. So, how exactly did he do it? The old principal of the Elemental Academy, Lian Hak Hien, finally speaks now. Based on the scene, it's easy to deduce how Van Shen used his abilities. The demons were likely gathered together by a tornado created through wind manipulation, then all burned to ashes with a single fireball. It sounds simple, but it's not easy to put into practice. Based on this result, his wind eye technique and fireball spell are at least level B. Lian Haqian chuckled softly. This kid is just perfect for my elemental academy. I definitely have to fight for him. But inside, Van Shin had already entered the second room. It felt off because the entire area was actually a swamp. Van Than stopped moving to avoid sinking further, then cast a large fireball and precisely jumped right into the center of the explosion. It seems that to get through this quickly, you need to have accurate perception. This challenge is too easy for me. Before Rick's career, it wasn't just about controlling those little creatures. Van Than uses the natural interaction skill, which allows him to sense natural breath, and he has upgraded all his skills to B+. Therefore, when using this skill, he can communicate in harmony with all the trees. In this room filled with plants, there was nothing left that could challenge Van Than. Relying on the guidance of the trees, he found the way to the third room. Van Than leaps like a monkey among the branches, avoiding contact with the swamp, and finally reaches the end of the room smoothly. His feet can now touch the ground without sinking. Just then, suddenly, a giant monster tried to ambush from behind. I told you, all the trees in this room are my eyes and ears. There are still many monsters hiding in the trees, but Van Than doesn't have time to find each one and deal with them. He continues to use the growth skill of his writ profession. The trees where the monsters are lurking suddenly grew rapidly, with dense branches and leaves stabbing straight into them. With this skill, any living body hit by the branches will be drained of nutrients and die. Outside, the instructors were very pleased with this display. There are many skills to enhance existing senses, but Van Than chose the interaction ability from the very beginning. This is the most suitable skill for this situation. It shows that this kid not only knows how to fight, but also has excellent judgment and reasoning. Inside, after passing the swamp area, Van Than was able to move freely. Although the room was arranged like a maze and easy to get lost in if not careful, Van Than had guiding trees that kept him from falling into this predicament. He quickly reached the stone door leading to the third stage, guarded by a large sleeping demon warrior. Suddenly, feeling too hot, the ogre was hit by Van Than's fireball as soon as it opened its eyes. Hey man, can't I be a little more professional as a guard? Losing because I fell asleep is pretty embarrassing. The stone door opens, and the demon warrior is knocked inside. It hurriedly bows to the chieftain, crying and explaining that it failed to guard the door. A cowardly human ambushed me while I was sleeping, causing me to be thrown here. The demon lord remains expressionless, while the demon warrior, wanting to make amends, stands up confidently and vows to crush Van Than to make things right. Who do you think you're going to crush? Van Than suddenly appeared behind him. The demon beast was too slow to react, and you swiftly struck its back with the Skybreaker skill, slicing several clean cuts. The demon warrior immediately collapsed right in front of his chieftain. This scene drove the demon lord mad. Well, it's only natural, as the elder said. When you fight a dog, you must look at its owner. Van Than kills the gatekeeper right in front of the cursed demon chieftain. So how can it swallow this anger? Van Than activates the appraisal skill. Besides that level 17 boss, there are countless giant demon hunters and level 15 giant demon sorcerers below. With so many of them, not counting the boss, this will be quite difficult. But Van Than is already prepared. He raises his staff. It's truly worth giving you a grand feast. The demon lord chief raised his weapon, and countless images of Van Than appeared before him. Overcome with rage and losing his mind, he simply thought that you had used a split illusion technique. It doesn't matter how many Van Than there are, it will destroy them all. So the giant hammer of the demon lord kept raising and falling repeatedly. In the room, only the sounds of its curses and the clashing of weapons could be heard. Die, die, go and die. Suddenly, a fireball shot towards the back of the demon lord chieftain, burning all his shadow clones standing behind him. The demon lord turned around, and in his eyes was a giant demon sorcerer holding a scepter. It chuckled loudly and began to praise. A witch like you is not bad at all. Besides dark magic, you can also comprehend other types of magic. After killing this human, I will promote you to team leader. The axe in his hand swung even more fiercely, each strike creating more clones of Van Than to be sold for salt. The demon sorcerer on this side is also very eager to use fire magic, so soon the entire large room was left with only one cloud spirit. The demon sorcerer has approached him, laughing loudly. All the clones in the room have been dealt with. Only the person in front remains. Surely that is the true form of cloud spirit. Finally, I can kill you. Ha, ha, ha. The thing rolling and crying in front of me suddenly appeared distorted in the view of the cursed demon chieftain. Is he seeing things or what? Why did Van Than suddenly turn into a giant fire demon in front of him? Before the chief could understand what was happening, another fireball flew straight at the giant demon warrior. With a boom, it was destroyed, and Van Than, who was actually behind him now, gradually returned to his original form. The demon lord regained consciousness, looked around, and saw that all his subordinates had been killed. What just happened? Even the teachers watching live couldn't hide their surprise. They wondered why this demon lord had slaughtered his own subordinates, and even watched Van Than blow up other demons with fireballs, but Principal Lian Huoxian quickly recognized the method Van Than used, which was a summoning or soul technique from the yin-yang master profession of the Tong Talisman. Using this skill, the opponent can be mentally disturbed, experiencing illusions and hearing false voices. This skill cannot be used on targets with higher levels, so Van Than must have invested a lot of effort using his innate talent to upgrade the quality of this skill. He also directly killed the warrior demon in front of the chieftain, making him even more agitated. This way, the success rate of the mind or soul control will be even higher. Having calculated everything down to this step, he is indeed a formidable student. Now the chief is back to his senses, and the instructors are all curious to see how Van Shen will handle him. Meanwhile, while the summoning or soul control was taking effect, Van Than had prepared many things. From explosive traps to a multitude of other skills, the ogre chief was thoroughly beaten. It couldn't even get within half a step of Van Than. After a series of attacks, the giant demon chieftain was badly wounded. Finally, it managed to drag its body in front of Van Than before heavily raising its hammer. Go die. But unfortunately, what awaits it is only a clone of Van Than. One strike of this hammer does not cause any damage to him. On the contrary, Van Than's true body now appears behind the demon lord chieftain, and he uses his familiar skybreak technique. This decisive strike sends the demon lord chieftain to join his ancestors. After defeating the monster, Van Than also became the first student to clear the challenge. His total time was 11 minutes and 43 seconds. The trap arrangements and the seamless coordination of these skills truly make the instructors broaden their horizons. The other students have only just reached the final stage. Van Than is definitely holding the top spot in his hands. There is no doubt that this kid is truly a precious gem that needs to be protected. Just thinking about my weapon academy gaining such an outstanding new student, I couldn't help but feel a bit kidai. Ha Quin Tan was very pleased with Van Than's talent and took the initiative to speak up. Principal Ha, my war academy won't hold back much longer. Dian Fuck won't be far behind either. The old and young fighters stare each other down intensely while the others just stand by with their arms crossed, and the students haven't even left the secret realm yet, but the instructors are already fighting to the death. Defeating this monster, Van Than also gained a lot of experience points and rewards. His level immediately increased by 3, now reaching level 16. Besides experience points and skills, there is also a golden quality spear and the title of Demon King finalist. With this title, every time you attack the demon race, your damage will increase by 35%. Because he broke the record, the system also generously granted Van Than an additional talent with 3 options to choose from. After some consideration, Van Than decided to choose the Twin Spell talent. With this talent, casting spells would double the effectiveness of magic. After choosing the reward, he originally planned to go outside, but Van Than suddenly discovered a secret passage. Could this be an hidden guard post? Among the dreamscapes, there is a very small chance to unlock an additional hidden secret realm where, despite many monsters, successful conquest yields extremely generous rewards. If he fails, he won't lose experience points or affect the main secret realm's outcome. Van Than directly steps inside without hesitation. There are students outside who have completed the secret realm. When teleporting out, he was the first, which made him extremely proud. What kind of dog is Van Shen? Clearly he only got top because of cheating. Shen Thainian also stepped out right after, looking extremely disappointed that the top spot wasn't Van Than. Could it be that Van Than's path to becoming an ordinary person is truly hopeless, and even the top scorer Jiang Nan is just a dog barking at the moon? Next, Deep Tenlin and the other students also started to leave. No one had seen Van Than anywhere. The first student to come out was even more smug, confident that he could humiliate Van Than this time. Deep Tenlin was the first to notice the live screen. Van Than was still in the secret realm, but the scene was completely different from what they had just fought. The second place guy just grabbed his head and shouted, "Is that the hidden checkpoint? Did he really finish first and then hide in the monster?" The crowd below buzzed again, amazed at how quickly Van Than cleared the level. Could he still be human? The screen suddenly went dark. Principal Diep Heen from above signaled everyone to wait patiently for the results. The competition was over, and how Van Than handled the hidden checkpoint was not for these kids to comment on. In the secret realm, Van Shen saw no strange demons or monsters at all. All he faced was a level 1 scarecrow with unclear spiritual power. Are you kidding me? 1-star level? Vanthan thought he was seeing things, but the monster appearing in the hidden guard post was not to be underestimated. They faced each other for a while, but that thing showed no sign of movement. Vanthan swung his spear in a circle. It seems he has to attack first. Just then, the puppet also closed in on Vanthan with incredible speed. Too fast, you quickly used divine point teleportation to instantly move to another spot. At this moment, the dummy has also returned to its original position. It has a few strands of Vanthan's hair in its hand, so maybe it never intended to attack me but just wanted to take my hair. Whatever, I don't know what strange trick the opponent is planning, but I need to take it down first. Vanthan bravely charged forward, using the wind step technique, throwing a fiery punch directly at the scarecrow. But strangely, as his hand touched the opponent, the entire attack was reflected back onto himself. Vanthan, now covered in dirt and bruises from the previous attack, looked at his opponent. The straw puppet had now transformed into his own appearance, and seemed to have also taken damage from the blow. The scarecrow flickered and charged straight at the wall behind it, then rammed its head into the wall with force. Vesthan at the same time also felt the pain, damn it. But all the injuries these bastards endure will affect Vanthan's body just the same. How should I fight now? I can't fight it, and I can't let it hurt itself. Vanthan rushed forward to stop it, but the puppet kicked the wall and made him roll in pain. If your leg is broken, you'll have to rely on your tentacles to stop it. But the puppet again punched itself into the wall. Vanthan was in so much pain that his face was grimacing and his whole body was battered, yet he suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to this blow, I understand the problem now. Turns out you're not as formidable as I thought. Although they forbid students from watching, Principal Diep and Principal Ha never took their eyes off the screen for a second. It looks like the kid is in a fierce battle now. Deep Onfuk frowned, but Principal Ha disagreed. She thinks that the puppet Nguyen Ruqua is indeed a tough opponent, but probably can't really trouble Vanthan because this kid's face has been very calm from start to finish, and there's not even a hint of panic in his eyes, still remaining alert enough to think clearly, so he will definitely pass the test safely. Over here, Vanthan has already noticed the abnormality of the monster. It can't possibly threaten his life like it does with others. Instead, all the injuries it sustains will be transferred entirely to Vanthan. Even though it's unharmed itself, it still has to pretend to be injured to deceive you. Conversely, when Vanthan injures himself, that damage is also transferred equally to the scarecrow. This is the key point. That thing is level 1 while you're 16. A small impact can only slightly injure Vanthan, but it's enough to kill that monster. Hearing this, Vanthan immediately casts a fireball spell directly at his chest. On the opposite side, the scarecrow was instantly burned alive. It revealed itself as a small straw scarecrow, becoming a reward item for Van Shen. The effectiveness of this is that when you wrap the opponent's hair around the scarecrow's neck, it can transfer all the damage the scarecrow has taken to the opponent. It's truly a formidable tool. When the time comes to use it, it will probably be very useful. Vanthan finally escapes the secret realm, and outside, over 2,000 students are waiting for him. The continuous sound of curses and insults echoed because the next stage of the competition could only begin once all the students had gathered. Vanthan shyly slipped into the team. Only then did Deep Onfuk calmly step out. He announced that someone had cheated to know the exam questions in advance, which is why this competition will have an additional second stage. Damn it! Did that old man figure it out? The student from earlier looked nervous as he left the first secret realm. The rules for the second phase are simple. Students can challenge anyone they want. If you win, you can replace their ranking and take their course points, and no one will be allowed to refuse a challenge. Vanthan is currently the center of attention, and surely many people want to challenge him. As expected, right from the start, a few arrogant faces have already wanted to challenge the top one. Vanthan felt that one-on-one battles took too long, so he decisively asked the two of them to fight together. Fine. It's your idea after all. Looks like we need to teach him a lesson and show him the fate of a reckless fool. The two of them gritted their teeth. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Suddenly, the two strangers become allies with the same goal, to take down Vanthan. The two split into two sides using their signature skills to attack, but their speed is too slow. Vanthan gently executes a basic stomp attack to counter. As soon as it lands, a powerful shockwave erupts. The instructor below must create a solid barrier to protect the other students from rocks and dirt. Everyone is trembling with fear. Does a basic skill have such terrifying power? Wait until the dust and dirt settle. Both Qiu Qian have already been knocked out. Do you still want to keep fighting? The referee hurriedly waved his hand. No more fighting, no more fighting. Vanthan has already beaten them into this state. How can he continue? This kid is both as strong as an ox and as fierce as a tiger. If no one stops him, he might even kill someone. Vanthan stands on the arena, looking down arrogantly at the thousands of students below. Does anyone else want to fight me? Most of the students below have already been intimidated by Van Shen's overwhelming presence. It looks like this top spot is the real deal. The spoiled kid who knew the exam questions in advance probably isn't Vanthan, given Dean Diep's subtle hint. I will fight you. The one who just stepped up is Shen Tai Nian, the top scorer of Daichao Province, and ranked 3rd in the Bai Yin Secret Realm. I also challenge you to a fight. Next up is a beautiful girl from the Spirit Tribe named Nico, the top scorer of Tianya Province, and ranked 5th in the Secret Realm. This is a real showdown between true geniuses. Then Tai Nian and Nico growled as they fought to get on the arena first. Vanthan still keeps his old habits. Both of them fighting together is fine, but Thon Tai Nian is also a proud person. So of course he wants a proper one-on-one fight. As soon as the match begins, Thon Tai Nian uses his blood image stealth attack straight at his opponent. This powerful attack is so strong that even the protective barrier of the arena is about to crack, but Vanthan remains unscathed, dodging Thon Tai Nian's strike as easily as picking up a candy. Vanthan dodged once more, and Thon Tai Nian attacked again. He launched a fireball, and Thon Tai Nian calmly raised his shield to block. His defensive equipment is very good. Vanthan's fireball technique really can't do anything, but meanwhile, Vanthan's tentacles have already wrapped tightly around Thon Tai Nian from behind. He uses the growth skill again, just like when facing the demon giants, and those tentacles pierce through his armor, beginning to drain the life force of Thon Tai Nian. He saw the situation was dire and wanted to use the blood flame to burn away all the tentacles. But Vanthan didn't let Tai Nian do as he wished. Instead, he used the water technique, pouring down a massive waterfall from the sky to extinguish the flames created by Tai Nian. Moreover, the tentacles grow even stronger when they meet water, and Thon Tai Nian's vitality is about to give out. He didn't want to use the Goi Chiu, but now he has no choice if he wants to survive. Then Tai Nian uses Blood Shadow and instantly disappears from the encirclement of the tentacle swarm, reappearing behind Vanthan. Vanthan also senses the opponent and decisively turns around, using his weapon to block Thon Tai Nian's attack. That top 3 straight-A student is now losing his mind. Every move he makes gets countered, and he can't help but be furious. After 7,749 moves, Van Shen uses his spear to crush him. He originally wanted to use his last bit of strength to fight Vanthan, but Vanthan was faster and used stealth to approach from behind. When Vanthan's knife was pressed against his neck, Thon Tai Nian had no choice but to surrender. I give up. The students below started to get noisy like a swarm of bees. Almost no one was still supporting Vanthan anymore. Principal Diep also stroked his beard and chuckled. Thon Tai Nian is a student with great talent, truly a living textbook, but unfortunately there's no guide on how to deal with someone as useless as Vanthan. Nico gently steps down onto the arena, and it seems that Thon Tai Nian's defeat can't extinguish her fiery passion. Nico has the bloodline of the Silver Moon, which is a huge difference compared to an ordinary human like Vanthan. But everyone has to admit that his skills are exceptional. This match is still too close to call as Nico wields his sword with great skill, each strike capable of delivering a fatal blow. The arena's limited space only favors her, making her attack even more fierce. Damn it, first Tai Ni, now Nico, the sturdy barrier of the arena is about to fall apart. Throughout the early stage of the battle, Vanthan only dodged with all his might, and his speed was no less than anyone else's, so Nico's every strike couldn't hurt him. But even a hero can't keep dodging forever. Vanthan draws a pair of low-level combat guns and begins to fight back. These can't seriously hurt Nico, but they successfully distract her. Vanthan seized the opportunity to close in, but Nico had the advantage at long range. Being this close would put her in a difficult position. Yet at this moment, a triumphant smile spread across her face. As expected, you choose to stay close. It seems I made the right bet. Vanthan was pushed back a few steps by Nico's bloodline secret technique and the silver moonlight. This skill consumes a huge amount of energy, but for Nico, the sacrifice is completely worth it. Vanthan is now fully locked down, unable to defend or counterattack anymore. She raised the bow in her hand, ready to end the fight with a final shot, but Vanthan's sword suddenly appeared, pressing against Nico's neck just like the stance Thon Nian once took. The thing she strained to lock down turned out to be only a clone of Vanthan. I have to admit, Nico is very smart and her skills are perfect, but Vanthan is still one step above her. Nico was deeply shocked and sat down on the ground. I lost this round too. I'm grown up now, but it's the first time I've been beaten by someone my own age. Nico felt hurt and resentful, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't accept this defeat. From now on, whenever she met Vanthan somewhere, she would fight her right then and there. She would win someday. Principal Ha looked at the recent competition and thought Nico was not bad. She wanted both of these kids to come under her wing. Hey, miss, that's too greedy. After defeating the top 2 students at once, Vanthan still has a lot of energy left. This challenge is taking too much time. I'll just announce that anyone can join, whether it's 5 people or 10, we'll take them all. Saving time as quickly as possible is the goal. There are still quite a few people below annoyed by this arrogance. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Vanthan a lesson together. But facing them, Vanthan only needed to use the light projection spell to blind them, then continuously fire fireballs to finish the job. Now, it's much quieter. Today's match has gone down in Jiang University history, even in the history of the nation, because no first-year student has ever debuted so impressively, facing numerous peers alone with high attributes, diverse skills, calm judgment, good weapons, and real combat experience. Vanthan possesses all of these qualities and naturally becomes an expert. The new students initially envied and even doubted him, but after witnessing it a few times, they realized that Vanthan's strength is truly genuine. Gradually, those feelings faded, replaced by admiration, reverence, and even blindness. He ranked first not because he had the top strength, but because the highest rank is simply the top 1. There, the ranking for the secret realm has been updated, with Vanshin naturally in first place, followed by Shan Tai Nian, Nico, and Deep Tun Lin in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place respectively. Vanshin has completed the mission of maintaining the top spot in the new student competition. You received the Sen Champion Level S skill, which can mean all damage and control effects for 3 seconds. It also comes with a lucky potion. After use, you'll have the highest luck for 24 hours. The competition has ended, and now it's time to divide the academies. The War Academy is the strongest, no doubt, but this academy is also the most likely to be sent to the battlefield, and everyone knows it. Therefore, the students were somewhat hesitant. On the other hand, the Weapon Academy in recent years had become as hot as a freshly baked sweet potato, because Ha Quin Tun is the youngest female dean at only 27, but has 8 years of battlefield experience, and has even killed a demon lord. Her strength is unquestionable. Ha Quin Tun took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "Vanthan, come to my weaponry academy." The students below are buzzing like a swarm of bees. The competition has already started, and they're openly fighting for people. Truly the style of someone who once killed a demon lord. Vanthan, just come into the War Academy, and I will take you as my direct disciple and give you 3 level A skill books as a welcome gift. Diep on Fook also won't fall behind. Old man Diep, just 3 level A skill books are too stingy already. Vanthan, come to the Elemental Academy. I will give you enough potions and magical materials. Along with a set of clothes made of diamonds, Lian Huoxian also entered the competition to become a disciple. Principal Diep glared at his old friend, burning with anger. This old man really came prepared. It's just money bullying others, no respect at all. While Vanthan was thinking, both Principal Diep and Principal Lian had good conditions, each with their own advantages, and both academies suited Vanthan, making him very conflicted. Just then, Quintan took out something from his pocket, which was the essence of the Demon Lord. This is forged from the body of the Demon Lord, a divine artifact of S plus C plus plus level. After use, it can greatly enhance the body, and each level up grants multiple times more attribute points and skills, lasting up to level 70. Moreover, after using it, there's even a chance to unlock the innate bloodline of the original Demon Lord. This girl is really formidable. With conditions like this, not just students, even instructors would be jealous. Dean Diep let out a sigh. It seems the battle for this person has already been decided. Vanthan knows that most years the academies compete for top students mainly based on performance. But Ha Quin Tun is different. She has never taken a student before, and you are the exception. The conditions set by Dean Ha far surpass those of the other academies. Of course, you have no reason to refuse. I choose the Weaponry Institute. Ha Quin Tun didn't smile, but her expression clearly showed satisfaction. Besides Vanthan, Nico was also recruited here. Both of them became direct disciples of Ha Quin Tun. As soon as they entered the academy, they were summoned separately to the president's office. Inside, it was as grand as a museum, filled with rare monster bones. Vanshin swallowed hard as he looked at them. Is all of this really collected by the principal? If that's the case, she's incredibly powerful. Have you arrived? The 2 children politely bowed their heads in greeting. Ha Quin Tun ordered her trusted aide, Kathy, to fetch the secret medicine, and naturally give it to Nico. After all, both of them are spirits, better suited for teaching. Nico happily follows Kathy, while the others stay behind with Vanthan. Ha Quin Tun also did not hold back and directly handed the essence of the Demon Lord to him. In front of this, Vanthan couldn't help but wonder. Miss, is it true that you obtained this after killing the Demon Lord as rumored? Yes, that's correct. Ha Quin Tun replied without hesitation. This is the essence refined from the remains of the Demon Lord, personally purified by the divine level gold alchemist. For this curious new student, Ha Quin Tun also patiently explained the identity of the Demon Lord. 70 years ago, when the world experienced a mutation, many new races appeared such as demons, spirits, goblins, and undead. But in reality, they are all just players who chose different races from the human race. Essentially, they are still humans born in this world. The strongest people in the player's world are called the 4 legendary classes, such as the War God, the Magic God, the Head God. But alongside the current world, there exists another dark world. It is filled with demon descendants who invade the player's world through space cracks, causing disaster. And the ruler of the dark world is called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's power is so great that it can rival the strength of 2 of the 4 legendary class holders. If the Demon Lord is so powerful, how could humans find a way to refine its remains? It wasn't humans who discovered it. Ha Quin Tun continues to explain. This world's anomalies are actually created by the heavens. The gods have always existed, and many years ago, through sacrifices to the heavens, humans truly discovered how to destroy and refine the Demon Lord. This sacrifice is like a kind of transaction with the gods. Besides the essence of the Demon Lord, divine medicines, hidden professions, divine artifacts, and divine skills can all be obtained through sacrifice. Vanthan is gradually becoming more confused. No one has ever told him this information before. Books and the internet don't mention this anywhere. It turns out that ordinary monsters we deal with are just mosquitoes. Madu and Maton are the most difficult enemies for players like you. Ha Quin Tun once again presents the essence of Maton to Vanthan, but she isn't sure if he will drink it and unlock the Maton bloodline talent. Vanthan thought for a moment and asked to rest for an hour before taking it. Director Ha naturally did not refuse and carefully arranged for Vanthan to rest comfortably in his own office. Vanthan went back to his room. This thing was too precious to use recklessly, so he took out the lucky potion and drank it all in one gulp. An hour later, Ha Quin Tun returned to find Vanthan. The essence of the Demon Lord is very powerful and can be quite painful to absorb. She couldn't let her prize student be alone, so she had to watch over him carefully. Vanshin clenched the essence of the Demon Lord in his hand, a powerful force bursting out like an explosion, piercing straight into his body. Feeling like he was about to die from the pain, Vanshin shouted and slumped down. Ha Quin Tun hurriedly supported him, channeling some internal energy to ease the pain. But this painful process didn't last long. Vanthan felt the S+ quality super healing skill activate, and his body quickly returned to normal. That's it. A question mark appears above Ha Quin Tun's head. The essence of the Demon Lord she painstakingly gave to this child isn't fake, right? How did the pain disappear so quickly? But Vanthan knows it's not fake, because his attribute points increased a lot in just a moment. The Demon Lord possesses 2 innate bloodlines, Black Chi Copper and Dark Abyss. Ha Quin Tun only hopes Vanthan can have one of them, but thanks to the luck potion, he ended up with both, with Black Chi Copper allowing control over objects within a locked vision. Meanwhile, Heiya enhances the effects of attributes and skills in darkness. Although both have relatively low qualities, Ha Quin Tun is also quite satisfied. Because both of these are evolvable talents that can be upgraded to S+ in the future, Vanshin feels very lucky. Looking at Ha Quin Tun, who appears cold, but actually cares a lot about him. With a master like this, you must repay him well in the future. At the same time, in a distant place, a strange creature being held captive is extremely furious. Damn little humans, how dare you steal the power of the Demon Lord? Standing before him is a person in a red cloak with their face covered, showing utmost respect. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely kill him and offer his heart to you. Fine, if you succeed, I will reward you with this essence of the War God. Today marks the 2nd day Vanthan has moved into the dormitory. He is still diligently testing his new innate talent, the Dark Spirit. Vanthan skillfully levitated the porcelain plate in his hand, confirming he could control it to hover. If this talent upgrades to S+ in the future, it will definitely become even more powerful. There is still a little time left before the lucky potion loses its effect, and countless unbelievable things happen to Vanthan, from picking up gold on the street, enjoying free nature views, to eating at temples without spending a dime. That potion really has a powerful effect. I need to find a way to use it for something beneficial. Speaking of which, I just remembered today, today Van Thon is still on his usual system missions. However, today's reward is not money, but a random item. The lucky medicine still works, so maybe something Van Thon desires will drop. Van Thon thought to himself that if the random enchanting material was good, that would be great. Unexpectedly, his wish came true. He received a top-tier Long Chi Fire Blood material with S quality. This is not just luck, it's a potion that grants whatever you desire. After class ended, Von Shin hurriedly left, which caught Nico's attention, and she unconsciously followed him. And I'm not sure if it's because of the luck potion, but Nico has been staring at me all day. The more she looks, the more I realize this guy is handsome, both in appearance and personality. An ideal model. The place Van Thon goes to is the enchantment hall. Nico can't help but instinctively start a conversation with him. This guy is trying to use hypnosis to enhance his weapon. He bought a bunch of hypnotic materials costing over 3,000 points. Nico was dazzled for a moment. Is this guy a hawk that doesn't blink at all? The shopkeeper suggested Van Than hire an enchanter to help. However, he refused. A pile of materials spread out before him. Van Than placed his weapon on the table and began enchanting. After the first enhancement, his multiform weapon tree successfully upgraded to gold. Van Than continued to enhance it, with that powerful purple light almost blinding anyone passing by. This time it worked too. It's a 7-star gold. Damn, the success rate from 6 stars to 7 stars is only 5%. He's truly blessed by heaven. While Nico is confused by the low success rate of the enchantment, Van Than remains unfazed. The other students also started gathering around because of what was happening here. Van Than was about to continue upgrading, but Nico stopped him. Because the chance to go from 7 stars to 8 stars is only 1%, but luck potions are not just for show. Van Than can't afford to waste this opportunity. The hypnosis continues. The surrounding students split into 2 groups, one hoping for success to witness the 8-star golden weapon, the other just shouting that Van Than will definitely fail and that the weapon will explode. But how could it possibly blow up? After a moment of enchantment, what Van Than received was the 8-star gold-quality demon artifact breaker. Is this terrifying luck really from a person? Van Shin held the demon artifact in his hand, looked it over for a while and felt it was pretty good, no longer wasting the over 3,000 points spent on materials, and now there was nothing left to rely on luck for, so it's better to head back first. Wait a moment. A burly, fierce-looking man suddenly appeared, blocking Van Shin and commanding him to sell that weapon back to him, willingly offering over 30% more than the market price. What if I don't want to sell? The two of them quickly pulled each other out onto the schoolyard. The crowd murmured around, wondering who this kid was to dare mess with Long Lu. He seemed to have some reputation. Being in the student council and of Long clan blood, many called him Liu Ka, and everyone thought Van Than was doomed. Offending Liu Ka meant only one thing: getting beaten up. Nico stood to the side, listening all the way through, only to chuckle to herself. These people definitely aren't watching the new student competition. With Van Than's methods, I'm afraid even all the people here wouldn't be his match. Pay the price, and if you succeed, you'll earn the right to follow me. Lam Loi usually gets very impatient, but today he's unusually gentle. Probably thanks to the luck potion. He even couldn't forget to add that only he is worthy of wielding this legendary golden weapon. Van Than forcefully strikes his weapon into the ground, even before using his skills. Its aura alone already exudes intimidation. Lam Loi suddenly feels fear. No way. His bloodline belongs to the Dragon Clan. He cannot be afraid of someone like Van Than. You mean I don't deserve to possess this weapon? If I don't sell it, we will be enemies. Van Than gritted his teeth and slowly approached, clutching the demonic artifact to break the formation. Lam Loi grew more and more terrified, stammering, unable to speak. What is going on here exactly? Just as Van Than got very close, Lam Loi fell backward. You can't come over here. Students are strictly forbidden from fighting. We are not allowed to fight. Von Shen also didn't want to waste any more time here, carrying his weapon and heading straight ahead. Nico hurriedly followed after him. Van Than thought for a moment and decided to go to the library. Nico was confused. Clearly today was a lucky day for him, so why not make good use of it and do something productive instead of going to the library to read books? But Van Than knew this was also one of the best things he had to do. With so many skill books, finding the right skill was very difficult. While the potion still works, flipping through randomly will surely help find a skill that suits me. Here it is. Van Than immediately learned several new skills that helped him a lot in battle. As evening approached, he had to make the most of his time. Van Than decided to buy a mount and chose a small bird that looked very fragile. Neither Nico nor the shop owner understood why Van Than made this choice. This mount had been unsold for 3 months, so the owner decided to sell it cheaply to Van Than. After finalizing the deal, he threw a portion of the tonic into the beast's mouth, and it immediately snapped it up. After drinking, it transformed into a large, mighty phoenix with extraordinary aura, leaving those two speechless in awe. The boss must be kicking himself for not recognizing the potential of this and selling it off cheaply. You look a bit silly, so from now on just call you Little Han. Vanthan happily pats the bird's head. The next destination is the beast taming training base. Vanthan arrived late, so only the plant section was open. The water element he summoned was too weak. Vanthan needs a stronger summon to improve his summoner skills, but its quality shouldn't be too high since he's only an ordinary person after all. Sob. A small, lively thorn flower creature was crying in the corner of the room, catching Vanthan's attention. The base master complains that this one is born with poor talent, not as good as peers when growing up, and is picky about eating only good food, making it hard to raise. Nico also advised Vanthan to choose a different plant with higher quality, but he had his eye on this small thorn beast and decided to buy it. Today, I went everywhere and did everything I needed to do. It's getting dark. Vanshin is heading back to the dorm. Nico shyly asked him for a favor. She wanted to borrow 1,500 study points from Vanthan. In university, everything has to be paid with study points. In the previous freshman competition, Vanshin won all the credits of many students, including Nico. Fine, I will send her the student ID card. Nico glanced at Vanthan's account balance. He's been spending like a rich guy all day but still has 8,000 left. I don't know how many unfortunate freshmen got completely cleaned out in the last competition. The money has gone into Nico's pocket, and Vanthan immediately left. Nico watched his back and didn't forget to say thank you. This guy seems cold on the outside, but he's not such a bad person after all. 3 months quickly passed, and today, Diep An Phuc was checking on the new students. Everyone was performing steadily. After all, they were all promising seedlings coming from various provinces. As for Vanthan, he also performed excellently, achieving the best possible results in each specialized subject. However, apart from occasional contact with Nico, Vanthan has no friends at all. Director Diep is very worried about this. Being talented is, of course, good, but after graduation and heading to the battlefield, if you can't work well with your teammates, your chances of ending up selling salt will be much higher. He's worried that if things keep going this way, Vanshin won't be able to fight alongside anyone. There will soon be a nationwide freshman exchange competition, and as usual, Jiang University will send first-year students to participate. Diep An Phuc summoned the top 20 students to the office as the Weapon Academy was holding a half-bow test. Nico is a lunar spirit, skilled with both bow and sword. Right now, she is competing against Vanthan. It didn't take long before Nico had to admit defeat, and her friends weren't surprised at all. Not only archery, but all other professional courses. Vanthan ranks first. Vanthan, Nico, go to the training room. Director Diep is looking for you guys. By the time they arrived, the top 20 was already complete. It seems everyone knows about the new student exchange competition. Except for Vanthan, Nico is at a loss too. This guy only knows how to train hard and doesn't keep up with any news from the outside world. In this competition, for the past 3 years, Jiang has been the champion. A few years ago, there were 2 individual and team rounds, but this year there's an additional survival round, and the rules are not clear yet. Maybe Principal Diep called them today about this. Just as Nico finished explaining, the system also sent Vanthan a new task. To win the championship in this competition, it seems participation is unavoidable. At that moment, Diep An Phuc also appeared. This year, the competition is organized by Thanvan University. At that time, he will use his position as vice president of Jiangnan University to lead the top 20 participants. Nico immediately asked why this year, unlike previous years when only 7 people were needed, they now required 20. Diep An Phuc calmly explained that it was because of the additional survival round. All 20 people would be randomly assigned to a dungeon. Among them, the gathering of resources and the elimination of monsters will earn points, and everyone's points will determine the ranking. The group of students clutching their heads, as expected, first-year guinea pigs suffer the most whenever the exam rules change. Jiang University has been champion for 3 consecutive years, and if they perform poorly this year, it will be a huge embarrassment for their school. Diep An Phuc appointed Vanthan as team leader, a decision everyone admired because over the past 3 months, his abilities had broadened everyone's horizons. For the individual round requiring 3 people, Diep An Phuc also chose Vanthan in turn. Shintai Nian and Nico are in the top 3 for academic performance, but the real issue is needing 7 people for the team round. Although Vanthan is very talented, he has always been a lone wolf, and Diep An Phuc is worried about his ability to work well with a team. Director Diep, may I choose my team members? Vanthan proactively asked. Director Diep naturally agreed. After all, this kid knows himself best. Letting him choose his teammates would probably make planning easier. But the team that Van Thon proposed made Deepan Phuk furious, with 3 melee fighters, 1 mage, 1 summoner, and 1 rogue. All of them focus on attack. A few years ago, Jiang Dai organized a 2-2-1-2 formation, with 2 warriors leading in both defense and offense, followed by 2 damage-dealing mages. In the middle is a healing nun, and finally 2 Van Kim Do specialists for harassment and control. Van Thon's chosen team has no mage at all, let alone a healing nun. I have no idea what kind of strategy this is. Deepan Phuk's secretary suggested abandoning this formation, and he sighed heavily. Let's see how effective it is first, and then we'll decide. The students are now buzzing with excitement, and they all agree that using the 2-2-1-2 formation like every year is the best choice. But Van Thon simply replied indifferently, "I have my own considerations." The team coach then pushed the door open and stepped in. He used to be a competitor who won first place, and he strongly opposed the mage's lack of firepower in the team, so he brought along a professional mage student. That is Tiet Huan, the spoiled rich kid who was knocked from 2nd place to 26th in the last freshman competition. Everyone hates him. Of course, no one wants to team up with him. Even if I don't need him, what right does he have to compete with them? In the eyes of the coach, Van Shen's words carried no weight at all. He relied on the fact that he was here to train these kids so he could change the team formation at will. The new students group strongly opposed. They all struggled and fought for rankings. How could they let someone cheat their way in and cause trouble? The competition for new students dropped in rank because of poor performance and constant challenges, so Tich Huan lost his temper and brandished his weapon to show off. The staff he's holding is at least of diamond quality. I've heard this family is incredibly wealthy. It seems they are really willing to pay any price to take the back door. The coach, even more arrogant, immediately ordered to remove a soldier from the team and replace him with Tiet Huan. But Van Than still refused to agree, not to mention his ability. He simply disliked this kind of scheming person. If you don't accept, you can form your own team and challenge me to a match. If you win, do whatever you want. If you lose, get out immediately. The instructor burst out laughing when he heard Van Than say that. He was the champion last season, and his teammates were all talented. To him, a first-year student like Van Than was just a young horse eager to fight. This match will be held in 3 hours at the arena. News of Van Than's challenge to the second-year students quickly spreads throughout the school. Hearing that the challenger is the champion of last year's National Student Exchange Competition, the excitement grew even more. The students rushed to the arena to witness this historic match. Both sides are ready. That strategist in Guivu doesn't even realize he's brought along a whole group of senior students to join in. The stands are divided into 2 opposing sides. One wants Van Than to teach Nguivu a lesson for his arrogance, while the other wants Nguivu to beat Van Than until he's completely defeated. Van Than's team consists of freshmen in the top 10, with considerable fighting strength. Van Than, from the very beginning, decided not to rely on any tactics. Just adapt as the situation unfolds. This lineup is really impressive. What are you afraid of? Our team already has 4 top students in the province, and with our strength, we can crush them. We have to trust Vanka, celebrate together if we win, bear the loss together if we lose, and this time, Deepan Phuk's secretary is acting as the referee. Luckily, this fight can help her assess the real combat skills of the Van Than team for her report. If they really win, Director Diep has no reason to change the team members Van Than chose. The competition begins. Wei Wu team's formation is arranged according to the standard textbook. The 2 warriors are in front, followed by 2 mages with the healer in the middle, and finally, 200,000 Kim Do, while Van Than's team has no particular order and just rushes forward. Hey, you guys are too slow. I can't keep up. Let me at least add 1 more buff for you guys. My Thunderwind talisman can't reach that far. Deep Ten Lin, the weakest physically, was left behind by the others. Wei Wu saw this and grew even more confident in victory. Initially, he was worried about Diep Tan Lin, since the Taoist priest holds a higher position than the preacher. But with your uncoordinated teamwork like this, that Taoist priest definitely won't be able to fully unleash his power. While Nguivu was still calmly deploying the formation, suddenly numerous large fireballs rained down from the sky. He immediately ordered the frontline soldiers to raise shields and brace for the attack. A giant shield appeared above them, successfully blocking the fireball attack. But the wider the defensive area, the weaker the protection becomes. Van Than suddenly sped forward, and just as the enemy mage was about to cast a spell, Van Than's vine tentacles tightly wrapped around him, his weapon precisely striking the enemy's core, sending him flying a whole kilometer away. The remaining zombie, even if it tried to fight back, couldn't match Van Shen in a one-on-one fight. At this moment, Van Shen was leaping into the air, and Tuet Huan realized this was the opponent's weakest point, so he immediately launched an attack. Van Than's weapon instantly transforms into a staff, and thanks to the talents he gained after completing his missions, the fireball spell he casts is both swift and powerful. Two streams of magic clash, and it's obvious which side has the advantage. Tuet Huan couldn't withstand the first attack and quickly became a punching bag for his own heart. The spectators in the stands were completely terrified by this process. In just a few seconds, Van Than had knocked away 2 assassins and 2 mages from the other team, and he himself remained unharmed. Is this incredible power really from a freshman? Even Van Than's teammates couldn't help but look stunned for a moment. Do they really need to get involved in this situation? They're all top 10 freshmen after all, but they can't even show a little bit of their strength when fighting. Their team leader is also incredibly tough. The opposing team only has 3 members, including Wei Wu, a summoner, and a healer priest. That summoner finally managed to show some of his ability, summoning a total of 3 huge creatures. Van Than laughed triumphantly. I knew it, looting monsters is my specialty. The 2-headed snake and the summoned lion are both platinum quality, and they are over level 20. This guy is among the top summoners in Jiangdai, so Wei Wu seems quite arrogant, but when facing Vanshan, none of the 3 summoned creatures dare to attack first. That summoner is starting to feel uneasy, maybe because the gap in strength is too big. Should I not make a move? Then I'll make the first move. Even brave summoned beasts are no match for Van Than. Who said you hold the entire system in your hands? The enemy summoner's heart breaks, seeing his beast battles being beaten to a pulp, and he's deeply distressed. He kept complaining to stop fighting, but Van Than had no intention of stopping. It's not fair. I demand a rematch. Van Than fighting alone with the heart made him extremely furious. Who said I was fighting alone? Show your skills, everyone. The members of Van Than's team then eagerly charged forward, all ready for battle. Luthu Quach Phi Tan was the first to act, aiming to eliminate the opponent's healing priest, but Ngui Vu stepped in to stop him, and with no healer left, they were doomed. At this moment, Than Tai Nian suddenly appeared beside him, using his blood shadow technique. Ngui Vu was caught off guard and took a blow. The summoner was furious and ready to risk everything to fight alongside Van Than's team, who were preparing to unleash their wild summon beasts. At this moment, 2 golden arrows fly in from afar, piercing through his wrists, instantly disabling his skill before it could be completed. The creator of this move is Nico, one of the most skilled archers among the first-year freshmen. The situation is already decided, so Van Than casually takes out the 3 summoned beasts as well. I wonder if killing these summoned creatures might drop some materials or give a bit of experience. That summoner hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. These summoned creatures are all important allies of his. He can't afford to lose them. Van Than actually didn't need this small benefit anyway, since winning or losing was already settled. Wei Wu activated his berserk mode, wanting to have one last fight with Van Than. But before it was your turn, Nico casually used his signature move to end the battle completely. Diepan Phuc's secretary returned to report the situation, but he still sighed heavily. This victory in the contest was clearly due to superior ability, but the other universities are also full of elites. Without a good strategy, it will be very embarrassing then. However, Vanshan had anticipated this. On the contrary, he believed that Jiangdai had been using the 2-2-1-2 strategy for 3 consecutive years, and if he continued, he would definitely be caught off guard. Moreover, this class doesn't have any high-level mages. Forcing more to be added would only weaken the team. 7 of the top 10 have strong skills, and overpowering opponents with strength is also a strategy. It sounds unreasonable, but very convincing. So Diepan Phuc had no reason to continue objecting, and let the students decide for themselves. Meanwhile, Van Than happily made a phone call to Von Duong. These days, she's been doing well in her studies and can get into a good high school, so Van Than feels more at ease. At that moment, 2 people arrived. These are demons who have been fully subdued by Ha Qin Tan and made into his servants. They came to inform her that today, Van Than has a special class, so Dean Ha has canceled the other lessons. Van Than didn't ask anything further, only agreed to go with them. Through the teleportation hall, Ha Qin Tan brought Van Than to a very eerie place, surrounded by darkness and silence. Only the cawing of crows could be heard. It was obvious this was not a good place. Ha Qin Tan is more concise than Gold, only saying a few simple words. His only task is to survive until noon. Van Than can sense many monsters lurking in the darkness. Ha Qin Tan simply explains that the essence of the demon lord is inside him, serving as a good elixir for the monsters to evolve. Then she also left immediately. As soon as Ha Qin Tan walked away, those monsters could no longer hold back. They started attacking Vanshan all at once. The enemies were numerous and very fast, but luckily Van Shen had divine points, so dodging attacks with agile movement was no longer too difficult. After fighting for a while, Van Shen realized that it wasn't these monsters that had super speed, but that being in this place had dulled all his senses, and the monsters, always surrounding him, wanted to overpower him with numbers. Van Shen immediately transformed his weapon into a scepter. Wizards never shy away from fighting groups. A tornado is created, gathering all the monsters into one place. A few of them managed to get past the tornado barrier, but Vanthan wouldn't allow that to happen. You activate the newly acquired Dark Affinity after absorbing the essence of the Demon Lord, and the demon beasts are tightly bound within your sight. Then Vanthan used the Fireball spell, combined with the Liet Difong Bao combo skill to create a huge flame that devoured them all, quickly taking out quite a few opponents. Next, Vanthan uses his remaining Dark Knight ability of the Demon Lord. This place has been almost completely overtaken by dark energy, and the darkness here has become Vanthan's home ground. After using this ability, he became much stronger. Soon after, all the monsters had been dealt with. However, Vanthan's clothes were corroded by demonic energy. It seems he'll have to abandon them after this battle. Luckily, his weapon is unharmed, so as long as he still has his weapon, he can keep fighting. Time has passed, and it is now noon the next day. The mission is complete. Haquin Tun leads Vanthan to a high place to look down. The place Vanthan just crossed is a crack in the demon realm heavily corroded by demonic energy. He can pass through easily because he possesses the essence of the Demon Lord, but ordinary soldiers are not as fortunate. Once they reach this point, they are all disturbed by demonic energy, leading to weakened awareness and drained stamina. That's why for many years humans could only stay here defensively, unable to attack. Haquin Tun gave this special task to make Vanthan understand how dire the situation is for humans. In a few years, if the balance tips even slightly in favor of the demon world, all living beings will fall into chaos. So Vanthan needs to grow up quickly and try much harder. Forget the unhappy things, you've completed the task. Do you want a reward? Vanthan also didn't hide his curiosity. He noticed that both Secretary Kathy and Haquin Tun's 2 demon servant attendants could teleport without using a staff. Haquin Tun immediately handed him a book. It was a manual on how to use the staffless spellcasting technique. Once learned, it can help mages cast spells directly without a staff. 2 weeks later, the competition list was announced. The group of 53 students was quite surprised that this year's team leader was an unknown outsider. They grew even more curious about how powerful this person really was, so they pushed their way to the teleportation gate to watch the starting lineup. At this moment, at the cross-region teleportation gate, the competition team was ready. But Van Shen was nowhere to be seen, and Diep Tan Lin and Nico were both worried sick. A while later, Vanthan arrived, wearing the same uniform as the team. He just finished clearing a dungeon, completing a system task, and was also in the library honing some practical skills. Everyone was already present. Deepan Phuk's secretary immediately activated the teleportation array to bring the entire team to Thanvan University. Thanvan University is also one of the top 7 schools, renowned and prestigious. However, when Vanthan's group arrived, no one greeted them, and above was a large dragon flying in the sky. I heard that this school has a contract with a divine beast called the Azure Dragon, so it seems the rumors are true. Vanthan suddenly remembered the first time he entered Haquin Tan's office. There was a bird that looked like a miniature phoenix, but he wasn't sure if it was a divine beast. "Look, there seems to be a signpost over there." Everyone looked in that direction, and surprisingly, there were words carved into the stone steel indicating a path reserved for the void rank transcendence. No way. Could it be that Vanthan's reputation is that huge? Vanthan quietly thought, surely it's not that bad, right? Suddenly, a few other students walked over laughing loudly. Look, it's really that useless scoundrel Than University was too lazy to recruit. And yet he's the team leader. Nico was stunned. Vanthan stood out in the college entrance exam, but Thanvan University still missed the chance to recruit him. Facing the group of students, Vanthan's team members felt extremely uncomfortable. Lam Hu Hook, who ranked in the top 5 of the entire school, was the first to speak. Vanka is the top freshman at Zhang University for us. Missing out on such a talented seedling, Than University will regret it to the point of heartache. But, unexpectedly, this only made them even more delighted. Ha 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 ha. The unqualified Thandai student who refused to recruit is actually the top freshman at Jiangda. It seems this year's championship will go to our Thandai. In the end, they are just freshmen. Seeing Vanthan insulted, they couldn't hold back their anger, weapons in hand, but stopped before acting. Fighting is against the rules and will disqualify you from the competition. Vanthan also couldn't be bothered to argue with them and just turned around and walked away. The day after tomorrow is the competition, and tomorrow morning they will have an interview. Everyone thinks the local media will definitely focus on Vanthan. However, no one knows the reason why. Diep Anphuk's secretary explained that previously, the decision to abandon Van Than was made by a large council at Than Van University, but after transferring to Jiangnam University, he performed exceptionally well. So that's why Than Dai had no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic to save face. I see. Then Van Than is even more eager for the upcoming competition. Anyway, strength will prove everything, and you have to show the whole country that Than Dai is just a bunch of blind fools. The next day, during the interview, the reporters naturally directed their questions at Van Than. He straightforwardly asked about Than Dai giving up the fight for Van Than and also mentioned the rumor that Van Than only took advantage of the exam loopholes to become the provincial top scorer. This question caused the entire audience to erupt. Everyone felt resentful because Jiang Dai brought a cheating student to compete and even let him lead the team. Such an openly insulting question made Diep Anphuk's secretary unable to stay silent anymore. Jiang Dai considers this top 20, especially Van Than, a source of pride. The families of the contestants are surely watching the interview live today. She absolutely would not allow anyone to humiliate her students. Shile doesn't need to get angry. On the contrary, Van Shen seems very calm. For your questions, I only have one answer. He raises his middle finger, then flips his hand upside down to form a dislike sign, his eyes full of murderous intent. Anyone from Than Dai Academy who faces me in a match, no matter who they are, should not think they can step down from this. The next day, the nationwide freshman exchange competition officially began, with a total of 128 universities participating. Entering the arena first is the home team led by Nin Tuan Dat. He is the strongest summoner recorded in the country's history and once ranked second in the fastest dungeon record-breaking speed nationwide. Wait a minute, why is he ranked second if he broke the record? Because there's a bastard who cheated and was even faster than Nin Kya. That person is now the MC announcing the second team, Jiang Dai, led by Van Than. His unofficial status as a wandering cultivator has sparked much controversy. So when Jiangnan University appeared, the audience was full of pointing and gossip. Quite different from the welcoming attitude when Nin Tuan stormed onto the stage. Diep Tan Lin Lam Hu Huk, who are hot-tempered, couldn't swallow their anger, but in the end, Van Than remained the calmest. You had to comfort your team members and remind everyone to stay calm and do their best during the competition. On the high platform, a mysterious figure in a red cloak hiding half of their face was quietly watching everything. I should go on the field now too. After the opening ceremony ends, the individual competition will start immediately. This round follows two rules: avoid opponents from the same school and avoid the top seed. Aside from these, the matchups are randomly arranged. Van Than steps onto the field first, facing Tan Vu from Nam Tu University. The referee is that person in the red cloak, the one in danger. After announcing the rules, he invited the two students to their positions. As the third seed, he faced the top seed in his first match, really unlucky. Tan Vu thought to himself that although the news about Van Than had been spreading everywhere these days, he was still confident he had a chance to win. As soon as the referee announced the start, Tan Vu stepped back. Then he launched a series of devices, robots, and bombs in chaos. Van Than remained expressionless, raising his right leg. The skill you used is Stomp, a basic move of a warrior. Its power is too great, causing Tan Vu to be stunned for 10 seconds and unable to counterattack, leading to his immediate defeat. The entire audience immediately erupted in shock. Damn, that's just a basic skill of a fighter. Even a boss with a golden quality using a stomp attack isn't as powerful. Is that supposed to be impressive? Is that not a fighter? Tan Vu was taken off the arena, and the next one is a mage from an obscure university. Van Than calmly used the new mage skill he just learned from the library, along with the newly acquired magic casting without a staff, easily crushing his opponent in hand. The others who weren't in the individual competition were watching directly, with Diep Anphuk and Secretary Le. This kid is still quite showy, but Diep Anphuk also noticed that the magic swordsmanship is a skill of average quality. Van Than can combine it with the spellcasting staff to achieve such great results, truly a genius among geniuses. But there is also bad news. Tai Nayen just lost his second match after a tough 3-minute fight, defeated by the third seed from Thangloi University, who is extremely arrogant. Diep Anphuk immediately saw that this year, Thang Dai managed to recruit a monster and deliberately chose to pit the third seed against the first and second seeds from other schools to shame them. Meanwhile, Van Than has won 4 consecutive matches. While waiting for the 5th contestant to come out, he casually glanced at the battle platform nearby. The person standing there happened to be the one who just defeated Tai Nian. Ha! You must be number 1, right? Clean your neck and wait, I will definitely make you fall down. Van Than was speechless. Where did this grandson come from? No way! That useless player managed to win 4 consecutive matches, and all of them were quick kills. Over here, Thandai's fans start to panic. That quick kill means taking out the enemy in the blink of an eye, ladies. I'll explain it so you don't have to bother Google. The next opponent for Van Than is Ni Kung, the second seed from Than Van University. He possesses the rare blood of the polar bear with destructive power like a storm. Thandai saw his team go down and started shouting. They are all waiting for their team to crush Van Than to show off. Van Than finally gets a bit more spirited, and Neep Kwong is also full of confidence. He's not like those fools out there gossiping. He knows that Van Than's strength is not simple. But even so, he's just a useless pawn with no future. Today I will use my strength to prove that you are not worthy of entering our prestigious school. Nia Kwong immediately used 3 skills at once to boost himself. Van Than sneered, "If you're so arrogant and eager to show off your strength, I'll use the same approach to defeat you." Van Than also unleashed a series of skills on his opponent's body, shocking the audience. Neep Kwong, embarrassed, rushed forward to attack first. His mighty axe was slowly blocked by Van Than's spear, both sides exerting great force, creating a huge shockwave. But Neep Kwong was still at a disadvantage, being pushed back by Van Than's strike, while he was still trying to understand how he had fallen into such a disadvantage. Van Than had already moved closer. You keep unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes on your opponent. Neep Kwong is knocked down and unable to stand, stammering, "I surrender!" Before he can finish speaking, the tentacle controlled by Van Than blocks him. His whole body was quickly bound tightly by the tentacle, unable to move. "Do you want to admit defeat?" "It's not that easy. Yesterday you were humiliated by the journalist from Thandai." Von Duong watched the live broadcast and cried all night. This debt must be paid in full. Von Duong summoned the new thorny demon beast she bought last time. It's only a level 1 demon beast with weak damage, but Neep Kwong can no longer fight back and can only be attacked by little guy inch by inch. Watching the HP bar slowly decrease, the physical wounds were minor, but the shame was beyond words. Ni Kwong couldn't even cry anymore, consumed by extreme rage, and the students from Than University could no longer bear to watch. Van Than was also very patient, watching little guy attack Neep Kwong for 2 hours without getting bored. Even the referee couldn't stand it anymore and had to announce that the match had a time limit. If no winner was decided in 10 minutes, it would be a draw. Van Than had no choice but to deliver the final blow to defeat his opponent. After this match, you have entered the top 64 and can rest a bit to prepare for the next round. When you return to the team, everyone is overjoyed. After being humiliated yesterday, today, Van Than once again used a level 1 magical beast to humiliate Thandai, truly warming the hearts of the team. Besides Van Than, Nico also won all 5 matches, while Than Tai Nien only lost once, so they all leveled up. Secretary Lei warned the 3 not to let their guard down until they reach the top 64, where they can truly face strong opponents. Soon after, the second round also began. In the first match of the second round, Van Than faced Thandai's 3rd seed. The person who saw his face just now turned pale. "Oh my god, facing this little brat, my luck is really bad." Even Neep Kwong was hung up and humiliated, so how could I have a chance to win? The match had just started, and the opponent was already planning to surrender, but Van Than wouldn't allow him to do that. Still using the same method, first binding the opponent with tentacle vines, then summoning a demon beast. Little Guy, seeing another feast coming, couldn't help but stammer in excitement. Van Than still remembered to order it to strike the vital spot for maximum damage. The Thandai students were already furious. Van Shen continuously insults their 2nd and 3rd seeds, taking pleasure in doing so. For now, they can only hope that Nin Tuandat will quickly capture this guy. A desperate scream echoes from another arena. The 3rd-ranked fighter who had previously defeated Tan Tai Nien is causing chaos. Even though the opponent has fallen, he continues to attack wildly. This is about taking lives, not just winning anymore. He has a very powerful but also extremely wild Black Dragon bloodline. The principal's victory was also due to that unmatched fighting power, which not only didn't restrain him, but allowed him to run wild. The top 32 was quickly decided. Next is the top 16 match. Van Than's opponent quickly appeared. Facing the top seed from one of the 7 top schools, this guy becomes even more bloodthirsty. Van Than observed the opponent for a moment, and he had fully integrated the bloodline of a demon race, reaching the peak of his power. But because of that, you have lost your humanity and are now no different from a monster. Are your family members watching the match? If that's the case, then it's good, because next I will crush your head in front of them. Van Than was truly angered by Ba Huateng's words, and he sped up to charge at his opponent, who initially looked stunned, but suddenly became terrified when the monster demon broke through the formation and pressed close to his neck. That is because Van Than's weapon can threaten the Long clan. reducing all of their attributes by 15%. With a loud bang, the arena is engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. Ba Huatung was knocked to the ground by Van Thon. Losing the arrogant and majestic look he had maintained until now, his eyes filled with hatred, and his mouth still wanting to curse and threaten to fight or kill. But Van Thon's next strike knocked out 2 of his teeth. Then he delivered a punch straight to the stomach of the 3 Hoa Tung. This guy has the bloodline of the dragon race, so he's extremely tough. Coincidentally, Van Thon is annoyed and uses him as a punching bag to vent his anger. You use your stomp skill to completely crush your opponent and torment them from beneath your foot. The spectators see this scene and think Van Thon is both ruthless and cool. It seems that family is actually your weakness. This Ba Huatung fan is also in a terrible state. On the arena, Van Thon is stomping on Ba Huatung, still furious, with his face twisted and transformed into that of a monster. Van Shen pauses his attack, hoping the opponent will stand up again to fight him. The 3 harmonies, struggling to get up, blinded by hatred, now has black wings growing from his back, looking exactly like a monster. Ba Huatung opened his mouth and spat out a dark, fiery flame. This attack was extremely destructive, but when he looked back, he saw Van Thon's spear tip close to his neck. If you're brave enough, try stabbing again. From flesh to my heart, and there's still a long way to go. Van Thon let out a sound, then precisely stabbed into his chest, just a little away from his heart. Although Hak Long's body was strong, just a little deeper, and he would be doomed. Ba Huatung was truly terrified now, kneeling down to admit defeat. You want to kill others but are afraid of being killed yourself. Turns out that's all you are. The referee immediately declared Van Thon the winner of the match. After Van Thon finished the fight, the spectators outside let out a sigh of relief. They thought you were really going to kill someone, and that intentionally ending your opponent's life would disqualify you from the competition, which would be a waste of talent. You only wanted to scare your opponent, to keep your emotions in check and stay calm throughout, which is quite impressive. Deep Anfu kept nodding, seeming very pleased with the child. His secretary then brought him some news, revealing that they had found out Van Thon still has a younger sister in her 3rd year of middle school. If we can bring that girl to take care of Van Thon as well, it would be a very good thing. As expected, Principal Dieppe seemed quite receptive when he heard that. Anyway, Van Thon's parents are both people of merit, so treating the 2 siblings well is only natural. For Huyan Long Kingdom, top students hold great strategic value, especially those in the top tier of universities. As long as they don't fail halfway, they already have the strength of a rank B, becoming the core force fighting against the dark world. Therefore, they happen to offer better treatment to this precious gem, Van Thon. Thinking this, Dieppe Anfuk immediately assigned his assistant. He told her to inform the affiliated high schools of Zhang University to always keep a spot open and to ask for his opinion when Van Thon returns. Such an important student should be left to focus on cultivation without worrying about family matters. Old Master Dieppe, are you still interested in playing? Betting on the individual match is an old tradition. Hurry up or the game will be over soon. A challenge sounds from the other side of the screen. Deep Anfuk chuckled to himself. It seems this year he couldn't refuse their betting game either. After eliminating 3 opponents, the top-ranked candidate Van Thon advanced directly into the top 16. However, his next opponent is not easy either. She is also the top seed among the top 8 universities, voted as the champion by everyone, and the heir of Sword Saint Bothien. The top seed from Dongfu University has entered the arena, and the school officials are all very excited, starting to place bets, and Dieppe Anfuk, who just arrived, immediately joined in, confidently betting an A-level skill book that Van Thon will be the winner. Vice Principal of Thandai chuckled heartily. Lao Dieppe just coming here and making such a big move. Do you really think your unranked disciple can beat that Black Dragon Demon Kit and be confident about it? Honestly, he still doesn't quite trust Van Thon because Ba Huatung is ultimately just an outsider, strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Although he seems arrogant by nature, he's actually very cowardly. Why talk so much? I just asked if you're coming or not. Of course I am. Following a copy of an A-level treasure of the Genius Earth. Seeing the 2 friends go all out, Principal Dongfu also drew out a supreme item. It was a soul contract. The value of this item is even higher than those level A skills. But before he could fully boast about how precious this item was, a familiar bold declaration rang out from the live screen. Van Thon defeated Principal Zhang of Dongda, who was stunned as the contract soul dropped from his hand, and Dieppe Anfuk happily grabbed it. No matter if she's good or bad, she's still the successor of the Sword Saint. Yet her opponent can use swordsmanship on par with her, not to mention Van Thon also has skills from other professions to support her in battle. This is clearly not an ordinary person, but a monster. Win this match, and Van Thon will also successfully advance to the quarterfinals. Zheng Dai's situation is still quite stable. It's just unfortunate that Thon Tai Nian was eliminated early after facing the top seed of the university. Nico also leveled up successfully without any trouble. Diepan Fuch's assistant didn't dare to slack off even for a moment. Immediately after, the random match pairing list was sent over. She hurriedly checked her phone to see Van Thon's next opponent. But as soon as she saw that name, her face instantly turned pale. It's over. Why did I have to run into him? The audience below the stage cheered wildly, for Van Thon's opponent was Nin Tuan Dat, the once-in-a-millennium summoner and the top talent of Thanvan University. This opponent is very difficult to deal with, but the challenge doesn't lie in his profession, but in the top-tier talent he possesses. Van Than's strength lies in his versatile talent. He can upgrade all his skills to 3 qualities, combined with his already high attribute values, making the power of his basic skills comparable to any advanced skill, plus his excellent combat intuition, enough to handle any opponent. However, compared to Van Thon, Nin Tuan Dat's S-rank Supreme Contract talent is even more impressive. He can upgrade all summoned creatures to 4 qualities, so even summoning a small monster can result in a boss-level strength. Moreover, the Nin family is also a top clan in Thanvan province. With that wealth, Nin Tuan Dat will definitely not summon a creature of low quality. This will definitely be a tough battle for Van Thon. On the arena, both Van Thon and Nin Tuan Dat are eager for victory. Nin Tuan Dat aims to overpower his opponent to redeem his team's honor and uphold the Nin family's dignity, which forbids him from losing any match. But Van Thon couldn't care less about the opponent's background. He straightforwardly declares that Nin Tuan Dat won't stand a chance and will fall here. His arrogance is boundless, veins bulging on Nin Tuan's forehead as he trembles with fury. He spread his palm wide and began summoning. Van Thon was a bit surprised. This person's casting speed was too fast. I have to stop him quickly, or else if he summons a bunch of monsters, it will really be a headache. He charged at the opponent with his spear, but Nin Tuan Dat had already anticipated. He used his secret harmony technique to temporarily merge the summoner with his contracted monster, allowing him to utilize its skills. Van Thon's spear precisely struck, but it passed through the opponent without causing any damage. Nin Tuan burst into a wild, crazy laugh. Your Spearmaster skill looks really funny in my eyes. Van Thon isn't phased at all. Relying solely on Yem Kui's ability is enough for you to handle most opponents, but not me. Van Thon's use of the light projection technique indeed caused the opponent to be heavily affected. Although this skill doesn't deal physical damage, it greatly displeases the demon spirit. But Tuan Dat, who is merging with this summoned creature, also has to be affected. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Nin Tuan suddenly uses Yem Kui's illusion skill to escape, but Van Thon also has countless skills that are natural enemies of these tricks. He quickly sensed the opponent's aura and lunged forward with his spear. They were already hit by the opponent, but were blocked again, this time by the evil flower seed sprouting from the ground, causing the audience to gasp in amazement. So that's why Nin Tuan Dat planted the seed of the earth flower at the start of the fight, but didn't use it, while I faced Van Thon alone. Now the seed has spread across the entire arena. As time passes, its root sprouts will grow more and more. Just thinking about it, they already guessed who would be the winner this time. Van Thon sneered. Whether it's the flower of the earth demon or whatever, it's just a plant, and fire magic is enough. His weapon transformed again into a scepter. Van Thon's fire technique kept attacking the demon flower, but unfortunately it couldn't harm it. Nin Tuan Dat laughed even more happily, continuing to cast spells, summoning a bunch of monsters and finally giving him a great treasure. This is the best way to send off a reckless kid like you. Nin Tuan flicked his hand and summoned the final monster. As a red dragon, its power indeed surpasses everything before it. Van Thon sighed heavily. Truly a troublesome opponent, capable of summoning many limbs at once, and his weapon transformed into an axe. Then everyone charged together. Nin Tuan Dat thought he must have heard wrong, thinking that Van Thon still didn't fully understand the situation. He kindly warned Van Thon that the root of the earth demon flower had not only spread across the arena, but was also sprouting on his body, and every place it touched would become fertilizer, ultimately draining him dry and killing him. Van Thon sneered disdainfully again, thinking that relying on these seeds to defeat him was laughable. He stroked the weapon in his hand, a gale-wind halberd once taken from the chieftain of the demon beast. This type of spear has immense power, and with Van Thon's skill level, its force will be very strong. Van Thon then uses a basic skill from his berserker class called Fury. He just used his hand to knock all the underground flower seeds that were growing on his body out. Nin Tuan snorted coldly. So what if he got rid of the living seeds? He immediately ordered all his summoned beasts to attack at once. Vanshin did not choose to dodge. Instead, he used 3 skills in succession and then stood still to endure the attack. The audience on the stands is all stunned with their mouths open and eyes wide. This kid's brain must be broken, right? He just endured all of Nin Tuan's attacks, but among the spectators, someone quickly noticed the problem. In this world, there exists a basic skill where the more severe the injury, the higher the user's attribute value. Vanthan just used multiple magic spells at once and switched to a spear with maximum power. I'm afraid that after that rain of attacks, his strength has reached an unstoppable, terrifying level. As expected, after the barrage of bombs and missiles, Vanshin appeared amidst the wreckage in a wild state. He roared loudly, then threw the axe in his hand with all his might. This move completely wiped out all of Nin Tuan's monsters, leaving them to sell salt. The crowd in the observation deck could only swallow their saliva in awe. Damn it! Even Nin Tuan Dat is starting to feel scared, his forehead covered with cold sweat. He never imagined in his dreams that almost all of his summoned beasts had been destroyed with just one strike. If he didn't have an immune spiritual body that resists physical damage, he might have been seriously stunned or even killed. Vanthan seized the opportunity to rush forward, and Nin Tuan quickly summoned the Crimson Dragon to protect himself. The dragon was struck painfully by Vanthan, but immediately after, Hua Diama rose from underground, wrapping tightly around his legs. Vanthan was bound and dragged a long distance across the ground. Nin Tuan suddenly started laughing loudly. Didn't see that coming. My Flowerland demon can be immortal as long as it's still alive. Go, Red Dragon, burn him to death for me. Tiklung, following its master's command, immediately unleashes a massive fireball. Vanthan calmly summons the water element to successfully block this deadly attack. I heard your roots are still alive, so lend me a hand for a moment. Vanthan decisively grabs the vine wrapping around his leg and pulls hard. The earth demon flower seed buried deep underground was also pulled out by him. Vanthan then used this seed to deliver a devastating blow to Shichlong. Nin Tuan grits his teeth in frustration, never imagining that his opponent would be this difficult to deal with. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Nin Tuan quickly plans to summon a few other useless things to buy more time and secure the victory. But Vanthan saw through this little scheme of his and used Tik Kash's basic skill of throwing daggers to attack. But Tuan Dat laughed out loud when he saw that. Fool, don't forget I'm still in my spirit form. A simple dagger alone can't hurt me. The dagger pierced through Nin Tuan's body. Indeed, it couldn't harm him. But it had a talisman attached to it, and this talisman successfully remained on his body. Nin Tuan Dat only then realized something was wrong. Could it be that the dagger was just a distraction, and this talisman was the real weapon Vanthan used to attack? Sure enough, the talisman exploded shortly after, and Nin Tuan Dat returned from his spiritual form to his normal body, immune to physical harm. Deep Anfuk watched the match without missing a minute, smiling very happily. This kid is really not bad. He even thought of a way to break the curse. The Banishing Charm is originally a support skill for allies used to remove negative effects and reduce attack impact, but Vanthan used it on the opponent, surprisingly still able to dispel the Yem Kui on Nin Tuan Dat. Judging the situation like a god and making such an accurate choice, he truly is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Deep Anfuk kept stroking his long beard, clearly convinced that the first place in this individual competition was already in Zhang Dai's hands. On the stage, Nin Tuan Dat still couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that even a basic skill from that little one could remove the evil curse. But Vanthan knew the outcome of the match was already decided. For him, Nin Tuan Dat no longer being in a spiritual form was nothing. Stop underestimating people, Nin Tuan Dat, you're furious. His Crimson Dragon is now being flattened like a tiny shrimp by the seed of the Hellflower that Vanthan just threw out. But Nin Tuan Dat still forcibly summons it, and even merges it with himself. Vice Principal Chu of Than Van University was even more panicked now. Nin Tuan Dat had indeed been cornered and lost his temper. So what if he turns it to a dragon now? Vanshin has a weapon specifically designed to counter dragons. Didn't he just hang the Three Harmonies talisman and beat the second sun with it earlier? And Nin Tuan Dat's current state also caused the audience to erupt. They kept shouting and urging him to quickly crush the useless opponent. The cheers only made Nin Tuan more frantic. Ha ha ha. This is the power of the dragon. A relentless, surging force. Now in front of me, you're just a little punk. Nin Tuan suddenly charged forward, aiming to crush Vanthan with a single move, but he gently used his spear to pierce through his chest. Nin Tuan collapsed to the ground, coughing up a large amount of blood. No way, he stammers. I clearly possess the power of the dragon. Sorry, I specialize in killing dragons. Vanthan calmly releases his final words as the competition referee steps forward to make the announcement. Vanthan has won, and many spectators are starting to panic. This is only the quarterfinals. Nintwon surprisingly stayed in the top 8. What a joke. I'm not even watching anymore. Many people immediately got up and left, most of them fans of the home team. Nintwon Dot was taken out of the arena. The first semi-final match quickly got underway. Vanthan's opponent this time is the top seed from Jinnan University, named Bai Wu. His background is as an assassin, so when they met, Bak Vu was very courteous and spoke first. He's very strong. I admit, I am not his match. This match isn't about winning. I hope for your guidance. All right, then I'll only use assassin-type skills. The match has just begun. Bai Yu rushes forward like a gust of wind at top speed, while Van Shen throws smoke bombs to create a fog of confusion. He launched a surprise attack from behind but was caught by Bak Vu because the tracking skill he just used can follow the opponent's location. The two fought face to face in the thick smoke. Bak Vu still thought Vanthan only had some petty skills, so if he felt it wasn't enough, he should quickly use skills from another profession, or else he wouldn't be able to beat me. Bak Vu, being kind, warned him, but as soon as he finished speaking, Vanthan's dagger was pressed against his neck. It turns out that when Vanthan threw the smoke bomb earlier, he had split into a clone, and his original was always hiding in that clone's shadow. Bak Vu sighed heavily and immediately conceded defeat. The gap between the two of them was too great. Hearing Vanthan speak so softly, but who would have guessed that the one fighting hand-to-hand with Bak Vu was just a clone? Having won the semifinals, Van Shen advances to the finals, but no one expected his opponent this time to be Nico. Vanthan is speechless. The audience is speechless too. Just admit defeat, beauty. Don't waste everyone's time, Nico snapped. Vanthan looked at her helplessly. Should I keep fighting? What's the point of fighting? Even though what they say is hard to hear, I really can't beat you. Nico happily admits defeat. Vanthan, once the most unpopular outsider, now reigns at the top of the championship. Silence reigned in the stands, and the program's MC was left awkwardly speechless. Turns out, this was the home advantage. Even though Vanthan had already won, there was not a single cheer heard. But Vanthan didn't care about that at all. Compared to the trivial cheers, making Thandai unable to lift its head was what truly made him feel at ease. After that match, news about Vanthan dominated all online platforms, and the spotlight also shifted onto Nintwon. He went from being a noble son, praised by thousands, to a disgrace of the Nine family and Than Van University. Vice Principal Chu Tu trembled as he repeatedly scolded his once most outstanding student. This defeat will greatly impact Thandai's reputation. Now, to turn the situation around, they must win the overall championship. I don't care what tricks you use. You must win the team competition tomorrow. After Vice Principal Chu left, Thandai's team members started to worry because team competitions had always been their weakness for many years. Nintwandat at this moment smirked, a golden sphere appearing in his hand. Taking the normal path is obviously not easy. If someone is willing to be a sacrificial pawn, what does Nin Kuei want to do? Don't do it! Before the words even left his mouth, he was replaced by a piercing scream. On this side, Jiang Da's student group is once again immersed in a feeling of pleasure. No wonder. Today, Vanthan is incredibly cool. Deepanfuk personally came to meet him and generously handed him some of the spoils from the fish case. Among them, Vanthan only paid attention to the soul contract part. Deepanfuk also thought this was a rare and valuable item that could connect with the target's soul. Once the contract was signed, it couldn't be resisted. Just like the two female attendants of the dean, they use soul contracts to subdue others. The law strictly prohibits people from using such things because Huyen Long country places great importance on protecting human rights. Therefore, Diep Anfuk suggested Vanthan find a magical beast to form a contract with, preferably a foreign exotic creature. Additionally, since Vanthan had achieved first place, Jiang Dai had prepared a special reward. 10,000 points, 20,000 in cash, and a rare equipment. The students immediately erupted in excitement, and the reward was too generous. While Diepanfuk was happily chatting with the students, the assistant girl, looking dejected, delivered some bad news. That is Li Huanwu, a mage from the Thanvan University team, who was accidentally seriously injured during training. Since he couldn't continue competing, they replaced him with a guardian knight. Those kids from the Jiangda team got angry after hearing that. Damn, enough with the nonsense. Everyone can see that we are a team that relies on speed, only fearing the steel cavalry formation. Their substitution of the mage with a guardian knight is clearly aimed at us. It's obvious there's some underhanded scheme. In previous years, there was never any swapping of people halfway through. Van Shen just sneered, showing no sign of worry. If the opponent wants to use the Iron Dung battle to pressure us, then I have no problem letting them taste a bit of our tactics. The next day quickly arrived, and the team competition officially began. The next match was the round of 16 between Polytechnic University and Jiangnan University. As soon as it started, Vanthan led his teammates rushing forward while Deep Anfuk and his old friends remained in the room watching the live broadcast. But today's betting game isn't as lively as before. They've played until they're bored, yet none of the principals dare to place a bet. No bets. So boring. Who would have thought that Jiangdai would have such a twisted kid this year? This isn't a team competition, it's clearly an individual performance contest. They all don't want to lose any more treasures for nothing. Here, everyone is experienced and has seen many geniuses over the years, but even the most outstanding can only be roughly equal to 2 or 3 people. Yet, Vanthan from the very beginning has been able to break through the enemy team's defenses on his own. His multi-class trait makes his attack techniques diverse, combined with his quick-witted mind capable of handling any situation. Vice Principal Chu of Thanvan University, who had been sitting quietly all along, finally showed his displeasure and spoke up. I admit that kid is very strong, but this is a team competition. Cooperation is the key. His flexible formation is limited, so I'm afraid he won't go far. Deep Anfuk just smiled and said nothing more. We'll see what kind of strategy it is once we observe. Right now on the arena, Vanthan is single-handedly taking down the opposing team. His speed is super fast, and his skill power is also extremely strong. The opponent couldn't hold out at all, and after just a short time, Bain Geep was completely defeated. After 4 consecutive battles, my hand wasn't even warmed up before it was over, and I couldn't fully unleash my strength. I'm at my wit's end. I have to chase after everyone, even after sticking a talisman. Who told us to stand behind the team? Deep Tenlin and Ton Kang Trio sighed to each other, not knowing whether to feel happy or sad about the situation. Vanthan came from behind and gave each of them a slap on the head. Don't talk nonsense. Your strategy is important. It's just that in the early rounds, the opponents are too weak, so you don't need to act. Get your spirits up now. The break is over, and the quarterfinals are about to begin, but the audience can only sigh because Jiangda's team is truly too overwhelming. Don't say you can beat the whole team. Even defeating Vanthan alone is already very difficult. Jiangdai's next opponent is Kanchao University, and they seem very confident. They think Vanthan's team is just trash, while Kandai is known for crushing reckless opponents. They've always been famous for their mages, and their competitors are all mages too. Although his individual performance in the competition was not very impressive, the different attribute combinations of magic can be highly effective in team battles. Quach Than looked at the opponent's lineup and found it extremely ridiculous. All mages are fragile paper thin, clearly not considering an assassin like you. Quach Than wanted to strike first and used the Shadow Step skill to lead the attack, but before he could even burrow into the ground, Vanthan caught him. Everyone was a bit surprised by this action. Vanka, what's going on? Vanthan observed the opponents for a long time and said, Don't get excited. These 7 fragile guys are not easy to deal with. Vanka, you are too cautious. They are powerful, but they are only weak mages. We are assassins. Do you really think we should be afraid? Quach Than looked suspicious, and Than Tainyin also wanted to volunteer as the tank because he had a blood feud. Nico's team also started to murmur, without a tank to soak up the hits, how could they possibly fight against us? Besides, they all want to showcase their abilities, not just come out to clear the battlefield. Vanthan hesitated for a few seconds before finally agreeing. After all, it was a team, and he had to respect his teammates' opinions, thinking that Vanthan assigned roles to each person according to their strengths. Below the stands, the spectators are eagerly awaiting this battle, because Vanthan's team specializes in close combat, while Kanchao University's team relies on long-range attacks, and both sides are extremely aggressive. So it's still uncertain who will have the advantage. The referee just called start, and the 5 members of Vanthan's team charged forward together. Diep Tan Lin and Ton Kang Trio continued to play the role of support at the back of the team. My teammates attacked so quickly that they didn't even have time to apply spiritual shields. There's nothing we can do, Vanka warned us. Unless something changes, we should just stay in the back and observe the battle. Ton Kang Trio sighed heavily. Over here, Vanthan was only acting as support, taking the opportunity when free to use appraisal magic to gather intelligence. At this point, Vanthan has basically confirmed that the opponents are all single-attribute mages who know how to use different magical attributes to coordinate in battle, and he also knows their attributes are fire, ice, wood, earth, light, and dark, with fire and light likely being their main offensive and suppressive powers. Darkness and ice are responsible for supporting firepower and boosting abnormal states. Earth specializes in defense, and wood in control. Only the mage Van Thon is unable to determine the attribute, and he is also the last in line. Clearly, the key target for protection. Van Thon suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wait a minute. He couldn't sense any attribute in this person's magic. Could it be? Captain Kan Chao burst into loud laughter when he saw Van Thon's group attacking, then ordered his team to create a huge explosion while launching 4 different elemental attacks simultaneously. Van Thon quickly activates his dual-layer spell talent, creating a fireball to block them. He must do his best to withstand the enemy's attack. The 2 magic forces collide, causing a huge explosion in the sky. Van Thon furrows his brow, still unable to block many of the spells. Relying on himself alone, it's too difficult to fight against 4 mages. The skills Van Thon cannot defend against are already very close. Then Tai Nian hurriedly creates a blood barrier to block the rest. Nico and Lam Hu Hook took the opportunity to draw their swords and rush forward, but the enemy remained unfazed, continuing to launch a barrage of attacks in response. The team leader of Kan Chao's squad, after all, was still like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking they could win just because the situation had slightly improved. Taking advantage of his moment of triumph, Than Tai Nian used Blood Shadow to ambush from behind, but unfortunately the enemy team was not easy to deal with. As soon as he launched his attack, their necromancer summoned many vines, binding Than Tai Nian tightly, leaving him utterly helpless. Annoying, these mages keep supporting each other one after another. They are really hard to deal with. But I am not fighting alone. Quach Phi Than is just now starting to break through. He was aiming at the team leader. After all, you have to catch the ringleader when capturing a bandit. But just as Quach Phi Than's weapon was about to hit the target, a burst of blinding light appeared around him. That guy also suddenly disappeared. Nico muttered, "Damn it, that's a teleportation array." The enemy mages from the opposing team all disappeared at once, then reappeared floating in the air right above Quach Phi Than. It's over. Quach Phi Than widened his eyes as he saw the staffs raised simultaneously, realizing escape was impossible this time. But just then Van Thon appeared, grabbing his collar and throwing him aside. The attack that just hit precisely was redirected by Van Shen to Quach Phi Than's side. Nico opened his eyes wide, and Lam Hu Hook couldn't believe his own eyes. Although they are all teammates, Van Shen's strategy and skills still far surpass Quach Phi Than's. This one-for-one exchange is too costly, and the team's combat power will at least decrease by 20%. Quach Phi Than sat on the ground, his eyes beginning to widen. Why is this happening? I should have listened to Van Ka from the start. If I had handled things more carefully, everything would have been different. Of course, Van Thon could never have died so easily. While his teammates were still crying, he appeared once again, still with that confident and carefree look. It was clear that the one who rushed to shield Quach Phi Than was only a clone of Van Thon. It's a pity that the clone has died and can't be used for another 2 hours, but saving my teammate was worth the sacrifice. I didn't expect the opponent to have a teleportation mage to set up an ambush. This is really going to be a big trouble now. Nico is starting to worry because the situation isn't as good as they thought. Teleportation mages are extremely rare, not because of the difficulty, but because of their limited strength. That's why they didn't expect the opponent to have this skill. The enemy secretly set up a large number of teleportation arrays in the courtyard while they were fighting, and he was even standing at the back, making it very difficult to attack. What should we do now? Nico was completely at a loss. It's okay. Keep holding them off and don't let them bother me. Leave the rest to me. No one dares to disobey Van Thon in this situation. They can only do their best to support you. The arena quickly descended into chaos. Everyone on Zhang Dai's side fought with all their might, but the opponents had teleportation arrays and could move easily, making them very frustrating. The spectators above started to mock this situation. Zhang Dai undefeated in 4 consecutive matches. Now not even the opponent's sleeve is touched. This isn't a fight. It's clearly just taking a dog for a walk. They no longer hoped that Thanvan University would win the championship, so anyone who could hurt Van Thon was extremely satisfied. The group of allies and Lam Hu Hook are now struggling, exerting too much effort but basically unable to attack. Van Thon now begin to break through and charge forward, but the teleportation mage also notices him. However, in his eyes, Van Thon's magic skills pose no real threat, and he can easily predict the range of Van Thon's spear attack. Anyone who enters your attack range, I will teleport them away. Don't even think about hurting any of our team members. But unexpectedly, Van Thon pulled out a gun and shot, the bullet piercing through the opponent's chest, causing him to fall like a ragdoll while Van Thon landed softly. It's true that fighting paper-thin guys makes guns the easiest option. That teleportation mage's eyes were as big as saucers, damn it. You knew how to use a gun, and you even pretended to attack with a spear before switching to a gun. You're also too sneaky. Vanthan didn't have time to argue with him. When it comes to sneakiness, which side is worse than the other? He forcefully stomped the ground to gain momentum, and then leapt into the air. Vanthan used a double combo of the Divine Hammermaster skills, Rapid Draw and Berserk Strike. The bullets kept flying rapidly, causing the mages to panic and flee. Even the key figures couldn't react in time, and the dense barrage of shots from Vanthan made it impossible for them to dodge them all. While he was still confused, Quach Phi Than's sharp weapon was pressed against his neck. The young man must still be upset about nearly dying earlier, so as soon as he caught this mage, he didn't hesitate to press the blade close to his neck. Kid, I finally caught you. With such easy access, it seems your focus was all on Van K's gunfire. The team leader, seeing his ace captured, was panic-stricken, but there's still hope. He hurriedly ordered his team members to deploy a support formation for the teleportation mage and created a large shield himself. But this little amount of energy was nothing compared to the warrior Nico of Silver Moon. She lunged forward and delivered a stunning slash to her opponent. He also fell from above onto the platform right in front of Vanthan's feet. The sound is incredibly haunting. Do you want to continue? Vanthan pulls out his gun to question his opponent. That guy's not stupid enough to want more trouble. The situation has been decided. He can only accept defeat. The host immediately announced that Zhang Dai had successfully leveled up and advanced directly into the top 5, then arrogantly returned to the lounge. This time they struggled a bit, but it made the victory even more glorious. The Thandai students sitting in the stands could only cry silently. They had hoped that Kanchao University could crush Vanthan, but the more they hoped, the more disappointed they became. It seems that someone will still be a long way off before defeating Vanthan. The Zhang University team returns to the lounge, while Nico Lam Hu Huk and Quach Phi Tan are happily chatting about the recent match. Only Diep Tan Lin and Ton Kang Triu still sit silently in the corner, sighing one after another. Winning is winning, but the feeling is truly uncomfortable. Anyway, we're still in the top 10 strongest students of the class, but in the recent matches, we couldn't even find a hint of our presence. Who asked Van Ka to be so powerful? Lying around and still winning isn't too bad either. It's like we're just relaxing and still taking the championship. Ton Kang Triu chose his words carefully to comfort Diep Tan Lin. But Vanthan had overheard every word. Who said I was going to let you two just sit back? The next match you will be the main force. As Vanthan finished speaking, Ton Kang Triu and Diep Tan Lin's eyes lit up simultaneously. Really, Van Ka, are we really going to be the main force? GI. The break time is over, and they are entering the first official semi-final match. This time, Zhang Dai has to face the team from Victory University. This team is considered the most brutal, terrifying, and bizarre in the history of the freshman exchange tournament. Because all of their members are bloodline monsters and their captain is also one of Vanthan's old rivals, the Three Harmonies. Honestly, their team's looks are just too stunning to handle. The whispers of body shaming the winning team echoed above. There's nothing we can do. No one wants to look like that, especially since their elders forced them into it. The reason for this incident dates back to 17 years ago, when some players acted alone for fun before the mutation occurred. One by one, they chose the monster race of Earth spirits, then the Magma people, and some even chose the Undead clan. As a result, after the game merged with reality, they truly became monsters. This is why their children now look neither fully human nor fully demon. Before the match even started, a winning team member honestly warned Ba Huatung that Vanthan's weapon is specifically designed to counter the Dragon Clan. Ba Huatung naturally knew that. He had just been beaten up yesterday, and today his body was still trembling. So what if that's the case? Ba Huatung suddenly shouted loudly, perhaps out of frustration or to boost his team's morale. Have you forgotten what we have endured over the past few years? It's because of our ugly appearance and bloodline of a different race that we have faced prejudice and humiliation since we were young. What Ba Huatung said is not wrong. They did nothing wrong. The fault lies in the irresponsible joy-seeking of their elders. They were originally supposed to be humans, but from childhood to adulthood, they were humiliated at will by humans. The Three Harmonies have nurtured a desire for revenge since they were young, which is why they willingly sacrificed themselves to follow the Black Dragon and completely became monsters. Now standing in front of him are the top 7 university elites, and he is even more eager to crush them underfoot. The members of the Thandai team all have monster bloodlines, so they are very arrogant. Ba Huatung's words immediately boosted their fighting spirit to new heights, with each one brimming with ambition to annihilate the enemy. Vanthan really hates this team because they are both annoying and pitiful, but he also reminded his team members that they must not slack off even for a moment in this match. Under the command of the Three Harmonizers, the winning team charged forward together, caring only about defeating their opponents, regardless of the outcome. Meanwhile, Van Than also instructed his team members to form a solid defensive line. Everyone is showing off their skills to protect the backline, which in this match is guarded by Diep Tan Lin and Ton Kang Trio. Finally, they understood what it felt like to be the ace protected by the whole team, not just Vo Chi watching from the sidelines. Lam Hu Hook, seeing his teammates become complacent, couldn't help but scold them. "What are you so proud of? Hurry up and make your move." Vanka called you the main force because the mage can counter monsters and the summoned beasts can share the burden of defense, not so you can enjoy being protected. Tonkang Trio hurriedly summoned his treasures after being scolded in a fight. You also have summoning contracts with quite a few high-level magical beasts like Earth Element, Deadwood Tree, Rock Giant, or Forest Beast. Over here, Diep Tan Lin is not relaxing either. She begins to cast a spell to enhance the summoning beast of Zun Kang Jiao. This combination unleashes a devastating, powerful attack, pushing the winning team back. The shout echoed throughout the arena, and even the deans and vice principals nodded in agreement. The Taoist is a profession that can fight, control, and support at the same time. The burst skill is also powerful enough to counter evil monsters. It's just a pity that its drawback is the short casting distance and the long cooldown time. Van Than is the captain and also a tactician, so of course he understands this. That's probably why he let Diep Tan Lin stay still to defend. The strategy isn't bad, it's just one of many reasons. Diep Un Phuc watched his student intently. He knows that Van Than's combat strength isn't necessarily weaker than Diep Tan Lin's, so he probably did that to reduce his teammates' chances of getting hurt and to give them a chance to show off. This kid really is warm inside, but cold outside. Under the arena, Diep Tan Lin and Ton Kang Tru worked together seamlessly, fighting more fiercely with each passing moment. The three Huateng were beaten so badly they couldn't lift their heads, lying flat on the ground, utterly unwilling to accept another defeat. Van Than slowly approached him. He had never experienced their pain and didn't want to preach any moral lessons, but Van Than truly wanted to enlighten these thoughtless fools. What you should retaliate against are those who mock and discriminate against you, not innocent people. That is the true choice humans should make. Ba Huateng looked extremely distressed. It turns out that from beginning to end, Van Than has always regarded him as a real person, but he himself is unaware of right and wrong, and his unjustified anger is directed at someone innocent. Ba Huatung suddenly understood everything and accepted defeat wholeheartedly. Jiangnan University won another match. And Van Than's words to Ba Huatung made many viewers think that useless Tan Han was always cold but unexpectedly knew how to consider right and wrong. Ever since we faced the giants on the field, we've always seen them as monsters. Compared to that useless guy, we're really far behind. Through this event, Van Than's image in the eyes of the audience has improved a lot, even among the fans of Than Dai team. The matches are happening very quickly, and the team competition has entered the final round. In this match, Jiang Dai will face the home team from Than Van University. Ning Tuan led his team, full of fighting spirit, into the arena. Their team consists of 2 heavy warriors, 2 summoners, a guardian knight, a priest, and a healer. The audience in the stands started criticizing this team composition as too foolish and began whispering about Than Dai's last-minute substitutions before the match. Everyone was reluctant to say it outright, but almost everyone could see that this change was clearly aimed at Jiang Dai. Even Than Dai students could vaguely sense something, but they could only encourage each other that their school probably wasn't that despicable. The match has just begun, and Non Tuan Dat has ordered the formation to be set up for defense. The 2 heavy soldiers and the guardian knight form a solid line of defense in front. The bishop then cast healing effects on everyone, while Nin Tuan summoned another summoner behind him and began to use contract summoning. Just like in his personal battle with Van Than, a bunch of monsters were summoned once again. Faced with this situation, many people were left stunned. 3 defenders plus the buffed priest, along with 2 summoners summoning a bunch of disgusting monsters. This really is an absolute defense. On this side, Van Than has also completed setting up the formation, and coincidentally, their formation is also a defensive one. Shen Tai Nian Nai stands at the front. Quach Phi Than and Lam Hu Hook protect Ton Kang Trio, summoning a bunch of monsters, with Diep Tan Lin and Van Than standing behind them. You are using a series of skills from various classes, and Diep Tan Lin is desperately buffing you and your teammates. Van Than now seems to have awakened to a different state. If the opponent has brought out their strongest shield, then of course we must use our strongest spear to counterattack. Vice Principal Chu in the waiting room begins to wonder. Old Master Diep, your little rogue is the last one standing and is using close combat weapons while crazily stacking effects. What exactly is he trying to do? Diep Un Phuc calmly replied that Van Than had his own plans, but in truth he was also quite worried because he had never seen a strategy like this before. But then another principal suddenly thought of something. a common low-level skill that can give any profession long-range combat ability. At this moment, Nin Tuan also realized something was off. He didn't expect Van Thon to be bold enough to use a skill like this in one go. Nin Tuan quickly ordered his team members to summon all their summoned beasts to block the attack and to use their strongest defensive skills. Just as they finished reorganizing, Van Thon had already gathered enough power to transform the large spear in his hand. Van Thon shouted loudly. According to him, the spear was launched using a common skill called launch. It pierced through Thandai's first defense and continued rushing forward, causing Nin Tuan's team members to panic. But in this situation, they no longer have time to react. Van Thon's spear tore through the wind, destroying the defenses that Thandai had painstakingly set up. Their formation was shattered and scattered, not completely wiped out, but struggling to hold on. Nin Tuan looked up and laughed loudly. Van Thon, I didn't expect you to go all in like this. Now that you have no weapons and my team is still intact, what do you have to fight us? Nin Tuan suddenly jerked forward with full confidence, but at that moment, Van Thon simultaneously used his two innate abilities, the spell of the non-physical staff and the sorcerer's hand. A large hand emerged from the ground, grabbing a regular staff and throwing it back at him. Van Thon looks smug and says, "Who said I went all in? Isn't there a second move coming soon?" Nin Tuan was hit like a slap to the face, feeling a sharp pain. The audience in the stands was also stunned by the shock. The biggest flaw of the throwing skill Van Thon used is that once the weapon is thrown, it's very hard to retrieve. But Van Thon managed to pick it up again with a mage's technique, which is truly savage. In the waiting room, the principal started to think. He was right. Van Thon indeed used the throwing skill, but this move had no effect other than throwing the weapon away. In the end, what did Van Thon use it for? Because it was not just an ordinary throw. Deep Anfuk calmly explains that his talent allows him to upgrade skills to 3 qualities, which is why his previous throw was so powerful, and Van Thon is now preparing to strike a second time. Tuan was already in a terrible state. He ordered his team members not to let Van Thon attack again, or they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The mage quickly used his long-range skill to block his attack. The mages of Thandai immediately used the Broken Rock skill, unleashing a barrage of falling stones. But of course, they couldn't touch Van Thon because Nico's team was not there to just watch. Don't even think about touching a single hair on the captain's head. With the support of his teammates, Van Thon's attack is launched once again. The Thandai team saw that and quickly ran for their lives. What formation do they have now? If he gets hit by this move again, he might as well give up. After this spear throw, the armor formation that Nin Tuan painstakingly arranged has officially fallen apart. Now is the time for the Thantai Nian team to show their strength. The Zhangdai team charges forward wildly, stabbing and beating their opponents. Ninkei, just admit defeat quickly, we can't hold out anymore. The team competition is over here, I accept. Before the word defeat even left his mouth, Nin Tuan was already silenced by Van Thon. What are you doing? Do you want to admit defeat? It's a shame the referee didn't hear that. Van Thon replied in front of him, and his 6 teammates quickly gathered around. Now, only Nin Tuan of Thandai team remains. Van Thon keeps his mouth shut to prevent him from giving up, obviously wanting his teammates to vent their anger. Nin Tuan is like a piece of meat on a plate, helpless but unable to stop Zhangdai's group from taking their anger out on him. Thandai, you dare to exploit the home advantage to set up this dirty play, and even use reporters to bully others thinking you're invincible? Nin Tuan quickly turned into a punching bag, letting Van Thon's team beat him without resistance. In the stands, Then University students started to leave one after another, unable to watch their captain, Nin Tuan being beaten while lying on the ground. The referee could no longer stand by and watch. Nin Tuan has lost his ability to fight. The match is over. Stop now. Jiang University's team isn't satisfied yet, but the referee has spoken, so they have no choice but to respect it. Nin Tuan was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and battered. Thanvan University's reputation is completely ruined this time. Jiangnan University won first place in the team competition. On the podium, a figure appears, still that mysterious red-shirted guy. He observed the situation carefully, then a strange smile appeared on his face. It's finally starting. After the match ended, Nin Tuan sat silently like a statue in the waiting room, with team members looking at him with expressions of deep concern. Since the end of the competition, Ningxia hasn't said a word, probably not beaten to the point of losing his mind, right? Vice Principal Chu isn't in a very good mood either. He had long suspected that his students wouldn't do well, so he secretly arranged for Nin Tuan's group to make it to the finals to meet Zhang Dai. Now, at worst, they would take second place, and their top 5 position was basically secured. Hurry up and pull yourself together. Nin Tuan gnashed his teeth. Although he kept his ranking, his dignity had already been crushed by Van Thon. He swears that one day he will come to Van Thon's door and crush him underfoot. Meanwhile, in the waiting room of Jiangnam University, laughter and chatter continue non-stop. Everyone was pleased because they had vented their anger. Maybe now the news about Nin Tuan Dat being beaten down by them is trending, and his reputation as a big shot is completely gone. Deepan Phuk was also very pleased with his students. They had secured first place in 2 rounds, and this achievement was enough to guarantee the championship. Therefore, Principal Diep told them not to feel too much pressure in the final survival round. This competition takes place in an abandoned city in Tanvan province. That place was once a wealthy city, but 60 years ago a crack suddenly appeared, corroded by dark energy, and almost all the residents below level 6 in the city perished. The lucky survivors all left. Over time, the plants in the city grew wildly, and more monsters invaded to settle, eventually giving rise to some geniuses and treasures. Now the dark energy here has been purified by the priest. Thendai also defeated the powerful monsters, leaving only a portion for the newcomers to fight over. The resources collected by the contestants do not need to be submitted. Whoever gets it, it's cursed. The students' eyes lit up as soon as they heard this. I heard that even A+ level genius treasures can be found in the survival circle. Getting them would really be a huge gain. Is there any ghost grass inside? Van Than wondered. Han grass is an important ingredient for the awakening potion. Your younger sister Van Duong has reached the age to awaken her talent. There are awakening medicines that can help the girl gain better talent. Deep Anfuk has already sent people to investigate. There are at least 15 A-grade local treasures and 3 A+ grade ones in that city, and the soul grass is one of them. After hearing this, Van Than was filled with determination. For the future of his sister, he must get that thing no matter what. The next day, the teams prepared to enter the survival round, where all 20 members would participate. The ranking is based on the total value of resources the team has acquired, meaning they must face not only monsters, but also competitors from other academies. Assistant Lei gave the students a wooden badge called a battle record, which contained a small teleportation array. When in danger, crushing it would allow withdrawal, but it also meant forfeiting the competition. Assistant Lei is a bit worried and keeps reminding the students to definitely protect their lives. Don't worry, Lei, everyone is mentally prepared. Luckily, Van Ka led twice, so we won the championship without much effort. This time, our main goal is to find the enemy spirit grass so Vanka's sister can awaken her good talent. Everyone, use 3 signal shots. That's the most important. It's the signal that you found the soul grass. Van Than was a bit surprised to see that his teammates already knew his entire plan. It turns out Nico announced to the team that the champion was already decided. Anyway, thanks to Van Than's great contribution, everyone wanted to lend a hand to help him. The instructions are complete, and the group of 20 people has been teleported to the abandoned city. As soon as they land, Van Than looks around. This place is truly desolate. It's hard to imagine it was once a bustling city. In this survival circle, each contestant is randomly teleported to different locations. He hesitated for a moment, deciding it was better to focus on regrouping with his team first and then take the high ground for a better view. As he ran a few steps, Van Than was suddenly attacked by a demon bird. He immediately used fireball magic to summon it. The beast was thrown several meters away, but the commotion attracted many other nearby monsters. They all charged at Van Than as their target, so he used his scream skill, causing enemies with much lower attributes than him to fall into fear. Sure enough, the monsters didn't dare take another step forward. Van Than took the opportunity to run away. There's no time to waste with these guys. He found a high place and used the eagle eye skill to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, Vanshin saw a group of more than 10 people. At first, he thought they had gathered from some academy, but upon closer inspection, he realized their uniforms were not uniform, indicating they were from multiple academies. Suddenly, 3 flares appeared in the sky. They had exchanged signals beforehand, 1 to confirm their position, 2 to request support, and these 3 meant they had found the enemy's trail. Van Than hurriedly jumped down from where he was standing. These 3 flares might not be good news, because they also reveal our position and make it easier for the enemy to find us. Your teammate must also understand the situation. Van Than fears something unexpected has happened, so he uses his wind pursuit skill to chase after the 3 signal flares with the fastest speed. At the signal point, a 3-headed snake demon is lying still beside a deadly plant. She sent out this signal, feeling she couldn't fight it at all, only staying behind because Van Than needed that deadly plant. Suddenly, footsteps came from afar, and she felt both relief and worry. If it was Van Than or other team members, that would be good. If it was enemies from a normal academy, they might just barely hold their ground. But when she opened her eyes to look, the scene before her terrified her, and she was scared to death. Why are there so many people? She quickly realized that these people did not come from the same school. Everyone's faces looked very fierce. "That bastard, stop hiding! I can smell you!" Acting so arrogantly with signals, but I guess only Jiang Da ignores the survival round results. She knew she couldn't run anymore, so she forced herself to stay calm, revealed herself, and raised her scepter, ready to fight back. "Knowing I am from Jiangdai but still daring to come here, let me tell you, Vanka is on her way. If you don't want to die, get out." The crowd laughed happily. Van Than is indeed powerful, but they brought too many people, and the leader was even more arrogant. He admitted that ordinary schools like theirs couldn't compete with the top 7 universities, but with such a large number of people, what was there to fear? Moreover, before it started, 55 universities from Daecha had agreed to form an academy alliance with a total of 1,100 students participating. They wanted to dominate and eliminate the elite students from the top 7 schools, then freely seize the spoils and share them among themselves. These people are already many, but according to the leader, there are still hundreds more on their way. Once everyone is gathered, Muandi, not to mention Van Thon, even if your entire Jiangda team comes, we will crush you all. While he was still arrogant, suddenly a commotion came from behind and several people were knocked back by a terrifying force. Van Thon proudly stepped forward with his spear, each step exuding unstoppable momentum. "Who do you say you want to crush?" That girl was so happy to see Van Han that she almost cried. "Brother Van has finally arrived. We're saved. We're saved." The students from the Alliance Academy are a bit cautious, because Van Than is even more intimidating in person than in the video. The fireball spell you just used was too over the top. In one shot, it blew away more than 10 of them. Only the leader, Von Li Niu Chao, remained. He still firmly believed that with the most people, he would definitely win. Each of us spitting on him would be enough to kill him. He's just a useless little nobody. What is he afraid of? Van Than is not afraid at all. If they rely on their numbers, then I want to see which fool dares to come here and die first. Van Than planted his weapon into the ground to steady himself, then threw back his head and used the same aggressive skill as before against the monsters. As expected, those common students fell like dominoes, and the leader also started to panic, constantly shouting not to be afraid. But inside, he also started to tremble. "Don't be arrogant. It's just a basic soldier skill. How could it make us nervous?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Van Than pressing his face close. "What are you saying?" This expression and aura are truly terrifying. The bastard was so scared, he immediately curled up and ran away. "Hey, please don't kill me. Big brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The leader has fallen, and the Alliance Academy has collapsed immediately, with everyone running for their lives. They wouldn't dare to attack a monster like Van Than, which I find a bit disappointing. I thought the enemy would be more arrogant, but it turns out they don't even have the guts to fight back. Ultimately, they're just a bunch of cowards. You step closer to your teammate and softly say, "Thank you for helping me keep watch over the enemy's soul. Now it's safe." She also feels very happy. Just being alive is enough. The situation was observed by several elders just now. Diepan Phúc chuckled heartily, thinking he would witness a fierce battle, but Van Than Dao had already handled it cleanly without a drop of blood, though not everyone was as lucky. Anyway, the gathering team of over 100 people is really not easy to mess with. Currently, more than a dozen members from the top 7 academies have been defeated and eliminated from the competition. The principals also seemed quite dissatisfied, and it looks like next year the rules will need to be tightened. Diepan Phúc was a bit worried about protecting the contestants. In this regard, Vice Principal Chu of Thandai was extremely proud. Outside, Thandai had set up a barrier covering the entire abandoned city. Even a single monster outside the city cannot get in. There are also several patrol airships in the sky, each with guards and many judges hiding in the shadows inside the city. They are the last line of defense to protect the students' lives. Meanwhile, Van Than is busy fighting the 3-headed dragon, but he didn't have to put in much effort. Just a few strikes, and it was gone. He picked the soul plant and then reminded his teammates to send a signal for everyone to gather. The girl immediately shot a flare into the sky. The Thendai group also saw this signal. They had originally planned to gather at the first support signal point to encircle. But, unexpectedly, Van Thon arrived here first. "Ningxia, are we still surrounding them? Do we really have to fight that bastard?" Nin Tuandat obviously no longer dares to fight Van Thon. He snorted coldly and then led his team away. But the Thendai students suddenly realized something was wrong, specifically that a member named Li Tuan was missing. He was just here, so where did he go? Are you peeing or what? To these people, only Nin Tuandat is the leader. Li Tuan voluntarily left the team, and they didn't have the energy to care, so they all started to leave as well. But Li Tuan silently walked alone toward a dilapidated building. In his eyes, Van Than is the same as Nin Tuan Dat. Than Dai or Jiang Dai are just dust. As long as the master descends, you all must die. He pushed open the heavy door of the tower and stepped inside, approaching an old, broken statue. Supreme Master, I am here. Please look upon me. I offer everything to you, including my life. He collapsed into a pool of fresh blood while activating the dark secret technique called Sacrifice Gate. The fresh blood flows backward, all merging into that statue. A stream of blood-red light shoots back into the sky from the tower. Suddenly, many black clouds appear over the city. The monster horde becomes extremely aggressive after encountering this smoke, their fighting strength seeming to increase several times. The principals are all on a hovering aircraft above, observing their students. The live monitor feed has just lost connection, and the barrier around the city is also experiencing issues. Everyone was still panicking when someone suddenly shouted, "Don't look at the screen anymore. Look straight out the window. Something big is happening." Deep Anfuk and everyone hurried to the airplane window. Vice Principal Chu was shocked because the city was engulfed in the aura of the dark world. Deep Anfuk is worried that there may be a rift in the city, and not just one. This aura could weaken human combat ability and corrode equipment. Moreover, it causes the demonic creatures to become more violent. Without even thinking, you know the students below are in danger. Vice Principal Chu immediately ordered to forcibly open the barrier so their spaceship could enter, and used a secret technique to quickly inform the judges to protect the students, ensuring no large-scale casualties occurred. Diep Anfuk's eyebrows furrowed tightly. For the Dark World's Demon Lord, the essence of the Demon Lord is the greatest insult. And Van Than possesses this very thing. Right now, there is a barrier surrounding that abandoned city, and he only regrets not being able to teleport directly inside to protect the students. Meanwhile, Vanshan is leisurely chatting with his teammates. The two are waiting for their teammates to arrive, but Van Than suddenly senses something strange, like a dark aura. Obviously, Principal Diep said that the dark aura here had long been purified by the priest, so why do I still feel that presence? Just then, Nico's group arrived, and seeing Van Than, they cheered with joy, but before they could celebrate, a black whirlwind swept in from behind. Lam Hu Huk and Nico turned around, their faces showing a clear question mark. What is that? Now Van Than no longer hesitated, quickly grabbing his spear and rushing forward. That must be the aura of darkness. Don't let it get on you. Come over here quickly. Nico's group hurriedly ran towards Van Than. After all, they hadn't fought much before, only hearing about the aura of darkness from elders in their family. From within the raging black tornado, countless monsters appeared. The students, facing this terrifying scene for the first time, were frightened, but Van Than took the lead and charged forward using fireball magic, helping them gradually calm down and start fighting back with their own skills. But the corrosive power of the dark aura was too great. Even elite fighters like Nico were thrown back, her precious equipment slipping from her hands and her clothes being corroded. Nico lay sprawled on the ground as the black smoke drew even closer. In the midst of the urgency, she was tightly wrapped by vines and thrown backward. Van Than quickly saved Nico and carefully covered her with her own coat. The remaining surviving team members finally gathered together, but now they must face the survival challenge together. Van Than transformed his weapon and used the healer's purification skill to counter the dark aura. At this moment, an urgent announcement is made from the spaceship, ordering all students to immediately abandon the competition and leave the arena. Van Than quickly reminds his team members to use their wooden cards to leave. Since your purification skill won't last much longer, everyone listens to Van Than and crushes their cards to leave. Only you and Nico remain, and Nico is now extremely panicked. Why is my card not reacting? Nico is extremely panicked. She clearly used all her strength to crush the card just now. Van Than believes her card has been corroded by a faint aura of darkness, causing the teleportation array inside to malfunction. You didn't hesitate and immediately handed your card to her. Nico took it, but still looked uncertain. And what about you? I have my own way. You go ahead. This is an order from the team leader. Nico tearfully nodded, but given her strength, staying now would only add to Van Than's burden. All right, then stay safe and be careful. Nico decisively crushed the card in his hand and disappeared, leaving Van Than alone. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause from the side. It's that strange man in red again? But in fact, this was the first time Van Than officially met him. The stranger spoke sarcastically. Truly a responsible captain, wasting effort for his team members. Van Than cast a cold look at the opponent, and although it was their first encounter, he vaguely remembered this man. He was one of the judges who had overseen his individual match the day before. but Van Thon didn't know why he was here now. The man quickly waved his hand and explained that he was here to secretly protect you. Because exceptional students like Van Thon are subjects that need special care and absolutely must not encounter any unforeseen incidents. Let's go, I'll take you to a safe place. At this moment, Principal Diepanfuk also teleported to the location, but there was no longer any kid here. He initially thought they had all used their magic cards to leave, but traces of 3 magic disturbances remained in the space. Diepanfuk cautiously observes his surroundings. Space teleportation involves powerful magic that can bypass distances and makes traces very difficult to track. If he's taken too far away, it will be hard to find him. The place Van Thon was brought to is extremely strange. As soon as he landed, he realized this place wasn't in the abandoned city, but it also seemed to be a location that had been corroded by dark aura a few years ago. Such a place is definitely not safe. Van Thon focused intensely as the man also appeared, rushing down from above, but Van Thon reacted quickly and dodged to the side. That stranger seems very excited. This place has been corroded by aura for a long time, so your senses should be very sluggish. How can he still detect my attack? He looked up at the young man in front of him, surprised, and let out a gasp. Van Thon has now entered a different state thanks to the dark sleep talent effect. The experience gained with the Dean is not just for show. Sorry, but I can't provide that translation. No wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out the talent you received from the Demon Lord's essence is this. The man was unfazed, a second-tier space mage at level 38. He saw no threat in the young Van Thon. That stranger stomped his foot, leapt into the air, and simultaneously used the 2 skills of Spatial Advantage and Forbidden Spellstaff. Van Thon only vaguely saw the space bend, making it very difficult to trace the trail. It really was an invisible attack. But Van Thon's strength is not to be underestimated. Just as the danger was about to hit, he activated his Divine Point skill and narrowly escaped death. Behind the spot where Van Thon just stood, a tremendous force struck, leaving a deep cross-shaped gash on the rock. If you had been hit earlier, your body would probably have been cut into 4 pieces. The man was even more intrigued. Oh, what kind of skill is this? Its effect is similar to my space-shifting magic. It must be divine level, right? But he's not afraid because Van Thon's level is still low, and using divine level skills would consume a lot of energy. He thinks you probably won't be able to use it many times, so he launches another fierce attack. Van Thon threw dozens of fireballs, but they were all directly pierced through by those attacks. The strange man laughed triumphantly. This is the greatest advantage of space magic. It can tear apart space, and nothing can stop it. Just die quietly. Van Thon clenched his teeth, beginning to feel anxious. Just as he said, you can't use divine points too much now. Van Thon can only rely on the opponent's movements and his divine eye to barely guess the direction of his attacks. But indeed, your opponent's attacks were relentless. And in the end, Van Thon was hit, his body feeling heavy and painful as if weighed down by lead. Yet you only landed 1 hit. You are truly outstanding, enough to be called a strategic reserve talent of the Huiyan Long Nation. The opponent honestly praised you a few words, but also didn't forget to flaunt his own talent. His space mage profession is the rarest hidden profession in the world, and anyone who possesses it is a strategic talent for the nation. In his eyes, Van Thon's abilities are just trivial skills not worth mentioning. Van Thon kept getting hit. This move was even more brutal than the previous one. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with pure hatred. I can't accept this, but despite that, Van Shin still collapsed into a pool of blood. Seeing that he was unable to fight, the opponent eagerly rushed in. He wanted to take Van Thon's head back for a reward, but what the reward was would be revealed later. All I know is that when he closed in on Van Thon, the boy used his fire flame power to punch him straight in the stomach. The opponent also spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in pain. You damn kid, pretending to be dead. The man was knocked several meters away, his clothes torn to shreds and a dent forming on his stomach. Fine. In retaliation, I will make sure you die in pieces. Van Thon expressionless, staring intently at the opponent, his body fully healed thanks to the supernatural regeneration ability. Now, Van Thon has also activated his Dark Knight Talisman talent, ready for a fierce battle. I am really looking forward to that. The maniac was shouting non-stop, demanding to tear Van Thon to pieces. Van Thon also knew this was not an easy bet. This guy's level was too high. He couldn't kill him just with the Fire Flame Fist, and the cooldown of his supernatural self-healing skill was very long. Earlier, you faked death to hit your opponent, using it once before. Moreover, his space magic can bypass distance and defenses, so if hit, you die instantly and can't fight back. Any of his skills against Van Thon are too powerful and deadly. He knows he can't fight for long, nor can he defend and counterattack, so he must win quickly to have a chance to survive. Vanthan immediately summoned many fireballs, but they were all blocked by that bastard. He then summoned large vines, but they were cut apart by his space manipulation skill. Taking advantage of the enemy being busy, Vanthan used the assassin's mind-penetrating skill to attack. The guy responded by bending space, preventing Vanthan's weapons from reaching him. At this moment, Vanthan suddenly disappeared in front of him. Another Vanthan appeared from above behind, charging down with a spear. Clearly, he was using his familiar split identity skill. But that man was even more cunning than he had thought. He had already sensed Vanthan's true body's mana. This surprise attack also failed. Vanthan gritted his teeth and clenched his jaw, clearly having carefully calculated his attack angle to trap him in a corner, yet he still fell into the trap. Seeing the opponent about to finish him off, Vanthan had no choice but to activate his S+ level ultimate skill. It shields you from all damage and control effects for 3 seconds. The man was knocked back, cursing under his breath. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to possess so many strange skills. Taking advantage of this, Vanthan unleashed a terrifying slash. That bastard quickly used his space-time skill again, like teleportation, and was instantly moved to another place. That last situation was really dangerous. The man was panting heavily, almost cut by Vanthan. How many skills does this kid really have? Why does each one seem more twisted than the last? He was so lost in thought that he suddenly felt a killing intent from behind. It was Vanthan catching up, and this bastard quickly crossed space once again. Vanthan got annoyed and said, "Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Otherwise, how come he always dodges perfectly?" But you don't have much time to think. Vanshin uses divine points to chase after the opponent, but despite several attempts, he never hits, and his body begins to weaken. Only then does the arrogant man cross space to stand before him, repeatedly using divine-level skills. Your stamina has finally reached its limit, hasn't it? Seeing that Vanthan is no longer a match for him, he playfully wants to reveal a little secret to him. Do you find it strange that I can always guess your position? You don't need to tell me, I already know. Vanthan wiped the sweat from his face, realizing that perhaps the opponent had deliberately placed a magic seal on him beforehand. At first, he found it strange that in such a deserted city, he was always cautious of monsters or followers when moving around. But he was able to find you, even right after Nico left. But thinking about how he once acted as a referee in my match, Vanthan felt that the truth was now clear before his eyes. When you won your first individual match, he grabbed your wrist. That was probably when the magic seal was cast. If it weren't for that, you would have been cut to pieces long ago. Of course, this doesn't change the fact that you failed. You arrogant kid, so what if you realize? You can't use divine skills anymore. What right do you have to fight me now? Are you still trying to attack? Haven't you noticed you're standing on something? The man finally looked down in horror, realizing it was a timed bomb Vanthan had secretly set during their game of chase. Damn it, he had set a trap for me. The one blown to pieces was that bastard. Vanthan was a bit disappointed that he still hadn't died. If he's just an ordinary paper-blood mage, that would be enough to sell salt already. Unfortunately, this guy's level is too high and his skin too thick. However, this was also part of your eldest brother's plan. Vanthan took a run-up, sword in hand, and the bastard immediately recognized what he was about to do. He hurriedly activated his space-time travel skill to escape again, but at this moment, he found himself unable to move. That was the effect of the Dark Knight's silver ability. That bastard was so scared he was sweating all over. He never would have imagined that Vanthan could inherit all the bloodline talents of the Black Dusk Empress. My level is low, so Dachi Dong can only freeze 1 second of your time, but that 1 second is more than enough. Vanthan gathers his strength and throws the spear in his hand. The sharp weapon shoots forward like a bullet hitting the opponent. The moment he fell, a pile of items spilled out, which means that bastard has already gone to sell salt. Vanthan, also exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Looking at the pile of spoils in front of him, he was very satisfied. Vanthan secretly hopes that among them there will be a basic skill of the space mage. Exhausted, Vanthan sat down on the ground, catching his breath for a long time, having just barely won using all his tricks. That bastard is indeed a dangerous enemy, but unfortunately, I still don't know where I am or what his true goal is. If he left a mark on me earlier and went through the trouble of teleporting me to this desolate place, then this must be a carefully planned scheme from the start. The more Vanthan thought about it, the more headache he got, so he decided to pick up the loot first. Sure enough, among the items dropped by that man was a skill book of a space mage. Unfortunately, all the high-level skills are useless to Vanshin. He hesitated for a long time before finally discovering a basic skill, Dimensional Tear. Vanthan was excited. This skill isn't bad, but the space rift could be a bit larger. After his talent level up, the skill's quality might also improve significantly. With good items in hand, Van Shen immediately stashed them in his bag. The remaining equipment was also all good gear, but unfortunately Van Shen wasn't high enough level to equip them, and there were many valuable materials he collected, all of which he kept. In the end, only a black feather was left. Van Thin didn't know what this was for. It had no attributes, and his appraisal spell couldn't reveal any other information. While he was still admiring it, a whirlwind suddenly appeared beside him, making him think an enemy was attacking. Luckily, the person emerging from that tornado was Diep An Phúc. Seeing that Van Than was still unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "I didn't expect there to be an internal seal in the academy. I'm here to help you." As Diep An Phúc finished speaking, he saw the pile of debris on the ground pierced by Van Than's weapon. He was extremely stunned. This is a level 38 second-tier spatial mage. How could the young Van Than still manage to succeed against such a tough opponent? "He just happened to be careless and didn't dodge, sir," Van Than modestly explained before handing over the feather for Diep An Phúc to examine. He recognized this symbol at a glance. "It's the mark of the fallen organization." Diep An Phúc muttered, "Just as I thought, and Van Than here still doesn't understand a thing." "You're hearing about that organization for the first time." Diep An Phúc briefly explained that it's a group of traitors who have joined the dark world. They hate this world. Instead, worship and always hope for darkness to descend. The chaos in this competition was also caused by them. That student Than Dai has joined the fallen organization. He used self-sacrifice to create a gap connecting to the dark world. The aura of darkness also seeped in, causing chaos in the tournament and resulting in heavy casualties. Van Than remembered what the man had said earlier. No wonder he wanted to take his head in exchange for a reward. "It seems that because you possess the essence of the Demon Lord, the dark world has targeted you." Since the opponent probably can't directly cross space to reach here, they had no choice but to send their subordinates. At this moment, Diep An Phúc once again unleashes a tornado to take Van Than home. When he was fighting the enemy earlier, the barrier surrounding the abandoned city was also activated. Many strong fighters from various academies joined the battle, causing the situation to change rapidly. The monsters that were frantically hunting students are now being quickly eliminated. In just a few hours, the entire city has been thoroughly dealt with. And even if storms arise, the competition must have a final result. The organizers have canceled the records from the survival round. They combined the scores from the individual and team events to rank. Nothing else, Jiangnan University took the top spot. But due to the recent events and the losses in the survival round, no one could be happy. The participating students suffered heavy casualties, while the organizing committee arrived in high spirits. That made everyone realize at the same time that peace might be coming to an end. After the match, the school officials gathered together in Tandai's conference room. The meeting was chaired by Suo Tianha, a government official from the Ministry of Defense. In this survival competition, 328 students lost their lives, and another 296 were injured, all of whom were top talents from various universities, suffering extremely severe injuries. Vice Principal Chu of Than University was so furious his hair stood on end. He never expected that among the students there would be someone from the Zhonglam Tra organization sneaking in. Luckily, his sacrifice only opened a tiny gap, or else the situation could have been much more serious. Weren't those crazy guys already eliminated 30 years ago? Why are they appearing again? Diep An Phúc is also very worried. They probably regrouped in secret and are developing quietly. 30 years really is a significant accumulation, but what he fears most is their true purpose. This time the organization is making a big move, and their goal can't be just for Van Than. At this moment, another director also spoke up after noticing something unusual during the fight. "I encountered a third-tier warrior who, pushed to the limit, used a high-level mage skill." As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room erupted. Could it be another unranked mage using a mage's skill? This opinion was quickly dismissed by everyone because that person used an advanced skill, while a non-official Tan Yan could only use basic skills. Could the legendary dual profession really exist? Suo Tianha had been silent all along, and now he finally spoke. This was originally a secret of the Ministry of Defense, but given the current situation, he thought it was better not to hide it anymore. Dual professions truly exist. The prerequisite to obtain them is something similar to the essence of the Demon Lord. For example, to acquire the skills of a war god, you need to obtain the essence of a war god. The main material for the essence of a war god is the heart of a fallen war god. A single heart can produce 5 images of the divine warrior essence. Using it allows for more attribute points and skill points to be gained each level up. Moreover, there is a significant chance to acquire the innate talent of a war god. If absorbed perfectly, one can also gain the original power of the war god and become a dual profession cultivator. So isn't it even stronger than the essence of the demon sovereign? Old Chu became anxious. Isn't it obvious? Deep Anfuk sighed heavily, although unwilling to admit it. The power from the dark world is always one level stronger than justice. It's not surprising that they possess more secret techniques, but there is one thing. So Tianha is very worried about right now. If they already have the essence of the war god, then what about the essence of the magic god, the fighting god, and the weapon god? If they use many of these, could triple, quadruple, or even quintuple fake professions appear. Furthermore, he increasingly suspected that the fake dual-class user was deliberately brought here. The main purpose was to let everyone know that fake dual-class users truly exist. Owning a dual profession doesn't just double your strength. Can the major clans resist its allure once they learn about it? Will humanity destroy itself because of this? If so, they haven't even fought the Dark World yet, and they've already lost. That is also why the Ministry of Defense always keeps this information secret, considering it classified. Once many people know about it, even the strongest warriors of the righteous world might choose to betray. In the end, So Tianha still had to make a final announcement that the righteous faction must stay vigilant and focus all their efforts on destroying the fallen organization. Back at Jiangnan University, Diep Anfuk was meeting with the team after returning as champions. Unfortunately, everyone's faces looked as dejected as soggy rice paper. Diep Anfuk knew these kids were full of worries, so he could only comfort them by presenting the rewards he had prepared earlier. Everyone who participated received 3,000 academic points, an A-level skill book, and 5 million in cash. And Von Shin, who made the greatest contribution, was promised a rare equipment, an ember potion, which Diep Anfuk had kept hidden for many years. Van Than's eyes lit up as he held it in his hand. This is truly a rare and valuable piece of equipment. Just the quality of this equipment alone, Van Than had never heard of before. Diep Anfuk explained that it is a one-of-a-kind item. It is made from many special materials, which is why it is called a rare quality. The main material of this demon blade is a rare mineral from the fiery realm with extremely high hardness, basically indestructible. Its sharpness is comparable to any diamond-quality dagger, and its properties are unique because the dark aura cannot harm it. Assistant Lee stood to the side, watching and unable to hide his surprise. This dagger, carefully kept by Dean Dieppe for 30 years and only brought out occasionally to show off, was now being given to Van Than without hesitation. This is both encouragement and a hope placed in you. Additionally, Van Than also received the reward from the school as promised earlier. You immediately gave her 1,000 study points and an A-grade treasure of heaven and earth for helping you find the soul-devouring grass. She was extremely shocked when she heard that. Vanka, I'm already very grateful to receive the reward from you. You don't need to give me so much. But Van Than still insisted on giving her that reward. The issue with the reward is settled, and then Assistant Lee mentioned he also wanted to discuss something with Van Shin about Van Dong's younger sister. Dean Dieppe has agreed to arrange a good school for Van Dong. Van Than also feels very grateful for this because in Jiangnan, the quality of education is not only among the top, but also a very safe place. The weekend is just 2 days away, and I plan to go back to Dongvan to pick up Van Dong here. But Assistant Lei said there's still more good news. The magical weapon in Van Than's hand was crafted by a master blacksmith in the school. During the competition, Van Than performed so brilliantly with it that the master was extremely excited and wanted to design a new multi-form weapon specifically for him, dedicated to the void reincarnation. Van Than was so happy that his eyes welled up with tears. Of course, he wouldn't pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That night, Von Shin returned to the dormitory. Not long after, he began to ponder. Van Than knew he was already targeted by the Lamb organization, and he didn't know what enemies he would face in the future, so he needed to become stronger quickly. He had already grasped the Principal Dieppe's gift, and now he just had to see the reward from the system's mission. This time, like before, it's an S-rank skill called Sure Hit. When used, Van Than's next attack will ignore dodge and environmental effects, guaranteed to hit the enemy and deal 300% damage. Van Than was amazed and said, "This skill is really too overpowered. If I had it, fighting that space mage, I could just shoot him dead in one shot." At this moment, there was a knocking at the door. It was the young maidservant of Dean Haquin Tan coming. Because Van Than performed well in the exam, she was very happy and especially sent the maid to bring a gift. This time, it's the fire seed of the underworld demon flame, which grows in the fiery realm of the dark world, and was obtained by Haquin Tan after killing the demon lord. If absorbed, it can increase affinity with the fire element and strengthen the power of fire-based skills. If absorbed perfectly, it could even grant immunity to fire attribute skills. Van Than happily accepted that Ha Quin Tun truly cares about her disciples. Little Yu reminded Van Shen that he couldn't absorb this directly and had to combine it with ice attribute herbs, which would slightly reduce its effectiveness but prevent harm to his body. But as she finished speaking, Van Shen swallowed the fire seed straight into his stomach. Immediately, Van Shen's body began to mutate. It's over. That maid is extremely panicked. If this continues, your body will be violently blown apart by malice. Let go, quickly. But it's too late now. Ma Diem has already penetrated her entire body. Just as the maid was in her most confused state, Van Than snapped his fingers again. The supernatural self-healing skill has returned you to normal. Van Than was panting heavily, and although he's safe now, the burning sensation just now was truly unbearable. What just happened? Is it over? Little Yu couldn't believe her eyes, while Van Than remained calm as if nothing had happened, even casually demonstrating his new skill for her to see. This demonic flame comes from a dark world and is very hard to extinguish, with a powerful soul-burning effect that is different from normal flames. That maid is truly being taken from one surprise to another. I can't believe Van Shen absorbed the Yuming demon flame directly without any additional ice herbs for support. Moreover, it seems like he has already fully absorbed it, as expected from Ha Qin Tun's favorite student. With nothing else to do, Xiao Yu simply left. The next day, Assistant Lei took Van Shen to the workshop of the master blacksmith, whose name was Mu Jiashu. As soon as he saw Van Than, Muk Jiathu couldn't stop smiling. He had watched Van Than's matches over and over dozens of times. The magical blade that breaks formations in your hand truly made Muk Jiathu proud. It turns out he has long been obsessed with researching multiform weapons, but was laughed at by colleagues as unrealistic. Who would need to use both a sword and a scepter? It was only when Van Than appeared that Mu Jiathu realized how meaningful his creation truly was. But at the same time, he realized that with Van Shen, relying only on the three-form weapon was not enough. This forge is the lifelong passion of Mu Jiashu. He allowed Van Than to choose freely, and everything here was high quality. After careful consideration of the pros and cons, Van Than finally set his sights on one item. This item is called the Strange Love, a terrifying sibling of the weapon Van Than is using, with one form as a sniper rifle and another as the Eastern Dragon Spear. Master Mu was even more excited when he saw Van Than choose this weapon. Could it be that he also knows how to use a sniper rifle? Yes, please take it out so I can see it. With the current weapon, what Van Than needs most is long-range damage capability, since he can't always rely on his powers to throw weapons, so using a gun is the right choice. Muk Jiathu also found this strange and terrifying weapon very impressive, because it could both attack from a distance and counterattack when pressed close. He took it out to test its two forms for Van Shen to see. Van Than considered for a moment and felt that having only two weapon forms was a bit too few. He wanted to add one more form to make it dual spears, and Muk Jiathu's eyes seemed to sense it. That's a good idea and not too difficult. Let's make it a bit more challenging. I hope the twin spears are one long and one short. Muk Jiathu seems to have found a soulmate. The old and young start discussing enthusiastically about modifying this weapon. Assistant Liqi stood to the side listening, when suddenly her phone buzzed with a new notification. Not yet known what it was, but judging by her shocked expression, it was definitely not good news. Meanwhile, Muk Jiathu and Van Than had finished their discussion. He gave you the terrifying cursed item to get used to using first. As for the modification, Mu Jiashu needs about a week to draw the new design. He even happily announced that when the product is finished, it will be discounted by up to 70% for Van Than. It was like finding gold, so the savings from this could be used for Van Duong later. Assistant Li hurried over to deliver bad news. Huyenlong Kingdom suddenly has many large and small rifts. Monsters corrupted by dark aura have invaded the city, and a beast tide is expected to form soon. Moreover, the surrounding cities near the rift are all small towns. They lack the strength to stop the beast tide, and Dongvan City, Van Than's hometown, is among them. Van Than's face changed instantly upon hearing this. It's his mouth. My sister is still back in the hometown. At the teleportation hall, Diep An Phuc is busy dispatching the strong to reinforce. Although he was old, his sharp eyes still caught the two familiar figures, Assistant Le and Van Than. Who else could it be? Causing Diep An Phuc to shout out loud, Van Than, the supporting teachers, what are students like you doing here to join the fun? You should go back to study. Diep An Phuc's anger was like it could wipe out all of Jiangnam, but this time Van Than couldn't obey the order. Because if even family can't protect you, becoming stronger is pointless, right? At this moment, Assistant Lei also stepped forward to speak up for you, saying that Van Than was brought from Dongvan by her, and she would be responsible for his safety. Diep An Phuc sighed heavily, knowing he couldn't stop this kid, so he only asked him to stay safe. Van Than was unchained and immediately teleported onto the transmission platform. He and Assistant Lee moved to the defense army located on the outskirts of Dongvan City. Fan Tuandan, how is the situation now? As soon as he saw Assistant Lee, he hurriedly reported the situation. The beast tide is attacking the city gate, and the soldiers are all fighting back. But since Dongvan hasn't faced a beast tide in nearly 20 years, most of the soldiers are barely able to hold their ground. Assistant Lei is a third-tier expert, so as soon as she arrived, Dongvan felt like he had grabbed a straw to save himself. Van Than, follow me quickly. Follow me. Assistant Lee wanted to lead Van Shen to the city gate, but after turning around, the kid had vanished like a ghost of Britain. Assistant Lei hurriedly ran outside the gate, as monsters were attacking like a storm. The soldiers fought bravely, determined not to let them break through, but since peace had been maintained for so long, the elite forces had all been sent to the front lines. The strength of the people here is basically just a thin layer of steel compared to the beast tide. Just as the soldiers thought they were about to be overwhelmed, a huge fireball and a tornado appeared. Then they combined to create the blazing storm of flames and wind, looking awesome and deadly. A bunch of monsters were immediately thrown into the air, unable to fight back. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion. They thought a powerful mage had come to aid them. But which mage would use Wind Eye? That's a basic skill of a sorcerer. Van Than now rides his mount forward, feeling a bit more at ease. It seems this beast has managed to block them for now. The soldiers were once again stunned. Just by looking at the mount, they could tell how powerful its owner was. Van Than jumped down from his steed and gave a brief introduction. First-year student at Xiangnan University, Van Than came to support, with others still on their way. The soldiers heard the name and recognized it as their hometown top scholar. They admired and praised him enthusiastically, but Van Than had no time to pay attention to these empty words. You just wanted to know what was happening here. If any members of the Zhonglin organization appeared, but none of the soldiers saw them, only a bunch of monsters. Van Than furrowed his brows tightly. These bastards didn't stay to support the monsters attacking the city gate, so they sneaked into the city. Then what could be their purpose? Before I could find the answer, Van Duong called, and I couldn't help but feel relieved hearing my sister's voice. It turns out that when the city issued a warning about monsters invading, the teachers led Van Duong and the others to the school's safe room for safety. Van Than let out a breath of relief. Everything is fine. But then Van Duong's next words made the tension in his head tighten again. It seems like a few people just arrived outside the safe room. They are dressed quite strangely, not looking like teachers, and I have no idea who they are either. Van Than didn't have time to think much and rushed straight toward the school. Don't open the door. I'm coming right now. Right now, at the number 3 high school where Van Duong studies, those strange guys have already approached the safe room. However, in their eyes, this room was no different from a thatched hut, and their true target was indeed Van Duong. Since it's too difficult for Van Than to act in Jiangda, they shifted their target to his sister to try to control him. The leader, thinking about the reward of the essence of the war god, became extremely excited. He brandished a large sword and unleashed a fierce slicing skill. The door of the safe room shattered instantly, billowing dust and smoke. The students inside were like lambs trembling with fear. The black-clad men entered, looked around, identified which child was Van Duong, and then moved straight toward her. Van Duong's homeroom teacher charged forward with a dagger, but she was no match for these bastards. A single flame-breaking move sent her crashing into the wall on the SAT side, which is understandable since she was only a level 23 assassin of the first transition. These black-clad guys are all second transition or higher. The skill gap is no surprise. They don't have time to waste here. Catch Van Duong and that we teleport away. The leader, carrying that sword, steps down the stairs. Van Duong trembles, repeatedly calling out to her brother, "Brother, save me." In Van Duong's moment of greatest despair, a miracle appeared. Van Than's face is still unseen, but his weapon is already here. That throwing skill was used again by him. The bastard standing in front of Van Duong was instantly pierced through like a skewer of meat. The remaining ones had their faces drained of blood. Seeing this strange formation breaking, they knew Van Than had arrived. But these bastards were also prepared in advance. They knew that shooting was Van Than's strongest long-range attack, and they also understood the tricks he used to retrieve his weapons. So they studied how to neutralize it, preventing Van Than from retrieving the weapon. Watching the strange and terrifying battle on the ground, a man in black began to covet. Is this an 8-star weapon? Truly a rare treasure. Now it belongs to me. But his dirty hand hadn't yet touched the monster. The trap was crushed underfoot. Van Than appeared, giving the opponent a cold, disdainful look. Immediately after, he used his combat stance skill to send the opponent packing. There are still 2 more left. Van Shen threw out the lightning-imbued dagger given by Principal Dieppe. The two others saw it was just an ordinary dagger and underestimated it, but this was truly a treasure. And in one strike, it left one of them crippled before he even had time to yawn. Van Thon reaches out to hold Von Duong in his arms. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. Look behind you. The bad guys are about to run away." The other one is desperately fleeing. Van Than finished off the three of them in just a few seconds. This is definitely not the level of an ordinary person. When that spatial mage was defeated, everyone thought it was Diep Anfuk who did it. But seeing the situation today, it's clear Van Than was the one who took them down back then. That bastard is running as fast as he can, but Van Than remains calm and reassures Van Duong, "Don't worry, he won't escape." The next second, he drew out his new weapon and transformed it into a sniper rifle. Van Thon raised the barrel, decisively pulling the trigger. The deadly magical bullet pierced straight through the black-clad man's body at the end. Van Than brushed his hands off. It was indeed a stunning quadra-kill. Your recent performance has amazed Van Duong's friends, and suddenly, Van Than has gained a few future wives he has raised since childhood. At this moment, Assistant Lei also caught up and scolded Van Thon loudly for leaving his position without permission. But looking at the corpses on the ground, Assistant Lee quickly understood the situation. They were all second-tier professional imposters, and this kid was really tough. Assistant Lu sighed, given the current situation, since Van Than possesses the essence of the Demon Lord. He has become a prime target. It seems they will have to take Von Duong along with them. Assistant Lei turned back to Zhang Dai and immediately reported the situation to Principal Diep. They are still unsure about the true purpose of the organization, but it's clear as day that Van Thon is their target now. Assistant Lee truly doubts whether the Maton essence given to Van Thon by Ha Queen Tun is good or harmful. Deep Anfuk stroked his long beard, knowing that the essence of the demon toxin was just the trigger. The battle between the righteous and the dark has existed for a long time. Given the current situation, Van Thane is a genius of the righteous faction, so it's understandable that the dissent organization wants to kill him. Of course, they are not just on the defensive. Now all the academies have formed demon hunting squads to counter the opponents. This is both an opportunity to counterattack and a chance for students to gain experience. Zhang Dai has also selected a team to join other academies at the battlefield under the guidance of the instructors. As for Von Duong, Diep Anfuk has already arranged everything smoothly. In 2 days, she can start attending a school affiliated with Zhang Dai. She will be safe, so Von Thon doesn't need to worry anymore. At this moment, Von Thon has taken Von Duong to visit her dormitory and she is very excited, maybe because she is used to living in poverty and hasn't adapted to the luxury yet. Even Van Thon's beloved flowers were pulled out and played with, like toys by her. Von Duong's studies are now settled, but Van Thon is still thinking of a way for the girl to deserve to enter Jiang University High School. Thinking of this, Van Thon begins to ask questions. Von Duong, you've probably awakened your talent by now, right?
Yeah.
Hearing this, Von Duong sighed heavily. The recent classes were supposed to be about awakening talents, but the beast tide caused chaos and interrupted them. Seeing that, Von Thon threw a vial of awakening potion to the girl. This was made from the spirit grass he painstakingly collected last time. Von Duong held the potion in her hand, feeling both excited and worried because she heard this thing was very expensive. Even the wealthy young master didn't have it to use. Second brother, maybe we should sell it for money, Van Thon snapped in frustration. It took so much effort to get this bottle of medicine. The girl only cares about money. Material things really are everything. Hurry up and make her finish drinking. When Von Duong was young, her potential for jealousy was even higher than yours. With this potion, she will surely awaken a good talent. Von Duong obediently listened and drank it all in one gulp. Von Thon was full of anticipation. Usually, the first awakening of a talent causes some reactions. Even if it's just a cooking talent, seeing food makes your hands and feet itch. Do you notice anything strange now? It's just a little, but I really did drink it all. You don't believe me, just check for yourself. Von Duong rushed forward, holding the medicine bottle out to Van Thon. He was amazed, not because Von Duong had actually finished the bottle, but because of how fast she had moved. Could Van Duong have a talent for acceleration? This thought was just forming in Van Thon's mind when it was immediately dismissed. If it's just an ordinary acceleration talent, she wouldn't hide it from you. After all, Van Duong is only at level 5. It was just standing a few meters away from Hoa Yu next to Van Thon. But in the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of him. Van Thon felt this wasn't a space skill, so there's one more possibility. Van Duong, did you feel anything strange when you ran over to me? Van Thon asked anxiously. Nothing special, I just passed by normally, but you are a bit strange. He kept looking at Hoa Yu instead of at me. Van Thon confirmed his suspicion was correct. It wasn't that Van Duong ran fast. but that she had directly skipped the process of going from Hua-Yu to Van Thon, so he only saw the result and not the journey. Her talent is in the time system, which is even rarer than the space system. Van Thon was happier than winning the lottery. If space mages are strategic geniuses, then time system mages are the core of the strategic level. Van Thon immediately took out his phone to contact Lei, his assistant. Right after that, they took Van Duong to the awakening room of Jiangnan University. Diep An Phuc also arrived, and Van Thon felt a bit nervous. "Teacher Deep, he's just a high school student with a rare talent. There's no need to cause such a commotion, right?" "What you just said," Vanshin was immediately slapped by Dian Fu. "What do you understand, you little brat?" "That is an extremely rare time system. It has never appeared in Jiangnan's history before. Do you know how rare it is?" Van Thon even thought he was going to drown in Diep An Phuc's spit. But right after, both of their eyes turned towards Van Duong. The girl has truly awakened, possessing an S+ level talent in time travel. Its effect is to accelerate or slow down the flow of time of the target it contacts. Diep An Phuc was so happy his hair and beard stood on end. "Lenya, hurry up and arrange it. Promote it directly from the basic class to the highest class, and find the vice principal of the magic department to teach it. Also, keep this strictly secret. It is top secret." Under Diep An Phuc's orders, Assistant Lei dared not delay at all, and Diep An Phuc also smiled so much he couldn't keep his mouth closed. "You've made a great contribution. Van Thon is truly a time system. Now I will contact the Ministry of Defense." Diep An Phuc teleported away, leaving only Van Thon and his sister. Van Duong still didn't understand anything. Van Thon was very happy but couldn't explain to her yet, only able to remind her not to reveal this secret. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Jiang Lam organization won't hesitate to kill both brothers. In fact, they are already resorting to any means, and sitting idly waiting for death is not Van Thon's style. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, Van Thon thought it was better to act first. So, he did. That day, he went straight to Jiangda's instance hall, approached the registration desk, and confidently announced, "First-year Van Thon requests dungeon privileges for levels 21 to 30, including difficulty nightmare and total quantity. Students from Jiang University are also competing to clear dungeons to strengthen their abilities. Due to the tense battle situation, they also had to push themselves harder to protect themselves. 2 second-year students came to the dungeon hall today to request authority, but they were told that all dungeon permissions from level 21 to 30 are currently monopolized by one student. Moreover, he's frantically breaking all the record for dungeon runs, too." Damn, is that real? Whose kid is so strong? Besides Van Thon, who else could it be? He is now frantically hunting monsters and has just set a new record in the Dwarf Underground dungeon. When this news reached the main hall, it caused the students to be stunned. That guy broke 4 record instances this morning. No wonder he's called Van Kaman. He's incredible. Hey, look at his moves. Does he really want to keep going? Apparently he does. Van Thon didn't bother to rest for a second and immediately moved on to the next dungeon. Among the entire Jiang University, only Van Thon would dare to go all out like this.
This time, the dungeon you entered is a nightmare-level graveyard with a terrifying difficulty. The interior is extremely gloomy and horrifying. The monsters are also diverse, ranging from skeletons to zombies.
Van Thon cast a deadly gaze around, knowing that fire and light attribute skills would be most effective against the mainly ghostly monsters here. Just in time, Van Thon also wanted to test his new Yu Min Demon Flame. Compared to normal flames, this one is more powerful and can shape fire and burn souls. Van Thon waved his hand. The blue flame in his palm grew larger, forming into 2 giant dragons according to his will. Everywhere the blue dragon flies, the spirits are completely burned away. It's a nightmare dungeon, yet this young man clears it in the blink of an eye. It was a bit exhausting, but Van Thon wasn't ready to rest and directly moved on to the next dungeon. Outside the hall, notifications of Van Thon setting a new dungeon record kept appearing. The more the students looked, the more confused they became, finally wondering how many more records this girl would have to break before she would stop. Nico also saw this and couldn't help but feel her body trembling. Could it be that he wants to do what? The story is getting more and more serious as Assistant Lin Ka reports it to Principal Diep. Many students saw that after returning to the dormitory, Van Thon was almost exhausted and couldn't even walk steadily. Normally, a student could only clear 1 dungeon a day, at most 2 if they team up, but Van Thon now had to clear at least 4 dungeons a day. This clearly looks like he's playing with his life. Diep An Phuc pondered for a long time, knowing that leveling up was good, but for some reason he had a bad premonition about this young man. Before he could find Vanshin to settle the score, the kid had already shown up. Seeing Vanshin's face, Deep Anfuk immediately knew this kid was about to cause trouble again. As expected, Van Than then presented a card and said, "Principal Diep, I want to join the ghost hunting team." Van Than's words were as gentle as a feather, but Diep Anfuk was furious. This crazy kid joining the ghost hunting team is something only third-year students or above can do. Even if a second-year student wants to break the rules and join, they have to be outstanding. Van Than just started as a freshman this year. Even if I agree, Director Ha won't approve it either. Deep Anfuk couldn't control his volume anymore and shouted directly in Van Than's face. That one?" Van Than awkwardly smiled and pointed at the card in his hand. "My master has agreed." Deep Anfuk opened the card, and sure enough, it was Ha Queen Tun's signature, with a very simple message inside. "Bold Mr. Diep, approve it immediately or I'll come find you. Make a note for it to go to that exam team's squad." Deep Anfuk was so angry he couldn't speak. Truly, like teacher, like student. These two teachers are both rough and crude. Van Than knew Principal Diep was still worried, so he proactively suggested they use appraisal magic to check himself. Deep Anfuk followed his advice, and after a few days of grinding through the country, Van Than has already reached level 26. His basic attributes, strength, physique, agility, and stamina, are all around 300 points. A bunch of innate skills are all at high levels, with the lowest being B and the highest S+. There are also 2 special skills, Divine Point and Night Silver. Just the innate skills alone are enough for Van Than to surpass most other students, and his attribute stats are well-rounded. Even Diep Anfuk can't stop this kid anymore. He sighed heavily. "If you're that confident, then go ahead." Van Than returns victorious. After he leaves, Assistant Lei and Diep Anfuk resume their discussion. Lei Nyaka was very worried because everyone knew that the Jinglam organization was targeting Van Than. Deep Anfuk knew that kid's heart all too well. He guessed that you wanted to take the initiative to kill the enemy before they could do the same to you. Forget it. If Ha Queen Tan has specially arranged it with Kathy's team, then it must have been planned already. That day in Zhongantown, Kathy's squad was furious. They all think that a first-year student like Van Than is just a burden to the team, and on top of that, he's an incompetent loser. Even if he's the national champion, he's only a champion among a bunch of amateurs. Some think Van Than is a noble's descendant who snuck in here. Others believe he's cowardly sneaking in through the back to freeload and get points with them. Sathai is also very troubled seeing Long Quan wavering. She really couldn't understand what Ha Quin Tan was planning. Van Than's strength is indeed very powerful, but his resources and credits are already sufficient. You don't need to join the demon hunting squad to risk yourself. I've also heard about the beast tide in Dongvan, so I'm even more worried that Van Than won't be able to control her emotions well. Lost in thought, Van Shen finally appeared. "Miss Kathy, sorry I'm late. The last member of Team 7, Van Shen, has arrived to join the team," Seathi announced loudly. Van Than slowly approached, overhearing quite a few unkind whispers about himself. "Hey, the freeloading classmate is here." But he didn't care much, because at this moment the system had already assigned a new mission, which was to rank first in contribution within the demon hunting squad. The rewards are the breaking stone and the resurrection grass. Van Than was a bit disappointed, because the mission was too simple. The rewards didn't include new skills or talents. But those 2 rewards aren't bad either. The reincarnation 10-leaf grass can be used by Van Duong, and the breaking the limit. Crystal can improve the quality of equipment. After Van Shen successfully joined the team, Kathy immediately announced the upcoming actions of the squad. These days, the Jianglam organization is collaborating with destructive demons in small towns across Huiyan Long country. They even target middle school students. This kind of tactic is truly despicable. Kathai just received intelligence from the local defense army that recently a group has been occupying a warehouse at a port near the lake area. According to the investigation, they are very likely followers of the Jianglam organization. Their mission is to eliminate them. Kathy led her squad with fierce determination to the lakeside area. She activated her natural sensing ability and saw inside the warehouse there were 28 people. All emanating dark auras, definitely members of the fallen organization. Their strength was also revealed by Hike Thi, mostly second tier, with one strongest individual likely being a third-tier officer. The team members were not afraid at all. In fact, they were a bit excited. They were all top students from Jiang University. The people inside that warehouse just see them as a bunch of students who know how to walk around. If you're so confident, then go ahead. As the song ended, the students rushed toward the warehouse, with the first one attacking fiercely and smashing the roof with a single strike. The people inside looked up in panic, only to see dozens of kids rushing down from the sky. all wielding different weapons but united in their madness to fight. The followers were all overwhelmed and confused, searching for the third-tier officer to report the situation.
Master, suddenly many people are attacking here. We don't know the enemy's numbers. Should we really abandon this operation? The third transmission guy is not to be underestimated. He, like Gathi, has also sensed the opponent's strength.
There are only about 20 of us attacking here. Most of us are second transformation level. Kill them all, he coldly ordered, and the situation quickly changed. The followers of the Falling Cloud organization became much more confident after understanding the situation. At first, they thought it was a large army attack, so they were scared. After realizing the strength of both sides, they became very arrogant. The two students from Zhangdai charged forward together, one using the Crimson Flame, the other wielding the earth-splitting slash to cut into their opponent's shoulders, but the believer just chuckled, having elementalized his body into ice and remaining completely unscathed from the injuries to his shoulders. Clearly, you're a water element mage, and those two students are starting to worry. Damn it, you're so powerful. Why did you betray humanity? Compared to the Supreme Master, what is a tiny human? The elemental mage became furious, and the two students immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. They knew they should run, but their hands and weapons were frozen tightly to him by that guy, making them unable to pull out. Just then, a bullet flew through the mage's body. The students watched as the bullet flew. It was Van Than. They were amazed that this kid could take down an elemental mage with just one shot, and even more so that his bullet could pierce through the mage's impervious elemental body. They were amazed, but Van Than was really enjoying himself. The skill they had just learned was indeed very useful, especially when combined with a sniper rifle. Just now you aimed at the leg but still hit the chest, and you even ignored the enemy's effects. Van Than quickly increased his firing rate, with a bunch of enemies hiding below. This was a perfect opportunity to practice his sniping skills. Van Than used a series of trap effects, with each bullet hitting the enemy's heart, leaving them bewildered. How could they still be shot when they were hiding out of sight? But only Van Than knows the true reason. Meanwhile, the students were also wide-eyed at Van Than's display, stunned by this terrifying and bizarre skill. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the leader of the third-tier team quickly ordered to eliminate the opposing sniper first. As soon as the order was given, a dozen followers charged at Van Than simultaneously. "You bastard! How dare you ambush us? Die!" "Oh, you want to fight up close? Then let me deal with you guys." Van Than drew his sword and charged forward confidently. Everywhere he passes, his sharp sword glides and greets the enemy with a slash. Van Than is surrounded by dark followers, but he clearly holds the advantage. Even the other 9 students haven't had time to come to his aid. They stand below, staring blankly with wide eyes, watching the scene in front of them. Oh my God, am I seeing things? He managed to fight off so many dark followers alone. Now they are starting to realize the situation. Van Than is not that damn bastard here to freeload and cheat. Clearly, he's the one carrying the whole burden alone. The flickering blue flames seem to be crying out with a demonic voice inside. Van Than calmly steps out, surrounded by blazing blue fire, causing old Chu to gasp in shock and exclaim, "That is you, Min Fire, a darkness-only flame. So why is it on a kid who hasn't reached level 30? Moreover, his appearance seems somewhat familiar. Could it be?" He looked at Van Than's back, whose whole body was constantly emanating a mysterious aura. I realize now that he only cares about fighting and ignores what old Chu says, making him sound like a fool. Van Than, the unlicensed thief who absorbed the Demon Lord's marrow, is rewarded by the organization. Old Chu sneers with contempt. At this point, the mission no longer matters, just bring this kid's head back. Suddenly, he transformed into a shadow rushing toward Von Shen, with a reward greater than any mission. But suddenly, a green vine shot out, wrapping around Lao Chu's leg and causing him to freeze midair. The one holding the other end of the rope is Cat Thi, a third-tier officer of the falling organization. My opponent. Old Chu immediately turned around and spoke with utmost fear. It's over. It's over. Van Than stands silently on the battlefield, spear in hand, surrounded by the corpses of enemies. Everyone was amazed and admiring him. He's so strong. At least 70% of the dark cultists of the 8 failures were wiped out by him, and those were all second-tier professionals. Cat Thi's team members whispered, could it be that only a third-tier expert can stop him? What are you thinking? The tame Truyan expert has already been dealt with by the old masters, so it's not our turn. Van Shen interrupted their argument. Let's go. The destination is ahead. Elsewhere, the city map unfolds, and a steady voice announces that the terrain investigation has been progressing smoothly. That was the group of black-clad leaders, with one at the top giving orders. We have pinpointed the location of Zhongxiao School and will act tomorrow night to show them the terror of the dark world. Suddenly, one of them grew suspicious. Huh? Then everyone pointed at each other and said, "It seems someone is behind you. No one trusts anyone." What are you talking about? It's obvious you have someone behind you. Your subordinate noticed something strange and suspicious. At the same time, Blood Plague took the unusual black-colored map, and the wooden door was shattered by external force.
Cat Thigh's team member outside shouted loudly, "Vanka, we're coming to help. You're running too fast. We can't keep up. Let me carry you." The leader was surprised by the scene before his eyes,
Contrary to their worries, Van Than casually threw one of the enemies, leaving them stunned as they tried to process what just happened. Everything is taken care of. He wiped the dirt off his face and walked past them. Let's go. To handle the next target. On the way, they were very lively.
Following Vanka, 3 days are enough to eat 9 full meals.
They flatter Van Than, with one holding an umbrella and another offering water. Van Ka, drinking this coke and hugging the great deity's leg. That's what really matters. Are you tired? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? The observers from afar felt helpless, as this mission was originally meant to train the trainees. Now, Van Than had handled everything, so the Demon Squad should just rename itself to the Outdoor Excursion Squad. Her phone buzzed in her hand, messages kept coming in, and although she didn't know what news she would hear, CTI pressed her urgently. Hello? What is it?
Okay, I understand. I will request support from another squad.
The students also turned back. What's wrong with Cat Thigh?
Our team has Vanka, so do we still need backup from another squad? Are there any difficult opponents showing up?
Cat Thigh reassured them. It's nothing, just not your usual difficult situation. The next destination has 2 third-tier officers on the other side. Among them is a senior officer who is transferred to another location, in a classical yet magnificent castle. Commander Tiger, a chubby man in uniform, steps forward to meet them. "Ah, I represent the troop stationed here. Thank you for your support." Van Than lowered his binoculars, looked at him, and even from this distance could feel the faint aura of darkness, clearly showing his irritation. Such arrogance, without any concealment. Only now did our main camp realize something was amiss. Tiger tried to explain that he had actually noticed it earlier, but no one dared to investigate because of the identity of the owner. If it weren't for the Lamb organization acting too arrogantly and the higher-ups issuing orders, they wouldn't have dared to target him. Suddenly, someone approached with disdain, the last line of defense for the people. Criticizing this and that, despite the enemy gathering strength, they still blamed their superiors. It was the first platoon leading the rescue, led by Lu Diu Lin. She openly mocked him without shame, utterly cowardly. The team members were amazed, never expecting the support to come from the number 1 squad. The person next to her also chimed in, claiming that their team is the strongest among all monster hunting squads because it includes Jiang Dai's top student. Everyone recognizes her identity. Student Council President Lu Diolin and Van Than use their skills to scrutinize her. This person is very strong, even though she's only level 46 with a second-class change. The oppressive aura she gives off is no less than Cat Thigh, the 3rd transmission. Diolin noticed Van Than standing there and wondered if she was also inspecting that younger brother, who is only level 26 and hasn't changed classes yet. Could he be the new student number 1, the new recruit? The young man next to Diolin sighed in regret. Van Than is the best talent of Jiang Dai's new class, and he even allowed him to join the dangerous demon hunting squad. The principal really is too cruel. Tiger cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Since everyone is here, let's make a battle plan. I'm quite familiar with the estate and can help find a good attack point. So what? But I have no intention of acting with you. She just pointed at Tiger and sneered. The defense army ignores the gathering of dark followers, probably gaining many benefits from it. He stammered in panic, "Don't falsely accuse others." Hughes. Then Diolin opened the projection from her phone. Before gathering everyone, I stopped by the estate to investigate and gathered a lot of intelligence, using my sensing ability to identify the internal staff distribution. The projection displayed a diagram of the castle. Diolin explained that aside from the guards stationed around, most of the dark followers are inside the estate, mostly 2nd-tier strength. Everyone listened and watched, knowing there was a teleportation support point behind, guarded by at least 15 dark followers, including a 3rd-tier officer stationed there. Once the battle started, that support point would become a major headache. Diolin proposed a risky plan. I hope the 2 masters lead the main team to attract the enemy's focus, while I circle around to take the support point from behind, creating a pincer and flattening the estate. Her daring move earned the admiration of the team members. Going in alone, the squad leader is too fierce, aiming to solo a 3rd-tier officer, and still gather intelligence and plan quickly, not supporting General Law's daughter. Julin gracefully walks away saying, "If no one has any objections, I'll handle the reinforcement point." The two watch her confident figure leave. She's so formidable. Tiger led the team closer to the castle as the Jiang family of the team nodded in agreement and analyzed. The battalion commander's chosen position isn't bad. The view is quite broad, and the high ground makes for a good ambush point, allowing for long-range magic attacks to cause high damage before striking without risking too much. Van Than felt suspicious inside. That's not right. Such a good attack point. Why is there no one defending? Van Than looked around, and he also felt a dark aura around him. Then suddenly, a series of strange energies appeared behind him. What is going on with all these black energies swirling around? This is an aura of darkness. The concentration is definitely not caused by an ordinary minor flaw. Tiger reveals a monstrous form, laughing like a madman. "I've carefully chosen your graves. Not bad, huh?" He gradually turned into a cloud of black smoke, like a snake shedding its skin, revealing the form of a fallen winged demon. "You despicable humans, kneel before me." The entire team was forced down, screaming under the overwhelming pressure, their equipment corroded, and their bodies unable to move. The spirits also faintly guessed what was happening. Could this intense aura be... Van Than gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He is a demon descendant from the Dark World. The tiger in the form of a demon descendant of the Dark World soars into the sky. He is surrounded by a blood-red energy sphere, and a dark aura from it sweeps outwards. Cat Thigh shouted loudly at Aileen beside him. "Hurry and call for reinforcements." Aileen tuk ngan kan, không dục. The communication device is being corroded by dark aura and cannot transmit signals. The spirits feel a bit helpless. Damn it. Could it be that we can only watch them fight and kill? She suddenly realized the problem. That's not right. His rank is also at the third transition. Although his demonic aura is stronger than humans, just relying on his dark energy to suppress us, he must have used some kind of trick. Everyone, still defiant and cursing under pressure. Damn it, no wonder you let the dark followers gather. So the battalion commander had already betrayed. How could he attack his own kind? Tiger looked down with contempt. "My kin, you are not worthy. I have long accepted the grace of the Lord, shedding my weak flesh, cleansing the dirt of humanity, and transforming into a demon." He looked at everyone writhing on the ground with pride, saying, "You can now only kneel before me," which is the best proof. Tiger suddenly realized something. How can you still move? It turns out, Van Than still stands tall with his weapon, his entire body transformed into Black Da, and the weapon in his hand has become a sniper rifle aimed directly at Tiger. "I can not only move, but do much more. I will fire directly, the bullet aimed straight at him, with a basic sniper skill. All piercing shots will hit." Tiger crossed his arms in front of his chest outside the gunfire with blue flames blazing. He laughed and said, "This is the talent of the Dark Day Goddess. I didn't expect that little bastard to cross my path. What a stroke of luck." Tiger landed on the ground and ran towards Van Than. "Next, let me show you how stupid the choice was to provoke Demon Du Tam Chuyen. You only ran halfway before he blocked your path with a fireball technique." Tiger tilts his head back, takes a deep breath as if channeling his inner power, then roars loudly, using sound waves from his demonic roar to dispel the fireball. Van Than splits into two, left and right, using a basic flying sword technique. Tiger sneers dismissively. His clone technique is just petty tricks he dares to show off. He punched straight at Van Than's sword swing, saying, "Just use all those tricks. With my level, it's too easy to see your true form." The sword and fist clash, energy erupts in an instant. Van Than is completely overwhelmed, knocked back and crashing into a large nearby rock. Another clone didn't give up and attacked from behind him. Basic skill. Swordsman. Tiger swung his hand behind him, smashing the clone to pieces. It's just a clone of a level 20+ guy. Nothing special. Everyone is kneeling in despair. This is the strength of a third realm expert? Anyway, with such a huge gap in attributes, no matter how powerful a basic skill is, how can it compete with advanced skills? Tiger sneered and said, "You're not exactly good at fighting, kid. Come on." Van Than wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and taunted back. "I may not be as good at fighting as you, but if you're so powerful, come and fight me. Don't just stand there like a piece of wood. It's too easy." Tiger was angered by your words. "What do you mean?" Van Than throws the dagger at him. "What I mean is you lost." He raised his hand to grab the dagger, but couldn't even scratch me. Yet he dares to boast about winning, relying only on this dagger of yours. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot. Tiger is stunned. Huh? He broke into a cold sweat as he appeared right in front of his eyes again. Van Than charged forward with his spear. "Didn't you say I couldn't do anything to you?
You used a basic warrior skill to charge, so if my move is good, don't dodge. Let's see which is tougher, your eyes or my dagger.
Tiger jumped to the side, cursing and grimacing, a cut from a dagger visible on his cheek, landing in an open space quite far from the original spot, only to be caught in a trap with a beast clamp on his leg, realizing the vines growing all around were meant to trap him temporarily, not to hurt him. Could he have already figured it out? Vanthan soared into the air and said, "You may be stronger, but you're only a demon surge third transition, not a demon lord. On what basis do you think that just relying on the aura of darkness can suppress a peer-level alchemist who cannot move? The aura still surges like living creatures, and normally dark aura dissipates from cracks, but only this person's aura rises from the ground, clearly using some special method. You stomp on the air and aim the spear at the center. Most likely you have set up a device to enhance the dark aura underground. Such an important device, you must be thinking of ways to protect it." The weapon pierced straight through, spreading a series of wounds from the point of impact. Even if they had to directly block my attack, they wouldn't stay still. That's where the weakness was exposed. Idiot, you should focus on using your brain rather than your attribute. The beautiful purple gemstone revealed after the stab is gradually cracking, but inside it is filled with dark aura, black smoke spreading everywhere, and a purple energy radiating outward. Tiger tears through the tangle of vines and rushes back to him. "Damn it, I will kill you!" But just as he swung his fist halfway, he was caught by two control skills, Natural Whip and Thunderlock. He couldn't do anything else, only curse. "Annoying, if you don't want to die, let me go." The two gods and her fellow priestess laughed triumphantly, savoring the feeling of being immobilized. Then the battle would be fair. Vanthan rushes in one direction, not forgetting to say, "Two masters, this place is yours. I will handle the dark cultists at the estate." The fish gods wave happily, confident in my strength, but also reminding to stay safe. In the dilapidated, ancient tower, shrouded in darkness, bones scattered across the ground, suddenly an explosion erupts, and a familiar blue flame bursts through the window. Everyone in the castle panics and flees. Who dares to set our house on fire? Blind attacker? Vanthan raised the flame in his hand, looking very excited. After being beaten down single-handedly earlier, he's annoyed, so please be my punching bags for a bit. Vanthan rushed forward, wielding a spear to drive away the black-hooded figures around him. Seeing you move quickly and escape, the black-clad thugs panicked and shouted, "No way, this kid is too strong. We can't fight him at all, damn it. How could there be such a perverted guy?" "Where's the backup? Why hasn't the backup support arrived yet?" one of them asked. "If this continues, even with more people, it won't be enough to fight him." Someone else turned around and asked, "Is there no other choice?" Then the man stood up and shouted, "Fellow believers, rather than being killed by him, let's offer our lives to the Supreme Lord. The Lord will avenge us." And all of them shouted together, "The Lord will avenge us." From where they stood, a blazing fire erupted. You realize that and think, still insisting on sacrificing yourself. That's truly madness. I must stop them quickly. Immediately they were torn apart. Vanthan was annoyed, still a step too slow. With so many dark cultists performing sacrifices, I'm afraid it's going to summon some powerful entity. But in the end, what they call sacrifice is just a skill. Vanthan gradually moved, using multiple skills at once, ensuring that any skill could be interrupted. Suddenly, a blood-red abyss, dark magic, and a sacrificial gate appeared before him. From that thing, it started cracking and gradually moving. Then a hand with sharp claws shot out quickly. He warned them not to come out, using a basic soldier-level skill to ambush. Expecting Vanthan to be frightened, but he confidently used his spear to strike, his face full of excitement, and then retreated slightly. As expected from the demonic bloodline of the dark world, even with a sacrificial passage, crossing here is not easy. Once again, Vanshen shouted loudly, then stabbed fiercely, causing that hand to tremble. Suddenly, he quickly switched his weapon to a storm axe, swung his arm powerfully for a final strike, and with a fierce axe blow, he shouted, "Get lost!" Under the devastating attack from him, his hand gradually withdrew and the passage closed completely. The space returned to its original state. Vanthan let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he stopped it. That demonic aura was very strong, at least a third transformation level. If he really had come out, it would have been over. His eyes still looked toward the passageway when suddenly a voice spoke up. It seems the situation is indeed quite dire. The door closed and then opened, revealing a nonchalant third-tier demon who said, "That's right, little human." Vanthan feared he had been careless. With so many followers, how could only one door be opened? Facing a third-tier demon aura alone is not a wise choice. Let me explain. In this world, levels are the basis for class advancement. Each class change not only grants a large amount of attribute points, but also allows the learning of higher-level skills. Ordinary people at level 10 can make their first class change, also known as first transition. Level 30 is second transition. Level 60 is third transition. Level 90 is fourth transition. The more class changes, the stronger the power surge. Van Thon kept his eyes fixed on his opponent. In this human world, level 3 transcenders hold a very high status in society, and their strength speaks for itself. And in front of me is a demon. Do third transformation, even stronger than a human third transformation. Van Thon stands straight, holding his spear tightly. Running is definitely not an option. With only 13 seconds left on the timer, to stay alive, you must fight and finish quickly. Seeing this move, Demon Du Vo Min chuckled. Still dare to draw your weapon? Is that the talent of the Black Knight Lady to make you so confident? Suddenly, he spread his 4 wings behind him. You might not know yet that your head is very valuable. As long as it is handed over to the Demon Lord, it's not inferior. And then he disappeared on the spot. Van Thon, the divine assassin, sneaked behind and struck a powerful blow. The sharp gust of wind was almost on target, but then he threw a punch straight back, saying, "You tiny human, not even my hair can be hurt by you." That punch not only broke the move, but also sent Van Shin flying into the wall. He spat blood. This bastard relies on overwhelming attribute points and can't defend at all. Taking advantage of the confusion, the enemy lunged straight at Van Thon, too fast for his body to react. A devastating explosion erupted, and smoke and flames billowed into the sky. It seemed like he was badly injured, but Van Shen quickly changed his weapon to the terrifying and invincible S+ demon weapon. Seeing that, the Wu Ming guy was surprised, huh? Unharmed, with a damage immunity skill, he paid no attention to him. Van Thon's weapon turned into a dagger. Now switching between offense and defense, he quickly aimed the dagger straight at the enemy's face, almost reaching his forehead in an instant. He shouted in anger and attacked his eyes, using his strength to slam him to the floor. Such a despicable human. Vo Min kept kicking him hard while cursing. Enough already, enough already. Back then, Van Thon could only defend. The time of dominance is running out, but my preparations are also coming to an end. You glare with eyes as black as ink, seemingly billowing with smoke. Suddenly, he used his strength to push Ma Du Tam away. Surprised by the counterattack, he could only growl and ask what was going on. Van Thon took out a puppet and said, "I told you before, the balance of offense and defense has shifted you." Mockingly, "Show that thing in front of you. It seems your hair can't stop my dagger." The atmosphere instantly fell silent as the two faced each other in silence. After a moment, Vo Min finally snapped out of his shock, looked at the still smoking wound in his chest, and wondered what was going on. Why did I receive a blow from myself? Van Thon didn't answer him but held up the puppet in his hand. If your organization is willing to make Lam Clam Nguyen a dog for your dark world, then surely someone like you knows where the headquarters is, right? Van Thon said, then stared intently at him, thinking that compared to the military strength of Huyen Thien Quoc, the Jiang Lam organization was nothing. But the most troublesome part was that they operated in the shadows, and we had to find their nest to eliminate them completely. Ma Du Tam Chuin still didn't bother to care and continued to charge forward. Do you want to get important information that badly? There's no way out. Even a dog would sell its soul for us. Van Thon didn't bother to react, simply gently breaking the puppet's arm. Is that so? Immediately, Ma Du Tam Chuyen's arm was snapped back, and the pain made him lose control, causing him to crash straight down a distance away from Van Thon. But he still refuses to surrender, raising his healthy hand towards the enemy. "Blood-red chains," he screams in rage. "Go, die!" Before those chains could reach him, Van Thon squeezed the puppet in his hand. Still daring to resist, it seems you still don't understand the gravity of your situation. Ma Du Tam Truyen's body immediately twisted and contorted in a bizarre manner, black blood spraying out as he screamed in despair. Although his eyes had already lost their light, he remained silent. "Kid, you dare to kill me, but the great demon lord will never forgive you." He stared fiercely at Van Thon and shouted, "Join us or die. That's your only choice." Van Thon didn't answer him, his hand gripping the puppet as a blue flame rose up. If negotiation was impossible, then there was no need to talk anymore. The puppet in his hand was gradually consumed by the scorching fire, shattering into fragments. Flames also engulfed the entire body of Demon Du Tam Chuyen, yet he laughed maniacally. "So what if you kill me? Humanity is about to enter its darkest hour," he shouted as he gathered a small pink orb from his head. "Joining the Dark Divine Organization to serve the Dark World is the only way out. Even if I die, I won't spare you." Immediately after, the small sphere shot straight ahead. Van Thon couldn't react in time and was hit. "You can't escape." But not long after, only his muttering remained in the cave before falling silent. Vanthan wiped the sweat from his brow, annoyed as he touched his neck. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect it could still counterattack in that state. The neck doesn't feel any pain, so it must be a type of direct damage skill. At this moment, a spiral symbol with 3 small dots around it gradually appeared on his neck. So he turned back to look for Master Ha and check. Seeing the completely immobile enemy, Van Shen said to himself, if it weren't for someone cursing the straw, even in perfect condition, it would be hard to deal damage to it. The only way to cut its hair was with a shining dagger. The gap is so large, mainly because of the overwhelming advantage in attributes and skills of a third-tier expert, whether active or passive, with their usage rate and attribute points far surpassing those of basic skills. For example, 1 point of strength used for a basic skill deals 10 damage, but when used for an advanced skill, it causes 100. Skills in agility and defense are the same, which is why talent alone has no future. Van Shen slumped down on the nearby rock. Even though his talent could improve the quality of his skills, to compete with a third-tier demon, you need not only attribute points, but also strong skills. As he was sitting there catching his breath, a fireball flew in from behind, and as it approached, Van Shen also glanced back. In just a moment after the explosion, Van Shen desperately used the Divine Flash technique. He managed to dodge in time and loudly questioned, "Who the hell knows when Tiger appeared here?" A hand still emanating a faint pink aura. "Van Shen, I have suffered quite a lot because of you. This debt must be settled carefully." You frown in annoyance and ask, "Why you? Where are the teachers?" Tiger, covered in scratches, said, "They are still alive." But then he paused for a moment and said directly, "The situation isn't much better than mine. Cat Thigh's team is now in complete disarray. She's sitting on the ground, torn and miserable." "Let that bastard run away. After so many years as a teacher, I've become used to peace. Our combat skills have fallen behind and the others aren't much better. No matter what, none of us will die. But Vanthan's situation is hard to say." "Wait a minute. Are we missing someone in Team 7? The Thai immediately guessed upon hearing this. Could it be that he returned to Vanthan's side, now gasping for breath and standing opposite Tiger, trembling all over from exhaustion, struggling to breathe. The situation very dangerous, having used too many skills at once during the previous battle. Now the time limit has run out and the negative effects hit all at once. Vanthan knows his condition better than ever. He can barely stand now. Even if he dies, he has the resurrection of the Cross of the Ten. At least before dying, he must hurt him. "Kid, you still dare to draw your weapon? Really think you have a chance to win? Kneel and surrender now? I'll spare your life." His eyes flashed with a strange light. If he could join the Dark World, Lord Demon King would surely reward him more. But even though Vanthan had reached her limit, she still charged forward without hesitation to conquer the shorts. Tiger was not afraid either, so get lost. At this moment, a sudden shout rang out as a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, then a foot kicked straight into Tiger's neck before he could react. Van Shen watched everything unfold too quickly and was left stunned. Who is she? The girl from Cat Thigh's team is the one who arrived, but her appearance is gradually changing. "Master Van, no matter what, you are still the owner's only beloved, so you better be prepared." Then her appearance changed into Xiao Yu, who smiled at him. "How could the master let you risk yourself in danger?" Xiao Yu crossed her arms and stood in front of Van Shen, perhaps realizing who the other person was. "I see. No wonder Master Ha made me join her Cat Thigh's team. So that's it. It's because you're here." Tiu Wu turned back and smiled warmly. "I was originally sent to investigate a few things, and being a demon is quite troublesome, so it's easier to go with the team. Mr. Van wants to join the ghost hunting squad, and our team is the best choice." On the opposite side, the Dark World's demon lord stood up, struggling to ask why. His face was full of regret and confusion as he shouted, "You are the most noble of all demon tribes. Why are you revealing your true name?" Standing on the side of humanity, Xiao Yu suddenly chuckled through her tears and replied, "Because all of me, both my heart and body, have long belonged to my master, and you are opposing my master and harming his beloved disciple." At this moment, her eyes were filled only with love for her master. Suddenly, Xiao Yu transformed into 2 wings and soared into the sky, unleashing her attack and shouting, "Then use death to atone!" The Dark World demon descendant felt unable to fight and fled with wings. "Hate it! How could there be a way for him to escape behind Xiao Yu?" She shouted, "Don't even think about running, Dark Lord Jiangxi Void." The chain of darkness binds his limbs tightly, rendering him immobile as he helplessly turns back to question. "Demon Lord, you are the Lord of Demons. Why did you submit to humans?" "How could I not ask? Of course I was defeated, you idiot. Otherwise, who would give up the Lord position to become a servant?" She continued to clench her fist, tightening the chains and executing the sentence. The Dark World's demon deity was defeated by this move. Confirming that the opponent was defeated, Zhao Yu fell to the ground, and Van Than behind asked, "Was it Ha Lao Su who defeated you?" She blushed and replied, "It was like that at first, but after following the master, I accidentally fell in love with him over time." Van Than hesitated again, thinking it was better not to ask further. Then Tiao took his hand and asked, "What did Master Van do to defeat the 3-generation demon clones?" "Very impressive. Everyone is falling for you." He chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "It's true, whoever you meet, they fall for you." "Who calls me the demon noodle?" After the exchange, she summoned the black orbs covering the 2 demon spirits
and explained, "The bodies are very useful. I kept them intact on purpose."
"Since the corpse of the demon do has special effects, how exactly do you use it?" Xiao Yu's eyes are now full of excitement as she speaks mysteriously. "Of course, it's a sacrifice." The 2 of them step onto the stairs, heading toward the altar. Von Shen felt intrigued by what was in front of him. This was the altar used for sacrifices when connecting with the divine. This is still my first time seeing that.
I've heard that many divine items like divine herbs and divine accessories are obtained through sacrifices.
Xiao Yu points out that to obtain divine-grade items, one must sacrifice the demon lord. Although not as powerful as the demon lord, the 2 demon descendants in their 3rd transfer can still exchange for decent items.
That's why I kept the body intact.
Van Than had some doubts, so he turned to ask,
This altar belongs to dark followers, so technically it's an altar for human sacrifices, right? Humans can be used too.
"It mainly depends on the type of altar." Zhao Yu explained clearly, "The nature of the altar is not different.
It is an intermediary connecting to the gods, with human sacrifices linking to the gods of the dark world.
If it is demonic bloodline, it will connect with the god of the human world." After explaining, she looked at Van Than and gestured with her hand. "Next, Mr. Van just needs to stand in front of the altar and pray to the god, who will respond." Van Than follows her, closes his eyes in front of the altar, thinking he needs a powerful enough skill, a suitable enough divine power to fight a 3rd transition expert, and if it's a god, it can definitely be done. As Van Than thought about it, he raised both hands in the Duong Hien stance to gain strength, and at that moment, a column of light appeared on the altar, responding to his plea. Suddenly, he shouted sacrifice. As the altar responded, the bodies of the 2 demonic Du gradually absorbed. Van Than felt the new power flowing into his body and then opened his eyes wide after the fusion. Suddenly, the system displays that the A fusion technique allows for free combination and produces various changes. Note that after fusion, a lot of mana is consumed.
It's not necessarily stronger if the attributes and forms don't match. The fusion can fail and the effectiveness drops. Van Than, feeling the new power, excitedly exclaimed, "Great! In a fusion technique, even if it's only grade A quality, it's still better than an S-grade skill for me." Little Yu happily said below the altar, "Congratulations to Master Van on completing the sacrifice. Little Yu has to ask for permission to leave first."
Van Than looked at her and said, "All right, I also want to check out the situation on the other side.
The hall leader might need help." At the teleportation support point, with the body lying on its side, Van Than's figure suddenly appeared.
"Did little brother come here to help? Unfortunately, it's over now. This part belongs to me." Van Than stood below, looking straight up at her and thinking,
"She's too strong. Defeating a large number of dark followers of the 2nd transition alone is one thing, but even a 3rd transition officer was taken down easily."
Lu Xiaoling sat proudly above Von Shen with a cold gaze that made him feel emotional. She wasn't even injured. Truly a formidable woman. At the Weaponry Institute in the director's office, Little Yu stood in front of the desk reporting, "Master, Little Yu's trip was worth it. This time we successfully protected Mr. Van, and he completed the sacrifice, so his strength should increase significantly." She handed over a set of documents and continued, "There are also some bad news. The Zhenglian organization has appeared with humans capable of transforming into demons, and Xiao Yu has obtained some intelligence from the estate." Sitting opposite, Ha Queen Tun reached out to take the reconnaissance documents. The more she read, the more shocked and angry she became. It turns out this is their next target. How bold. In the manufacturing room of Jiangnan University, the atmosphere is very peaceful. Mu Jiashou hurriedly explained,
"Sorry for the inconvenience. Due to urgent military operations, I was transferred to the front line to support logistics, which caused a delay, and I just returned recently."
Van Than understood his busyness and said, "The front line is also the main battlefield, so I can understand." You happily ask, "What about the design?" He proudly reply, "It's done and meets your requirements." At this moment, Van Than took out a weapon and continued, "So please refine this terrifying demon for me. Also, I have a new request. I hope its quality can be upgraded to diamond." He was so shocked he widened his eyes. Huh? Diamond quality? You need to know that only top-tier people in the younger generation of that family can wield weapons of diamond quality. The price is very high. Do you have enough points to learn the part? Van Than looked thoughtful, raising his hand to his chin, and replied, I might have enough to participate in the ghost hunting mission. I probably have around 100,000 points now. Hearing that, he became even more panicked and shouted, 10,000? You sure you're not messing around with the organization coming down here? Van Than scratched his head awkwardly and said, I didn't do it, mainly killing Demon Dude Tam Chuyin because I got a lot of rewards. Meanwhile, he couldn't believe that it was Demon Dude Tam Chuyin. So don't talk like you're cackling like a chicken. Thinking of the family crest, he grabbed the weapon. After a moment, he slung it over his shoulder with a cheerful smile and said, I guarantee it, leave it to me. In 10 days, I will give you a completely new shock. Hey brother, did you hear that? The global competition is about to begin, with top geniuses from all over the world participating. Oh, the person in the middle doesn't understand and scratches his face, asking, what does that have to do with us? Seeing that, the person on the left replied, listening to Jiang Da, we earned the right to represent Huyen Long Country in the competition by winning the freshman exchange tournament. The one in the middle is just thinking of someone and saying that, but since the competition is so important, they will definitely choose someone from the third-year senior students. As freshmen, we have no right to participate. Right now, Van Than is fully focused. He is standing and watching his weapon merge with the purple gem, when suddenly the purple gem emits a sound, signaling that the fusion was successful. As expected, after those series of sounds, the weapon with a new appearance appeared, breaking its limits. Van Than held the weapon in his hand, feeling proud. No wonder the breaking boundary crystal system successfully upgraded the magic formation to platinum. Rebirth of the Cross, surpassing the limits, also served as a decent life-saving measure for Van Duong. While enjoying the new power from the weapon, a thorn beast suddenly appeared behind him, happy. Seeing that, Van Shen reached out and lifted her up. During the frantic level-up training, he also brought Little Jing along, and now Little Jing's level is about the same as his. Combined with fusion techniques, it should provide quite a boost. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door, and he said, Come in. Xiao Yu appeared at the door, hurriedly announcing, Mr. Van, the owner is calling you over. You and she go to the Weapon Academy to the director's office. In the room, 3 people are standing. Ha Quin Tan crosses his arms and evaluates. Not bad. This demon hunt has helped you reach level 30. If it were another student, they would be considering a second-class transfer. After hearing this, Van Shen continued, Anyway, the experience from the third-tier demon clan is very high, but unfortunately you didn't get the chance to second tier. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his neck. That's right, Master Ha, I have something I want to ask you about. After revealing the circular mark, he recounted what happened before. A demon descendant had marked this on his neck before dying, but he didn't know what it was. Xiao Yu saw the mark and shouted in panic. Duanye's Soul Pursuit Seal is a coordinate-based skill that, once activated, locks onto the target and relentlessly pursues them. At the same time, Quin Tan quickly ordered, Xiaolang, hurry and get the sea god idol oil from the storage. The situation is urgent, so Xiaolang ran to get it while replying. Yes. Yunshen nervously repeated, We will chase to the death. Is there a way to erase it? Xiao Yu shook her head. It is a skill governed by the rules. Unless the sacrifice demon lord commands the gods to intervene, even the 4 transcendents of the great bright sacrifice cannot erase it. A Quin Ten suggests having one of the 72 demon pillars, Doanda Diet Sat Ko, take action. The demon Doanda under her command can then retrieve the soul-calling seal as if finding a way to survive. You asked where the Diet Sat Ko of Doanda is? Miss Chu helplessly replied, The dark world, and by the way, all 72 evil demon pillars are demon lords, and I still can't handle them now. Van Than also gave up, so it was like there was no way out. Xiaolang hurriedly ran in at this moment, presenting a box. Master, the oil of the sea god statue is here. Luckily, I managed to kill the sea god idol a few years ago. As I apply the ointment to your neck, I tell him about the many documents I extracted from its corpse. The sea spirit ointment can hide the soul tracking mark, but only for a limited time as a temporary measure. Indeed, as soon as the ointment touched it, the trace disappeared. After applying it, handed the box to Van Than. Remember to apply this once a day. Before using up all the ointment, you must find a way to erase the soul-seeking seal. Van Than looked at the box while listening to her warning. Otherwise, all your movements will be exposed to the enemy, facing relentless pursuit from the organization and the dark world. The incident makes him worry and think to himself that the situation is not good. Ha Quin Tan spoke up to interrupt his train of thought, and the matter of the soul-tracking seal was temporarily resolved. Now that you are considered to have fought against the demon descendant, do you have any impression of the demon descendant? If not, all your movements will be exposed to the enemy just like a human. Quinten also agreed. That's right, they do look like humans, but some demon spirits like Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling look exactly like humans. Even if I slipped through to the dark world, I would find that its scenery is as beautiful as paradise. Master Zia, your description is too strange. I always thought the dark world would be like hell. Quinten explains that such places exist, just like our world has regions with harsh environments. The biggest difference between our world and the dark world is the concentration of demonic energy, which is much lower here. If I were in the dark world, the air would seem normal. It's just that living in this world makes us uncomfortable. The scenery there is more beautiful, but for us, it's hell. At this point, Vanthan also understood. No wonder some people willingly become hunters for Madue, looking down on their bloodline and their own bodies. Vanshen continued, even cleansing his own soul to accept what is called evolution. So the dark world truly is a higher-level world. So, Ma Due coming to our place is also affected. She replied, that's right, but over the years they have adapted more and more, and the increasing frequency of wars is evident. Suddenly she changed the subject, saying, I'm telling you about this now is too early. There's something more important for you to do right now. You also know I sent Xiao Yu there, not just to protect you. Ha Quinten continued to the main point. Do you know she also has another mission regarding the global competition? Vanthan felt confused by this topic. Yes, after all, the students are already talking about it loudly, but that's a matter for the third-year students. She replied, because the third-year students are stronger, the quota goes to whoever is stronger based on intelligence. The next target of the Jiang Lam organization is the global competition. If I go too far, it will alarm them. As she spoke, she pointed at him and ordered, next, you must participate in the global competition and stop the actions of the Jiang Lam organization. Her command surprised Vanthan, who widened his eyes and asked what. The system announces mission success, and upon detecting the host's potential to participate in the competition, it issues a successful mission. This time, the individual ranking will receive a corresponding reward, and failure to achieve personal goals will result in penalties. After watching, Vanthan scratched his face in concern, seeming unable to avoid participating. 5 days later, an announcement was made that the global competition officially began, with the exception of the absolute students who could attend, such as President Lu Diu Linjia, while others would be selected from the 53 students. The next contestant has entered the arena. The referee's voice rings out clearly, but is interrupted by something strange approaching. The first match begins. Huh? That thing crashes into the ground, causing a huge shockwave, leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? Not finished yet, another weapon crashes down at lightning speed, causing chaos in the arena and filling the air with dust and smoke, terrifying everyone. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? No way. After the smoke clears, Vanthan appears looking super cool, sitting confidently on the weapon and says, sorry, senior students, I'll take this quota. Vanthan stands proudly before everyone's panicked eyes, and suddenly the space becomes noisy. What's going on? Why is there a top-ranked guy here? All eyes turn to him. That kid is Vanthan. He is indeed very strong, but this is a competition for third-year students. Suddenly a voice rang out, silencing everyone. Diu Lin stepped forward with a serious expression. Is the competition for the quota only for third-year students? Why don't I remember any rule about that? As long as your strength is enough, any student has the right, but those here don't value this, they keep resisting. It's disgusting. I didn't expect the club president to side with him. The quota is limited. Even 5-3 isn't enough to share. So what right does a first year have to participate? Diu Lin's face darkened, her voice turning cruel. It's just adding more people. Do you really have no confidence in beating even a lower year student? Everyone quickly rushed toward Vanthan. Annoying, I've said enough. There's no other way now. Vanthan, right? Now you'll see what third year strength really looks like. The people in the stands are discussing. They still don't know how Vanthan performs in the demon hunting squad. He's a wolf who has slaughtered tens of thousands of students. Our senior of the 7th team is about to face trouble. Those people are fighting each other for dominance. Do me a favor and let me go first. I'll fight the first battle. Today, I'll make him leave in pieces. They're fighting now, but someone they look down on interrupted. Let's go. With a passionate look, Vanthan calmly responds. As if prompted, the group quickly rushes forward, each face looking fierce and domineering. Don't waste time soloing with him, just go straight to deal with him quickly. Vanthan easily blocks the attack from the opponent. He shouted loudly, "Get out!" Alone, Vanthan faced the crazy crowd as they all attacked together. Frost Spirit Dance. Darkness spreads, chains of lightning flash. Vanthan calmly strikes to create a demonic illusion. He roars loudly as two flames appear in his hands. The fire dragon clashes with ranged attacks, while Vanthan fights in close combat with a spear. Everyone in the stands was surprised that this kid's basic skills could match the second level, and his attribute is also incredibly high. 3 ordinary guys really aren't his match, but luckily a masked person suddenly flew into the air. He has caught everyone's attention. The student council member has stepped in. That person pointed directly at Vanthan. Using many against one may be a bit embarrassing, but it's the price for challenging everyone. Keep attacking, little one, with the hellish spear. A large hexagon suddenly appears beneath your feet, causing Vanthan to feel a bit panicked. Then the hexagon transforms into a prison that swallows the target. Vanthan tried using basic hero and non-slash skills to break it, but failed.
However, you don't seem disappointed. On the contrary, you seem impressed, truly worthy of the Celestial Master's second-tier sorcerer skill. Indeed, powerful. If it were me before, it would have been quite troublesome.
Master Jiang is truly a hidden dragon. Vanthan smiled faintly, waved his hand, and another circle appeared outside. But unfortunately, I've already changed now. The people outside still don't understand what's going on. They just want to beat him to a pulp. He's trapped now. The heavenly sorcerer's hellfire from inside can't break out, and even space skills can't handle him. The summoning ritual succeeded, and a young girl gradually condensed with the thorns around her, merging summoner skills, contract summoning, and dread growth. The girl fully revealed herself, standing with her hands on her hips, wielding thorns as weapons, and summoning a contract. The girl with the thorny vines, the monster. The girl with the thorny vines, little kin, level 30, quality, platinum. This appearance causes the audience to erupt in excitement. What is this? Basic skills can't summon platinum monsters. No, its quality seems to have been temporarily upgraded. I've never heard of this skill before. Little Jin is very excited to see himself now bigger than before. Vanthan, standing inside the cage, is annoyed again. Quickly withdraw and stop them, and also free me. To prevent Vanthan from waiting too long, she quickly demonstrates her ability. Scatter the seeds. These seeds quickly fly toward the opponent, shattering upon contact into raindrops. What kind of skill is this? It doesn't seem to be injured, but someone noticed the problem. No, many plant-type monsters have the ability to split apart. Could it be that Vanthan created a giant vortex in the sky? Mage, Water Tomb, and Wind Sorcerer, waiting for the seeds to grow naturally is too slow. Better to accelerate and combine the rain skill. Soon, a heavy rain poured down, making the enemies furious. When the seeds come into contact with water, they continue to grow, causing them to grind their teeth in pain. The petite thorny girls keep emerging, blocking their actions and making them furious as they shout, "Get lost, you annoying things!" The scene suddenly turned chaotic, with opponents grabbing onto heads, pulling on clothes, and even pinching cheeks before dragging them away. Don't cover my eyes. Nothing is visible, I let go. The thorny vine-wrapped hexagon box was suddenly freed. The ground near Vanthan is no longer flat. If it's a trap, just use external force to destroy the ground and activate the skill, and the prison will naturally disappear. The person in the black cloak on high ground sighed. This is interesting. I'll have to go all out next. But a voice suddenly rang out, catching them off guard. Are you guys serious? Dealing with a first-year kid is one thing, but using real skills as a student council member. Are you serious? Someone steps onto the arena and says while walking, at least it should be a proper solo match. That person reveals himself as Ngao Thuong, the vice president of the student council, level 42, a black necromancer of the second transition. The third-year student is quickly backed away seeing this. I didn't expect the vice president to step in. Wasn't he planning to stay out of it? That guy is a second tier, but he has a record of fighting evenly with a third-tier master. We're doomed. Ngao Thuong looked up at the stands and said, President, it seems you really value this little side character. How about we make it interesting? If I win, I get the chance to date you. Julin agrees immediately. Fine, as long as you can win. Ngao Thuong happily walks quickly to Vanthan. Did you hear that? My longing for a date will be full of energy. Be careful, Vanthan orders. Xiaojing, this guy is very strong. You won't be able to do much here. Go back, she quickly agreed. Gao Chang smiled eerily, firmly holding his weapon in his hand. That's a smart choice. Keeping it only wastes mana. Now the real battle begins. Vanthan is already in position and ready. Coincidentally, I also have a few new things I want to try. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, visibility was severely limited. Gaoshang and Vanshan each stood on opposite sides, and the referee asked again, according to procedure, "Do you have any objections to this match deciding the spot in the global competition?" Of course not. If even I am not his match, others definitely shouldn't speak up. The referee quickly announced, "Okay, the match begins." At the start of the match, Gaoshang waved his staff and said, "I won't hold back because of my date with the guild leader." A strange wave of gray mist spread out from the swing, summoning the vengeful spirits. The summoned ghosts are filled with hatred, screaming as they are released. I hate. Who can avenge me? I am wronged. Everyone must pay with their lives. Surrounded by vengeful spirits, Vanthan quietly assessed that his attribute enhancement skills were significantly weakened. Holding up the staff in his hand, the holy light forced the ghosts to stay away. Luckily, this basic purification skill was not hard to counter. The vengeful spirit disappeared, and Niao Thuong's figure was already in front of him. He flew to Vanthan's face and whipped his whip straight down. However, Vanthan quickly avoided the fatal blow by using the vengeful spirit to block his vision and launch a surprise attack, a move he predicted. But there was something that confused him. What was it? His strength is very low. His weapon is like unsharpened wood, neither sharp nor heavy. Such an attack wouldn't deal much damage, so why choose close combat? Ngao Thuong tricks him, strikes to the side, "Fight me, there's no time to be stunned." Before Vanthan could react, the stick struck straight into his elbow, causing his weapon to fall, his face to grimace, and his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. It hurts so much. The sharp spear is stabbed straight into the arena floor. Vanthan quickly stepped back, and Niao Thuong immediately chased after him. Here's another stick. He clenched his teeth, sensing his body's condition, his right hand no longer responding, as if it had disappeared, yet there were no signs of injury. What is going on? Gao Thuong flicked the item in his hand proudly and said, "My weapon is very special, so special that it determines my class. It is the awakening stone for the unique profession of black impermanence. Many anomalies have occurred as the game world and reality have merged due to various reasons. A few unique professions have been born, and they are definitely the most special existences. Obtaining them requires not only strict conditions. Like this mourning staff I accidentally found at a mausoleum when I was young, it allowed me to specially spend effort to switch to a hidden profession of ghost chaser and successfully undergo a second transformation into the black unpredictability. Until now, it has accompanied Rao Chang through many battles. Holding it not only allows seeing other souls but also directly penetrating the body to strike the soul." Rao Chang suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Vanthan. "Your right hand is like that because of a wounded soul, but the damage isn't serious and will heal in an hour. However, Vanthan standing there listening, there's a point on your body that I find very suspicious. It seems like there are two souls within you. The main cause of this kind of situation is always two personalities. Could it be that you are also like this? You endure the pain, reach out and think, I haven't seen that kind of dual personality before. If that's the case, where does the other soul, the one Niaogong saw, come from?" The summoned sword returns to its owner. Vanthan calmly speaks, "It seems only by taking away my weapon can I see a few things." Ngao Thuong, furious, veins bulging on his face, snatched my weapon and kept shouting, "This bastard, half-demon hybrid, this weapon belongs to me. It's all I have. Even my parents couldn't touch it, and you want to take it away." It seems everything has spiraled out of Niao Thuong's control. Niao Thuong goes berserk and charges at Vanthan. "Get out of here," I said. "Get out of here." Vanthan could only stand there speechless. I just wanted to hold it and look at it, not to keep it. This guy's anger is too strange, so petty. Ngao Thuong threw down a black sphere. "Eat this." What was thrown out is the vengeful spirit of the land. It spread out like a swamp, with piles of blackened hands emerging, grabbing onto Van Shen's legs. Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth like a dawn to dispel the 10,000 evil demons. Vanthan drove his glowing sword into the ground, breaking the swamp that was holding him back. Counter evil, a basic skill for demon slayers to repel evil spirits. You feel uncomfortable with the state, annoyed, and it's a quick skill. So even if you escape in time, your agility will still be greatly reduced. Vanthan rushes forward, gripping his sharp attribute-reducing sword tightly in his left hand, unable to attack anymore. He must end the fight quickly. With a swift strike, he cuts through the wind using his basic assassin skill, Skybreaker Slash. Ngao Thuong's attack is just a weak slash. What a useless taunt. As if it's part of the plan, Vanthan only slightly curves his lips, not necessarily. From above, a clone of you emerges like a soul manifesting, a basic assassin skill of Vanthan. Opposite Ngao Thuong also refuses to lose, summoning a fierce demon, the demon lord Loi Kui Thun. Fan Than and Loi Kui attack from the air, while the original and Ngao Thuong fight in close combat on the ground. Van Thon's sweat pouring down, annoying, losing in close combat. The one-on-one with D-back has too much impact. Loi Kui suddenly extends its arm and strikes down.
Van Than froze as the shadow of the attack seemed to envelop him. He was quickly knocked far away, and Van Than was nowhere to be seen.
Ngao Thuong is gaining the upper hand, wielding his staff with a mournful cry, summoning spirits and trapping vengeful souls in the swamp. Van Than, exhausted and unable to fight back, helplessly watches the swamp gradually engulf him.
It wasn't long before you were trapped in the black cage. Gao Chang laughed happily, watching me push your attributes down to 0.
Hitting you with another stick would be enough to torment you to the point of wishing for death. But Ngao Thuong was surprised to find himself actually enjoying it. The black fur is being torn from the inside out. Van Than's voice echoes.
If that's the case, let's see whether your skill is stronger or mine is more powerful.
The energy radiates outward like that. Van Shen stands in this beam of light like the heavens, merging skills and basic states of all professions.
After the light gradually disappears, Van Shen now appears in a state of all-profession basic form.
Van Loon. After seeing Van Loon's form of Van Than, Nao Sheng was stunned and speechless. Here, in this form, Van Than's energy can be said to be at the peak, no longer inferior to before. The detailed stats of Level A Van Loon are as follows. All attributes increased by 500%, resistance increased by 150%, damage increased by 80%, maintained for 45 seconds. After which it enters a weakened state with all attributes reduced by 99%. This transformation scene of yours has the audience below buzzing with discussion. What kind of skill is this?
The terrifyingly impressive effect. It's all thanks to the high-level skill.
Isn't it just basic skills that the clone can use? Even Van Than himself has to marvel at this form.
This is the advanced status skill only the 3 turns possess. But with my magic power, I've already used more than half in just a blink.
Ngao Thuong still stubbornly shouts loudly. It's useless. No matter how strong your state is, I can still wipe it out. It just takes a little time. Facing his ultimate weakening technique, Van Than Shi responded coldly. Then it's not certain. He quickly uses a basic swordsman skill to draw his sword and strike. You close the distance to Aoyang with lightning speed. With my current agility, dodging your skills is not difficult. Ngao Thuong quickly summons a protective armor and the armor of the demon. But Van Than's strength is indeed extraordinary, as shown by the explosion that blew away the main arena. Your attack was blocked by Ngao Thuong. Thanks to successfully summoning your spirit, you have a chance to add a few more words. Useless. High attribute means nothing but a mere pawn. Relying on basic skills won't work against me, Van Than declared confidently.
Then there's no need to use basic skills anymore. He immediately combined the skills of the swordsman and the non-trampling swordsman to simultaneously strike and pressure Ngao Thuong.
As expected, his weapon couldn't withstand it and showed cracks and breaks. Van Than decisively unleashed a powerful strike to completely cut off the frame and retreat from the opponent. Still not done showing off, he clenched his fist, fused his skills, martial arts, ice fist, and strongman into a single powerful strike. Van Than aimed directly at Ngao Thuong's stomach and delivered a devastating, freezing punch that shook the heavens. He was unable to dodge and was flung backward at a terrifying speed. It was only after a long while, when the dust settled, that the audience finally saw Ngao Thuong's figure. He coughed up blood, hacking a few times. It seems he's truly finished this time. The audience watched the fight again, and it caused another wave of excitement.
Oh my God, what kind of damage is that? And also, I've never heard of most of the skills he used.
What's wrong with this kid anyway? Van Than coldly walks over to the morning staff. To confirm what just happened, I stepped on it. A sensation running down my spine made me realize immediately. Van Than is surprised and whispers to himself, "So this is what the feeling is." Ngao Thuong, unconcerned with his body, clings tightly to his weapon and cries uncontrollably, my weapon, I wonder if it can still be fixed." Van Than stepped forward and asked directly, "Surrender or continue fighting?" Ngao Thuong immediately replied without hesitation, "I surrender. I give up." And even with tears and a snotty nose, he begged Van Than, "Please don't take my weapon. It belongs only to me. It's everything I have." Under the cold rain falling, he calmly reassured that I never intended to steal and no longer needed to. It turns out my familiar feeling was because earlier at the competition field, Min stepped on a broken mourning color that had been cut down. In your hand is a piece of Ngao Thuong's weapon. Looking at the faint figures before you, Van Thon immediately realizes one thing, that he is truly seeing a human soul. Facing the mirror, he discovered something even stranger. As Ngao Thuong said, almost everyone has only one soul, but the reflected shadow indeed shows Van Thon and a faint, blurry figure, and there are two souls. Based on the appearance of both, he clearly analyzes that one soul belongs to himself, like everyone connected to the body. Looking at the other soul, Van Thon notices that it is different, but the other soul is different. It only connects one end to me, while the other end is linked to the sky. Quietly touching it through the mirror, a hypothesis arose in my mind. If I'm not mistaken, this soul realm probably comes from my system. Could it be that the system has a life or something? Yun Shen sighed. It seems things are more complicated now. At that moment, Lena Ka was reporting the situation to Diep An Phuc. Principal Diep has a list of competition contenders now, and he laughs heartily. That's pretty quick. Take a sip of hot tea and calmly ask him further.
I thought it would take 2 days to get the results. Who's participating in this?
Lena Ka quickly replied. Lu Diolin and Van Thon. He choked on his tea after hearing that, and Diep An Phuc exploded in anger to question him. What is that? Isn't it a competition between the 3rd and 5th years? Why did that kid run in? Lena Ka replied calmly. I think it was the directive from President Ha. I didn't see any intention from him earlier. Hearing this, he became eager. If it was Ha's idea, this time it would definitely be more than just participating in the competition. Diep An Phuc predicts a major event, and it seems like a big move is coming. Xiao Yu reports to Ha Quin Tan.
Master, Mr. Van did not disappoint you and successfully secured the quota. Nothing unexpected in the data, but this is only the beginning. For it, the real difficulty lies ahead. She asked about other matters. How is the military department doing? How many personnel are you willing to provide? Xiao Yu quickly replied that due to the urgent situation at the front, the military department could only guarantee the minimum level of support. Xiao Long added a few more details, saying each region could roughly send 20 or so second-tier mages and 2 or 3 third-tier ones. Hearing that, Ha Quin Tan was already ready to act, a busy day ahead. Her face lit up with a smile that was both excited and pleased. In the following days, Van Shen continued to attend the all-profession training course as usual, diligently completing daily tasks, and his attributes and skill proficiency levels increased rapidly. At the same time, over 500 countries that had gone through fierce struggles selected their competitors, who then headed to the Sacred Empire's competition venue one after another. Of course, not everyone is just participating in the competition. A seemingly mysterious and cold-looking person spoke. Stand up and go, it's time for the world to feel it. Along with his comrades, he smirked as fear from the darkness arose. It wasn't until a month later that Van Thon finally had time to visit Van Duong. She's furious with him. I'm so annoyed with her. While helping him pack, she pouted and complained. It's hard enough to get through the first semester and have a rare vacation. And now you want to hang out with him. But you have to compete instead. Van Thon chuckled softly, trying to comfort his sister. There's nothing I can do. It's a special situation after all, and I have a mission. Just tell Van Duong to bring less stuff. After all, this is a world-class competition, and basic living essentials will definitely be provided. And she just keeps stuffing things in, no matter how many times I remind her. Isn't it because you keep packing her professional bag so she can only bring a suitcase? Van Thon stood up, let out a breath, and explained to her that the space in the bag can only be expanded with a class change. His own was too small, and just the weapons alone already took up more than half the space. Van Duong curiously asked her brother, I heard some big figures are really powerful. Their space bags can even hold palaces. Is it because they change classes multiple times? Van Thon stroked his chin with his hand and guessed in a deep voice. Not exactly. It seems they need to use a rare material called Tuk Nuong space. Suddenly, there was a knock outside, so Van Thon quickly responded, Come in! When I opened the door, I saw Nico blushing and waiting for me. Can we go for a walk now? The two of them silently walked side by side, and Nico sadly spoke to Van Shen. I have to return to the Silver Moon Forest and resume the trial, the second transformation as a moonlight hunter. The girl came all this way to say goodbye, but you just coldly responded once. Nico frantically blamed Van Thon non-stop. I said I have to go back now. This reaction is also too normal. We will have a time when we can't see each other. Unlike her, Van Thon didn't seem very reluctant. Isn't it normal to go home for a break? Do I really have to happily see you off? Nico, if she loses her temper, then forget it. You're driving me crazy. She was furious and blaming herself. Oh my God, why did I fall for this guy? Here is a treasure necklace, Nico blushed and said to Van Thon. Anyway, thank you for your help this semester, like lending me some coursework. Consider it a small gift in return. I definitely have no other intentions.
At least Van Shen accepted the necklace and was a bit grateful to her. Thank you, but why a necklace? It feels really strange. This is the natural protective artifact, a special form that symbolically represents the friendship of the entire fairy race, with the basic attribute +1. The person holding it gains the goodwill of the fairy clan, noted. Only someone with the bloodline of the fairy queen has the right to give this gift. Afraid that Van Than would misunderstand, she panicked and babbled nonsense. Please don't think crazy things. It's just a normal necklace. It definitely doesn't represent some kind of love token. You can think of it as a battle letter. Oh, so that was indeed a challenge letter. After giving the token, she turned around and sped away without daring to look back. Receiving the necklace means you accept my challenge. Wait for me to transfer twice, and then I will find you to settle the score. Van Than, not understanding the meaning of that item, was left speechless after hearing it. Hu Thang's strength is incredible. Suddenly, Lu Dulin's voice rang out from behind Van Than. Study to what? She gently reminded him seriously. Let's set off. The two of them boarded the spaceship and headed to the meeting point at a lightning-fast speed. Inside the spaceship, everything was very comfortable and well-equipped, with someone guiding them. Tonfi kindly introduced himself, saying, I am Tonfi, very honored to be the team leader this time. If you need anything, just ask. I will do my best to help. Lu Yaoling sips her tea lightly, coldly dismissing him. Fine, then go ahead and attend to your other matters. Tonfi quickly bowed and responded concisely. Understood. After Tonfi closed the door behind him, Van Than jokingly told Lu Diulin that this so-called master of theirs seems more like a janitor than a team leader. I think he's more like a janitor. She didn't deny it, and even confirmed immediately. That's right, his responsibility is to serve us. Using her dignified demeanor, she explained to Van Shen that most teachers are at the 3rd tier level, but our strength is enough to fight against 3rd tier experts, and even has a better future, so their attitude towards us will differ from ordinary students, and even actively flattering us is quite normal. Van Than muttered quietly. Indeed, that's the reality. And contrary to his concern, Lu Diulin firmly added, Strength determines everything. Your position is earned through strength. Just accept it. Van Than quickly voiced his doubts, but then he also had to admit, the college entrance exam, the senior sister's new student competition nationwide, competing for dominance globally, doesn't the president think it's a bit too many competitions? With the front lines so tense, holding so many contests seems like a waste of resources. Lu Diulin explained firmly to him that, no, actually, it's because the front lines are unstable that competitions are needed. The purpose of this contest was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We have been fighting the Dark World for a long time, and combat strength is very important now, but nurturing the new generation's strength is equally crucial, and competitions are the simplest and most effective way to share resources. Lu Diulin once explained to Van Than that from the moment of the entrance exam, you have been part of the resource competition. A good university means better resources. Your target is a peer from the same cohort. She reveals her hand so you can see the core issue. The new senior sister also believes that the stronger you are, the more resources you get. National competitions are battles between schools. Schools with higher rankings will receive more resources from the country. The essence of global dominance is the same. She calmly explains things that are not taught to Van Than on the field, including many disputed territories and neutral zones around the world, which contain a large number of dungeons and essential resources. Ignoring it just wastes resources. Forcing and seizing can easily lead to war and infighting. The goal of this global competition is to determine ownership of these territories. Lifting her hand on the armrest, Lu Diulin concluded that a nation with outstanding achievements would be judged as the most powerful and would have the right to use disputed or neutral territories. This is the experience gained over many years of fighting against the Dark World. Now I understand the conspiracy theories of the cultivator world, so that's how it is. Lost in thought, Van Shen began to reflect on reality. Compared to war, this method is truly an efficient way to resolve disputes that saves time and effort, and it can also... Suddenly, Lu Yaoling interrupted your train of thought with a shocking statement. That's right. After we arrive, we should go on a date too. Van Than wasn't paying attention at this moment, so he just responded vaguely. When his mind caught up, he was completely stunned. Oh! Lu Diling didn't hesitate and went straight for it. Huh? What do you mean by dating? The vice president already had a date with me when he fought you. If you've won, what's wrong with me giving you the prize? Her reasoning makes Van Than feel uneasy. It sounds reasonable, but something just doesn't sit right. Furthermore, I don't consider dating you as a reward. After hearing that, it's her turn to be speechless. Huh? Dating me doesn't count as a reward? Van Thon shrugged and straightforwardly replied, "Of course not. But if inviting me for a walk with you costs money, it's not out of the question to consider."
Diu Lin clearly looks pleased after hearing your answer and happily laughs out loud, saying, "Interesting, Junior. You're really quite fun. It's the first time I've met someone like you."
She quickly adopted a serious demeanor, completely different from her earlier playful tone. Diu Lin raised her hand to repeat the invitation.
"Elementary school level, now I sincerely invite you, after arriving at the Holy Empire, could you go for a walk with me?"
Van Thon stood up and took her hand, decisively accepting.
"Maybe. I also want to take a walk in another country to gather intelligence. By the way, do you have money?"
Diu Lin warned him sharply. "If you mention money again, I'll be angry. No wonder this is the Holy Empire. The entrance is always bustling and crowded." Tan Fai enthusiastically led Diu Lin and Van Thon into Seo City, where crowds kept moving through the dazzling light. This made Van Thon curious. "What are those lights at the city gate?"
Tan Fai quickly explained to him that it's a special effect of divine weaponry. No need to worry.
He happily explained to Van Thon that it can remove disguises and hide various effects. After all, with the increased crowd due to the competition, it's normal to be cautious of some malicious intruders. Van Thon stretches out with a satisfying yawn and excitedly says, "Finally, we're at the Holy Empire. It's been a long journey here." As soon as we pass through the city gate, Diu Lin immediately grabs Van Thon's hand. As she pulled you along, she cheerfully said, "Let's go, starting our date." Diu Lin and Van Thon strolled through the streets together, happily admiring the scenery on both sides, with her excitedly commenting while holding an ice cream in her hand. As expected of the Holy Empire, everywhere is full of foreigners. Van Thon coldly replied, "And I must say, of course, there are many foreigners abroad. I don't mind at all." She patted your shoulder a few times to assert dominance. "Of course, I know it's just to liven up the atmosphere. Who told your junior brother along the way to be so dull, not like a date at all?" She just pats him a few times, and Van Thon turns pale. This person, when close, reveals her true nature. It's a pity I thought she was a calm beauty, but Diu Lin, the foodie goddess, is definitely the best. That looks really delicious, and after eating, she's excited to explore everywhere. The swimsuits are so strange. Does anyone really wear them? Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Van Shen looked for an excuse to leave, then suddenly remembered he had something to ask Master Tan. "I'll go find her." Actually, inside, he was thinking that following her was too troublesome, and that acting alone would be easier to escape. Diu Lin quickly reached over Van Thon's shoulder with one arm, using her other hand to press the ice cream into his mouth.
"Master Tan is busy registering the spell. He doesn't care about you. Don't even think about escaping. Eat the spirit of soldiers." Knowing he can't escape, Van Thon reluctantly follows. "All right, let's go ahead and walk ahead. I need to focus on something important, so I'll leave you here."
Van Thon remembered Ha Quin Tun's warning. As long as he succeeded in his actions, he could ensure that there would be no more dark followers in Huyan Long country, and his fist clenched with firm resolve. Whether for himself or for Van Duong's safety, he had to succeed. While walking with Diu Lin, he silently thought that the next goal of the Jianglam organization was the global competition, and it would be best to find the dark followers before the match started. Eliminating them beforehand could save a lot of trouble. The wishing bridge suddenly exploded behind Van Thon, black smoke billowing wildly from the scene on the upper floor. The crowd panicked and shouted, "There's been a bomb blast! Everyone run away! Could it be a terrorist attack?" Van Thon quickly sensed something unusual. There was dark aura there. Diu Lin agreed immediately. Indeed, he had also noticed it. This was not a false alarm. A figure suddenly shoots out of the smoke. It seems the darkness is hunting and killing its prey. They yelled furiously, "Damn it, there's no way you'll escape." One of them, closely pursuing, shouted loudly, "Today, you must die." Egger ran in panic, shouting for help. "Save me!" Van Thon immediately launched into action, knocking out the nearest enemy with one hand. He pushed him hard against the wall, causing his facial features to become distorted. The remaining ones all ganged up on Van Thon to rescue their comrades. Damn fools looking for death. Of course, she defeated them effortlessly in an instant, arrogantly humiliating them for ambushing. Diu Lin confidently reveals her foxtail and condemns it as a very evil act. The witnesses are all stunned and speechless. He's very strong, seems to be a foreigner, all very young. Could he be a participant in the global fighting competition? Van Thon also quickly noticed the weapon she just used. A foxtail. Could it be a beastman? No, that's not an ordinary tail. Watching Diu Lin's wagging tail, you secretly guessed that there was a flow of magic energy within it, making her more like a monster than a beastman. The dark figure earlier, who was squeezed tightly, stammered and screamed. "Let me out! Van Than greeted him sharply. You arrived just in time, saving us a lot of trouble. I still have many issues to deal with next.
Hurry up and stop. Fighting is not allowed in the city. Come with us to the station.
Vanshin muttered to himself. So fast I finally got released, but lost a whole day. Damn it, my first date got ruined like this. Van Than said quietly to Diulin. Unfortunately, the other three were confirmed to be Dark Disciple practitioners, and have been handed over to them for handling, so it's no longer our concern. Turning to Elgar, you took the initiative to introduce yourself. My name is Van Than. She is Diulin, from Huyen Long country. Who are you? Why did the dark cultists target me? I only muttered a few words, and suddenly my stomach started growling loudly. Dong Long Trakon Van Than gently suggests that they should find a place to eat first, and the three of them head to a nearby restaurant to have a meal. Elgar ate from dish to dish without stopping, chewing loudly. It took him a long time to finish. Van Than looked on with admiration. How long has he been starving? Diulin shook her head in disapproval. Judging by her attire, she probably comes from a distant, small country where some nations are not doing well economically, and people even starve to the point of eating dirt. Even though he eats and drinks so much, Elgar still politely offers a little money with me. This is my meal money. I don't know if it's enough. Van Thanjia's brand is not accepted, so I insist that you exchange intelligence for money and tell me everything you know. Elgar happily followed immediately. Thank you, Mr. Van. He quickly recounted the whole story. My name is Elgar, from the kingdom of Salatiaten, here in the Holy Empire to represent my country in the global competition. From his account, the Dark Cult's conspiracy is also somewhat revealed. They were captured shortly after arriving. They want to kill me and take my place to participate in the competition. Luckily, I brought a special tool that blew up the prison so I could escape and then meet you guys. Van Than asked seriously, is that all? I also overheard them saying that their accomplices seem to have successfully replaced another contestant and want to cause chaos during the competition. Such shocking news seems to amuse Diulin more than worry. She's just a small dark disciple, and those rats using cowardly tricks dare to be so bold. On the other hand, I also want to see what they are up to. After gathering the information, they headed back to the meeting spot together. Van Than grew suspicious, saying, I have a feeling that everything that happened today is too coincidental. It was very convenient to meet in Dark Disciple and get the intel. Moreover, the strength of that ego guy really isn't just for participation. He has other motives. She quickly agreed with his reasoning. At this point, I believe Salatiaten is in a remote, impoverished area. Based on my understanding, although it's called a country, its overall strength is only comparable to a normal city in the Huyen Long Kingdom. There are not many Third Realm powerhouses across the country. He probably came to compete to earn a ranking and get more resources for the nation. Van Than nodded in a deep voice. So, is that it? He had already made up his mind. Tomorrow the competition begins, and there's no hope for fighting beforehand. As he gazed at the bright moon above, he felt a bit worried and could only watch to see what move they would make. Diulin smiled and told you that actually I had paid attention for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so decisive. It turns out that the mark on your neck had worn off the disguise layer, which is why she saw it, and you even tattooed on your neck, which isn't like your style. Van Than was surprised as he touched the mark, thinking to himself, the mark of Hai Than Tuong is gone. Could it have been erased when I entered the city? Suddenly, a few clever plans came to mind. So that's how it is. It seems the competition for dominance has something to play for. The next day, a bustling scene unfolds at the Divine Empire, in the teleportation hall. Confidently walking into the main hall are Van Than and Diulin, drawing all eyes upon their entrance. Van Than looked around and said to Diulin, the people here are all very strong. As he looked at those standing in the hall, he thought, most of them have hidden classes. Rare classes are very few. No one here has a normal profession. Van Than keeps an eye on others, truly a genius among the world's nations. Seeing him focus on the insignificant, Diulin quickly warns her disciple that judging strength based on profession is a very superficial approach. Clearly, he is an unranked outsider, yet he is not weaker than anyone here, fighting with all his skills, strength, energy, techniques, and swordsmanship through those crystal spheres. Indeed, hidden professions may have higher attributes or skill levels than regular ones, but that doesn't represent everything. Race, bloodline, and innate talent. These things are also very important for harmony with one's own profession. An ordinary soldier who is perfectly balanced with their profession may not necessarily be weaker than someone with a hidden profession. You happily accept being scolded. I guess I was overthinking it. A sudden thought flashed through Van Shin's mind that Data couldn't explain. This matter should be clearer than anyone else. Not lingering outside the hall for too long, the two quickly entered, surprising everyone. Look, she's a participant from Huyen Long Kingdom. I heard that girl is the daughter of General Liu, one of the contenders for the championship. The petty, lustful guys keep staring at her and praising her non-stop. She's so beautiful, with a uniquely stunning charm. Someone sensible would growl and warn, don't focus only on her appearance. She's a formidable opponent, and conflicts should be avoided. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to Van Thon when they saw him standing beside Diolin. To be fair, who is the kid next to her, Amart? And why hasn't he changed classes yet? Maybe he's just here to make up the numbers? Huinlong country, good or bad, is still one of the 5 great nations. This level is just too pathetic. The noisy scene and gossip drive people crazy, and then a loudspeaker-like voice suddenly booms. I'm telling you, relying only on trash from a distant small country, they still think they can compete in the global battle for dominance. Kagari's towering figure appears among the crowd, his enormous height intimidating everyone. He loudly threatens in a domineering manner. Had enough of life, huh? Want to find death? Do you believe that after the competition I will crush you all? His fierce appearance immediately drew some whispers, suggesting he was the 3rd prince of the Beam Empire, possessing the bloodline of the Beam Golden Kagari. Damn it, why did this cruel bastard show up too? He's not just threatening, he really has a record of abusing people to death. As soon as Kagari's identity was revealed, everyone begged for mercy, pleading, Please, please, Your Highness the 3rd Prince, forgive us. We should not appear before you and dirty your eyes. Elgar, standing in front of him, silently prays with a trembling heart. Please ignore our existence and overlook us like a passing ant. Van Thon looked at the humble, kneeling and begging figures with some dissatisfaction. That's a bit too much. Even Diaoling had to say a few words. Not every country is as strong and peaceful as Huinlong compared to the Bai Him Empire. They are quite aggressive. The Behemoth's fortress appears in his mind, under his malicious influence. And with those tiny nations being so insignificant, to be honest, if they truly dared to anger Tagari, he could lead his entourage to destroy their countries without any problem. Pretending to be weak and flattering the popular is a survival tactic for small nations. Respect for the weak is a luxury for Ningim. Sigori shamelessly pats himself on the chest, proudly looking at the humble ones kneeling on the ground. Don't be afraid. I am the very kind Behemoth, clearly knowing you are participating for your country, so I decide to help you and give you a very good choice. He stretched out his giant arm and patted Elgar's head, while Kigori's sinister smile made him tremble like a leaf. During the competition, serve me as slaves and work for me, and I will reward you with many resources. Regardless of whether Elgar is afraid, he continues to threaten. Anyway, with your abilities, even if you make it to the 2nd round, you won't gain much resources. What if I directly spend more money to hire you? A week's spending by this big shot is enough for your country to use for a year. At this point, even those who are unwilling must worship him as a savior and be willing to dedicate their strength for him. Van Thon looked up at him on the throne and felt uneasy. Corey might not keep his promise and could just use us and then abandon us. She understands everything but can't interfere, so she just stands aside with pity. That's right, but they have no choice. A pair of tall work shoes and slender legs move step by step on the floor as a female voice echoes. Corey is competing in this battle for dominance, and all the participants are representatives of their own countries. Lucy, looking lively in her princess dress, approached him teasingly. Forcing other contestants from different countries into slavery is a very bad move. Her beauty when she appears makes the gossip grow more lively. She is a competitor representing the Holy Empire, the host of this contest. At the same time, she is also the princess of the Holy Empire. Lucy was born into a noble family. Not only is she beautiful, but she can also represent the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great nations, in the competition. Her strength is unquestionable, making her an absolute contender for the championship. This is going to be exciting. He casually crossed his legs and looked at the girl, responding softly, What is the princess joking about? I didn't force anyone. Obviously, they volunteered. She also knows his true face, so she insists on confronting Corey. So why? She sat in front of Elgar, questioning him. If you truly volunteered and are suffering, you can tell me. The Holy Empire will not tolerate any form of bullying. He hesitated and stammered, I! His threat was so overwhelming that he couldn't escape an answer against his own will. I volunteer. Diolin crossed her arms and listened, then sneered. This girl is really fake. She's already said all the nice words. Who doesn't see that they're afraid the country will seek revenge? If you truly want to protect them, then form an alliance with the country directly. Just saying nice words is useless. Lucy then approached her. Diamlin, you still speak so interestingly. She looked at her arrogantly approaching and then distanced herself in discomfort. Don't call me that. I don't remember being close to you, and she didn't respond kindly either. Really? It's okay, I didn't come to see you either. As soon as she finished speaking, she headed toward Van Thon, causing everyone to start gossiping. What? Princess Lucy, walking nobly past there, wasn't looking for Diu Lin. So who was she searching for? Could it be to find that guy? No way. She ignored all the gossip and respectfully lifted her skirt before you. You are Master Van of Jiangnan University. It's an honor to meet you, parents. Lady Ha Tan. Your master has helped our royal family a lot. When Van Than heard her words, he just froze. The parents of Master Ha once helped the imperial family of the Divine Empire, and you can't help but be stunned by this shocking news that now floods your mind. Impressive. I've never heard Master Ha mention this before. Lucy, seeing your confused expression, immediately questioned you. Could it be you don't know that Mistress Ha's parents were the previous divine generals of Huiyanlong Kingdom, who fought in the war against the Dark World, and their achievements are unmatched? She talks a lot, but still tries to provoke the girl behind her. If the divine Hanusi is still around afterward, that position of guardian general may not even be attainable by someone's father. When Diolin was insulted, she couldn't hold back and cursed. She really is an hateful woman. The gossipers outside, not understanding what's happening, just looked at the two girls' faces and made up stories. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, Lucy and Diolin both looked quite upset, like they were about to fight. Could it be that it's just a worthless person, yet so noble that two people are jealous of him? Suddenly, all the lights in the hall went out. Hello, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you for traveling from afar to participate in the global competition. Next, I will clearly explain the rules to everyone. The competition for dominance consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the qualifying round. The place he mentioned is the cold, terrifying land of snow monsters. Participants will be randomly grouped into pairs and teleported to the extreme ice zone. There are many dangerous monsters in the ice zone, and your mission is to survive there for 7 days and kill as many monsters as possible to earn battle points. MC panting and speaking with a grotesque expression. The top 100 players with the highest total points will advance to the second round of the arena. Like last time, the arena round will be global, so try your best to showcase your talents in front of everyone and bring resources back to your country, geniuses. When the rules were announced, everyone was frozen in shock. They were terrified and worried about their own fate and their countries. What? Only the top 100 can advance to the second round. With over 500 countries participating and 2 people from each, that means 90% were eliminated in the first round, truly more intense than expected. Then, a blue light appeared on the hands of all the participants, along with the MC's instructions. Next, the special tool for the qualifying round was handed to you. The recording device can record and store the points of victory you receive, and just so you know, it can still be stolen. Fan Shen looked at the device in his hand and understood. So that's how it is. Kovu is competing for stars. When Elgar received the recording device, he quickly turned to look at the intimidating guy and nervously said, Master Ka, the competition is random teleportation. If I can't find you, then I won't be able to serve you. He quickly came up with a plan that left him no way out. Just a small matter, leave a magic imprint, and it's done. Anyone who dares not to come find me should think carefully about the consequences. As soon as everyone entered the first round, the host's voice announced the rules of the competition. Finally, the qualifying round has restrictions on consumables, allowing at most 5 healing potions and 5 mana potions, and no food is permitted. Violations will be recorded by the recording device, resulting in disqualification. The participating members hold their recording devices and quickly rush forward, forming powerful blue streaks of light. Now I declare the official qualifying round open. All players move toward the extreme cold ice zone, where towering snow and ice mountains stand against the cold sky. This is the extreme ice canyon. The figures of Van Than and Diolin quickly appear in the freezing place like the Arctic. He just walked ahead while turning back to discuss. Next, he has to survive here for 7 days. She teased him a few words after hearing him, and they were even alone. So it was like a date. After saying that, Diolin yawned tiredly, stretching as she pondered. 7 days of survival, so many things to think about. Van Than also thought the same as her and said, Indeed, water can be replaced with snow, but food might not be easy to handle. His face suddenly turned serious. In short, he needed to carefully investigate the surrounding situation. His hands reach out over the snow, using the fusion of mage, magic energy, and mechanic skills to teleport back. Then, Van Than's hands touched the icy ground. Immediately, circles began to spread around him and Diolin. Right in the midst of that freezing snowstorm, his power radiated out everywhere. Diemlin supported herself with her hand, looking at Van Than with admiration, even possessing the skill of perception tracking. So you're truly all-powerful, huh? You didn't listen to her, just counting the time. 1, 2, 3. Lucky, There are 3 monster dens around. After assessing the situation, Van Than quickly made a decision and pulled her along, first to gather food and battle points. The caves at the foot of Mount Tam Toi appear in the cold area before the two of them, a fierce pack of bears growling and waiting to hunt. This is a level 43 4-star gold talent snow mountain giant monster, with sharp, thorny snow hedgehogs beside them. The primordial snow monsters of level 41, with 3-star gold talent, and the ice spirit humanoids at level 44 with 4-star gold talent are the creatures eyeing the two of them. Van Than's figure radiated flames with a blazing blue light as he calmly looked at the monsters. "I was just sparking a little fire, why are you so angry?" Then his eyes narrowed as he frowned. The figures of the monsters gradually grew larger in his sight. Van Than fearlessly punched them with powerful explosive strikes. His clenched fists hide immense power. A big fist doesn't always mean a mighty punch. Without saying much to the little monsters, Van Than quickly delivers a punch to block the creature's attack, using a full-force strike combining the fusion of the Fistmaster, Flame Fist, and the power of a strong man. Your punch created a strong cord that struck straight into the middle of the monsters. The creatures, beaten to a pulp, could no longer fight back and could only cry out in pain. Daemlin happily watched from the side, praising him for his performance. He's truly a talented disciple. Fighting monsters of that size with a human body, especially as a level 36 against a level 43 monster, isn't something just anyone can do. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on her shoulder, making her startle. "Huh?" Immediately after, a rain of ice fell from the sky. Each hard ice shard from the giant hailstorm falls continuously at her feet. Dio Lin looks into the distance and sees a goblin wielding a staff controlling the hailstorm, using a snow goblin skill that can induce a slow status effect. She realized that they kept attacking her because they focused on her, ignoring the younger ones. She happily accepted the assault and it added, "Looks like you also understand that the furry tail on her hand is just for her to pet." Whose threat is greater now? The fire element. Immediately after, a blazing red flower appeared in the snowy sky, a sign of destruction. The Geop Lin monsters were quickly burned in agony by the strange flames. They gradually disappeared along with the screams hidden beneath the terrifying flames, leaving only black debris scattered in the snow. Fragments of debris fell little by little. Pitifully, the monsters that hadn't even fought back were defeated. Van Than was fighting the Snow Mountain old ghost monsters, but had to turn and look at her in surprise because of the overwhelming amount of power she was emitting. He glanced at her, his heart stirred. She is an elemental mage. No, the skill form is very different. The cracking sounds of earth and stone immediately echo beneath a powerful attack. A tremor of shock erupts where the battle is taking place. The angry ancient beast roars and slams its hand down, causing the ground to crack apart. The ancient Snow Mountain monster is a level 51 ancient creature with 5-star platinum talent. 2 arms representing water and fire appear together, striking the monster and knocking it away, causing it to scream. She couldn't help but say with disgust, Just die already." Von Shen, also annoyed, and raised his voice in irritation. Amidst the falling snow, a loud cry from the monster ended their survival in the cave.
After that battle, it was already late evening. The two of them sat by the campfire roasting food.
Finally, Yu sighed and said, "Been busy all day." Van Than, holding an item in his hand, couldn't help but share his thoughts, having cleared out 3 nests of monsters. Defeating a normal monster earns only 1 point. The boss is worth 50. Diu Lin sat beside him and glanced over when she heard the noise. Even though the loot was evenly split, today's harvest was still very good, and based on this situation, breaking through the qualifiers shouldn't be a big problem. After talking about that fierce fight, he casually grabbed the meat skewer, assuming that monsters here are as easy to find as that. Van Than hands her the skewer to signal her to let the girl eat first. The meat is cooked. She looked at the burnt piece of meat in front of her and felt a bit disgusted, but she still reluctantly took the skewer. "From now on, let me cook." Seeing her criticize his food, Van Than boldly replied, "A little burnt is better than not cooked, just eat it." As he looked at the burnt meat in his hand, he couldn't help but think of someone at home. Usually Van Duong cooks at home, so my skills are really poor. Seeing the burnt skewers and Van Than's excuses, Diu Lin felt extremely uncomfortable. The master and disciple truly share the same virtue, bad at cooking but full of strong arguments. As she said this, Diu Lin remembered the blackened meat from the past. It has haunted her ever since. 5 years ago, I and my father were invited to dine at Director Ha's house. One of the dishes was prepared enthusiastically by her herself, but the result was so terrible I couldn't bear to look at it. I said Miss Ha's cooking was bad, and she even acted like it was only natural. Ha Quintan appears in Diu Lin's mind with not a very good impression. Oh, if not, what would I need a maid for?
Ban Shen listened to her recount and was a bit shocked, never expecting that Miss Ha could have such a side. After talking for a while, he also remembered the scene of Diao Lin fighting, and then he looked curious as he asked her. That's right, President, what exactly is your profession? It feels like an elemental mage, but your skills are quite different.
Diao Lin, hearing your question, pretends to be scared and ruffles her hair. I thought you kept staring at us. Or maybe you were looking at me, and I was hesitant about accepting you. Van Than, unable to respond to the flirtation, just criticizes. Better not to. Amid the blazing fire, Van Than silently listens to Diao Lin Thuin. I am indeed an elemental mage, but due to bloodline and innate talent, my skills have evolved greatly. Simply put, I can use 9 elemental magics: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and darkness. When I heard her say it so casually, I immediately reminded her. So what about the other 2 types? Diao Lin said mysteriously, covering her mouth as if sharing a secret, wanting to know at least if we are closer. At the competition headquarters, many people are busy with their smart devices. In the data reception room of the Holy Empire, as a serious voice sounds amidst the noise outside. Today is the 3rd day of the qualifiers. How are the participants doing? The voice belongs to the Grand Commander of the Holy Empire, Edward. The assistant is reporting that Princess Lucy's combat score has reached 1,700, maintaining her first place. Currently, the top 100 contestants have over 500 points, and hearing this, he feels a bit excited. Oh, this is good news.
What about the casualties? The assistant quickly reports a series of statistics to his boss.
A total of 1,178 people participated in this competition, and so far,
375 have lost their recording devices, probably seized by others.
Additionally, 117 people showed no signs of life, and the death toll was higher than expected. Edward let out a sigh of relief when he heard the number of casualties. These casualties are still acceptable. The assistant suddenly felt curious and asked the commander about something unclear. Why don't we use direct surveillance cameras with such a qualification process to at least clarify the cause of the contestants' deaths? Could it be because the cost is too high? He frowned slightly when mentioning that sensitive issue. The high cost was indeed the truth. Anyway, the extreme cold and icy depths are too vast. Monitoring cameras would consume a lot of resources, but more importantly, it's unnecessary. In reality, conflicts between sects and power factions are always inevitable. He only added a slight hint of meaning. Everyone knows that not all countries coexist peacefully. Religious beliefs, territorial disputes, and racial discrimination can cause some nations to be enemies. Actions like stabbing and killing each other are unavoidable. Although the World Federation's laws prohibit war between nations, some grudges still need to be settled. The qualifiers are like a battlefield where they can freely kill rival geniuses or bully smaller nations' talents to vent their anger. Of course, such things cannot be monitored. His assistant nodded as if understanding the issue. No wonder there are no videos kept for each global competition and qualifiers. But isn't that a violation of the Talent Selection and Resource Division Treaty? Edward also spoke about this quite casually, swaying slightly before continuing. Even countries that can't pass the qualifiers are just wasting resources on them. By the way, how did the representatives of the 5 great nations perform? 5 great woo. The assistant spoke after hearing his confession, mostly ranking high, but with some surprises, like Diao Lin and Van Than from Huyen Long country. Returning to the scene of the fierce snowstorm in the Arctic, the figures of Van Than and Diao Lin appear simultaneously as the assistant described. They are currently ranked 93rd and 94th, always at risk of being eliminated from the top 100. If even the contestants from the 5 great nations can't make it past the second round, then it's a good thing. She sneered arrogantly as she looked at the achievements you 2 had made. This apprentice feels that our teamwork is truly unbeatable. In just a day and a half, we've cleared all the monster dens within 100 miles, but Van Than is different. His face shows a hint of seriousness as he thinks about the future scene, but it also means that the remaining time we have is free and we can't kill monsters. The contemplation is clearly visible on his face. Currently, our scores are both 532 if it's just normal dungeon clearing. It's not a bad achievement, but the problem is, there is more than one way to earn battle points. The clock's hour hand slowly moves forward. As the number of monsters decreases, the number of survivors increases. Over time, the points gained from defeating monsters will accumulate more and more. The number of monsters will decrease, making them harder to find, which means that later on, you will benefit more from killing people than from killing monsters. Those who win by harming others and watch the weak fall defeated with a sinister smile have learned nothing from this competition. Van Than has gained valuable experience from this round. Those who understand this point are not few, and many will do the same. Even though we don't know our current ranking, to stay in the top 100, we can only target the competitors. That being said, Van Than also felt helpless, but the important thing was how to find other competitors. She was troubled by this as well. They're much harder to find than monsters, unless there's a suitable bait to lure them. At this point, Diu Lin's words are stretched out and end with a daring intention. For example, the unpromoted small hero of Huyan Long Kingdom. What bait could be more tempting? Perhaps this is the most practical plan given the current situation, with each step gradually leaving its mark on the snow. Van Than walks alone through the cold area, feeling excited, just spending an afternoon wandering and deliberately leaving traces of magic. His sharp eyes glance back, where something is lurking. I didn't expect that your thoughts were because there are so many fishing hooks hidden behind the big icebergs, especially since the two contestants participating in the world competition are from the wolf and vampire clans and are closest to you. The wolf-nosed tracker turned to speak to his companions. I sense a lot of aura around. There seem to be quite a few targeting this kid should we make our move. The vampire happily looked at Van Than with a greedy tone. Of course, he and Diu Lin are definitely part of the same group and have many battle points. Van Than's lonely figure caught the hunter's attention, forcing them to act. If Diu Lin isn't nearby, then this is the best chance to swallow this piece of meat. After discussing, they all quickly ran towards you. Let's quickly finish this, take the notebook, and then get out. The other lurking groups will rush in as soon as they see the opponent's move. They keep fighting over the juicy prize, Van Than. Don't even think about stealing it. Her point of victory is her. You look at those who bully the weak and are eyeing my points, and you're not happy at all. It seems you really consider me weak. He immediately used the fusion skill to eliminate them, fighting, trampling, and showcasing martial arts, delivering a powerful stomp that caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The 5 lecherous men were beaten so badly by Van Than that they cried out, and before others could rush in, they were so frightened that they hid their heads and ran away. This level of power is basically that of a high-level skill only a third-stage expert can use. What is that kid's background after all? He's definitely not just following to make up the numbers. His strength is enough to fight a Tier 3 expert, a monster on par with Diu Lin Lucy. Those who don't know tremble and run away after just one blow from Van Than. Damn it, we've been fooled, run now. That kid is pretending to be harmless, but he's a tiger in disguise. How can you easily forgive them when they have such high scores? To defend himself, Van Than immediately pulled out those long blue cords that appeared. Immediately, those thugs were tightly bound. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there slender demon flower vines in Tuyet Nguyen? The thorny flower beast bushes appeared and wrapped around the contestants on command. The binding is just the thorny vines wrapping around them. Van Than sneers with contempt as he watches them struggle violently. You hide in the shadows, thinking you're careful hunters, but you don't realize that your voice is quickly drowned out by the blue flame's power from the spear in your hand, and you're just prey. The burned contestants could only scream in pain and ask what kind of fire this is. It can't be extinguished at all. It's too hot. I'm going to die. Spare me. We're too scared now. We gave you all our battle points. Isn't that enough? Yulin sat behind a large rock watching Van Than coolly deal with them, a look of joy on her face. It seems she doesn't need to step in anymore. When they handed over all the points, they ran away in fear, fleeing for their lives. Annoying. Why does someone so strong have to pretend to be weak? You bastard. I worked hard to earn those battle points. They keep crying and complaining, which makes me dislike their stealing attitude and shouting. Clearly, you all see me as just an accessory to Diu Lin. After fighting for a while, he finally sat down on the ground, clutching the pile of notes in his hand, feeling endlessly happy. Using too much magic charm, he's exhausted. No wonder he's a genius from other countries, truly hard to deal with. Looking at the points in his hand, he seemed captivated and paid no attention to his surroundings, having gained a pretty good harvest of over 3,280 combat points, which would still be a lot even if split with the leader. The other contestants, using invisibility magic, witnessed everything that just happened, and just watching made them sweat with fear. Their hiding technique is the illusion hunter skill of the false shrine. Elgar, hiding behind the ice, watched Van Than happily counting his points and couldn't help but admire. You're so strong, Mr. Van. You're really impressive. You must be a potential champion candidate. The others don't think like him. They only want to seize the recording devices in your hand and attack with weapons ready. So what? Now the bow must be useless, but even so, we are definitely capable of winning. With so many recording devices, offering them to Lord Kogori will surely bring great rewards. They took the opportunity to rush in and steal your points while you weren't prepared. Let's risk it. When Van Than turned around at the sound, he saw the head bopper twisting with echoing magic approaching him. These little brats finally couldn't hold back and made their move again. And once more the blue flame appeared in Van Than La's hand. When they rush forward, that is when the light erupts, conveniently taking care of everything. In the most urgent moment, Elg quickly runs to stop them. The remaining contestants are about to attack Van Thon with their weapons, but stop in their tracks because of his protection. Don't hurt him. All three contestants stared at him in confusion, then froze in place. Seeing his lonely figure from behind, he couldn't help but feel shaken. This kid! That idiot is shouting loudly in Elger's face as he stands guard in front of Van Thon. Elger, do you know what you're doing? These three contestants keep shouting at you. Damn it, why is this idiot our teammate? If we don't score enough victory points today, Gory will be angry at him. Elger was also helpless, but now he could only explain to stop his teammates from causing trouble. I understand, but Mr. Van once saved my life, and there's still some time until tonight. I will think of a way to find a new target. His next words made him grimace, so everyone let him go. To avoid putting Elg in an awkward position, Van Thon handled all the low-level enemies alone, with his hands blazing with blue fire appearing before everyone's eyes. No need to trouble yourself, I can handle this. Seeing the terrifying power you unleash, they all flee in fear. Damn it, this guy still has some strength left. With Elg blocking us, we might not win. Retreat. The three cowardly figures disappeared along the path of the extreme cold north. When everyone had left, Elgo knelt before him, begging for forgiveness. Sorry, Van, I didn't think they would actually dare to attack. Sorry, I have to go now. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off with his teammates. Wait for me, don't leave me behind. Dulin has been hiding until now and finally shows her face, saying a few words, but Elg still hasn't realized that the person saved isn't him but his teammate. She has one eye covered by her hair, making her face look more mysterious. After he returns, he will probably be punished quite severely, don't you think? Van Thon, hearing that, immediately asked Vuvo out of curiosity, why are everyone opponents in the qualifiers? We only met once by chance. Suddenly, your face changed expression as you carried a sharp spear and walked forward seriously. But I am very interested in Sigori's point of victory. She scoffed at Van Thon's rambling. Isn't that guy just cold on the outside and hot on the inside? Can't he be more straightforward? The sky is getting darker, and the big campfire is set up to be really cozy. Igori aggressively bites into the piece of meat and says roughly, honestly, I didn't expect much from you useless guys anyway, so I told you to target the weak ones. If luck isn't on your side and you face a strong enemy and get defeated, that's within my expectations. His two fangs, like horns, move with his mouth, but for some unclear reasons, the failure of this action is related to attitude issues. With fierce eyes, he stared menacingly at those who dared to threaten him. A disobedient dog is not worth keeping. Elger knew he was talking about him, so he kept kowtowing and begging. He apologized profusely, but Mr. Van once saved me. I can't just ignore it. Lord Kogori, please give me one more chance. Elger's excuses fell on deaf ears. He keeps teasing and bullying, but there's no need to be so afraid. I am him, gentle by nature, so you can choose whether to crush your brain or destroy your country. It's up to you. The contestants in the same country as Elger are afraid that Kagari won't attack their homes. Why is that? Lord Kagari always keeps his word, and Elger will pay the price for his foolish actions. Hearing this, Elger gritted his teeth in anger. He had to abandon all dignity to bow before the one who intended to harm his country. Despite trembling with fear, Elger stubbornly bowed even lower. Then a loud sound echoed, and Elger's head was completely slammed against the ground as he trembled and begged, "Please spare my country." Kagori looked at his submissive prey with satisfaction, licking his lips, and his shameless voice continued to ring out. Then, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagori was frozen in place by a gun pointed directly at his head. Van Thon Weifeng appeared, pointing a gun at his temple. The gun was equipped with a terrifying, supernatural weapon, shaped like a gun. Elg looked up and felt a bit happy to see his benefactor, but also worried for him. Mr. Van, the three men who begged earlier were completely shocked to see you standing so proud. What's going on? When did he come here? He didn't notice at all. Oh my God, could it be that he wants to step in for Egg? Van Thon didn't care what they said, only focused on that shameless Kigori. Put your leg away. He seems completely unafraid, constantly provoking Van Thon. If it were me, you wouldn't hold back Kagori and just shoot him in the temple so he wouldn't have time to defend. The onlookers watching the bullet fall back are trembling in fear. Damn it, he really shot, and he used a gun to aim right at his temple. Someone's been killed. Someone's about to be killed. Kuguri was shot like that but wasn't hurt or bleeding. Instead, he glared at you with a bullet-like stare. Van Thon, though powerful, was also moved to see him still safe, only burning a few feathers. He didn't expect you to be so brave. So he resorted to his magic to defeat you. Kid, do you really dare to attack? The strange face from Kageri's stomach, like a beast's fury, seems to be flying straight towards you. Without hesitation, Van Than continues to summon more weapons, merging skills, the Grand Alchemist's bombs, the Great Electric Artillery, and the Divine Spear's lethal ray attack. Immediately afterward, two immense waves of power collide, creating a scene where victory is hard to determine. What he shot out was a violent thunderbolt. With such immense power, Van Than quickly blocked his attack. Kuguri looked at his scorched hands and couldn't believe how strong he was. This kid isn't some useless trash. It's clear he's a peer-level pre-spirits expert. I have to take this seriously. After fighting, Van Than also used appraisal magic to observe him. The fusion skill can only cause external wounds, but his defense power is too overwhelming. What exactly is he? Suddenly, you looked at the information about him. Kagori level 53, race Beamout Gold, class Ancient Beast Warrior. These things make Vanshin a bit afraid when looking at him. Damn it, the level gap is too big, and there's limited information available. Kagori uses a spell to enlarge his body, then strides forward with powerful steps, creating rumbling sounds from stomping on the ground. Van Than also reacts quickly, dodging his attack skillfully. You are still struggling with your tactics without noticing that Kagori has been standing behind you for a while. Sugori has still clenched his fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. He sneered at his cheating tactics and dismissed his punches. Then he grasped the weapon, transforming it into the Eastern Dragon Club, with his willpower radiating strongly from within Van Than. I'll make sure you succeed. As soon as Kagori throws a punch, Van Than also throws one to block his attack. The two figures, one large and one small, facing each other, make onlookers marvel. How strong he is. What kind of monster is he to fight in close combat with a golden beer emote? Kagori's figure continues to grow larger, his mouth widening as his body enlarges. Despite the violent gravity, he remains undeterred by that cowardly opponent. Staring intently at Kori, prepared with fusion skills, martial arts, ice fist, and power strike, tiny Van Than raises his gun to unleash a devastating attack on the giant opponent. After the action, he forcefully jumps up and then calmly takes a seat on his shoulder, seizing the opportunity to finish him off. Kori looked at you with hatred. Now he just wanted to tear you into 100 pieces. The arrogant kid still wanted to defeat this boss. Without a word, Van Than aimed the spear straight at his eye. He closed one eye, ready to destroy it. Kagori quickly transformed into a different, massive form after unleashing the golden bloodline of Bimos. He menacingly threatened your small body being thrown away. Kid, you have two choices. Get trampled to death or be squeezed to death. At this moment, after Kagori unleashed his golden beam bloodline, he transformed into a monster as tall as a mountain in front of Van Than. Those watching from afar were terrified and exclaimed, "So scary, it's like a monster among monsters." This is the true power of Lord Kagori. Besides those terrifying words, some people also commented on Van Than's fighting style, but that kid is really strange. He can use any weapon. Not to mention, he still has a bunch of chaotic skills. Sugori boldly raises his hand as if about to deliver a powerful blow to anyone daring to stand in front of him. Kid, if you don't choose, let me help you decide. The giant's heavy punch slammed down so hard that the ground was destroyed in an instant. Luckily, Van Than managed to jump away just in time to avoid the blow. While hovering in midair, he quickly spun around and swung his blazing red sword forward. Van Than landed on the ground, looked up at where he had just struck, and found no wounds or even a scratch. Surprised by this person's defensive ability, he exclaimed, "Thick skin, huh? What if I use this move?" A quick decision is made. Van Than uses the fusion skill, the hero, the sky-breaking slash, and the swordsman to launch a powerful attack. After the skill was fused, Van Than unleashed a powerful slash with the broken void sword. Kageri sneered at Van Than's attacks. Useless, this little damages nothing. He still shows no sign after taking that powerful attack. Van Than continued to strike all over this giant's body, but it seemed all for nothing. Watching this, Elgar was terrified and thought that among over 500 countries in the world, the only nation founded solely on the strength of a single clan to establish a top-tier empire is the Bimos clan. The reason lies in the terrifyingly strong flesh body of Bimos. Lord Kageri is a gold beam, and his physical strength is even higher grade. The golden Kim Bimos belongs to the legendary beast, recorded in ancient texts as having a body so powerful that only divine power can break it. Indeed, for someone who has awakened the bloodline of the Golden Bum, they can easily crush others beneath their feet. Elgar's thoughts continued as Van Than charged at Sigori with his sword, To barely call it divine power, it would require at least a 4-star pseudo-profession plus a hidden beast warrior class that greatly enhances physical strength, making Kagori, who is only 2nd tier, never defeated even against a 3rd-tier expert. I basically can't imagine how I could win this battle. At this moment, Van Than switches to another fusion skill to try stabbing at Kagori. The Swordmaster's fusion skill suddenly lunged and pierced straight into his body, producing a deafening sound.
It seems that this attack wasn't as useless as the others. You managed to deal damage to Kagari.
The wound is so shallow like a needle prick, it doesn't cause any real damage. Could it be that only Van Luan can be used? No, the side effects of Van Luan are too severe. Van Than lands on the ground, his foot scraping the surface and leaving a long groove. He thought to himself that after the time runs out, he won't be able to deal with others. Unfortunately, tearing space requires a talent for space, otherwise he would have taken him down long ago. While Van Than was thinking, Kagori launched an attack, a blazing red energy gathering in his fist. Beast Fury, stop itching. Even if I stand still and let you hit me, you'll be exhausted to death. The punch slammed into the ground where Van Than had just stood, and he quickly jumped back to avoid it. Despite Kagori's power, Van Than remained calm and taunted him. Is that so? Then don't just stand there. Let me hit you. At the same time, he used another fusion skill, Drit Juk Tu and Dre, causing the giant vine to grow and wrap around him. The large green vines sprouting from the ground quickly wrap around Kagori's arms, halting his movements. When Cory couldn't move, Van Than quickly jumped onto the giant vine and rushed in front of him. This time, he had found Kageri's weakness. You seem very confident in your defense. But what if the vulnerable spot is your eyes? Seeing this, Kageri's face veins bulged as he shouted in fury. The brat is reckless. He's no longer joking and begins to fight seriously, focusing his strength. The beast's fury, the giant horn wrapping around his arm, was quickly destroyed just in time. Kageri swung his hand to catch Van Than, preventing him from jumping around. Van Than's move suddenly changed into a lightning bolt stabbing toward Kageri, and seeing the bolt rushing at him at such a speed, he exclaimed in horror. What, lucky for Cory? He quickly reacted, biting down hard on the lightning spear, silently relieved that it was too dangerous. Just then, the other giant dragon suddenly wrapped around his neck. What? Lucky for Cory? His target wasn't his eyes. Could it be that Cory was still thinking about washing away his shame when Van Than flew over and slammed his weapon into his teeth, making a loud bang? When the weapon was stabbed into Cory's teeth, Van Than used the next fusion skill of the mage, Fireball Magic, and the martial artist's wind technique. Smoke billowed from the giant's mouth as he screamed in pain and fell backward. Van Than jumps away from Calgary, but he still insists on punching him to the end. Damn it, go die. The Kudang continues to coil around his fangs and ears. Van Than sneers. It seems your insides are not as tough as your skin. Then he delivered a decisive blow filled with immense power directly to Calgary's hand in front of the raging fire. Calgary was in so much pain that he spat blood and let out a long scream. The giant has been defeated, but Van Than still won't let him go. Wait, you still have a few holes in your body. You deliver a powerful punch to Cory's body, causing him to deform while saying words that make him fear. If I blow up your nostrils and burn your respiratory organs, how many minutes do you think you'll survive? Cory, beaten back to his normal form, crouches down, trembling and begging for mercy. Don't, big brother. I was wrong. I surrender. Please don't blow me up. I promise I won't attack Elg and his country. Spare me this once, or if you blow me up again, I will really die. DM Lin stepped forward to stop Van Than and save Cory. Junior, let's go. After all, he is a top-tier genius. Grow up. A few years from now, you might be able to go to the battlefield and contribute. Van Than showed a cold expression and calmly made a condition. Let me go, but hand over all the battle record devices. Inside, he thought again that weakening humanity's future combat ability during this time was not a wise choice. Cory tremblingly handed over the spoils to Van Than, his voice still filled with fear. Here? Van Than turned around and said, Let's go. Diu Lin looked at Kagari with a look of pity. Kid, if you have the strength, use it to fight the Dark World. Bullying a small country isn't real bravery. Under the bright full moon, Van Than and Diu Lin sit together by the warm campfire. She said, Today has been hard on the junior. You should rest. Let me guard tonight. After today's battle, Van Than, exhausted, fell into sleep. The next morning, as the sun rises high and clouds drift lazily, it seems like the weather is very nice today. Van Than was still not awake when loud noises woke him up. Something's wrong. There's a big problem. What is that? The apprentice is still sleeping. Just tell me already. You yawn repeatedly and walk over to them, asking in a drowsy voice, "What's going on?" Elgar stood there panting, eyes wide open, stammering as he uttered a name. Sugori. Lord Corey is dead. Somewhere, Corey has met a terrible end. Neither Vanthan nor Diu Lin expected this to happen. Both of them exclaimed together, "What? What are you talking about?" "Corey is dead," she said worriedly, looking at the other person. "Why is it like this?" Even though he was badly injured, it shouldn't be life-threatening. Vanthan also said seriously, "I have fought him directly and understand his strength, especially in defense. He is definitely at the level of a third-stage demon do, even higher, and even with serious injuries, he wouldn't be so easily defeated." Elgar nervously stroked his head and said, "I don't know the specifics. I was sleeping at the time. Suddenly heard some noise, so I looked over. Then saw him recount that there were a few dark believers standing there. In front of them was the corpse of Lord Sugeri." Elgar kept trembling and clutching his head in fear. Those guys really sneaked into the qualifying round and even killed people? If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed too. It's too terrifying. Diu Lin was a bit suspicious. "I've killed at least a few hundred dark followers, and using them to kill Corey confirms I'm not lying. When I was captured earlier, I heard they had a deputy leader, apparently the son of the organization's chief, who appeared this time with especially strong dark followers, unlike usual." Vanthan asked seriously again, "And with this intelligence, why didn't you mention it during dinner that day?" Elgar nervously lied, "I forgot by mistake." "So, is that so?" "But then again, I have to say, the missing commander is like a big fish. Taking him down would be a major blow to the organization. The question is, how do we find him?" Elgar hesitated and spoke. "My profession is a phantom hunter, best at tracking and hiding. There are still traces of them at Sugori's camp, and as soon as I return, I will find a way to locate them." "If you want, I can lead the way," Vanthan said confidently as he walked. "Thank you for your bravery. Let's move to the observation room as the rumors spread. Tiu is gone. The third prince of the Be-Him Empire has lost all signs of life. For the first time in history, a heavyweight contestant died during the qualifiers. The strength of the Be-Him Empire is so formidable that it ranks only below the 5 great nations." A man grits his teeth and speaks. The combat points of Diu Lin and Vanthan suddenly increase sharply. Not long after, Kegari died, and even a fool could guess what was happening. The Biaimo's empire is very aggressive. If the news gets out, it could lead to a conflict with the Huyanlong kingdom, or even war. "Right now, humans can't have an internal conflict. What should we do?" Watt shouted angrily, then calmed down. "It's just a surprise. There's no need to panic." The Ice Abyss Extreme was already dangerous, and unexpected events were common. He quickly deduced that perhaps Corey was only the beginning. Now, the 3 of them, Vanthan, Diu Lin, and Elgar, are trying to run quickly toward the camp. Elgar glances back and urges the others, "Hurry up. If we take too long, the aura inside the camp will disappear, and it will be much harder to find them then." They all answered in unison. Vanthan suddenly felt something was strange. His eyes widened, and a serious expression appeared as he recognized something. A tornado suddenly appeared in front of him, and the other 2 quickly dodged to the side. Vanshen angrily said, The first thing that comes to mind is that the incoming person is very strong." A woman's voice echoes from within the tornado. "Sorry for the trouble, but it seems you are in a hurry. Could you please wait a moment? I want to earn some points from your victory." Elgar was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. "Princess Lucy, we're doomed this time. We're running out of time and can't afford to delay." But Vanthan remained cold and expressionless as he looked at the person in front of him. He spread his arms and said, "There are dark followers infiltrating the qualifiers that need to be dealt with. I don't have time to play with you. Step aside." "Is that so?" "So that really is a big loss, but compared to the mice in the shadows, people are more interested in you guys. What should we do?" At this moment, Diu Lin stepped forward to block Vanthan, telling them to go and not waste time. She crossed her arms confidently and made her decision, saying, "This fake witch is mine." They quickly continued moving. Lucy kept teasing Diu Lin. "Mr. Van, are you just going to leave her like that? It seems she's not very fond of you, huh?" But Diu Lin trusts Vanthan deeply. She gently strokes her long hair and smiles softly, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. My apprentice clearly likes me. He just immediately unleashed his power, trusting only in my strength." Lucy also feels very proud, crossing her arms as she conjures a mysterious black-purple energy. "Is that so? Then I'm afraid I've disappointed him." Immediately after, the 2 of them rushed into battle, causing a massive explosion that engulfed everything around them. Vanthan and Elg had arrived at the camp. They are standing in front of a bloodied, full-body corpse, which is Corey. Vanshin sits down,
touches the body covered with numerous cuts, and says there are many wounds, still retaining a lot of magical attributes.
Looking at the wounds, the weapons used belonged to more than 6 types. He was beaten to death by the council. Elger stood behind him with a murderous gaze, raising his weapon with sinister intent but still pretending to continue the conversation. That's right, Lord Corey's death was truly tragic.
Their tactics are truly ruthless and their
Strength formidable. He swings his hand to attack Van Than, wearing a triumphant smile, completely different from before. Mr. Van, you needed to be careful. The smile on Elger's face disappeared, replaced by an incredulous expression. What? Van Than turned to face him and shouted LG's name loudly. Then he immediately swung his sword at him, confirming that you are the one who killed Kaguri, right? That sword left a long wound from his shoulder down. Van Than coldly crouched and launched an attack, declaring, I don't know why you brought me here, but if you dared to send an assassin after me, killing you first is definitely the right choice. You swung your sword at Kaguri, but suddenly a woman rushed out, shielding him from the attack of the reckless leader.
Behind Van Than, a man with a fierce look suddenly appeared, swinging an axe at you and shouting, Go to hell!
Van Than immediately reacted by raising his sword to block the attack. The weapons of both clashed. You stand still, blocking the attack of the other guy. If you let go even a little, you'll be cut down immediately. 2 more enemies suddenly appear above, charging fiercely to attack. Van Than immediately uses his skill, Violent Slash, a fusion technique combining combat, stomping, martial arts, and powerful kicks, stomping the ground to generate a huge shockwave that knocks them all away. The woman from earlier anxiously asked Elger, Are the Burning Commander okay? He looked up, half opened an eye, and replied, I didn't expect to be caught off guard and almost get killed. The wound has healed. Could it be the effect of taking medicine?
No, the medicine shouldn't have this effect. Even illusion hunters don't have healing skills. What's going on? And to make things even more surprising, they can stand up after consuming a fusion skill of mine, far surpassing the strength of the participants from this small country.
Van Than became more serious, adjusting his collar and predicting that it would be another intense battle. They stood in the icy land, surrounded by powerful and desolate aura rising around them. Egger looked at him with fear and said, Van Than, when did you start doubting me? He glanced down at him and coldly said, I haven't been looking for anyone from the beginning. I looked down on them with disdain, Tranthwat, who upon arriving at the Divine Empire, discovered dark followers and saved someone from their hands. Too coincidental, too lucky. Then Van Than recalls the past and says, It wasn't luck that led me to discover you. It's very likely you had already known my location and deliberately sought me out. Elger then raised his hand in doubt and asked, Maybe it was just a coincidence after all. Van Than considered it obvious that in the vast icy realm, searching for monsters is already exhausting, let alone finding people, and yet you could locate my position. Could that also be just a coincidence? You keenly analyzed them, fearing that you had exploited the unique abilities of the illusion hunter profession to record my aura before entering here, and that after reaching the extreme ice zone, you always knew my location and carefully chose the right moment to appear. Elger at this moment could only sigh and say, You're really too much. After all, I protected you once, and you even stepped in to fight Corey for me. He asked in a pitiful tone, If you didn't trust me, would you need to do this? You coldly reply, I just want to take his battle points and see how long you can keep acting. Van Shen looked at him and evaluated, and as for protecting me, that's even more nonsense. If you hadn't discovered that Diu Lin was in the shadows, they would have teamed up with their accomplices and attacked me long ago, Van Than said as he looked around at the countless people surrounding him. Just like now, Elger sighed bitterly, reaching out and saying, You're quite a tough one. No wonder the organization kept raising the stakes for you. Then he waved his hand to conclude, But it's okay. He gradually sank into his disguise, disappearing without forgetting to say beforehand, Because from now on, you won't even have a bone left. He looked around, then closed his eyes, thinking that Wei Zhang was just a visual illusion and the real body wouldn't disappear. My magic feedback was enough to sense it. The feedback magic seems to be something Elg still doesn't understand. If he misses, he slowly opens his eyes and senses someone rushing from behind, not daring enough to run straight here to attack. Van Than immediately dodged the relentless attack and countered instantly. One of them wondered in surprise what was going on. The other guy is angry but dodged it. Quickly, you unleash your skill, thinking of a basic combat technique to stomp on him. Then Van Than continued to use basic skills to strike with a powerful punch, hitting one of them so hard he kept echoing across the snowfield, and the fight caused quite a commotion on the desolate ground. This one screams in pain and curses loudly and hatefully. He doesn't say anything, just rushes forward and says, Deal with you first. But at this moment, a tentacle was already rushing toward him, appearing right behind Van Thon and startling him in shock. He turned to look at it, thinking about the dark tentacle of the dark priest. Van Than turned around again, still gathering strength in his hand. Unable to dodge, only able to face it head-on. He launched a move with the bright fire spear, revealing the girl as Elgar's weak accomplice. You rush towards the dark priest, a bloodline profession known for troublesome control skills, prioritizing the girl first, using fusion skills, a master swordsman, and a combat style of swift pursuit. You invoke the spell saying, "Light wind trap." The girl nervously said, "Too fast." Van Than swung his sword down and shouted, "Die!" A loud explosion echoed, but when the dust cleared, she hadn't moved at all and was now clad in a battlesuit. "What are you so surprised about? Relying solely on the power of the dark grand strategist, how could she lift the great shield or even wear the holy knight's armor?" She enjoyed your surprised expression and sneered, "You can use skills from other professions, not just you." She commands the tentacle to attack. Dark tentacle. Another one also begins to channel energy into a punch. In his fierce form, he unleashes a powerful punch, shouting, "Die." You look at that and secretly shout, "Divine Flash." Vanshin was amazed by that power. Could it be that all these guys have completed their professions, and their attributes are also very high, probably having consumed something like the Demon Lord's marrow? I used to doubt it, but now I see they truly have that strength. And when I look at both of them, I whisper an analysis. That guy is exploiting the momentum boost from his ultimate skill to enhance his master skill, with overwhelming power reaching an advanced skill level. That damn woman, too, using the Holy Knight's traits to cover her own fragile blood weakness isn't easy to deal with. Suddenly, another voice spoke from behind you. "Where are you looking?" he shouted. "Bao Viêm Ba Dong Tram." Van Shen quickly stepped back, observing him carefully. He quietly realized that the ear was indeed making good use of the mage's skill to enhance the power of the swordmaster's abilities. Van Thon begins to harness his power. The assassin lurking in the shadows strikes. Another enemy rushes from the side, finally finding an opening for a deadly blow on you. The fiercest warrior's rage-fueled attack, combined with the assassin's speed and a burst of power, you're definitely dead with this strike. But not allowing him to have his way, you immediately called upon divine lightning and vanished, causing him to exclaim in surprise. You stepped onto the ground from afar. What's adding another class attribute skill to you? I've just gotten tired of playing those tricks. With this level, you can't beat me. Are you saying we can't beat you? What the hell are you joking about? He uses the Berserker skill, going into a frenzy, still not letting Van Than go, and continues to charge fiercely toward the falling figure in midair, shouting, "You are just an unranked no-class relying on some crappy basic skills combined together. What makes you think you can fight me who has dual-class skills?" Van Thon calmly looks at the opponent, his weapon activated, skill merged, dodging and weaving to fight against the martial artist. He charged straight at Van Than, but only struck his shadow because Van Than had used the illusion skill. He slammed his spear down, shattering a patch of ground, and Van Than managed to dodge away in time. A girl standing on the other side immediately casts a powerful spell, the Great Dark Sacrifice, Dark Tentacle. A massive radiant sword appears above Van Than's head, descending rapidly, the Holy Knight glaring with divine fury. Two powerful attacks aimed at where Van Than was standing, but he used his illusion technique to dodge. He kept charging forward, shouting angrily, "Go! Die! Die!" He jumps into the air to dodge the attack and think, these guys really have many complete skills from different classes. Compared to my basic skills, they are definitely a level above. But in the past, facing them, I only had the option to run. That guy still has no intention of sparing you and creates a flame on his weapon, stabbing straight at Van Than. The Bao Viêm Ba Dong Tram, Van Than continues to dodge the attack, but now it's different. I possess the fusion skill, no longer just combining skills. Van Shin quickly lands on the ground, his serious expression fixed on the opponent before him, and even more so on his creative skills. Another enemy descends from above, with two flames in his hands. Wow! Van Than still continues his thoughts, as long as I master enough basic skills. By combining skills, you confidently assert that you can create enough techniques to handle any situation, and quickly summon power, assassins, clones, and shadow assassins and killers. A shadow in Van Than's form appears to block his punch. Koi, after being blocked, jumps back and shouts angrily, "What is this thing?" Van Than, standing behind the shadow, turns around and smiles calmly before replying. It's nothing special since you've never seen it before. After all, it's an existence that only I can create. Doknyut Vonyi Shadow Clone possesses all the assassin skills of the original body and inherits 75% of its attributes. Then Vanthan pointed at the punk and ordered his shadow to rush straight at him. Go have fun with him. The shadow rushes forward like lightning, its fierce gaze unleashing a deadly aura as it throws a punch directly at him, forcing him to raise his hand in a difficult block. The brat clenched his teeth and used all his strength to resist this punch, trembling as he thought that this was definitely not a beginner-level skill. Vanthan's clone was also counterattacked, causing his arm to be thrown back. The chubby-headed guy quickly counterattacked, but it was just a clone. Don't underestimate others. The continuous fiery punches were thrown, but Vanthan's clone still managed to block them all. What kind of messy skill is that? Variety show? Suddenly, green thorns appeared from the ground and wrapped around her, as Xiao Jing appeared and grumpily said, "No, bullying the master, she's using her magic." The thorny vines are wrapping around her. Seeing this, she scoffs and rushes forward, insultingly saying, "Just a flower spirit with thorny vines, and you dare to bother me." Xiao Jing also refused to give up and used her power, sending a barrage of vines from behind to strike and kill her opponent. Both sides charged into battle, moving so quickly that only streaks of light could be seen in the sky. Vanthan stood calmly right below. What does owning a holy knight skill matter? You're just a slightly more bloodless product. Qin is enough to handle her now. The two of them took the opportunity to rush from behind and ambush Vanthan, shouting loudly, "Ye kid, look somewhere else." Look. You turn back to look at them, but you're the ones not paying attention. Haven't you noticed what's under your feet? They started making cracking sounds. Then a huge, dark red tornado appeared, swallowing the two of them inside, combining skills, mechanics, setting traps, and wind magic, sealing their fate. They were buried in the fiery vortex, crying out in pain, "Damn it, it's a trap, so sneaky." The idiot felt something was wrong and quickly kicked off the ground to escape. The situation was dire, they had to retreat. I never expected there to be a sniper rifle aimed right at his back. It was Vanthan. He raises the scope, aims carefully, and calmly says, "You won't escape." After locking onto the target, Vanthan pulls the trigger and a bullet shoots straight at him, causing the sniper to explode in midair. So one of them has gone to meet his maker? As the two girls fought each other, Van Shen calmly stepped forward, and then she was the only one left. She saw Vanthan approaching and was so frightened she panicked. "Don't come any closer, please." Until the fight is over, I haven't seen Elger move or sensed his position. Could it be that he saw the gap in strength and decided to abandon you all and run? Even though she was tied up, she still laughed proudly, saying, "Insult Vanthan, you're too delusional. Relying on you, you're not worthy for the young commander to intervene. From the beginning, our target was never you. We just used you as a convenient way to deal with you." Vanthan looked stunned and incredulous. "What? I am just a secondary target." His eyes immediately lit up as he suddenly realized something, so he looked at Xiao Jing and gave instructions. "Xiao Jing, take the opportunity while they're not paying attention to leave your things on them, then you can go back." She replied clearly, "Yes." Then Vanthan gathered his strength and sped off. The fusion skill, the swordsman's rapid speed, and the way to fight with the windblade style. You keep running and urging yourself to go faster. Tattling wind chaser, Vanthan's mind was anxious and determined to catch up. Lu Diulin and Lucy were fighting, causing the ground to deform. Both of them are exhausted, their clothes covered in dirt, glaring at each other with no intention of forgiving the opponent. She gasps for breath, smirking as she comments, "Jiaoling, as expected, you're as formidable as the rumors say." Diaoling's gaze is also very intimidating, as she responds. "She's not simple either. She forced me to use all 7 elements. She's the first peer of my age, but she's only here now." Diulin raised her hand to form a red sphere and said seriously, "We are both running out of strength, so let's use our ultimate move to decide the outcome. You must hold on. At least don't die." Her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise as she realized something. A shadow with a murderous glare and a sinister smile appeared, grabbing Diulin's hand. It was Elger who said, "You'd better worry about your own life rather than hers." Her chest was pierced through by him. Diulin clenched her teeth to hold back the pain, staring at the thing that had just pierced her chest without being able to fight back. Diulin let out a few painful groans as the weapon pierced her chest, blood pouring out and her body trembling. She glanced back. The cursed device turned out to be like this. It seems this was a long-planned trap, specifically targeting me. Elger, with a perverted lick of his lips, looked at Diulin and said, "When it comes to status and strength, no one among the contestants can compare to her, not even Vanthan or Lucy. Only by eliminating her can we stand tall." "Are you implying that? Is that witch stronger than me?" She looked at Elg with a heartless face, her mouth truly disgusting. "It would be better to tear your mouth apart." Elger calmly told her,
Princess Lucia, with your current condition, fighting me is not a wise choice, or are you planning to risk your life for an outsider?
Elgar smiled and looked at Lucy, saying, Very good, now run quickly, or after I deal with Diu Lin, you won't escape. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot past his face, startling him and leaving him confused. Diu Lin's eyes radiated killing intent as she clenched his weapon's head tightly and shouted. Thienlup immediately created a massive explosion around her, knocking Elgar back. At that moment, Diu Lin kicked off the ground, jumped high, escaped, and created a blazing red spark. Elgar still struggled to hold onto the ground and thought to himself, while threatening Lucy, he cut off the spear shaft and still had so much strength left. Then he angrily said, You really can't be careless. Elgar immediately flew up to chase after her, leaving Lucy behind, and shouted loudly. But so what? She won't escape this time. Lucy stands below with her hands clasped in prayer, a look of satisfaction and joy on her face. Diu Lin, in the final stage I will take my revenge for you. She smiled and uttered terrifying words. Rest well. On a land stained with long streaks of blood, Diu Lin's heavy steps struggle to escape from Elgar's pursuit. Each step leaves a trail of blood pouring out endlessly. She is gradually exhausted from blood loss, with the prop still pierced through her chest. She tightly gripped the weapon's head, but Elgar was already closing in from behind. He reached out and used his hunting spear skill to pursue Diu Lin. A series of weapons formed from Elgar's power rushed towards Diu Lin. She struggles to dodge the attacks, cursing the annoying enemies, but in the end, she still makes a careless mistake. Originally, I thought that even if the Dark Followers attacked, their target would be the young apprentice to create more enmity with them, but her eyes still showed determination not to give up. And unexpectedly, I was the one who was more captivated. Diu Lin managed to dodge the attack, but Elgar quickly used another skill and shouted loudly, You won't escape, Long Slash, a sword strike that blows away everything in front. Diu Lin was lucky to react in time and dodge to the side, the slash leaving a deep, fiery scar on the ground that still faintly radiated some power. She tiredly clutches her chest, almost exhausted, and tries to speak. The illusionary shadow warriors with the Dragon Knight. I never expected it to be not only dual professions, but also dual hidden professions. The dark world can achieve this level, truly impressive. Elgar lands with a darkened face, sword in hand. Thanks for the compliment, that's all her last words have to say. Diu Lin's face was now pale. I had already suspected that the Dark Followers would strike within these days, so I thought every day about how to protect the young disciple. But I never expected that I am the one who needs to be protected. Elgar coldly swung his sword. Unfortunately, no one can protect her. No one can do it. She then tilted her head back and smiled with a confident victory smile. He said that, did you hear? When did Van Than suddenly start appearing as the younger brother? You gently swung your cord, causing Igor to retreat a long distance. He clenched his teeth in anger and glared forward with a look of hatred. Sorry, President, I'm late. Her strength was already very weak, and you said arriving late would deduct points from her academic record. Elgar stood over there, annoyed and just cursing. Damn it, those useless guys failed, and facing Van Than in a one-on-one isn't impossible. The problem is how much strength Diu Lin still has. If she desperately throws herself at Psathom, it will be hard to deal with. The smoke appears, obscuring his body, and he seems a bit disappointed. Even though I couldn't kill her, it's a shame, but the main goal has been achieved, and taking more risks would be foolish. Van Than stepped closer to Diu Lin, intending to draw his sword. Diu Lin, with a pale and lifeless face, glanced at him. He ran away. Shouldn't you chase after him? Van Than simply replied coldly and briefly, Not available. Van Than's hand holding the sword against her chest warned that the next hit would hurt. The guild leader tried to hold back. You decisively drew the sword's head out, causing Diu Lin to cry out in pain and bleed heavily. Then Van Than quickly used his skills to heal her. The fusion skill of the priest, healing light and dreet growth. Pale blue rays of energy enveloped Diu Lin with a pink aura of life. The wound on Diu Lin's chest is gradually healing. Van Than is holding the severed head from that wound, wondering aloud. The wound is healed, but what is this black thing? She asked hesitantly with a sad look downwards. It's a curse. Van Than holds the blackened object in her hand as Diu Lin explains what it is. Elgar's bone spear used to stab her is a special curse tool that continuously reduces all her attributes by 80% for 7 days. That's probably also why he decided to leave. You raise your hand and the cursed spear gradually disappears. I also know the purification skill. She looked at you. This kind of technique is very powerful. It requires the great sacrifice of the 4 transitions of the brightness to remove it. Dulin's face looked fragile as she gazed at Van Thon.
Now that your injuries have healed but your attributes are still suppressed and you're completely weakened, little junior, just go on alone from now on. Don't delay collecting battle points. I'll rest for 2 days and then come find you.
Suddenly, something sped past, and before she knew it, Duolin was riding on Van Thon's back, leaving her completely puzzled. Van Thon also understood and said, leaving the weakened person behind, "I can't do this." Then she looked away and softly said, "Thank you." Van Thon carries Duolin across the snowy mountain. She rests her chin on his shoulder and whispers softly, "Actually, he doesn't care about me either way. Even if I am weakened, I can defend myself against ordinary fighters. At worst, I'll just give up points and run away." He tilted his head to emphasize that she is just an ordinary competitor, but if they face dark followers, they not only have hidden professions but also a second one. Compared to the prize points, Duolin's life is what they are really after. Why are they targeting her? Clearly, the younger sibling is more annoying. Van Shen looked at the guild leader in confusion, saying he was modest because the number of dark followers killed by Duolin was not less than his. Van Shen seriously added, but the guild leader didn't seem surprised that they had completed their professions. Duolin sighed. "The old man has a special identity. This has been known for a long time. But I didn't expect a hidden secondary profession to appear." She recalls the dark entities with shining eyes, wanting to obtain the secondary profession, only able to use Demon Lord Essence, War God Essence, Magic God Essence, and Martial God Essence, so they are collectively called War God Essence. Duolin remembered the triumphant look when Elgar pierced through his opponent. The principle of the War God potion is similar to the Demon Lord potion, requiring the heart of a 4-transformation powerhouse, but it is stronger, boosting attribute points, skills, and the user has a powerful profession. Duolin frowned worriedly. Elgar's second profession is also hidden, meaning he used the heart of a 4-transcendence hidden profession expert to craft the Xian then Chi Tui. Van Thon pondered deeply, initially thinking completing a profession was already unbelievable, but now there's even a dual hidden profession. How many tricks does the dark world still have, and what is their ultimate goal in infiltrating the competition? He continued steadily along the remaining path. They stopped in front of a large circular platform with 4 smaller rings arranged neatly inside. "We have arrived." She surprisedly slid down from Van Thon's body. "I didn't expect that by Wednesday we would have reached the ancestral teleportation path, which only activates on Saturdays according to the rules heroes." Duolin stretches and sits down. There's still quite some time left. "The elementary disciple, go find a place to earn battle points. I've had enough of feeling like a burden. Just stay here and wait for the competition to end." He looked around and lightly joked that she was just a burden. "Without you, even stealing monster eggs is necessary just to eat, let alone anything else. Besides, their battle points are already in the top 100, so there's no need to suffer anymore." She shyly smiled when teased like that. Duolin turned to Van Thon as he reassured her, then said, "Just rest assured and lie down." At the very end of the qualifiers, the crowd gathered, whispers spreading everywhere, some lamenting that after 7 exhausting days of fighting monsters and people, constantly fearing ambushes and not sleeping well, it was just too overwhelming. Someone suddenly smelled something strange. "Hey, what's that smell? Smells so good." The person suddenly recognized that aroma, the famous traditional delicacy of Huyen Long Quoc. Seeing this, the other couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that they were stunned when they saw the two casually cooking, all frozen in place and speechless at this scene? Van Thon ate while inviting, and quite a few people wanted to join but had to prepare their own bowls and chopsticks. I didn't make that much. They started to get angry at the two in front. Too much. We worry about this and that every day, and he just keeps eating hot pot. Are we really participating in the same competition? Is there even any spiritual principle involved? When Duolin leisurely enjoys this meal, they can't help but feel uncomfortable, especially Lu Duolin, who eats happily as if she's on a vacation or participating in a competition. She hears her chuckling and joking. It's not a vacation, it's a date. Those people are wide-eyed. Is there really a difference? Damn it, no wonder she's the top genius of Huyen Long country. Bringing along a jewelry guy who lives so comfortably, the gap between people is just too big. Suddenly, the teleportation exit emitted many blue streaks of light, attracting everyone's attention. She and Van Thon stood up. It's time to go, and many tall rocks appeared around them one after another. Then, everyone stepped in together and moved to the arena. Assistant Edward invites the contestants to the corridor behind to the resting area. Tonight, the staff will collect the recording devices and the top 100 winners will enter the arena round, which will take place tomorrow. Van Thon stepped forward and asked, "The teleportation array leaving the extreme cold ice realm can only lead here." Tranley Edward replied, "That's right.
This is the only path that must be taken. Everyone has to come here to record their information.
That's good. I have important intelligence.
The qualifiers include dark followers infiltrating the qualifiers, led by Elgar from the Salati Thanan kingdom.
Every dark disciple has a dual profession. When Tranlai Edward heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What? Double-class dark cultists? He laughed loudly, thinking there's no such thing as a fake dual profession. The Holy Empire's strict guard and divine weapons eliminate disguises. How could an abyssal follower infiltrate?
This is too absurd, a ridiculous joke, I can't believe it. Van Than's face darkened and he frowned. Do you think I am joking? Just catch them and verify their identities and it's over. Assistant Edward's face gradually turned grim,
sweat streaming down his temples. Then he strained his neck to argue. If there really are dark believers, then better to kill the wrong ones than to miss any. So how do you want me to believe you? You arrest people based on your words.
You smile confidently and say, "Don't worry, I am prepared. You will see very soon."
Assistant Edward loudly calls out to stay calm, and a silence falls. He calmly informs the competitors to line up quietly and accept the new registration to proceed. Suddenly, there's a loud noise. What the hell is that? Suddenly, everyone was drawn to the scream. Damn it, get out of here now! Assistant Edward looked up from the clipboard in his hand. He said sternly, who's causing a disturbance? Are you trying to start a fight? No need to compete anymore? Suddenly, thin vine flowers sprouted all over their body. Suddenly, a chuckling laugh echoed as several contestants participating in the world competition were stunned to see many thorny vines wrapping around them. Why is this happening? Could it be the branching skill of a plant-type monster? Get out of here! Assistant Edward shouted at those contestants, daring to summon monsters in the city hall. Assistant Edward pointed and scolded. These three contestants behaved very strangely, disturbing the order. Arrest them all and bring them in for questioning. The subordinates rush at them with sticks, and at night in the luxury room he kneels behind the desk holding a glass of wine.
The assistant reports that the Grand Commander's interrogation confirms that those three are dark followers, and they all possess their respective skills. He tilts his head in surprise. Indeed, very bad news. Edward raised his glass of wine, turned around casually and said, "Just follow your plan. I will arrange for someone to handle it." He was quick to identify the dark followers, a great achievement. His face was full of depth as he continued, "Maybe we should have a drink to celebrate." On this side, Diu Lin laughed happily, making Van Than feel uneasy. She sat on the chair, propping her chin on her hand, praising, "Little junior brother is really wicked, especially ordering the thorny flower demon to leave the seeds on the target. I heard those three guys have been caught, so this time I'm relieved." I casually replied, "Just to be safe." Nothing surprising. Elgar won't be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. That's right, President. How is your condition? Has Yuan been eliminated yet?
Hearing this, Diu Lin angrily covered her face with her hand. Not yet. I've searched all over the city hall. The professional support Tam Chuan and above are busy saving people. She remembers the scene of the injured competitors in the hospital beds, mostly from powerful nations, even from the great military kingdoms. They are barely breathing, cursed and unable to compete, in a truly dire state. Diem Lin solemnly raised her hand and said, "Many people are seriously injured, and quite a few have died. The Holy Empire only needs to declare a fierce competition, so casualties are normal. But this kind of situation is unimaginable in previous tournaments." Van Than's eyes turned cold and said decisively, "The Dark Followers are definitely involved, but what are they aiming for? Killing geniuses from all nations doesn't seem like their true goal. No matter what, our plan ends here." She shows him the item in her hand, cheerfully encouraging him. "Junior student, the competition schedule is over. Going to the arena will only embarrass the Huyan Long Kingdom. Bring my points and your effort along. I will do my best." The next day, the stadium was packed with spectators, and Assistant Edward stood on the podium, enthusiastically welcoming them. "Welcome to the arena. After intense qualifiers, we have selected the top 100 geniuses." He enthusiastically extends his hand to introduce them. And today, these 100 geniuses will face a brutal arena. Based on precedent, this arena will also be broadcast live worldwide. As the contestants step onto the stage with full confidence, Assistant Edward excitedly shouts, "Next, please welcome the competitors onto the field." At Dongvan Academy, teacher Tram Sin was moved to tears, never dreaming that our student would participate in a global competition. Indeed, being his homeroom teacher is my greatest honor. A teacher clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration, as Van Shen's rising status made him the proud disciple of the dean, even on par with the vice principal. Why can't I have a student like that? Another teacher just sighed. At Jiangnan University, the final match has begun. Our students from Jiang University are on the world stage now. Come and watch the excitement. Someone is taking the opportunity to sell roasted corn combos. Everyone buy Kola's roasted corn combo. Only one course per seat. Von Duong proudly shows off to everyone. Look, that's my older brother. He's the one competing. He's the most impressive. On Nico's monitor at home, Van Thon's image appears. Her mother happily teased her, never expecting her daughter to be interested in the competition. So it's true then. He's the guy who got the necklace from you, right? Your eyes don't look bad. Nico blushed when she heard this, and shyly turned away, saying, Mom, stop talking nonsense and focus on watching the competition. I just want to observe the strong fighters in action. It's definitely not because of him. At the competition venue, Assistant Edward announced that the contestants had entered the arena. All participants in the World Tournament looked ahead to hear him announce the qualifying results. Based on the precedent, the rankings of the qualifying victory rounds will be announced next. Assistant Edward raised his hand to signal everyone to look at the big screen and check the contestants' rankings. The rankings are displayed one after another. Salati Tanel, the Divine Empire. Lucy, the Mystic Dragon. Vanthan, the White Phoenix Empire Akma, and the Northern Hung Empire. The entire audience erupts in shock. What? Princess Lucy is only second place. Who is first? Someone from a small state I've never heard of. Where is the champion seed Duelin? On what basis is the useless Huyen Long ranked third? What's suspicious? Duelin glared, gritting her teeth and muttering, Elgar is still on the list. What is the organizer doing? Could it be they haven't noticed he's a dark disciple? No way. Elgar sneered at the panicked crowd. Is it just a small matter that caused such chaos? What's even more terrifying is that it just started. Van Shen looked serious as he gazed at him, as if deep in thought, frowning with concern. He can still appear, but there is probably only one reason. I hope my guess is wrong. Assistant Edward continues to stir up the atmosphere. In this competition, all contestants will fight in randomly assigned teams with higher rankings earning more national resources. Now, I will officially announce... Wow. He announced the start of the second round of the global battle for supremacy, the main arena officially opening. Let's strive for our nation's resources and talents. At that moment, giant glass spheres floated closer to the contestants, who looked up in amazement at the enormous objects while Assistant Edward kept shouting. More spheres descended one after another from above. They entered, and suddenly Van Than and another person sensed something. The sphere brings the first two contestants into the arena. From afar, Hanbaran murmurs that the entrance is interesting, but what's even more interesting? In the first round, he faces the useless guy who hasn't been promoted yet. The system updates him as Moen Hanbaron, a lion spirit mage. He smiles eerily, hoping the battle will end quickly. As he finished speaking, Hanbaran summoned dark tentacles toward the opponents. The tentacles grew longer and longer, with star fragments surrounding him. The system panel lists them as summoning death spirits, mummies, undead soldiers, death spirit knights, and mummies with bows and arrows. Van Shen was overwhelmed by his attack, so it would be better if this ended quickly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red as he lunged toward them. Hanbaran was taken aback. What, a shadow clone technique? He suddenly realized. Damn it, he's using his monster's shadow to move. Hanbaran quickly looked around, searching for Van Than's figure. Where is he? He is now empty inside the shadow of some monster, when suddenly a sharp blade is pressed against his neck from behind. Hanbaran froze stiffly. That was also when you seized the moment. It's not a monster, but your shadow. In the end, he had to raise his hands and surrender regretfully. Liu Shu's image is like my counterclass. I basically can't fight it. I give up. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Oh my god, what is that? How can that guy wield multiple professions' weapons and also have skills from different professions? Van Than and Hanbaran both looked in that direction in confusion. The audience was stunned to see a ball covered in dark energy. Someone exclaimed in amazement, "What is going on? Could it really be that the legendary dual-class professions exist?" The other person was stunned, unable to believe it, absolutely couldn't believe it. Elgar is hovering in the air, his gaunt figure holding a greatsword surrounded by dark energy, while his opponent below is ready to attack, black tendrils swirling like tornadoes around him. Elg exhaled in satisfaction and then laughed maniacally, his face now more terrifying with two colored eyes and a confident smile. This is the feeling of unleashing all his power happily. Elgar's opponent below, though a bit scared, still shouted arrogantly, "I don't know how you sneaked into the finals, but if you dare to appear before me..." The knight raises his weapon, gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack forward. Elgar's figure flickers within the released energy. Prepare to die. The spectators watching below cheer happily. Wow, it's the Holy Knight of the Critan Kingdom. He once fought a third-level master and was truly a genius, charging forward to kill that arrogant dark disciple. But unexpectedly, Elger had disappeared somehow. Crichton said in confusion. Huh? Where is he? When did Elger suddenly appear behind Crichton? With a cold face, he swung his sword and cut. Crichton only had time to glance over before losing half of his body. Even tiny insects dare to make noise. Kristen's body collapses to the ground while Elger confidently draws his sword. Who gave you that courage? The spectators below, witnessing this scene, said in fear, he kills without hesitation. His dark faith is too evil. The top geniuses of the kingdom are being killed one by one. Something big might happen. Elger arrogantly stomps on Kristen's body, laughing mockingly and saying, do you see how weak humans are? No matter how much your army tries to hide the truth, it cannot erase it. Multi-classing really exists. To gain this power, you must believe in the supreme God. He continued to threaten, I will kill all the top-tier geniuses you call one by one. Prepare to face the fear from the dark world. Everything that has happened so far has been captured on camera. Seeing him act so arrogantly, the audience couldn't stay silent either. Damn it, he's just a dark disciple and dares to be so cocky, he's doomed. What is the genius participating for? Just go ahead and kill him. At the same time, a group of people watching the match on TV said angrily, that bastard, but the older one in the middle remains calm. No worries, our country's genius will step in and let him boast a little longer. The masked man also thinks that the profession really exists and seems to be very powerful. If there's a chance to catch him, trying to join might not be a bad idea. Damn it, how could I have such thoughts of betraying humanity? But conflicting thoughts kept flashing through his mind, though it seemed he was already captivated by Elg's power. All I can think about now is how adding another profession is just too tempting. In the control room, the bald man stood up angrily and shouted, damn it, how did things turn out like this? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and cancel it. What slowly stood up. It's too late now. Elger has declared war on all of humanity. At this point, erasing it would only fuel unnecessary speculation. The bald man anxiously suggested, so let's just let things develop in a good direction. If he really takes first place, everyone will lose faith in the future. Morale will plummet. Edward looked ahead, fearing this was the true purpose of the organization's arrival, to manipulate the competition for their own gain, spreading chaos and attracting those hungry for power. The bald guy is getting more and more panicked. So what should we do now? Edward calmly suggests, what if we let him continue to participate? We have Princess Lucy. The strongest, she will handle everything. Turning back to Elger, he laughs arrogantly in mockery. Weak, too weak. All of Elger's opponents are sent home at the beginning and end of the month. No one who faces him survives. Elger steps onto the body of a big guy lying motionless on the ground. This is one of his opponents. He spread his arms mockingly and said, this is the genius you talk about. All of them are too weak. The audience below was once again stunned, their voices trembling with fear. The genius of the White Eagle Empire, Glovieski of the North Hung Empire, they are all top-tier geniuses, and they all fell at Elg's hands. That guy not only has hidden class skills, but also an unbelievably high attribute. Is there really no one who can beat him? Lu Diulin stood behind, secretly furious, thinking that if it weren't for this bastard using the qualifying round to eliminate threats to himself, the scene would never have reached this point. As long as she was still in peak condition, she could crush him just by stepping onto the field now. Her arm clenched tightly, trembling with visible anger towards Elger. Damn it. Elger placed his hand on the sword stuck in the ground, tauntingly. So, who is the next to die? This is not enough for me to kill you. Suddenly, a swirling black tornado appeared behind him. He glanced back and realized it was Lucy. She looked at Elger and then smirked mockingly. It's been a while since I saw you, Elger, but you still managed to make people hate you. Oh. She finally takes action. The greatest genius of the Divine Empire. One of this year's undefeated prodigies. Princess Lucy, hurry up, princess, kill that madman. Lucy doesn't rush to attack, but gently places her hand on her chest. I can feel it now. This is everyone's expectation of me. It's so intense. Dark streams of power emerge from behind Lucy as she continues to murmur, too heavy. Behind her, a pair of large black wings had formed, looking like a fallen angel. Let me respond to you. The audience below began to discuss. Rumors say that when Princess Lucy was born, there was a miraculous event. She was favored by the gods and possessed angelic power. Someone looked at Lucy's wings and wondered. Black wings, but something feels off. Isn't her profession supposed to be that of an angel? The woman below couldn't help but speak up upon hearing that. You foreigners only hear about the surface. That was truly the case at first. But during one of the princess's outings, she was ambushed by dark followers in a dangerous close encounter. She continues to tell how, to protect her entourage, she voluntarily gave up her divine role. Losing herself, Lucy lifts her head high and spreads her black wings, revealing a fallen angel. Her soulless eyes are also shedding dark black tears. Having just gained a power that, though evil, is greater in scope to save everyone, the woman was so moved that tears streamed down her face, causing the two behind her to also feel chills. She will definitely win this tournament. The princess is truly incredible, but the way she used to rescue her followers could only be done by someone noble, elegant, and strong like her to stand against Elger. The man behind just looked up at the arena and noticed something. Speaking of fighting Elger, I realized there's someone really powerful. Everyone's attention was on Elger. They forgot about him. In a smoky, dusty arena, this is probably where Vanthan is competing. He, like Elger, has never been defeated so far. Moreover, his speed in defeating opponents is on par with Elger, if not faster. He is a participant from the Huiyan Long Empire. Vanthan appears extremely cold, turning to look at the powerless spectators. The host happily announces, "Here it is, here it is, the strongest genius of the divine empire, the woman blessed by the gods, and a dark disciple. Truly, a final showdown early." Lucy and Elger are standing face to face, surrounded by the motionless bodies he has defeated. The announcer's voice echoes again. "Everyone, let's admire her stance. Princess Lucy bears our hope and will surely execute the dark disciple." The audience below cheers loudly. Kill him, so he knows how foolish it is to betray humanity. Even the dogs of the dark world can't be killed, so what chance does the demon race have?" Elger, hearing those words, flicked his ear in disdain. "How many more people must I kill for you to shut up?" Lucy has been flying up since when, giggling with satisfaction. "He-ha!" She clasped her hands together, placed them under her chin, and smiled contentedly. But to my ears, their voices sounded clear and beautiful. Without another word, she flicked her black wings forward. Black Vu, countless black feathers are shot out at wind-cutting speed. Elger has no intention of blocking this attack, but uses a skill to dodge. Illusory Shadow Flash. Lucy's attack is so powerful that it destroys the arena in one strike. She smiled and exposed her opponent. "In the qualifying round, you used despicable tactics to eliminate almost all top talents. If everyone is still here, how can you still be so arrogant?" Then she brought her wings back, gathered her strength for the next attack, still speaking, but only to kill a few insignificant foes. Lucy spread her wings, creating a tornado that trapped Elg at the center, while reminding him not to overestimate himself. From outside the arena, the tornado she summoned covered the entire stadium, with only her figure visible flying in the air, and the spectators kept cheering. That skill is terrifying. Even a third-tier powerhouse would be hard-pressed to swallow it. No wonder they call her Princess Lucy. She's truly formidable. That bastard must have been torn to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Lucy reached out and made the tornado disappear. The arena was completely empty, with no one in sight. But she looked us down in surprise because she couldn't see Elgo anywhere. He managed to escape. No, he can use disguise. I don't know where he ran off to. Suddenly, he slipped behind Lucy without me noticing, raising his great sword to attack. "My noble princess of victory, where is she looking?" She remained still, her eyes wide with surprise. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, stepping back and huffing, a few drops of sweat on her face. Elger swung his sword downward, using the Dragon Slayer, and Lucy quickly raised her arm to block the attack. But the overwhelming power knocked her down to the ground. Lucy struggled to get up after the attack, with visible cracks on the ground beneath her. He smugly looked down from above as she continued to get up, her breath ragged and panting heavily. The estate. Elger had no intention of sparing his opponent and charged again. Lucy dodged the attack while thinking that his attributes were incredibly high, making direct confrontation impossible, so she needed to keep her distance. At this moment, he smiled smugly and responded to her previous words. "Lucy, I think you might have misunderstood something. My hand keeps gathering strength. Was I really the one who acted first because I was afraid of you?" A powerful technique, the Crimson-absorbing Wind Eye, is unleashed. Lucy cannot resist and can only raise her hand to block in front of her while shouting, "Huh." Eager instantly teleported to her and squeezed the opponent's neck. "I just prefer to keep the danger level as low as possible." Elger blinked in admiration. "Well done." "That's right. Someone as clever as you should receive a reward." And with that, a hand flicked upward. Immediately after, a black hole appeared behind her, pulling her into a dark world to receive the Lord's favor. Lucy saw this and desperately begged, "Don't." She was thrown into the black hole, desperately reaching out. "Please, don't." After Lucy was thrown in, the black hole started to close and then disappeared. Those outside saw this scene and their hope was completely shattered, everyone sweating in fear. Elgar is being mocked again. Why is there no sound anymore?
Weren't you all so enthusiastic earlier? Talk to me.
The crowd is no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone is scared. How could this happen? Princess Lucy has failed and been taken to the dark world. I can't even imagine how much suffering she will endure there.
I don't believe it. With so many geniuses participating, how could a dark disciple like him defeat them all? And even the War of the Spheres might kill him. Another one is brought him to the arena, and he instinctively jerks in surprise before he can react. Then he sees this, and a terrifying smile spreads across his face. Are you my next opponent?
That guy immediately curled up and ran away crying. No, I give up. I was automatically teleported here.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. Let me go now.
The others in the arena also started to give up one after another. I won't fight anymore. If I keep fighting, I will definitely meet him. 3 hidden classes converge on him. Who knows if he has a 4th hidden class?
Fighting this kind of monster is clearly asking for death. Let me go.
All the contestants are gradually becoming afraid. Even Princess Lucy can't fight. What can we rely on to fight back?
People are covering their faces, too afraid to face it, and basically unable to fight. I don't want to die. Teleport me out now. Most are eager to live and afraid of death. Without hesitation, they declare I want to retreat.
Edgar looked up to the sky, laughing uncontrollably like a madman. Ha ha ha, a genius? Is this what you humans call a genius? All of what just happened was broadcast live everywhere, and his demonic voice spread far and wide. The people fell into utter panic one after another as whispers and chatter grew louder and more chaotic. Princess Lucy has fallen. Other geniuses are also frightened. Even the loyal dog of the dark world has nothing to say against the Demon Dew. It's over. This world is doomed. But one person has noticed something, pointing ahead. Wait a moment. There seems to be someone who isn't afraid of him, even actively stepping onto his arena. The host's voice rings out, along with a genius who has yet to submit. He's not afraid, and he won't give up. He wants to fight.
Vanthan stepped onto the arena and coldly concluded, this show should come to an end.
At this moment, in Through Spirit Marsh, a large, slightly dilapidated castle appears before the eyes. Inside, everything is in ruins, and on a chair sits a girl calmly crossing her legs, Hakwin Thun. Beside her are 2 servants, and below are 3 men tied up and kneeling. The leader is in the middle looking annoyed. The 2 beside him don't dare to make a sound. Queen Ten then speaks up.
Hiding the headquarters within monster territory, no wonder it's so hard to find. Your organization's landing point in Huyan Long Country has now been wiped out by the army, and this place has also been destroyed by me. Is there anything else you want to say?
He shouted angrily.
Hakwin Tan, wasn't it you who retreated early to become a university professor? Why are you targeting us now?
He is the Grand Commander of the Descent Organization.
Elvic Hakwin Tan calmly said, no one said being a university professor means you can't catch mice, especially big mice. The current situation suggests that your organization has already perished, but it seems you don't care much about that.
Vanish. You haven't realized that it's her. Hakwin Tan continued to boast about his timing calculations.
My son has now revealed many professions to the world and is fighting on the stage of battle.
Humanity, seeing all this, will be engulfed in despair.
What does it matter if she destroys the entire organization?
In less than 3 years, the Christmas festival will be back in full swing, even stronger than before. You, humanity, are the ones about to be wiped out. Ha ha. Quinten remains unmoved by those words, calmly analyzing. Everything you say could indeed happen, but the premise is that your leaders can achieve the final victory. Then the person beside her turned on the projector. Clash! The image of Vanthan facing Elgo becomes clear. Quinten confidently asserts that, unfortunately now, he will have to face an insurmountable mountain. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where his face is now grim, standing tall and resolute. He saw you and immediately sneered.
Vanthan, I've given you several chances to live. Now you want to die? Go ahead. I'll make it easy for you.
You're not afraid at all, are you?
Why can't I remember?
Then she stomped her foot hard on the ground and suddenly teleported right behind him. In my hand is the body of someone seriously injured, so I have the right to ask for your mercy. Elgo was a bit frightened as he turned to look at him, who had somehow stepped behind him. Vanthan ignored him and took the defeated contestant outside. These participants are indeed not as strong as you, but they have never surrendered or fought against you until the very end. After placing that person inside the bubble, you are completely different from them because of your strength, serving the dark world like a dog. The other contestants scattered across the arena were lifted into the air by whirlwinds. Even though they are now corpses, you used a basic martial arts skill to spin them gently. They were safely taken out, Van Than's voice still echoing steadily, victorious in defeat. The spectators below buzzed with chatter. Is this Van Than? Although he doesn't have much fame internationally, he seems different from the others. If it were him, he might really be able to defeat that dark disciple. Seeing this, Elgar spoke with a tone full of pride and disdain, as if he had given those humans a glimmer of hope again. But his eyes turned fierce, and he loved nothing more than to crush that hope. Liandong leapt forward, using the brave skill dragon gear, while Truong Hong charged, and Van Than remained calm in place. Elgar's attack came rushing in. He swung a powerful strike down, but it hit only empty air.
It's no wonder you're surprised. After all, most of the Dark followers who have seen this move are already dead.
The fusion skill includes the Spear Warrior's sweeping attack and the Berserk Fighter's furious strike,
Followed by the violent charge of the Raging Spear, and you are no exception.
The slash aimed at Aegeon's body left him no time to react, his body contorting upon contact with the spear before being knocked far away by the attack. Not stopping there, Van Than continued to use his fusion skill. The Mage, Fireball Spell, and Sorcerer, Du Li Chi Fong. A blue tornado shoots out from his staff, heading straight for the opponent Madiem Ku Fong. He desperately tried to resist with all his might, but the raging storm of lightning couldn't stop Van Than, who was swept straight up by the tornado. My high attribute combined with my hidden class skill was broken through head-on, leaving me defenseless as the attack hit and I fell freely, filled with terror.
He successfully lands safely on his face. Van Than jumps up again and thrusts his spear at Elg lying battered on the arena floor. But what he hits is not the true body, and he is a bit surprised. The illusion immediately afterward, with many Elgar clones surrounding Van Than, and the onlookers below shouting that this move heavily relies on illusion images of the illusion hunter.
Princess Lucy was defeated by his true body because she was unaware of the situation, and all her skills targeted illusions. Be careful. The clones circle rapidly, forming a tornado that traps you inside. Elgar smugly says, "Kid, are you still stupid?" This is the strength of an illusion hunter. Immediately, all illusions rush towards him. You don't even know how you're going to die. Van Than calmly changes his weapon, combines skills, adjusts his fighting style, and employs powerful punches, martial arts, ice fists, and icy wind strikes. One strike from me is enough to crush the opponent to the ground. Standing before Elgar, who lies motionless on the arena floor, Van Than declares, "At least I know how you'll die." From afar, the center of the arena is billowing with smoke, where Van Than crushed Ego to death. The spectators below, seeing this, all exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, he's finished for sure." That Van Than is too strong. The Dark followers under his control are like toys. The opponent is probably dead. Someone who notices something's wrong shouts, "No, he's still alive." Indeed, his wounds are starting to emit smoke, and they are healing rapidly. Seeing this, he looked down to observe closely. The wounds are almost healed now. Edge glances at Van Than and mocks him. "I possess the blessing of one of the 72 demon lords, an immortal body. You can't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with another shock, eyes wide with horror as he looked ahead. Van Than ignored those words and kept attacking, fighting, and stomping fiercely. You kick him with all your might, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter into pieces. Just by looking, you can tell the power of this move. Then I will crush your little body, trampling wildly. His face was pressed down into the ground, but he still gritted his teeth in anger.
Elgar shouted angrily, "Still not finished with your head."
He unleashed a wave of dark energy that engulfed everything around him.
Van Than was pushed back by the opponent's shockwave, forcing him to struggle to hold his ground.
Elgar now appears like a demon again, with several streams of power behind his back resembling wings. "Kid, it seems you still don't quite understand the situation." He looked at this scene with a bit of unease, thinking to himself that this feeling meant he was no longer human. Now his entire body had turned into a demon, only his head retained a human shape, with wings formed and a dark circle behind his back, surrounded by a faint light blue aura.
The arm gradually radiates a blue aura as it angrily shouts at the opponent, "You are just a useless substitute at best, only a low-level replacement for me." Illusion Hunter, in the heroic hunter state of the Dragon Beast, wielding the power of the Dragon Wind Thunder Demon Sorcerer. That wave of power shot straight at Van Than, and he continued to say, "I've never considered you a threat." He watched the incoming attack cautiously, and immediately, a corner of the arena was filled with smoke, enough to understand the power of this skill. The raging lightning storm shows no intention of stopping.
Elger raises his hand, forming a dark spear that grows larger, then decisively launches it downward, causing a massive explosion that shatters the arena into pieces with large stones flying everywhere. The audience watching here are filled with fear. The power of the skill is unbelievable, on a completely different level from before. His attribute points were already incredibly high, and now with the hidden class statuses added, it's hard to imagine how strong he truly is.
It's over! It's over!
Elger exclaimed triumphantly as he charged down with an arrogant look on his face. This is the mighty power only the dark world can bestow. In the faint smoke, Van Than's figure lies motionless after the attack as he swings his sword down, carrying red energy aimed directly at him, feeling Nguyen Mac's life force. But suddenly, Elger's attack was blocked by a golden weapon, which was Van Than in his super-powerful omniversal form. He could easily deflect Eager's sword with just one hand. He felt something was off, clenched his teeth, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably as he wondered why he couldn't block the attack. What was going on? You like to play with attribute points? Then let's see how you like this. The golden hand reached out to the opponent's head, ready to give him a slap on the forehead, and a single slap sent Elger flying far away. As a result, his head slammed into a large rock behind him, blood gushing from his mouth. Van Than instantly teleported to his side and swung his sword straight at him. Elger quickly reacted, raising his sword to block the attack, biting his lip in frustration. The powerful strike caused the rock behind him to crack and break. Van Than raised the bright sword high, golden rays of power emanating from it, gathering strength for a final strike. The fusion skill. The demon swordmaster unleashes the blazing flame slash on the most furious warrior, delivering a powerful strike that pierces through a large rock, sending him flying out of the arena and crashing to the ground. The audience watched this scene with their mouths open in amazement. This is the special arena prepared for the final battle for supremacy. Even a strong third-tier expert would find it extremely difficult to destroy it, yet it was shattered to pieces. These two guys are even more terrifying than the first one. Elger really is a cockroach. After such a powerful strike, he can still get up crawling. Disgusting. His face covered in fresh blood, he angrily spat out each word. I used 3 parts of the Battle God elixir, so why can't I fight back against you? Van Than stood coldly in front of his opponent because he was doing some very important push-ups. He stared in surprise, not understanding what the other person was saying, then suddenly was choked and lifted off the ground by a hand gripping his neck. Elger's strength is gradually fading now. He struggles to break free from his opponent's grip. Cough, cough, he repeats his earlier arrogant declaration. You just said I can't kill you. Elger's whole body trembled with pain, but he remained proud. I have received the blessing of the top-tier demon lord, so even if your organs, bones, and muscles are shattered now, you won't die. With you fighting in such a strong state, there must be significant side effects. Wait until the right time, and you will be the one to die. Van Than heard him speak and only replied indifferently. So what? A blue flame gradually appears on your hand. A fusion skill. The finger directly touches Elger's throat while casting a mage spell, fireball, and demon sword techniques. A green flame suddenly erupts in the city of Huyen Do Manyen, with the faint figures of Van Than and E.G. visible within the enormous blaze. The people in the stand see the scene before them as a glimmer of hope and cheer loudly. This move won't kill him, no matter what attack is used, so just burn him alive. I don't believe burning him to ashes will kill him. He will still be alive. We're winning. We're about to win. Burn him alive now. Elger's body, blackened and almost turned to ash, finally let him go. His whole body is still engulfed in blue flames as he collapses to the ground, and the spectators' voices keep echoing. Burn him alive. Burn him alive. Van Than finally couldn't maintain the Van Luan state anymore and reverted to his normal form, panting heavily and exhausted. The side effects of Van Luan are extremely strong, and his attributes have been almost completely drained. He looked ahead with tired eyes. The backlash was too strong. Now even an ordinary person would find it hard to deal with. Seeing Elge burn to ashes, lying motionless on the ground with smoke still rising from his mouth, Van Than finally felt relieved. Luckily, everything has come to an end. The viewers watching the live broadcast on the screen are also cheerfully praising. We won. The 3 hidden professions, the immortal body. Isn't that a defeat at the hands of us humans? We won. The world still has a future. Ha ha ha, hero. Van Shen is a true hero. Once again, someone notices something unusual and immediately points it out. Wait a minute. Am I seeing things? On the screen is Elger's arm. His hand seems to be moving. The live viewers also noticed this and became panicked. What? He moved his hand. Van Than was clearly weakened and no longer a match for him. Unbelievable. yet he still didn't die. It's no wonder he's called the King of Leeches.
He got back up again, chuckled, and said dismissively, "Just flames trying to burn me to death. Too naive."
Vanthan then countered.
"Just flames, you really underestimate my flames."
Even though you're very weak, you still patiently explained that it is an S-rank existence, with a special effect that burns the soul. Even if you are immortal, so what? Elgar began to feel dizzy, surprised by Vanthan's words. You've been bathing in the fire for so long, your soul is about to be consumed. His eyes wavered, and his body could no longer hold on, collapsing. Damn it, my consciousness is fading, and his expression is full of surprise. Is this what death feels like? My vision is fading, about to reach the heavens where I still want to bring my opponent along. I may die,
but he must not be allowed to survive, or else he will eventually bring disaster to the dark world.
Dulin stood on the stands feeling something was wrong and shouted in alarm. This is not good.
He struggled to raise his arm, repeatedly muttering, "Great Lord Demon, please accept my final sacrifice."
A black hole gradually appeared behind Vanthan. Egg's trembling arm poured all his remaining strength into this strike, aiming against the lock gate.
Vanthan also recognized this as divine thunder. He reluctantly turned to look and thought to himself, his last resort was within expectations. His remaining magic was enough to use divine thunder once.
Suddenly marked with the symbol on his neck, Vanthan cried out in pain. "Ha! Damn it!" Holding the mark on his neck tightly, he stood still as the black vortex gradually formed and approached. The guy sealed his soul-tracking mark. Once activated, he wouldn't stop until death. It was over. There was no escape. A hand touched his face. That was Dulin. She pulled Vanthan away from the black hole. Little Junior. This black hole is growing bigger, swallowing everything in its path. She stared in horror at the terrifying sight before her. It's too dangerous. I almost got hit. Vanthan turns to warn her. The chairman shouldn't come here. My soul-summoning seal has been activated. This skill. The black hole now rises high into the air, heading straight for Vanthan. His voice still sounded steady. All hits landed. The black hole plunges straight down, swallowing Vanthan and Dulin, leaving a giant crater on the ground.
The spectators below the stands gasp in fear as Elgar gradually dissolves, still smiling like a victor.
No matter how strong you are in the end, victory belongs to me. His head also started to vanish, but he still shouted loudly, leaving one last question. What is the fate of a human falling into the dark world? Do I need to say more? Waiting to be torn apart by Lord Maudui, huh? Then he completely disappeared. Although he defeated Elg, no one was happy. Damn it, we clearly won already.
The Dark Sorcerer is so annoying. If you can't fight back, then just sacrifice yourself. So annoying.
A fairy girl anxiously places her hand on her chest, wondering why this is happening. Then a veined fist slams down on the table. It's Principal Diep An Phuc. He shouted angrily, "What the hell is the organizing committee doing? Why aren't the 4 strong fighters doing anything to control the arena? Are they all dead? We shouldn't have let them participate in the first place." Then a girl hurriedly ran in to report that the principal was saying something bad was happening. Inside a large sphere, a figure was present, and the girl continued to recount the incident. The timeline in the Academy Square suddenly experienced a violent disturbance, and the surrounding trees and structures began to decay, affecting many students. Inside the sphere now is Van Duong,
Vanthan's younger sister. Her eyes are wide open, completely unconscious, tears streaming down her face, and a frantic voice echoes, "Van Duong's power has gone out of control." The students outside shouted to each other, "Run quickly! Don't go near her! I got too close just now!" Half of her body had turned into an old man. Who exactly is that girl? From inside the sphere, the girl gritted her teeth and said each word, "Brother, second brother." Perhaps after learning that Van Shen was taken to the Dark Realm, Van Duong lost control and unleashed her power. Back in Quin Tun, Elvic knelt below, laughing mockingly. Victory is still ours. The Arrival Organization has won. The only genius Elgar is dead. Humanity will fall into despair. Her face darkened, and she remained silent. Xiao Yu beside her transformed from an arm into iron chains, still daring to laugh. Those chains tightly grip Elvic's neck, making him spit blood. She keeps threatening and laughing. Go ahead and try. Keep laughing. Keep smiling. Xiaoling also respectfully spoke. "Master, Mr. Van, him." Quin Tun calmly replied, "It's just being taken to the dark world. You won't die. I originally planned to take him there myself. This is just a preliminary step." She curled her fingers and confidently declared, "I trust my own eyes." This scene isn't enough to defeat Vanthan. Somewhere a black hole has appeared, swallowing Vanthan and Dulin. It is gradually disappearing, letting the two fall freely. They quickly landed on the grass below. He shielded his eyes and looked around while she asked from behind,
So this is the dark world. The other side immediately replied, "It's truly as Teacher Ha said, completely different from what I imagined." Suddenly, behind Van Than, a cry of pain from Diolin echoed. "Hey!" Van Than turned back to see her writhing on the ground, panicking and thinking, "I'm doomed. Almost forgot that the air here is completely filled with dark aura. I'm unaffected, but the chairman is different." Van Than knelt beside Diolin and spoke to comfort her. The guild leader held back and quickly took out a potion, drank it all at once, then transformed into a staff to help Diolin. The staff moved closer, a layer of protective energy gradually enveloping Diolin's body, using the basic purification skill. She writhed on the ground, surrounded by dark auras. Van Than was trying to maintain the barrier for her, while secretly thinking that he was still weakened. And even with the medicinal elixir boosting his magic, he couldn't use the purification skill many times. Suddenly, he noticed something and glanced behind to observe. That was a seemingly harmless demon descendant. Suddenly, I became highly alert and uneasy. He is a demon descendant. That demon descendant even reacted more excessively, terrified when he saw the two humans. He immediately turned and ran away. "We're doomed. The evil humans are coming. They'll slaughter our village. Guardian, save me!" Van Than was so surprised he rolled his eyes. Diolin, stay still. You can't let him escape." But I quickly warn her, "Don't move. We don't have much strength left." Van Than continued to open another potion bottle, preparing to drink, with several more floating nearby. "You drink and speak. The dark aura in this world is endless. Purification can only buy time. Chairwoman, you need to adapt to the environment or you'll eventually be corroded into a monster," she replied with difficulty. "I know. I am trying my best." Diolin clenched her lips, trembling all over but still determined. "It's just a tiny dark aura." Then she suddenly sprang up, a powerful blue energy radiating out with flashes of lightning around her. "Don't even think about corroding me." Behind Diolin, a black tail has now appeared. She has returned to her usual healthy state. Van Than beside her saw this and said, "It's a success." Diolin placed her hand on her hip and explained, "My last two elements are yin and yang, and since yin and the aura of darkness are somewhat similar, it also helps me." Behind Diolin, a horde of Madu soldiers was rushing forward. You stand and watch them, but it seems like it's not the right time to relax yet. The demon clansmen looked at them arrogantly and shouted loudly, "Humans are despicable and must die," offering their corpses as sacrifices to the gods. Then they all shouted together to kill. Van Than's eyes looked at them with some apprehension. This group of demon soldiers isn't strong. At a glance, they only have first to second level strength, but my weakened state still has about half an hour to last. Chairwoman, you're also in a cursed state and not easy to fight. As soon as she finished speaking, Diolin's arm had already grasped his hand, and suddenly he found himself on her back with 1,000 questions flooding his mind. "Huh?" Diolin responded with her final answer as she ran away. "So of course, the choice is not to fight. Stay close during elementary school. You couldn't help but marvel. You're so decisive when you run." The Dew zombies immediately chased after them, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and catch them. Don't let them escape." Then unleashed their terrifying gaze. Since I have to carry Van Than on my back, I had a hard time dodging their attacks. Long-range attacks, now it's time to test my movement skills, little junior. Pay attention and don't fall behind. Diolin dodges attacks while holding tightly onto the person behind her. After running for a long time, her mouth is bleeding, clearly hit many times, but she still insists. Hee. Perfect dodging. Big sister's skills are solid. Van Than looked at Diolin's injuries and replied, "Only I can dodge perfectly. What about you?" She then suddenly sped up instead of answering, continuing to take long strides and quickly moving forward. Diolin's whole body has started bleeding heavily, covered in wounds. She smiles as if she has achieved her goal. "Ha ha ha, it's just a small wound, and we've already reached our destination." "I don't understand," he asked again. Finish line. Lin stepped on the brake with her foot. Van Than had already stepped down, and Diolin was exhausted and unable to stand steadily. You look at what's in front of you and ask in surprise, "President, could it be that you?" She's even unsteady on her feet, but still tries her best to inform. "This is it. I spent the whole day searching for this perfect terrain. Suddenly, Diolin grabbed your wrist and threw you inside. I don't have much strength left to carry you, so go inside and hide. Don't run out and cause trouble for me." Van Than, exhausted, collapsed to the ground but soon sat up and began to analyze slowly. "It's over. The only advantage of this terrain is that as long as you hold the entrance, you can protect yourself. But the obvious flaw is that the leader's stand at the cave entrance would also lose the fighting space and any chance to retreat. He stared at his hand and made a judgment. Even if he joined the fight now, he would only be a burden, and his weakened state would last for 18 more minutes. That's what he had to overcome. Vanthan shouts to Du Lin standing in front of the cave. "Captain, if you can't hold on, you must run. You must not fight to the end." She stands tall, confidently declaring that I won't run away. "Come on, let's fight to the death." In front of the cave entrance, now shrouded in thick fog, Lu Diolin appears strong and determined, confronting an army of Du demons, who continuously unleash destructive attacks like violent flames, blood claws, and haunting blades. DM Lin also didn't hold back and used her destructive skill. One of her moves countered a series of attacks from the opponent, but after taking too many hits, she gradually weakened and soon couldn't hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, this little flame really has no effect." Vanthan inside the cave anxiously calls out to the guild leader, but his reason prevents him. "No, I can't go out. I'm just a burden now. I have to control myself until I overcome this weakness." Du Lin, standing guard outside, secretly smiled with satisfaction. True to her young age, she remained rational without letting emotions cloud her judgment. She used her energy to create a foxtail and ears, but the magic element consumption was too high, making a prolonged fight difficult. Her eyes widened with a flash of red, her nails lengthening as she decisively made her choice. If that's the case, Du Lin transformed into a half-human, half-fox form and decided to fight up close with a suitable stance. Blood-level steel heaven, mysterious claws roar. The undead warriors know no fear and charge at her all at once. "Humans all deserve to die so they can live. They will only slaughter us. Kill her." Du Lin shouted angrily at them. "Don't change the story. You low-level monsters are the ones truly deserving death." A chaotic battle broke out, with Du Lin charging alone into the crowd of Du ghosts and fighting fiercely. But they were many and she was injured, struck in the back by one of them, then surrounded by a barrage of attacks. After the fight, Du Lin crouched down to catch her breath, seemingly exhausted. She silently reflected, once again being beaten badly by a group of low-level undead, truly like a tiger in the plains being scorned by dogs. That group of Du's undead seems terrified of her power. Humanity is so afraid, even though she's badly injured, how can she still resist like this? Could it be immortality? Moreover, with her strength, she could have run away, but she didn't. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Du Lin's lips as she firmly declared, "Running is impossible. I must protect someone very important." Vanthan listened to her words echoing from the cave, though he didn't know how she did it. The potential of the little brother is limitless, growing stronger every day. And as long as Vanthan can keep growing, he will bring infinite possibilities to humanity. Then, Du Lin placed her hand on her chest and declared firmly, "I will trade my life for his. It's completely worth it." One of the demon Du among them charged forward angrily and shouted, "Delusion! None of you will survive!" Although she is strong, the undeniable truth is that she has the same strength as Luke Kiet. And she reminds Vanthan, "Little disciple, the senior sister can't do it anymore with your intelligence. You can definitely buy more time to survive the final weakened state." The demon Du's great sword swings down. Du Lin just managed to say her final denial, "This date has finally come to an end." The demon Du shouted loudly, "Go to hell." Suddenly his sword was broken in half by an arm. Vanthan's voice rang out, "No, the date is still ongoing." "Little brother, is it over? Your weakened state is gone?" In his current appearance, Vanthan looks a bit battered, but still cool, replying, "No, there are 3 seconds left." But 3 seconds is no trouble at all. Unbeatable S+. Within 3 seconds, all damage and control are nullified. Demon Du, with his broken sword, is panic-stricken before ordering his followers to attack. Goes, "Why is this happening? This kid has a problem. Go and kill him now." They rush forward simultaneously, each shouting a different attack. "Kill him, evil humans! Go die!" Vanthan's face darkened with a cold expression, his hand striking out while muttering continuously. Skill fusion. Countdown begins. Your fist has gathered into a blue flame, mage, fireball, and fighting stance with Zhongquan. 2-1. The countdown ends. Vanthan shouts loudly and throws a punch at them, unleashing the Shung Van Demon Flame Fist. The flames quickly burned through them all, only the sounds of their agonized screams remaining. Du Lin finally let out a relieved sigh. Phew, it's finally over. You take out something in reply, but it's not certain. Meeting these demon warriors might just be a coincidence. Something was wiped onto the mark on Vanthan's neck. but if this wasn't dealt with, the pursuit could turn into a crisis. Of course, the mark had been disguised by that thing to appear open. You look into the distance, where there is something I have noticed. After a while, a burly and seemingly powerful demon descendant is approaching the cave where Van Than and Lu Diu Lin once imprisoned, followed by another demon descendant. Kalata coldly asked the one behind him, "The aura of the soul pursuit seal ends here, so you must have encountered a human." That guy trembled in fear and knelt down to beg. "Lord, the great overlord, the supreme demon, the great evil demon of the demon race, how could I dare to deceive you? Everything is real." He gloomily turned back to look. "According to your description, that person must be Van Than, but I don't know what trick he used to hide the soul pursuit seal. I can only follow the trail here." The subordinate quickly guessed, could it be that the doomed human has run away? She looked toward the distant mountains and quietly said, "Run, they can't escape because ahead of them is a dead end." He continued explaining that it was an endless, forbidden mountain range, a legendary land where gods forbade anyone from entering. Not even the 72 demon lords could go, let alone cross. Then Kalata stepped forward, and they planned to be stopped there. Only now can I see his face with a triumphant smile, each step radiating power. All I need to do is slowly follow, and what awaits us can only be death. In another place, the towering mountain ranges echo with heavy breathing, and the voice of Van Than resounds through the rugged territory. At this moment, while he was doing push-ups, the curtain was drawn aside. Diu Lin entered and exclaimed in surprise, "Little apprentice, you truly are relentless in your basic training, even in the dark world." Van Shen wiped the sweat from his face, knowing that physical training is crucial and that attribute points and skill points are accumulated daily through missions, so he cannot afford to stop even for a day. In addition, facing Van Than is a summary table of information and missions. The global competition ranking reward indicates that the host who achieves first place will receive the highest prize for this mission. The global competition champion receives S+ space rewards, S-grade dimensional stones, lucky potion, and a blueprint for empty room tools. He silently marvels. The prize for the contest is finally in his hands. Looking at the item on the screen, Van Shen pondered silently, realizing that the space could be used to create a space treasure for expanding space. An extremely powerful feature that many top figures use NOD to build mobile palaces. The treasure vault, like Master Ha's, is used for creating space items. The effect of breaking the boundary stone is simple. It can make equipment or tools surpass their limit and reach a higher grade. The effect of the lucky potion goes without saying. The only thing is, this empty design has never been heard of before. It's probably a special artifact that only the system can enhance the quality level based on the materials. Outside, Diu Lin felt ignored. Van Shen was lost in endless wandering thoughts. "If I had good materials, I might be able to create a decent item." She hesitantly spoke out in confusion. What is the little kid doing just standing there? It's just breakfast. Only then does Van Shen return to reality. Luckily, I still have a lot of monster meat from the extreme cold ice realm in my bag, or we would both be starving. But still, it's fortunate that you managed to find that village in this wild, monkey-filled place. As An Van Than recounted the past, the chairman only found a few confusing points in this competition. If this was a matter of such importance to the world, the Holy Empire would definitely have arranged 4-tiered powerhouses to guard it. But they did nothing from start to finish. I remembered Elg's image from the recent match, and since the qualifying rules only allowed basic medicinal water and even prohibited food, Elgar was still able to bring in cursed items, and even after I reported the Dark Cultist, he could still participate normally. The pair of chopsticks is about to pick up the next bite of food. If I'm not mistaken, I think Diu Lin's attitude suddenly became tense, and she quickly snatched her opponent's chopsticks, saying, "Stop talking!" Diu Lin's voice drops with a warning tone. "I know what you're trying to say, but we have no evidence. No matter what, it's just a guess. Right now, what's most important for us is how to overcome the difficult obstacle ahead." Van Than sat up straight, his face darkening with only a faint smile curling his lips. It seemed he already had the answer in his heart but chose not to face it. "Don't let the tense atmosphere get worse. Hurry up and eat. We should hit the road now." The two of them finished breakfast and left immediately. On the way, she softly called out, "Little Junior." Standing before a towering mountain, Dylan asked curiously, "This is your destination, but it looks very ominous. The towering green mountains create a majestic natural scene, but crossing here will be truly difficult." Van Than looked up and assessed, "But this is the only place we can go." 2 humans suddenly appeared, killing so many demon warriors. Things must be in chaos now. The two of them turned around together and looked back, knowing that death awaited on the only path home. Standing before the vast, endless mountains, his voice still echoed steadily. I've also used probing skills around me. Within 1,000 miles, there are no signs of any life. With our supplies, we can't go around. Besides moving forward, we have no other options. The two of them stand on the cliff, and Van Than suddenly raises a question. Moreover, there is one point I pay close attention to. I can faintly sense a familiar aura from within, which is strange. You uttered the biggest doubt in your mind. What is really on the mountain? Diemlin turned around and tapped the mountain surface, feeling how hard and unbreakable it seemed. I'm afraid we might be stuck here.
Van Than reached out and suggested, I'll try with my skill. The moment I touched it, the protective layer vanished, and I exclaimed in surprise.
Tam gradually disappeared, revealing a path on the other side of the cliff. She was just as surprised. Little brother, what are you doing? You're panicking and denying everything. I didn't do anything. It opens by itself. Looking ahead, Van Than couldn't help but marvel, unexpectedly discovering a cave here. The two of them quickly jumped to the other side, and as they entered, the scene before their eyes left them stunned. This is Diu Lin approaching to touch it. What exactly is inside? The corpses. Within a second, they horrifiedly realize these are all coffins. Vanshin quickly grabs her hand to stop her. Don't touch. He desperately tried to stop her, feeling that it was very bad. Better not to touch anything. His pupils dilated to the maximum, and even more unsettling was that these coffins gave him a very familiar feeling. Seeing the stacked coffins here, Vanshin fearfully speculates what the source of this feeling could be. Could the person inside be someone he knows? Maybe I am one of them too. This place is my hideout. Damn it, this feeling is just too terrible.
I don't want to stay here any longer. After a moment, Van Than stepped forward and called out to Diu Lin, saying just leave first, and she also replied.
Seeing that person's back, Diu Lin felt a bit surprised inside. The intense emotions of her little brother are so strong, it's the first time she's seen it. What is going on here? He stared intently at the protective barrier outside where they just passed, the forbidden mountain range that must not be entered, and it was broken. Kalata couldn't believe it and kept scratching his head. No way. Absolutely not. I must be seeing things, but it really was broken. Kalata just stood there muttering to himself. The legend from decades ago says that an endless mountain range suddenly fell from the sky, bringing divine light and causing a celestial anomaly. The story continues, but only as a ripple of its influence, destroying everything within thousands of miles around. And even decades later, no life could be born there. A deep crimson eye glaring at the world, your ability to do such a thing, only a god who destroys all life around, seems like a warning. A warning to stay away, followed by a scene of demon tribes gathering together. If it belongs to the divine descent, then for the 72 evil spirits at the top, it is also an irresistible temptation. After more than 10 years of investigation, they found no sign of the gods taking action, so the great figures chose to unite. What remained was only a bloody battlefield, and no matter what methods were used, they could not enter, so in the end, they had to give up. Kalata trembled and said, "A place even the top-tier demon lords can't enter, and now it's being attacked." After a moment of contemplation, he quickly turned around, realizing this had gone beyond his control, and he had to report it immediately to Lord Duan Yeti Satsukora. Back with Van Than, he crossed his arms and silently pondered something, while Diu Lin beside him was cooking a pot of soup. Suddenly, the mark on her chest disappeared, and she also realized it, happily exclaiming, "Loi Nguyen is finally gone, little brother. We should start thinking about going home." Seeing that he seemed not to notice, Diu Lin asked curiously, "Junior brother?" At this moment, Vanshin suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and responded. "Ah." She sat opposite, worriedly asking Han what's wrong with the junior brother. Since seeing those coffins, he often zones out, thinking about the coffins or maybe missing home. He smiled softly in response, indeed missing home a little, mainly worried about Van Duong, while also paying attention to the matter of the coffins. Of course, I also care a lot about my own coffins, but I have no clues at all. My thoughts kept going, investigating further was pointless. I remembered a skill with a green cross symbol, and I do have a way back home. After all, I still carry the rebirth cross talisman. If I die, I might be able to revive in the human world. Van Than silently looked at Diu Lin scooping food in front of him, but it was only a possibility. If he were to be resurrected in the dark world, it wouldn't be a big loss, right? Moreover, even if it succeeded, leaving the leader alone in the dark world seemed like a rather negative approach. Now he finally stood up and said, "Captain, I plan to go for a walk in Madu Town and gather some basic intelligence. Stay here and wait for me to return." In his mind, he thought that the captain could now protect herself. What? A human like you is heading to Madue's town? Isn't that asking for death? Van Thon simply replied calmly, no longer using his human form. His entire body then began to transform from the ground up, quickly becoming like a demon warrior. The transformation process still couldn't hide his handsome looks, even making him look cooler. This time, he really looks like a demon from the Madu. I don't know how long it has been, but now I have arrived at a place that looks like a Madu town. The inhabitants here dress no differently from ordinary humans. They saw Van Thon pass by and were amazed, commenting, "Wow, that guy looks so cool." Probably from the Dark Knight Demon clan, but a bit different, maybe a hybrid. He glanced around and silently evaluated. Although their appearances differ somewhat, the way of life of the demon tribes is not much different from that of humans. No signs of scientific and technological products are visible, possibly because they haven't developed in that direction, or because this place is too remote. Van Than stops in front of a restaurant and decides that if that's the case, gathering intelligence there would be quite secure. The receptionist inside warmly welcomes guests as they enter. "What do you need, black drow demon? Just point to the signature dishes." Van Than glanced at the demon apprentices sitting and playing at the table, secretly thinking that even demons discriminate by race, and that using the skills of the Dark Dusk Lady, he resembles the Dark Dusk Demon clan more. He sat down at a table, leaned back, and began his main task. Let's start gathering intelligence. Basic hunter skill, sensory enhancement, countless rumors echoing in his mind. That damn lord, can you just stop already? My son is only 16 and he's already being used as a human shield. Have you heard? The thief from Lata Street has become a mid-level demon lord. Impressive. When will the room rates ever go down? The things he's hearing don't seem to make Van Thon happy. Too much useless information. I need to filter it out. Suddenly, a hand forcefully places a plate in front of you. I'm not sure if it's even food or not. Sir, your order is ready. Live marinated octopus tentacles and swamp bubbles. Please enjoy. The waiter hands over a piece of paper. This is also your bill. Van Than carefully read the contents inside. 3 demon hearts, huh? He secretly admired that understanding the written language and the language connected to the human world can save a lot of trouble. He took out 3 purple coins and handed them to the other person. This is just my personal guess. Dewey's funeral was caused by me, and a lot of this stuff fell out, probably money. Van Shen glanced at the plate of food in front of him, his hand trembling as he took a risk. As for these dishes, I hope my stomach can handle them. After leaving the restaurant, I walked and commented that the taste wasn't bad, but just thinking about that strange thing in my stomach makes me feel sick. Then he sighed with some satisfaction. Luckily, it was all worth it. After waiting so long, he gathered quite a bit of intelligence. Van Than begins to explain how this dark realm operates. Unlike the human world, the dark realm does not merge with games. It has always existed and always possesses magical power. Due to the extremely strong affinity of the magic power, the dark world has not developed scientific technology. In addition, the levels of demon descendants are also divided differently from humans. There are lower, middle, and upper-level demon lords corresponding to first, second, third, and fourth class professional titles in humans. Images of seemingly powerful demon troops appear, among which the top tier and the upper-level demon lords are called demon lords, most of whom have their own territories, and the 72 demon lords are the nickname for the topmost among the demon lords. You keep thinking, your hand reaching up to touch the mark carved into your neck by Elgo, the ruler of your race. For now, you only know these things. The fat of the sea god statue will eventually be used up, and the soul imprint must be dealt with. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced over cautiously. The demon dew behind hurriedly increased their speed as if being chased by dogs. Run quickly! The guards of the Great Lord are coming to capture soldiers as shields. Don't take me. I don't want to go to the battlefield to shed blood. Rover directly led the guards, raising his holy spear and loudly declaring, "What are you running for? Fighting on the battlefield is your honor. Sacrificing yourselves for my great evil lord, that is your supreme glory." He immediately ordered the guards to charge. "Hurry up! Everyone aged from 15 to 60, regardless of gender, all be taken," they all shouted together. Yes. The unfortunate demon servants immediately fought back fiercely. Hating Vin Quang, he said, "Why don't you go to the front line then? I don't want to die. Let me out. Hey, why isn't that kid just staying still?" Very calm. Another shouted loudly, "Hurry and catch him." "You don't need to arrest me, I'll go on my own," he said calmly as he slowly approached, secretly thinking that this was actually an opportunity. At Thantri 2, a carriage surrounded by guards was entering the city. The captured demon servants, including Van Thon, were gathered together, with the captain of the guards and a demon servant of quite high rank standing above them. Rover asked curiously, "Master Steward, why are you here?" Baha replied briefly, "The Great Lord is out on a mission, so I will temporarily assess the potential of the new recruits. Let's begin." My legs quickly step forward and I respond firmly, yes. He spread his arms and loudly declared to those below, "Congratulations on becoming brave warriors. From ordinary civilians, from now on you will sacrifice your lives for this great world, for the great Lord, and if you don't kneel down and show your loyalty immediately."
Who cares about loyalty? You clearly forced us here. I won't be a scapegoat. I want to go back.
Immediately, a scream of agony rang out. He directly kicked the struggling man lying flat on the ground for some time. The guy's eyes widened as he spat blood. The remaining ones, seeing this scene, trembled and instinctively stepped back. So cruel. Why is it like this? Clearly he hasn't done anything, just argued a bit. Rover clenched his fists tightly, trying to intimidate. You know why I train you instead of the other way around? It's not because I'm stronger than you. This world is ruled by power. He shouted loudly, and immediately the demon warriors all knelt down flat on the ground without a word. Only Van Than standing still and cold behind them. Rover, seeing this, got angry, pointed at him and shouted, "Why don't you kneel, kid?" Van Than looked at him with contempt and said, "Because you're not worthy." Rover sneered.
Ha 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 ha, I'm not worthy. Yet I dare to say I am the strongest here and not worthy.
He asked in a harsh voice, "Where did this kid come from? What's his name?" A soldier behind reports to the captain, while Rover looks towards Van Than and listens. His registration name is Vutich, who enlisted today during the conscription. Looks very unfamiliar, possibly from outside. Any answer? He turned back to ask Madhu up high. I see. The Grand Master may be short on soldiers now, but since it's just a few men killed for discipline, the Lord won't blame us, right? Baha shows a somewhat disappointed face. Of course, this is a necessary sacrifice. Rover happily stretched his limbs. Then I won't give him a chance to beg for mercy. I will take his body. Before he could finish speaking, Rover was kicked and hung on the city gate, still coughing blood but not stopping. By the way, I finished the unfinished sentence about the exhibition. He was kicked away by Van Than and still doesn't understand what is happening. What's going on? I've been attacked. I was attacked by a rookie. 2 fingers holding a sword are wrapped in blue flames, pointing at the opponent's temple. The blue flames burn fiercely. I don't know when I arrived beside you, but it seems you're not the strongest here. Van Than continued calmly, allowing the flames to burn the fallen team leader. Soon, the fire gradually shrank as there was nothing left inside. The others immediately showed fear. The captain is dead, and he didn't even have a chance to resist before dying. The captain's strength is among the top tier of the demon lords. Ba realizes this deal isn't good, something's wrong. This bounty hunter is clearly a high-level demon. He immediately turns around, wanting to escape. He must have sneaked in here to cause trouble. I need to quickly report to the Lord. But as I turned around, I saw Van Shen with a calm face suddenly scare me half to death, causing Ba to panic intensely. He had to break suddenly. What's wrong with you? You have a keen sense of analysis. Based on what that dead guy said, it seems like as long as you have enough strength, you can have everything, right? If I kill you, could I also gain a status like yours, Baha? Please, forgive me, great demon lord. I am only a minor official with no status. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me, Van Than replied indifferently. Even the petty chores have their use. Keeping you alive is fine. Next, listen to my instructions. He's like a coward who makes empty promises. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will do whatever you ask. Now turn back to your weak demon clan from wherever you came. This place doesn't need you. I secretly think that summoning demons to the front lines to fight humans should be as few as possible. The demon tribes hesitated for a moment after hearing the threats, then quickly left, feeling deeply grateful. Thank you, great demon lord. That's wonderful. I can finally go home. Is it already late at night with the sky dim and the moon shining down on the magnificent castle? In one of its rooms, Van Than sits at a desk reading, with Lord Baha beside him, asking why I was asked to find so many books. He couldn't help but wonder why, inside, there were many contents that were just ordinary, not worth reading so carefully. The book was slammed shut impatiently in an instant. You have quite a few issues, don't you? Baha fiercely bows his head. Sorry, I was rude. Van Shen took out this book again, secretly admiring it. It's no wonder this is the archive of the Demon Lord, with very complete information, covering both the races of the Dark World and their history in detail. The book contains a lot of information. The Dark World has over 100 demon clans, and although hybrid races are numerous, the 72 great clans remain the main focus. In the past, in a snow-covered mountain region similar to human history, the demon clans also divided territories and fought over resources with continuous wars. Up high, a demon with large wings that seemed to cover the entire sky appeared until a void demon clan emerged. Then came a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. No one knows where the void demon lord's lineage came from, only that he appeared suddenly, relying on absolute strength, and in just 3 years he had dominated the entire dark world. A strike from the demon like the divine spear became an omnipotent existence. Then he divided the dark world into 72 countries, ruled by the 72 strongest demon tribes, which are also the 72 demon pillars, forming the current state of affairs. Using the place marked by that hand as the center, the world was divided into many territories supported by the 72 pillars, and the absolute prestige of the void demon and the endless war finally ended. After some time, until 70 years ago, a creature called humanity suddenly appeared. They tear through space and invade the dark demon world, slaughtering demon clans. The demon clans rise up in rebellion, launching a full-scale war against humans. Van Shen sensed something was off. According to what I know, humans lack the strength to invade the dark world, and defending the front lines alone is already extremely difficult. He carefully examined each line, convinced that the information in the book was fabricated. But what was the purpose behind doing this? Until I came across the surprisingly coincidental number of years, and this timing was also very miraculous. 70 years ago just happened to mark the beginning of the human world merging with the game. Is it all just a coincidence, or is there some hidden motive? Closing the book, he suddenly asked, "Baha, what do you think of humans?" The other person replied without hesitation. "Extremely hateful, from their expressions to their way of speaking. It's clear they are hostile. They have destroyed our peace, and my important teammate was even beaten to death by humans right before my eyes." Van Shin calmly stood up and continued, "So you mean to say that humans truly exist in the dark demon world? And you've even met one, and he confirms it beyond doubt. Of course, humans do enough evil things, I will eventually destroy them. In the end, you finally understand. No wonder when you first arrived here, the low-level undead looked at you with fear. It seems the actual situation is very different from what I imagined, and I still need more intelligence." The system panel suddenly shows 9 new missions. The task board clearly lists ongoing missions, identifies suitable hosts, and assigns tasks accordingly. Stage 1 is to become a demon lord, with a large experience reward. The second stage is to complete the first stage to unlock it. Van Shen read along and felt excited. Ha ha ha. This is indeed an interesting mission. Just in time, I also need to improve my status to gather more intelligence. He slowly walks away from the desk. Baha? What are the requirements to become a Dark Devil Lord? Baha hesitated for a moment, sweating profusely, pondering silently. Is he asking this because he wants to? Vanthan let out a snort that made the other person tremble with fear and obediently declare, "First, you need the bloodline of the Dark Da Demon. Only those with the Dark Da Demon bloodline can become a lord." Then he tilted his head and asked, "Do you think I meet the requirements?" Sweat poured down his face as Baha kept affirming, "Yes, perfect, it matches. Aside from being slightly small in stature, everything else truly resembles the pure-blood Dark Drow Demon." Vanthan was pleased, and only then did he relax a little. The Dark Dusk Noble Daughter is the ruler of the Dark Dusk Demon clan. With my innate transformation ability, perhaps the problem isn't too big. He asked again, "Is there anything else?" and gestured with his hand to the scene of the slash. "Kill and deal with the current Demon Lord. Take away his demon throne." Vanthan slowly stepped down the stairs, casually making a remark. "Very good. Serving that lord for so long. It's time for you to change your taste." The city gate opens wide, the wind barrier is being raised, and from outside a fiery red ox with a throne-like seat on its back leads the army in. Sitting on the throne is a muscular demon lord holding a glass of red wine, Lord Demon Bo D. He glances over the guards, puzzled. What's going on? The guards' spirits don't seem right. Could something be happening inside the city? A soldier steps forward and kneels before Bo D. "My Lord Chieftain, our captain has been killed by an outsider demon named Du." Bo D stood up, crushing his glass and shouting, "What? Where is that guy?" "Now I will go kill him." The soldier pointed inside, speaking loudly, but with a look of fear on his face. "He's inside waiting." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Bo D rushed up and threw open the door that was pointed to. Sitting lazily on the throne of Lord Vanthan, or rather Vu Tich, 2 armored soldiers stood on either side below. "You sit so comfortably in this chair, give it to me for a few days." "How about it?" These words make the opponent tremble with anger. Bodhi is furious, transforming into a hammer, muscles as hard as stone, seeking death. Striking down hard, the ceiling cracks and bursts into dust and smoke, unleashing a violent shockwave that shoots straight ahead like a serpent rushing toward its target. They rush to the throne, and 2 soldiers quickly step back. The spear's shaft suddenly strikes down, blocking the attack. Vanthan, holding his spear with a very noble posture. Such a fine seat, it's a pity to ruin it. Baudet soared up so quickly that he turned into a shadow. Raising his spear high above his head, he shouted, "Get out of here! That's my spot! You have no right to touch it!" "The spear is coming at me," Vanthan prepared to defend. He swung his spear so quickly it was a blur, knocking away the massive truncheon. The two fought fiercely. Vanthan agile, Baudet like a savage beast, with overwhelming pressure so intense that outsiders couldn't see what was happening. The soldiers standing far away are terrified by this battle. This is a fight between top-tier demons, too powerful to intervene. He immediately lowered his spear, and the opponent raised his truncheon to block. Unexpectedly, he was thrown back, the truncheon slipping from his hand, both hands trembling. Baudet finds this opponent quite interesting, looking like a weak little kid, but actually possessing great strength. "Close combat with me, not bad, very not bad. You just blocked some of my attacks head-on earlier, kid, right?" Standing still, Baudet faces the enemy directly, energy forming sharp fangs. "It seems you're eager to become nourishment to make me stronger." Suddenly, flames burst out all over Vanthan's body, clearly surprising even himself, as the fire flowed into his gauntlet, and his eyes glowed bright red like lit bulbs. Baudet was extremely excited, laughing loudly with arrogance. "You truly are a delicious treat. Keep unleashing your power." The fire continues to be drawn out, even more intensely, and he calmly analyzes the attributes of his diminishing power as he grows stronger. Is this the Demon Lord's throne? It's hard to tell. The flames burst forth on his gauntlet.
"Kid, the hand you stole from me isn't just taking my power."
"I will make you die by my skill. Feel the terror of the evil lord." "Ha ha ha." She waved her hand and immediately unleashed the powerful skill she had just stolen. Fireball technique. That super powerful move is a large hand-sized fireball moving slowly like a turtle. Vanthan sneered and waved his hand to crush it. Baudet was stunned, mouth agape in disbelief, unable to move. "Ah, the soldiers are stunned. Am I seeing things?" "That kid isn't just any demon lord, is he? Fighting on par with the great lord." "Why are his skills so weak? I can also do that small fireball." Vanthan's hand condensed a blue flame, and he could still steal the target's skill beyond my expectations. "Unfortunately, you can't beat my skill. The fusion of the mage's magic skills, fireball, demon swordsman, and blazing flame, the fire expands like a meteorite, descending toward the Bodhi tree. Van Ma flame. The blue fire erupts, and he screams in agony. He's probably burned a few degrees." But he quickly charged out of there, seemingly unscathed, raising his armored arm in front. "Damn it, don't get too cocky." He used an illusion to dodge and attempted to steal the attribute. As long as he wasn't hit, that old king would be useless. Suddenly, the wound turned into a sword, aiming straight at the target, merging skills, the night breaking through the sky, the swordsman leaping up and slashing down in a crescent moon shape, a slash that cuts through the void. Vanthan Bin lands safely on his feet. Baudet follows, but uses his face to land. He sheaths his sword and wonders to himself, this is indeed the Demon Lord. Besides the evil king's staff being a bit tricky, his strength seems weaker than I thought, and his gaze is filled with disappointment. This reaction is completely incomparable to Zhao Yu, who is also a lord. The soldiers were panic-stricken with fear. "We've lost. Lord Bodhi has lost. We've really lost. Are we about to?" Ba quickly led the way and decisively knelt on one knee to pay respects to Lord Wu Tich. The others saw this and followed suit, kneeling on one knee to pay respect to Lord Wu Tich. Vanthan smiled slightly, a hint of pride on his face. "So this is what it feels like to be a lord? Not bad at all." That armored glove suddenly appeared in his hand, clearly having been stolen. And as for this Black Dusk Demon King, it's worth studying briefly. Introducing a brand new weapon, the Crown of the Demon King, a hand of theft that restricts the Dusk Demon race. With legendary quality attributes including plus 800 to strength and agility, and effects such as stealing skills, plundering with a 40% success rate, and a 20% chance during attack to randomly steal the opponent's energy or attribute points. When the target's attribute points are higher than the user's, the success rate of theft decreases, and the stolen attribute points will disappear after 24 hours. The skill can be permanently acquired. Note that the high-level Demon Lord artifact, Black Dusk, inherited for thousands of years, symbolizes the great Demon Lord. Vanthan looked at it, hovering before his eyes, delighted to have stolen a rare legendary item. In the human world, this is also considered a treasure. Only high-ranking clans can possess it. You watch it intently, your eyes unconsciously filled with affection. The stealth theft skill that has always haunted you has rarely been used because its success rate is very low. Putting it on your hand, it seems to merge with your body, causing no trouble in daily life. Now, with the hand that steals corn, you can fight while stealing, which should be very effective. But it didn't take long to realize the problem.
That's not right. With such a powerful demon lord, Lord Bodhi isn't that strong. Do all demon lords have this level of strength? Baha replied respectfully upon hearing this. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Your Excellency. It's not that Lord Bodhi is weak, but that our entire Black Da demon race is currently too small and weak. He recalls the magnificent scene from 3 years ago when a human crossed a space crack, leading an army to attack our world. Her stopping point was our Black Dusk demon nation. Back then, Baha was still young, blending in with the crowd. At that time, I was just a small guard, only daring to stand in a distant corner and watch. Even though I only saw her from afar, that scene left a lasting impression on me for a lifetime. The black motorcycle with pink-tipped blue hair left a deep impression on Baha. Quin Tun's gaze was extremely cold and emotionless, as if to her, all demon descendants were just insignificant insects she could destroy with a flick of her hand. He recalls the desolate scene she single-handedly created and says, "From then on, our country suffered a brutal massacre. In just 3 days, 15 demon lord leaders fell in battle, 3 great demon kings died, and countless soldiers were wounded. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang also couldn't fight back, and even our supreme commander, one of the 71 great demon lords, the female Dark Lord, was killed by her. Even more outrageous, the 2 strongest demon lords surrendered and submitted to her coercion." Vanthan looked away, clearly guilty, only managing a sheepish smile. Maybe I already guessed who that woman was. I didn't expect Teacher Ha back then to be so fierce, directly causing chaos in the dark world.
Baha's eyes were filled with sadness. Luckily, in the end, a powerful demon lord stepped in and pushed her back. If we're not careful, our Dark Knight demon nation will truly be destroyed. You understand the issue and then share your thoughts.
So because all the powerful demons have been wiped out, there's no choice but to bring Bodhi up to meet the quota. He nodded sadly in agreement. That's right. With so many territories, we can't ignore it. Our Dark Knight demons used to rank 61st among the 72 great demon clans, but now we're at the bottom. Then he kept bowing humbly, not knowing why the Lord of the Land was dissatisfied with Commander Zhang, but since there was no other way, he still hoped for your order to restore him. No, I still want you to issue a new proclamation. From now on, my territory will no longer have ground troops. Taxes will be halved, and all demon descendants should focus on living well. No one will go to the battlefield. Baha heard this and immediately stood up. What? Supplying resources for war to destroy humans is the mission of all demons. Openly violating it is a serious matter. You glance over and threaten sharply. Do you want to disobey orders? He quickly stepped back and immediately obeyed. I will carry out the order right away, leaving now. Van Shen tapped on the system panel, muttering to himself, I don't plan to stay here long, so what if there's a problem? At worst, I'll just run away. Forget it. I'll just take the mission reward first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the new information. His level is rising. Feeling the abundant energy within him, he couldn't help but be excited. As expected from the system reward, the experience gained is indeed abundant, increasing 6 levels at once, and it feels really good. He excitedly looked back at the system panel. Now that the first stage mission is complete and the second stage is about to unlock, I was surprised to see this information when I read through it all at once. The control panel shows the words mission. The mission chain for stage 1 becomes the Demon Lord. Completing the mission rewards a large amount of experience points and unlocks stage 2. The mission details. Vanthan realizes this won't be easy. I didn't expect this to be the second phase. System, is that you? You really gave me a tough challenge this time. Go outside and take a walk on the street. Madhu is warmly welcomed everywhere. Wow, he's the Great Lord. The Great Lord is so cool. Look over here. I will follow the Great Lord forever. Suddenly, someone asked why there was a human next to the Lord, but they were immediately silenced and told to stop being curious. It's obvious they're a slave. Diolin looked around in surprise. Wow, it's only been a few days, and he's already become a lord, and it seems he's quite loved. Vanthan still appears hesitant, reducing taxes and abolishing conscription. This kind of treatment should be welcomed. The wide door opened to welcome them, and Baha was already waiting there. He bowed in greeting, welcoming the Lord back. May I ask how to address the young lady slave you have taken in? She looked a bit confused when she heard that. Slave, Van Shen explains. Just call her Little Spirit. Besides, she's not considered a slave, but a servant. Va respectfully gestured to invite them in, yet still kept humans as servants. The Lord truly is generous and magnanimous. Next, I will invite you to the warehouse to take inventory of the war supplies. The deadline for submission is approaching.
That detail immediately caught your attention to the warehouse. It really is worth checking out. Van Than and Du Lin entered, standing in the middle of the large warehouse filled with items that covered the entire room. She looked at the pile with obvious amazement. Damn, the storage is so rich and high quality, I think it's probably for messing around. Totally on par with a mid-tier nation's national treasury. Van Than looked at Baha and gave an order. Baha, you stay outside and keep watch. I don't want to be disturbed during the inventory. He obediently followed the order. Yes. Du Lin quickly got to the main point. What do you plan to do with these? If it's war supplies, it's probably meant to be used against our human world. He wasn't worried at all and reached out to summon a dark space. So it's not that simple. Just clean it up. Everything was pulled into the space as if an invisible current of water was sweeping everything away. She watched this scene with great amazement. No way. That much can't fit just by using the basic backpack space. Plus, the junior hasn't even advanced in rank, so the backpack space is even smaller than that of a normal rank up. Van Than slowly explained as the black void space gradually disappeared. I used some space energy before to expand my backpack space. A storage like this could hold 10 of these easily. Now only a heavy weapon remains in the warehouse, and I am expressing my interest. This is the only thing in the warehouse that caught my attention. Van Shen closed his eyes to focus more easily. There were quite a few blue patterns around the eye formation. The appraisal skill has been activated. Before taking it back, examine it carefully. The weapon's information is now updated with detailed data. Ma Zhuquen Destroyer Cannon, a special war destruction weapon of the Dark Day Evil Clan. It can be installed in structures or used alone as a weapon. When using it, the user's strength must reach 1,000. A large amount of demonic energy must be accumulated before release. The charging time is 15 seconds, and he happily exclaimed, "Good stuff, although this is a bit troublesome, it's very useful." Du Lin behind suddenly asked, "By the way, little junior, do you have any plans for the future?" "You don't really want to be a long-term demon lord here, do you?" he said with a smile, then hesitated before revealing, "Of course not. My next step is to casually say I want to become a demon lord in the 72 pillars." The notification board displays Phase 2. The consecutive tasks for Phase 2 have been unlocked, including mission rewards, a mobile palace, an empty blueprint, jewelry, and mission details. Becoming an evil spirit among the 72 pillars in a vast empty room with nothing left. Du Lin asked in surprise, "What? 7 demon lords?" She couldn't believe Van Than could do it. "You want to become one of the 72 demon lords? That's impossible. Even a genius like you needs a few years to grow up." You start explaining, which is normally not allowed, but the situation of the Blackland Demon Clan is very special. Imagine it as a game of chess. I also mentioned on the way that the Black Dark Demon Clan was destroyed by Master Ha, leaving only the 3 Elder Demon Lords in control now. The army representing the Bodhi has collapsed because he is no longer there. Of course, their strength is different from that Bodhi, as he is a true Demon Lord. This is a tripod. Currently, those 3 Demon Lords are dissatisfied with the ongoing internal conflict. As long as they control the entire race, they can even use resources to create a demon lord. Van Than turned to Du Lin and said, "According to Baha, actually all 3 of them understand that continuing the internal struggle only weakens the nation. So they decided to have a decisive battle after a year, and the winner will rule everything." She then raised her hand. "Wait a moment. Your idea is to participate, but you feel it's not right." "For us, the most important thing is still how to return to the human world." "You're starting to persuade me again about how to get back to the human world." "Actually, I already have a clue, but it's hard for the president to reach the dark world. Are you really willing to just go back like that?" Then she said, "It really is not. At least we can do something to ease the pressure on the front lines, and if we can make the demon do fight among themselves, that would be even better." She was also worried. But this must not be too much pressure for you, right? Facing 3 powerful demon lords alone, I clearly haven't succeeded yet. Yun Shen agrees with this. It's true, but the only way to quickly improve strength is what I have now. The space begins to fall into silent darkness. We can do that. Outside, Baha stands quietly, waiting for the superior to come out. "You turn around and walk out, Baha. I've finished inventorying the items. Lock up the warehouse." He replied while closing the door, "Yes, my lord." As I looked inside, a horrifying sight unfolded before my eyes, sweat breaking out. The warehouse was completely empty. Not even a speck of dust left. Baha was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. "It's empty, completely empty." He turned around and looked at you with suspicion. "Lord, here it is." Van Than casually said, "I took my belongings from my own warehouse. There's no problem. Baha scratches his head, thinking this entire warehouse is empty and nothing remains. This clearly is a thief, claiming to be the Lord. Of course you can take as much as you want, but this stash has to be handed over to the 3 lords, and that would be a big problem. You don't think it's important, just wave it off. If there's any issue, tell them to find me. Do whatever you need to do. He heard that and knelt down in despair. It's over, it's over. Why did I get involved with a lord like this? Angering the 3 great lords, this city is about to fall. Somewhere else, there's a female demon with strings like wings spreading behind her. What is she asking? Looking from the opposite side, this demon Du has an hourglass figure and wears very revealing clothes, covering only what needs to be hidden. She looked at the entrance and said, "The Forbidden Mountain Range has really been destroyed." She also responded with fear, the exact reason unclear, but it's very likely related to the 2 humans who came to our world earlier. Maybe they triggered some important condition. Da repeats with extremely pale lips, "Humans," then begins to speculate, probably because Van Thon and Lu Du Lin were transported there. On the mountain range side is the territory of the Dark Abyss demons. They must have fled there. He asked, "Do we need to chase after them?" But she calmly replied, "Sometimes there are more important things to do than chasing after trivial matters." She stepped inside the barrier and said, "Let's go and see what is hidden inside the Divine Mountain Range." Stepping inside, she continued, "What exactly is being concealed there?" As soon as they landed, Kalata exclaimed in surprise, "It's all coffins." Duanya extended her hand, releasing a strange and intriguing energy. "I actually want to see whose corpse is inside," and it makes the divine descend in a special way like a mountain range. That energy clings to one of the coffins, causing it to shake constantly under her power, with continuous clicking sounds coming from inside. He was surprised to see this. What material is this coffin made of? After taking a hit from Duanda, the great assassin, only a crack appears. Duanda uses more power, clenches his fist, and says, "Break it for me." That coffin quickly cracked open, the lid shattered, revealing a corpse inside, emanating a terrifying dark aura. Kalata knows the identity of this corpse. I have an impression that this body belongs to Tatara, the most ferocious demon-eating clan. He was surprised. A genius from 60 years ago, but hadn't he already been created during the war long ago? Why is the body here? It doesn't matter. No matter how noble her status or position was in life, once she's dead, she's just a corpse. Da looked down with a contemptuous and worthless gaze, then reached out to the coffin. But this coffin was extraordinary. Its material not like anything from our dark world. Nor could it be a product of the human world. It was highly valuable for research, so he opened it completely and took it away. "Are you really going to take it?" "This is the deity's item. And if you anger the god..." But she didn't care about that and asked again, "What if it angers the god?" She examined the corpse up close. Unless it's a sacrifice, the god has never had any involvement with our world. If this action could really make the god appear and spit out a drop of saliva, Duanya said again, "I also want to see what this so-called god is really like." In the heart of the city, it appears vast even from afar. Inside the grand hall of the large building, the host's voice echoes loudly. "Thank you, noble guests from all regions, for your presence. I assure you that the items up for auction today at Antalia's auction house are truly valuable." Van Then looked at the auction with Diolin standing behind him and said, "The empty system blueprints are very convenient. Just insert the materials and you can create equipment. I've always focused on weapons, but looking at it now, I see that equipment uses only basic parts, which I consider a weakness. Equipment is also categorized. The main types of protective gear are 5 sets: upper armor, pants, belt, shoulder guards, and gauntlets. Rare equipment that can even be assembled into a set, providing additional set bonuses." Van Thon thought to himself that he currently had 2 S-rank materials found in his backpack from the warehouse. If you put the 5 S-rank documents into the empty blueprint, I wonder what quality of equipment can be made, the auctioneer loudly announced. "Next, I declare that the auction is officially open." He reached out and then invited everyone to admire the first auction item, a cage containing a dark elf girl, the most mysterious maiden of the shadow spirit race, as the announcer's enthusiastic voice rang out. The first auction item, a young girl from the shadow spirit clan, starts at 380,000 demon spirit coins. This rare item immediately stirs the auction hall, as we have a shadow spirit being auctioned here in our territory of Dark Knight demons. Rare to see. Yes, if it were a dark demon segment, it would be quite common, and it doesn't look bad, worth buying and waiting for. Sitting alone with Van Thon, Diolin indeed shows curiosity and interest. Dark spirit elves are considered a separate race of spirits in the dark world. It's also the first time I've heard my little brother say that. Among demon clans there is also internal conflict, and enslaving other demon tribes isn't uncommon.
She quietly observes your expressions, but my little brother is as calm as ice, seemingly completely uninterested in women, so he definitely won't act.
Unexpectedly, Van Than confidently bid 380,000 demon crystals. Dialing was stunned, just opening her mouth in surprise.
The host excitedly announced, surprisingly quickly, a noble has bid 380,000 demon crystals. Does anyone else want to bid higher? He even emphasized that the rules of this auction house mean that anyone sitting in the regular room is a noble demon lord, though which territory they belong to is unknown. Usually the room is empty, and this time there's probably only one lord, fighting over a small slave. Definitely not a wise choice.
Hearing him say that, everyone below fell silent. Who would dare to compete? 380,000 times 1. 380,000 times 2. 380,000 times 3 sold. The second auction item is naturally won by Yun Shen, the extraordinary treasure. Upon hearing the knock, he coldly ordered that it was the auction house's people delivering his goods. "My lord, the noble lord, the slave you desire has been brought to you. Please examine him." Van Shen paid him the auction fee and quickly finalized the deal.
All right, the demon spirit troop is all here. You can leave now.
The stone he's holding is a space demon crystal, a tool of the dark world. After the money for the porridge was collected, he respectfully bowed his head and stepped back. Yes, Diulin chuckled happily and commented, the little junior would also be interested in a beauty. Just like the deputy hallmaster, a contract with the dark spirit maid isn't bad. He stood up to clarify. It seems the chairman misunderstood something. I do have an A-level soul contract. It was originally given by Principal Diep Ban. Van Than approached Kai Ki and confidently confirmed, but also did not intend to use it on her. She curled up in fear at his wave of the hand, but he was simply removing all the chains from her. Then he smiled kindly and officially told her, "Congratulations, you are free now." Kai bowed 90 degrees in deep gratitude and said, "Thank you, great lord. Please tell me your name. I will definitely repay your kindness." Van Than turned and walked away, flicking his hand with a commanding air. "I am Vu Teach, Lord of Taroko City. No need to thank me. You should go back soon and avoid getting caught again." Kiki didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly took her leave.
Thank you, my lord. When she walks away, that's when you get scolded by Diulin.
Listen, Junior. The dark spirit world and our fairy race are different, and you could also consider it a kind of demon bloodline. It's good that you bought it and released it. However, Van Than simply replied firmly, "Chairman, don't worry, I have my own plan." The auction host was still stirring up the atmosphere below.
Next, I present to everyone the 8th item. It is an extremely rare and valuable document taken from deep within the stone forest of the undead, which can be used to craft protective devices or weapons, or refined to produce death energy to strengthen the body. Excitedly introducing the item he clearly named the Death Origin Crystal, starting at 7.6 million demon crystals. The crowd below erupted in cheers as bids soared to 8 million, 8.3 million, 8.8 million, 9 million, and 9.7 million. In the end, the item Van Than Heng was waiting for finally appeared. Baha's intelligence was correct. This auction house indeed had an S-rank document. Once obtained, only 2 more S-rank documents are needed to complete the equipment set. From the high balcony, he confidently set the bid at 12 million spirit coins. The audience was captivated by his style, but still competed fiercely for the monostone, and he struck again. So what if it's that good? The Lord can't ignore it. Yuan Stone Death is also important to me. They keep raising the bid to 12.8 million and 13 million. Without saying much, Van Than shouted out a sky-high number, 20 million demon crystals. With his vast wealth, he naturally wasn't afraid of anyone, competing in strength. With the wealth accumulated over many years by the entire city in my hands, I am confident you cannot shake me. Knowing the outcome is already decided, the host quickly wraps up. 2 billion is indeed the mark of a great lord, truly generous. Does anyone else dare to bid higher? The audience below can only watch helplessly as the item is taken away. Damn it, the great lord is really playing hard. No matter how wealthy we nobles are, we can't compete with the wealth of the entire city. It's just impossible, so we might as well give up. His hammering echoed throughout the auction hall. 2 billion, once, twice, thrice, sold. Congratulations to the noble lord. The precious death crystal has now belonged to you. Suddenly, the stage was rocked by a massive explosion as a group of strangers appeared from both sides of the stands, seemingly summoned by dark cultists, causing the demon tribes to be stunned and whisper among themselves. What is going on? The auction house was ambushed. Could it be that those damn humans have appeared? The intruders are even more excited to slaughter everywhere. There are so many demon descendants, and they're even demon race.
This time they can kill to their heart's content. They keep attacking recklessly, not caring who their targets are. The demon race suffered heavy losses, and those who could escape only ran blindly. This is bad. They are truly humans. Please don't kill me. I can give you as many demon crystals as you want. Just quickly inform the guards. Damn it. By the time the guards arrive, it'll be too late. Run now. Their appearance indeed left Diaoling stunned. They are humans. She was stunned and asked Van Than why humans appeared in the dark world. He crossed his arms and calmly remarked that he didn't know. Their strength is not weak. Level 40 to 50 in the second transformation, including 2 at the third transformation, are truly no match for this auction house's level to handle. Seeing the empty display stand made you even more annoyed, and on top of that, the materials I needed had been stolen. The humans finished looting the auction and headed back together, harvesting abundantly. They excitedly discussed among themselves that the auction house has so many good items, my backpack can't hold them all anymore, and it's even convenient to kill many monsters like this. It's truly exhilarating. Lord Templar Tu Kwang Min quickly interrupted them, but our mission is not yet complete. The great deity just arrived and needs many precious documents for the 3 transformations, now that she has obtained the Death Gemstone. Looking at the map, she drew out the route for the team. We should also head to the next point on the Tongbao map. But things aren't that simple. Van Than hurriedly chased all the way there, boldly threatening them, stole the loot, and then ran away. That's interesting. We have a lot to talk about between us. The humans, feeling confident, immediately prepared to fight, but unexpectedly, someone fearless chased after them. Hurry up and settle this. You transformed right in front of them. I think there's some misunderstanding there. Beneath the human form, Van Than cheerfully continued. Maybe you should cross your arms and calmly tell them we can talk. Van Than and Du Lin face off directly against the plundering humans at the Demon World auction. After seeing your transformation, a strong man guessed that perhaps he was a human disguised as a demon descendant. The high priest seemed more cautious. Maybe a demon descendant disguised as a human. Van Shen sternly questioned the humans. They are humans but unaffected by the dark aura and show no hesitation in slaughtering demon descendants. It doesn't seem like an evil cultist, so who are they truly loyal to? How did they end up in the dark world? And what is their purpose? Suddenly, your expression changed instantly, revealing that the high priest was not reasoning, but summoning the long spear of repentance to strike first at you. Of course, Van Than and Du Lin can easily dodge. He snapped angrily. It seems they don't want to talk. They all joined forces to unleash their support skills, their holy bodies shining brightly. Under the effect of the resistance buff, the humans collectively gain immense strength, as if an endless power is pouring out. They all roared in anger. It seems the high priest can no longer wait and wants to crush us. They rushed forward together to attack Van Than and Du Lin. Facing a strong man, she still insists on reasoning, saying, I'm not lying to you. We are truly humans, not demons in disguise. It would be too stupid to slaughter our own kind in this dark world. Yet he retorts with a sneer, What are you, that you can claim to be our kin? Go to hell. On Van Than's side, he was busy balancing 3 people at once, when a young man with a spear decisively stabbed at his weak point. You lean down to dodge the sarcastic jab, going straight for the attack from below. Fellow countrymen are rare. Shouldn't you be a bit more cheerful? He shouted back with faith, whether demonic or human. Those who do not worship the Lord are all heretics. He unleashed a triple radiant strike straight at Van Than, using his life to atone for your rebellious sins. Seeing his comrade bravely face the attack, the remaining humans must have been excited, knowing that if he took a full force blow from a Tam Chuyan expert, he would surely have been shattered, his body and soul thoroughly refined, and he should rest in peace. The one who launched that move also confidently believed victory was certain, but his gaze quickly shifted to a stunned realization. Because you used one hand to block his spear tip as lightly as a feather, I can still kill the demon descendant of the third transmission, relying only on your holy knights of the third transmission. Just a gentle squeeze was enough to shatter the spear, yet you still want to kill me. Van Than calmly declared with authority that if you can't purify me, then I will purify your minds instead, causing the human with the spear to hesitate and stammer. You said you would do it now. Use the fusion skill of the invincible ice fist and the warrior to deliver a full force strike into your fist, but it is a physical purification. After gathering momentum to unleash the devastating ice strike from the heavens, the end for that human was already sealed. You delivered a punch that shook the sky and earth, sending him flying for 10,000 miles. Of course he couldn't withstand such a powerful move. The human lying motionless on the ground, no matter how big his neck is, he's just a name now. After intimidating them, Van Than snapped his fingers and told them that the strength gap was obvious and they could talk this time, but they kept rushing in like moths to a flame looking for a way to reincarnate. Dying was not a loss.
all for the great lord to kill him.
You have no words left to regret them. Truly a bunch of lunatics. Of course, Van Thon and Diolin have taken care of those little pests, only capturing the High Priestess and another one. She frowned and told you that these people are all crazy. Their attack methods clearly reckless. I can't hold back, I'll kill them all. Glancing at the corpses behind, you coldly whisper, is it really all over? Without a hint of hesitation, Van Thon praised Diolin's divine skills to the fullest. Truly, the leader, never soft-hearted when it matters. You observe them and then say, most of their professions are holy knights and holy swordsmen, and this girl is also a grand priest of the threefold light, truly divine. She nods in agreement with Van Than's assessment. Indeed, these professions are very common in the Divine Empire, but this is a dark world. Looking directly at her, he sternly questioned, if I'm not mistaken, humans are everywhere destroying in the dark world, and the continuous attacks on Madue are also your people. Tell me your purpose and the forces behind you. Maybe I will join too. Suddenly, a strange symbol shone brightly on the Archbishop's forehead. Join? The ones worthy of entering this organization are us, only us. You are ready to sacrifice everything for the Lord. Diolin sensed the danger and quickly pulled Van Thon away. Not good. It's the law of wings. Get out of here. She cursed at them before activating her sigil. Go die, you rejects. As soon as she finished speaking, her body erupted in a destructive explosion. Facing the power of the explosion, he quickly used the fusion of mage skills, magic shield, and vine barrier to cast the life shield, creating a sturdy barrier of plants to protect Diolin and himself. In the distance, a human suddenly moved. He opened his eyes wide and decisively took advantage of this chaos. The opportunity is here. The smoke from the explosion will take a while to clear. Thanks to the plant barrier, they remained safe. Diolin explained to Van Thon in a low voice that the Law of Wings was a special artifact of the Holy Empire, which would explode if the user believed they had violated the law. It's like a self-destruct device. You boldly declare you're carrying such a dangerous item. You're crazy. But that's still not enough to get us to leave. After the explosion, your treasure finally revealed itself. The death crystal also dropped, along with the museum map and some other things. Consider it an unexpected harvest. Additionally, Van Thon used appraisal magic to examine the white feather in his hand, but surprisingly neither its quality nor its effects could be identified. This white feather is similar to the black feathers that initially fell from the dark cultist, both of which could not be appraised, possibly serving as a kind of identification symbol. The woman before she died claimed to be from the Fallen Organization, but I wonder if she was connected to our world's Fallen Organization, or if it was just a coincidence with the same name. After all, the Dark Cult's followers highly revere Madhu. I hope that the Demon Lord's descent, which these guys just happen to take as a glory, is not truly loyal to the human world, and I agree with her on this point. Yes, I don't know what the Gathering Organization wants to descend here for. That's right, the chairman has something else to discuss. So it turns out Van Shen had already noticed that one human was pretending to be dead to escape. Just now she specifically killed everyone, but, in fact, one of them had already slipped away. Van Thon and Diolin approached the bodies to examine them. He had already understood her intentions. Chairman, you intentionally let the fleeing one escape, right? Diolin nodded and replied immediately. As expected, she couldn't hide her little trick. Sao những kẻ diện như chân rất khổ lại duột tình từ miền Trung, với lại một tên sống lắm mới giận dụa. Nếu thuận lợi con cổ hối ra trốn vào tổ chức của Trung. Nhịn vào sắc tên dung thuật tăng sức mạnh cho giống dội mà cổ ấy khinh bỉ Siva. Những tên này tăng sạch ma duệ binh dẫn. At first glance, they seem to stand on the side of humanity. But the depths of these humans have long been seen through by Diolin, and in reality, they cannot cause any real damage to the dark world. On the contrary, it will only increase the hatred of demon descendants towards humans, leading to even more furious revenge. Looking further ahead, it truly acts like a catalyst for war. Diolin's determination has now become stronger than ever. As a human, doing such a thing is truly terrible. I need to clarify their intentions. Van Than replied, honestly, you know, I can't accompany you. A person acting in such a dangerous dark world probably doesn't need me to say how risky it is. Diolin remains unfazed and even shows a willingness to support you. So the little one was taking care of me all along? That really warms my heart, but I want to infiltrate the human organization. Even if I can't disguise myself as a demon descendant, it's okay. She happily flirts with Van Than. Senior sister doesn't want to always stay behind the junior brother. It's hard to find something to do, so it's only natural to feel happy. Although a little worried for her, he remained silent and did not respond. Diolin took the initiative to personally follow the fanatic humans. Goodbye, Lord Demon King of 72 Pillars of the Future. You watch her seriously and tell him to be careful. With a resolute wave of his hand, showing no reluctance, Du Lin cheerfully replied, "You too."
After saying goodbye to her, Vanthan quickly made his own plans. He transformed back into his demon warrior form and silently thought, plus the death of the primordial stone. There are now 3 S-rank ingredients. The other 2 remain unknown. Let's go back and ask Baha first. Suddenly, the scene before him left him stunned. His city guards had fallen, sprawled on the ground. As soon as they saw Vanthan appear, they hurriedly reported that, "Lord, the demon subordinate of Lord Carlos is coming this way, and we can't stop them." And, as expected, you foresaw this scenario. Carlos, one of the 3 great demon lords holding real power over the Dark Knight demon realm, arrived earlier than I expected. He stormed into Venathian City, telling the soldiers to take the surviving guards for treatment, while he handled the rest, and at that moment, Rot was trampling on Baha in his arrogance, stepping on him in anger. It's just a small remote city, yet it dares to refuse to supply war materials and soldiers. Who gave you the courage? Under his suppression, Baha still refused to submit. Everything is the order of the Great Lord. We are just following orders. Moreover, Zhang Bing has led many residents to flee the territory for years, and everyone agrees with his approach. Before he could finish speaking, they forcefully kicked him in the face, knocking him to the ground. He questioned with a sneer, "So what is his order compared to the 3 great demon lords' commands?" "I can see you're loyal, but it's because of his weak strategy," he declared firmly and clearly. "Because of this reason, I still have relatives here. The local lord's orders may be vague, but they have truly improved their lives. Of course, what's more important is his way of working. I really like it." Thinking of Xia Quinten, who continued explaining, since the terrifying woman invaded the Black Dusk Demon Nation, the Tuoji fortress didn't just welcome a new lord because everyone knew the lord was intentionally weakened, so there would always be a higher-ranking demon wanting to challenge for dominance. Baha confidently pointed out the injustice, and no matter who became the lord, they were no exception. Only trusting and worshipping the 3 great demon lords who fought with all their might to stand up, only Lord Vutich was different. His trust in Vanthan was absolute. Serving someone like that was much more comfortable than serving those cowards. He never bows his head to anyone, no matter who he's facing. It makes your skin crawl just listening to it, then suddenly punches him in the back. Feels good, right?
No? Thien Tung kept punching him repeatedly, like a punching bag. Feel even more comfortable. Go ahead and feel even more comfortable. So, now do you still feel comfortable? He reached out and grabbed his collar. Even though he was being squeezed tightly by him, Baha remained steadfast in his faith. "Once the landlord of the earth returns, I will definitely not spare you." "So what? You probably still don't realize that the owner of this city is about to change." He looked straight at him and arrogantly continued, "Lord Carlos Los ordered me to kill Vutich and take his place. Before officially ascending the throne, eliminating the family isn't a bad idea." Just as Baha's life was in danger, Vanthan appeared in time, grabbing his fallen hand to prevent him from doing any more harm. Tien No clenched his teeth and said each word clearly, "My sect's protection is not your place to destroy." And with that, Vanthan shattered his arm, causing him to scream in agony. Knowing he faced something formidable, he temporarily retreated to keep his distance. And as he saw his broken arm, he involuntarily trembled in fear. No, I completely failed to detect his presence. This guy's strength far exceeds my expectations, and with the Demon King's power, I can't be his match. He coldly told him to deliver his final warning to his master, then turned back and said to Carlos Los, "Tell him he doesn't need to come looking for me. A year from now, at the decisive battle, I will find him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait." Furious, he turned and left, thinking he could just rely on you to touch the throne of the 72 evil spirits. Very well, you will have to pay for this foolish thought. Of course, Vanthan won't let him go easily. I haven't even mentioned that he teleported right in front of him, and he coldly added, "You can just go ahead and fall apart." Sweating and stammering, he asked, "What do you want to do?" Without saying a word, he threw a punch directly into his stomach. Van Shin quickly used the fusion skill of Shadow Flash Thief to steal and perform the Void skill, unleashing a series of incredible moves that stripped everything valuable from his opponent without leaving a trace, leaving the soldiers watching in awe, wondering what was happening. Clearly, the Lord was just fighting him, but it looked like his opponent was being completely stripped of his possessions, and they secretly cheered, thinking he was about to be thoroughly defeated and humiliated, only to see his punch land lightly with no effect, making him feel powerless and suspect that his attack was becoming weaker and weaker. Why is it so strange? Could it be that his defense is too strong, and even my equipment can't match it, which I proudly explained to him. All your attributes, equipment, skills, and innate talents now belong to me. With one hand, he touched his chest, and Vanthan confidently sealed the deal. Now you are extremely weak. You only pushed lightly once, and then Rot was thrown hundreds of meters away, seriously injured and unable to move, unable to withstand a single blow. Vanthan has officially defeated the brat who came to seek justice for the soldiers in his city.
Knowing he is at a disadvantage, he can only helplessly scream, "My strength and equipment are all gone. Why is this happening?"
Why? The guards, though covered in wounds, are extremely excited. In such a short time, the demon lord was easily defeated and even lost everything. Is our lord of the land really that powerful? He sat confidently on the throne and asked them coldly. My guards, it seems you were beaten badly by him earlier. Van Shen sat back watching the show. Now he has no strength to resist. Are you just going to watch? Although they understood what he meant, the guards still hesitated a bit. They are frightened and explaining themselves to you, but he is a subordinate of Lord Carlos Loss. No one dares to hit him just for fun, or they will face retribution later. Besides, he is a noble demon. What right do we have to touch him? Vanthan crossed his arms and sternly called out to his loyal subordinate, Baha. Your eyes blaze with fury. Do you think you're just like them? Vanthan's voice seemed to carry all the helplessness of the small people like Baha and the guards in the city. Because he is a subordinate of Carlos Los. Because he is a demon descendant from the 3 main central cities. So in front of him, you are just like bugs, trampled to death without resentment. This statement indeed touched the underlying dissatisfaction within him. Baha decisively moved to where he fell. The guards looked on and whispered among themselves, what does the Grand Steward mean? Want to fight? No way. I was just checking on the opponent's injuries. He usually acts carefully and definitely won't strike. That's right, he's good at talking and handling complicated matters, but he's not skilled in fighting. Even now, he still dares to boast. A bunch of scoundrels living in a remote and desolate land, not worthy to touch me. Your lords have already set out on their journey. The great lords will eventually kill him. Are you so foolish as to sacrifice yourself with him? Baha, having held back for so long, without a word, kicked him straight in the face, delivering a decisive blow. The guards, seeing this, opened their mouths in shock and whispered to each other. Damn, that's one of the lord's subordinates. How dare the steward strike? Did he drink the wrong potion? He's gone crazy. Lord Baha has lost it. Truly worthy of being Vanthan's most loyal subordinate. He speaks firmly to teach everyone. Haven't you all understood clearly yet? This is how the 3 great demon lord leaders treat us. Even though we are of the same clan, he slaughtered his way here without mercy. Are you willing to remain as insignificant ants? Facing you sitting on the throne, he spoke firmly to stir the people's hearts. Now, the chance to turn the tide is right before us. Our Lord of Annihilation is about to become one of the 72 demon lords. Even the supreme demon lord who has lost his power, you dare not touch. How can such cowardice be worthy of being your lord's followers or of walking alongside him? Vanthan loudly calls on everyone to surrender to him, to sacrifice themselves for him, to overthrow the 3 great demon lords or continue living a humble life here as mere ants. Using amplification to echo, he boldly concludes, I give you the right to choose. Your overwhelming aura has finally shaken the hearts of the demon race under your command. What are the 3 great demon lords? I've long been tired of them. Long been. Because the frontline soldiers are supposed to be shared equally among the territories, but they forcefully take their share and impose it on us, causing the common people to hate and resent us. Now that the Great Lord is a future subordinate of the 72 pillars of the Demon Lord, his status has changed. Defeating the noble and high-ranking Demon Lord alone makes me tremble with excitement just thinking about it. The guards, fierce with their weapons drawn, surrounded him like a hungry wolf closing in on its prey. He stammered and panicked, shouting, What are you? What do you want to do? You filthy scum! How dare you touch me? You can't handle the consequences. Now, of course, the guards no longer fear him, and they all rush in to beat him mercilessly. 3 great demon lords. If you can tolerate this anger, then go ahead. But compared to the future 72 demon kings, what is a top-tier demon? Our future will soar to greatness, and you miserable bastard, are only fit to be stepping stones for us. So fight hard and scream desperately. You bastards! In the end, he was beaten black and blue by the guards and thrown out. He lay motionless for a long time, his face gaunt and trembling, trying to get up despite the pain. I will report everything. The Lost Lords will definitely not forgive you. The guards will only be terrified when they wake up after their beating. That earlier speech of the Lord was like some kind of magic. I suddenly lost my mind. Oh my God. What have I done after all? We're doomed to be avenged. What should I do now? Baha, you sit in the corners crying with your head bowed first. I must be crazy to do something like that again. Thantie is about to be destroyed. Only Van Than remains calm and reassures everyone. Everyone has their moments of madness, and there's no need to fear. He thought to himself that encouraging their courage was really not easy. Turns out he had used the warrior, berserker, and spearman fusion skills earlier to boost their excitement, which successfully rallied the people's support. If I hadn't secretly used the boosting skill, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to act in the end. Of course, they also harbor resentment in their hearts, so no matter how I used the skill, it wouldn't have been as effective. Seeing Baha's awkwardness, Van Than felt very sympathetic. Although it was a bit reckless, at least the goal had been achieved. They now had no other choice but to risk their lives for me, and I would do my best to fulfill my duty so they could have a higher status. You quickly gave him an order. Baha, I assign you a new mission. Use all your magic stones and resources to maximize the enhancement of the guard's qualities. He looked at the space crystal without believing that you had been so generous, as most of the contents are from the storage of Lord Vedi, the previous lord. Although everyone knows strength is the key, no lord would spend such a fortune. Van Than urgently asked further, Did you make any progress on the S-level intelligence you were sent to gather before? Baha honestly shook his head and replied, No, it's very hard to find. Just having the chance to encounter it at the auction house is already lucky. It looks like the only remaining clue at the moment is this treasure map. Baha, you should take a look too. Is this trustworthy? An expert like him can see at a glance that the route is simple. Cross the endless desert, disappear into the void, and you can reach the burning demon prison. Suddenly, Baha realized the hidden meaning of this map and urgently told Van Than that this was not a treasure map at all, but clearly something meant to deceive Yuen. Since it was expected, you mean it's a fake and there's no treasure inside. He explained in a deep voice that if we follow this map, we might find a rich treasure vault. But the problem is, the destination is the fiery demon training prison, territory of the most violent fire demon clan. According to Baha, this place can be called a forbidden land of brutality. The Fire Flame Demon Clan is a demonic lineage that existed before the Void Demons split into 72 demon clans. They are powerful, and the clan leader's strength is no less than any of the 72 demon lords. But then one day the entire race suddenly perished, and the exact cause remains a matter of opinion. Some say they anger the god who destroys gods, others say they anger the Void Demon who wiped out their race. But no matter how it happened, the Flame Demon Hell Prison surely has an endless treasure house. So many powerful demons, even demon lords, would travel thousands of miles there. As for gains, just surviving and returning home was already a stroke of luck. Zhong Kui also, out of concern, clasped his hands and made a proposal to Van Shen. Please forgive my rudeness. It would be best for the Lord to give up. Even without considering the Flame Demon trial, the endless wasteland is filled with countless monsters, and getting lost is even more dangerous. No demon descendant has ever survived to come out. I become even more determined to set out and fight. I actually feel it's worth trying, at least it won't be a wasted effort. In Van Than's heart, he was excited, thinking it was like that secret dungeon. And he was very good at Dish Kui. Plus, with so many divine skills in his hands, staying alive wouldn't be a problem. Baha sighed worriedly and continued, The Lord always travels alone. I hope you can also think about the fortress. This trip is so far, you don't know how long you'll be gone, and the 3 great demon lord might send someone to kill you again. You decisively concluded with a confident tone. No, with my strength, if they don't send more demon troops, they'll only be wasting their efforts unless they come here themselves. And a year from now is the decisive battle for the 72 pillars. Compared to dealing with us, they intend to accumulate strength and focus on themselves more. Indeed, as an overseer, his suggestions are always very reasonable and considerate. The Lord is right, but it's better to prepare something just in case. At least, please bring the sensing crystal and the teleportation scroll back to the city. Once the fortress has an issue, the Lord only needs to be outside the special space to return at any time. Van Shen accepted the order and issued the command to Baha. Prepare the supplies you brought along. We depart tomorrow. Right now, somewhere in the dark world, Diolin has successfully infiltrated the lair of the fallen organization. It was very easy to infiltrate. These guys are surprisingly naive. Her method is to loudly shout out the blood oath to dedicate everything to the Supreme Lord. I just wear their clothes and shout slogans, and I'm considered a comrade. Maybe it's because of human nature that it's so easy. Even though I don't know what God is, just shouting God is enough. A respectful human voice calls out, Please welcome the newly arrived deity to the courtyard so we can pray to the Supreme Lord today. That person slowly stepped onto the stage, but their identity was so shocking to Jiolin that she was stunned. What is going on? Who is the new divine official? After clearly seeing his face, she quietly whispered to herself, "Lucy, a group of people gather together to pray." Lucy's voice echoes, "O Supreme Lord, your will makes us strong, your mercy makes us grow." She bowed her head and clasped her hands together, sincerely saying, "Serving you is our honor. We will dedicate everything to you because of you." Lin, standing behind, watched Lucy's every move and thought to herself, "Who would have thought I would meet an old acquaintance in the dark world and even be doing much better than me? This situation is really not good. If I get recognized, I will definitely be in trouble." Her expression grew more tense, sweat dripping down her face. But she had no disguise skills or face-changing tools, so maybe she should retreat, as she might not get another chance to infiltrate internally like this. Her eyes narrowed, feeling very confused. What should I do now? Ah, that's right, there's something I can use. Lucy here turns down happily and says, "Thank you everyone for joining me in completing today's prayer. Next, I have something to report to everyone. Sorry about that." Her face remained bright and radiant as she continued. "The former followers who helped us gather the materials for rebirth have been completely wiped out." The people below were very shocked to hear that. They exclaimed, "What? Completely destroyed? The captain still has 2 more transfigured priests, right? Damn disgusting demons. No matter how many you kill, it's never enough." Lucy's dark black hand reaches out with a comforting voice saying, "Don't be sad, everyone." She began to explain, "They sacrificed their lives for me. At the same time, it is also for the Supreme Lord, and even in death there is no regret. But in order to communicate with God more smoothly, my reincarnation must finally take place. There are still many materials missing, and one person does not agree with Lucy's conditions." He responded confidently, "The spirit messenger is the chosen one's envoy, even able to communicate directly with God, more important than any of us. But the materials the spirit messenger needs are too hard to find. We must accept the risk. Even if we say it's for God, we won't sacrifice our lives, but surviving can do more for God. A bunch of cowards afraid to die." Her steps are full of confidence and determination. "Is that all your faith in God amounts to?" Lin, looking down at the crowd, said loudly, "How noble is the great deity, you only want a few materials." Because even if we steal, rob, or die, isn't that all just natural? Why should we hesitate? Oh my, this is such pure and sincere faith. Come quickly, come to me and tell me your name. Lin at this moment was quite embarrassed, hesitating as she replied, "My name is Lin Tu. Damn it, I forgot my own name." Lin Tu just repeated the name given by my younger brother. Lucy cheerfully said, "That's a really interesting name. Why is your face wrapped in bandages? Are you injured?" "That's right. I was disfigured by Du before, but I believe that the Lord of all will help me restore my appearance eventually." The face she showed was gentle as she listened to me, and she responded with satisfaction, "Your sincere faith is truly captivating, but the only thing unfortunate is that your voice sounds just like a humble pig I once met." Hearing Lucy criticize her, Lin felt extremely annoyed and was silently cursing in her mind, "You're the pig. Your whole family is pigs. Stay calm, stay calm." The black feathers fell slowly. "But clearly she doesn't deserve to be compared to you. I will report everything about you to the Lord. Your faith." Lucy's black wings spread out like a fan, surrounding both of them, truly worthy of touching the Supreme Lord's heart. Everyone below exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, this is a miracle bestowed by the Master. Her faith has truly moved God. Lady Lucy, please forgive our earlier disrespect. Even if we have to steal, rob, or even risk our lives, we will definitely help you find the 10th ingredient. Please be sure to tell the Lord about our faith." Lin looked up and felt annoyed. She sneered contemptuously and mocked internally. "A miracle? Give me a break. It's clearly just flashy skills and props creating visual effects. These guys are definitely mentally ill, so easy to fool." Lucy reached out and said, "I hope you, the disciple of Xiaolingzi, will lead the new team searching for materials. Are you willing to take on the role?" Lin reluctantly replied, "Of course, my great god of war." Although she said yes, she didn't really want to. She narrowed her eyes and thought, "Still playing the hand-kissing game, huh? Disgusting. Just wait. Until I bring you right here, I will make you lick my feet." On the other side, Von Thon's footprints are deep in the ground as he walks while reading a book. He points with his finger in the direction he needs to go. "Endless desert, endless here." Van Than stopped and said, "Not belonging to any tribe." In the dangerous area, 2 giant monsters stand on the stone steps looking down below. A place named for the countless monsters inside. He draws his sword, ready to fight, so let's enjoy it one more time. His eyes narrowed, a long-forgotten hunting instinct awakening. Van Than clenched his sword tightly and charged forward like a gust of wind. The fusion skill, swordsman, swordmaster's speed, Tian Mo Fei. He slashed a beautiful golden horizontal sword slash. The roar of hundreds of monsters rushing toward him, but he remains calm, fighting each one individually. A dirty hand suddenly appeared in front of him, and Van Thon skillfully dodged it. He fought while thinking. This place has a wide terrain with scattered monsters. Killing them one by one takes a lot of time and effort. Even though Min brought plenty of supplies, a flying monster passes by in front of him, and he quickly slaps it away, thinking, but he doesn't know how long it will take to get out of this endless desert. Therefore, managing consumption is very important as the number of monsters continues to increase. It stacks together to form a shield. First, attack them to draw their attention. At this moment, the shield formed by the monster is nearly complete. Van Shin begins calculating the divine power and concentrates it. Monsters then formed a solid wall, which he quickly destroyed. He began using the fusion skill. A blue light shoots out from the mage's arm-wrapped magic staff. That blue wave engulfed the giant frog. Van Thon jumped up, creating a shimmering blue energy source. That energy flows into the stacked monsters, blending together to create a beautiful stream of water. He glanced at them and then sighed, holding his gun in his hand. Insect monsters sound troublesome. Equipped weapons, terrifying demon elements, dual pistols, shotguns, and rapid-fire pistols. Van Thon glanced to the right as the green slime kept flying toward him. The corpse of the monster is scattered on the ground. He sits in front of a monster's body and says, "Unlike in the clone, here when you kill a monster, it won't drop equipment, and even if you want to take materials, you have to deal with the corpse." Luckily, I still gained experience points, so it wasn't a total loss. Van Thon reached inside the monster's body to retrieve something. In addition, the monster drops something that the clone does not have. A sparkling pink stone appears, and he looks at it before saying, "The magic crystal is filled with dark energy and can be absorbed by the tribe to become stronger. Coins with similar colors are slowly falling down. Magical coins made from magic crystals can become a common currency in the dark world because of their inherent value. You glance to the left and speak. The attribute stolen by the thief's hand will not last forever. But skills can be learned directly, and using Demon Clan skills requires consuming dark magic power. A blue flame combined with demons. In theory, as long as I have dark magic power and learn the skills of the demon art, I can directly use the low-level skills of the wandering profession." Van Thon muttered to himself, disregarding the limitations of low-level skills of the wandering profession. This action is like exploiting a wick. Whether it can be done or not, only trying will know. 3 months later, in a cave on a mountain, a strange purple glow emanates from inside. Van Shen is sitting on a rock, gazing at the scene below, then speaks. 3 months of monster training, level 7 unlocked, and I collected a lot of fire. He looked up and continued. This should be enough for me to try. Even if I fail, I can sell it for money. It's not a loss. Then Van Thon looked towards the cave and muttered to himself, opening the entrance he had set with many traps, no need to worry about safety. He steps inside the cave as streams of purple light fly towards him. Van Thon's voice echoes again. Everything is ready. Let's begin. He started coughing and his body felt very sore and uncomfortable. Van Thon exclaimed, "It hurts so much." But when he looked at his hands, he saw black spots and felt something was wrong. So he shouted out that his body was collapsing. "Why is this happening?" "The grayish marks on your hands look disgusting," Van Shen exclaimed in surprise. "No. This dark power is trying to destroy my body first, and then recreate it. Recovering. No matter how many times I call out, it still doesn't respond. I helplessly sigh, now my body from bones to muscles, blood vessels, and skin." At that moment, Van Thon was completely helpless about the situation he was facing, as he was gradually transforming into a demon descendant. A dark aura surrounded him from behind, and mucus oozed out in all directions, forming a protective barrier. He was exhausted, thinking that the immense power kept surging out from his body. Van Thon's eyes were dull, sweat continuously dripping down. Is this the power of darkness? You are gradually losing your consciousness, and a voice echoes in your mind. Miss Ha, you remember the conversation with Queen Tun. Van Thon, walking behind, shouted loudly, "Ko Ha! If the dark world and our world fundamentally differ in the higher concentration of magic in the air, do you think humans who adapt can become as powerful as demons?" Quin Tun extended his finger and replied, "It's possible, but only if you can adapt. This adaptation isn't just about survival, but fully integrating like the demon race, even capable of wielding the unique dark magic of the dark world." A drop of water falls from the purple water, Queen Tun continues, just like the saying that quantity turns into quality. The extremely high concentration of mana causes the mana in the dark world to transform, forming a type of dark mana that surpasses ordinary mana.
There have been dark clans that stole our skills, resulting in the effective use of dark mana skills. Vanthan asked hesitantly, "What about those who use demon clan skills?" She replied, "No. Demon clan skills can only be used with dark magic, not with ordinary magic." Quinton began explaining in detail so you could understand. "Meanwhile, they can use our skills, but we cannot use theirs." "It's really unfair, isn't it? But that's an undeniable reality. Those of lower rank will always be inferior to those of higher rank. That's the rule." Vanthan stroked his chin and thought, "But I can use the Demon Lord's talent and the Yumin Flames. Those are both things of the demon race." She pointed at you and said, "Yumin Flames are just seed items that become skills after absorption, but the innate talent of a Demon Lord is bestowed by the gods. Only those who can defy, change, or even create rules can truly possess power." Quinton decisively said, "Only the gods can do that." She approached Vanthan, "If you want to gain the strength of the demon race." She placed her hand on your shoulder and said seriously, "If you absorb enough, you can completely become a demon race." Quinton whispered into your ear, "But doing so means you will never be human again." Then she said something that made everyone ponder. "Do you want it?" Back in reality, Vanshin was speaking with great difficulty. "Ah, of course, those green, slimy substances stabbed straight into your body like knives." "No," I weakly said, "this is just a test. I won't resort to any means for power, and if humans can't have dark magic—" Vanshin clenched his head, his face tense. "I refuse to absorb it." He widened his eyes and looked at his hands, feeling utterly defeated. "No, I can't stop now." He was very shocked right now, constantly crying out, "Once this thing starts, there's no turning back." A blue flame emanates from Vanthan's hand. A self-healing miracle. Even a self-healing miracle is useless. It seems this is not just a simple injury. The blue light is growing more intense. He stood still like a statue, raising his face and thinking, as if I had broken some rule, and now that rule wants to erase me. So even the resurrection cross could be nullified. Cracks appeared on Vanthan's face as he stammered, feeling something familiar. In a hospital room, Van Shen is lying on the bed. Next to him is Van Dong. "Am I dead again?" The heart monitor beeps, and he looks gaunt like a dying old man. Van Duong crying and begging beside him, "Brother, don't close your eyes. You have to open them wide. Please don't abandon me. Don't leave me behind." Before leaving, Van Than looked up at the ceiling and silently thought, "I'm sorry, Van Duong. I also want to live, but I can feel my consciousness gradually fading away." His eyes slowly closed. He couldn't stop it. Not even a little. Facing death, he could do nothing. Suddenly, another scene appeared. Van Than surfaced from the water, his consciousness fading away. He still couldn't stop it. This feeling of helplessness, just like back then. Is this how it ends? He woke up and forcefully surfaced. "No. This time I can't let it happen. I have died once before. Death is no longer unfamiliar to me. There must be a way to survive." Van Than placed his hand on the ground and looked down below, and even with the naked eye, you could see that the human body and the demon race body had few differences. The biggest difference was that the demon race body could fully adapt to dark magic. Dark magic power is ultimately just a type of strength. Under the water, he saw the image of the disappearance, which only needed a suitable container like a demon race body. If that's the case, then I might use a transformed fake body created by my skill to deceive it. Van Than didn't hesitate and dragged the person to the surface. It can probably be considered a container. Inside, the membrane emits a heavy voice. "Come here. Come here." I regain my senses and shout, "I won't resist anymore. If you want to come in, then come in." Those slimy things rush toward him like a tornado. Van Than shouts, "I embrace my darkness, my skills. I accept everything." Your scream breaks the silence. The shell cracks open, stones shatter and slowly fall down. You spread your black wings, calmly looking at your hands and calling out. Seemingly successful as the dark blood and the dark attribute power fused through the absorption of dark magic. The attributes and effects of the skill are enhanced, and the body is fully transformed into a demon, capable of using both dark magic and normal magic. Van Than declared, "The dark form was originally a skill of the dark goddess that I absorbed through the divine seed. It is not only a legitimate magical skill, but also serves to protect the body, linking with it, and capable of evolving. You pretend that the body in the dark day state is your own flesh body, deceiving the limits of the darkness's power, so it only modifies the body after your transformation. So what it modified was not Van Than himself, only the form of the skill. Once the skill is Jeechu, he will return to his human state, and of course he will no longer be able to use dark magic." Van Than looked at his hand.
Long was full of gratitude. To be able to be like this, he had to thank Hakda from the female root of the 72 demons, truly a powerful skill. Moreover, it hasn't completed its evolution process yet. It has potential but cannot transform into another form under any missing conditions. I know I am being governed by the force of the rule. Vanthan raises his face as if he has realized something. Now his actions seem to have tricked the rules, but the one who set these rules still hasn't noticed. Before he finishes speaking, suddenly a noise sounds, and he quickly glances at a black beast with yellow eyes rushing toward him, looking very fierce. Then, a horde of monsters began to arrive one after another. Vanthan guessed that they seemed to be attracted by the dark energy he was absorbing. He smiled proudly and said, "Good. Use yourselves to test my new power." Then Vanthan widened his eyes, and a dark aura emanated ominously. The monsters, sensing the black energy, suddenly froze in place. "You seem pleased, and your vision has completely changed." Standing before the immobile monsters, Vanthan speaks, as if the key to evolving the innate skill of the Dark Knight Maiden is dark magic. Dark Vision S plus range. After casting the skill, everything within the user's sight can be frozen until the dark magic runs out or the user actively releases it. Note that the more targets you choose to freeze, the greater the distance, and the more dark magic is consumed. If the target's attribute is higher than the user's, the dark magic consumption doubles. Vanthan drew out his staff and said with interest, "Let's try dark magic with other skills." Dre's first-level skill unleashes poison tentacles. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp purple tentacles quickly grew and tightly wrapped around the frozen monster. He commented that not bad. The tentacles that were once normal now grew spikes, maintaining their original effect while increasing damage potential. Vanthan raised his scepter and shot out a blue spark to burn them all. The monsters explode in the flames, and Vanthan continues. The fireball also has an additional effect of exploding and splattering, increasing its power to the next level. He added, "Also, the skill that surprises me the most is none other than the clone. You're happy, able to split into another clone." Vanthan raises both hands and summons a water clone and a fire clone. He wonders, what if I use the fusion technique? What if I use the fusion technique to have the fire clone and water clone split again? Fusion technique. The Dark Swordsman is Fire Cling and the Assassin is a clone, Fire Demon. Inheriting 65% of the main body's attributes, mastering all the assassin skills. Attacking with fire attribute damage using fusion techniques. The Taoist summoning lightning and the assassin as a clone. Always inheriting 65% of the original's attributes, mastering all of its assassin skills, attacking with fire attribute damage. Van Shen and his two clones gradually approached the monsters. "You order to kill." Quickly, the two clones rush forward, working together to drive them away. 3 months later, Van Shen muttered as he walked, "This place truly lives up to its name as the Endless Desert." It took us 7.5 months to reach the end. Your bags are full of monster corpses, of course, because I killed all the monsters along the way. It's just that traveling normally wouldn't take so long. Luckily, the harvest is quite abundant, and my airbag is almost filled with monster remains. Vanthan continued, "I have also increased my level significantly. In terms of attribute stats, I am not much behind most level 3 hidden reincarnation players. After all, the accumulation of the essence of the Demon Sovereign and daily quests has given me quite substantial attribute stats. Vanthan, a level 62 human race with basic attributes of 913 health, 911 agility, 911 intelligence, and 911 stamina, equipped with a main weapon called Phantom Breaker, a 3-star Diamond Phantom secondary weapon, a legendary handheld weapon, and possessing innate skills including all-around A+ mastery, merged techniques, demonic form S+, night vision S+, super self-healing S+, invincibility S+, precise hit S+, dark hellfire S+, speed casting, dual casting A-, special body skill S, dual casting without staff A-, and other common skills, still wonders about the many powerful people in the world. Still, there is still a long way to go to compare with level 4 divine reincarnated players. As the deeper you go, the more absurd the experience needed to level up becomes. For normal reincarnated players, the bigger the reward, and the level 4 players have many ways to obtain items that boost their attributes. For the Demon Lord, there's no need to say more. Vanthan walks and thinks to himself, becoming one of the 72 demons is just the first step. There are greater dangers to face, and I must become stronger. You stop in your tracks, facing a desolate and abandoned place. The second area is completely lost and confusing. "We're here." Vanthan activated the system and said, "Oh, a new mission has been triggered." The elimination mission has been approved as the target meets the criteria. A new mission has been issued, involving elimination and illusion cloaking with no penalty for failure. A reward for the weapon defense design. Van Than wondered to himself, what is a illusionary shell? This place doesn't seem to have monsters, and it's filled with toxic fumes. Though there's no smell, the atmosphere feels very eerie, and while it can corrode, it's not deadly. It would take at least half a year to corrode my skin. He stomped his foot on the ground to check if this place was safe, then took out a talisman and said, but in the end, it's not something good. Let's see if it can dispel. Van Than stood there for a moment, the talisman still ineffective, looking disappointed.
Does it have no effect? Either the environment here is harmless or this place has become so bad that I can't dispel it.
But right now, 2 S-rank materials are still missing, so going back would be really unfortunate. Suddenly, some beasts appeared, and Van Shen was surprised. Oh, it seems this place isn't devoid of living creatures, but they don't seem to intend to fight me. Suddenly, he tensed up as if he had realized something. Van Shen crouched down, his hand covered in sticky purple substance. So I've been infected ever since I entered this place. He feels dizzy. The monsters are surrounding him now. They are rushing to grab him. One of them has already caught Van Than. Just as it was about to open its mouth to swallow him, Black Body rushed out to attack the monster. Van Than was still unconscious, with Black Body standing behind him to protect him from the monsters. In his dream, he sees Van Duong pushing a wheelchair with Van Than on it. He slowly opens his eyes and softly says, with warm sunlight shining, his body weak and thin, suddenly she props one hand on her hip, points at him with the other, and angrily says loudly, "You? Today is a good day for you to be discharged, so why are you suddenly talking so casually?" Van Than stared in surprise and asked, "Van Duong, you're discharged? Are you fully recovered now? Of course, I can finally relax and go back to university. But don't worry, I will work part-time in my free time and definitely take good care of you. Don't worry about the money. My coworker at the shop even calls me the working fairy." Van Than frowned slightly after hearing that. What kind of nonsense is this fairy-maid thing? Then he propped himself up, stood up and said, looking up at the sky with a smile, "I won't let you carry everything alone either." Van Than Yu regained hope and became more determined, now ready to get back to work. The scene shifts to a room where Van Than is sitting in front of a computer screen. He quickly moved to the character setup section, clicked on it, and shouted, "Yes, it's you." Van Than kept clicking on the links that appeared, followed by a series of articles about him. The once unbeatable genius, Van Than, has recovered and made his return. The top expert in manipulation has returned, and is also extremely skilled in awareness. He created a completely new character. I didn't expect his choice this time to be a free spirit without a profession. Will he be able to continue his glorious history? At the same time, Van Than's character appears and charges straight at the monsters. With just one sword strike, he successfully takes them all down. It's all been cleared. All been cleared. The talented contestant Van Than has overcome every challenge, defeated all the bosses, and successfully won this year's national online BK competition. Congratulations to contestant Van Than, representing the Huoxia competition area, for winning the national championship this time. Do you have anything to say? Van Than quickly grabbed the microphone and looked straight ahead to answer. The gold cup in hand, everyone immediately stood at attention. The scene shifts to the school, where only Van Duong runs over to hug him, crying, "You finally graduated. From now on I will work hard. Now let me take care of you." And then she led him to a restaurant. Van Duong chuckled as she picked up some meat. "This place sells good food, huh? Today, I received my salary. Let me treat us to this meal." After that, Van Duong always returned home looking dejected. "Annoying. Today you made me so angry I could die. They make me work overtime but refuse to give me extra pay," followed by a series of happy moments between the two siblings. Van Duong shoots birthday fireworks and smiles happily at her brother. Then she points towards the sea and excitedly calls out to her brother. Then Van Duong stands in front of the camera, looks up, and speaks. The brother and sister walked together in the park. Suddenly, she glanced at Van Than and said with a smile, "Brother, lately I feel like you've been hiding something." Tu Duong then started to look lost again. "Could it be that you're trying to find a wife for me? Then I should lend a hand." Hearing that, he looked up at the sky and hesitated. A confession? Then Van Shen began to share his feelings. After all, a world as beautiful as this truly made it hard for him to leave. He continued, saying, "But sooner or later it must end, and he should go back now." "Oh, so you've known all along that I'm fake. Everything was just an illusion." Van Shen also looked at her and replied with a gentle smile. "No matter how beautiful the illusion is, Zhongqi is just an illusion and won't make him lose his way. Even so, he still wants to be lazy because living like this has truly been his long-held dream. Suddenly she rushed over and hugged him, pleading, "Please don't go." And he gently stroked her head before replying, "I can't. I still have a sister waiting for me, and there are quite a few things I need to settle." And then Vanthan continued, saying that no matter how sad, happy, boring, or difficult reality is, we have to face it. Staying here is just a way to run away. Back to the fight, he was startled after snapping out of his memories. Vanshan looked ahead, thinking that before entering this place, he had already hidden the demon's image within the photo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed casually in the illusion, and he would have successfully completed his mission. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Oh, you're awake?" And he was startled, turning his head around. "President, aren't you the one trying to infiltrate the Jinglam organization? Why are you here?" Yulin, when she heard your question, pointed at those people and said that the leader brought some followers here to gather documents, but it seems they no longer want to leave. Over there, they keep spouting superstitions. At last, they've met the boss. "This is the paradise the Lord has granted me. I want to stay here forever, to serve by his side." She reached up to brush away the slime and continued, "According to my observation, when the fog here accumulates on the body to a certain extent, it condenses into a slime. This slime not only causes people to fall into illusions, but also paralyzes the nerves, pain, and the senses. Even if limbs are cut off, they cannot wake them up. Those with weak willpower or high desires are easily led astray." Yulin still didn't stop, so this place is also a famous suicide sanctuary in the dark world. Many who have lost hope in life come here voluntarily, seeking death in the beautiful illusion. Not only demon beasts, but also many monsters that have strayed here become dazed. Maybe their illusion world is full of so much meat they can't eat it all. Then she bent down and looked at Vanthan as he spoke. "But why does your nose look like this? It looks more like Madhu than before. At first I didn't dare to believe it, thinking I must have seen it wrong. Then you returned to your normal form and smiled back at her." "Because of absorbing dark magic. This skill causes mutations, so my appearance has changed. Luckily, I can still maintain my human identity." Diemlin opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Absorbing dark magic." The army had previously invested a lot of effort into researching this area, but they still failed. "Who would have thought that my disciple could succeed? If you spread the method you used, it would definitely be a huge boost to the fighting power of the entire human world." Then, you explained that first, you need the 72 innate talents of the evil overlord. In addition, that talent must be capable of evolving, and there must be enough demon crystals. Otherwise, it would only turn into a demon descendant, no different from an evil cultist. Vanthan helplessly added, "And even if those conditions are met, I almost lost my life, so don't spread it around." It seems that only one person can use this method. Suddenly, he looked at her and asked, "Oh, right. How is your progress going?" People are divine officials, immediately receiving a punch from a devoted follower and feeling extremely happy. Vanthan frowned slightly, raised his hand to his chin in thought, and said, "Lucy, I see. No wonder she lost easily in the competition for dominance. I thought she was indifferent. It seems everything has been carefully planned." Diolin sighed and then said, "Who's to say it wasn't? Moreover, the luminary organization here has deep ties to the Holy Empire." Then she glanced at Vanshen and continued, "According to my investigation, most of the people in the organization were brought back by the Holy Empire since they were infants, having adapted to life in the dark world from a young age, and also being influenced by some Westerners who claim to be sacred believers. The professional system doctrines used also all come from the Holy Empire." She doesn't stop. In their eyes, whether human or demon bloodline, anyone not part of the church is considered an enemy to be eradicated. He immediately asked, "Dark worshippers of the demon bloodline, craving the demon bloodline to descend. If they are also called the Descent Organization, then does that mean they want something to descend?" Diolin frowned and said in a low voice. Suddenly, above the two of them, images of black crows flying non-stop appeared. Vanthan said confusedly, "The next god spoke, and from what I know, whether in the dark world or the human world, gods do not interfere in anything except sacrifices, so why would they? They want gods to descend. Are you sure about that?" Dioling tilted her head and replied, "I don't know. Anyway, we don't understand much about gods, at least with the current situation. Although Lucy claims she can communicate with gods most of the time, it's just her trick." She frowned and continued, "Why talk about this anymore? Little brother, is it because you saw that treasure map and want to go to the hellish prison? Does the senior sister also think that way?" You remain silent in front of Diolin's words because they are too dangerous. She hasn't stopped there. After all, those are the insights of an entire evil demon tribe burning with rage, enough to make the 72 evil demon pillars furious. Yulin's knowledge gradually unfolds as she continues to recount. Countless demon descendants aimed at that place, but they all failed, even trying their best, and not even a trace from the inferno flame remains. You can see Yulin's feelings through her story, all because of a city that blocks their way. No one knows what is inside that city, but once you step in, no demon descendant can come out. Even a demon lord would meet such an end. Entering there means turning to nothingness and ceasing to exist. So that place is called the Void City. Then Diulin reached out her hand and said, "Little Junior, listen to your senior sister's advice. This journey ends here. Go back to the fortress. I will think of a way to get the S-rank materials. Anyway, now I am a sect leader and have some power, so secret activities are not impossible to carry out." "No, that's too dangerous. Now you're at the enemy's camp. If you're discovered, you probably won't survive leaving the Zhonglin organization." At the same time, a thought crosses your mind. Earlier, the Hall was willing to die to protect you, and if you agree, she might not care about her own safety. Van Than stood up and continued, "I will figure out the document S myself, trust me. I have a complete plan." At the same time, he continued his train of thought. Determined to seize the position of the 72 evil demon pillars and complete the defensive equipment, he walked away, leaving Diulin behind, waving as he said, "The battle with the Dark Knight Evil Lord is less than half a year away. Time is urgent. We part ways here." Van Than looked down at the skeletons on the ground, frowning as he spoke, noting that there were no living creatures left here, and he couldn't see the Huyan diet shell mentioned in the mission. He glanced around and muttered to himself, wondering if it was just his imagination. But these undead and monsters seemed more like they had been absorbed and digested, rather than simply eaten or rotted away. Van Than quickly approached and concluded that he was standing in front of a city filled with countless ominous energies. "I have reached the next location." He looked up at the dark castle and asked, "Is this the city of nothingness?" From inside there is no sign of any life breath, and it is very quiet. Van Than immediately speaks in a deep voice, like a dead city. But that doesn't make him afraid. He confidently steps inside the fortress. At worst, he can activate his invincible skill and escape using divine light. No matter what's inside, there's always a way to handle it. Suddenly, Van Than steps on a secret barrier, accidentally activating a blinding beam of light. It seemed to swallow him whole and gradually disappear, but the teleportation to another space made him lose all awareness. Suddenly, Van Than snapped awake, eyes wide open, gasping for breath, and only then realized he was in an unfamiliar place. He clenched his teeth and raised his hand, saying, "It hurts so much what's going on." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I clearly remember entering the city of nothingness. Where am I now? I keep wondering in my mind, and also what happened to the wound on my body. What exactly occurred when I entered the city of nothingness?" A figure appeared from afar, and suddenly a voice rang out, "You're awake now." Yun Shen looked up and wondered, "Who are you?" At the same time, he wondered silently, what is going on? This young girl is a demon descendant, but it's not clear which clan she belongs to. Moreover, she now clearly appears human, yet she shows no hostility towards me. Little Nanana, after seeing Van Than wake up, turned and shouted loudly to announce, "It's so good! It's so good!" The outsider whose face can't be seen has woken up. "Everyone go see. Our efforts weren't wasted. He's really awake." They heard the announcement and came running as if to watch a show. A demon descendant inside the Hollow City laughed and said, "I told you so. That herb is extremely effective. Don't get too confident. That faceless guy is in good health. Rita's pig ate the medicine you gave and died. The first time I saw an outsider, I thought it would be great if I didn't die. Then she ran over to you and happily asked, 'What's your name?' Where are you from?" Van Than staggered to his feet, hesitating. Suddenly, little Nanana looked at you and spoke, for some reason. Even when she got close, she couldn't see your face clearly. It was blurry and hazy, as if nothing was there. Then she suggested, "Why not just call you Void?" "Void?" A demon lord, hearing that name, she nodded and smiled, saying, "Void, that's a good name, very fitting." It seems that little Nana is very good at naming things. Then she ran over, took Van Than's hand and said, "I was the first to discover you, so let me take care of you. Let's go, follow me home." He slightly narrows his eyes at that and heads home. Then, Van Than began to have an inner monologue, as if Xiao Nana had led him back home to live in this village. He also shared more stories about this village. Then Van Than realized that the ancestors of these demon descendants all came from a place shrouded in the flames of war. They fled here to escape the conflict, isolating themselves from the outside world for hundreds of years, with no disputes or killings, just like hiding in peace. But Vanthan kept wondering in his mind, not knowing why they couldn't see his face clearly, only hearing his voice as a vague mumble, and his figure appeared blurry, making it impossible to guess his age or gender. This made them feel very surreal, as if he didn't really exist. So that's why this vague name feels very fitting. Vanthan continued with his emotions. Luckily, they were not prejudiced and accepted him very warmly. Living with them made him feel comfortable and satisfied. Maybe staying here forever wouldn't be such a bad choice. Outside the straw house, Vanshin sat there relaxed and said, "This is truly a strange yet interesting life. With endless possibilities, those people really created some amazing things. I truly admire them." Suddenly he raised his hand to his head, grimacing in discomfort, as a troubling thought crossed his mind. "In the 3 months since I arrived here, I've occasionally spoken strange words that even I don't understand, even if they're words I've never thought of before." At that moment, Xiao Nanana stepped out with something in her hand and said, "Void, as promised yesterday, I've come to teach you how to read, and we'll start with the most important thing." Then, Xiao Nanana held out a stone in front of Vanthan and said, "Look, this is your name, Void." Suddenly, the demon warriors in the Void City hurriedly spoke as they left. "They're back again. We need to go over there quickly. Hurry up. Don't let that person die." Vanthan, feeling confused, immediately looked at them and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" A demon spirit turned back to look at him and saw an outsider who was injured. "This time, the outsiders are different from you. They can see faces and even look very similar to us, and there's a new person in the village." Then Xiao Nana looked at Vanthan happily and said, "It's actually the first time outsiders appeared. Everyone was very scared, worried about meeting bad people, but unexpectedly Void is both adorable and kind-hearted. This time the outsider is definitely just like Void, so no one is afraid and they even welcome him warmly." After hearing this, you frown slightly and reply to her, "This way of thinking is very dangerous." At the same time, the several demonic disciples of the Blazing Flame tribe lying on the ground kept groaning and complaining. "It hurts so much." The violent demon clutching his head screams, "Damn it. The abyss of annihilation is more dangerous than I imagined. I got injured all over before even finding the treasure. I should have listened to my father's advice from the start." The others started blaming him, saying, "Young clan leader, how many times have you been warned not to enter the Huyan Diet Chi Nyai and me that true track? But you insist on going on this expedition. This time we're all in trouble too." Hearing that, he was so angry he nervously raised a dark red gem. "This trivial matter, don't forget my identity. At worst, I can crush this sensing quartz crystal, and as long as my father shows up, we won't be in much danger." And he looked thoughtful when mentioning it, but there's no need to worry about running out of time. Next, the evil demon recalled the positions on the map. "Anyway, our territory of the evil fire demons relies on the Huyan Diet Chi Nyai. The me that true track is connected to the Huyan Diet Chi Nyai, and with my father's full-speed movement, he can arrive here in just a few seconds." But those people looked around anxiously. Clearly, we are at the border of the me that true track and Huyan Diet Chi Nyai, and suddenly fell here. Where's this place we fell into? It's the first time I've seen it too. Suddenly, a group of people approached, and the rustling noise immediately caught the attention of the demon guard. The local demon tribesmen are happily watching. The outsiders are here. Everyone, come over quickly. On the contrary, Bao Ma's subordinates secretly curse under their breath. Damn it, just at this moment they encounter another Demon Du tribe. Although I can't tell which tribe they belong to, luckily they look quite weak. I'll act first while they haven't returned to inform their clan. But just as they were about to strike, someone stepped forward to stop them. It was Bao Wiem who raised his brow and ordered, "Don't attack! They don't seem to intend to start a fight." The group immediately grew suspicious. Normally, the clan leader is the most aggressive, so why the sudden change? He muttered curses under his breath. A bunch of fools who knew nothing, with purple pupils and ancient dark markings observing the local villagers. These people are clearly the pure-blooded ancient race recorded in old texts. So I just begged them for help, crying out for rescue. Help me, my wounds are so severe I'm about to die. Isn't there anyone kind enough to help me?" He secretly plotted in his heart that the pure-blood ancient race had been extinct for 1,000 years, and these undead descendants were truly living fossils. Whether sold as slaves or used for research, they were incredibly valuable. In the end, the group of the violent demon was taken back to the village by the local undead. "Everyone, come quickly and see this. There's another outsider here. Their wounds are too serious. Bring all the herbs over and help treat them." The ruthless Demon King happily saw that everywhere was filled with pure-blood ancient races, passing by each person in turn, thinking that if he captured them all to breed and multiply, wealth would flow endlessly. Vanshin silently watched the group of Demon Kings, and when Zhao Nana stepped forward to help, he immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't." Analysis lines flashed through their minds. Long peace has made these demon descendants forget the brutality of the outside world. Their strength weakens with each generation, and they are unaware that the presence of outsiders could bring disaster. Void, why won't you let me go? Van Than hesitated again, inwardly shouting, Damn it, I can't say anything. No matter how hard I try, my lips can't produce any sound. This kind of situation isn't new. I just stand there, frozen.
Like some situations in the outside world, in a few words enough to change their minds, I just can't say anything. I'm clearly there, but I feel like just an observer, helplessly watching the situation unfold, unable to change anything. Next, Van Than couldn't hide his disappointment. Given the situation, he could basically guess what was going to happen next. And then time gradually passed. After a week of healing in the village, the wounds of the Bao Viamakma demon clan also gradually healed, and they left amid the joyful farewell of the entire demon clan in the village. One morning, it was a fresh early morning, Van Than went up the mountain to chop firewood as usual because he wanted to contribute a little to everyone. But when Van Shen returned to the village, everything had changed. He was stunned by the scene before him, because what awaited him was a horrifying scene of destruction, with flames raging fiercely and corpses scattered everywhere. That brutal demon is grabbing little Nana by the neck, laughing cruelly. This is the consequence of resisting me. If you refuse to be animals, then go and die, all of you. She could only weakly cry out. Void, the outsider's hatred, finally crushed mercilessly right before Van Than's eyes. His eyes widened with rage as his body's power surged and he roared. Damn it, damn it! In an instant he charged behind the Baoma's subordinates, all of whom are Leves. Why are you all acting so cruel? With a furious swing of his arm, he took down 2 men before shouting, All of you, die! And a punch that sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Van Than stepped forward to the trembling demon and said, You. He still dares to threaten with that tone. Do you know if the faceless bastard knows that my father is the clan leader of the violent flame demon? If you dare to attack me, you will die a terrible death. But in just a moment, he turned into a pool of fresh blood. You look down on provocation, then tell him to come. A flash of light shot out from the sky. The clan leader, the fierce fire demon, truly fell from the heavens. He leaned in close, growling, Who are you, really? Why can't I see your face clearly? I never expected you would dare to kill my son. And Van Than's dismissive reply was simply that he just wanted to kill him. Then the scene disappeared, leaving only Van Shen sitting there. He returned to his normal state. It seems it was over. His long hair covered his expression. No matter how real the experience was, Zhongku is only an illusion. Even illusions with patterns can be refused, and nothing can affect me just by relying on this. He walked step by step through the ruins, but the scene around him was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Van Than accidentally stepped on a small stone and frowned as he picked it up. This is the stone that little Nana used to teach me how to write my name. He turned to look at the scene. Could it be that everything is not an illusion, but actually happened? Van Shen looked at the ruined scene covered in smoke and fire and muttered, The familiar village, the familiar place. The stone is exactly the same. Only one thing is different. This place has turned into a ruin. It seems like he has realized something. It seems that everything that happened before was real, and not just an illusion, and it didn't appear to target me, but rather as if I accidentally intervened. Realizing the truth, Van Than felt heartbroken, understanding that he had only been a spectator all along, unable to participate or change anything, and he continued moving toward the distant volcano. Baha once said that the violent fire demon clan has existed for a very long time, so the real time of that illusion probably happened quite a while ago. Sitting pensively, he wondered why the environment here should have gradually recovered to its original state after the violent fire demon was destroyed. So why is it so ruined now? Suddenly, the volcano erupts, catching him off guard and making him shout out. Hoason, the volcano is boiling over as if about to go crazy. Lava with extremely high and dangerous temperatures burst out from the volcano as Van Shen moved and dodged the incoming streams. It kept firing non-stop, forcing Van Than to retreat to a safe place. After stabilizing himself, he suddenly froze and looked in one direction. The monsters born from the volcano's mouth are starting to scatter and scream out loud. Hungry! They're starving, and then they spot him and charge. They're starving. The relentless attacks from them make Van Than suspicious, as the dead bodies gather into living beings. You start drawing your weapon and aiming straight at them. No matter what kind of monster you are, just pierce through. The tip of the sharp weapon pierced into the monster's head, but didn't budge, making Van Than exclaim in disbelief, "It's too tough!" Suddenly, another monster ambushed him from behind. At this moment, Van Than can only use his weapon to block the attack. Its punch is so powerful that Van Than's weapon melts from the heat. What the hell? The lava monster keeps launching powerful punches that send you flying away.
Vanthan's weapon is corroded, making him look extremely distressed. Clearly, he has nothing extraordinary about him. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even breaking the formation couldn't handle it. I can't keep stubbornly facing it. Before I could think of a strategy, that monster launched a stream of molten lava at me. While Vanthan used his strength to bounce away from the attack, the lava poured down where he had just stood. The monsters gathered and started launching lava at Vanthan. He couldn't just stand there and take it, so he started countering with a lightning strike. After launching the attack, Vanthan landed safely, but it seemed ineffective as the lava kept rushing toward him, leaving him stunned as he managed to block all of it.
As soon as he finished speaking, it lunged straight at him, forcing him to defend himself. After taking that hit, Vanthan found himself in a difficult position.
These monsters looked pretty stupid, but I didn't expect them to be able to predict where they would land. Their judgment skills are impressive. Suddenly, a figure descended, an apparition appearing from above to observe Vanshan. It seems this young man has infiltrated my memory zone. No wonder he wasn't destroyed. So he's human? Keep crossing your arms and judging. What does it matter if you're human? Dealing with the power of those scattered attacks already left me battered and unworthy of probing the depths. I hope he realizes not to waste his life. Vanthan glanced at the burn marks, having absorbed the Yu-Min flame, granting me high fire resistance and immunity to most fire attribute skills, yet I still got burned. This fire is very fierce, at least on par with U-Min Ma Diem. The mindless monsters keep launching lava at Vanthan while he begins combining mage skills like water magic and ice magic. I haven't unleashed my true power yet, so you think you're so formidable? The lava and ice clashed together with a roar.
The ice waterfall kept falling, and Vanthan continued to cast the next move. Combining mage skills, Lak Loi and Vu Sudu, Lai Qifeng, with thunderstorm winds. Lightning struck from the sky, and the tornadoes shattered the monsters into pieces.
Void View, studying with a raised chin, realized that this skill was quite interesting and not bad. Quite unique. Like discovering something fascinating and laughing happily if that's the case. Meeting you once wouldn't be a problem, as long as you can see the pattern there. Suddenly, Vanthan turned back to look at the void where it had just disappeared, looked up at the sky, and wondered if it was just an illusion. Probably not.
All right, let's not think about those things anymore. Returning to the current situation, you start analyzing. These monsters' strength is definitely at level 3, but no magic crystal shards were produced after killing them.
It seems they are not monsters. At this moment, Vanshan looked at the erupting volcano with curiosity, as flowing lava could turn into dangerous monsters.
There must be some terrifying presence in Mount Hoa. I'll go check it out.
Everywhere is filled with monsters and deafening screams. I'm so hungry.
Vanthan now uses this basic assassin's stealth skill to get closer, and the more of them there are.
Although their instincts are strong, they are too dull. As long as they are not in combat mode, stealth is enough to handle them. Stopping at the top of the volcano, Vanthan suddenly notices something strange. Sure enough, there is something inside, but it's too far away to see clearly. So he used the basic hunter skill of the Big Eye to clearly see that the Bao Viem clan leader was tied up, and he shouted, "The evil Bao Viem clan leader." The scene shifts to Jiangnan University, where everyone is preparing for the ceremony. But for some reason, the atmosphere feels unusually serious. Than Lin turns and asks, "Isn't today the opening ceremony for our second-year students' final semester? Why are third-year students participating?"
Phi Than replied, "I don't know. Maybe there's a major announcement."
He sensed that something was about to happen. She looked behind the principal, Deep, and saw that everyone was dressed in military uniforms, probably from the army, as they had been fighting on the front lines all year round. I didn't expect there would be time to go to university. It probably isn't anything good. Than Lin sighed upon hearing this, feeling that ever since what happened to An Van, our days have suddenly become so miserable. The number of courses has increased significantly, even requiring combat drills during off hours.
Phi Than quickly grabbed her collar and said, "Don't mention An Van."
He looked at Nico standing behind him and warned her. She also knew that after what happened to An Van, Nico's personality changed. It's 180 degrees. She keeps showing that cold face all day, so she'll get angry if she hears about it. Just then, Principal An Fuck spoke up. "Quiet down. Calling everyone here is for an announcement. Probably some students have noticed something unusual." His face darkened. Over the past year, the number of practical combat courses has increased significantly. All the dangerous dungeons that were previously forbidden for students have now been fully opened, leading to casualties not only among students, but also among some guiding teachers. The reason for this situation is that he elongated his tone and then suddenly spoke quickly.
From today onward, all second and third year students and guiding instructors will directly go to the front lines to fight. All dangerous courses and practical combat drills are meant to help everyone survive more easily on the battlefield. The students immediately panicked and were terrified.
What? A few years ago, only 54th-year students went to the battlefield, but now it has expanded to include second-year students. It looks like the situation on the front line is worse than we thought. We're doomed. We're doomed. I heard that even fourth-year students suffer heavy casualties after going to the front lines. Are we just going there to sacrifice ourselves now? Ignoring everyone's chaos, he ordered to proceed to the next step. Then, the soldiers will be assigned to suitable battle zones based on their rank and role, and I hope everyone cooperates. This matter concerns everyone's life and death. The soldiers quickly receive the order to prepare. At her office, Quinn Tun is receiving a visit from soldiers on the front line. Tian Ha and her subordinates bow 90 degrees and shout loudly, "General Ha, please return to the army. The situation on the front line is very dire. We need your strength." Is it because of the Holy Empire? I told you from the beginning, if we don't execute that bunch, they'll eventually become a hidden threat.
He struggled to explain, "The words you speak sound simple, but the Holy Empire and our Huyanlong Kingdom are both part of the 5 great nations fighting against the Dark World.
If we truly act, both sides will suffer losses.
Even if we can kill their high-level members at the lowest cost, the other 4 nations still won't be enough to fight Madue. Furthermore, we have no direct evidence that they have surrendered to the Dark World." She coldly dismisses. It's because there are too many people who think like you that they dare to be so fearless. Even after letting countless young geniuses die in the competition, they just casually apologize and act as if it's all over.
Otherwise, why would the new generation representing the future have diminished? Tian Ha sighs heavily. If the front line is broken now, we can still talk about the future. Quinn Tun sneered. Just because you keep giving in again and again doesn't mean the Divine Empire will fight with all its might on the front lines, right? What you said makes him feel discouraged. That's true, but there really isn't any other way. Many high-ranking officials are aware that the Holy Empire is a malignant tumor, but they can only let it grow. After all, if it were forcibly destroyed, the front line might collapse immediately. The only thing humans must face is the destruction wind. His face suddenly grew tense, but now the greatest threat to the front line isn't them, but the devouring evil demons. Heavenly River's unease grew as they faced them. Until now, we have been able to hold back the demon clans at the front line. The main reason is that they find it very difficult to adapt to our world, and their combat strength has decreased significantly. But now, the second totem's devourer somehow managed to make the evil demon clan's devouring demons quickly adapt to many human swallowing techniques. So the pressure on the front line has increased 3-fold. However, Quinn Tun still remains indifferent to his worries.
I see. So that's how it is. Indeed, it's a big trouble. But unfortunately, for now, it's not yet time for me to join the fight.
Perhaps the pressure was too much, and he lost his temper and shouted. Years ago, after being pushed back in the Dark World, he suddenly announced his retirement, claiming he was waiting for the right moment. But now it's been 3 years. Has it still not been enough? But Quinn Tun still refused to give in. Not enough. Probably need to wait another year or 2. Tianhe repeated the issue, but wasn't sure if the front line could hold out that long. Luckily, she also managed to reassure him a bit.
Don't worry, I left my trump card in the Dark World long ago, and it seems now is the time to use it. There's no other choice. So Tian Han had to accept it.
Fine.
I hope everything goes according to your wishes. If you cannot fight, at least let the 2 demon servant girls join the battle.
They're quite useful too.
Unfortunately, you were a step too late when she informed us.
It's a pity. They were sent out a long time ago. Your 2 maids are currently on a mission in the Dark Realm. Little Yu hugged Little Kin, who was exhausted, and said, "Come on, kid. Can't you still sense Mr. Van's location?" She also looked helpless and dejected. Xiaolang walking beside her is also getting anxious. We've been in the Dark World for so long, crossing over 40 kingdoms, but we still haven't found any trace of Master Van. Tio Yu is also confused. According to reason, the sensing range of the summoning beast should have detected the owner long ago, so hearing this, she became pessimistic. Xiao Yu, do you think maybe Master Van has been killed?
No way, don't forget Mr. Van's status. Xiao Yu pointed out the inconsistency. He has used the Demon Lord's secret technique, a genius at the top of the new generation in the human world. Someone like him, if he really had been killed, would definitely be announced publicly, and his body would be displayed for months to boost the soldiers' morale, so he must still be alive. But after hearing that, Xiaoling became even more worried. What if he's not dead and gets captured alive? This is the most terrifying place, very likely to become like the Master. She was startled and stopped her. Don't guess randomly. If we still can't find Mr. Van just by ourselves, then go use the trump card the Master left behind.
She comforted her and changed the subject. Coincidentally, it's been a long time since we last went back there. I wonder what our homeland looks like now. Inside Fire Mountain, where Bao Viêm is chained by the ropes, that demon keeps complaining. I'm starving, starving! Van Than used concealment magic to sneak inside and witnessed the entire scene.
You look quite surprised. I didn't expect Bao Viêm Akma's clan leader to be imprisoned here and tortured like a demon.
It seems he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. Seeing Bao Viêm suffering like that, Van Than finds it hard to believe. According to Ba Ha, he existed in the ancient chaotic era, when even the demon kingdoms had not yet been divided, but his strength back then was among the top in the 72 demon lords. No matter how long he went without food, he wouldn't end up like this. He is so weak that there must be another reason. Suddenly, flames of unknown origin erupted, running along the chains to Bao Viêm. He screams in agony, tilting his head back and spewing out a huge amount of lava, his mouth now resembling a volcano after eruption with remaining molten rock. Van Than quickly understood the problem. It turns out that the monsters outside are all vomited from his mouth, and the chains imprisoning him periodically force him to vomit out some of his power. Surviving such torture until now is truly no easy feat. He silently analyzes that this is a rare opportunity. So, he immediately raised his sword to combine the assassin's quick strike and the shattered blade technique. His demonic aura is at level 72, enough to craft any S-rank material. Van Than quickly rushed from behind Bao Viêm, intending to ambush. Absolutely cannot miss. But unexpectedly, he dodged, causing Van Than's slash with the Toi Thu Chi Dao to cut through the air. Although the plan was tight, luckily you landed safely. Bao Viêm immediately stood up loudly upon seeing Van Than. I'm starving for blood. Then suddenly he got angry and spat Dung Nam out again. I'm starving, I'm really hungry. His roar causes rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, making your stealth technique disappear. But Van Than quickly regained his balance. You want to eat me? As I speak, I transform into my dark form. Let's see if you have the skill to match it. The iron fire chain remains firmly in place despite the chieftain of the violent flame in a frenzy, as he rises with a body several times larger than Van Shen, repeatedly muttering about being hungry.
Huh! Like finding a tasty morsel, he excitedly shouted, bloodthirsty, and delicious.
Van Than silently analyzes that even if he appears weak, he is still a level 72 evil demon lord. Very dangerous. Luckily, his range of activity is limited, so maintaining a safe distance allows him to cope. He pointed his staff, which had fused the magic of the water mage and the ice sorcerer, at him, instantly creating a waterfall of ice shards and water that burst out from Van Than's center and poured down fiercely on the Bao Viêm. Unexpectedly, he spat out molten liquid to counter the water you just created. Hot meets cold, and the waterfall of Van Than instantly turns into vapor and disappears. Despite the tough situation, Van Than is determined not to give up. It's not over yet. Then he combined multiple techniques, including divine speed spellcasting, twin clone spellcasting, breaking the barrier with blood, 10,000 miles of ice and lava, and the ancient storm of thunder and wind. A giant water crystal sphere immediately appeared. Without hesitation, Van Than directly threw a punch at Bao Vièm's head, but he unexpectedly absorbed the ice block without harm and kept muttering, blood essence, blood essence. Then Bao Viêm suddenly raised one leg, then kneeled down and kicked hard, causing streams of lava to shoot up from the ground repeatedly. No matter how tall it is, Van Than still easily dodged. He became more cautious, realizing this place wasn't safe, and he needed to keep a greater distance. Then suddenly, he felt himself being swept away. It turns out Bao Viêm opened his mouth wide, emitting a powerful suction while shouting, Huyet tuk, causing the surrounding rocks to be drawn toward him.
Van Than, dù vẫn cố gắng chống cự, những cung bậc dầu gặp khổ khăn vì lực hụt qua mảnh cuối cung. Bảo Viêm Danh phải ngậm miệng lại vì hết hỏi.
Hearing that, Van Than immediately created a tornado called Thunder God and took the opportunity to fly a distance away from his head. He transformed his staff into beast gloves, combining martial arts techniques into Ice Fist and the strongest full-force strike. Van Than delivers a powerful punch called Bang Liet Trung Tien, generating a huge energy source that hits Bao Vièm's head, but unfortunately this punch is useless against this beast. He keeps rambling about the blood essence. The blood essence is delicious. Van Than, annoyed, punches Bao Viêm a few more times on the head, still eating. It seems that Thak Dao really enjoys eating and drinking. What a rough and tough guy. Creatures that live for hundreds of years like this have an endless blood bar. In the end, you become so annoyed that it seems even if I use Wan Luan, I will still be killed by him. The situation becomes even more dire because the distance is too great for the stealing technique to activate. Suddenly, Strange curses appear on the fire chains, alerting Van Shen.
As he examined the words more closely, he secretly suspected something was wrong. Van Than no longer hesitated and immediately flew out of the Bao Viem's head. Just as you dodged, I don't understand why he suddenly vomited out the water crystal sphere he absorbed earlier. Van Than frowned in confusion. He vomited it out, and what happens next is truly unexpected. The clan leader opens his mouth and growls, releasing a burst of energy that echoes from inside through the mountain's mouth. His energy shot straight into the sky, causing the little monsters at the entrance of Fire Mountain to roar loudly. Then their souls were drawn out, drifting upward like rain against the sky. They kept flying into Hwasun, one after another. It turns out that Bao Wiem was absorbing them all into himself, right in front of Van Than. You don't know what to do, so you can only stand silently and watch. His whole body seems to have regained its vitality. It seems Bao Wiem has regained consciousness, but ended up having a violent outburst. What a damn unlucky dream. I don't know which clan you're from, but if you dare to wake me up, you're already ready to face death. Van Than Tai provocatively says, "It seems this time you don't want to eat me anymore. Could all of this just be nonsense? So you don't even want to eat me?" Bao Wiem pressed his face close and roared in rage and insult. The more he roars, the more it seems he believes even a lowly insect like you is worthy of being swallowed by my Bao Wiem demon lord. His voice shatters everything, forcing Van Than to struggle painfully. This power is on a completely different level from before. Just now he was truly asleep, and all his actions were driven by instinct and unconscious combat. Are you kidding me right now? Is that all my full force attack can do? To just wake him up? Never mind you, Bao Wiem keeps talking to himself. I didn't expect he still hasn't crushed this ant. My current self is too weak. Void, you have imprisoned me for 700 years. When will you finally kill me? Are you really waiting for my power to vanish completely and for me to perish on my own? No matter what, at least let me die in your hands instead of as this insignificant insect. Van Than tried to stay calm as he looked at the sphere heading toward him, determined to dodge this attack. As it approached, he pushed himself back and retreated. Bao Yin saw him struggling and reached out. Don't even think about escaping! Then, Van Than suddenly fell to the ground. What? He can actually manipulate the space between himself and the ground? As a result, he fell heavily, causing mud and dirt to splash everywhere. Before he could regain his composure, vines suddenly sprouted from the ground and wrapped around him. They wrap around Van Than Hong's body, tightening as if to bury him underground. The cold-blooded Bao Wiem declares, Trung Kui is just a mere ant. It's over. But suddenly, the place binding Van Than explodes. Your figure gradually emerges from the thick smoke. Even I, a free being, am still considered just an ant. Van Than in his full Van Luan state fully appears. So what kind of thing is someone like you who is imprisoned? Bao Wiem was stunned for a second when he saw Van Than's Van Luan state. He then grumbled, so this insignificant shrimp can actually unleash such energy. It must be quite a burden on your body, huh? Next, he was fearless and even looked down on me. I think with this state of yours, you can only hold out for at most a minute. I will gradually transform into a spear and counter. I don't need a minute to deal with you. Bao Wiem once again becomes furious, stomping on the ground, daring to unleash the rising lava technique to cover Van Than. It forces you to fly up above. The area is too large, but with your current speed, you can dodge it. Of course, Bao Wiem won't give up and will push to the very end. Don't even think about escaping. The next move is a lava fist attack. Then something erupts from the ground, gradually transforming into writhing hands reaching up from below, all extending rapidly towards Van Than. Because they are too numerous and enormous, he struggled to dodge back and forth with high intensity as Bao Wiem sneered. Kid, isn't it true that you want to deal with me? Why keep dodging? Hurry up and come here to fight me. Van Than paused to consider. The hands made of magma are not only countless, but also incredibly fast. If this continues, Van Luan will have to pay the price when it all ends. So he swung his spear combined with the weakness technique and the warrior's voice to form the weakness spear. Luckily, my fire resistance is high enough, plus Van Luan's level up, so I probably won't be killed instantly. Your spell turns into a shadow that flies toward Bao Wiem. Seeing that tiny shadow, he couldn't help but wonder, this is a negative effect magic. Then he sneered. Only the Master of Sacrifices would use such a cowardly trick. He shouted loudly as he swung his hand to counterattack, and don't even think you'll get away easily. Just as he was about to be completely knocked back, you quickly used a move to dodge. Van Than calmly resisted, knowing that even with quick speed, casting spells would halt his body and leave him vulnerable to attacks, but he still fought back. Then Van Than shouted loudly, continuing to weaken his opponent. So you just have to keep using Divine Flash to dodge the arms swinging from the ground. Keep going. Keep going. Bao Wiem looked at Van Than's dance and also had to marvel,
Clearly this young guy couldn't attack. He frowned and guessed, but still endured the pain to add negative effects to himself, defending by weakening himself. Could it be because he's preparing for a final blow? Seeing you get punched directly makes it even stranger, and I wonder if it's just my illusion, but the more severe the wound, the stronger this little brat seems to become. At this moment, Vanthan calmly used the basic skill, Frenzied Warrior's Rage, which increases strength by 3% for every 1% of health lost. Bao Wiem started to speak cautiously. Without Huvo's permission, he couldn't stand right in front of me. Huvo's intention to let him in must have a purpose. I can't let my guard down. Vanthan suddenly transforms into a beast glove, preparing a strategy, then combines a common skill to attack the spear warrior with a spear and throws the spear away. Vanthan's weapon cuts through the wind, rushing swiftly toward Bao Wiem. The Trangtin Nyutrich technique allows the spear to pierce through an entire lava arm and aim directly at his face. Bao Wiem, unable to move, could only watch as it pierced into his chest. After all his efforts, Vanshin managed to make him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to soar up again. Now that he was furious, he created a lava sphere combined with support. Die for me. The sphere charged straight at Vanthan with a deafening roar of destruction. No matter what happens, you still don't stop. The moment they touched each other, an extremely explosive shockwave was created. Vanthan reappeared completely, thanks to the invincible technique. The invincible golden body made Bao Wiem gape in shock, yet he was still alive. Not only did you suffer no harm, but you also calmly stand on a wound that inflicted damage on him. Bao Wiem was confused. How could this be?
This is the strongest attack I can unleash right now. Vanthan combines the most powerful strike of the warrior and the most furious attack of the berserk warrior.
Keep going, glaring and shouting loudly. My strongest attack. I immediately unleashed the Icewind Fist from my chin, causing him to spurt fresh blood. Bao Viem's mouth is now disgusting and filthy, but he doesn't want to show weakness, claiming that was his strongest attack. Based on my strength, I can at least hold out a few hundred more times. Vanthan calmly raised his arm. I know a flesh sphere appeared instantly, but as long as I can pry your mouth open, that's enough. I'll give you a big gift. Before he could understand what was happening, Bao Wiem had already swallowed the sphere because it was thrown with such force that he was forced to swallow it. I don't know why the chains binding him suddenly lit up, and Bao Wiem was also enveloped in that light, cursing and yelling. Damn it, what did you really put in his mouth? It seems to cause him pain, making him groan and whimper repeatedly. Vanthan kindly explained, of course it's the food you crave the most. Don't say you haven't tasted it before. As he spoke, he transformed. I thought I didn't notice the chains imprisoning you are actually a kind of rule. Van Shen turned back to his dark form, but in a slightly different version, and I already knew how to break these rules. Bao Wiem shouted out in extreme pain, unable to believe his eyes. Disgusting. How did you figure it out? Seeing this scene with my own eyes, Vanthan kindly explained, all you need is eyes to see that you've always been tormented by hunger. Even monsters condensed from expelled power cry out for food. Even if their consciousness is asleep, their bodies still crave blood. You smirked because you figured it out. You've been starving for 700 years and crave blood and flesh. So when I forced you down and beat you, you still couldn't stop eating dirt and rocks. If it was just like that, it would be normal. But the problem is that afterward you vomited out all the dirt you had swallowed. Vanthan's eyes grew even more determined. Even after awakening, you pretended not to want to eat me at all. The difference between then and now is so great that I can't help but suspect that you don't not want to eat me, but that you are afraid to. I once entered the memories of nothingness and learned that the one you call Han Thao Shuang Bao Wiem Akma hates you all intensely. His imprisonment of you is surely to torment you, and the Toa Lien on you not only binds, but also serves as a rule, forcing you to endure suffering. Vanthan cheerfully declares that feeling satisfied after eating something means you've broken the rules and will inevitably face punishment. Coincidentally, in my space bubble, the corpses of demon beasts are piled up, pressed into flesh cakes, and stuffed into your mouth. That amount of food is enough to fill you for a meal, a grand feast after 7,000 years, making you feel utterly comfortable and soaring with happiness. The raging flames gradually turned to dust as I shouted, yet I still lost to a mere insignificant brat. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. His entire body billowed with smoke before shattering into pieces, and finally, a flying stone appeared where he stood. Vanthan staggered from exhaustion. Bao Wiem was extremely weakened and still difficult to deal with despite being imprisoned. Is this the 72 evil pillars? It's really terrifying. The cost is too high. Even the demon body can't be maintained anymore. You frown and analyze. Actually, there is an even more despicable way to deal with him. Anyway, since his movement is limited by the imprisonment, just use Van Luan and Vodich Quang Han to deal damage to the Baovium, strike once, then run away, wait for the skills to recharge, and then attack again. Repeat this process for 3 to 5 months, and it can exhaust him to death. But I have to join the decisive battle against the Dark Knight Evil Lord. I don't have much time left, so I slowly walk toward that large pink stone. Let's just see the spoils of war first. The appraisal spell shows that this is the heart demon core of the heavenly fire flame spirit. Refined by the Baovium demon lord over 1,000 years, absorbing it directly can significantly enhance fire affinity skills, grant immunity to all fire attribute damage, and can also be used to forge equipment. I reach out and absorb it, becoming completely immune to fire attribute damage, and just this ability alone is already stronger than my Yu-Min demon flame. Now we're only missing a small part of the level 5 material. Suddenly a noise makes you glance over. It's Hu-Vo clapping. He slowly approached Van Than. Not bad, you're quite impressive. And he smiles contentedly, thinking that your arrival here was just a surprise. But it turns out to be a blessing. Hu-Vo draws out a sword and says, I want to have a duel with you, but there's still something I need to take care of first. Van Than was startled and alert, but the sword brushed past him so quickly that he hadn't had time to react. The person suddenly turned to look at him with surprise and confusion, causing no harm and even making him feel much more comfortable. What have you done to me? Hu-Vo turned back to explain. Nothing much, just temporarily cut off your connection to something so it can see that my existence isn't anything good. Suddenly, the stones beneath the ground floated up. Van Than then paused, thinking to himself, could that connection be the system? I can no longer call the system. Void has settled on the rock, and the smoke slowly drifts away, revealing the shape of little Nana. It would be quite inconvenient for you to interact with someone whose appearance you can't clearly see. Well, I'll use the appearance you've seen before, but I have to say, I didn't expect you to not be afraid of me, which surprises me. Anyway, I played the role of you entering your memories. I can roughly understand your personality. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Do you think so? The evil demon Hu-Vo, even when directly confronted, still maintains the same expression on his face. Void Vuo smiled in response and said, that's true. You should be glad you're human, because I established a rule for Void Vuo City. Anyone who enters Madue must die. But I didn't expect you to find out the loophole. After all, you're definitely not Madue. Then he sighed and said, I sealed my precious memories there. I never expected anyone to enter, but it still happened now. I don't know if it's good or bad. Van Shen still can't calm down. He truly is the great void demon ruler of the dark world who divided the 72 demon kingdoms, but isn't the one who can set or change rules. Only gods can do that. Could it be? As if he had read Van Than's thoughts. Don't overthink it. I'm not a god like you all call me, which made you unable to hold back. Then what are you? Why is it that no one can see your true appearance? Void does not mind explaining. Because the gap in life levels is too vast, no one can see clearly what they cannot understand, including you pointing at yourself. In short, someone with a higher level of life like me can see everything about you. Van Than widened his eyes in surprise as he continued, including the soul inside your body, which is also the system and your cross-dimensional identity. All the tools you possess and even the non-box designed items. Sweat was pouring down my face. What exactly are you? I thought to myself, feeling uncomfortable being seen through completely. Hu-Vo chuckled and said, you still don't have the right to know, unless you can prove you won't end up in that coffin. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Are you worried that the coffin refers to the one that feels familiar to you in that mountain range? His meaning is that I might end up there someday. Could it be that place truly is my final refuge? Hu-Vo suddenly reached out and produced a gem, saying, you killed the violent flame demon lord, which is like helping me cut off a part of my obsession. This Van Keep Taingoa stone is my gift in return and also what you need. Also, take out the non-white metal design tool and I will teach you how to use it. Van Shen took out the item without hesitation. Thank you. The 10,000-year cursed stone emits a shimmering purple light, as he explained. The non-white design tool is a good item for you, but you can't just stuff random materials into it. You must have a main material to create the core of the artifact, then add auxiliary materials to refine it into a complete artifact. Van Shen looked up and listened as he explained. The 10,000-year-old Chaos Stone can be used as the main material. As it coils, Void immediately says, now is the time. Throw in the auxiliary materials you want to use. And Van Than quickly throws the collected stones into it. The celestial fire flamestone, the death origin crystal, the black sam core, and the gold tusk crystal are fused together, all flowing out and transforming into writing on the white steel design diagram in the air. It spun around your body, not forgetting your arm. By the time it finished, Van Than had gained an additional skin of the eternal destruction. The composition includes the 10,000-year fire injury armor, the celestial flame-falling destruction armor, the death origin shoulder pad, the black ginseng wood trap belt, and the gold marrow crystal limited to Van Than. The total attributes are strength plus 1,950, physique plus 23, agility plus 14, intelligence plus 21, durability plus 1,250, immunity to fire damage and resistance to negative effects plus 3. When the power of flames is fully charged, it can be released once as destruction. The automatic accumulation time is 24 hours, and any method of causing disaster will be absorbed. After full charge, it can be used with the 10,000 Calamity destructive force, but note that there is only one set. Van Than happily chuckled, knowing that this was the ultimate move of the Fire Demon Lord and surprisingly effective within the armor. The higher the difficulty of accumulating the 10,000 lifetimes in the destructive power, the more terrifying its existence, with extremely high attribute bonuses. Truly a legendary armor. You clenched your fist with determination and quietly analyzed that this relic is enough to deal with the 3 demon lords, but you don't know how much weaker your strength is compared to the Demon King. Then, Van Than turned and asked, "Oh, by the way, I have a question I want to ask. Do you know where the Illusory Annihilation Corpse is? I remember the system already gave me 3 extermination missions, but I still haven't seen this so-called Illusory Annihilation Corpse." Void simply smiled softly and said, "Actually, you've seen it for a long time, you just didn't realize it." He looked around and said, "Everything around us, including this fiery mountain and everything nearby, is it?" The blazing red ground beneath their feet revealed only the 2 of them, as countless jagged mountain peaks emerged when Void confirmed they were all inside its body. Van Shen was stunned to hear that, and Shu Wu slowly explained that in ancient times, before the 72 evil demon pillars were divided, the Dark World was full of dangerous places, and the most perilous was the Illusion Destruction Ridge, which subtly led to the source of the beast Van Shen was seeking. Only a few demon clan elders knew that the Illusion Destruction Ridge was not just a dangerous place, but also a sleeping giant demon beast called the Illusion Destruction Corpse that had been dormant for 10,000 years. Otherwise, how could it sleep forever and not wake up from hunger? It must eventually awaken. He carefully pieced together the details, and the boundary between the Huyan Diet Chi Nyai and the Mei That Swamp likely has a gap leading into the body of the Huyan Diet Chi Zak. Maybe that is its path of accumulation. Little Nana's ancestor accidentally took the wrong path and fell into the body of the Huyan Diet Chi Shak. Thanks to that, they avoided external wars and lived in peace. But unfortunately, they were eventually wiped out by outsiders. Vouveau further explained that for the past few years, my Void City has blocked all demons, preventing anyone from entering. So over time, the existence of the demon-devouring abyss was forgotten, but it left behind the legend of the fire demon Hellfire. Van Than asked, "So in the end, did you completely destroy the Baoviem evil clan?" He shook his head and said, "Imprisoning the violent flame demon lord is enough to settle the debt. I don't need to kill an entire clan to take revenge." What struck first was the Phantom Annihilation Corpse. Void explained that because of the existence of the violent flame demon lord, the Phantom Annihilation Corpse dared not act until I imprisoned him, and now that he's confined, there's nothing left to fear. Having devoured the entire violent flame demon clan, it has probably already digested everything it could. Then I couldn't help but marvel. Truly a ruthless demon beast. Van Than sneered internally that you two were fighting inside it, and after this, it would surely take revenge on the weakest one. Suddenly, its entire body began to turn into smoke. "Your appearance excites me. One day you will stand by my side, as long as you are still alive until then. I hope we meet again." Finally, unable to contain his excitement, he left a remark and casually added, "Your last battle awakened that name. Maybe it's not daring to act because I was there, but now its chance has come." He disappeared without a trace, leaving Van Than stunned and confused. "Well, to save you from wondering too long, the ground beneath your feet has started to shake." The suddenly rising mountain startled Van Than. A beast's head emerged, resembling a phantom of destruction, but in a smaller form. By the time the smoke completely dispersed, not just 1 but 4 were waiting to attack you. Van Than's face turned grim. "This time it's not good. I'm still weakened." Now at the Forbidden Cliff mountain range, where the demon realm is busy working, Kalada's voice rises. "The upper tier demon lords number 31, the middle tier 128, and the lower tier 545. With this strength, they could conquer several territories, yet after a whole year of effort, they only managed to open 3 coffins. He couldn't help but marvel, saying, Master Duan Yedi Sieji can open a tomb with a single serious strike.
But it takes us 3 to 5 days of full effort. It's a terrifying difference. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted out, Kalata Lord, the leader, has a strange coffin.
It's moving, which surprises him endlessly. What, you wonder silently, isn't the inside of the coffin just supposed to contain a corpse? Could there still be someone alive? The coffin is really moving as if the corpse inside wants to lift the lid. It kept knocking loudly, leaving them confused about what was happening. The henchman was terrified, and inside the opened coffins were the remains of powerful individuals from their past lives. Are there even some who are legendary beings? Could a monster really emerge? Meanwhile, Kalata gently releases a sense of life aura and assesses. It truly couldn't sense any life aura, yet it was moving. Moreover, I could faintly feel that it was very dangerous. The henchman asked if they should report to Lord Diet Satko, but Kalata stopped them, saying he has many important matters to handle and cannot let a few coffins distract his precious mind. He ordered seriously, Do not touch this coffin, let me handle it myself. You go do other work. The henchman responded, Yes, then it's entrusted to you. The henchman walked and talked, hearing that Lord Kalata has admired Lord Diet Satko for a long time, so he's probably trying to take credit himself. A chubby one replied, Lord Diet Satko is both beautiful and powerful. It's hard to find someone who doesn't admire him. My Lord Apma King is very special. Instead of fighting, it's better suited for analysis and inspection. If there really is something terrifying inside, Lord Destroyer will definitely be very busy. At the same time, the Black Knight King City under the crescent moon looks very gloomy and bleak at night in the Black Knight Demon Realm. Over there, a group of undead warriors are gathered around an arena, with some sitting on thrones beside the fighting area. They are respectively demon lords Carlos, Puro, and Latia. Everyone below is noisy. These are the 3 great demon lords. This final battle will see all the demon lords participating, but in the end it will be a civil war among the 3 of them. Today's fight will determine the future of our realm. They looked at the highest throne and shouted, The one who wins the battle will sit on that throne and become our only king. A guard asked worriedly, Chapsu Baha, will our great leader really come? Although none of you doubt the strength of our great leader, the 3 great demon lords are truly very powerful. If the Lord of the Void cannot win, Lord Kos will definitely not let us live in peace. Baha reassures him. Believe in our Lord Master. He has never broken his word, and you must also believe in yourself. Guards like you are no less than any demon beast. The other clans laughed when they heard that. You're not hearing things, right? The city lord of Baothio also wants to join. Are you the young lord from that distant place? Coming to offer your life? I heard they offended the lord of the city, probably wanting to fight to the death. How dare you speak ill of Lord Vu Tich? Are you tired of living? The cowards begging for mercy. We were just talking idly. Why get so angry? Please, don't kill me. Baha gently advised them that on such an important day, acting recklessly would lead to a bad ending. So forget about them and let them talk. Because of that, the rumors have been spreading more and more. Is this distant, impoverished fortress? I heard that Demon Dew is pretty weak there. Seems like the rumors aren't quite right. These guards' equipment is all high quality and expensive, unlike what I heard. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the noise below. Over the years, our Black Dusk Demon Clan has endured enough humiliation and now ranks last among the 72 demon clans. The Dark Elf stands there confidently. Today everything will come to an end, and the new king will lead us to restore the glory of our entire race. The rules for this decisive battle are simple. Any demon lord in the clan can step onto the arena to challenge another lord. Everyone listened carefully and quietly, knowing that whoever remained standing on the arena until the end would become our new king. Finally, he emphasized that the grand decisive battle would now begin and invited the chieftains who wished to fight to step onto the stage. Before the Dark Lord finished speaking, someone charged onto the battlefield and confidently declared that the next king would be me, challenging anyone who dares to fight me to step forward. Everyone immediately became excited. It was the leader of the Baolo Fu city, known as the strongest leader under the 3 great demon lords. The first person to step onto the arena will face the most rounds of competition. Everyone hopes to go last, and only he has such confidence and momentum. Immediately, another person also rushed onto the stage. Don't be arrogant like that. The throne is not something you can just take. But he only smiled smugly, and the entire arena erupted in chaos, smoke billowing everywhere. The guys below are too reckless. If the fighting platform isn't handled with special care, the aftershock of the explosion could be enough to kill us all. No wonder it's a battle between the lords. It's terrifying. Two dark figures are hidden among the crowd below the stands.
So it's Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang.
Xiao Yu sneers. Is this even considered a fight? It's disgraceful. Her sister also agrees. I didn't expect the homeland to have fallen so far. A ragtag group daring to claim the throne. Xiao Jing, peacefully sleeping in Xiao Yu's arms, suddenly wakes up in surprise. Tiu Yu, seeing it so happy, asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, kid?" Xiao Jing is so excited. "Master, the master is coming soon." Tiu Yu was so surprised he opened his eyes wide. "What do you mean? Mr. Vaughn is coming soon?" Little Jing nodded excitedly.
"Yes, master, we're getting closer. She's coming to us." She's delighted. After searching for so long without any sign, she's taken the initiative to come here herself.
"You think Mr. Van came here for what?"
Little Lingsho guesses it definitely isn't to compete, but over the past year, no matter how quickly Mr. Van has developed, he's still only at the upper level of evil.
Maybe he's here to watch the show. With dark talent, disguising as a demon descendant is easy.
"Let's go to the arena, punch the opponent so hard they fly into the sky in front of the spectators." He shouted excitedly, "You trash, you dare to challenge me too. Who's next? Come on. I will definitely claim the throne."
The people below start to whisper and discuss. My God, in just 15 minutes, he defeated 6 demon lord chieftains. So it turns out the lord of the territory is that strong? I thought in the end only the 3 great demon lords would fight among themselves, but now it seems the challenger has appeared, and this time no lord will dare to face him. Maybe he really can become the new king. Latia sits on the throne, sipping and enjoying, a bunch of foolish commoners. Guess then, use your empty heads to guess. You will never expect that the ending has long been decided.
Puro's smile reveals a satisfied look.
Come on, we've been training as pawns for years to play the Dark Horse Force today, and the one we're about to crush will be hailed even more fiercely. Anyway, obtaining the throne without any obstacles won't meet the expectations of the ignorant people for a true king. She smiled maliciously.
In the end, I'm just a warm-up act, and the most important part of today is still our internal conflict.
Then she turned to ask Kaz, "It seems you don't care about the arena. Are you thinking about that traitor who didn't pay the resources and even dared to challenge you? He's not here yet. It seems he's too afraid to come." Kaz smirked and said that if he dared to come, I would tear him apart myself. If he didn't come, that was fine, because I had prepared something more interesting. Suddenly, the soldiers approached slowly, causing Baha to startle and turn around. They suddenly surrounded the people from Tok, leaving him confused and bewildered. "What's going on?" Kaz stood up and spoke. "Before entering the next battle, I want to add a bonus. It seems everyone still doesn't understand. A territory in the past year refused to submit war resources, putting us under great pressure. They issued their judgments. It must be understood that submitting war resources is the duty of all demon tribes.
Those who oppose will face a united front of the clans. If I hadn't proactively supplied more resources,
I fear our kingdom would have already been destroyed." I remember the scene where the old man was trembling and crawling on the ground. Even after I sent envoys to persuade them, they still beat the messengers and threw them out like trash. The one responsible for all these actions is the city lord of Baotho, Vutich. They are surrounded and helpless as they continue to say, "He is a traitor of our Black D demon clan." The demon descendants loyal to him are also treacherous and heinous traitors. People are whispering again, "What's this? Is there really such a thing?"
Damn it! Those in the city of Thayok all deserve to die. I didn't expect our nation to nearly be destroyed by that guy, but it seems his subjects are quite happy under him. No need to spend all day worrying about being called out to fight.
The leading soldier crushes the glowing round stone in his hand, and all the demon world members are then imprisoned. Afterwards, Carlos Lost appears to be generous. Although that Wu defeated my subordinates, the Lostas are not just using the opportunity for revenge. Therefore, give them a chance to revoke their privileges and keep them for the king. Only our new king can decide everything. The supporters below began to rally. The new king will surely eliminate our enemies, destroy the fortress, and kill the traitors. Xiao Yu sighed at this scene, wondering how deeply Carlos Los hated Vutich to want them all dead. Xiao Long replied, "He's still holding a grudge like before. I'm just very curious about who you, Vutich, really are. Refusing a resource must come with a lot of pressure." Xiao Jing's eyes sparkled as something descended from above at incredible speed. Smoke gradually cleared to reveal the arrogant cloud god.
"Lizard, are you ready to die?"
He was secretly relieved that I arrived in time. Xiao Wu couldn't believe it. Isn't that Master Van? So he's become the leader. Tiu Lang can't believe it either. I thought he was living a miserable life, hiding everywhere. But it turns out he's doing well.
I stepped forward from behind. So you're the leader Vu Tich, yet you dare to provoke the great lost masters.
Don't you know that the person defending on the arena is me? Van Thon leapt up and pressed his hand against his face. You just whispered and pushed him, sending him flying far away. Not worthy. He was pushed back hard and hit a rock, losing consciousness. Everyone around was stunned to see that it was the lord of the faction. You only stand behind the 3 great demon lords, and yet you were defeated instantly. Not even the demon king himself had time to use his power. What exactly is the status of that demon lord? Van Than pointed at the lost and challenged. Come down here quickly or let me help you. When suddenly his feet were wrapped tightly by vines, causing close to startle and confusion. Van Than just flicked his hand, causing him to be violently pulled down. The losts struggled to stand up and frowned in anger. The brat roared with a fiery beast and a declaration. I want to take your life. Van Than just lightly jumped away, avoiding it, causing Koss to become furious and draw another weapon. No way you're escaping. He forcefully drove it into the ground to perform the bone forest technique, but the bone spines shattered instantly against his defensive barrier. Koss grew angrier, analyzing his bone spike defense but failing to break through the barrier. How strong is this kid's physique really? Luckily I was prepared. Seeing that Van Than couldn't fly up or down, he couldn't pierce through, but his body was trapped in the bone spikes. The fiery red bird swooped in from behind. Impossible to avoid this deadly attack. Van Than simply raised his hand, combining fireball magic with the windless gale, and with a flick of his wrist, he engulfed the birds in a pillar of flames. The bone spurs were also shattered, creating a large hole in the floor, causing the lost to grit their teeth and say, Damn it, my strongest killing move was forcibly broken. It looks like I have no choice but to use the Demon King relic. But unfortunately, before he could do anything, his pupils suddenly widened as a pressure radiated from Van Than towards him. Carlos is sweating profusely as his whole body feels frozen, and he can't move. What's going on here? His body could no longer move. Could it be the crown of the Dark Knight Lady? Is he stepping forward to take the crown he intends to activate? Van Than dismissively examined it. What did you just say? Is this the Demon King's scepter? At this moment, Demon Lord Carlos Loss has been rendered immobile by Van Shen. You activate the evaluation mode of the fallen Demon King's scepter, releasing a deadly aura into the target's body during attack. No matter how well defended the target is, their lifespan is reduced. It really is a powerful item. The surrounding undead witnesses couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? Why are the lords suddenly frozen? Could it really be that the evil Demon King was stolen so easily? You must be joking, they're still worried. Although it's said that those who possess it won't die. Even if the Dark Lord's relic is stolen, it can't be used, and right now the lords can't use it either. Could it be that he's about to lose to a traitorous lord? Xiaolong nodded seriously. That skill is definitely correct. It is the perfect Dark Soul Orb. The prerequisite for a perfect evolution of Da Qi Dong is dark magic power. Although it's hard to accept, we have no other choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu stopped him. No, I think Master Yun's actions are still the same as before. Just his appearance has changed. He probably hasn't been transformed. Maybe he's using some special method to merge with dark magic. Of course, Xiaoling couldn't believe that only demon deities could use dark magic. This is the rule set by the gods, and even dark followers must fully transform their body and mind into a demon deity to attain it. I have never heard of any human being capable of doing that, Tiu Yu said firmly. Xiaoling, you have never seen, or perhaps do not understand that feeling. Master Van has performed 2 impossible feats before my eyes, once swallowing the underworld demon flame without injury, and once killing the 3 transforms demon lord above level 60 before reaching level 30. I want to believe in him once more. As for the fight on the other side, Koss has been unable to move the entire time and is worried sick. Damn it, how does he have the dark heart of the Black Dark Lady Sovereign? You must absolutely kill him, or he will become the new king. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Carlos Los gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you really going to let this traitor proclaim himself king? But while Puro still looked confident, he asked Ladia, I'm not mistaken about that skill, right? She calmly replied, No, it is indeed the secret technique of Lady Dark Abyss from the past Dark Spirit Pearl. Reflecting on its origin, Da Qi Dong is one of the innate bloodline skills of the Black Dia demon clan, with a very low awakening probability. Including the Black Dia female ancestor, only 3 demon descendants in history have been able to achieve it. They are all our highest rulers, and even if we ignore the power of the skill, just the significance of awakening this skill is already extraordinary. Puro breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, most of the demon descendants haven't recognized Da Qi Dong yet. Once they do, they will definitely go crazy supporting that young man to become king. We had already agreed that whoever claims the throne will share the resources equally among the other two, and if he takes them all, we will be left empty-handed. In the end, he finally decided to use his strength. In a one-on-one fight, no one can match him. Let's go together. The two figures swiftly rushed toward Vanthan and Klaus's battlefield. Before reaching the place, Puro shouted accusations. Traitor, you betrayed our clan and caused our nation to be besieged by outsiders. Latia is no less than a traitor, burdened with sin and unworthy to compete for the throne. So she must be immediately dealt with.
As soon as those two approached, Vanthan quickly used the power of the Heart of the Spirit, sending waves of pressure toward the two demon lords.
Unexpectedly, at that moment, Latia used the Demon King's ring of the Transmigrator. Immediately, the two figures landed safely. Even their traces were freed. At the same time, the bodies of the three unlucky demon spirits also began to glow. What's going on? Unable to move. Seeing that, Vanthan easily realized that Da Qi-dong's target had been transferred to another demon's body. It seems this is the power of her Demon King ancestor. Hard to believe. As soon as he was freed, Carlos Lost loudly showed off his power. It's not over yet. The weapon he unleashes after a moment also becomes clear. The Great Blood Demon Sword. Following Carlos Lost's will, the sharp blade swiftly flies toward Vanthan and strikes without hesitation, even shouting loudly for Perot to help him. Oh, of course, he agreed. The Demon King's artifact enhances the demonic inscription. The two powers combined caused the small sword to grow into a giant, pointing straight at Vanthan's head as they both shouted to increase the heavenly demon blood blade. You frowned tightly in annoyance at Puro's book. The Demon Lord's staff of another can enhance skills. Min quickly charged at the giant flaming spear, its size too large to dodge, so he had no choice but to confront it. But Latia standing beside him was not just a bystander. She swiftly continued to use the Demon King's ring of teleportation. Little brother, stop struggling. It's useless. Once again, the target switching technique causes the seal about to hit the sword to suddenly turn and rush straight toward Vanthan. Try your own skills now. Both the enemies and our attacks are aimed at your head, and the ground beneath your feet has been completely destroyed. The undead crowd watched the spectacle below the stage, continuously cheering and admiring their demon lord. Truly, the combined power of the three great demon lords, too strong. That traitor must be completely finished now. It was indeed a terrifying battle, but no matter what, Vanthan still stood firm on the arena. This left Puro stunned, unable to believe it. He's still alive. How is that possible? My demon enhancement tome can significantly boost the power of skills. You don't care and just arrogantly declare that it's nothing, with basic attribute values high enough, but deep down you know very well the situation. After all, you're wearing legendary armor, so there's no way you'll be killed instantly by the Demon Lord. Still, these three teaming up are truly formidable. In addition, Vanthan is in the enemy's lair, so he must also beware of other followers. This place is full of demon warriors who hate him, and rushing to use Wan Lun makes survival difficult in his weakened state. Although I don't know why Zhao Yu and Xiao Ling appeared here, I don't want to rely on them. I stand outside watching the battle, while Xiao Yu can't rest easy. Although they are not stronger than us, Latia and Puro are both very powerful. And with their combined strength, I'm afraid Master Van cannot handle it. We must help them, but Xiaolong is still suspicious. But I still don't know Van Tianxin's condition, if he has truly been completely transformed into a demon descendant.
At this moment, little Tukin stammered, Master, the Master is paying attention to us. I feel he hopes we won't intervene.
Hearing her words, Xiaolong was surprised that she was paying attention to us but had no hostile intentions, and Xiao Yu happily patted Xiao Jing's head, proving that Mr. Van was fine. As expected, he had done something incredible again. Let's listen to him first, and act when necessary. Over there, Vanthan also realizes the difficulty of letting Leah continue to be part of this fight. In short, we must deal with that female leader first. Her Demon King ancestor is the most difficult to handle. So she cast a small fireball at Latia, using the teleportation ring, still daring to use reckless skills.
Little brother, do you really not respect your sister? Once again, your target switching technique causes the flames you cast to bounce back as expected.
It seems he has a plan, and he doesn't hesitate as he unleashes his power, quickly executing 3 different techniques. Rapid casting, twin spell, and fireball. Countless fireballs rush toward Latia at incredible speed, but she pays no mind to Vanthan's flames, relying instead on her Demon King staff. Relying on numbers to win is naive. No matter how many there are, I can move them all away. As expected, all your attacks just bounce back exactly as before. The place where Vanthan was standing was blown to pieces by the fireballs, and it seems the arena has a new hole. Xiao Wu and Xiao Long watched nervously, sweating all over. Master Van is too reckless.
As long as the power of the skill doesn't exceed your limit too much, even Leah's Demon King relics can be moved. She's not the type of opponent who can be defeated by brute force. Little Jing also shouted in fear. Unexpectedly, Von Shen was unharmed and even took the opportunity to rush out from the smoke straight toward Latya. She was also surprised by this. What? Yet he managed to pass through so many flames unscathed. Soon after, Van Than appeared before Latya. He channels his full strength to use the Hand of Theft, but unfortunately, my fire resistance attribute is enough to counter all of his fire-based skills without causing any injury. No matter how much you move around, it's useless. It's over. Van Than is rushing toward Latya with incredible speed. Duong clenches his fist powerfully. It's over. Her face was not only unafraid, but also wore a contemptuous smile. Do you think your little brother has forgotten something? As soon as he finished speaking, both Carlos Lost charged forward with their own weapons. Do you think we are just air? But unexpectedly, with such a fierce attack, Van Than easily caught both of them, immediately preventing any harm to himself. However, Latya seemed to have anticipated it and looked pleased. What's the point of ending it? It's truly ridiculous. Puro and the marks clearly understand the importance of the big sister. Knowing who needs to be protected most and arrogantly swinging the sword at Van Than, aiming at her as the main target is indeed a smart judgment. But only focusing on me won't work, you know. Again, Van Than smirked unconcerned. Staring intently at you, what are you joking about? It's clear that you were so focused on me that you didn't notice a shadow had appeared behind you. And everything changed so quickly that Puro shouted, Latya Carlos, panicked behind you. Quickly, dodge. In an instant, dust billowed from where she was cut, and she was completely controlled by the shadow. She angrily turned around and shouted, Damn it, when did you learn the clone technique? Van Than calmly explained, When you used my skills against me and described the situation in detail, there was a fire blocking my view, so I let the demon hide in my shadow. It just so happens that it also knows the stealth skill. Hiding behind you is not difficult at all. Latya struggled to lift her head and look at him, able to hide in the shadows and also split into a clone to hide. This is very rare. Her mind is even more terrifying, because it's just a clone that can already suppress me. In the end, how high is the attribute value of his true form? Van Shen lowered his head to the ground. Without her transformation ability, you also cannot oppose me, so kneel and submit. Now, Biro opened his mouth wide to inhale a mysterious divine smoke. Are you kidding me? No one knows who will win or lose yet. The secret attack suddenly erupts, catching everyone around off guard. Van Than remains calm, using the thick fog to block his vision, thinking that the fear demon's gaze is pointless and a waste of effort. The magic resonance has already been activated thanks to the fusion of the mage's overflowing magic and the mechanic's echoing positioning. All your actions are still under my control. Biro quickly rushes to Latya's side. That brat is ridiculously strong. We have to free Latvia, or we won't be able to win. And don't forget to use the Dark Curse enhancement skill on our weapons. Miserable clone, get lost. At the same time, Van Than rushes forward with his martial arts fusion skill, unleashing a powerful ice fist and full-force strike, but Bing Liet Trung Tien immediately blocks him. The hammer couldn't withstand it and started cracking, leaving Puro stunned. What? In just a moment, it shattered into pieces. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. His skill had been enhanced to the limit. The power of this kid is almost completely beyond that of the Demon Lord. We were deluding ourselves into thinking we could oppose him. Van Than coldly declares, submit or die. After hearing that, he quickly knelt without hesitation. A bureau, having sworn allegiance to the dragon god, deeply believed that the situation was already decided. Continuing to resist him would mean death. Cause, standing behind, spoke coldly to Buro. Your loyalty is only as strong as a glance and a simple question from Van Than, and you? Latya quickly forced a fake smile while breaking out in a cold sweat. Aliyah also agreed to submit, thinking that surrendering to someone who has awakened the Dark Iron Bell was not entirely unacceptable. Why are everyone around so shocked like that? Lord Latya and Lord Puro actually serve a traitor, the kind of people who refuse to contribute resources and don't care about their family's life or death are really about to become our kings. It's over. Our dark evil clan is truly doomed, Kaz roared in fury. Are you joking? Let you become king and our country will eventually be destroyed. With me, even if I die, I will not surrender. In my mind, I actually offended him long ago, and there is no way out anymore. The guards below also kept shouting, Damn traitor, you have no right to sit on the throne. Great leaders consider the entire clan before sitting on the throne. If you think we only have death ahead, then you're mistaken. Get out of here!
A series of hands also rose up in protest.
Get down now. We don't want to die with you, only you are unworthy of being king, so get down quickly.
Xiaolong silently observes and assesses. Those followers are the bodyguards of the lost. It seems that it's time for us to act. After speaking, the two quickly moved in front of Van Thon. Both Xiao Yu and Xiaolong revealed their true appearances. What if we also accept him as our king? The crowd below has started to waver. That is Lord Loyobla and Lord Bella, the two most powerful demon lords of our nation in the past. Why have they suddenly appeared? Didn't they get taken by humans to become slaves? Xiao Yu said with a flick of his head.
Slaves are so ridiculous,
Xiaolong announces irritably.
In the past, we pretended to surrender just to secretly stay close to those humans and find a chance to avenge the great lady.
Tia Wu added, We've done it now and have returned. He pointed his finger at the two of them and said, Stop talking nonsense. Now you're still siding with that traitor, which means you want to destroy our country. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, where did those two bitches come from?
After finishing, the guards below rose up again. The other guard said, Lord Loss is right. They must be spies and the others are just following.
The guards are right. Protecting the traitor makes you a traitor too. Get off the stage. A blue flame ignited in Von Shen's palm. It seems winning the hearts of the people is not easy. If that's the case, then we'll use a tough approach. Xiaolong quickly stopped him. They are still our kin, just misled by others. Master Van, please accept this gift. Suddenly, little Yu came up with a solution. Actually, there is a very simple way. Just then, the Lost also led their troops to attack. Guards, lords from all around, and civilians longing for peace. The moment to sacrifice for the country had arrived, all charging together to kill the traitor. You all gave him extra motivation. No matter how strong he is, we are more numerous and can crush everything. He is the traitor bringing disaster. Kill him for the peace of the country. People from all directions are attacking Van Thon, his long hair covering his expression.
Fighting against me, you have no right.
And then her pupils widened, unleashing all her power. Da Qidong. The intense pressure just unleashed caused everything to freeze instantly. Now they are extremely terrified and unable to move their bodies. This feeling can only be felt from the person of the Black Dark Lady of the past. Seeing Van Thon's proud demeanor, they realized that the Dark Spirit Orb is the Dark Spirit Orb that only a king can wield. When everything in sight is frozen and enemies cannot hide, that is the Dark Spirit Orb. This is just a legend of the Black Da female deity from the past. The very one who made the Black Da Demon Lord stand tall among the 72 demon clans revered by all beings. Although many generations of rulers have come and gone in the history of the Black Da tribe, only 3 of them have been able to awaken the Da Qidong. Compared to the number of kings, it's much fewer. This means that becoming a king doesn't necessarily mean you can possess the Da Qidong. But the one who possesses the Da Qidong will definitely become the king. Van Thon stood there exuding an imposing aura. Your voice echoes. Is there anyone here who objects? Actually, I felt my strength waning inside. The goal has become too stagnant. The dark magic power was drained more than I expected. Madu excitedly spoke up. That's Da Qidong, the most heroic symbol of the king. Everyone else cheered and praised, so how could there be any objections? Even Carlos Los's bodyguards wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. The meaning is very clear. The lords everywhere are nothing compared to the future king. A cold sweat ran down my spine. Using the Dark Jade Orb on such a large scale would consume an enormous amount of dark magic. The moment of pause lasted only a split second and was basically useless for the fight. Normally, this choice wouldn't be possible. Why would he think of using it? Could it be? Seeing Xiaolong and Xiao Yu always standing beside Van Thon, he suddenly realized immediately with a start. Then he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, Loyobla and Bella must have told him, aiming for the common people to realize the thoughts in his mind about the Dark Spirit Bell. Now that the situation is settled, I have only one choice. The Demon Lord ran away desperately, but Van Thon had already noticed his attempt to escape. Her pupils widened as she used the Da Qidong, directly causing the Lost to freeze in midair, unable to move. And then, pulled by gravity, they fell freely downward. A loud bang echoed as he and the ground embraced intimately. Van Thon calmly judged. Carlos Los's subordinates, imprisoning my officials and bodyguards without permission is a death sentence. But showing mercy, considering the weakening state of the nation and the need to avoid internal strife, I give you a chance to atone. He looked at him, his body frozen and powerless to resist. He left it to the guards to decide what to do next. Each of his bodyguards started to turn against him. Lord Carlos, we apologize. Your greatest crime is slandering the new king. We have risked our lives for you for years. and now it's your turn to protect ours.
This time he was so terrified he begged out loud, Don't.
Their eyes filled with intense fear as they approached. Don't, please don't.
Then Van Thon stepped up to the highest throne, crossed the last step, sat down and made an official declaration.
From today on, I am the king of the Black Dusk Demons.
Ed.
Xiao Long and Xiao Yu are the first to respectfully pay their respects to the Black Dusk King.
A series of guards and demon lords led by Dong Thun also pay their respects to the Black Dusk King.
The entire realm united in paying homage to the Black Knight King. And from that moment, Van Than officially became the Black Knight King, ranked 72nd among the 72 demon lords. This news spread quickly and soon swept through the dark world, triggering a fierce reaction from demon descendants everywhere. Those demon descendants from other places all felt dissatisfied. The Black Knight King, that name sounds impressive. An overlord demon suddenly emerges and can become a bone king. The Dark Knight demon finally falls into decline. How can it be worthy of ranking among the 72 clans like ours? How ridiculous. At the 72 Pillar Conference, monarchs from various places gathered eagerly. Someone spoke up. Regarding the news about the Dark Knight King, I believe you all already know, so I won't beat around the bush. Second Pillar. The Devouring Lord calmly continued. Perhaps soon we will also meet him here.
Is that your intention, Lord of Devouring, to let him participate in the conference where only the 72 demon lords are allowed?
Does he have the right for that? Beating a few demon lord can already make him claim to be king. Since when did the status of the 72 demon pillars become so worthless? The Black Dusk demons don't even have a demon lord. He's just lucky. I absolutely do not acknowledge him. Doanda suddenly spoke, suggesting to decisively remove the Black Da demon clan to make room for a stronger demon race. True Thu 21, Doanda Diet Satko smiled as if telling the truth, claiming that keeping the 72 demon clans was just a waste. The Devouring Lord continued, yes, because of the human Ha Queen Than, the strong of Hakda Akma suffered heavy losses. But as long as their core remains and they have land, they will eventually nurture new powerful beings. At this point, their value surpasses that of smaller demon clans. As long as they contribute enough war resources to the Dark World, anyone can claim the throne. He calmly mentioned, if the Void Demon and the First Pillar are here, I believe they would agree with my decision. The other pillars are also chaotic like a mess. Not knowing where the First Pillar has gone all these years, not even his demon descendants can be seen anywhere. The Void Demon is even more unpredictable. After dividing the 72 kingdoms, they haven't been seen again. Now, everything depends on the Devouring Lord's decision, and true power is in his hands. The Devouring Lord sneered at the chaos, smoothly deciding everything. If you want to seize my power, go ahead and compete for it, but the prerequisite is that you must be capable of doing so. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent. Finally, the meeting ended. Lapta was feeling dissatisfied. This was too much, just a demon lord. What right does he have to stand equal to Lord Diet Satko? She sips her afternoon tea. This is the decision of the Devouring Lord, and no one can oppose it. The Black Dusk Demon Lord indeed has his reasons. Although he has lacked high-level experts in recent years, he has never failed to contribute battlefield supplies. Her eyes became passionate. What concerns me is this Black Knight Lord, who is also the Immortal Lord. Thinking back to the past, his appearance was too extraordinary, as if he emerged from nothingness.
Moreover, I heard that after he became the leader, he refused to supply war materials. The territory has never mobilized troops before. Even the local residents had never heard of the existence of the Titch event.
All these clues are very unusual. Lapte's eyebrows have been sharpened even more.
Maybe he is a hermit living in the monster territory. This kind of demon bloodline is rare, but not non-existent. They have been punishing demon beasts since they were young, with extremely strong combat abilities. But because they rarely interacted with other demon clans, no one knew about it. Their legs sway lightly at the thought of that possibility.
That's possible, but I have a bolder hypothesis. She explained slowly. A year ago,
Van Than and Du Lin from the human world were teleported here, landing right in our territory of the Dark Evil Demon, which we then dealt with. Then I stood up and recalled that I sent Colada, and unexpectedly the pursuit failed, revealing that the Forbidden Mountain Range had been opened. Reflecting on that decision, considering the importance of the mountain range, I abandoned the chase at that time. Now that I think about it, the analysis becomes more complete as she provides the geographical location. The other exit of the Forbidden Segment Mountain Range happens to be the territory of the Black Dusk Demon, and the closest stronghold to that place is the city of Bao Thilo.
I keep staring in disbelief at this coincidence. You mean to say that the Black Dusk King is actually the human Van Shen? No way. He exudes a strong aura of darkness, and Ma Due, who watched the battle that day, could also sense that he could not be human. But her thoughts are not so simple. Whether or not it is possible doesn't matter. Sometimes all it takes to do something is just a reason. If after he becomes king, he continues to refuse to supply war materials, adding this reason, he would understand immediately.
Lord Diet Satko, your meaning is that Donda has become more excited than ever.
The Dark Knight, Demon Lord's realm is full of secrets and temptation. At the Black Knight City, Baha couldn't hold back and expressed surprise that the Lord of the Realm could truly become a king. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and all the guards are so excited they are going crazy. Vanthan smiled in response and said, "Don't worry, I will reward you. The Black Dusk has been under the control of the 3 great demon lords for too long, so some key positions are better managed by our own people for peace of mind. Do you think that's right?" He quickly showed his sincerity. "Rest assured, I promise to install our trusted aides in key positions within the royal city within a month, so that you will have full control then." He extended his hand forward and said respectfully, "So I leave it to you now. Step back." "Yes." Then Vanthan stood up to greet the acquaintance.
"Oh, right, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang, why did you two suddenly come here? Is it Ha Lao Shu's idea?"
Tiu Yu solemnly states, "That's right, our actions have 2 purposes. One is to find Master Van and Miss Jiu Lin to help you return, and the other is different." His voice heavy as he mentions the main card the Master left behind in the Dark World. Van Shen was suspicious at this statement. What is that trump card? Xiao Yu hesitated. Xiao Long will answer on her behalf. "We need to ask the owner first to confirm if we can tell Mr. Van," which immediately made him notice that they have a way to contact Master Ha. "This is a different world separated by a space-time barrier." Xiao Yu smiled and said that relying solely on human strength definitely wouldn't be enough. But what if it's the power of a god? I'll happily introduce the useful tool. Using this special divine-level tool obtained through the sacrifice, it becomes easy to communicate with the owner.
The specific information about the divine-grade illusion projection glasses is that they bypass all restrictions.
Both sides holding this item can communicate freely. This is a gift from the god of blessings. As soon as she finished speaking, Quintan appeared. "Xiao Xiaolang, is there something you want to see me about?"
Little Yu happily said, "Master, look, we found Mr. Van. He's very powerful now. He has become one of the 72 demon lords."
Vanthan waved his hand. "Ha Lao Shu, it's been a long time. Even Quintan would be shocked by this news. The achievement of becoming 72 demon lords is truly remarkable. You must tell me everything in detail." After understanding everything, I see it now.
Although the situation in the Dark Dusk demon realm is particularly intense, defeating the 3 demon lord chieftains is already a great progress. It's a pity I can't be by Van Shen's side, or I would have given him a big gift.
Vanthan always kept a smile on his face and said, "Professor Ha, you're too polite. You've given me a lot." "Oh, right. I haven't heard any news about the human world from you. How's the situation at the front lately?" "So, I want to leave Xiao Yu behind. Xiao Lang led Van Shen and Diu Lin back so they could transform on the battlefield. It seems staying in the Dark World is better for you now." Vanthan almost understood.
Teacher Ha, what she means is to say directly that the best way to reduce pressure on the front line is to let the demon clans fight among themselves. That's right, I still don't know exactly how strong you are right now. Vanthan also honestly told her that when facing the demon lord, he's not so sure, at least with his subordinates under the demon lord. "I think I can defeat them. Deep down, regardless of whether it's good or bad, I still trust the legendary tales, so I remain quite confident." This statement surprised both Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang. "It's over." Master Van said something very terrifying. "He means that no one under the Demon Lord is his match." Could he have forgotten the rank of the Master? Quintan laughed heartily. "Interesting, very interesting. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang, take him there. I will give him a little test." Talking about the strange tunnel Hoak, both sisters Xiaoling and Xiao Yu felt sorry for Van Shen. "Sir Van, this time you're going to suffer." "Poor Mr. Van." Van Shen sighed with a sigh of frustration. Surely it's not that bad, but secretly wondered if Master Ha wanted to personally give me a beating. I just remembered that although Master Ha has a glorious record, her level is only within the 3rd transformation, well below the Demon Lord level. If she were my opponent, I truly wouldn't be confident at all. Xiaolong wasn't sure what to say, and wasn't even entirely certain. Xiao Yu changed the subject again. "That's right, Mr. Van. Where did you go after arriving in the Dark World? We looked everywhere for you and almost died." You calmly brushed it off. "What about this? I just took a trip to the endless wilderness desert, considered as simple treasure hunting training. I figured it's better not to talk about Hu Vo. I can't explain the blacksmith's design and the system."
Recalling the battle with the miniature Huyan Diet Chi Shak, this move was hardly easy, as I almost broke the rules of destruction to merge with dark magic, and in the end, I was discarded by the void. At that time, I was still weakened and couldn't handle the sudden appearance of the monsters, so a chase ensued. Luckily, my current attribute value is much higher than before. Even in a weakened state, I could still move to a certain extent, frantically gather supplies, and use the terrain to force a temporary escape. Recalling those difficult times, I had a route planned to lure the monsters together, and finally, with my illusion skills, I wiped them all out in one strike, then forced a reluctant smile at myself. Taking advantage of the moment before the monsters appeared, I managed to rush into the entrance of the Void City, escaping what could have been my doom. One wrong step back then would have meant death. In the end, the three of them arrived at their destination, with Xiao Yu standing in front to report.
Master Van, we have arrived. Van Than touches the circular light in front of the door.
The protective magic array is truly powerful. I can feel that I can't break it on my own. Who exactly set this up? And where is this? And you, standing right in front of the door, starting to activate it,
Of course, was arranged by the owner.
Behind the magic array is the treasure vault of the Dark Female Lord, leaving you stunned. That treasure vault was not seized by the three great demon lords and has managed to remain intact until now.
Xiaolong beside him explains, the magic array set up by the owner also has an invisibility effect. Mr. Van can see because we are here.
Finally, the door opened after Xiao Yu's words. Let's go inside. The master's test is also inside. Someone has been waiting deep inside for who knows how long. The surprising thing is, that person is actually the king of the city. Van Than forcefully pushed open the large door inside, immediately noticing her surroundings and turning to look around. But before she could speak, deadly intent shot her sword forward. Ma Dui, you're dead. Xiao Yu hurriedly stopped him, the master saying he's not Madu but the disciple you took in after returning to the human world. You can't kill him. Van Than was stunned and sweating. His speed was too terrifying for me to see clearly or react in time. Quinton's clone can't believe it. Accepting disciples, how could I have the free time to do such things? Loyal Bella and Bella, you two probably also know the consequences of deceiving me, right? Xiao Yu forced a difficult smile and lied. We still want to live a few more years. Xiao Ling smiled softly as he spoke, also mentioning that 4 years had passed since you were assigned here. Now we are called Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang, the new names given by our master after returning to the human world.
Xiao Yu still took out the Illusion Star Transcendence Mirror and said, you don't believe in us, at least believe in yourself and remember.
At that time, we hadn't known the master for long, and although we had signed a soul contract, we still hadn't fully gained the master's trust. The original true version of Quinton appeared to resolve all issues. He truly is my disciple. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say he's my favorite. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, they are completely trustworthy. Quinton's clone seemed indifferent. I want to believe you, but it's still quite confusing. Even if I am you, you know your talent and strength well. Training a disciple is just a waste of time. I initially thought the same, but then a few things happened that forced me to act differently, and I quickly entrusted the matter to you. There's no need to investigate further. For now, just help me assess that young man's strength. Fight hard if you must, but don't cripple him. Even now, Van Than still doesn't understand anything. What's going on? Why does the Black Dusk Noble Lady's treasure vault have Master Ha? She's clearly in the human world. Could it be that Master Ha here is a clone? But when they were talking, they mentioned something about 4 or 5 years later, so how could a clone last that long? Quinton's clone turned to look at you, calmly analyzing the sudden situation, quickly identifying the key issue, and even suggesting the clone theory. Those traits make me really like you. No wonder the main body calls you its favorite. Xuan Yu accepted Van Than's guess. Mr. Van was right. The one here is indeed a clone of the owner, but not through skill effects, rather by using a special divine-level artifact. She possessed all the power of the owner from 4 years ago. Recalling Quinton's past journey, years ago, after the owner killed He Yaton's daughter and found He Yaton's treasure trove, it contained lifelong collections. Next, Xiao Yu mentions the main reason. Regrettably, the treasure vault was sealed with a special method and cannot be opened quickly. The master had no choice but to create a clone here and set up a protective magic array to prevent disturbances, while continuing to attack other realms. Looking back at Quinton from 4 years ago, the owner was severely injured and hurriedly retreated to the human world. This clone was also forgotten in the treasure vault, but by some twist of fate, it has become the trump card. Quinton looked up at the sealed door in front of him, but unfortunately I still haven't been able to open the treasure vault. It's not something that can be achieved through brute force.
After hearing all this, Van Than was amazed. His clone possessed all the power of the main body and could survive for 4 years, and that divine-level artifact was incredibly powerful.
Just rambling, you should also see how strong you really are now. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Than drew his sword and prepared himself with great honor. While inside, he was curious to know just how powerful Teacher Ha was 4 years ago. Quinten stands facing him and speaks, her words tinged with a hint of hope. The 4 years here have been quite boring, so I hope an apprentice like you can bring a little joy. Of course, I won't go all out. After all, this is just a test. Her aura exudes a faint blue energy ready for the impending battle, and if she can force me to draw my sword, then she wins. Her name is Ha Tan, a professional Icewind swordsman, level 90, with unknown attribute values and skills. Von Thon frowned in annoyance upon hearing this. As a swordsman who doesn't use a sword, even if the opponent is Master Ha, I don't like being looked down on. Saying that, he immediately activated a basic demon skill, the Illusionary Swordsman, summoning countless illusions to surround him and begin moving. Quinten calmly crossed her arms and stepped back a few paces, not yet knowing my trick, but choosing to face me head-on. I wonder how her true self has taught her. She's a bit reckless. Ignoring the ground beneath her, the purple tentacles quietly slither up and suddenly wrap tightly around her ankles. Basic Drit Tentacle Wrapping Skill. Quinten was caught off guard and immediately looked down at her feet. This may look a bit different, but it's definitely Dre's tentacle wrapping skill. She looked at Van Than with some confusion, but the weapon he used was clearly a sword, and he was using swordsmanship skills. What's going on? He rushes toward her like an arrow, sword in hand, slashing down fiercely from above. Teacher Ha, it seems you are the one who couldn't find the opponent's trick. At this moment, the area wrapped in vines suddenly froze, then cracked into pieces. The ice chunks flew everywhere, and Van Than watched the entire scene without understanding what had just happened. He examined the ice blocks with great amazement, realizing he had escaped, and they looked very much like the effects of an ice attribute skill. Quinten used her power appraisal technique on you. Oh, so that's why. No wonder you can use multiple class skills and your attribute value is so high, she said while brushing off the vine-wrapped area. It seems she has taken on a rare disciple. Quinten praised him, her skill's power impressive, far beyond basic level, indicating he must have a special talent. It seems ordinary methods can't be used to fight him. As her words finished, a glowing blue snowflake appeared beneath her feet. She sped towards Van Than, while also summoning large chunks of ice that clung behind her, treating him as if confronting a group of people gathered together. She ran around at incredible speed, only leaving behind fleeting shadows. Van Than had some difficulty moving so fast that it was hard to see her form. Before he could react, she was already close to him, ready to strike. Just when he thought he had her in his grasp, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, but suddenly, a female voice sounded behind him, making Van Than freeze. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. All of Van Than's attention was focused on the eye, leaving no time to react to the person behind her. A divine strike descended with overwhelming power, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Yet the opponent disappeared the moment she touched him. Van Than narrowly escaped death. Glancing at her with a slight sigh, her speed was incredible. Without divine flash, evasion was impossible. Ha Quinten also has to admire that interesting space ability. Then she teleports away from her current position. Once again, she appeared behind him, but unfortunately it wasn't much of a victory. A large block of ice suddenly shot up from the ground and knocked him away. Van Than didn't expect this to happen, never thought she was only relying on speed to chase after her lightning god. It's really unreasonable. To prevent Van Than from getting any more support, Quinten jumps up and prepares to kick him. But it's not over yet. She kicks straight down with such incredible force that the ground dents into a deep crater. Van Than spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body truly unable to withstand such fierce attacks. Quinten looked at Van Than lying motionless on the ground and couldn't help but praise him. You're pretty good at taking hits, huh? Is it because of this full body armor? You guessed wrong. Perhaps the true body gave you a legendary grade armor that's a bit hasty. Van Than chuckled softly and explained, Don't misunderstand, Master Ha always values my training, and most of the rewards are just my growth. You turn around and push yourself up to stand. This armor was personally acquired by me. I don't know when, but small chunks of ice started forming on my hands, spreading up my arms. This is the snow dance technique of the professional ice blade dancer, hidden among the performers. When moving, it leaves behind a zone of frost on the ground. The opponent only needs to touch to freeze. It was only then that Van Shin realized that the previous speed was to preserve enough icy bones and shrink his evasion area. The aerial attack was the same, deliberately forcing me down into the icy bones area. But isn't Master Ha a sword master like Feng Shui? How can you use the skills of the ice spirit dancer? Seeing Van Than struggling with the ice bones on the ground, she announced, "It's over, and although you didn't say anything when you heard it, those tentacles faintly rose high, which is the Ri's fusion technique. The tentacles wrap around and the Ri's extends. Then they intertwine and pierce through the ice she used to control you. The giant tentacle coils around. Quinten reaches out and touches the tentacle. Oh, when unable to move, she used vines to pull herself free. More interestingly, the flames melting the ice, she watched the blue flames rising endlessly from Van Thon's body. But they even gave him the underworld demon flame, truly favoring him too much, huh?" Van Thon stood high above, but didn't give up. If he couldn't match in speed, then increase the distance, and use a wide-range attack that she couldn't escape from. You used the fusion technique of the mage's harmony spell, the martial artist's continuous energy bullets, the fusion technique of the mage's water arrow, and the lightning sword master's thunderbolt. After finishing, Van Shen immediately cast the spell, and the explosive flames and lightning arrows shot out in a barrage of large and small flames toward her. Quinten also kept up, launching multiple ice blocks to attack from afar, saying, "Let me play with you!" Fire and ice collided in a huge explosion, filling the room with smoke, and no one backed down. Van Shen wondered, with suspicion. That was a skill after merging his abilities, yet it was neutralized. Moreover, the swordsman Feng Tuit was clearly a melee class, so even when attacking from afar, he should have used sword energy to strike. What kind of ice bullet is this? After the smoke hasn't fully dispersed, she suddenly lunged forward. Increasing the distance is the smart choice. But for someone like you up high, to me your fist is already close in front of Van Than. You're just a living target. You smirk maliciously, your confidence seemingly unfounded, and I still don't know who your real target is. Van Tan Zhao summoned a clone with a dagger to attack Ha Quin Tan, who opened her eyes in shock. And was there a clone hidden in the shadows too? This kid actually used himself as bait to lure her into a trap and create an opening for the clone. She jumped onto its back, narrowly avoiding the stab. She landed on the ground, but still couldn't help but marvel. He is indeed cunning, almost caught off guard. Van Than transformed and changed weapons to attack. No wonder he's Master Ha, still able to dodge in that state. He concentrates his power into the sword, but unfortunately the Shadow Demon is also a bait move, and there will be no space left for her in the next attack. The fusion technique of the Demon Sword Master, blazing flame slash and fireball magic. Van Than slashed down, unleashing a fierce demonic flame, but that was still not enough to challenge Quinten. She used her skill to freeze the tip of the sword. You can't believe what you just saw. An attack so powerful was simply controlled by her with a single move. Quinten smiled at Van Than with praise, delivering a beautiful strike in response to his attack, then charged forward at incredible speed with a flicker of deadly intent in her eyes. From now on, I will fight seriously. Take a hit from Quinten and you'll bleed profusely. This speed is completely different from before. Van Than was knocked back and slammed into the wall, barely visible to the naked eye. Feeling completely exposed and uncomfortable, my body is about to freeze, with ice continuously enveloping me. Damn it, I can only risk everything. Thinking this, Van Than immediately transformed into a different form to break through the ice. Wan Lun Quinten was not afraid and quickly rushed over, but in less than 5 minutes, she was pressed against the wall and beaten again. Little Yu watched from below, surprised by the scene above. This is the room outside the treasure vault of the Black Knight Empress. The materials used to build this wall are extremely precious, yet it still got cracked. Little Ling sighed. Although this is not their full strength, it seems the owner is truly serious. He grimly clenched his teeth and endured the pain inside him. Still, Van Than praised her with a smile. Truly an incredible speed. Inside, I still care. And although I can't avoid it, once I enter the Von Luan state, I can at least see some movements clearly. Quinten also thinks Van Than isn't bad, already at level 60-something with such strength. Not bad at all. Even now, you have to admit, you can't deny that your true self didn't mistake the person. Quinten added, but to pass this test, you still need to put in more effort. As she spoke, she infused some kind of magic into his body. Suddenly, Van Than clenched her wrist and said, I will add a little fire. He then performed a fusion technique, combining a mage, fireball magic, and a fiery support from a sword mage. Suddenly, a blaze erupted and engulfed everything. Quinten jumps out to avoid it. But then she realizes that Vanthan is holding his staff planted in the ground, and she notices that there are no burns on him. Finally, she understood it all. It turns out that when it comes to fire resistance, I am not even on your level. Vanthan took her as a compliment from Quintan and loudly said, "Thank you for the praise. Now I will cast my magic." Xiao summoned countless tentacles to rise, using fusion techniques, with Drit, tentacles wrapping around and the mage growing stronger. He stood on one tentacle giving commands, with the beast coiling around the central body moving at incredible speed, casting spells at lightning speed, creating duplicate spells. The countless tentacles grow densely all over, gradually shrinking the space of the battlefield, but this cannot stop her. Quintan rushes towards Vanthan with ease as if nothing is blocking her. Forcing the terrain to complicate the situation also helps weaken my speed. She rushes forward at incredible speed, but cannot change the tide of the battle. He smugly calls out 2 fire puppets, wondering what would happen if he added them to the mix. Quintan immediately creates a large ice shield. I'm tired of watching this scene. The attacks from the 2 puppets were completely ineffective thanks to the shield in front of her. In an instant, she shot out sharp ice needles to destroy the 2 puppets. At the same time, they pierced through each of Vanthan's tentacles. The situation was dire, so Vanthan fled. Quintan refuses to let you escape and immediately leaps up. Suddenly, at the spot where she lands on the tentacle, a bomb appears again. It made loud noises, and only then did Quintan realize it was a trap. A powerful explosion erupted. Luckily, she managed to dodge in time. Quintan lands safely, but is surprised to find another mine at her feet. Looking up to assess the situation, she sees that all the tentacles are rigged with mines. The scene is chaotic, and this kid really makes it hard to stay alert. The continuous explosions echoed one after another, with the fire mage and mechanists combined deadly devices, dangerous firebombs, gradually clearing the smoke, and Quintan still standing firm amidst the chaos. Her icy wings of Jiao Jia almost blocked all the previous attacks, and although her body was battered, she still managed to praise. Among the various skills that can be combined to reinforce each other with blazing fire, that's quite impressive. Quintan retracted her wings. If you have the strength and level, you can definitely be one of the opponents I least want to face. The true body has found a formidable disciple. The red staff with a blue gem at the top, from the shaft to the tip, draws in black smoke. Vanthan extends his arms. Behind a stream of light are giant hands, blending techniques of summoning, wind sorcery, free wind, and cyclone magic. This time she has no way to escape anymore. Quintan panicked, clenched her fists, and stepped back. This is bad. We need to retreat quickly. Vanthan uses the Dark Knight pendant, eyes sharp. Don't even think about running. You're immobilized for a few seconds. Hak Danu Tone's Dark Knight Pearl didn't expect you to have this skill. Even though it can only freeze me for a moment, it's enough for you to cast your spell. She faces the attack below, the ultimate move of the Divine Wind. Quintan Satben analyzes that the Fire Core and Fire Attribute traps are not only for offense and support, but also to prepare for accelerating the pace. The wind fueling the fire makes such a powerful and wide-ranging attack enough to hinder my movement. That's a deadly strike, not to be underestimated. A gloved hand in black is pulling out a sharp green sword from a purple scabbard. She continued, "But I am still your teacher, and if I can't handle this today..." Quintan swung her 2 weapons with strength. She just created a bright green energy wave that tore space into cross-shaped shards, and as she spoke, she was dismayed. Vanshin's face showed surprise as he raised one hand in front of his chest to shield his eyes from the blinding light. The outlines are sharp and the movements powerful. Is this the true strength of Master Ha? There are cracks around. The test is over. Vanthan gently touches the ground and everything disappears with a flick of his sword. Quintan is holding a purple sword with powerful blue energy streams. Congratulations on passing the test. As for the reward, in front of Vanthan is a giant door with intricate patterns, exuding mystery and mystique. Quintan raises her hand towards the treasure to announce that all the treasures stored by the Black Dust Goddess for her entire life will belong to you. Vanthan returned to his original state, with Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang behind him. He looked very surprised, as the treasure was kept by the Black Dusk Lady for her entire life. Master Ha, isn't it true that even you can't open this treasure vault? She reached out and touched a door of strange light. The door emits a mysterious aura, indicating it's the entrance to a treasure vault. I told you, it's because it need to meet a special condition, and any disturbance will cause the treasure inside to self-destruct. Around the doorframe, mysterious blue and red lights flickered. The design of the treasure vault door was special, with a large amount of magic constantly flowing inside in a meticulous and complex manner. Those magical forces are like small, thin pipes, and also like flowing water, with the safe part and the destruction part constantly circulating and intertwined without ever stopping. The door is equipped with extremely secure devices. She explained that to open it, you must stop the magic at the safety component while allowing the magic at the dangerous component to continue flowing until it reaches the safe point, then halt it. Therefore, the self-destruct device will not be activated. Although I have tried freezing the magic, freezing ice requires time and cannot be done instantly. The four of them stood in the cave. Vanthan absorbed the information incredibly quickly. So that's it.
The special condition is the Dark Knight Jade. After all, this is the treasure vault of the Black Knight Lady, and she surely hopes no one else can open it except her.
She touched the door, and a light radiated from her body. After years of research, I am now familiar with the flow of mana. Just follow my instructions, suspend the magic at the right moment, and the treasure vault will open. Vanthan clenched her fist, her face determined. All right, the door opens, and a blinding light shines out from inside. The four of them step in together. You walk ahead without hiding your surprise. Oh my God, these are the items collected over a lifetime by the 72 evil demon pillars. The treasures are neatly arranged on the shelves, and Van Shen begins to list each item. Wealth, divine treasures, special tools, high-level equipment, and various types of war weapons. Everything is there. If it were in the human world, it would be the most top-tier great nation of suffering. Kintan asked, so all of this now belongs to you. How do you plan to use it? Bring them back to the human world for the front lines, or use them for something else. Vanthan looked up. There are many items here, but most are only suitable for Madhu to use, intended for soldiers to study and modify. The current situation on the front line is quite intense, and I'm afraid we don't have enough time. So the best way to use it is only one. He looked at her with determination and said 2 words, war. Quinten crossed her arms and asked, do you have the strength to cause a civil war in the Black Sound world, or are you just talking? Vanthan clenched his fists and replied, I can think of ways to strengthen the combat power of the lower and middle levels. Our level of combat power can rely on ourselves and little you, little Lang, but higher levels depend on Master Ha. Xiaoling also added, the main body of the owner has given her an even more important task, and those 3 days must be spent on that mission. You've understood the initial weakness now. It turns out the biggest flaw was this. However, the divine grade artifact that creates the clone is already powerful, but Ha Lao Su's collection of treasures is truly terrifying. If we talk about this aspect, I'm afraid even Principal Diep Tu Chuyen is not as good as her. Vanthan rested her chin on her hand. But with Master Ha in front of her, only at the 3rd stage, where did that treasure come from to do this? Ha Lao Su, I think I've tried my best, but I'm still quite weak when facing the Demon Lord. Why is she able to do that when both her rank and I are at the 3rd transition? Yet she can kill the Demon Lord, even 72 evil pillars, and use long-range magic skills as a melee class? Hearing Vanthan's question, Quintan also didn't mind answering. It seems the true body hasn't taught you. Rank and class are not everything. Otherwise, why would she accept a disciple like you who can't change classes? I can understand why she did it. After all, some things can't be explained even if they are taught from a young age. Quin Han analyzed carefully, and you probably also know that the difference between a fake 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier profession lies in the power of the skills. The attribute transformation of high-level skills is much greater than that of mid-level skills. But the difference between the 4th and 5th transitions is that after reaching the 5th transition level, you can not only acquire 5th transition skills with higher attribute values and multipliers, but also develop a unique initial skill that contains a bit of the initial power. Vanthan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this initial skill, this initial power? She continued, if you don't quite understand the starting skill, then what if we call it an ultimate skill or a divine level skill? For most professionals, the starting skill is the end point of themselves and the ultimate of their profession. But for exceptional experts, the starting skill is only the beginning. The scene shifts to the forest, highlighting that the strength of the starting skill lies in its containing a bit of primordial force, which is the origin of creating a world and the fundamental power the gods used to shape the universe. She continues, there are many types, including beings like flowers, plants, animals, and also phenomena such as water, fire, wind, and so on. Although ordinary skill can also produce phenomena like water, fire, and so on, they are ultimately just poor imitations based on demonic energy and cannot reach the core essence. Quintan continued to explain that after reaching the 4th transmission, the pseudo-professionals would learn a unique starting skill suited to their profession. Although it contains only a small amount of primordial energy,
Its power far exceeds that of ordinary skills, and it can also serve as a stepping stone to mastering primordial energy.
She raised a finger, and after you successfully comprehend and master a type of starting Chi force, you will have power beyond your profession's limits and can transform your starting Chi force into any form you desire. For example, my ice initiation. Although this ice looks like a beginner ice bullet skill from a mage, in reality, it is just a form created by my initial energy. Then she fires the ice bullet as an example, and its power leaves a large mark on the wall of treasures. Van Thon opened his mouth in surprise. No wonder this thing could withstand his fusion skill. It turns out it wasn't actually a mage's ice bullet. The cracks behind the broken part create a cloud of smoke, and the initial power belongs to the strength possessed by the gods. Therefore, the four-transmission profession can also use initial skills and be called a divine-level powerhouse. Of course, there are differences in strength between divine-level experts, or among demon lords. Quinton said the key to determining strength lies in the type of starting power and the level of control of the user. Like the four-turn profession or demon lords, they can simply use starting skills without understanding the origin of their chi force, and some may never comprehend it in their lifetime. But once reaching the level of 72 evil pillars, they generally gain control over their starting chi force. The stronger the control over the starting chi force, the higher the mastery and rank will be. Van Thon quickly realized that Ha Master had mastered the initial energy, which even a demon lord didn't possess, explaining his glorious achievements. But Ha Master hadn't undergone the four transformations yet, so where did his initial skills for harnessing the initial energy come from? She remembered that besides the four transformations, there are other ways to acquire starting skills, such as special tools, materials, high-level equipment, and so on. Unfortunately, my true body isn't here, and there aren't many of those items in the treasure vault of the Dark Crimson Empress. Otherwise, I would have given you a few. Van Thon hesitates before equipping the starting skill. Perhaps I really do have it. Switching scenes, Van Thon moves a large stone, unable to hold back his praise. Very well, I will assign you a new task now. Place that stone on the table. Baha stammered in surprise. A new mission? My heart is screaming. The space mana stone is so huge. He seems to disbelieve what he's seeing. Inside, there are countless treasures, jewelry, and consumable materials. He nodded and asked, "Could it be that the Lord has moved the entire treasury here?" Van Thon calmly replied, "I still keep a lot of national treasury items so the country can operate normally. Half of that is my personal property." Personal property was taken from the treasure vault of the Dark Goddess. Baha was still amazed. "Wow, with this amount we can build a giant war station?" You extend your palm, and an image of a castle appears. Your task is simple. Turn the mobile palace in my hand into a mobile war fortress. Can you do it? Van Thon considers completing the task of 72 evil pillars. The system rewarded him with this mobile palace. But a palace alone is not enough. Everyone else was in an uproar. Black Dusk King, rest assured, I will do my best to create a battlefield of chaos that will satisfy you. Using such a large amount of precious materials to build a magnificent fortress, this is probably the only chance in our lives. Our will is constantly surging. Let us do it. We will definitely succeed. Van Thon happily smiled and said, "Your good fortune has become even brighter. Then I'll leave it to you." In another scene, the wind keeps blowing, casually sweeping away a few leaves as Van Thon and Xiao Yu walk together on a mountain. Miss Yu reports that the guards have been placed at the craftsman's workplace, and anyone daring to be greedy will be killed immediately, which is very satisfying. All right, even though it's unlikely they'll change their minds, caution is still the top priority. Oh, right, Mr. Van. I've actually wanted to ask for a long time. She lightly touches her chin. Did you bring me to this remote mountain range for a reason? Van Thon smiled approvingly. You truly are Ha Lao Su's lady-in-waiting. Smarter than others. You really guessed my intentions. She blushed shyly. In this private place where no one can disturb. A man and a woman alone together must mean they want to do that, right? You hate it that much? Looking so proper, turns out Von Tien-Sin actually enjoys this kind of exciting game. Van Thon, I take back what I said earlier. I've found a suitable spot. All right, let's stop here. Van Thon creates a small fireball. In the past, when I fought the Firestorm Demon Lord to cause his body to swell, I relied on my fire resistance attribute to counter many of his attacks, but there was one move I wouldn't dare let it touch, even when I was in the Van Luan state. From a small gathered sphere, Van Thon unleashes his internal energy to make it enormous. Only he, with his invincibility, can touch that skill once. That move causes destruction wherever it passes, shattering mountains and spreading smoke, and terrorizing with its overwhelming power. Xiao Yu looked on in horror, realizing that this terrifying skill, even for a demon lord, is too dangerous to confront and could damage the 72 evil pillars. Could it be the primal ability of the fire attribute? Van Than recalled when Quintan said, "If what Master Ha said is true, then the Firestorm Demon Lord, rumored to be in the top 10, surely possesses the primal force." He soared into the air, his hands blazing with blue flames. Even though he was severely weakened, this move could be considered his strongest killing move at that moment, very likely containing a hint of the primal force. Van Than looked back at Yu and said, "I am about to risk everything by using my fire attribute skill until my magic is depleted, and at that point, I entrust my safety entirely to you." Xiao Yu, you kneel and accept the command. Spread your palms wide and compare my flames with flames that contain primordial energy. Try again and again, and you'll have a chance to comprehend the primordial energy. 3 days later, Van Than kept throwing fireballs, smoke billowing everywhere, but he still felt that something was off. That's not right. It's completely wrong. My flames and Dung Diet's flames are not on the same level at all. Van Than summoned 2 flames in his hands, observing and trying to find the anomaly. According to logic, my Yu Min demon flame is an S-rank fire, far superior to ordinary flames, yet the Baovium Machu is just an ordinary flame, so why is there such a huge difference in power? Where does the final answer lie?
Xiao Yu brings water and says, "Sorry, Mr. Van, besides serving you, I can't help you with anything. Anyway, that fundamental energy is just a vain wish to little you. You should drink some water first. I'll take the water. You don't need to apologize, the problem is with me."
Understanding the fundamental power is more difficult than my data. We must prepare ourselves for a long-term resistance. That's right. When will the fortress be ready for the war effort? Xiao Yu isn't quite sure. Maybe it will take a year since the scale of the project is just too large.
She replied, "Yes, Mr. Van, the 72 Demon Lords Conference will open in 2 days. As the Dark Knight Demon King, you must attend. Let me tell Xiaolang to get ready." Van Than took a sip of water and, hearing her, also realized it was the 12 Lords of the Demon Conference.
Bahan Yi also mentioned it. It seems to be held every 2 months, and you don't need to attend in person. Just use special equipment to project a magic image. Thinking it over, Van Than turned to Xiao Yu. This conference is just a simple negotiation over the frontline battles and rear area supplies. I've decided to refuse providing any combat resources. Arguing with them is pointless. If you participate, there's also a risk of exposing your identity. Your dark cloak billowing in the wind. Let's keep moving forward. Everywhere else the organization is gathered, Lucy stands proudly above, a mysterious-clad person kneeling respectfully before her. She is extremely proud. Lu Diu Lin, promoting you to chief instructor was indeed a perfect choice. Decisive, in just a year you helped me gather all the 3 transformation materials. I am very pleased. What reward would you like? Wealth and status. Diu Lin softly said, "It is an honor for me to serve Lord God, and I shouldn't ask for rewards. But if there is a place like this, I hope you can accompany me." She turned her face away shyly. Her invitation to go on a date was not surprising. "After all, I have countless admirers, right? I accept your invitation." Lucy turned away. "But only after I complete my 3rd class change, I will come find you myself, so be ready for a date at any moment." Diu Lin bowed, thanking Lord Shen Guan. Behind the respectful facade lies a mind full of schemes. "Don't worry, Lucy. This date will be one you'll never forget." A strong blue beam of light suddenly descended from the sky on Van Than's side. He continued to train diligently, wiping sweat from his face, breathing heavily. No matter what fire attribute skills I use or even combine them, it's still worlds apart. After all this hard training, I haven't made any progress. What should I do? Tu Yu wondered. "Mr. Van, I wonder if I am mistaken, but I feel that your demonic flame, even after changing form, is nothing compared to that core skill, as if one is real and the other an illusion." Van Than pondered. An illusion? Indeed, Xiao Yu can see through it but feels nothing. It seems he only knows how to train hard, leaving this matter unresolved at home. Outside, he creates another fireball, but words alone are too vague. He needs to investigate further. Van Than shoots a giant fireball far away, believing that direct physical sensation is the best way to sense its destruction. He puts his hand inside it, and the black aura gently dissipates as he does. He gritted his teeth against the sudden pain. "It's so hot, it hurts so much. I never expected that even with my fire resistance and immunity, I would still get burned like this. Relying only on my flames, I definitely can't do it." Despite the burns, Van Than still insists on rushing in. Is this the primal skill? No, I need to feel more. In the fireball, Van Than's face is reddened from burns, his eyes are half open, and his robes are torn. He screams in pain.
Ah, Xiao Yu was terrified by your reckless action, but after all, it is also a fundamental skill. Even a 4-turn master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. This primal force comes from the power of the gods, and even if Mr. Van's resistance is higher, he cannot avoid it.
Vanthan endured, though the burning sound echoed relentlessly in his mind. He still responded to Tiu Yu outside, so he had to rely on his body to feel directly. Moreover, as the sphere dissolved, his face weakened from pain. I could sense it. Dark energy radiates from his body, with no strength left to stand firm. About to fall forward, Tiu Yu hurriedly runs over. Mr. Van! Logic drives him to step forward again, bang and fire another orb, struggling to find that absolute feeling of not falling. The fireball technique manipulates the red orb inside the green one, condensing it for evil. His face flushed red. Van Than's willpower grew stronger. Not enough. Not enough. He had to condense more. It had to be truly massive. Inside the fireball, there was a small flickering flame burning, but compared to its previous size, it was still very small. Although small, Xiao Yu was amazed. That tiny fireball gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. Could it be a primordial skill? No, it's still a bit short of a primordial skill. It looks like a primordial skill created from many ordinary skills. The sphere disintegrates, and he smiles. After all, it's his first time trying, and reaching this level is already his limit. Van Than seems to have calmed down, no longer able to stand, leaning back, but at least he has somewhat reluctantly entered the path. Behind, Xiao Yu supports you in her arms and says, "I will protect you safely. Please rest assured." In the treasure chamber of the Dark Knight Lady, Quintan's clone stands in front of a mirror, with Xiaoling sitting upright beside her. "This is your final mission. No matter the cost, you must complete it." The clone replied, "Don't worry, the main body, although I have your memories, feelings, and all abilities, I cannot inherit your desires over life itself." "For me, death is nothing," she continued, "but I can't carry out this mission immediately. I expect that in half a year, Yun Shen will still need my help." Quinten, the entity, continued speaking.
"All right, the front line hasn't fallen in half a year." Her serious face now looks even sharper. "Can you tell me everything now? I've been thinking, but I still don't understand what happened back then that made me willing to take in a disciple."
Quintan in the mirror remains silent, her emotions mixed, and she says, "They are still alive." When Fan Than hears this, her eyes widen and she asks, "Are they really alive?" "What did you say?" "Is it true?" She couldn't help but cry. "They are still alive." Master Ha in the mirror thought, "Yes, but it's better than not living and having to kill them. It's a pity that even with just myself, even after 4 successful reincarnations, I still can't do it." Quinten lowered her head, lost in thought, her hand hanging loosely. "If the opponent is them, then it truly is." She whispered to herself, "I know what I must do next." Then she returned to Van Than, who was now lying on a large piece of ice, with Tiu Yu caring for him beside him. She looked at the person lying on the ice and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The burns are severe. This must be because Mr. Van has an extremely high fire resistance. If it were me, I think I would have been burned to ashes the moment I touched that flame. She held some ice cubes in her hand. Luckily, the medical supplies in the institute are abundant, including the rare jade ice from Xiaoling's envoy, so she will recover quickly. He opened his eyes, moved slightly, and Van Than slowly sat up, touching his neck, finally recovering. It's truly ridiculous that he was burned to death by his own skill. Van Than's hand ignited with flames, but the harvest was also quite abundant. He brought the flames close to her and asked, "Xiao Yu, what do you think of this skill?" "What do—" She looked on intently, very powerful, surpassing even high-level skills and even stronger than the usual 4-time reincarnation skills. She glanced at him, evaluating him, but was still far below the primordial skill. Van Than gazed at the flame without turning away, and softly replied, "Yes, it is only in its initial form now. Keep refining it. I believe it can match the original skill, or even surpass it. The old way, burning yourself with the fire of destruction, is not the only path at all. You try the power of the fireball in your hand again. I can only learn the primal skill through this method, then use my own flames to imitate the fire of destruction. Once both reach the same level, I will refine and practice repeatedly, and eventually I should possess my own primal power." She worriedly replied, "That's too dangerous. Master Van almost got burned to death." But Van Than still looked determined, saying it's okay. "As I understand more about the fire of destruction, the damage it causes me will also become smaller." Xiao Yu listened and didn't try to persuade further, sighing and saying, "I really don't know what to say to you. It seems I need to prepare enough burn ointment." 6 months later, at the 12 Pillars Council, all the pillars gathered for a meeting, and everyone was feeling quite displeased.
King Hakda is too unreasonable, missing 3 consecutive meetings of the 42 demon clan leaders, and he also refuses to accept any war resources.
This is provoking us. The other pillars also covered their mouths and said, Lord of Devouring, just give the order.
This kind of creature doesn't deserve to be one of the 72 pillars of the demon race. Destroy the entire Black Da demon race and let other demon clans fill the gap. We can't hold back anymore.
The Devouring Lord turns away, still speaking in a very calm tone. Oh, it seems everyone is very furious. His gaze swept over everyone. So who will make a move now? The pillars didn't speak up and remained silent together. He turned to look at the Devouring Lord and chuckled.
Silence now. Everyone knows how to scream. But if a real fight breaks out, it will cause huge losses to any clan. You don't want to suffer losses but also want to gain benefits. How could there be such a good deal?
A different voice spoke up, that of the Lord of the Dark Shadow of the 5th universe. That's not true.
Each of our clans has sent a large number of soldiers to the front lines, and many kings from various nations are also fighting in the human world.
The defensive forces here are not many.
If the Devouring Lord agrees to let me mobilize the main army back, destroying the small Black Dusk Demon clan would be no big deal.
He stood above and spoke loudly, saying that the front line is currently very favorable, and helping the army will give humans a chance to rest, which I cannot agree to. Duanya held a few sheets of paper in his hand and said, I can understand that the Devouring Lord wants to avoid civil war, but only allows the Black Dusk Demon clan as an exception. If other demon clans follow suit, wouldn't that make things even worse? You insist on peace, but I fear the ones who will be happiest are the humans. He furrowed his brow slightly and said with a killing intent, What do you want to say? She waved her hand to dismiss the documents. Surely the Devouring Lord remembers Van Thon and Lu Diu Lin coming through the Void Gate. Anyway, the Dark followers in the human world still worship you. In fact, when they arrived in the Dark world, my soul mark reacted, but I don't know how it was concealed. This is the document I investigated and compiled, which may reveal the appearance time of the Dark Knight King, coinciding with the case matching Van Tron. The Devouring Lord glanced over the documents, scanning through each line. The remaining pillars are in an uproar, and the annihilation begins. You say the Black Dusk King is human. Impossible. Humans cannot possess dark magic unless they fully transform into demon wings, which is a rule set by the gods that no one can violate. She mockingly asks, what if he borrowed power from the gods?
Based on everyone's experience of offering sacrifices to the gods, they all know the gods' temper. As long as the sacrifice is valuable enough, having surplus value means nothing is impossible for the gods, including changing the rules. The Devouring Lord also said, I don't believe he can have a sacrifice of sufficient value, but it's also possible that it could happen.
Civil war is also something I want to avoid. If you are so boastful, then you must have a corresponding plan. She spread her arms, her scheming tone clear, and suggested that each clan contribute their strength to form an alliance, so that even a small part combined could be enough to destroy the Black Dusk Demon clan. Of course, this battle will be led by us, the Black Dusk Demon clan, and we will exert our greatest strength. Yuan Chu reminds you that within the next 6 months, you must take turns with me at the front lines of the human world. This has been discussed beforehand, and you have no time to lead the alliance. Dark illusion. Lord, I certainly remember this, and I never said I would personally lead. Although the Black Dusk King's voice is loud, he is only a demon king, worthy only of ruling the weak Black Dusk Demon clan. To deal with him, a demon lord under my command is enough. The Devouring Lord stands on the rock, the purple light intensifying, looking coldly. I gave King Hakda 2 chances. He didn't participate the first time. I tolerated it since the new king was busy, and the second time he refused to offer the tribute. I also endured. He needs enough strength to protect his territory. His eyes grew even deeper. And this third time, if he still endures, he might as well die. Changing scene, Duanye is in his territory talking to his subordinates. In contrast to the Demon Lord, you will be the commander of the Demon Alliance. I trust in your abilities, and I am sure you will complete this mission well. He bowed and accepted the order. Lord Datesatko, rest assured. Destroying this small, dark Night Demon clan is just an easy task. When you return from the human world, we will have even more territories. She warned. But don't let your guard down. That assassin could take a year to become the Dark Abyss Demon King, so he must have some unique trait. Although you're not fighting alone this time, and your strength on paper is overwhelming, it's still better to be cautious. Da handed him a mysterious purple flame to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Take this engraved crystal. It contains one of my skills, enough to help you handle anything. Moving to where Van Thon is standing, in front of him is a deep, gaping hole, and he trembles exhaustedly. Little Yu stands behind, happily relieved. We did it, Master Van. You finally succeeded. I can feel the tremendous primal power inside you. After half a year of hard cultivation, he has also achieved a feat like his master. He gasped for breath. Just using it nearly drained his mana, let alone transforming his form. It's still a long way from matching Master Lai Ha. I need to try harder. Xiao Lang jumped down from above, catching Van Thon's attention, and she hurriedly responded. Mr. Vaughn, I received news that the demon tribes are still fighting, but what surprises you even more is a huge hole right in front of you. Oh my God, how did this happen, Mr. Van? She was stunned, truly hard to believe. Xiao Yu replied, well, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't dare to believe it either. When I think back at that time, Xiao Yu and Xiao Long brought tea cakes to Van Thon. The first time we met him, he was just a minor servant with no rank, barely above us. If we didn't consider him as the disciple of the master, we wouldn't bother paying attention to him, let alone show respect. The scene before Xiaoling is no longer that guy. He's someone completely different. Now he has surpassed us and is even much stronger, so we can only watch silently. Having a human become the king of the Dark Knight demons, I don't know whether to feel happy or sad. Van Thon turned around and said, oh right, Xiaolang, what did you just say? Xiaolang just snapped out of it. Mr. Van, the clans have sent many elite demon soldiers to gather at the Dark Devil Realm, and now a coalition is forming, with a very clear goal. They are targeting our dark, evil demon territory. You look like you predicted that the coalition would turn out to be like this. Without using the main force at the front line, ensuring the remaining troops stay behind to defend our homeland, forming a coalition is definitely a good strategy. Van Shen turned around, his cloak fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura of power and confidence. But all of this was already in my plan. Let's go and prepare for the war. In a different scene, Vuong Din, Hagda, Vuong Tan, and Van Thon sit on the throne, with their subordinates below. No one speaks, all bowing their heads silently. Only Tiulang Tiu looks up at Van Thon, ready to follow orders. You cross your arms and seem to think you've already got the information. Just a ragtag alliance of worthless trash. Yet they've already scared you to death. Burrow, holding his head in confusion, asked, worthless trash? Are you kidding me? Oh my God! My king, this time the Demon Alliance is serious. It's definitely not just a threat. According to current intelligence, the enemy has sent 3 powerful demon lords, 9 demon overlords, over 100 high-level demons, and countless lower-level demons, making their force truly terrifying. Then she compared it to her own guards. Look at us. Even if we include Lobo Bella, and the newly appointed leader Wuush, there are only 5 with true lord-level strength, plus the overwhelming number of allied soldiers, and 3 nearly unstoppable demon lords. We are truly very weak. You turn to Baha, leader Lu Hido, and ask. Baha respectfully replied, as the national martial arts champion who took over the position of Lord Carlos, his strength is very formidable, and it is said that he is only a hair's breadth away from becoming a demon lord. The sound of footsteps approaching from below, with purple shoes adding to the mystery. A person with hair covering their eyes, clenched fists, says, my king is making his first appearance. I am Lu Haido, and I am willing to dedicate myself to the king and the nation to repel foreign enemies. Vanthan gently stroked his chin and asked, so confident? Aren't you afraid of the Demon Alliance? Deep down, I think this guy is interesting. I will investigate him further. He is determined, but I fear the kingdom's destruction and the people in peril. No matter how terrifying the opponent is, I will never surrender. Everyone was moved by his spirit, placing their hands on their hearts and saying, Dongthan, my king, please gather your forces to fight. We will not surrender. The demon clan nobles and others stopped them, saying, no, don't sacrifice in vain. Right now there is a fierce battle with humanity at the front line. We should try to avoid civil war. We are all demon descendants. Don't damage the harmony. RNA interjected, I think this matter can still be negotiated. No need to turn against other demon clans. If we cede a little territory, maybe we can keep the peace. If things get worse, surrendering won't be shameful. Vanthan glanced down and thought, this guy seems to be a high noble, and the one beside him is probably a noble or a major merchant of the realm. Both sides disagree, and you think surrendering without losing face? What are you thinking by giving up your territory? They won't give up easily either. They fight back too. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself? Even if you are lucky enough to win against the allied forces, you will offend all other demon clans. You reckless fools never consider the consequences. Watching them argue, he considered the situation clearly. The evil demons side, led by the demon lord, prioritized fighting, while the noble demons valued surrender. Vanthan stood up, raised his hand to give the order, and said, stop arguing! In 7 days, the Shadow Demon Corps will be fixed, and the decision to fight or surrender will be mine. In the office, he leaned against the desk, discussing with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. I never expected that leaders like Puro and Pat would be so scared, yet still determined to fight. This is beyond my expectations, because they have no other choice. Do you know why our king must kill the previous heir to become the leader? Van Than explained that once the Demon King's relic is used, it becomes bound to the user, and unless they are killed, it cannot be stolen or used by others. Tu Lang agreed, saying that surrendering to the Demon Du Kingdom would definitely lead to territory being seized and conflicts over the Demon King's relic, which would ultimately create a new leader, since the leader is an important existence, and only the demon's power from their own clan can ensure security.
You're suspicious, but isn't it only Hakta Evil Demon who can use the royal scepter?
Tiu Yu smiled and said, That's simple. Arrange for our demon clan to find a Hakta Evil Demon for mating, and future generations will definitely carry the corresponding bloodline. By the way, I should mention that Mr. Van can use the royal relic even without bloodline, because his innate talent surpasses bloodline, which was a surprise to me. At the same time, Xiaolang added, and surrendering is also necessary, as they are mostly nobles or wealthy merchants. Even if the territory changes hands, they only need to spend a little money to settle everything and can continue living comfortably. Only then did Xiao Yu remember something. Oh, right, Master Van. You clearly decided to confront them, so why not just announce the result directly instead of waiting 7 days to declare it? Van Shen replied, If I said it outright, those nobles would take the money and run that very night. We need some time to get everything sorted first, then. He turned to Xiao Ling to give instructions. Xiao Ling, leave the nobles and the major merchants to you. She bowed in response. I will make arrangements properly. The door opens, and a tall figure steps in. The one opening the door is Ba Ha. Everyone's eyes in the room turned toward the sound of the door. Ba Ha, the king, the lord of Ludo Hai, has arrived. Van Than has a question. Ludo Hai, I have investigated your background. You were so close to reaching the path of a demon lord before suddenly retreating into hiding. Can you tell me the reason why? Lu Dohai hesitated and remained silent for a moment, looking difficult to speak. He looked up with a serious expression. If the Dark Knight Queen asked this, I would refuse to answer. But if it was you, I would tell everything. Why am I standing here facing you? He continued. Because you refused to submit war resources to reduce taxes and abolished conscription. You did what I wanted, but couldn't do. Of course, it also brings great trouble. Duhita is taller than you, but his authority cannot compare. Ma Du, we are enemies of humanity. Is it not natural to harbor hatred towards humanity and dedicate ourselves to the front lines? He said. I used to think the same way. Duhai remembered his family when he was conscripted, but I believed that forcing someone to join the army because of that was wrong. Anyway, I have never actually met humans. Humans are very vague to me, only existing in written records, but the harm of enlisting has always been before my eyes. The images of the past appear before me. I cannot change them, only choose to leave my homeland and wander the world. As I escape from reality, I also hope to witness firsthand the brutality of humanity, to prove that Lady Dark Dagger was right. He recounts in detail the images of human believers appearing over the 20 years of wandering. Indeed, I have encountered humanity. They call themselves sacred followers from the Descent organization. They are stubborn, I endure, and go mad, but everything they do is no different from looting. Like doing evil just to do evil, their minds are also foolish. He observed everything at that time, saw it all, but still couldn't understand. I find it hard to imagine that a race so lacking in intelligence and strength could actually threaten the dark world. Duhai was utterly helpless, and just as I was confused, I suddenly received news of a sudden outbreak of war in the realm, prompting us to hurriedly return. But it was too late. Humanity had already set out for another realm, and everything was over. Remembering what Lord Rebellious said, everyone was immersed in grief. But I noticed that those who died were all powerful demon descendants, while most civilians and children, though suffering, were still alive. It proves that their war has a purpose of its own, not just for slaughter. If it were the sacred followers, they would surely kill them all. He has been watching them from above. Perhaps the sacred followers do not represent all of humanity. I carry this doubt and begin to secretly follow, discovering that human soldiers are disciplined and rational, completely different from what is written in the books. And also very different from the sacred followers. I become even more confused and want to find a soldier who went to the front lines to investigate, when suddenly I realize something terrifying. Returning to reality, except for high-ranking figures like the 72 demon pillars and other individual demon lords, no demon descendant has ever come back from the front lines. Van Shen was stunned. Is there really such a thing? Xiao Yu, if you think about it,
That's true. Although the front lines often send images from the battlefield here, no soldier has ever survived to return.
You clenched your fist into a fist, so that's it. It seems the 72 demon pillars are hiding something.
I don't understand. She tilted her chin and asked, "My lord, you said the 72 demon pillars are hiding something. What exactly is it?"
He replied calmly, "The history of the dark world and the truth about humanity." Vanthan glanced and asked, "How did you feel when you visited the human world?" Tiu thought for a moment before answering calmly. Ignoring appearances, food, drinks, and daily habits are not much different from demon race. I can't believe it.
Baha shouted loudly, "No way! Humans are clearly cruel and vicious. This is something everyone knows about Ma-Du."
Could humanity really be as cruel as Ma-Du? He calmly began to voice his thoughts.
Baha, your reaction is exactly what I expected. Leoa Alin Bella.
Before entering the human world, their thoughts must have been no different from his, right? The two girls both agreed.
That's right. Maybe in their eyes, humans are cruel and treacherous creatures.
In the dark world, Ma-Du mostly encounters humans as arrogant fanatics. During battles, soldiers hesitate to harm humans because they share the same feelings. But when they reach the front lines, the demon clans will face humanity directly and realize that humans are not what they believed. Even on the battlefield, the demon clans and humans will slaughter each other fiercely for various reasons, even though at first only a few could keep their reason. After witnessing the important people in their lives fall, they would surely be consumed by hatred. But still, when they realize their opponent is not just a mindless monster, they will begin to question the meaning of this war. Van Shen looked directly at Baham and said that he might even try to find a way to prevent the war or escape from the battlefield through communication because no one wants to die. He was still in shock. You continued with your speech. Once that idea spreads to the dark world, it will be a huge blow to Du's faith and even shake the ruling class. Power is imposed on the people so that no one escapes control. This is something the 72 evil demon pillars do not want to see.
So they insisted on using force to prevent those who had gone to the front from returning home, to avoid dividing mother and child.
He was confused, clutching his head, still holding opposing views. This kind of thinking is truly crazy. Even if he is our king, I find it hard to agree. At first, I didn't dare to believe it. But when I saw the human soldiers were completely different from what I imagined, I also started to doubt if I was being deceived. He once entered a ruined library. I began investigating everywhere, and found that many books recorded the cruel behavior of humans, but without specifics. Even when detailed records were sometimes made, I could never find any traces of humans when I went to investigate.
Du
Hai is not joking. He is serious, and all of this makes me even more certain of that idea.
I heard that the new king has a strange behavior, so out of curiosity I decided to go back and get in touch with the new king.
Vanthan quietly watched the debate defending both sides. According to you, the great lords of the 72 evil pillars all desire war, but what benefit would that bring to them?
I don't know. You speak up, and that's exactly what I've been wondering about.
My brain is working. You said it while thinking, in a dark world where even the air is more abundant than people. Why use all your strength to attack like that? Vanthan said again. Thinking too much is pointless. The most important thing right now is the survival of the nation.
That said, he has a rough guess.
The true reason is probably known only to the 72 evil demon pillars. News of the coalition of evil demons' attack soon spread throughout the dark abyss.
Some support going to war, while others are hoarding resources to protect the hard-won peace. A large group is heading to the city gates, seemingly ready to leave, with some advocating surrender, or even helping children escape to elsewhere.
Of course, most of the demon do chose to observe the situation and adapt accordingly. Time quickly passed in the blink of an eye, and 7 days went by in a flash, as Vanthan stood on the high platform flanked by 2 floating eye-shaped cameras. I believe everyone already knows what the king has decided. The reason I am broadcasting the magic projection across the entire country today is because of the allied demon clans. Before making a decision, I have a few words to say. Our demon descendants have also suffered great losses to serve in the war. Everywhere had to bear super high taxes and even forced conscription. Our Dark Knight demons are no different. But the difference is that after the 4-year war, their status plummeted and was looked down upon by other clans, forcing them to increase super taxes and even conscript soldiers to provide resources. In the past, commoners were like slaves, with no citizenship rights, and during wars they were sent to the front lines. So our country was already in decline, and now it's even worse. Vanthan raised his voice, saying, "The passion of the people is burning brighter." In such circumstances, even reuniting with loved ones and sharing a hearty meal has become a luxury. Vanthan's voice grew even louder, now different. I ask you all, How has your life been since I became the new king half a year ago? The two demons are cheering loudly, finally able to eat their fill without worrying about being drafted. Our fellow demons elsewhere might even be jealous of us, and we are all extremely grateful to King Haiya. Just as the passion was rising, Van Shen continued to speak loudly. Now, 71 other demon tribes have formed an alliance to seize our lives, claiming it's because we do not supply enough war resources. I want to ask again here, when our country is at its weakest and most miserable, do they ever consider reducing their demands for resources? Jiang Han asks and answers himself. No, they even increase them, standing at the forefront. They don't care whether we live or die. We have to protect our lives now. We must fight. Among the crowd, a few are walking their own paths.
Those people have been fooled by those words. The alliance of 71 demon clans, if they lose the war, only fools would stand still and wait for death.
Van Then calmly said, "Some of you probably think that if war breaks out, you can just run away and hide somewhere else." His voice suddenly grew serious. "But is that what you really want?" The opposing group looked back, their eyes filled with fear. Just imagine, when other nations surrender their soldiers, they will let outsiders like you stand on the front lines, or their own demon clans as cannon fodder. Van Then continued to encourage us. "We have no way out left. Only the nation can be our support. The people all look to their king, whether to surrender and return to their previous hellish life, or to take up arms and defend their peaceful existence now. Whether to fight or surrender is your choice." A young Madu girl sobs, "Mom, I don't want to go hungry anymore. I want to eat well." A Madu woman looked at her crying little son with tears in her eyes. "I have no husband left. My eldest son is gone, and now only my youngest remains. If I return to my previous life, soon the boy will leave me too." Some say, "I know you may not believe it, but to avoid being conscripted, I broke my own leg with my own hands. I cut off my own arm, but when the young men are gone, they don't hesitate to send us to fight to the death. To avoid starving, I sold myself to a noble who then mistreated me." The old man sitting nearby also told how his son was drafted to the front, his daughter was sold away, and only he, an old man, was left in the house. The demon realm descendants stir, and the space trembles with shouts. Do you still need to ask whether to choose battle or fire? Let the battle begin. Who dares ruin my life? I will kill that person. The great nobles and the major merchant states are starting to worry. Damn it, King Hakda is deliberately inciting the people. This declaration is his scheme. Stay calm, we have plenty of wealth and peace everywhere. Everything is as expected. Yunshen is pleased. Very well, based on your choice, I officially declare that the Black Dusk Demon will commit all forces. As he was speaking, a loud call interrupted him. Your Majesty, please hear our opinion. Rethinking the approach might be better. Declaring war like this is a bit too sudden. We can negotiate with that demon alliance. Just pay a price and maybe we can avoid war. Seeing it benefits them, the others support him. Yes, Your Majesty, please reconsider and cede a part of the territory. Providing additional war resources will surely make the enemy concede. That's right. No one wants to go to war. The common folk, angry and unprotected, stormed to crush these so-called nobles into pulp. Damn it, all these so-called advisors are just useless nobles who only enjoy their privileges. I'd rather die than go back to my old life.
Văn thần gia hiệu hay ha hoa, bậc dầu trấn an. Các vị binh tinh gia, ta thần là Quảng Vuông, tất nhiên phải lo lắng cho tất cả ma duệ của mình. Tóm lại, trận này nhất định phải giành.
You keep talking. If the nobles and merchants don't want to stay, then just go to another country to live. I absolutely won't stop you. The great nobles and the officials of the great Shang Kingdom were very pleased to hear that. Those words may sound flexible, but our country can earn money for itself to spend, yet all assets must be left behind. To confirm his statement, Van Then continued loudly, "All assets must be left behind." His words struck the high nobles and the great trade nation officials like a thunderbolt. What? No assets allowed to be taken? Isn't this forcing us into a corner? Thoughts of reproach flashed through my mind, but I couldn't voice them. Without possessions, we are no different from common folk. And sooner or later, in another land, we will be taken to serve as cannon fodder. Contrasting with the somber gloom of the nobles, the common folk seemed to burst with emotion, the crowd chattering and laughing. Ha 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 ha, the king's plan is brilliant. Those demon tribes deserve to die. Go if you want, but leave the assets behind. Without assets, you're nothing. You've already endured enough of your arrogance. Now you want to avoid war. How clever, RNA asked Van Then with a tone full of suspicion. Your Majesty, do you really want to do that? After hearing the question, you look at him with contempt. So what? Do you think I am joking with you? With the overwhelming aura of the king, he seemed unable to do anything but kneel and shout loudly, "If your majesty's will to fight is so determined, of course I will die defending the war." Hearing these words, the nobles were stunned as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lord Rapna actually surrendered. How could that be? When it comes to wealth, he's definitely rich enough to oppose the nation and fight alongside the common people. It must be a pretense, but some secretly agree that this decision is wise. That's right. The new king fights decisively. If faced directly with him, there would be no good outcome.
The nobles place their hands on their chests and kneel down, shouting loudly.
They swear to fight to the death for the new king, but inside they are not united. First they pretend to fight, then turn around in the dark to transfer all their assets. As long as there's money, anywhere is comfortable to live. Jiapna's scheming thoughts. He believed that war was something only common folk thought about. He thought he had devised a dark plan, and chuckled to himself, "Ha ha, a bunch of fools. If the king had announced it publicly, he would have already prepared everything. Now they are only thinking about transferring their assets." It's too late. He respects himself now. I am not like you. To be prepared for any worst-case scenario, I planned ahead 2 days ago. The trusted followers must have already taken the treasure and fled to the border, waiting for tonight to escape. You hold this empty land and start a war. King Hakta Kwanvuong thought everything was peaceful, until Ragna was startled by the loud shout of his subordinate. "This is bad, Lord Arne. Something serious has happened." In response to the subordinate's panic, he asked,
"Huh? What are you making such a fuss about?"
Without waiting for his master to ask further, the subordinate hurried over and shouted, "The bodyguards escorting the assets suddenly betrayed, so all the assets were stolen." RNA was stunned and panicked. What? At the same time, the subordinates all rushed to inform their master that the guard of the royal city had suddenly appeared, seized the warehouse, and declared that anyone attempting to transport the assets out would be killed on the spot. We simply cannot hold out. The demon clan went from panic to utter rage. How could this happen? We've been robbed, and they started cursing. Damn it! They dared to attack while we weren't there. This is terrible. The plan has completely failed. Seeing your expression, RNA also seems to have guessed that everything was part of Black Da Quan Vuong's plan. I didn't expect he had already foreseen this step. Luckily, I still kept a little, always carrying a space magic stone with food inside. As I think, I try to reassure myself that as long as the magic stone still holds 30% of my total assets, I will eventually be able to rise again. Then he decided to escape tonight. Lost in thought, suddenly a hand from above slapped directly onto Jiapna's face, leaving him no time to react. Xiaolong looked at Ragna, one hand tightly gripping his head, and said calmly, "Ragna, it seems you underestimate
Vuong Tan's intelligence network. Everyone knows everything, whether you send trusted subordinates to transfer assets or carry 30% of your wealth with you under Xiao Liang's control. Ragna struggles in vain to free himself from the grip."
He was panicked. "Bella, what do you want to do?" Furthermore, the King City has stated that assets cannot be moved. You did not issue an order to stop your subordinates as soon as you received the command. This is outright defiance of the King's order. And as for the consequences, enough talk.
She squeezed the demon's head tightly and shouted, "Do I need to say more?"
She forcefully threw his head to the ground with great strength, causing Rapna's head to slam directly onto the floor with a loud bang. Watching the scene before her, the two noble ghosts trembled with fear.
"He's dead! Lord Rapna is dead!" A loud cry from the crowd. "Aline Bella, how dare you?"
What is there that I dare not do?
So what? If you want to avenge him, you can try too. By the way, you can also transfer your assets like him. The prerequisite is that your family members can still be trusted.
Hearing these words, the demon clan could only fall silent in fear. Little Yu naturally flew over with an admiring look and asked, "Wow, little Ling, how do you keep trying to turn their trusted followers against them?" Little Ling said with a smile, "Wealth, status, the lives of loved ones. If you're ruthless enough, there are many ways to threaten." Little Yu joked, "You're so naughty," winking mischievously. It's normal for a demon to be a little naughty. To end this chaos, Yunshin loudly declared, "Let's get ready to fight," and the crowd rallied together, shouting, "Yes, we fight! Yes, we fight! Yes, we fight!" Back in the room, the demon lord reported, "I have followed your orders and placed trusted allies among the noble merchants to monitor them." Liu Duhai continued, "The body of Ragna is now hanging on the main gate of the royal city. They no longer dare to think otherwise, and many noble merchants have even spent a lot of their wealth to support the war effort. It seems they are truly frightened." Vanthan listened and crossed his arms, saying, This is only the beginning if we can't suppress the inner dissent. How can we fight the enemies outside? Then he turned to ask Xiaoling how the situation was. Everywhere. Xiaoling reported the situation with a serious expression, saying that the overall fighting spirit was high, but many civilians, merchants, and guards from distant territories were fleeing during the night. And since they couldn't cause any waves, I didn't bother. Vanshin agreed with this opinion.
That's fine then. Cowards who stay behind will only hold us back. Turning to Du Hai, he continued, Lu Do Hai, is there any movement on the other side of the alliance? The enemy's forces include 3 demon lords, 9 demon chieftains, 120 high-level demons, 30,000 mid-level demons, and 350,000 low-level demons, along with 50 military constructs and various logistical units. Hearing the report, Baha was stunned and shouted, What? So many? On our side, there are only 70 upper-tier demons, 10,000 mid-tier demons, and 150,000 lower-tier demons. Vanthan frowned thoughtfully after hearing this. I guessed there would be a disparity in forces, but I didn't expect it to be such a huge gap. The main force of nearly 400,000 is indeed an astonishing number. Calm and composed, he thought that the dark world here was just the same. The demon warriors' combat prowess is on par with humans, yet they still managed to recruit nearly 400,000, forming the united front of the 71 demon clans. The room felt as if an invisible pressure was weighing down. Vanthan continued to ask, When will they start their march? Du Hai also replied immediately, They have already begun, and are expected to arrive at the border in 3 days. You still look completely calm as you say softly, 3 days it seems they can't wait any longer. They really don't take us seriously at all. He also just sighed helplessly. That's how it is. Analyzing the situation, the demon spirits of the League of Lords come from different clans.
Logically, after they gather, they should first understand each other, and only through some time of contact and support can their combat power be fully unleashed.
But they skipped this step, clearly seeing us as easy prey and trying to snatch a piece for themselves. Vanthan sat relaxed with his hands on the table, his sharp eyes like he was planning something. Good, very good. Then let them take a bite and see if their teeth break. And then you think Ling Jun's arrogance exceeds my expectations.
Then Vanthan turned to him and asked, Liu Do Hai, you have traveled the 4 directions for over 20 years, so you must have quite a bit of knowledge about the clans, right? He clasped his hands respectfully.
Yes, I also made many friends from other countries, so if any news about the king being able to use it comes up, that would be great. Vanthan suddenly stood up and gave an order. Baha went to call Pi and Puro to start the combat conference. Near the Dark Demon Kingdom's Torito Castle, the enemy forces have already begun their march. The massive scale is overwhelming and terrifying to everyone. Lanos leads with unstoppable momentum, riding the majestic battle dragon and shouting loudly, It's just a small castle of the Dark Demon.
Our attack is enough to defeat it.
Within 3 hours, the battle will end, and the League of Legends team heard the synchronized shout as they charged forward. Suddenly, a white surrender flag appeared on the castle roof. Lankos unexpectedly pulled the rope to make the war dragon stop, full of doubt. As the gate slowly opens, a few shadows step out from behind it. Tarito appears with his 2 disciples, raising their hands in surrender with a frightened tone. We surrender first, as the overlord of this place, and on behalf of the Tarito clan, we ask for mercy. The sky is clear and blue with many clouds. The bright sun shines down on all things. On the roof of the tent with the flickering flames, 3 people are sitting on the highest step inside, as if holding a trial. Tarito knelt before the 3, begging,
I surrender. I am willing to provide all intelligence. Please do not kill me.
Laloy sneered at him. You've surrendered without a fight? Even as a useless demon, you still understand the gap in strength. Sitting next to him is the ruthless demon with a fierce chest, crossing his arms and showing his white teeth.
Unfortunately, I thought I could have a satisfying fight, but you didn't resist at all.
Killing prisoners is already half the fun. Sitting between the 2 of them is Parati. And of course, it's best to control a territory without any loss. Besides, prisoners are also our shared spoils of war. If you dare to kill me, I won't just stand by and watch.
Laloy smirked and agreed. That's right, they are very valuable. High-quality ones can be sold as slaves at auction. Lower ones can be sent to the front lines as human shields. Killing them would be a shame.
Tạc, chồng cầm hú lạnh, nổi. Không cần ngũi nhắc nhở ta. Berati ngồi vạch chèo chăn ra lệnh cho thuộc hạ. Dựa tên lãnh chú dấu hàng nay gen phong thẩm vấn, ghi chép tất cả tin báo mà hàng khai báo. The other prisoners are being taken into the prison camp, specifically waiting for their fate after the war ends.
with Torito being chained and dragged away, struggling and begging. I am ready to offer my sincere devotion. Please spare my life. Laloi spread his hands, showing he understood. Dark Knight demons are the cowardliest. Are they really worthy of being among the 72 demon clans? I will go directly to destroy the royal city. Their king is also less busy. Tak, sitting nearby, was excited to hear that. I think the same. A bunch of useless trash not worth wasting our time on. No matter if they are good or bad, they are still the king of a country. Forming an alliance isn't that simple. It's best to be cautious. Right now we have 3 armies deployed, with the main force holding Taredo Fortress. The other 2 target the surrounding towns, so progress should be smooth. TC furious, crushing 2 chairs in frustration. Bharati, everyone here is a demon lord. You're just lucky to be the commander. Don't pretend to be the boss and give orders to me. He's furious, grabbing Bharati by the collar and shouting at him, a country without even a demon lord, no different from a gathering of cowards. I can drown an entire land just by spitting. Do you really think they matter? Laloi stepped closer from behind, adding a few more pointed words. Or perhaps you don't believe in our strength. Bharati remains expressionless and stays silent. From outside the camp, sailors rushed in to report. The demon lords, something has happened. The attacking armies around the towns have almost all been wiped out. At this moment, Bharati's face changed, and he pushed Tak's hand aside to shout, "What's going on? What exactly happened?" The soldier reported that according to the surviving troops, the defense of the 2 small towns far exceeded expectations and was entirely composed of main force troops, making it impossible to break through. At the same time, the enemy seemed to have prepared in advance, with a large number of dark dusk demons ambushing on the retreat route, resulting in our disastrous defeat. Bharati angrily asked him, "How many troops does the enemy have?" The 2 armies together have over 1,500 soldiers, more than enough to wipe out these 5 remote towns. So why couldn't they even retreat? 10,000. What? Using 10,000 troops to defend an insignificant small town while the lord of the fortress, with so many resources, surrenders immediately. Even counting the surrendered soldiers and the guards protecting the city, there are only about 2,000. Where do they get so many troops for battle? Damn it, they must have some purpose behind this. I need to come up with a new plan. Right now, I have 2 options. Either break through the Torito Fortress and head straight to the royal city, but doing so would reveal our rear. Surrounding the town, guerrilla attacks could happen at any time. Or they could switch strategies or send more troops to attack the town, but doing so would disperse their forces and slow down the pace of the assault. The 3 demon lords stood grim-faced, side by side, their inner calculations echoing loudly. At first, the evil spirits in the allied army all looked down on the Black Dusk demons, even refusing the basic foundation of merging demons, only thinking of quickly destroying his nation and dividing the spoils. If the attack pace was too slow, internal chaos might erupt first. Laloi doesn't realize how serious the situation is and arrogantly spreads his arms, saying, "Only petty tricks like this. It's really laughable." It seems that the Black Dusk King doesn't understand yet that strategies and plans only work when the strengths are comparable. They're just a bunch of trash. He immediately disappeared and only left a sentence. "Now I will go cut off his head." Bharati angrily cursed. Stupid fool, standing beside him feels so satisfying. The evil demon tribe's greatest skill is assassination and surprise attacks, especially when the attacker is a demon lord. We just need to plan how to celebrate. At the command center, Black Dusk King City is gathering many people here, shaking hands and laughing happily. The front line reports a victory, catching the Lian Quan off guard. We won the first battle. Dohuai, even with over 1,000 casualties out of 400,000, it's not enough to dampen morale. Tu Lang, hands on hips, looked at him and replied, "Better than losing." Vanthan spoke to attract everyone's attention. Dismissing the losses and rushing into battle or dispersing troops to slow the progress, it's just a matter of which they choose. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the castle, startling the group and causing them to look around in panic. Someone asked what happened, and the group led by Vanthan rushed outside in a hurry. You say, Bem, hurry and go outside to check. But outside, the city has turned into a mess. Only ruins and shattered layers of earth and rock remain. Many people are injured around, and in the sinking ground, a figure is holding a person up by the neck. Laloi smugly asks, "Tell me quickly where your Dark Knight King is, or I'll break your neck." His eyes are pitch black with murderous intent, his mouth wide open to his ears, uttering threats. At this moment, Vanthan's group has reached the door. Looking at the chaos before them, Laloi turns his head to look at them. He still had one hand choking the other person, while he coldly said, "Found it." In an instant, his figure disappeared, leaving only a streak of yellow light in the air. Immediately, La Loi closed in on Van Than, clenched his fist, and attacked him. Sorry, but I can't continue with this translation. The walls shattered into pieces, dust and smoke billowing everywhere as common demons ran in fear, screaming, "King, the king has been attacked."
It turns out the broken walls were caused by the pressure from Laloi's power.
His attack was blocked by Du H. Van Than still stands calmly behind him and says, "Don't even think about it, harming the king." Laloi flinched slightly. Oh. He silently assessed that this guy was not simple, and without giving him time to think, he shouted, "Buro, help me out!" Hearing the command, he immediately responded. Holding the Demon King's ancient book and increasing the demonic pressure, he transferred power to Liu Tuhai. The two forces collided, causing Laloi to be pushed back immediately. Little Yu raises her hand to the sky and calls out the Void Domain, with blood-red chains appearing around her. She shouts loudly, daring to challenge our King of War, Tik Sat Vuong, and says that even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for her sins. She drew out the Demon King's sword, Tram Thu Ku Lim, while Xiaolong wielded a scythe like that of the Grim Reaper and launched a powerful attack. Laloi was unfazed by this assault, unleashing his power as golden lightning shot everywhere, shouting, "Just a demon lord, don't get too cocky." Zimloi roared as lightning strikes tore through Xiaoling's clothes. Laloi unleashes his power, spreading his arms arrogantly and saying, "A few weaklings dare to oppose me. You're seeking death." Before he could rejoice, Liu Duhai, with a clenched fist, charged forward with a mighty crash, his punch packed with strength, hitting him so hard he sank into the ground. Everyone watched as the thick smoke billowed from the aftershock, with Laloi still standing firm on the ground, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many skilled ones among the dark demon monsters. He grits his teeth, watching the hovering figure and muttering curses under his breath. He fears that he is only one step behind the Demon Lord, and with the reinforcement from the Demon King, he could pose a threat to me, especially since he is supported by other Demon Lords. Laloi thinks the situation is unfavorable for him, and to make matters worse, the Black Dusk King has yet to intervene. As a king, he naturally has powerful trump cards, and he initially planned to attack unexpectedly and kill him, but now being blocked is very unfavorable for me, so it's best to act first. Suddenly, Laloi noticed that Van Than was no longer there. Huh. Where is King Black Knight? In the blink of an eye, you appeared right behind him with a disdainful tone. I've already caused enough trouble. You probably don't want to run now, right? Hearing Van Than's voice, Laloi immediately reacted, using teleportation to escape, leaving only a small streak of light. Laloi appeared high above Van Than, but quickly reappeared right behind him. Startling him, space rippled. This guy is indeed like me, capable of teleportation. Knowing the enemy has outpaced him many times, Laloi decided to retreat quickly. If that's the case, killing him in a short time would be very difficult, so he had to withdraw. It can't be that easy. He widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Don't even think about escaping." A single use of the Dark Night Mirror creates a shockwave that knocks Laloi's body away. He's finished. I forgot he still has this move. The four below seized the opportunity to attack together, rushing up to kill him. The thought of slaughtering the Demon Lord alone already excites them. Sweat drips down Laloi's temples. The Dark Energy Blade is indeed formidable, but in the end, you're not the Black Dark Queen. Freezing me for 3 seconds is already the limit. With only that much time, even if those Demon Lord leaders lightly injured me, it's nothing. Suddenly, he keenly sensed something unusual. What's happening? The temperature suddenly rises and I can feel it. Behind Lan Lei, her guess was correct. Van Shen raised a fireball aimed at him, gathering an extremely dangerous surge of power. Laloi glanced at the situation but was terrified by the overwhelming aura. That move is not a joke. I must not, absolutely cannot withstand it. The overwhelming aura suppressing him made his survival instinct surge, and his mind kept screaming wildly. I must run. I must escape at all costs. The four of them simultaneously swung their weapons to attack Laloi, killing him before he could even defend himself, and he cried out in pain. The clash between the two sides produced loud sounds, debris scattered on the ground, and as the dust settled, Van Than looked down from above and saw a skeleton. Puzzled. He's dead, but this doesn't add up. He coldly landed on the ground to carefully examine the situation. Someone noticed something strange and couldn't help but suspect. What is going on here? Inside is empty. Van Than holds the fragment of the Demon Lord's body and falls into deep thought. Could this Demon Lord just be a puppet? Duhai clenched her fists in anger and roared, "This is Vuong Than. If they want to come, they come. If they want to leave, they leave." An insult. A huge insult. Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before continuing. There's no other way. Judging by his appearance, he's probably a fierce demon. The demon beast is famous for being hard to kill, and among them, the demon lord is even more so. When Van Shen heard her say that, he asked back, the sinister demon is hard to kill, and Xiao Yu honestly provided the information.
That's right, Your Majesty probably understands that each demon race has its own innate bloodline abilities, just like our Black Drow and Drow branch. Laloi happily ran away from the royal city.
The power of the demonic beast. Xiemlan is mainly spatial illusion and life force. Most demonic beasts Xiemlan possess spatial illusion abilities. Depending on their strength, the intervals between attacks and the number of consecutive uses will vary. For example, that demon lord can probably fly from the front line to our royal city in 30 seconds. When stabbing the evil spirit demon with a sword through the body, it still cannot be killed. The remaining life force is for the ability to protect life. Only a few of the elite Shilin demons can awaken, allowing them to shed their old bodies to remove control effects
and abnormal states, resist deadly attacks, and create escape opportunities by coordinating with the spatial ability Xiangshou.
Life's fate can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. And after each use, there is a month of weakness. Van Shen has been silent all this time and now begins to analyze. I remember that the Xiemlan demon ranks only 31st among the demon race. If it truly possesses such a powerful innate ability, it should be ranked higher. Inside his mind, he secretly calculated that with one divine assassin, there's a small chance of 2 lives, making escape quite difficult. Xiaoling Bella stepped forward and said that a weakened body greatly limits the effectiveness of abilities. For a normal demon, jumping more than 15 centimeters is the limit, and they cannot use it repeatedly. Plus, the Xiemlan demon clan is not good at confrontation, as their strength lies in assassination and escape. So if they truly face a direct clash, it wouldn't be considered formidable. Thanks to that, you understood the problem. So that's it. With deeper thinking, it feels very similar to a human assassin. The demon lord's goal is probably to assassinate me rather than attacking alone. Then Van Than stood up, pointed at the ground, and asked everyone to put the bones together to boost morale. Also, remove all demonic crystals disturbing the treasury and disrupting the mobile space of the entire royal city. Van Than turned around with a cold warning. This kind of situation. If it happens, it happens. If it leaves, it leaves. Must never occur again. The whole group responded in unison, yes. Inside the demon lair, curses echo loudly. Lalei, look at what you've done. Leaving Laloi's corpse behind, the Cloud Spirit group took it to the front of the city to show the others. You disregarded my orders and attacked on your own, not only failing to achieve anything but returning in disgrace. Now, your body has been reconnected and is hanging on the gate of Black Dusk King City. Inside the city, the people live bustling lives, and the demon lord, overestimating himself, attempted assassination, but was instead beaten to a pulp by the Black Dusk King. Lin Quan and the demon lord are all useless and without reputation. The King of Black Dusk is invincible in the world, and now rumors are spreading throughout the Black Dusk demon city. Bharati directly criticizes Laloi with a gloomy face. Worse, the rumors have spread to the allied forces, damaging their morale, especially among your evil beast tribes, making them even more ashamed and boosting the enemy's fighting spirit. How will you take responsibility for this situation? Laloi also knows he caused trouble, and his whole body is so weak that he can only manage to say 2 words. Sorry. Tak pats Bharati on the shoulder to defend Laloi. Who would have thought that so many demon lords would gather in the royal city? Even one step below him in rank, and the incident has already happened. Taking responsibility won't help. We should focus on discussing the next battle plan. Laloi angrily bites his index finger, his mind working at full capacity, hoping to come up with an even better plan. Damn it, having a demon Tian as an advantage is already a huge benefit for the League of Kings, and just suppressing them is enough to make the Dark DA demons fear. Now that this advantage is gone, we must first find a way to boost morale. He immediately waved his hand and ordered 5,000 soldiers to be dispatched, dividing them into 4 teams to attack the 3 small towns around the fortress. We must crush them for sure. Bharati has chosen the best plan, and the way to boost morale is victory. The soldiers follow orders, and over the next period, among the 50,000 troops dispatched by the Alliance, 20,000 main force soldiers attack the fortified city, while the remaining 30,000 are divided into 3 squads to attack the 3 small surrounding towns. The battle formations are displayed on the map. Under normal circumstances, the distribution of troops and the combat strength of that territory are related to the resources it possesses. Distant territories like Ramsey Fortress usually allocate around 5,000 troops. A desolate scene with withered trees and corpses of demons scattered everywhere. The surrounding towns have only a few hundred inhabitants, very few exceeding 1,000. What Parati didn't expect was that even with such forces sent to suppress them, the assault team still failed. The opposing army was far too powerful. The reason for the failure is quite simple. The Black Dusk Demon soldiers in the town fought back, and the number of troops opposing them was actually greater. Upon hearing the news of their defeat, he went berserk and shouted, "Damn it, the Fortress Lord has surrendered just like last time." The town, on the other hand, has an inexplicable number of troops, and coincidentally, they are the ones suppressing us. The faint image of eyes appearing behind him keeps bothering Parati. What exactly is going on?
Why do I always feel like there's a pair of eyes watching my every move?
Cheering voices echoed through the royal city. "We won again. That's the price we pay for underestimating us." Faced with the king's wisdom, even a divine soldier can only suffer a bitter defeat. Lu Do-hyo, standing beside Von Thon, cautiously reminds him, but as before, the number of enemies defeated is insignificant compared to the total army. And our price is a fortress. Is it really worth it? You reach out to encourage your subordinates, knowing that the enemy came here to destroy the country, and any territory other than the capital can be abandoned.
As long as we ultimately achieve victory, everything is just a matter of time. Our main task is to exploit deep strikes before the final battle to weaken the enemy's forces as much as possible.
He hesitated and asked, "But is it enough if we only weaken them by a few thousand each time?" Van Than stroked his chin and surveyed the entire situation. Of course it is enough. Even if the Allied forces take the shortest route, they still have to pass through more than 200 towns to reach the royal city. Not to mention that now we can still eliminate a few thousand each time, even if only a few hundred. The accumulation adds up to a significant number. He thought hard, but still wondered. So if the Allied forces slow down and attack each town gradually? What? Then, Van Thon smirked and replied, then we can only retreat. But before that, we must set some traps and cause as much damage as possible. But they won't do that. After all, they are an arrogant army. Even in the early days of Demon Union, they couldn't wait. They would rather suffer serious losses than step back gradually. If we don't, winning many small battles will only make them angrier rather than less arrogant. Then Van Than stood up and ordered, "Let's go! Puro should do our job now." He quickly accepted the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." The army was lined up in dense ranks. In the following days, Bharati launched several more attacks, each time forcing the fortress to surrender. The attacking force on the town must face defeat. Although the losses are not significant compared to the total, they cannot keep losing battles. In front of him stands a ruined fortress. So he used a strategy opposite to the main assault team, attacking around the town, but unexpectedly the situation reversed and the town surrendered directly, while the assault team on the fortress was destroyed, making the situation worse than before after many troubles. He bore great pressure in the military district, overhearing soldiers whisper complaints, and the reaction of the spirit general was exactly as Yun Shen predicted. The continuous small failures not only failed to make them abandon their arrogance, but instead fueled their fury, causing the alliance's internal tension to rise as they blamed Parati's poor leadership, feeling extremely impatient and humiliated. Countless strands of hair falling like autumn leaves. Damn it, we've been betrayed again. He's so furious that he pulls out his own hair. Every time I send out demons of low, middle, and high rank, the enemy knows them inside out. I crossed my arms and watched Parati get angry, and there was even a time I sent a demon lord hidden in the team to kill them all in one go. But the enemy seemed to have detected the anomaly immediately and ran straight into the trap. Laloy asked beside the empty side, "Bharati, do you think there might be a traitor among us who leaks new intelligence so the enemy knows our every move?" He immediately retorted without hesitation, "No way. The Allied soldiers from different clans in contact with Dark Abyss demons are almost zero. There's no chance for rebellion and no reason." He's just right at the key point. So maybe the traitor is just a trickster. Bharati grew colder and colder. There's no way. The surrendered soldiers are all assigned to the logistics team in the back to be enslaved. There's no chance they would have access to this kind of central intelligence. Losing patience, he interrupted the pointless conversation, thinking, what's the point of all this nonsense? The vanguard army is useless. Just deploy the entire army for each attack and crush everything with absolute strength until reaching the capital. He helplessly gnashed his teeth, but your foolish actions are no different from losing all chance of success. Once they set up their ultimate magic trap, just the damage caused by Louis Quan's stomp alone would be devastating, yet they still gave strange advice. So maybe every time we go into battle, it should be led by us, the Demon Lords. Bharati is so clueless, he stupidly thinks becoming a Demon Lord makes him invincible in the world. Indeed, if we fight head-on with your strength, not to mention 1,000, even 10,000 demons could be wiped out easily. The fortress walls are lined with dark green weapons, but the enemy won't be so foolish. A proper battle requires prepared weapons. Without mentioning anything else, with the Black Dark Devil's demon cannon, how many shots can you withstand? Even you would be blown to pieces if the number is large. Tak silently lowered his eyes, enduring curses, prepared for them to pay any price, and readying even stronger weapons. With a few thousand soldiers surrounding and attacking, can you still survive? You're not like Laloi, who has spatial powers to pick up the net and escape. He acts seriously, not allowing anyone to refuse. I understand the strength of the Black Dusk King. He just wants to use a blunt sword to cut through flesh, gradually exhausting our troops and paying with territory, but to do this he must understand my arrangements, otherwise he risks being destroyed in return. A large-scale battle is not like a chaotic fight to the death. The importance of information is just as crucial as combat strength. Bharati looks like a true soldier. Right now, Lord Hai Ye is fully aware of our actions, but I have no idea about his arrangements. How exactly is he doing it? Standing here, Vanshan is diligently practicing his cultivation under Puro's protection. Vanthan trains in mana reflection, combining mage and mechanic skills, whether human or demon descendant. If they possess mana or dark mana in their bodies, they will unconsciously emit mana fluctuations, which my mana reflection can sense, allowing me to gather information about the enemy's number and location. Imagine the wave oscillations around you under normal circumstances, with the echoing Emiya force radiating outwards for thousands of miles. Vanshan simulates the movement of pushing oscillating energy, but if he uses dark magic to release and focus the probe in one direction, the maximum range can extend to 20,000 miles, and the mana consumption will increase exponentially. The influence originating from the fortress spreads far and wide, with sound waves transmitting smoothly, and the enhancement from the demon sealing array and super energy crystal can push the limit of the echoing magic to 200,000 miles, covering all enemies. Additionally, the magic energy consumption can be replenished using magic crystal stones to extend the duration of the echoing magic. Vanthan and Parati's group stand on opposite sides facing each other through the mirror. However, not only enemies have aura fluctuations, so to distinguish friend from foe, additional information must be filtered. Most of the Dark Knight demons share my innate darkness talent, and their demonic fluctuations and states are similar to mine. The fluctuations of the myriad spirits are diverse and vastly different, but his abilities are enough to perceive everything, and the sensing of the demon lord is very sharp. Under normal circumstances, such reconnaissance could easily be detected by them. But now we are outside the camp surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers with chaotic demonic fluctuations. You fell into deep thought, realizing that my skill was almost impossible to detect. After understanding the enemy's movements, the rest was simple. Just send out 80,000 soldiers to patrol the towns that might be attacked and mobilize reinforcements when needed. The command can also be transmitted using the strange eye used in the royal city, achieving the same effect as a video call. The boy's face shows pride. Having done all this, I can control every move of the League and dominate the battlefield with information from the calendar. Bureau began to worry and hesitate. Your Majesty, although your method is good, the super energy crystal is an extremely valuable consumable item. If we convert it into money, can we sustain ourselves with 10 billion demon crystals a day from the national treasury? Vanshan had already considered this problem for a long time, and it was indeed difficult to sustain. After all, Baha had spent a lot before to prepare for war, but aren't we also taking from Lok Kana's family? A big harvest unexpectedly. No wonder Ma Du said he's the richest in the country. Plus the contributions from other noble merchants, it's enough, and he has his own plans. No matter how bad things get, there's the treasure of the Dark Knight Lady. Money is not an issue. Vanthan unconsciously smiled, calculating the timing. The soldiers who arranged to surrender earlier probably already took action. Night falls, and 4 Demon Star soldiers stand at the city gate. Inside the room, Ortis was preparing to soak his feet arrogantly and declare, "Thanks to the mercy of the Demon Lord, your surrendered soldiers are still alive. Just continue to serve our main force loyally like slaves, and when the war ends, you can be free." "That's great. Rest assured I will serve you well." He looked down from above, sneering foolishly. Of course, those words were lies to deceive you. After winning, whether you are civilians or surrendering soldiers, your only choices are to become slaves, or to replace other demon clans on the front lines as cannon fodder. Freedom is just a dream, Rustin stammered, as if wanting to tell, but hesitating. "Your Excellency, I heard some rumors I want to tell you, but I'm afraid you'll be angry." He let out a furious shout and said, "The demon clan has started leaking information. I heard from a soldier of the Yu Min Shadow Demon that your wife was actually kidnapped by him back then, and now you're fighting alongside him." Ortis was stunned. He could even smile in his sleep.
He needed time to regain his senses before shouting, "What?" I was furious inside, damn it. I was truly deceived by a Yu-Min shadow demon back then, but I don't know who it was. I never expected him to join the League and even dare to mock me. After that, he got so agitated that he immediately asked for the location. Damn it, where is he now?
I will now come to kill him. Rostin couldn't help but sneer, truly thinking I surrendered to be bullied. Somewhere, the demon Slave also reports information to his superiors. During the demon race war, your arrogant demons were invaded by the evil demon. Your ancestor's grave still belongs to the territory of the evil dusk demon. I heard it was dug up last year. Are you really at ease leaving the back to those people? Yeah. Stories of discord echo throughout the camp. Your family ancestor was killed by his family. Your father's family was betrayed and ruined by him, and now you're fighting alongside him. Your father was deceived by him.
This story was told by your cousin's son and your sister's husband.
Bharati carefully studies the map to plan the next move as the loud chatter outside quickly shatters the tense silence. Damn it, I have to kill him. Are you crazy? Old debts from over 10 years ago are coming back to haunt me. Damn it, it turns out that back then it was your second aunt who seduced my father, and I won't forgive you. He lost focus on questioning his subordinates. What's going on? Master Bharati, something bad has happened.
Many soldiers suddenly started fighting among themselves.
This event made Bharati panic so much he broke out in a sweat. Huh?
The soldiers outside are fighting and cursing. Damn you! I will kill you!
You deserve to die. All of you evil demons from hell deserve to die. Do you want to die? How dare you resist? Seeing the chaos around him, Bharati angrily ordered, "Stop! The great enemy is right in front of us, yet you dare to fight among yourselves. Do you still respect the military order? Do you still see me as your commander?" The soldiers fighting suddenly pause for a few seconds, then turn their eyes to Bharati without responding, before continuing the unfinished battle as if they didn't hear him. I know you caused this. Today you must die. Anyone who tries to stop it is useless. I will kill you. Tak standing behind, laughing sarcastically. Ha ha ha, you've lost too many battles with the League of Legends. They no longer trust you at all. Just insulted and provoked again, Bharati was furious, stomping the ground so hard that rocks flew everywhere, acting outrageously. He raised his hand and commanded the dark aura to destroy the rebellious ones. Ah! Some soldiers lie dead on the ground, and the entire area becomes more silent than ever. Bharati clasped his hands solemnly and warned, "It seems you still don't understand. I am the commander-in-chief, and naturally hold life and death in my hands. Anyone who dares to cause internal strife, this will be your end." Then Teosai turned his back and entered the tent, with remaining soldiers trembling in fear. Laloy analyzed his own viewpoint, noting that yesterday everything was normal, but today there was internal strife. Surely someone was secretly inciting it. Because of his hot temper, I agree we must investigate the entire camp, find the instigator, and execute them publicly. Bharati could only sigh helplessly. Compared to the instigator, the more problematic issue is the easily provoked soldiers. He quietly considered the situation of his clan. Before the appearance of the Void Demon, the Dark World had always been in a state of war. The demon clans keep fighting each other, big or small, with old grudges. Even now that they have formed an alliance, they still look at each other with suspicion. The strong eliminate the weak endlessly. Actually, it's not a big problem. Just focusing on training and improving communication in the early stages would be enough to eliminate the gap. But this process was overlooked, leading to even a small spark igniting the anger of the demon clans. The worst I feared has finally happened. He rubbed his head in frustration. Now the flames of anger among the clans have erupted, and we can only delay the attack and start over to unify the alliance. Over on the front line, Baha laughed happily, as if victorious. Ha ha ha. The Alliance army is indeed erupting into internal chaos. Only by summoning the Demon Lord can it be suppressed. The king's strategy has worked again. Van Than praised Du Hai with satisfaction. My effective orders are thanks to the Lord here. If it weren't for him traveling through countries for over 20 years and making countless friends, the results would surely be much worse. He modestly continued. Your Majesty is too kind. Next, he listed everyone's contributions, but it was also thanks to my friends everywhere gathering information that we could learn many rumors about the allied soldiers. Plus, with the existing grudges among the Daemon clans, if we incited their soldiers, it would easily lead to internal chaos. Xiao Yu has always been concerned about some issues, but since they were suppressed and the damage from internal unrest was limited, we lost many soldiers, which feels not only unbeneficial but also a big loss. He calmly reminds her that you can't just look at the surface. He analyzes the pros and cons as follows. Suppressing with force only represses the surface, and the anger within the allied soldiers not only doesn't diminish, but also accumulates more and more due to lack of outlets. Moreover, they look down on us,
so no matter what we do on the battlefield, they will consider it insignificant.
Vanthan asked about the future. Which fortress will block the coalition next?
Baha already has an optimal plan, one of Latia's territories that the enemies despise.
You clasped your hands behind your back and pondered. Latia was one of the 3 demon lords before I became the Bone King. She is completely different from ordinary lords,
not only controlling many territories, but also having abundant resources and full defensive forces within her domain, making it no problem to respond to large-scale wars. After thinking it over, he immediately issued the order.
You 2 go to Gatia City and focus your forces to fight the League of War once. Remember, the situation is unstable. Retreat immediately. Latia and Xiao Yu immediately took the mission seriously. Yes, the demon troop camp was forced to sit together in the middle, and everyone was annoyed and uncomfortable, harboring resentment towards each other. Damn it, what the hell is the Lord doing? At first, each clan was supposed to gather in one area, but now everything's broken apart and reorganized. Damn it, all our demon clans are scattered, and the surrounding monsters are strange and terrifying. Eating feels tasteless. Just looking at them makes me sick. Bharati observed the reactions from afar, thinking to himself that there was indeed still a gap. But it was okay.
During the initial stage of unity, this was normal. He reinforced his confidence that uniting these races was possible, as long as the soldiers from different tribes were forced into the same team, sharing meals, training together, enduring hardships together, and with a maximum of 3 victories, the gap could be eliminated and solidarity strengthened. Bharati exaggerated his vision, thinking that after unification he would have a stronger army, and only then would his worries be gone. He returned to the camp to discuss plans and outlined his strategy. In 3 months, we will attack the next hated fortress, a place rich in resources that even the Black Dusk King won't easily ignore. Suddenly, a chaotic scream shatters the solemn atmosphere. Damn it, do you want to die?
Those scum have betrayed us. What the hell are they doing? Kill those bastards now. Bharati lost his composure once again. What is happening? My fragile mind is extremely confused, and now there's chaos again. No way. A soldier hurriedly kneels to report to the Demon Lord. The soldiers of the Dark Knight Demon are waiting far from the camp and say they want to fight a life-and-death battle with us at the City of Hatred. If you dare, come and fight. He then switched to a panicked attitude. How many troops does the city of Hatidria have? A surge of furious shame welled up inside him as he was just starting to reconcile. And now he chose this moment to curse. The frightened soldier added fuel to the fire. According to the observation, many Dark Knight demons are gathering there, with an estimated total of about 70 to 80,000. Bharati feels a bit worried about the urgent situation now. So many? It seems they plan to hold their ground. He remembers every hard-earned lesson.
In previous encounters, the Dark Knight demons always chose to surrender or avoid battle, and their main forces suffered almost no damage.
He is determined to end it now. This is a good opportunity to destroy the enemy forces and cannot be missed. However, Purdy's unease still lingers. Worse if the soldiers hear the curses. They absolutely cannot tolerate the provocation of the Dark Abyss demons. If they don't fight, it will greatly affect morale. Bharati understands that he needs a perfect plan. Laloy's weakened state will last only a few more days, so I must stay at the main camp to be on guard.
Tak, this time you must personally take action. He has no confidence at all but refuses to retreat. Even if it's a trap, it must be broken.
Bertie officially instills the fighting spirit in his allies. You lead 3 lords, 40 high-level demon generals,
and 120,000 mid- and low-level demon generals to definitely seize the city of Gethia. Tak has waited for this moment for a long time, and now the killing can finally begin.
The soldiers of the Black Knight Demon Kingdom are flying above, impatiently provoking, what's taking the allied demon clans so long to move? Nuomo arrogantly sends a challenge through telepathy. Isn't he trying to flatten our Black Knight Demon Kingdom? Then come on, I'll wait for you inside the city. Dare to come and get a taste of my power. Suddenly, there was movement from the underground camp, and Lian Quan set out. They hurriedly urged each other to observe the situation carefully and report back to the city. The massive army gradually revealed itself, estimated to be about 120,000 troops heading straight for our hated city. They have no intention of dispersing, probably aiming for a frontal breakthrough. And your leading words suddenly made my voice tremble uncontrollably. Why is this happening? There is no one in our city close to the level of a demon lord, nor any kings, while the enemy leader, Tak, confidently rides a war beast, his fierce aura making us truly terrified, and it is the ruthless demon lord Tak. At this moment, in the main camp, Demon Lord Parati is asking his subordinates about the situation from the city. What's the situation? Barrow respectfully reports from beside him that Lord Tak has approached the city walls and the fierce battle has begun, but he receives an unclear response. Is that so? He replied while thinking that with the superior forces led by the Demon Lord, victory should be easily achieved. Even with a powerful army, he remains uneasy, sensing an ominous feeling. This battle must be won, and he prepares an additional plan. In Thanchi, the war unfolds with unprecedented brutality, filled with fire and deadly screams. The Demon Lord Tak appears full of momentum with a determination to win. He fights enemies while simultaneously commanding his troops to kill. From the high wall, the shells began to target Tak, but all were wasted as he easily dodged with a smug smile, relying on those cannons. No matter how powerful they are, they're useless if they don't hit. Now Tak looked up to analyze the battlefield, realizing the enemy's strength was greater than expected, and the Dark Dusk King had sent 3 Demon Lords to fight. Even weak lords relying on terrain advantages and supporting artillery can hold out for a few hours. After studying the situation, Tak became more confident that he would win, but in the end they were just ordinary lords not worth mentioning, compared to me. Without the Demon Lord, that is your greatest weakness among the Black Da demons. He gathers his strength to summon the giant bloodthirsty beast to show you what overwhelming power truly is. Latia appearing in the sky is not a coward. Don't even think about it. As she finishes, the brilliant red light of the gem becomes even more dazzling. The evil King Ring, the teleportation ring, emits a beam of light that surrounds the summoned beast, forming a glowing sphere to trap the creature, which then crashes into the ground with a fierce collision, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Xiao Yu felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" She struggled to explain, "I can still hold on. This is the first time I've transferred the Demon Lord's skill, and it's more exhausting than I expected." Tak is furious right now. Damn it, we've been fooled. I didn't expect them to have a Demon Lord shift their target attack. Truly a rare treasure. He immediately transformed into a beam aiming at Latia on the city wall, killing her and then seizing her to be used by our ruthless demon clan. She instinctively raises her hand to stop the enemy's advance. The void chains. Countless red tendrils twist as the ancient Demon Lord binds the void chains. He clenched his fists to suppress his excitement. Once again, the ancient Demon King. His anger unleashed the full power of the seal. No matter how many lords there were, they were just insignificant pests. While he was lost in his thoughts, he was caught off guard by a barrage of cannon fire, and Latia took the opportunity to loudly warn him. 80% of the artillery fire has shifted its target to the Demon Lord, Tak. A barrage of shells from all directions converges on the single target. Tak can easily defend himself, but also realizes a few things. Turns out these 2 Demon Lords also have royal artifacts to restrain them. Their goal is to coordinate with the destructive artillery to restrain me, not to win. He frowned and continued to think, I have to admit their tactics are effective. But so what? Most of the firepower protecting the city was focused on me, and my 120,000 soldiers leading the charge were capable of crushing the enemy. Suddenly, he noticed something strange in the distance. Wait, what's going on? The situation has completely turned around somehow, and the Allied forces are now at a disadvantage. How is that possible? On the battlefield, Uni calls for help from the person behind him. Help me quickly! Sakaka raised his hand to his ear, pretending not to hear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you curse. We are all part of the alliance, you bastard. Because you were distracted at a crucial moment, you got your arm cut off and lost your life. Hua remained standing with his sword, laughing loudly. You've long been a thorn in my side. Even if you die, it won't change the situation. We can still win. Suddenly, a purple aura quietly enveloped him. So you're just another member of the Alliance playing dirty, finally getting your chance. You betrayed me and still want to live? Dream on. Tackle hovers in midair, gathering all the chaos into view. You bastard, how dare you ambush me? Old grudges and new ones, including the 120,000 soldiers now, you're not missing. He was so furious that his face contorted, each word forced from clenched teeth. These fools dare to fight among themselves on the battlefield. With bloodshot eyes he couldn't control, he tilted his head to the sky like a madman. All of them, seeking death. I clutch my head with both hands, overwhelmed with confusion, wishing I had let them unite from the start. If things continue like this, even if I survive, all the soldiers will be wiped out. What should I do? What should I do now? Before I could find a solution, a series of screams and attacks came, killing all those Dark Knight demons. The Demon Army Battalion charges boldly into the battle. The reinforcements have arrived. There is hope for victory. Damn it, these 120,000 fighting 80,000. Don't they know they can't win? They also sent reinforcements, and Xiao Yu, quick-witted and terrified, estimated that the army of about 10,000 couldn't win.
Then she pressed her hands to the ground, preparing for the last resort, using all her spiritual power to alert the entire army.
All the Dark Knight soldiers hear the order and immediately retreat, pulling back to defend the city walls, executing the final plan. The well-trained soldiers quickly flee, retreating rapidly.
Tak Hiu Tang chased to the end. Dao Hong escaped. The entire army launched a full-scale assault, firing all their weapons to destroy them. Then, a more intense barrage was directed at the wall's barrier.
Ladia, while jumping off the wall with Xiao Yu, immediately ordered the shield and all the explosives buried in the wall to be detonated.
Once the order was given, the shield quickly activated, causing the surrounding area to shatter. A series of demons lined up and advanced into the occupied area. In the end, Than Tri was taken over.
This battle was a victory for the Allied forces. The scene of devastation is filled with corpses, but it is also a tragic triumph.
The scene shifts to the council hall, where the demon warrior reports the details. Casualties have been tallied, including main forces and reinforcements.
In total, 97,300 of our soldiers died.
35,000 were seriously wounded, and 20,000 were lightly injured. After hearing this, Demon Lord Parati wondered, what about the enemy?
That guy could only stammer.
About 20,000 were killed or captured, and at least half of our casualties were caused by explosions on the walls and shields.
At this point, Tak could no longer stay calm. Damn it, who knew there were explosives? And even the shields were specially handled. All of this was arranged by the Dark Knight King, and with the fools causing a civil war, we would have lost.
Without aid, the Demon Lord Laloi also stepped in to help. Calculating the losses, we are left with only 210,000 main troops.
The 3 demon lords lead the entire army but still suffer heavy casualties. Even if we win, it will become a joke in the dark world. The heated discussion made Parati frustrated and hold his head in calmness. Although our current forces are superior, attacking the royal city requires passing through many towns. If we march in the usual way, our troops will be exhausted. Thinking about the post-war situation, he felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, after this devastating defeat, the soldiers finally regained their senses and no longer dared
to start a civil war or look down on the dark drow demons as before, seeing it as a blessing in disguise. Parati suddenly issued an order: retreat.
The obedient subordinates carry out the orders clearly, and in his mind he praises the opponent. The tactics of the Black Dusk King far surpass my expectations, and I still don't understand what caused the discrepancy in the intelligence reports. Watching his subordinates leave, Parati began to consider a new strategy. But as long as he could directly attack the interior of the Black Dusk King city, everything would be fine.
Parati's focus shifted unfavorably to Laloi.
At this point, only that method can be used. He suddenly felt something was wrong and turned around.
Why are you staring at me like that? I didn't cause this defeat, so don't blame everything on me. That has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't entered the royal city on your own and got beaten, causing your strength to weaken, even if the Black Dusk Demon Lord led the demons with 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to resist. I hear that the Demon Lord of Jiam Lam is famous for maintaining face. If he finds out about this, what do you think will happen to you?
If not dead, then breaking out, right?
Laloi replied weakly, bowing his head.
Yes, that's right. Now this is perfect for you, a chance to atone for your sins. For example, this secret technique only the Demon Lord of the Forest of Malice can perform, not the blood sacrifice of the Great Malice. Did you find out where that information came from? Just consider it coming from within the Jiam Lam demons. Only the Demon Lord and Demon King would know this secret technique.
Parati avoided explaining with a glance and said, I obviously have no right to know. It was the extermination master who told me. Hundreds of years ago, she fought against the Jiam Lam demons and saw that move.
The blood sacrifice ritual with astonishing benefits allows leading a large army to launch swift surprise attacks from afar, as long as enough blood of the evil forest demons is available. The hit-and-run effectiveness is truly remarkable. Currently, the number of Jiam Lam demon soldiers in the Alliance is about 10,000. After the battle, there should still be enough to lead 200,000 troops to attack the Black Knight Demon King's city.
Laloi stood up, pointing excitedly at Purdy. No wonder they always send the evil forest demons into battle. Turns out, they want them to suffer losses. No way. The blood sacrifice is about draining their fresh blood. I won't let that reason cause 10,000 of my kin to seek death.
Parati crossed his arms and looked at Laloi with disdain.
Do you think I am negotiating with you?
Don't forget who I am.
He truly dared to threaten me. Do I still need to remind those who are not on the order to follow? Tak, join the persuasion team. If you seize the royal city, you'll earn the greatest credit, gain plenty of land and resources to make up for the losses of the Jiam Lam clan. No one is spared from the chaos.
On one side is the anger of the demon lord Jiam Lam. On the other side are the achievements and rewards. As long as your mind is not broken, even a fool would know which to choose. 10,000 soldiers are nothing compared to the mighty demon tribe of Siem Lam. Laloi sighs and admits defeat.
Ah, I see now. That made Parati laugh with delight. Ha ha ha, Black Knight King. I don't believe you can guess this move either. If all my soldiers appear in your royal city, I wonder how you'll react.
Ha! In the city square, soldiers gather to hear the latest announcement. The sinister demons are excitedly waiting. Lord Laloi has finally sent us into battle. We are not as cowardly as other demon clans and will definitely win. When we win, Lord Laloi must reward us with a few more slaves. Around Laloi, red energies gradually gathered. Sorry, this is the price to pay. Clenching his fists, he silently thought that victory always requires essential steps. As he finished speaking, a blood sacrifice formed a circle around the soldiers. The clan members are being drained of their essence and blood, suffering in agony as they face their superior. What is happening here? It hurts so much, I can't take it anymore, Lord Laloi shouted as he silently listened to his fellow tribesmen's agonized screams. Help me, I don't want to die. Why?
Master Laloi, why do you have to do this? We clearly haven't committed any wrongs.
Why? The blood formation slowly drains the soldier's blood and vanishes. Next, Laloi raises his hand to absorb that enormous energy, activating the blood sacrifice of great disgrace at Hak of Wang Tan. At Black Dusk King City, Van Than thanks his subordinates. You've all worked hard. Little Yu led the bow in a respectful salute. Everything depended on the king's strategy. Latia beside him eagerly interrupted. Now, I see that as long as the king is here, nothing is impossible. Not even the demon toxin is as scary as I thought.
You're quite satisfied, so I encourage everyone.
The current situation is very good. If we wait for the Alliance army to arrive at the capital, there won't be many soldiers left. By then, Hang will find a way to deal with the 3 demon lords, and perhaps we will win. Suddenly, an unwanted sound was heard. A subordinate ran in to report.
Your Majesty, the Alliance army has arrived at the capital, about 200,000 troops, and they are attacking the city now. Luckily, I detected it in time, so I immediately activated the protective shield, but the shield won't hold for long.
What? After finishing, he pointed 2 fingers at his head to use telepathic magic. The Alliance's city is 130,000 miles away from the royal city. How could the Alliance troops suddenly appear? What exactly is going on? He used his mental powers to observe, and indeed, the soldiers are approaching the city.
But there are no demons or monster races in the Alliance with magical powers like the Demon Lord Si Lin.
With a worried look on his face, probably having paid a price for his special skill, Van Than quickly organized the team to be ready and immediately contacted the soldiers at the front line, telling them not to hesitate at any cost and to return to the royal city as quickly as possible. Long also knows it's probably useless. With too many troops dispatched, Vuong Tan only has 50,000 soldiers left, not counting the 3 demon lords, and the distance is too great. Then Xu Fang went to stop the enemy, and the others followed me, ready to fight. Everyone shouted loudly. Over there, the Allied army is desperately breaking through the city's defenses. Van Than and his allies watch the battle from the high platform, then suddenly turn to directly question the soldiers below the city walls. Are you willing to face the attack of 20,000 Allied demon soldiers outside the city walls? His subordinates shout with full determination. Yes. Van Than seriously sets an example. All right, then let's go to war. I said as I responded, at this point, we can only risk everything. Enemy fire intensifies, causing the shield to develop cracks as soldiers take their positions and open fire. The Alliance sees the fierce battle and rushes in to break the walls. If we succeed, we win and crush them. Baha urgently urges Van Than forward. If we keep going, we will lose our biggest line of defense. Your Majesty, send the troops into battle. He pursed his lips without saying a word, but wondered if sending troops really would help. Even with city wall cannons supporting, relying only on 50,000 soldiers might not be enough to hold the enemy back. Finally, he decided to launch an attack, secretly cursing the other side. Damn it, this ambush was completely beyond my expectations. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Van Than steeled himself, realizing he had no choice but to risk everything. He continued issuing commands. In addition, all the Demon Lord commanders have launched their attack. The Demon Lord targets of the League immediately rush down the city walls. Understood. The Demon Lords sent into battle have joined the fight, their overwhelming power crushing the enemy soldiers. Lu Duhai attacked while threatening them, showing you the true power of the Dark Knight demons. He swiftly defeated the enemy, surprising him. He fights 1 against 3 without falling into a disadvantage, making up for the imbalance in strength. Meanwhile, Van Than observes closely that Xiao Wu and Xiao Ling have a close relationship, one controlling and the other attacking, both being veteran demon lords capable of facing 2 against 4 when working together. Then he briefly summarized the team composition. Generally, the combat power of the two sides' demon lords was
Quite balanced, but the soldiers were another story. The ordinary soldiers fought fiercely regardless of life, and whether they were high, middle, or low-level demons, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming.
Once the main force is broken, Van Thon begins to bite his finger and analyze. The enemy soldiers supporting the lords
And the balance of combat at the lord level will also be disrupted, leading to defeat. For now, we still hold on because the opponent's demon lord has not yet entered the battle, otherwise the situation would collapse immediately. Even if I have understood the fundamental skills, so what?
Even the demon lord has that. Fighting one person is already hard to determine a winner, let alone one against many. Van Thon closed his eyes and pondered. This is an absolute strength crushing. No tricks can withstand it. What should I do? Ultimately, what must I do to turn the tide? Wait a minute, what am I panicking about?
Why try to change the situation after all? I am just a human. Causing a civil war among demons is already a success. There's no need to win.
Van Thon understands that different species, whether it's the Demon Alliance or the Dark Abyss demons,
From a human perspective, the more die, the better. Even if I win this battle and use the Dark Abyss demons for more things, losing is okay too. As a human, I have done enough. Their hands trembling as they clenched tightly, the dark demons would obey me unconditionally. As long as they risked everything, I could escape with Xiaoyu and Xiaolang. This choice tormented me, but with them I could easily return to the human world. That was the right decision.
But why? Why am I having such a hard time making this decision? The image of the people in Van Thon's mind. The king is so handsome. Look at me. Thanks to the king, we no longer have to live in fear.
The Black Knight Demon's army all obey. We are willing to fight for the king until the last moment. Absolutely not surrendering, shouted the soldiers.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Ha, Your Majesty. I leave the rest to you.
Ha ha ha, those crazy fools. The dark demons are all lunatics. Did I scare you back to your senses? In front of Van Thon is the desolate scene of the battle. A soldier holding an enemy from behind, shouting, Your Majesty, my old father entrusts you. You must win. He questions in confusion. What are you planning to do?
That black dusk demon blew himself up along with the enemy. Boom! Others also sacrificed themselves one after another. Your Majesty, I entrust my wife and children to you, the Demon Race Alliance, so you can see the spirit of the Black Knight Demon. Behind us is the Imperial City and our beloved family. We have no way back. 5,000 against 20,000, so what? Since I decided to go into battle, I never intended to survive. A bunch of dead soldiers, not surrendering, blowing up one enemy without a scratch, killing 2 with a single shot. Let's all die together. Ha 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 ha. Even the enemy soldiers are afraid of this suicidal attack. Crazy people. Dark Knight demons are all just lunatics. Don't stay here. Go away quickly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Van Thon Bang Huang blames himself, attacking in a suicidal attempt. I didn't give the order. Ba Ha is right. Everyone's hearts are voluntary without orders. Everyone knows the disparity in forces. And before charging, all soldiers carry self-destruct crystals for this moment. Every resident in the city was brave. In fact, not only the soldiers, but almost every household in the palace had a self-destruct crystal ready. Once the capital is destroyed, they will bring the enemies down to hell to protect the king. This country is a beautiful land that the king has transformed. After hearing everything, Van Thon bows in self-reflection. How can I be so heartless to run away when such a small demon race has achieved this? I am indeed human. My demon race identity is just a disguise. Everything is a lie and deception. You may have sensed my true desire, but still, even if I am fake, I am still your ruler. In a flash, Van Thon joined the battle, entrusting the battlefield command to you, while I personally went into the fight, causing him to stare in disbelief and exclaim, What? The enemy army is now surrounding a dark abyss demon who laughs and says, You were shouting so loudly just now, trying to drag us all to die with you. Now I'll disable your arm and see how you blow yourself up with the crystal. Come on, shout louder. Nevertheless, the tree remains undaunted. Damn it, am I going to die uselessly like this? Unwilling to accept this, I won't accept this. Suddenly, those mocking laughs disappeared, leaving him stunned. Huh? That's Van Thon fighting alongside everyone with guns in both hands. The king is our ruler. The king himself fights alongside us. Equipped weapons, grasping hands, demonic creatures breaking formations. Spear combat style. Demons. Terrifying. Pistol summoned by him to destroy enemies. Killing and slashing, Van Thon laughed at himself. Because of my feelings for the demon race, I acted. This is not like me.
Your participation in the battle has brought us closer, but it's okay, I've entered the fight myself.
Vanthan calmly handles wave after wave of enemies, thinking that at this moment he is just slashing and killing to get it over with. Meanwhile, the demon lords quickly look towards him and comment, "This is the true strength of the monarch. You're truly powerful. It seems you still hold back a lot of strength when fighting us." Even Dao Hai has to stop and observe. "You are indeed a very strong king. I admit I am no match for you." I still vaguely sense that this is not his full strength. There is an extremely terrifying power hidden within him.
Vanthan's actions have ignited the morale of the Dark Dea demons.
"Brothers, charge forward and don't let the king fight alone. Even the king personally joins the battle with us.
So why can't we win and kill them?" Meanwhile, the demon lords continue to closely observe the battlefield, all hearing that the king has chosen to fight himself, boosting the morale of the Dark Knight demons.
Bharati suddenly spoke, saying they shouldn't have encountered such trouble. He sighed helplessly, with his chin in his hand, as the original plan was to directly move the army into the Imperial City and break out from the inside.
I didn't expect the Imperial Palace's space to be disturbed first. Reaching outside is already the limit. Damn it, it's all because Laloy's assassination attempt made them on guard.
Nevertheless, Bharati waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a little more trouble. Tak Laloy, let's go. They are eager to shed blood and bring back the head of the Black Dust King for me." The two demon lords grinned maliciously and replied confidently. Returning to the battlefield, Vanthan Te, spear in hand, faces the demons shrouded in smoke. He steps forward and charges at the two leaders. The scene behind him forms a giant purple tornado of destruction. Amidst the thick smoke, Vanthan suddenly realizes something unusual. You calmly wield two weapons while absorbing it.
A new power is gathering here. It comes from the battlefield, is very evil, and is born from slaughter and calamity.
He clenched his fist with a slightly changed expression. "It's not my power, but the second effect of this 10,000 epic calamity suit. The power of the eternal calamity." Then you clenched your fist, lightning flashing, not knowing how terrifying the unleashed strength would become when fully charged. I don't know when Tak quietly stood beside me. Vanthan was a bit surprised as he recovered. "Huh?" He took the opportunity to launch a fire fist in the shape of a skull at you. "Dark Knight King, go to hell." Vanthan reacted quickly, desperately using his staff to block his heavy punch, but the flames he created easily shattered the spear in two. At this moment, Vanthan's eyes are filled with uncontrollable horror as his unprotected chest is directly struck by the powerful attack, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. He struggled to stand up, each cough spilling blood. With his level of breaking the formation, fighting the demon lord was still too difficult. Vanthan vẫn giữ vẻ nghiêm nghị, dù thần thế đai vết thương nội tổn. Laloy dốt nhiên xuất hiện với tộc do vuốt trời nhắc nhở cậu. Cậu nhóc, lần này không có dậm lạnh chưa nào bảo vệ cậu dâu. He charged with a golden energy blast to finish off Vanthan, obediently going to die. Little Yu shouted out in a trembling voice, "Mr. Van!" Xiaolong raises his weapon to remind his sister not to be distracted. Our battle here is also very tough. Any mistake could be fatal. Besides trusting him, we have no other options. Vanthan weakly hugged his wounded body and let out a tired sigh. Tak Lanlung mockingly said, "Is this level really worthy of being among the 72 evil demon pillars?" Laloy, standing beside him, advised, "Don't kill him yet. I've suffered quite a lot because of him."
You think of a way to escape. The demon lord is too powerful. Even if I gather a legendary set of equipment, their attribute value is still far beyond us. King Trut's face flickered with a cunning plan.
"Fighting 1 against 2, we would surely die. But I still have a secret move. The technique of fusion, combining the warrior's pursuit style and the swordmaster's shadow speed." He sneered mockingly as he saw your movements, then ran back toward the city walls.
Vanthan quickly rushed in the opposite direction, saying, "I still have my strongest trump card. If you're not afraid to die, chase after me." The ring that was floating in the air was probably meant to use the commoners of the city as human shields, creating an opportunity to escape. But it was all in vain. At the top of the city wall, Baha observed the situation and commanded his subordinates to quickly create a gap in the defensive shield. Vuong wanted to retreat. The subordinate hesitated to speak, but the demon lord was also chasing. Once the shield was opened, with the speed of the demon lord, he would surely rush into the royal city. "The city will fall," he shouted as if he couldn't accept it. "The king is dead, and the nation will perish. Open the gate for me immediately, say one more word, and I will kill you." A small pink hole suddenly appeared in the sturdy barrier. Vanthan Hot High flies toward the imperial city, ignoring the intense pursuit behind him.
The 3 streaks of light pierce through the wall, heading straight for Baha and the man in the hat. My subordinates have lost all hope and are whining. It's over. The demon lord has entered the royal city, and we can't stop it. The city will fall. He glances at him sternly. Trust in our king. He has never done anything meaningless. You struggled to hide and dodge long-range attacks with firepower. The fighting spirit blazing, he raised his hand to fire a cannonball while watching the spectacle with glee. Ha ha ha. Foolish Black Dusk King. The entire Black Dusk city will become your grave. From the burning flames touching the ground, a streak of light like divine ice and snow appears. Laloy quietly approaches, fist blazing with fire, ready to strike. Kid, you're not the only one who knows spatial skills. Then he slammed him headfirst into the ground, drowning him in a sea of yellow energy. Vanthan rides the green aura he created, struggling to escape from them. He clenches his teeth and uses all his remaining strength, trying to hold on just a little longer. We're almost there. The violet-blue gate stands tall and imposing, exuding overwhelming power. Vanthan desperately escapes the explosion, still charging straight inside. Seeing the majestic gate, his tense heart eases slightly, just a little more to go. Vanthan braced himself, smashing through the wall with his head, causing debris to fall. The 2 demon lords stood nearby, discussing loudly. King Hakda does not use the people as shields, but instead chose this place as the target. They must have prepared something inside. We need to be very careful.
Tak always looks fierce and is the vanguard, but he's just a small dark demon. Nothing can really threaten us. Just charge in and level everything. Laloy agreed more and more. It's true. Right now there's no one around to stop us. They have been tracking us for a long time, which is quite confusing. Huh? What's going on? We've been chasing nonstop, but we can't find King Haiye anywhere.
Quinton, beautiful and composed, approached the 2 demons, and suddenly a human figure appeared, with calm, deep, and unfathomable eyes filled with murderous intent. As the demon master drew his sword, dangerous streaks of energy shot out in all directions, killing everything. The girl's figure flickered in and out, her moves like a collapsing mountain causing chaos and panic, forcing them to be cautious. A mountain of ice quickly formed, trapping them. His ugly face contorted with anger. Why are you here in the Dark Night King City? Quinton Tusai turned away from the echoing screams of the 2 evil demons, only to find a human at the level of a demon lord. The 2 demon lords were just boasting a moment ago, but now they are frozen in a layer of ice and can't move. After defeating them, Ha Quinton slowly called out, "Come out, they're dead." From inside, Vanthan pulls the body of Ton Thuongtik and steps out, showing respect. Thank you, Master Ha, for your help. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at how those 2 demon lords were defeated by Master Ha in an instant. So powerful, so terrifying. Quinton seriously discussed the main matter. All I can do is this. Right now, Lian Quan has lost 2 demon lords. Maybe it will be hard for you to lure the enemy here anymore. I can't leave either. To win in the end, it still depends on you. You confidently pounded your chest and assured her.
Master Ha, rest assured, you've helped a lot already. I can handle the rest. The fierce battle outside is nearing its end. The allied soldiers sneered and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! Your king has abandoned you and is shouting for you to run back to the royal city.
The great demon lords have also entered the royal city in pursuit. They are becoming more and more aggressive, and soon the Black Dusk city will be taken, and your loved ones will all be slaughtered by the great demon lords.
That is the price to pay for opposing our alliance. They clearly brought self-destructing crystals to fight, but ended up like this. It's truly pitiful. The soldiers of the royal city angrily retorted, "No, we will definitely win. Keep talking nonsense. I will cut out your tongue." Deep down they knew there was little hope left, but those were the 2 demon lords. Even a king couldn't win against them. I fear our kingdom is truly on the brink of destruction. And suddenly the gate rises amidst the fierce standoff. Seeing that, the demon army thought victory was at hand and sneered. Look, the main gate of the royal city is opening. Surely the great demon lords have killed the Black Dusk King and are opening the gate from inside. That's right, Black Dusk City has fallen, and we have won this battle. Our soldiers, hearing this, could only stand silently in grief. Could it really be that the royal city has fallen? No way, absolutely no way. Who exactly opened the gate? Yun Shen, with a heroic aura, clenched the green thread that had just been revealed. It is our king who opened the gate. The end of the restraining thread is tied to Laleh, and he even hung those 2 demon lords on the city gate. All the soldiers couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Ha 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 ha, that is the victory of the king. Our king is invincible. Contrary to the joyful mood, the demon disciples have never been so hopeless before.
How can this be?
Great demon lords, are you dead? No way, I must be dreaming.
Oh my God, Lord Demon King, please let me wake up from this nightmare, Bharati shouted in shock as he saw his two subordinates defeated so easily. What exactly happened to Tak Laloy? His pride won't allow him to delay the counterattack.
The two demon lords are dead, and my soldiers rush forward together to slaughter the Demon League. Both sides charge simultaneously at his shout. The defending soldiers had no choice but to retreat as the enemy's morale soared. Bharati, with a fierce expression and clenched teeth, bitterly praised them.
Dark Knight, King. I admit, I underestimated you. Even if you used despicable tricks, killing two demon lords is truly your skill. Now, do you still dare to dream of victory?
Still dare. You are so arrogant. I didn't want to use this, but you forced me. Bharati roared with a voice full of fury. No matter what plans you have in the royal city, as long as you destroy the city, everything will be resolved. The crystal releases a stream of sinister energy that erupts and twists like giant snakes. B raises his head and loudly recites the summoning spell. Oh, great cycle of death and destruction, please let these foolish dark demons see your supreme power.
What is that? Why is the sky suddenly so gloomy? It's uncomfortable, like a terrifying power is gathering above. I can hardly breathe. Vanthan clutches his chest, suppressing his horror as he curses under his breath. What kind of skill is that anyway? You make me feel the fear of death again. Could it be the Demon Lord? No way this isn't the power that the Demon Lord could wield. At this moment, a random person shouted in panic, the king soaring into the sky with a carved crystal, which likely contains the power of the 72 evil pillars. You widen your sharp eyes in surprise. What do you mean? Long silently judged the accuracy. Do the demon spirit of the demon race have such a trump card? This is not good. The target of that skill, he wants to destroy the royal city.
He Jang spreads his arms to unleash all his power. Feel it. This is the strength of Lord Diet Sak Ko.
Countless fierce lightning bolts strike and shatter the sturdy barrier of the 10,000 lifetimes thunder, as that immense power unleashes a final blow to break through the last shield. The people and soldiers in the city are panicking and crying out for help. Someone save me. Someone save us. Van Shen, with the responsibility of a king, extends his hand and issues an order. The two of you, forget the enemies in front of you and quickly come to help me. You lead the charge to stop the unfavorable situation. Puro and Latia immediately stop without hesitation for a second. Tong Than responds. Understood. The two fierce demons rush out from somewhere and shout. Don't even think about running, but they were immediately entangled by giant vines. Ah, damn it, they've been blocked. Vanthan observes all the energy fluctuations on the altar and carefully commands each step. Even if your dark magic is exhausted, you must push Latia's strength to the limit. Latia, can you change the target of this skill? She pounded her chest and clearly explained her ability. No, this is the skill of the 72 demon pillars. Even if I can reluctantly change the target, the distance is only a few meters. In the end, the royal city was still destroyed. Amid her fear, he softly spoke with calmness. A few meters is enough, let it target me. Bureau hurriedly intervened. How is that possible? If he's dead, the kingdom will also fall. Latia also quickly added that, after killing him, the skill will continue to attack the royal city. Nothing will change. Your sacrifice will be in vain. Hearing this, Vanthan shouted out in anger and blame.
Is sacrificing your head supposed to be a noble act? While you dawdle, tens of thousands of civilians have already been blown to death.
Stop hesitating and follow my orders immediately. This is an order. He no longer hesitated and clasped his hands together to cast a spell. I understand now. She admits to all the dark aura. Latia, the rest is up to you. You must successfully change the target. Using the Demon King's ring of teleportation, she exhausted her strength, causing blood to flow from the 7 orifices in great pain, but she still managed to shout loudly, "It's a gamble! Change the target! Change the target! Change it!" At the decisive moment, a beam of energy shone upon Pore, his body gradually consumed by the golden light. The purple energy created by Mayon Parati combined with Latia's teleportation power exploded in midair, leaving the townspeople stunned as their king nearly took that blow. A man kneels down in shock, the king risking his life to protect us, to the point that some are moved to tears. Why is it like this? No, we can't do without the king. Xiao Yu hurriedly rushes forward in panic. No! But Xiaolong managed to stop her. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Even if you rush in, what can you do? Are you seeking death? Xiao Yu cried bitterly in grief. This is the skill of the 72 evil demon pillars. Master Vaughn said he might not be able to hold out, but is the miracle he created really that few? Meanwhile, the demon lord Parati chuckled happily. Aha, so pleased to mock the opponent. Foolish. I never expected the Dark Knight King to be so stupid. You're dead, and the Black Dusk Demon Kingdom will be destroyed too. In the end, you haven't protected anything at all. Ha ha. Suddenly he froze because he saw something that made him unable to hold back and exclaim, "What?" From the purple aura in front of him, Vanthan appeared unscathed thanks to the remaining time of his invincible state. Otherwise, just a little more force would have left the Demon Lord Parati utterly stunned. "No, I wasn't hurt at all." His eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted hoarsely, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." On the other side, Vanshin quietly breathed a sigh of relief for narrowly escaping death.
Luckily, before that, the Imperial City had shared some skills, and with little time left, even the undefeated state alone wasn't enough to hold on. There was still residual strength, but that slight leftover almost turned me into a ruin.
A greenish energy still lingers on his face as he frowns and examines it. If it weren't for the superhuman recovery ability activating just in time, I wouldn't be able to stand here now. Bureau looked in disbelief at what he had just seen and quickly said, "Your Majesty, you really managed to hold on. I thought I was dreaming."
Latya, after exerting all her strength to cast her spell, was seriously wounded and spoke weakly. "Unfortunately, we have exhausted everything and lost all fighting ability." Faced with the level Demon Lord skills of the 72 Demon Pillars, these minor injuries are considered lucky. Vanshin strides forward confidently while carefully instructing, "It's okay. You all retreat and rest first. Leave the rest to me."
Latya was so frightened that she retreated, her eyes wide with fear, while Puro's reaction was just as intense. The soldiers of the royal city cheered loudly upon seeing him safe and sound.
"Ha ha 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 ha, even the skills of the 72 Demon Pillar leaders can't touch our king. There's nothing we can't overcome. Our king is invincible. Brothers, charge forward. Victory is ours."
On the enemy side, they are starting to feel fear, not only killing the two demon lords, but also finding the demon lord's skills ineffective. Can the Supreme Demon even do this much? What are you joking about?
The Black Knight King definitely has the strength of a Demon Lord and wants to destroy the Black Knight Demon Kingdom.
We need 72 demon pillars to fight. We can't win. We simply can't win against them. Parati, the demon lord's face twisted, cold sweat running down his forehead as he frantically guessed. That's not right. If he truly had the strength of a demon lord, he would have defeated us all by now and wouldn't need to wait until now. We must stay calm and observe carefully without being scared. He immediately watched Vanthan fight while making his judgment. Considering the speed and skill intensity he displayed, his strength indeed surpasses that of the demon lords, but he still falls far short of the demon Tian, let alone the demon lord level, and he must have used a very rare special artifact to achieve this. Parati the demon Tian frowned slightly, his eyes darkening with worry as he thought, such artifacts are mostly strictly limited and usually consumable. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited until the final moment when the Imperial City was destroyed to use it. That's right, it must be so. But the problem now is that even though I can detect it, the soldiers might not believe it. Although their numbers are still large, morale has plummeted to the lowest point, and their fighting spirit is almost gone. If this continues, they are very likely to disband, and even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. At that moment, as the Supreme Commander, I would surely become a laughingstock in the Dark World. Parati the Demon Lord decided he couldn't just wait to die, so he leapt up, determined to find the quickest and most visual way to boost morale. The two armies are fighting. There's only one way. Step forward now. Parati clenched his fists and shouted loudly,
"Do you dare to fight me, the Dark Knight Demon, here and now?"
Then, with righteous anger, he issued a challenge. "Dare you?" His voice caused soldiers on both sides to stop and listen. On this side, Xiaolong angrily scolds, "How shameless are you? Our king has been fighting for half a day, and you've been comfortably watching from behind, still daring to challenge me." Xiao Yu, standing beside him, also glared at him, and Du Hai, unable to bear his arrogance, spoke up. "You have such big dreams. What right do you have to ask?" Demon Lord Parati calmly descended before the four of them and confidently replied, relying only on the fact that you have used all your cards against Laloi and Tak. Continue fighting, and no matter who wins, it will be a devastating defeat. Valuing soldiers is something we all wish to avoid. And then he continued to speak, provocatively. So even though our army is larger, I am willing to give you a chance to challenge us. A decisive battle. If you win, we retreat. Dare you? They may appear fierce on the outside, but dark thoughts are gradually forming in their mind. Agreeing to kill you immediately could reduce the soldiers' fear of you and restore their morale. Anyway, a true demon lord would not back down from the challenge of the Demon King. It seems that what he's contemplating is also what Vanthan is considering. As he said, we are still at a disadvantage, with the gap in forces too great to be made up by morale. Our main force has also retreated to rest, and the balance of power among the demon lords has been broken. If Parati also joins the fight, the chaos will be even more unfavorable for us. He glanced softly at the soldiers watching from behind and said, I also don't want to see more Dark Abyss demons sacrifice themselves by self-destruction. Vanthon's gaze looked ahead with unwavering determination, his arms glowing with yellow veins as he summoned his power, then made his decision. Let's fight. Soldiers from both sides spread out to leave space for the battle between Parati and Vanthon. The intense cheers from outside echo in, Come on, Parati, great lord. They continued shouting loudly, We must avenge Lord Thak and Lord Laloy for killing the Black Knight King. Vanthon's side was also not to be outdone, with the soldiers of the royal city cheering and encouraging. The king will definitely win. Our king is undefeated, having already slain 2 demon lords. What's one more? Even if the king falls in battle, we will go to hell together. Little you also couldn't help but worry, fighting a level 3 demon lord alone. How could that be possible? Sir Van is not the master. What should we do? This kind of battle is no longer a place for us to get involved. Demon Lord Parati creates a wave of dark energy surrounding himself before threatening. Dark Knight King, you probably don't realize that among demon lords there are also differences in strength. He lowered his sharp eyes, his cold gaze piercing through the opponent. I can suppress Tak and Laloy not only by my position as the commander, but also by appearing beside Vanthon and then pointing the deadly gun at him. Comparing me to them would be too foolish. This battle will end very quickly. My Lord Parati also sneered. Yes, very quickly, and then he shot directly at your face, but tearing through the black smoke was a hand with sharp claws. Now, Vanthon has fused the basic state of the all-occupation technique called Van Luan. Seeing this, Maton Parati also became slightly panicked. This is a power-up skill, and his aura is completely different from before, even approaching my level. He suddenly shivered because this time the one with the gun pointed at his head was himself. He looked down from above and simply said, Everyone gets one shot to the head, it's fair, right? That gun is actually a fusion technique. The alchemist disperses the energy of the bullet, and the divine weapon delivers a deadly shot. The gunshot rang out, and this time the demon lord Parati was immersed in a terrifying surge of power. After the shot echoed, Vanthon gently blew away the cigarette smoke. Demon Lord Parati sneered sarcastically, finally revealing it was just a high-level demon skill. You should feel lucky that I can strengthen my power, I thought to myself. As I expected. Watching his arrogant demeanor, I cautiously assess his absolute power. King Kakda stands between the Lord and the Demon Lord. Although he is currently using some skill to boost himself, his attribute value is only at the minimum level of the Demon Lord, still quite far from me. Maton Parati continued to aim his gun at Vanthon, confidently asserting that killing him was easy. A stream of black aura was released, forming an invisible screen. You immediately use mana feedback and rely on visual, olfactory, and auditory cues, which are all disabled, surely caused by this black screen. Then you gently shift to the side, but for me you can use mana to sense, and you gain little from it. But he continued to fire his deadly linked barrage of guns at Vanthon, but not a single bullet could touch him. Maton Parati, seeing this, shouted in anger. What? Did you dodge them all? I thought even with your special way of sensing attacks, you couldn't avoid all of mine. The two are dueling at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see. Van Shen thought to himself, compared to Master Ha's speed, you're still too weak. Gods. Then he clenched his fist, combining the warrior's ultimate strike and the berserker's fury, called the Rageful Strike, sending a powerful punch straight at the demon lord Parati, knocking him into the sky. But he was unharmed and even sneered mockingly. Is this kind of skill even considered an attack? It's nothing. It's now the turn of the proud demon lord Parati to respond with his gun. It seems I must show you the true power of a demon lord. Vanthon ignores his words, raising his gun to use the combined skills of gathering technique, the fierce head strike, and fireball magic to counterattack. Try this. Along with the destructive flame-breaking technique, the blast of energy is released with incredible power. The demon lord Parati also refused to give up and continued with the next move. Quan Tin Gun. This move is so powerful it pierced through destruction and fire heading straight for Vanthon. The Quan Tin Gun plunged down with immense destructive force, creating a huge crater in the ground. But he had already summoned the divine curse in time. A second later, it landed safely, secretly thinking that it was thanks to the divine curse that I avoided it. Vanthon looked at the smoking weapon beside him, surprised by the power of the attack just now. But before he could react, it was completely destroyed. Seeing the situation was not looking good, he continued to use divine curse to hide himself.
I have no chance to win in long-range combat. The time of the 10,000 cycles is limited. I must change my tactics.
Suddenly, a shadow appeared above Demon Lord Parati, merging the techniques of the shadow image and the four phantasms, unleashing a swift series of palm strikes, but he quickly sensed it and turned around, with a blazing red aura in his hand. Close combat, you really underestimate me, so I'll play along with you. He continued to use his shield, with both arms rushing towards him. The Demon Lord Parati also refused to give up, continuously striking back. Vanthan was hit repeatedly, grimacing in pain as he fought fiercely and laughed with delight. Dark Knight King, is this your attack? The rain falling on me is even stronger than your strike. Even when attacked, you just smile and reply, "Really?" Lord Parati suddenly senses that something strange is happening. Wait a minute, something's wrong. My attacks are getting weaker and slower. Seeing Vanthan in front of me without any fatigue, I became confused, while his strength and speed rapidly increased. How is that possible? In the end, you delivered a decisive blow right to his face, causing him to vomit blood. This strike made the Demon Lord Parati crash to the ground at an incredible speed. At this moment, he realized, damn it, he definitely used a skill to steal my attribute. He cannot fight him in close combat. Vanthan continues his attack with a powerful flying kick from above that hits his stomach, then relentlessly punches the Demon Lord Parati to keep him at bay. Dream on. Seeing him lie still and surrender only makes Vanthan more excited. Bertie, today is your day to die. Little Yu watched this scene and cheered happily. Facing head-on, Master Van completely overpowers the Demon Lord. Little Lang beside him is just as eager, pushing a little more to win. Suddenly, Demon Lord Parati unleashes his power and pushes back Vanthan. Don't get too cocky, kid. He stood up, raising his hand to the sky to create a stream of blue energy. I will show you that there are powers beyond what insects like you can reach, and you will be completely destroyed. A sword shaped like a dragon's head appears from this surge of energy. Vanthan is not afraid, but instead gathers power in his hand into a sphere. The words, "Original Power, the Divine Extinction." Slash, "You are the truly arrogant one," angered him enough to throw the Manthan sword at Vanthan. Not only do you have the primordial skill, but you also launch the Divine Destruction fragment in response. Stop pretending. Die now. The two energies collide at incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant, then erupt into a devastating explosion with bursting energy beams and immense pressure, forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Red and blue clash. Water and fire cannot coexist. Their attacks trigger a spectacular explosion. The wind howls like a storm, and rocks are swept away by the two powerful energies. The soldiers on both sides immediately shouted, and chaos broke out. Run away now. The power of the king and the demon lord is too terrifying. If affected, you won't die, but will be crippled. Overwhelmed by the gusts of wind and unable to stand firm, Du-hai exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, I never expected the monarch to master the primal skill before becoming a demon lord. No one has ever been able to do this." Could it be that a powerful demon lord intentionally taught him? Little Yu beside him replied, "No, he created it himself." He was so daring that no one had taught him or found a shortcut. He used the most foolish method. Feeling the primal skill with his own body, risking death 9 times out of 10, trying away even a 4-stage divine powerhouse wouldn't dare to attempt to grasp its meaning. Standing amidst the thick smoke and dust, she was extremely tense. However, since her opponent was a demon lord truly possessing primordial skills, the foundation of both sides was vastly different, making it really hard to say who would win or lose. Both sides ceased their attack, with Demon Lord Parati looking quite battered while Vanshin remains unscathed, eyes half open, showing clear disdain for everything. Suddenly, he collapses, spitting blood, his appearance much more exhausted. After that attack, he lost an arm and an eye, yet he still sighed, saying, "I didn't expect you to grasp the primordial skill before becoming a demon lord, not willing to accept that your formidable strength and the primordial power within your skill are even more advanced than my own primordial destruction. Where did you get it from? Parati isn't as strong inside as he seems. If I hadn't relied on my solid foundation to deal more damage than him, I'm afraid I would be dead by now." Vanthan propped himself up, silently mocking in his mind. This fiery spirit was learned by me from the primal skill of the demon lord of violent flames. In terms of rank, the evil demon of violent flames from years ago was in the top 10, even ahead of their primal skills. So how can a rank 21 evil demon like you compare? Demon Lord Parati steps forward with his hand still holding the accumulated energy. "Isn't that right? It's okay. Even though my light is now dim and extinguished, your situation is much worse. You can't even stand." That energy turns into a bloody red gun, as if made from blood. Barati shot him in the head. This shot was enough to kill. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, echoing in his ears. Lord Barati looked behind him, turned around, his teeth clenched, ready to see if anything was interfering. So it turns out to be a dark figure holding a large cannon aimed directly at Barati's head. Van Than slowly straightened up, preferring to think rather than speak to explain himself to the opponent. When facing the primordial skill, I had the demon image move to a distant hiding spot. It is now carrying the demon Lord Zhuk Quan destruction cannon that I once stole from the Lord's warehouse. Now, with the power of the shadow demon in the state of 10,000 revolutions, I can use it as a weapon. His eyes blazing, he shouted loudly with contempt, "I don't know if you, demon lord, whose lamp has run out, can withstand a shot from this war weapon." Demon Lord Barati suddenly became frightened and started begging, "No, stop. We can retreat. Everything can be negotiated. You can't kill me. Otherwise, Lord Destroyer will not forgive you." He couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Damn it, I can't avoid this attack now. The cannon is fully charged.
Seeing this scene, Barati became even more frantic, begging for mercy. No, but it didn't change anything. And the figure of the demon Lord Barati was completely submerged in the overwhelming power with a desperate scream. His upper body is burned and lying helplessly on the ground. Van Than has returned to normal and sits down exhausted. Your soldiers cheer happily. Victory is ours. The king has won. It's a victory for the king. Ha ha, our kingdom has been protected. What is going on? I already said so. The Black Knight King is a true demon among the 72 pillars. How can we possibly defeat him relying only on Lord Barati? It's over. It's really over. But suddenly they erupted with murderous intent. Barati's death doesn't mean we have lost. The war is not over, and the Black Knight King can no longer resist. They all rush forward to attack Van Than, beheading him among the 72 evil demon pillars. This is our only chance in life. Bringing his head will bring immense credit. Hurry up and kill him. Your side is also rushing forward urgently. Hurry and protect our king, damn it. They clearly said it would be a one-on-one fight to decide the winner, but they dared to betray that promise. And now they will do everything to protect the king? Xiao Yu lowered his head with a look of obvious worry.
It's bad. Something unexpected happened and we were a step too slow. Xiaolang beside me also shouted in panic, "There's no time left."
Yunxin still calmly speaks as if mocking and wanting to kill me, immediately gathering energy with both hands. Just try it and see, constantly sneering inside, no matter how weak I am, it doesn't affect my use of equipment skills. Not yet fully charged, it unleashes a blazing fire attack that shakes and destroys. The fireball explodes immediately afterward, like a terrorist energy bomb. Its destructive power is like that of a cannon, but actually many times stronger. The soldiers who were fierce just seconds ago have now vanished without a trace. The survivors froze in horror as they looked at the traces left behind and hurriedly warned each other, "Run, run, run," only to be blocked by a troop of soldiers. Damn it! The commander took the opportunity while we weren't here to attack the royal city. The army, led by Enzone under his orders, charged in and slaughtered them all. Baha kneels on the city wall, happily shouting, "The troops sent to the front line by the king have finally returned. With their support, the allied army won't escape." The soldiers of the demon Lord Barati have lost their fighting spirit. Dropping their weapons and kneeling down, I surrender. The rest all kneel, clutching their heads, saying, "Please spare our lives." The sky brightened after the heavy rain, and Vanshin sat on the ground, feeling the warm sunlight. Finally, we won. News of the allied army's defeat quickly spread throughout the dark world. Other demon tribes reacted differently, some furious, some sorrowful, some afraid, and even some rejoicing, like the queen. In her pupils reflected the image of a white candle as she chuckled softly, "Ha ha, Black Dusk King, if there's a chance, I really want to meet you once." The flame on the candle was gently blown out by a breeze, and the entire space gradually fell into darkness. At the same time, Quintan stood silently facing the bright moon. Her eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of sadness. The war has finally come to an end, and I fly through the clouds to reveal the bright moon shining on Quintan's body, the cold voice making the space even more gloomy. It's time to carry out the mission. Everyone was excited about Van Than's resounding victory and raised their glasses to celebrate enthusiastically. We won, the king has spoken, the whole city will celebrate for 3 days and nights. All expenses will be covered by the treasury, so everyone enjoy the celebration. Haha. At the same time, Van Than sat on the majestic throne and asked seriously, "Baha, what are the results of the statistics?" He reported with folded hands and a bow that in this national defense battle, We eliminated 210,000 Allied soldiers, captured 170,000 main troops, and only 80,000 logistics personnel managed to escape after hearing of the front line's defeat. We lost 95,000 soldiers. Most of the captured have been rescued. You listen carefully and issue the order. The enemy's bodies are to be handled by Zhao Lang. Captured soldiers will be auctioned off everywhere. Their families will surely pay a high price. The money collected will be added to the royal treasury. Additionally, prisoners who are not bought can be brainwashed and turned into fighting slaves. Ba and Tu Lang bowed their heads and accepted the order without hesitation. Understood. Do Hai asked curiously, "Your Majesty, we only lost more than 90,000 soldiers to achieve this result. That was a great victory. Why are you not pleased?" Van Shen coldly waved his hand to dismiss them. "A vast country now has only over 50,000 main troops and half the city destroyed. I really can't find it in myself to laugh. If there's nothing else, you guys can step back now. Everyone else has left, only Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling are left to discuss. You seem a bit surprised, so I ask kindly, Tu Lang, is there anything else?" The two of them knelt together and resolutely swore. "Master Van, you are human. You could have run away, but you chose to fight to protect us. We are deeply grateful for this bond and willing to give everything to Sir Van." Van Than happily helped them to stand up. "No need for that. With our bond, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. Besides, you have a relationship with Master Ha. We are all family." Little Yu confidently declared that if it were to happen, if one day Master Van and the owner were to face each other, we would not hesitate to sacrifice our lives to stand by your side. Surprised by her bold words, he quickly corrected himself.
What are you talking about? How could I possibly go up against Master Ha?
Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above, saying that speaking ill of others behind their back is really not good. The appearance of King of the World Queen Than left Van Than stunned.
Master Ha, when did you arrive?
Tio U and Tio Lang trembled with fear as they stammered.
Master?
Master? Both of them couldn't help but panic inside. Oh no, has the master heard everything just now? With the nature of our master, if she finds out we are disloyal, she will kill us without mercy. Quin Tun walked past both of them and coldly warned, "Liobella." "Xiao Lang, I know what you're worried about, but I'm not so clueless that I'd talk nonsense. Don't test my patience or I'll cut your tongues out." Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang can only stay silent, not daring to say a word. Van Than quickly guessed her purpose. "Master Ha, if you leave the treasure vault, it means you have spoken openly, so Quin Tun won't hide anything either." "That's right. In 3 days I will disappear. I came to say goodbye, and I will use the remaining time to complete my mission." Her eyes carried a hint of sadness as a clone. "I was never meant to have any attachment to this world. It was the same before, but now seeing what you have done, I truly feel a bit reluctant." Then she gently stroked Van Than's head and said, "I wish I could see how much you've grown, but unfortunately there's not enough time left." Quin Tun Then decisively turned and left. "Let my true form enjoy all of this on my behalf. My disciple for eternity, you suppress your pain, bow your head respectfully, clasp your hands, and wish you a safe journey." Right now, in the Hall of 72 Pillars, they are buzzing with talk about Yun Shen's resounding victory. How could a tiny dark demon defeat our alliance of 71 demon clans? I didn't expect even the 3 demon lords couldn't defeat him. Our clan has lost 10,000 soldiers. Damn it, damn it. Diet Soccer, look at how terrible your decision was. She angrily bites her finger. Damn Barati. If my true body were in the human world, I would go kill that Black Dusk King now. The demon horde once again erupted into a heated debate. Among the 72 demon lords, quite a few are still lingering in the dark world. The Devouring Lord. I am willing to personally take action to kill the Black Dusk King and claim the Black Dusk demon realm for us. Yes, if you want to seize the opportunity to swallow all the spoils of war, don't think I will agree. If we go into battle, it has to be me. This time, our clan suffers the greatest loss. The Devouring Lord confidently asserts his dominance, and everyone falls silent. The front line is progressing very well. Our army has taken half of the human world's territory. At most, in 6 months, we will destroy all of the human main forces. He sternly warned the other demons that to counter the humans' counterattack, you must always be ready to support, and no mistakes are allowed. Who dares to act petty during this time, challenging me? They seem to be afraid of his power, so they stay silent and do not dare oppose him. The Devouring Lord finished his final words and disappeared, while the Black Dusk King waited until after destroying the humans before dealing with the rest. He returned to his castle in a low voice, asking CPO how was the preparation of supplies, and was promptly reported with respect. Due to the missing part from the Black Dusk demon, it took longer than expected, but everything was finally assembled.
They are transporting through the space-time portal to the human world. This time, they have prepared enough resources for the front line to last half a year, supporting until the war ends. The Lord of Devouring seems satisfied as he laughs arrogantly. The Void Pillar. Even if you play the disappearing game, so what?
Without you, I can still use the power of the dark world to destroy the weak humans. He stood up,
confidently declaring that when this battle ends, the next ones to kneel before me will be you.
At that moment, another subordinate hurriedly brought urgent news. Lord Demon, Lord, something major has happened.
The spacecraft has been attacked and all the materials planned to be transferred to the human world have been destroyed.
Even the 5 demon lords guarding have fallen, the Devouring Lord said with a stunned and stern voice. What? Inside, Manhwa wondered who was really behind this attack.
Void, the first pillar, the second pillar, humans or other 7 guardian gods? Then Nuotian decided to personally go to the battlefield to see the situation.
Through the space crack, the desolate and ruined landscape is extremely bleak. His soldiers lie dead without closing their eyes,
their bodies scattered on the ground, blood flowing like rivers.
The Devouring Lord witnessed this scene and harshly questioned the messenger. All the demons are dead, so why are you still alive? She knelt down frantically, explaining that I was away checking supplies and luckily escaped death. Luckily, I saw the attacker with my own eyes. Suddenly, she pressed the weapon to the Devouring Lord's neck and coldly added, "The attacker used this weapon." The disguise spell fades to reveal a familiar figure, her voice cold and sharp as her true appearance emerges. Kintan looks at him with a face full of hatred. "So that's how it is." The Devouring Lord sneered cruelly. "So, that's how it is. I didn't expect you wouldn't appear on the front lines afterward. It turns out you're still in the dark world, daring to attack me. You must be ready to die." Without giving him a chance to speak, Quintan declared boldly as she began casting a spell to attack. "You will die, not just me." The streams of power quickly enveloped the entire body of the Devouring Lord, then gradually formed a sealed shell. At this moment, on the human front line, the battle was raging fiercely, with demons and humans clashing everywhere. The sound of weapons clashing repeatedly echoes everywhere, with shouts of killing heard all around as Nico struggles to fight off the demons. "My absolute speed must not collapse. Damn monsters, I will risk everything against you." She skillfully and decisively slashed at one of them, causing him to scream out loud. Suddenly, A noticed something strange. Yes, while fighting fiercely, they suddenly all ran away together, making her suspicious. It seems the actions of the demons have changed. The command center is now bustling with battle coordination, quickly arranging support for Team 2. Team 2's defenses are about to fall, and the situation with Team 5 is also dire. Support is urgently needed. Damn it, Team 7 can't hold out anymore either. Von Duong quickly spoke up. "It's time to use me now. With my current abilities, I can eliminate all demons below the Demon Lord level. Even the Demon Lords will pay a heavy price." Even in this urgent situation, Lunam couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But if she didn't, she would die. And the purpose of fighting is to survive. But she hardly cares about that logic, having lost her only family. Does he really think I still want to live? If it weren't to repay Director Dieppe, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. How long does he plan to hide this from me until Huyen Long's nation is destroyed? Her determination left him no room to argue, so he simply ordered decisively, "Van Duong, I command you to leave immediately." Suddenly, a scout shouted to retreat. Tweet happily reported that the encircling monsters had suddenly begun to withdraw. "At all costs, our capital has been protected." Lunam was stunned, unable to believe what he just heard. "So what exactly happened?" he excitedly recounted. "According to the captured prisoner, it is the Dark World's royal city, which has taken over the Dark Realm, and an urgent order has been issued to retreat. It seems something major is happening in the royal city. In the chaos, only the demons who have taken over can perfectly adapt to our environment and are the absolute main force. As they retreat, other monster clans also withdraw." Hearing that, he was very excited. Could it be that General Ha's trump card has worked? Anyway, as long as we hold on, there's still a chance. Only Van Duong was quietly mourning, wondering why she hadn't died. Outside the Black Knight King's city of the Dark World, Van Than was gathering the 3 corpses of the Demon Lords. He smirked, secretly appreciating his subordinates' resourcefulness. The arrangement for Xiaolang to handle the enemy corpses was precisely for the ritual, only they are not suspected. Van Than begins to activate his power while solemnly reciting the blood oath of the 3 Demon Lords, adding the corpses of 210,000 monsters. Such rich offerings to gain the power of the 72 demon pillars is not too much, right? Yet despite that, the surroundings remain completely still. He coldly deduces. No signs of activity, it seems the offerings are not enough. In that case, I will use these offerings to become stronger to the fullest. Exactly how, you figure it out yourself. A super powerful beam of light suddenly erupts as the moment of sacrifice ends. It directly grants power to Vanthan. His experience points have skyrocketed to 100 million. This makes Vanshin cheer loudly. 100 million experience points. Even with enough to level up 20 times to reach level 85, it's still not enough. That's not worthy of my gift. Other parameters continue to increase. The S-level Transcendent skill. Except for innate and special skills, any of his skills can be chosen to transcend when used, reaching the ultimate state of that skill. After the skill is upgraded, the mana consumption will be 10 times the original system value. This change leaves Vanthan stunned, but he still has to carefully calculate the mana consumption, which is 10 times higher. If it's just a normal basic skill, that's one thing, but what if I upgrade the fused skill? Anyway, using the initial fusion skill costs double, and then the enhancement reaches a terrifying level of consumption. You silently count in your head that, for example, the Fireball spell costs 20, and the Vine spell costs 35. After merging the skills, the mana consumption is 22 plus 35 doubled to reach 110. If it is amplified tenfold, it will be 1,100. Such consumption is hard for even me to withstand. Van Shendon begins to plan. At first, I relied on the high total mana and extremely high attribute values to ignore skill consumption, but now, if I want to use the upgraded skill, I have to calculate carefully. I hope the power of the upgraded skill is worth it. The sacrifice process is still ongoing, and it seems that due to the large number of offerings, I have received a reward this time, but the sacrifice of the corpse is not yet complete. So I have time to observe carefully. Watching each corpse gradually disappear, he whispered to himself that according to Master Ha, sacrifice is a transaction with the gods, where each side takes what they need. The gods need corpses, but upon closer inspection, the corpses are simply destroyed, and it's not clear what the gods want to take from them. Driven by curiosity, Vanthan took out the broken morning staff to investigate. If it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, maybe that would work. At first, I took a small piece of the morning staff from the vice president of the Black Vothwang organization. Clutching it tightly in my hand, I firmly continued. As long as I held this, I could see more things. Suddenly, Vanthan's eyes filled with fear because the divine being finally revealed itself from above. The moment that eye appeared, his heart trembled with emotion. What is that? She was staring at it. I felt unable to breathe, unable to move, and even unable not to kneel. It scolded fiercely, "You little worm, how dare you peek at me?" Then with a giant red hand, it struck down on Vanthan's head before coldly passing judgment. He died. You were momentarily stunned and unable to react in time, not understanding why your mind felt so strange. His will is collapsing. He cannot move, cannot speak, and cannot use any skills. Facing the god, he can only feel helpless, with no chance to fight back. My existence compared to it is just a speck of dust. Suddenly, a colorful root fragment appeared beside Vanshin, silently wrapping around him in his bewilderment. In just a moment, he transported Vanthan to another place, saving him from the deadly strike of the god. Now, along the trail, there was a figure wandering gracefully. It seems to sense something. Huvo immediately turns around and looks up at the sky, happily commenting that he doesn't know who could make it so angry that it wouldn't hesitate to strike, then happily mutters as he gazes into the distance. But upon reflection, provoking them isn't that hard since they are too proud to tolerate even a hint of rebellion. Huvo calmly walked on, nodding and saying, "Thanks to the world for stepping in to help. It must be because of the good deeds of that kid. If he can survive this calamity, he will become one of us." Suddenly, he disappeared somewhere else, and after a while, a group of people found Vanthan. "Look, there's a demon descendant lying here." They surround him with curiosity, wondering why he appeared here. Could it be an intruder? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe they got lost and injured here. These dark spirits are excitedly watching and commenting on Vanthan in various ways, saying he looks like a dark night demon. Upon closer inspection, this guy is really handsome. Not sure what makes him so attractive, but he is very handsome. That's right, for some reason I feel fond of him, probably because he was injured and lost nearby. A person who seems to be the cold leader judge, even if feeling pity, but whatever his purpose is, the demon descendants of the 72 demon clans all deserve to die. He raised his spear to kill Vanthan on the spot. "You shouldn't appear outside our Black Spirit forest." Suddenly, Kai Kai appeared just in time to stop him. Wait a moment. She hurried over to explain, "I heard there was a Black Dusk demon. I suspected it was him, and it was indeed him who saved me back then. If I didn't know where I was right now, I might be a slave already." Hearing Kai Kai say that, The group of black spirit beasts also eased up a bit. This seems to be a good person, right?
I told you, with such good looks, he definitely isn't a bad guy.
Letting him go is also acceptable. Just pretend you didn't see anything.
After checking, Kikai nervously exclaimed that his condition was very bad, with many open wounds on his body, and he was barely breathing, so he had to be quickly taken back to the forest for treatment. They seemed to disagree, but any demon from Due approaching the forest had to be executed. That was the queen's rule, no matter how handsome they were. Black Kiki, not killing him is already our biggest concession. You can't take him inside, take him somewhere else to treat him. Aren't you afraid of being enslaved? I haven't repaid the debt of saving his life, so she's desperately begging for help. But I have no money and can't cover the treatment costs. Plus, it takes 3 months to reach the nearest dark demon stronghold from here. He won't survive that long. Please understand, even though she pleads, they still firmly oppose.
No, it's against the rules.
Kai muttered to herself. Fine, I'll find a way myself. So she decided to take Vanthan to her home for easier care. His body was bandaged all over from numerous wounds. Even in my dreams, I remember the dominance of that eye. The tiny creatures dare to look at me. And even if you survive, you will pay the price. The image of that giant red hand reaching down is still etched in his memory. He suddenly wakes up in a start, soaked in sweat. Vanthan trembled uncontrollably.
Damn it, what exactly was that?
Why did it suddenly appear? Why does it want to kill me? You get a headache and feel uncomfortable inside just because I saw it.
Are you joking?
Kiki was so happy to see you, you're awake. Vanthan immediately recognized her as the one he saved at the Demon World auction house. Are you the dark spirit slave I freed? Where am I? Kaiki happily rushes over, takes your hand and excitedly chatters. I didn't expect you to remember me. I'm La Kiki. We're 10 miles away from the Black Spirit tree house. Hearing this, she whispered. The Black Spirit forest? I'm also feeling incredibly stunned inside. What's going on? Although I planned to come here not in this way. It turns out that the relationship between the Black Spirit forest and the Demon Clan is quite tense, which is why Vanthan is a bit cautious. Moreover, the Dark Spirit race is fragile, and the women of the clan are stunningly beautiful, often enslaved by the 72 demon clans, especially oppressed by the evil soul demons. Therefore, the Dark Spirit clan is extremely xenophobic and hates all demon clans. I'm just an outsider, yet I can comfortably stay outside the Black Spirit forest. Quite surprising. Noticing 2 girls peeking from outside, Vanthan asked curiously. They proudly introduced themselves. They are my friends. Aloyloi and Ininguit Lololu Min are risking being attacked by monsters to help me gather many medicinal rabbits to heal your majesty. Loli shyly asked Han Vanthan if he was okay. Outwardly polite and thankful, but internally extremely cautious, using assessment skills to evaluate her with a low level. Most of them are low-level demons, equipped very simply, and even if they are clumsy, they are not dangerous to me. She blushed and told Lolo, wow, he's spying on me. What if he proposes to me? Although the queen forbids marriage with outsiders, he's too handsome. Vanthan felt a bit conflicted listening to them. I am handsome. And even in this form I get compliments, so you feel more suspicious than happy. I've been in this dark world for a long time, but this is the first time I've been praised for my appearance. Could it be that the aesthetic of the Black Spirit actually likes my style? Kiki blushed and sighed, feeling strangely close to you for the first time. Just like my own people. Something that has never happened before. Still, you are quietly pondering and feeling close. The Dark Elf Spirit suddenly remembered the necklace Nico gave me. Maybe because this was a gift from Nico, I didn't expect it to work on the Dark Elf Spirit unless it helped increase my favorability. Maybe I was killed by the Dark Spirit. This is the natural protective artifact, a special item with a basic friendship symbol effect for the spirit race, allowing the owner to boost their affinity with spirits. Note: only those with the bloodline of the Fairy Queen are qualified to give this gift. Carefully put it in your bag. Vanthan Quiet clarifies everything. May I ask what has happened? I feel a bit strange inside. Young Black Spirit is nearly 1,000,000 miles from the Dark Knight King City. How did I end up here? Right now, outside a certain altar near Black Dust King City because they couldn't find Master Van. Little Yu frantically asked, are you sure Master Van was originally here, but there's nothing around? Little Lang firmly confirmed, there must have been an altar here. Master Van was probably performing a sacrifice, so why has everything disappeared? The scene of her hair growing here only made her more panicked. Normally, the altar is a divine gift, used for fixed transactions of quantity and features, and no one has ever been able to destroy it. Moreover, for some reason this area is filled with deathly aura, as if the Forbidden Mountain Range will be devoid of life for decades to come. Xiao Yu anxiously searches everywhere. I don't care about the Forbidden Mountain Range. The safety of Master Van is the most important. We must send someone to find him. Luckily, Xiaolang's reasoned intervention stopped her, revealing the news could cause panic.
And if the demon clan takes advantage to attack, it would be dangerous. We can only search secretly.
Did you find me here? She honestly replied, yes, at that time you were entangled by tree roots, and the remnants of the roots are still here. While Bin Tam was thinking, Van Thon remembered that he had scolded a few things, and recalling when he was attacked from above, he vaguely felt as if something had saved him. Maybe it was someone's skill, but it's unclear who was responsible. He sat down to examine the remaining plant remnants and thought seriously. Whatever saved me from that attack must be something extraordinary, but now looking back, it's just ordinary plant debris and can't be deduced further. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help rang out.
No, this is bad, hurry and save her.
Loi Loi Hot Hai rushed over to them shouting,
Yuan Lolo was attacked by monsters while gathering herbs. The situation is very dangerous, hurry and save her.
Van Thon immediately grabbed the two girls' hands and ran quickly. Let's go. Lolo is now struggling against the little monsters, panic-stricken as she screams out loud. Fortunately, Kiki and Loi Loi arrived just in time, both rushing forward to fight fiercely. Don't be afraid. Wiet Lolo, we're here. Van Thon stands calmly outside the poplar forest, commenting that they are just low-level monsters, nothing special. But just as he was about to use his skill, his power suddenly vanished, leaving Van Thon in a state of confusion.
What is this? I've lost my skills.
The confrontation between the dark spirits and the little monsters continues fiercely, and Van Thon seems to realize something.
I can still feel the magic within my body flowing. I haven't lost my strength, but why can't I use my skills?
What is going on here? Then he anxiously observes the situation ahead and makes a guess. Worse, these shadow spirits are poorly equipped. Their speed and numbers are lower than those of monsters. If this keeps up, they will definitely die. What should we do? A monster roars terrifyingly towards Van Thon, making him feel uneasy. Are they targeting me? Then he shouted loudly. These beasts also dare to act recklessly. The giant monster stands tall right in front of Van Thon at close range, and he lowers his body, ready to fight. With my attribute stats and level, even without using skills and just relying on melee combat, defeating you would be as easy as flipping a hand. Suddenly, something appeared around Van Thon, causing him to stop. Huh? Trying to grit my teeth and muster all my strength, sweat streaming down my face. What is this? Can't move my body? And what are these things that are binding me at last? The image of a fiery red hand descending from the sky accompanied by a voice echoing throughout the heavens. Even if you survive, you will have to pay the price. Van Thon realized in shock that this was not just a dream, and that his current state was the cost he had to pay. Be careful, Your Excellency. You try to control yourself, your eyebrows slightly furrowing as you reassure yourself. Stay calm. To overcome difficulties, you must analyze the current situation calmly. Right now, I might be in a state where I can't attack or use skills. No, some skills are still usable, because I was able to use the appraisal skill earlier, then activate a circle with a pink energy core in the center to calculate secretly. And even though I can't attack, my body and attributes remain unaffected, so my magic power still exists even if I can't use skills. Maybe right now I am in a state where I can't fight directly or use combat skills, so then just use that. The monster roared loudly and threw a dark spirit away, causing her to scream out loud. Lolo sees that the battle is too one-sided and feels very worried. Could this be how I end here? It's not fair that normally there's not enough to eat, and now I have to become food for the monsters. Lowly, standing behind, also panicked and said, I don't want to die, and I don't want to be turned into waste to be discarded. As they let out a roar as if charging forward, the piercing screams of the dark spirits echoed. No. Pink, thorny vines suddenly appeared and tightly wrapped around the beast's body at lightning speed, leaving it no time to resist. So Van Thon successfully used the Blackthorn contract summoning skill at level 59 with a platinum rank, combining dark magic and fusion techniques to save the situation, and seeing the results, he was delighted and exclaimed that it had turned black. Van Thon, standing behind, realized the truth as I predicted. If I can't fight directly, I should borrow others' hands. Though he still had concerns, he didn't expect that Teokin, summoned with dark magic, not only changed in appearance, but also seemed to have a higher level and a different species. It appears that after I arrived in the Dark World, she has been well cared for, probably by Von Duong or Master Ha in my place. Van Thon frowns, suddenly gestures forward, and commands, Xiaojing, take care of them. Following Van Thon's orders, Teokin waved his hand, causing thorny vines to sprout from the ground and quickly wrap around the monsters, and they were soon taken care of by the vines. I did well, didn't I? The boy gently pats her head in praise. Good. Very good.
From now on, while I am here, if you encounter trouble, you can turn to her. For now, I can only use a few skills and my magic power is not very effective. So for the time being, let Xiaoqin stay here, as my magic power is enough to sustain her summoning for a long time.
A loud cry echoes through the study of the Black Knight King city. Xiaolang, come quickly. Something serious has happened.
She immediately appeared and asked what was going on. Xiao Yu, why do you always startle people like that?
What happened? Tiao Yu looked at the flower pot, where Xiao Jing had been tending the plants just moments ago, but suddenly disappeared. He must have been summoned away by Master Van.
That means Mr. Van is still alive. She nodded in agreement. This possibility is very high.
Xiaoling let out a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. Once Xiaoqin returns, we will ask her about Von Tin's whereabouts. At the same time, in the Am Tin Lin cave, everyone was sleeping soundly. Van Than sat, lost in thought. The ivory tusk of the Tuong Hai Thun was nearly exhausted, and the soul-tracking mark would soon appear as planned. After defeating the Demon Race Alliance, I will start considering how to deal with the Diet Sat Company. In the meantime, I will need the Am Tin Lin. He recalled and calculated that the Am Tin Lin tribe is one of the weaker races among the 72
demon tribes, always oppressed by them, which makes them extremely xenophobic and resentful of all 72 demon tribes, and their habitat is the dark spirit forest bordering the evil demon Duyenda kingdom, causing them to suffer the heaviest oppression from Duyenda. Duyenda not only suppresses them militarily, but also enslaves them, so most Am Tin Lin dare not leave the forest even a step. In addition, they imposed economic sanctions cutting off the trade routes of the dark spirit forest with other tribes, leading to their extreme poverty. This is also the main reason why their equipment is so poor.
The more Van Than thought about it, the more passionate he became. In reality, without the guardian tree protecting the dark spirit forest, it would have long been invaded by the Dama. Still, they can only hold out in one place. It's no exaggeration to say that between the dark spirit elves and the evil dark demons, their relationship is not just hostile, but life and death. Thinking of this, he looked at Kai Ki sleeping soundly, which is why I saved her, a slave of the dark spirit. I plan to use her as a bridge to establish good relations with the dark spirit clan, and then form an alliance with Tiu Diet Doan Da Diet Sakko. Therefore, the forest of dark spirit beings is where I must go. Van Than carefully plans his next moves. According to the original plan, with Lok Ki Kai's introduction and revealing the identity of the Dark Knight King, meeting the Queen of the Shadow. Spirits wouldn't be difficult, but now that I've lost my fighting ability and am alone, even if I reveal my identity, who would believe me? You lie down. I don't have much time left. If I wait for the soul mark to activate and the death-seeking assassin to arrive, it will be too late. For now, let's put aside the loss of combat ability. The alliance plan needs to be accelerated, but careful planning is essential. Huh? You want to see the Queen? Kiki shook her head repeatedly, indicating her opposition. Absolutely not. According to her explanation, the Queen despises foreigners, and we have to treat you secretly. Going to see her alone is basically suicide. You absolutely cannot do that, Van Than replied, confused. If I could speak directly with her, I might be able to protect myself. I thought to myself, after meeting her, at most, I would reveal my human heart, along with the necklace Nico gave me to boost goodwill, and my victory over the Demon Race League. As long as the Shadow Queen isn't foolish, she will definitely be willing to talk to me. Gigi raised her hand to her chin, considering. Even if what you said is true, the Queen resides in the heart of the guarded forest. Those guards are even stronger than little kin. We would have been killed before even meeting the Queen. Van Than's reply was like an arrow piercing through her. Who said I want to rush in? If I can't approach her directly, then find a way to lure her out. As far as I know, the Shadow Spirit clan is very poor, right? Kikai fell for it, her voice sounding a bit helpless. Even if it's true, can't you be a bit more tactful in how you say it? She continued explaining, everything is because of those hateful evil spirits. Everyone can only eat wild fruits and insects. There's nothing enough to fill their stomachs. They want to go far away to farm or hunt, but they're afraid of being taken by other demon clans. Also, although our forest has many trees, it's extremely lacking in minerals. Their guards' equipment hasn't been replaced for decades. It's extremely old, let alone people like us. And then they act pitiful when talking about the past. I was only so hungry that I wanted to go far to find food, but I was captured and taken to an auction. Hearing this, Von Shen looked a bit sympathetic. Then a moment later, he seemed to have understood everything. In that case, to make some things easier, it's not hard since I have a lot of money. Then the two of them went to the Demon King's city and strolled through the streets. Kiki kept following Van Than closely and couldn't help but wonder what we are here for, Lord Titch, he replied briefly. Going shopping? She frowned in confusion. Are you planning to build a relationship through gift-giving? No way. Even though we are poor dark spirits, we still have dignity and will never accept charity.
Vanthan calmly replied, Who said it's a gift? My money didn't fall from the sky. Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's go buy some clothes first. Vanthan cheerfully spoke out. How does that feel?
Kiki picks up a dress, smiling happily and saying, The fabric is not bad, very soft, and the price is reasonable. Hearing the positive response, she immediately makes the purchase.
Okay, boss, I want to buy all
the clothes in this store, but I need a 30% discount. Hearing this, not only Kaiki, but also the shop owner was surprised. Huh? Like winning a big prize, the shop owner quickly used all his strength and hurried off to prepare the packaging.
Facing a generous customer like you, how can I only give a 30% discount? I'll give you 40%.
Vanthan smiled and said 40% is even better. Only Kai is panicking and worried. Sir Vutich, isn't this too showy? Just buy a little, why buy everything?
It's a huge waste of money, but I just crossed my arms and calmly said, This is only the beginning. And as for the money, you don't need to worry.
Van Shen continued to boast about his wealth by reaching out and declaring, Don't say it's just a shop. Even the entire Kuroda fortress can be bought, causing Kaiki to cover her face and say, Wow, so dazzling, the light of the rich. Without delay, the shop owner finished packing all the items Van Shen requested, and a giant crate appeared before them. Sir, your clothes are ready. He casually paid, and then along the entire street, every shop they visited echoed with joyful voices.
Customer, welcome. What did you say? You bought the entire store. You're even taking everything in the warehouse?
Oh my, what a generous customer. Please take your time. A month later, the two of them continued to wander around. Kiki's face grew fearful and worried as she traveled through 5 cities in a month, with Vutich nearly clearing out every store in each city. I've never seen anyone shop so frantically before. She panically looked at Vanthan.
Lord Vutich, you prepared so many supplies. Are you planning to return to the demon realm of annihilation to overthrow the country?
Hearing that, I was speechless, really at a loss for words with her. What nonsense is she thinking? I wondered to myself, am I betraying myself? 2 guards of the Fairy Queen clan appear with swords in hand. You?
What kind of demon race are you? Daring to set up a stall in my territory. Your smell is too arrogant, truly too arrogant. You must be here to humiliate us, to bully us for not having money to buy.
Vanthan gently stepped forward to explain. We only set up a stall outside the forest, a short distance from the entrance, and had no intention of trespassing. Queen, does that mean we are breaking the law? Xiaonian felt it made sense. No, it didn't. But you deliberately lured customers without money here, which is an insult.
Hurry up, what are you planning? Stay calm, try the free sample while I blow on this hot meat.
Although Xiaonian's words remained firm, her actions were the opposite. Damn it, being invited to taste by a handsome guy, and even for free, Xiao Yue didn't fall behind and exclaimed, It's just too unfair. How can we resist? In the end, the two couldn't hold back and took a big bite of the meat, their emotions overflowing, tears welling up in their eyes. The meat is real, not insects, so delicious. I don't know how many years it's been since I last ate real meat. Seeing everything go according to plan, Van Shen's smile grew even brighter as he reached back to beckon. If they weren't full yet, inside there were still 2 female guards who, no longer as stiff as at first, had been completely defeated by the juicy, delicious pieces of meat.
Everyone tried to eat as much as they could. Xiao Yue exclaimed emotionally, Wow, so delicious, I can't stop.
Xiaonian lisped as she continued. Getting to enjoy this delicacy, even under the queen's punishment, is worth it.
After eating until their stomachs were full, the two lay down satisfied. We're so full we could die if we eat any more.
At this moment, Von Shen appeared, looking down at them from above and beginning to set the trap. I only said the tasting was free, not that the main meal was free too.
I heard that the Dark Spirit tribe is very proud. If the rumor about eating demons gets out, the 2 female guards immediately panicked. Sorry, we will vomit out everything we have eaten.
Vanthan was also surprised by this scene and said, Who needs you to vomit it out? Then stepped forward,
placing a hand on their shoulders, and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Just go back and deliver the message that there is delicious food to sell here, and that the transaction only involves shadow wood. I remember that among your
amethyst spirits in the forest, the most abundant thing is high-quality wood, right? Xiaonian's eyes lit up with joy. So you want to trade with us? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Yuk happily confirmed that there is plenty of shadow wood in our forest, so it won't be a problem.
That's great, everyone can enjoy delicious food now.
Everything went as expected. Vanthan smiled triumphantly. Due to the war, Black Dusk City suffered severe damage. The large amount of fuel needed for the construction project is made from high-quality wood that is very valuable. Moreover, with just some inexpensive supplies, not only can we help the Amtin Lane tribe, but we can also exchange for such good items. It's truly a great deal. Kai is deeply grateful for your kindness. Thank you, Lord Titch, for your generosity.
It's been many years since I last wore new clothes. Vanthan Chi gently replied, You have helped me a lot. This small favor's only right. Hurry and set off. We need to return now. Suddenly her face changed. Wait a moment, I think we are being followed.
They didn't turn back and kept walking. Ki guessed that there were definitely about 4 or 5 of the evil spirits from the Dark Night. Vanthan was not worried at all. In fact, he was very calm. Sure enough, they were demons of the dark, but there were more than just them. A total of 17, mostly mid-level demons, who had been following us from inside the city. Kiki started to worry.
There are too many, and since you've been shopping wildly, they are definitely after your money.
What should we do now? Teo-kin is not here at this critical moment. He quickly explained, Teo-kin has other tasks. Before setting out, I arranged for him to go hunting with Nguyen Lolo and the others. Then his eyes narrowed seriously. I guess direct combat is definitely not an option, but if they keep acting recklessly and seek death, I have no choice left. Apma Duanya looked smug. Here, even if they fight, there's no need to worry about alerting the city guards. They all jump out from behind the two to tear apart that fat sheep. Suddenly something emerged from the ground, making them gasp in surprise. Ah, traps? The booming explosion and panicked voices erupted right after Vanthan and Kai. Damn it, why are there so many traps? My arm just exploded. It hurts so much. You sneer. If it's just accidentally setting a few traps that others happen to step on, then it's not really direct combat, is it? Then the two of them returned to Kuro Fortress. Facing the pressure from the Amlin tribe, Vanthan nervously exclaimed, Wait, everyone has a share. Don't push forward. Who just took advantage of the chaos to grope my butt, and who secretly kissed my cheek. Stop. I only sell clothes. That's it, not hey naman in heads. Hurry up and ask Kikai for help. Don't just stand there watching. Come and help keep order. She chuckled to herself, saying, Please bear with it a bit. I don't quite understand why, but everyone especially likes him. I also often secretly watch over Lord Vu Titch sleeping. Some Amlin tribe members sighed and said, My equipment is all rusted and worn out. It would be so much better and safer if I could buy new ones. That's right. Daily necessities are also very scarce. I want to buy more things. I hope I can drink some wine. Yes, we have everything. Our principle is to stock whatever is needed. I'll immediately start selling. Besides clothes and food, we also have a grocery store, an equipment shop, and a tavern. Additionally, other shops are being built to ensure variety. If you need anything, just ask. Everything is traded with shadow wood. Everyone cheerfully exclaims, Oh, wow, Lord Vu Titch, you truly are our savior. Thank you so much. Ha ha ha, we finally have some wine to drink. Vanthan quietly thought to himself, To satisfy you, these shadow spirits, I have cleared out the goods from 5 cities. It won't be long before he notices. A month later, in the Shadow Spirit Forest, the local people happily go about their usual wood gathering. They go to Xiaojing's stall to exchange haunted wood for delicious food and other items, happily inviting customers. A piece of haunted wood can be exchanged for 1 jin of monster meat. We have hunted many monsters. Everyone just needs to bring more haunting wood to exchange. A young man who just tasted the meat exclaimed in amazement. So delicious. Unbelievably tasty. I never thought I'd get to eat real meat in my life, and all I had to do was trade with haunted wood. Thank you, Tree Ancestor. Thank you, Little Jing and Lord Vu Titch, for your generosity. On the other side, 2 girls are standing and complaining to each other. Even though I'm very happy, if possible, I still want to exchange for a few new outfits. I've worn this one for many years. That's right. Yun Shen appears again with new clothes for the people here. Satisfying all customer needs is our guiding principle. Clothes are, of course, essential, with all styles and colors available, as long as you have the obsession with wood to trade. The girls happily exclaimed, Quack-wow, Lord Vu Titch, I love you so much. I have the obsession with wood. Hurry up, I want to buy new clothes. I have new clothes to wear. I've slept too long. My mind is all foggy. I think I've been asleep for nearly 2 months this time, but there's nothing else to do. The entire clan is sealed off by the dark demon's curse and can only operate within the forest. She sighed, thinking that even if she woke up, there was nothing urgent to handle, so she might as well sleep a bit longer to avoid trouble. If this keeps up, I might become lazy and useless.
Suddenly, the queen exclaimed, "Oh, that delicious smell of meat, what's going on?"
Where are the guards? Come in quickly.
Outside, the guards and servants were surprised to see her.
Queen. Your Majesty, you are awake.
The queen was quite surprised when she saw how both of them looked, only a short time apart. "Why does each of you look so well fed?"
Why do you all look so sweaty and smell like delicious meat? Were you out hunting? Aren't you afraid of being caught and sold?
The two servants nervously looked at each other and mumbled their explanations.
No one went out hunting, and after hearing the story, she was filled with many questions.
The incident with the merchant and the demon tribe using wooden images for transactions made her suddenly exclaim, "That name Vutich sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before."
Forget it. We'll think about it later. For now, let's deal with the immediate matter.
The queen angrily scolded them. "I have ordered all demon tribes and outsiders to stay away from the forest. How dare you disobey the order and even tolerate that traitor?"
Before the blockade, Wood Shadow was our most valuable resource. Now we're just trading it for some supplies and letting him make a fortune.
If my guards are begging an outsider, and even you are like that, then the other shadow spirits must have already been bought off.
She couldn't help but feel worried.
Couldn't. Everyone knows that our shadow spirits are an outsider race, yet that traitorous merchant dared to come here to trade.
He must have other motives. Turn around and order the two guards to bring him to me. I am determined to find out the truth. If that's the case, let me see what he really wants to do. Van Shen and Kiki are brought to the main hall of the palace. He bowed deeply and respectfully to the queen, feeling extremely satisfied inside. It was all worth the effort. I finally met her. The queen blushed at Van Thon's handsome appearance, feeling a bit flustered inside. Is this guy really that good looking?
Wait, why do I feel so good about a stranger I just met? This isn't right. And so that's what the guard's behavior was about.
She looked around at her subjects, pondering silently. The Dark Spirit clan is close to nature.
Perhaps he carries a treasure with a strong, natural aura. Even I am affected, let alone them. Regaining her noble tone, the queen spoke, deliberately bringing a treasure containing natural energy close to her people, using it to bribe them.
You are quite skilled at planning and putting in so much effort. It's probably not just for simple profit, right? Van Than replied seriously. That's correct. I want to form an alliance with your Shadow Spirit clan to join forces and destroy the Dark Death flag.
The queen immediately showed suspicion and asked, "Jade, why would a humble merchant like you want to form an alliance with us, given that our Shadow Spirit clan is not among the 72 demon clans, but still one of the top clans outside of them?"
A great surge of power appeared behind Van Than, and he slowly spoke. I am the Dark Night Demon King. The shadow spirits whispered among themselves. No wonder even the ancient tree was shaken. After all, he is the Dark Night King. It is said that he has killed 3 demon lords in a row. Even though they are just the weakest of the 72 evil demons in the dark world, they whisper among themselves, even the weakest still being at the demon lord level. No wonder the elder tree reacted. My grandfather once said that whenever the elder tree is disturbed, it affects our entire clan. I don't know what the elder will advise the queen this time. Van Than crossed his arms and pondered, thinking that the elder of the Dark Spirit clan only protected the forest, like a fortress. But now it's clear that there's more to it. It seems to have independent consciousness and a status even higher than the queen, holding the ultimate decision-making power of the Dark Spirit Tree clan. The queen commands you, Black Dust King, to follow me. The Tree of Ancients wants to see you. The divine ministers exclaimed in shock. What? The ancient tree wants to meet an outsider demon descendant? This has never happened before. The elder tree has only ever met the queen. Van Than silently contemplates.
Is it just because of my title as the Black Dust King, or is there something more? If so, maybe this is more complicated than I thought.
He silently followed her to the ancient tree as the queen spoke up to preempt any questions. I won't reveal any information about the ancient tree unless it specifically instructs me to, so stop dreaming about it. The queen opened her heart and said, I can assure you that meeting the ancient tree is not dangerous. It is not bloodthirsty and has never harmed any living creature. Van Than let out a sigh. Is that so? The queen suddenly stopped walking and led you to the large tree with a face, sleeping peacefully. We've arrived, and the ancient tree sensed someone and spoke. I want to speak privately with him. She obediently bowed her head. Yes, then I will step back. We meet again. You know my real name, so I can't help but doubt what's in your heart. Only President Lu Diulin, Xiao Jing, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ling know my true identity, and they can't have any connection to the ancestral tree. His face was so panicked, he was sweating all over. Wait a minute. If anyone else knew, it could only be the Void Demon, the one who can see through everything about him. Could it be? The ancestor suddenly burst into laughter. Aha, it seems you've guessed it. Yes, Hugh Wu told me about you and asked me to help you. Van Than suspiciously asked again. You said we met again, but I have no memory of the last time.
Thu then reminded him, at that moment you were about to die, and it was normal not to recognize me. He then showed him a colorful tree. What if you saw this? So that's it, you saved me back then. Who was the one who suddenly attacked me? Why did they want to kill me? Why ask me? You already know its identity in your heart, you just don't want to believe it.
After hearing this, Van Than fell silent for a moment, then looked up at the ancestor tree and said, So it was the god who attacked me. You were able to save me. Escaping from the hands of the god is probably not just the work of the ancestor of the dark spirit. Two-Tone calmly said, I paid a high price to save you, to acknowledge you for the void, but I don't think you have the right to stand with us.
A young sapling immediately sprouts,
While the ancient tree continues to speak calmly, wanting to know more. First, you must pass the test. A male spirit suddenly appears, and this clone was formed from my roots. Defeating it is your victory.
Van Than is a bit angry and raises his voice. I never said I wanted to join you.
I only came to discuss forming an alliance
with the Dark Spirit clan. Besides, I am currently cursed by a god and cannot fight directly, so how can I possibly defeat your clone?
The elder tree angrily questions you about being cursed by the gods. You overestimate yourself. The gods have never regarded any living being highly. In his eyes, all things are just dust. He would never intentionally curse you. Then he keeps attacking Van Than. You can't fight back. It's just your instinct. Understand this. What binds you is not a curse, but your instinct. Hearing this, you can't help but feel alarmed. The instinctive fear gradually tells the story, just like mice fear cats and sheep fear wolves. All living beings have innate fears of certain objects. Even demons and humans are no exception. And the divine Lord standing above all creatures makes everything afraid. He mockingly says that when you see him, your innate fear will fully awaken, and you are afraid that the gods will strike you again, so you dare not have any thoughts of fighting. Van Than was stirred up by these words.
You say I'm afraid of him, what are you joking about? I've faced death twice and I'm not afraid, so how could I fear him?
He seems to see through your mind. The more you get agitated, the more it proves what I said is true, and not fearing death is actually not uncommon. Just surviving many life and death battles can achieve it. But in reality, it's not that you are not afraid of death, but that you can face the fear of death itself. The Tree of Life's judgment suggests that, compared to that, the fear caused by instinct is completely different. It will be engraved into every cell of your body, like the need to eat when hungry or drink when thirsty. It's obvious you can endure the pain caused by hunger and thirst, but you can't prevent or completely stop the hunger and thirst from happening. The clone of the tree spirit prepares to challenge and speaks, why talk so much? If you can pass the test, the alliance is just a small matter. If not, everything is over. Let's fight. He quickly strikes, forcing Van Than to dodge repeatedly. The boy grits his teeth and slides to the side. Damn it! He strikes directly at the vital point. He intended to kill me, then ran in circles around the tree clone, creating clouds of dust. So I had no choice but to use my old tricks. When the smoke cleared, he was amazed to see the traps on the ground. Oh, not actively fighting, but accidentally setting a trap beside me. This way can cleverly avoid instinct. He's not afraid, and even steps on the trap himself, but he's still too childish. An explosion then erupted, obscuring everything in dust and smoke. The clone of the ancient tree calmly said, I can't be harmed by such childish tricks, so bring out any other tactics you have. As he finished asking, where did those thorns come from? Van Than used her contract summon, the thorn chain technique, to wrap the thorns around him. The clone of the ancient tree was a bit surprised. Huh? That's an interesting plant-like creature you've summoned, but it's still not enough. I stand beside him lost in thought. After that test, I confirmed that this clone's attack, speed, and defense all reached the level of a demon lord. Van Than anxiously ponders, but now I can hardly use any active attack skills. Xiaojing's level is too low. How can he deal with this formidable enemy? What should I do? The clone of the ancestral tree slowly spoke. A rare spirit flower with innate defects, yet it managed to grow to this level. Without careful nurturing, it would be impossible to achieve that. Then Two-Tone advised Xiaojing, Kid, you're not qualified to join this battle. Step back. The thorny vines instantly disappeared. Van Than shouted in panic, Xiaojing, let go now! Upon hearing the command, she quickly let go. Van Than's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Because a hand appeared behind him, he quickly clenched it. But he had already escaped using divine illusion, which surprised him. Huh? This skill is really rare. Van Than then appeared behind him and sighed softly. That was close. I almost got caught, but I feel a bit relieved. Turns out I can also use divine speed, quickly equipping the stealing hand to follow his plan.
If that's the case, I can fight a battle. Even if the clone of the ancestral tree only has the strength of an ordinary demon lord, it might not keep up with my divine lightning speed. Equipped with items, Van Than feels even more confident just using divine lightning for guerrilla tactics and relying on the stealing hand to steal attributes. I might still win.
Suddenly he realized he couldn't move his hand, and his divine flash couldn't be used. Damn it, my limit force has appeared again. The clone of the tree ancestor explained, "You are born with an instinctive fear of the divine that makes fighting impossible. If it's just running away like before, that's fine. But attacking is completely out of the question."
He jumps high towards Van Than to attack. If you can't eliminate this instinct, your only way is death.
Tiokin quickly rushes behind him, not allowing him to hurt the master. The clone of the ancestral tree spoke in a deep voice.
"I told you, you are not qualified to participate,"
then struck her with a palm that sent her flying. The power of the attack sent Xiaojing flying hundreds of meters away. Vanshin cried out in pain.
"Xiaojing, your actions have provoked you to use the Huiyan Domadiam fusion skill," and he questioned him in a stern tone.
"Old man, do you want to die?"
The clone of the ancestral tree quickly jumped up to avoid Van Than's counterattack, then was briefly surprised and wondered, why would he dare to attack again?
Could he have actually done it? No way. Not stopping there, Van Than quickly jumped up. He swiftly gathered his strength to cast a mage spell, with Wind Embrace and Fiery Blade Warrior Liet Diem leading the attack. Feeling his power still isn't enough, Van Than continues to use the Fanghua Chuan Luan Dao. His display surprises him a little. The attack trajectory is strange. It doesn't seem to be aiming at me, but if I don't dodge, it could really hit us.
So that's why you dared to play this trick.
Calmly, he expressed his thoughts. This kid appears to be attacking me, but his real target is the plant behind me. So even if he attacks me, he's not fighting voluntarily. I am just accidentally falling into his trap. He's just using a grass-cutting technique, with no intention of fighting.
This makes the clone of the ancient tree feel angry and attack. Foolish, you're only confusing yourself just like the previous trap. Nothing but petty tricks.
Van Than continued to use divine illusion to escape. But that was just your side of the story, which only made him angrier, still talking big. Then he summoned huge roots that tore through the air and struck the ground, but he dodged quickly each time.
Then why don't you defend yourself? This attack of mine you could have blocked, so why bother using space skills to dodge? The reason is simple. Defense is also part of combat.
Looking at the sharp roots floating in the air, Van Than secretly devised a plan. Damn it, this old man has seen through everything. Normally, when facing a wide area attack with low power like this, I just need to build an ice wall to defend and wait for the opportunity to strike back. You keep jumping quickly and quietly, trying to think, but right now, I can't do any defensive moves. Even dodging is very difficult, and I have no strength left to counterattack. Moreover, the magic power of the spirit curse is very draining. If I keep dodging like this, I will soon exhaust myself and die. What should I do? What should I do now? Suddenly, a branch rushes from ahead, making Van Than freeze in surprise.
With just a small distance left, it will hit straight into his eye, causing him great panic.
It's over. A moment of carelessness cost the chance. There's no time left to use divine intimidation.
And another vine is wrapping around Van Than's body. He just barely managed to pull you out of danger at the last second.
Seeing that little Jing was still safe and sound,
I was very surprised. Little Jing, are you still alive?
She even wasn't badly hurt. Hearing that, she nodded in agreement.
Yes, that's right. I was also very surprised. I then described the feeling at that moment to Van Than, but it didn't hurt.
When she fell, there was something soft under her buttocks, so I guessed it was soft wood. The ancestral tree's clone even placed several layers of softwood under her buttocks during the attack. Suddenly remembering what the Queen of Shadow Spirits said on the way here, Van Than finally understood. Yes, this is not a life and death battle, just a test. Moreover, didn't the Queen of Dark Spirit remind me of this? The ancient tree is not like Master Ha, who easily commits evil. Those previous attacks were just fake fights, still holding back, as I gaze at the clone of the ancient tree in deep thought.
Furthermore, from his tone, it's clear that the enemy of Void and him is the god. If you oppose the god, the more allies the better, but to stand with them, you must meet certain conditions. Thinking that, Van Than stood up full of confidence, and that condition was to overcome the primal fear of the divine. Like in a wolf pack, instinct refers to the innate abilities of creatures that do not require learning, but are essential for survival and reproduction, such as searching for food, mating, and fearing or avoiding predators. The fear that Hand brought to Van Than, as the Tree of Life said, is indeed because of fear. The so-called curse of the god is just a lie used to save face. Actually, the god didn't do much to me. You keep thinking about it, It just looked at me once and then was about to deliver a deadly slap.
But at that moment, the Tree of Life saved me. But because of my fear of it, I dared not take any fighting action.
I fear that the god will notice again and destroy me. Although I believe I am not afraid of death, in the end I still cannot resist the god's instinctive fear.
Just one glance is enough to make Vanthan afraid, which is why the god is so arrogant, despising, and even ignoring all living beings.
It doesn't need to act. Any creature that looks at it will be filled with terror, lose their fighting spirit, and live in darkness.
These thoughts keep circling, causing him to instinctively hold his head. Now, the fear has been deeply engraved in my soul, tormenting me every second.
For over a month, I have woken up every night in fear. My daily life is just a facade, with fear surrounding me everywhere, driving me almost insane, even to the point of contemplating suicide.
Van Shen trembled repeatedly, muttering to himself, "I've had enough of this feeling. How can I escape from here?" Your expression made Xiaojing a little afraid.
"Master, my lord?"
Vanthan continued to be lost in chaotic thoughts. The simplest way is to become stronger than the gods, at least to have the power to resist, because only strength decides everything. Humans only stop fearing any beast because they wield weapons and gain greater strength. You imagine the images of emptiness in the ancestral tree, feeling even more helpless. But this is a dead end since I can't even fight, let alone become stronger. Moreover, the void and the ancestral tree are clearly not stronger than the gods. If they were, they would have killed them long ago. Is there really no need to struggle so much to find allies? But they seem to be unafraid of the gods. How is that even possible? His eyes became vacant as he muttered to himself. Clearly any creature fears the gods, any creature. Any creature life keeps murmuring unconsciously. The Tree of Life and Death looks at Vanthan with a pleased expression. "Oh, it seems you have understood something." Suddenly, a jet of ink-like black aura burst out from your body, looking extremely strange.
The branch of the ancestral tree shot out like a spear, then loudly roared, "How stupid! I didn't expect that after realizing I have no murderous intent you would choose to give up resistance. I really won't kill you, but that doesn't mean you won't make me angry. If you behave like that, don't expect to escape pain."
That branch suddenly pierced Vanthan's arm, blood splattering everywhere. He still showed no reaction as the red blood continued to flow profusely.
You really made him so angry that a bunch of roots rushed toward Vanthan, not resisting, not dodging. Are you trying to give up? Do you really think I dare not strike hard enough?
They plunged straight into the ground, forming a barrier around him. Suddenly, the tree ancestor sensed something strange. No, this kid's condition was abnormal. Moreover, the aura erupting from his body was not dark magic, nor human magic, but resembled the deathly aura seen when Vanthan falls into unconsciousness, with hair turning jet black, leading to the conclusion that only a corpse could have such deathly energy, and this concentration of deathly aura was far beyond that of an ordinary corpse. Suddenly, Tiukin jumped out to block in front of him. "No, don't hurt the master anymore." But ignoring Vanthan behind him, his eyes flashed brightly before he gasped for breath. The Tothu Hawk Vanthan immediately shouted a warning. It's not good, kid, get away from him." He completely lost his mind and punched straight at Xiaojing, but couldn't reach her because the roots appeared just in time. Yet Xiaojing was still knocked back, then caught again by a series of roots and brought to safety. She turned around, her eyes filled with tears of fear. The clone of the ancient tree's owner shot out a powerful attack like a pillar, taking the hit for her. "Young man, you've gone too far. We are both plants, and I can clearly feel how much she loves you, even willing to sacrifice her life to protect you." That root was seized by Vanthan, and a crack has appeared along it. Vanthan's clone tree was stunned by his power. The large root was crushed easily by Vanthan's hand, and a second later he kicked hard and charged at the opponent. He forcefully waved his hand, releasing a hidden weapon, and shouted, "Disrespectful!" But it was completely useless because of the surrounding cold aura. Vanthan completely lost control and laughed loudly. Ha ha, in the chilling bones. He rushed towards the ancient tree at lightning speed. Facing the crazed Vanthan before him, he could only think, too fast. A punch like the heavens descending caused the earth to shake and dust to fly, accompanied by a deafening explosion. He keeps punching regardless of age, punching like he's going down a machine. The ancient tree observes the clone taking the hits and confirms without a doubt that the young boy is truly fighting, surely having overcome his instinct to fear. But the method is completely different from what I imagined. Vanthan's psychological barrier has collapsed, and the ancient tree calmly analyzes everything. After enduring the torment of fear and having his lies exposed from within, his pride shattered. The young boy chose to abandon all thoughts, seeking a chance by wishing for death, which is why Van Than's body now exudes a deadly aura. This truly is a method because what is called fear can only be possessed by living beings. If you are near death, you are no longer considered a living creature. Fear, of course, also ceases to exist. He continues to think while the boy keeps attacking. He abandons his will to survive and seeks death, and with the attacks from his clone, Van Shen edges closer to death, with death energy intensifying to the extreme. However, his vitality is too strong. Not only does he survive, but he also falls into a special state, suspended between life and death. In this state, Van Shen's potential is unleashed infinitely, but he also loses his reason at the same time. The ancient tree finally concluded that this is a terrible method, and what's worse is that this kid's potential is too great. Van Than still shows no sign of stopping, while the clone of the ancient tree gradually transforms back into wood. He shouted loudly and poured all his strength into smashing the mindless wooden puppet. Ah! Then he straightened up, eyes fixed on the ancient tree. He smiled, and many other trees grew around him, still wanting to fight more. It seems I've been underestimated. If that's the case, they grow strong and tall, full of vitality. The sprouting seedlings quickly grew into 3 giant monsters before Van Than, as the elder tree on the other side sternly declared, "I will fight seriously." The giant trees are advancing to attack Van Than under the command of the Shadow Spirit Tree Clan. Xiaojing sees this and sits down, clutching his head and crying. After being hit by the master, a giant seedling swings a fist toward you. Van Than also didn't hold back and charged to counterattack. When they collided, his strength was so great that it shattered its arm, sending debris flying everywhere. The elder tree watches their exchange and comments. This level of strength is completely different from before. This young brat keeps getting stronger, but he's not too worried about the giant Thurian, because luckily, the giant transformed from my clone still has my life breath, and this wound will heal soon. Once recovered, the Thurian who just attacked, along with another, let out a loud roar. They all strike down where you're standing, but with your agility, you dodge them. Van Than jumps onto the head of a giant creature, roars loudly, and swings his hand down so powerfully that it tears the creature in half. But he forgot that there was another giant creature, so it caught him and clenched him tightly in its palm. The Dark Spirit Tree Clan sensed the opportunity and shouted loudly. At this moment, tons of branches appeared and started wrapping around Van Than's body. But they only wrapped him a little, so he was dissatisfied and continued to give orders. It still isn't enough. More thick and numerous branches appear and continue to wrap around Van Than, and when he is tightly bound, he suddenly starts shouting loudly. The elder tree mistakenly thought that Van Than was screaming in pain, so he said, "The sealing spell we cast contains a fragment of my essence. You can't escape. Once I seal you, everything will be easier. But in reality, you are channeling your power, and a red energy begins to emanate from within your body." Seeing this, he gapes and shouts, "What?" When his power was fully gathered, Van Than erupted to unleash a massive energy to break the branches surrounding him. "When I saw you break free from my control, the ancient tree was terrified. It turns out that not only does the void grant you equipment, but also a spark of the primal essence." The old man bent down and whispered to Xiaojing, "You little one, I can't use any more power, or it will be detected. Fortunately, you are like me, both beings capable of accepting a part of my origin." The elder tree raised its branch, and a giant rainbow-colored droplet condensed on its leaves. "This is the nectar of the world. Swallow it to complete your evolution and help me save your master." Xiaojing was ordered to go and put the drop of water into her mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Her body began to change, and the cocoon gradually formed around her. As she was transforming, the elder tree urged her on. "Hurry up, kid! Faster!" In just a moment, Xiaojing completed her transformation and began breaking the cocoon. Her body fully matured, and she now holds a new identity as the Thorn Queen. Xiaojing started running quickly forward as the Shadow Spirit Clan's Nestmaster issued an order. "Kid, hurry and take control of him." She rushes at Van Than, who is losing control. Vines are wrapping around both of them. Inside, Xiaojing holds Van Shen tightly and calls out, "Master, wake up!" Her flesh is being corroded more and more. She grits her teeth and endures. It's too painful. Outside, the Tothu also controls a vine toward the cocoon and shouts. "That is the invasion of the 10,000-year evil hand's power. Try to hold on a little longer. I'm almost done." Little Jing tearfully grit her teeth and said, "I can endure." The vine shot past her and pierced directly into Van Than's chest. The Tree of Life nervously said, "Van Than's current state is between life and death. It's extremely delicate. Removing it is simple. Just kill Van Than completely or save him. My choice is, of course, the latter.
Dividing a bit of life force to save that kid is not a difficult task. But the problem is he activated the 10,000 lifetimes power, a strength that Van Thon shouldn't have used at this stage. In summary, everything can be boiled down to. Ultimately, the so-called primal power represents the materials, forces, and phenomena that make up the world. For example, water, fire, earth, and water. These elements create and also shape the world. They are commonly called the primal essence of life. On the other hand, when we reconsider everything, if we want the world to be balanced, relying only on life is not enough. Destruction is also needed to regulate it. Therefore, if the primal force of life creates the world, then there must also be the primal force of destruction to annihilate it, such as devouring, disintegration, obliteration, and plagues. They represent destruction and ruin, collectively called the primal force of destruction. And the power that the calamity of 10,000 ages represents is itself a disaster and catastrophe. Even within the primal essence of destruction, it is an immensely powerful existence. As he thought about what the old tree had just said, he realized that the void had granted this young boy the original power probably intended for him to use once he reached a certain stage of maturity, but it was unexpectedly triggered so quickly. He looked at Van Than, whose strength was fading, and declared loudly, "This is not good for you. Let me handle it." The ancient tree shouted loudly. The primal essence awakens, erasing all traces of existence. As he finished speaking and pressed, half of Van Than's face changed, and everything was over. Everything. The ancestor of the Shadow Spirit clan is no longer attacking you. Xiao Jing, sitting nearby, anxiously watches Van Shen, who is unconscious, suddenly opens his eyes, still confused. "This is not a dream. I have caused quite a commotion." He responded calmly. It was indeed quite noisy, but luckily the outcome was not bad. Void really didn't care. "Congratulations on overcoming your instincts and earning the right to face the gods and join our side." Van Than begins to ask his first question. "How many teammates do you have left?" The ancient tree responds in a straightforward manner. "Many." "You are probing. Are they also at my level?" He explained seriously. "Not exactly the same. The method of the test and the results are similar, but the way of resolving is completely different. Your method is unique and extreme. Even I cannot imitate it." The elder calmly recounts everything. "This trial was originally meant to push you to the limit and help you transcend the self, entering a state of non-attachment so that you could erase your existence from the subconscious and thus avoid the fear of the divine. Almost all my comrades did the same and succeeded." He reluctantly recounted an unforeseen turning point. "But I never expected you to choose a different path by sacrificing your life, leaving yourself suspended between life and death, thus transcending the realm of living beings. I have never heard of this method. Only someone with profound understanding of death could do it." The elder tree expressed doubt, looking at your current adaptation. "And I even wondered if you had truly died. You don't seem to realize it, but in your mind, you've almost died twice." Van Than begins to touch his chin and wonders, "I can feel a great power sealed here, the so-called power of endless calamities. My loss of reason is also related to it. Why did the void do that?" He felt a bit regretful, wanting to face the divine. Of course, the more power, the better. That is his reward, but you opened it too soon. I wonder what would happen if I refused to face the god. The elder tree firmly states that you have no choice unless you want to become like them. His face becomes serious as he lies within the coffins on the Forbidden Mountain. Van Than was startled, stood up, stunned, and shouted, "Who are they? What are those things inside the coffins?" The old tree was unshaken and replied, "People like you can be considered your seniors." He also told you one more thing. Of course, overcoming primal fear is just the first step to confronting the gods. The path to victory is still long, as they are truly too powerful. You wonder just how powerful it really is. The elder tree explains in detail, and I can give you a few examples. The gods only communicate with Silin through sacrifices, and do not interfere directly because this world is too fragile. Any excessive intervention could lead to its destruction. He delves into the matter, with the Forbidden Mountain as the best proof. To the demon race, it was a divine feat, but to the gods, it was just an accidental stone cast into the dark world, leaving that land lifeless for thousands of miles, with no life appearing for years to come. Hearing this, Van Than couldn't help but wonder how to defeat such an enemy. This is beyond the understanding of the elder tree, I don't know. But we have no other choice. Once the battle between the two worlds is decided, it will be the day of destruction. Xiao Jing suddenly cried out in pain, causing him to worry and turn back to call her little thorn. But there's nothing to worry about. She simply reverted to her original form, the ancient tree of the shadow. Spirit Clan smiled and said, "Looks like with your current magical power, you can't maintain this new form of hers for long." Van Than happily walks over to Xiao Jing and ruffles her hair. "Thank you. Let's go back." "Yes.
I deduce that not only can you help Xiaogai overcome her congenital defect, but you and the Void also gain the power to save me from the gods. Your identity may not be just a seed tree in the forest after all. Suddenly, the seed tree and Van Than reveal a truth. That's right, the world tree is just a title the shadow spirit gives me. I am a creation of the gods to exist in this dark world. The world tree. Hearing him reveal his identity, you only care about one thing. The legendary world tree can create a world or even connect multiple worlds. But whether it is the dark world or the human world, they are all created by the gods. You are a product of the gods, yet now you want to betray. The ancient tree bitterly admits to Van Than's words. Indeed, the gods created me, but my mission is for the world to endure long term, while the gods only want the world to exist temporarily. So, the gods always control my thoughts, see me as a tool. Only with the help of the Void could I escape their control and have a chance to fulfill my wish. I wonder about what he just said. What exactly is Void? Why was I chosen? Could it be because you saw my potential? Tethu said regretfully that his identity could not be revealed unless the Void spoke for itself, otherwise no creature would have the right to speak out. But he also explained part of it to Van Than, and the reason for choosing you is very simple. Potential only accounts for a small part. After all, I've met many geniuses, and compared to that, your human identity is more important. The ancient tree imagined a chessboard manipulated by two opposing forces, but you already know there are only two gods, one creating and controlling the human world, and the other the dark world. The battle between these two worlds is a struggle among gods, with sacrifices only a part of it. Any living being, including you, is just a pawn in this battle. He felt a sense of despair because, regardless of who wins, the world will be destroyed. Therefore, the gods we must oppose are not just one, but all of them. However, the dark world has emptiness, but the human world does not. In the end, the Tree of Life pointed its branch at Van Than and declared that someone like Void must quietly influence the human world. Clearly, you are the only choice. The boy shook his head repeatedly and refused. You all think too highly of me. Void can only do so because of the power to crush everything. What do I have? The Tree of Life took out something that glowed and shouted loudly and confidently. You have potential and a future. Use it to reach the place of the tree ancestor, just as the Void has bestowed upon you the power of the calamity of 10,000 ages. My true purpose is certainly not small. This is my heart, as well as the heart of the world tree. Use it well. The information appears immediately. The world tree's heart, a material that can be used later to control the power of the world. Van Than looked at it in shock and exclaimed in amazement, "If you give me the heart, what will you do? Moreover, I never promised to join. He told you that my origin is this world. The heart is important to me, but it's not irreplaceable. I also won't force you to join because it's only a matter of time for you." Hearing the tree's words, he agreed to accept it and responded with a thank you. Holding it in my hand, Van Than thought that the closer I got to the truth, the more uneasy I felt inside. I need more power, as much as I can get. The elder sincerely requests, "Besides, the reason you can see gods is probably due to some item. Could you show it to me?" You can't refuse that request, so you accept. Van Than hands the Tree of Life a staff, a fragment of the death bell that I happened to acquire years ago, which allows you to see souls and even directly harm them. He carefully examined it, realizing that its structure resembled my body, probably fallen from your world tree in the human realm, and only through fate did it end up in such a degraded form that you now possess. The elder tree channels its energy into it, but that alone isn't enough to make it useful. I will continue to let it evolve. The morning staff has been transformed into a different form, and the elder tree is satisfied. Using it as a weapon is also a good choice. Its information appears. A branch of the world tree, legendary attribute quality, plus 1,000 physique, plus 1,000 intelligence, plus 1,000 stamina. When held, it can reveal invisible things. The effect when used can bypass defenses and directly attack the target's core structure such as blood, organs, bones, and soul. Cloud Spirit branch in hand, he was extremely excited, shouting out loud with joy. The weapon is too powerful, but at that moment he added one more thing. Its function is secondary. Its main purpose is to help you see more. The elder tree happily pointed out, when you perform a large-scale sacrifice next time, you must hold it in your hand, and then you will learn many more things. Also remember not to let the deity detect you. As long as you don't look directly at the deity, it won't notice your presence. Just like no one would pay attention to the ants walking with their heads bowed. He nodded seriously and said, "I understand." Van Shen suddenly remembered the most important issue. How should I use the heart of that world tree? He asked patiently. Combine it with the empty blueprint, and once you obtain the heart of the human world tree, it can be crafted into a suit. Van Shen asked another question. According to what you said, the world tree of the human world has no help from void. It must still be under the control of the gods. Would it be willing to give me its heart? Of course not. How could it be as easy as talking with me? But you also can't act recklessly.
If you kill it, the human world will collapse. Think carefully about how to handle it after you return to the human world.
He laid out a path for you, because right now the hardest part is figuring out how to handle this power of the 10,000 calamities. It's not like a normal origin. Just by participating in the fight, you will grow stronger and eventually break the seal. Jushu firmly believed that your best choice was to hold back its power before it destroys you. Van Shen nervously repeated the words, holding back the power of the 10,000 calamities.
Seeing your reaction, he suggested,
I sense there's still a small problem on you. Although the origin from the Dark Demon's evil seed is temporarily hidden, I can help you remove it if needed. Vanthan calmly refused and said, No need. This still has value, as long as the Queen of the Shadow Spirit agrees to alliance with me. In his mind, he thought, as expected from the World Tree, not even my soul mark can escape its gaze. The elder smiled and said, You have passed the test. She knows what to do as the World Tree. I am not good at fighting, but more about guiding and nurturing. Facing the gods is ultimately your task. He ended their conversation. What I can do ends here. Vanthan clasped his hands together and thanked the ancient tree. Thank you. He decisively turned and walked away. The next step in Vanthan's mind was the image of that woman, the decisive battle with Donda's killing intent.
After a while, Vanthan dined with the Black Spirit Queen and proposed forming an alliance. She ate while saying, You've recovered some strength, so you have a bit of capital, but in your mind, you're thinking about something else.
It's been a long time since I tasted such a delicious dish.
All thanks to that guy, I really want to hold him tight.
She calmly cuts the meat, but to cut through the deadly intent of Douanier, that's not enough. No one knows that beneath her serious exterior, she keeps telling herself to hold back and maintain her image.
Vanthan crossed his arms and said seriously, This war base is a renovated fortress from a mobile palace, holding hundreds of heavy war weapons and thousands of medium and small weapons, along with the strongest demon generals under the command of the Dark Abyss, Demon, and the Guy Queen, who possesses power between a demon lord and a demon king. The queen spins the knife in her hand. The fortress's power can only be truly felt through direct restraint. As for the Guy Queen, if her strength is truly as you say, she could serve as the main force, but still wouldn't be enough. The queen's eyes suddenly turned serious, because Douanier's killing intent is the strongest among the top 72 pillars. With what you have plus mine, I can only barely hold my own. To kill her, I need a decisive power.
Hearing her say that, Vanthan took out what he had. What if he added these 3 things? It includes a gem, 2 vials, and a scroll. The queen seems to be awakened, so that's what it is.
If used separately, they are not worth much,
but combined with strategy, they can create great effects.
You hint that this is what I can support. What about you?
Our elite warriors will fight with all their strength, and I will also ask my ancestor to send 3 clone bodies to assist. The roots can reach any corner of the world, and each branch can turn into a demonic ancestor, level clone. The queen's face suddenly became passionate.
You also know that many members of my Dark Spirit clan have been enslaved by the Night Demon, but they are not just simple slaves. They are also carrying out many secret missions. At the same time, in the Forbidden Mountain Range, the craftsmen inside are abuzz with gossip.
This is so weird. Every day dealing with coffins and corpses. When will this work ever end? When will all the coffins be opened?
Lord Kalata is working really hard. After all, it's also the order of the Assassin of the Dark Soul. Everyone knows he cares for Satko Doanda, but they're just afraid he won't get anything in the end.
Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, startling them all. So that's how it is, I finally understand. Kalata walks out holding a piece of wood, smiling as he says,
I've done my research for nothing. This mountain range has the power to overthrow the entire dark world if activated. He places the wood down forcefully, eagerly imagining the future.
If Satko Doanda can harness this power, my demon lord Doanda will be in the top 5, maybe even the top 3, or the leader among the 72 demon pillars. He suddenly blushed and thought about Doanda's alluring body with a lewd expression. With such great merit, I wonder how she will be rewarded. Even if I ask for too much, she probably will. She regained her composure and spoke seriously, giving instructions.
I will return to the royal city first. You continue your work. Do not fall behind schedule. The others happily accept the order.
Yes, Lord Kolata. At the same time, in a church, Lucy stood with her hands clasped, softly speaking beside Duelin.
Great Master, I vow to follow your instructions.
She sincerely said, "Please guide us to offer our devotion." Does Diu Lin think it's another divine message? She suddenly sees Lucy soaring up. After all this time as a spy, I have a clear understanding of this organization. Their master periodically issues divine commands, which are actually assignments. The sphere in front of the chest and the statue behind it start to glow, with the special item and reward passing through this light sphere. But in reality, the sphere is just a disguised teleportation magic, probably connected to the holy nation, and the divine's true task is to deceive. Diu Lin was following their orders while distracted, thinking that the holy nation was doing this to profit from the dark world. But strangely, many of the missions had nothing to do with their interests. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became, as if they were creating holy disciples just to serve others. If so, who is the true master behind them? Who is? The sphere emits a blinding light, and as the light fades, an axe appears. Lucy raised her hand to take it. The divine decree has two conditions. One is to go to the Shadow Spirit Forest to destroy the World Tree. The people below started to panic. What is happening? Is the World Tree in the Shadow Spirit Forest its ancestral tree of the spirits? The legend says the World Tree unites with the world. How can we possibly defeat it? Even the deadly strike of the Blade can't harm the World Tree. So our divine command is no different from telling us to go die. Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth and asserted, "The Blade's failure doesn't mean we can't succeed." Lucy's expression suddenly turned sinister, reflected on the blade. This axe is the weapon the gods have given us. The World Tree in front of it is just a pile of rotten wood. Some still doubt its viability, but the Dark Elves won't let us act easily. We know nothing about the Queen of the Dark Spirit. She is full of mysteries, and no one knows how powerful she truly is. There are rumors that in her early years she defeated the 67th Demon Lord. If the overall strength of the Dark Elves hadn't been too weak, she would have already been listed among the 72 Demon Pillars. Lucy sinisterly reassured them, "Don't worry, I will contact the Pope and mobilize the Holy Cross Crusaders. It's just Dark Elves, nothing to worry about." Hearing this information, the atmosphere began to turn chaotic. The Holy Cross Crusaders are the strongest force among our holy believers, quite different from our usual small battles. Gather enough of them to destroy an entire demon kingdom. Oh my God, I never thought I would witness such a large-scale holy war in my life. Diu Lin nervously pondered why the Divine Empire would target the World Tree of the Dark World. As the two sides had nothing to do with each other, but based on past experience, divine decrees often seemed to harm the Dark World, but actually benefited them. Lucy smirked cunningly, and regarding the second divine decree, the destruction of the Dark Crimson Demon Realm, for some reason she suddenly started to bleed and groped her chest to show her greed, then attacked the Dark Crimson King. Lucy's actions frightened Diu Lin. After remaining silent for a while, she finally spoke up to remind him, "Master of the divine authority, that completing this divine decree might take a lot of time." "Before we begin, I hope you can keep your promise," Lucy said, running her hand along her chin before responding. "You're such a hasty little kitten." "Fine, we still have plenty of time anyway." She gazed into Diu Lin's eyes with fascination and said, "I will sincerely return your feelings. Let's begin our journey." The scene is peaceful and quiet, with a gentle breeze blowing. "Miss Lucy, what do you plan to do with those two divine commands?" She outlined her plan. Once she decided to use the Holy Cross, it meant we had the power to crush everything. Of course, just do it in the most convenient way. First, destroy the Dark Devil Kingdom, then move on to the Shadowy Spirit Forest. She suddenly took Diu Lin's hand tightly. "This is a rare date, so stop only talking about serious matters and relax a little. Don't call me the celestial official anymore. I allow you to call me more affectionately. Just call me Lucy, that's all." With an excited and eager look, Lucy said, "Little adventurer, you have helped me gather enough materials for my third reincarnation. I have seen all the hardships, and as long as it's your wish, I will accept anything." Diu Lin looked incredulous and asked again, "Any request at all?" Even if it's too much, Lucy's enchanting hands moved to touch everywhere. "It doesn't matter." Suddenly, the playful hand was clenched tightly. Diu Lin's demeanor sharpens. "What if I asked you to kneel and lick my feet?" Lucy was stunned by the unreasonable request, her narrowed eyes showing a murderous intent. "Don't say such jokes, little rascal. How could someone as noble and pure as me do such a despicable thing? I won't accept that kind of request, but I can agree to other games." DM Lin begins to unwrap the layers of cloth around her. "Lucy, you misunderstood my intention. This is not about the game. I just want you to understand clearly." The real face is revealed along with a teasing voice. Who is the real cowardly pig? Lucy suddenly felt unbelievable. Diu Lin, what is going on? Why are you in this dark world? She thought to herself, could it be that the Huiyanlong nation has sent troops to attack? No way. They don't have enough strength.
How did I get here? Of course I was forced here just like you.
You don't even know about this. It seems your communication with the Holy Spirit Empire isn't going smoothly. No wonder you chose this remote meeting place. You had planned it all along. But so what? If you think my performance in the fight years ago was my full strength, you're very mistaken. Especially now that I have completed my third reincarnation. Lucy shouted, even Lu Diulin can only submit. Your third reincarnation, the Six Wings, turned you into an angel of fall. Diolin, with a knowing look, said,
I knew it all along. You deliberately lost to Elg back then. When did the Holy Demon Empire start allying with dark believers and the dark world?
Lucy didn't hesitate to strike a surprise attack. A dead person who knows too much is of no use. Tianchi Kuang's powerful attack surged forward, but Diolin dodged swiftly, its force nearly overwhelming her. Lucy's sinister expression grew even more malicious. She laughed loudly, the daughter of the Guardian General, the top genius of the Huiyanlong nation. All are useless, because in pursuit of greater power I am not hesitant to give up everything. Fallen into the world of darkness, what right do you have to oppose me? The ambush left a deep crater on the ground. Lucy was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Dai Lin, who seemed to have died, was now standing there calmly and confidently. She lost her composure witnessing this scene. Not a single wound. What are you joking about? You're just a second-tier elemental mage. Even with innate bloodline talent, you can't reach this level. Wait a minute. Could it be that you too? Diu Lin calmly replied. Don't be surprised. Over the years, I've dedicated myself to working for you, but I've also exploited your identity several times to act more easily. As long as I sneak around a little, completing the third reincarnation isn't anything extraordinary. Oh, she happily added. By the way, the spoils of each action are claimed by me first. The things offered to you are just leftovers. Behind her are colorful tales circulating the third reincarnation, the master of the primordial demon fox. Lucy couldn't believe it, and continued to unleash dark spells with ghastly skulls rushing forward.
Disgusting, damnable worms, you should be wiped out by divine punishment, while Diolin simply stood still in the midst of her madness.
Dark magic! Break for me! She shouted. Duong Mok Tran Ma Pill. Lu was stunned for a moment. Is it gone? What is that? The wood attribute element. Diu Lin boasts about its usefulness. This isn't just an ordinary wood element. My yin element combines with the yang element, allowing not only direct attacks but also creating special enhancements for other attributes. A blood-red sphere forms in the air like this. Yongwen shouted loudly. Sit Thong Tien. Lucy couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Damn it, my wing got hit again.
Regain your composure, Lucy, and fly away quickly.
She must escape from this heat. She glanced and saw something. Dark water and shadowy guilt. A sea of black bones surrounds her. Lucy's neck is tightly grasped by the black bones. Diolin's hands slowly close, with two black and white fish entwined in the middle. Where there is water, there must be fish. Yin and yang merge. She suddenly shouted, Yin-yang fish! The two fish rushed quickly toward Lucy. She fell hard to the ground, her slender hand gradually loosening. She tried to say a few words despite her injuries. Lu Diulin, I have underestimated you. You are stronger and more beautiful than I thought. Lucy's face is now covered in mud and dirt mixed with her wounds, and suddenly tears start to fall. If you were you, Diolin, do you really have the right to trample on me? Come and crush me. I am ready to endure everything from you. Just release your desires. After hearing those disgusting words, Diolin hurriedly dodged and exclaimed, Oh my, she's more perverted than I thought. Meanwhile, in another part of the lush green forest with drifting clouds, two people are walking together. The queen subtly nodded at Van Than and signaled, Everything is ready. Let's begin. Do you agree? Van Than stands anxiously. Don't let me down. The scene at Douanye Diet So, Douanye King City is truly solemn and respectful, emanating an air of majesty. The person sitting above always exudes a threatening aura, and all subordinates beneath him kneel in reverence. Welcome back, Lord Destroyer. Half a year of war has been tough. How is the situation on the front line? Douanye replied, tiredly and annoyedly. It's very bad. At a critical moment, the commander messed up. If not, we could have taken over at least one more major human country, she thought to herself and recalled the bloody scene of the past battle, feeling only annoyed. What ultimately happened to the village devourer, even someone who couldn't bear to see the front line fail, chose to retreat. Furthermore, after retreating, he ordered the capital to strengthen its defenses, close the gates, and not participate in the 72 Pillars Council meeting. What exactly is going on?
Da decided to overlook this complicated matter and stop discussing the front lines. How is the situation inside the country?
The subordinate leader stepped forward to reply, saying that aside from Perti's defeat in the battle and the failure of the Allied forces, nothing major happened. When Da heard about the defeat of his subordinate, he suddenly felt annoyed. Leading an alliance of 71 demon clans and still failing to defeat the dark evil Da Quan Vuong, he truly is useless. Duan Da fiercely unleashes his power, causing destruction around him, but no matter how useless he seems, he is still my subordinate. Only I, as Hak Da Quan Vuong, have the right to deliver the killing blow to Parati, and I will handle him myself. Suddenly she was pulled by something, and all the subordinates looked up in confusion. This feeling is the sign of the soul mark. According to what I know, so far the only living person with the soul mark is that human Van Than, who previously couldn't be sensed. Now he suddenly appears at a great distance, only roughly indicating the direction, with the exact location still needing further investigation. Da crossed his arms casually, no need for confirmation. About 100 miles east of the border, previously undetectable, perhaps hidden by a special method, but now that method is clearly no longer effective. She ordered her subordinates, Sura. Again, go bring his head back here. That thing is quite valuable. Again, kneeling attentively, Tron Tru hesitated to respond. But Master Diet, Sat Ko, didn't you say that the true body of the Black Da King could be that Van Than? Sura also seems hesitant. Previously, the 3 demon lords teamed up to attack but were all betrayed by Van Than, and just the 2 of us alone might not be enough for Don Da to give the Agayan group a chance to speak further. She explained the origin. Humans cannot control dark magic. I said that just to give an excuse to start a fight. Both Sura and Agen look interested. They start laughing loudly in excitement. Then it's easy to deal with. Dealing with a 3rd-tier human and sending 2 of us is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut in this quiet, remote, and eerie forest. Van Shen is sitting in meditation with great focus, seemingly unaffected by anything around him. The 10,000 robes conceal the symbol representing his status. The peaceful scene was shattered as 2 strangers suddenly appeared in the sky. Sura and Ayan laughed loudly with satisfaction. The last of humanity has finally met you. You weren't worthy of us acting, but just when Lord Diet Sat Ko was in a bad mood, it's only your bad luck. Huh? I don't know whether to call Sat Ko lucky or you guys unfortunate. Gu Feng suddenly surged with powerful waves. Someone quietly approached from behind them. I think. The queen places her hand on both of their shoulders. Sura and Ayan both froze, unable to believe it, thinking to themselves. The Queen of Shadows. They trembled as they slowly turned their heads behind them, and the flat ground suddenly became rugged and cracked open. No, that's not right. It seems there's something else. 3 giant parasitic creatures burst out from underground, and the space suddenly changed. Don't make a fuss. The voice echoes from a flying fortress. I know you're angry, but we're not exactly happy either. Little Yu feels regretful. Using this fortress consumes a lot of demon spirit crystals. That is the property of our Black Dusk King. Xiaolong responded just to deal with the 2 demon lords, but in truth, he was the one who was the most unhappy. The shadow fortress looms tall in the sky. Agen is stunned, panicked, and a little flustered.
What? Is he really the Black Dusk King?
Sura also lost his composure. What are you joking about? They are terrified to face an army greater and more powerful than ever before. A colossal, ancient weapon never seen, along with 3 demon lord giants, the Queen of Shadow Spirits, and the Black Dusk King. This clearly isn't meant for us. It's meant to eliminate Lord Kona.
Sura and Agen are in danger, killing a chicken with a butcher's knife indeed.
It turns out the chicken we need to kill is actually us. Van Than casually waved his hand and said,
It's not a waste. According to the plan, we should also purge a few demon lords, kill them, and test the strength of the fortress.
The destructive power was so great that flames engulfed the land, burning everything and both of Duan Ye's subordinates. The sounds of anguished roars echoed throughout the forest. You don't care much and just weigh the item in your hand. Your strength is decent. Killing a demon lord is well within your power, so my investment in resources hasn't been wasted. Van Than calmly assessed, if the firepower is fully unleashed, it should be enough to make the 72 demon pillars tremble in fear. You are quite satisfied with this weapon. No wonder it was transformed from a mobile palace and is very convenient to carry. The queen approached and said that this fortress has even greater value. As it can contain lives, as long as there is enough food, it can even hold an entire army inside. Xiao Yu and Xiaolong confirmed that they must go inside. The space is very large. Even a giant tree can be easily put in, but the original plan was to lure the assassination, intent to destroy it. Now it seems to have failed. Xiao Yu looks strangely suspicious. The demon army from Duanye said that the Black Knight King's true form is a human. the queen replied. Even within Da's royal city, the Shadow Star spirits received similar information, yet she only sent 2 demon lords here, which is truly baffling. Van Shen pondered. It seems that information was just an excuse to spark war. Even Duan Ya doesn't believe it. The plan has failed Muad, and a backup strategy must be implemented. Returning to the magnificent palace of Nguyen-za, Da still presides over the court, unaware that his subordinates have been wiped out. The teleportation formation is active. They should arrive at the border soon. Why is it still not over? She secretly thought she didn't understand why she had an uneasy premonition. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. The messenger's report was not good. Lord Ko was assassinated. He continued with a terrified expression, sweat pouring down as the eastern and western borders were simultaneously attacked by dark night demons and shadow spirits. The enemy's forces are extremely strong, and relying only on the local lord is not enough to withstand it. Doan Da couldn't believe that both events happened at the same time, whether by coincidence or conspiracy. But it no longer mattered. The 2 of them immediately went to assist, each heading to a different place. They immediately turned around together, understood. Duan Da sensed something unusual in these consecutive events. Something was wrong, as if all of this was targeting me. Moreover, the aura of the soul mark suddenly approached, intensifying her unease. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the ceiling of the castle, drawing her attention. The rocks and dirt fell onto Duan Ya's body. She remained calmly seated on her throne, smiling as she said, "So that's how it is, you're quite the unexpected guest." A massive explosion destroys the ceiling as Yun Shen uses his dark talent to transform into a powerful new form. "If you don't come to die, I will take the initiative to find you." Duan Da diet so. "You really didn't expect me to dare to challenge you? Is it really you?" The Dark Knight, King Van Than. 2 months ago, at a magnificent palace near the mountain, a voice echoed. "Using the soul mark as bait is indeed a clever idea, but the success rate isn't very high. What if it fails?"
Then just attack directly, because we need intelligence and information from the shadow spirit slaves hiding nearby. The other side is this queen of the Black Spirit clan. She smiles subtly, as expected. You are targeting this.
Yes, with the country's overwhelming strength, the direct confrontation is a path to death. The only way to win is to cut off the enemy's head. We think alike on this, and I have been planning for many years precisely for this reason. The queen continues to extend her arms and explain that currently, in the entire demon nation outside Da King City, besides the one you killed, there are still 10 demon lords. Among them, 3 are fighting in the human world. You may not need to pay attention to the remaining 7, as the 3 are stationed long-term in the 3 major cities outside the Da King City. The remaining 4 are operating within the royal city. An illusionary map also appears below. Additionally, there are 7 demon lords, 300 high-ranking demons, 9,000 mid-level demons, and about 180,000 low-level demons in the city. There are also details about the locations of major weapons, teleportation formations, their distribution, and the number of spiritual guards. Hearing that, Van Than looked a bit suspicious. Wait a minute, aren't all the lurking dark elves supposed to be slaves? How could they access such detailed and even secret information? She looked up and explained, I think there's a misunderstanding. Even in the royal city, those who can buy slaves are usually nobles from noble bloodlines, and beautiful, outstanding shadow spirits are often taken as concubines by the powerful. With that status, they naturally have access to secret information. The queen bowed and pointed to a spot on the map, saying, We need to find a way to make the 4 demon lords leave, then storm the royal city and destroy the teleportation formation between the city and other territories. The defending army will stand firm inside the city, cutting off all support and using all their strength to destroy the Dark Annihilation sect. I still wonder, pushing the demon lords away isn't hard, starting a war at the border to force them to leave is enough. But how to break into the royal city, where the defenses are very strong? The queen reminds him, Can't the fortress hold living creatures? Get us inside, wait until you infiltrate the royal city, then release us. But Van Than frowned and said, Do you think this strategy is still too limited? It's not that simple. My soul mark is only hidden daily, but its essence has not disappeared. If it's another Da demon, it's fine, but once there's a killing intent from Da, I won't even get close to the royal city before being detected. She remained calm and replied, So it seems the only option is to ask the ancestral tree for help. Your influence spreads across the world, and beneath the ground of the royal city, Douanier naturally has a presence. On the day of the battle after the ambush failed, the queen and Van Than stood on a piece of land with something shimmering wrapped around their feet. She looked ahead and said softly, It's starting. Behind him, he quietly held the syringe to his lips. At this moment, she turned and said, We will definitely die, so we must go all out and hold nothing back. Van Than's movement slightly paused upon hearing those words. After drinking, suddenly his whole body was filled with a fierce strength. Van Than squeezed the test tube until it shattered into pieces.
I understand, let's go.
At this moment, the brilliant-colored crystal bosses emerge from the ground, surrounding their black shadows on both sides. The scene shifts to Wang Cheng Duan Ye, where people are still going about their daily activities, and suddenly a crack appears on the ground at an astonishing speed. The sharp crystal spikes suddenly emerged from the crack, leaving passers-by stunned as they gathered to watch the strange phenomenon. Huh? What is this? Can it easily grow from the ground? No, this isn't Earth, so how could it grow so easily?
In the next moment, other crystal clusters also appeared, with a hand reaching up from within, while on the other side, the shadow fortress floated in the air, drawing everyone's attention.
Everyone's faces were filled with panic as chaos erupted, enemies attacked, and people desperately ran for their lives. The scene shifts to the War Fortress control room. Xiao Yu decisively presses the fire control button as continuous volleys explode outside, hitting the town where everyone lives. Amidst the rain of bullets, Van Than and the Queen advance with unwavering resolve. The decisive battle has begun. The scene shifts. Van Than warns in a deep voice.
The teleportation array leading outside has been completely destroyed by us. No one can save you now.
Duanda diet's a flag. Duanda sat trembling in the chair, emitting dark black aura, but remaining silent. Suddenly, Duanda burst into a mocking laugh and sneered, "Rescue, destruction, all just to deal with bugs like you." After finishing, Duanya revealed a sinister, sharp gaze and continued, "Do I, Duanya, need rescue?" She stood up, and behind her, the giant tree suddenly attacked, but Duanya remained calm. She coldly raised her hand with lightning speed and forcefully struck the giant tree, causing its arm to shatter in an instant. The giant tree was shattered into pieces. A triumphant look appeared on Duanye's face as she said, "So these decayed woods are what you bet on?" But a second later, Duanye was a bit surprised. The decayed wood at her feet sprouted pink shoots that quickly turned into snakes surrounding her. Da swiftly glanced to a corner where the person controlling the snakes appeared. Zhao Jing, in her queenly form, surrounded by the parasitic species Dark Mangdang, immediately uses her technique to cut off the attacking snakes, but it's useless. But it doesn't stop there. A streak of light suddenly appears from the smoke behind her. Duanyi suddenly paused unexpectedly. The queen drew back a blue arrow called U Han Chi Ti. She smiled happily and greeted him. "Oh, it's been a while. This won't let you feel bored." Duanyi also realized that you are an acquaintance. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue arrow shot forward with considerable force. At this moment, Van Than unleashes her technique, igniting her spirit, and both sources of power surge forward together at high speed toward Donda. Her face remains unchanged despite this perilous situation. Inside the castle, an explosion suddenly erupts, causing a terrifying shockwave. Yes, a massive glow shoots into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and a loud voice echoes. "This is bad. The king's palace has exploded. Quickly ask the demon lord for help." The sweating guards shouted loudly. The general's assassination intent was ambushed. The traditional formation has been broken. Repairing it will take a long time, and we don't have the luxury of time to do that. At the same time, a voice appeared, causing everyone to turn around and look back. "My people, do not be afraid." The sound continues to echo. "The war has begun. You all focus on the rest." Duan Dia frowned and said coldly, "I will personally destroy those stinking ants who dared to ambush me." The Dark Queen laughed and charged forward, shouting, "Stinking ants, your words are so big after not seeing each other for years, your tongue has become quite flexible, huh?" At the same time, she activated her primal skill, the Shadow Clone, and Duanya immediately counterattacked. "Primal destruction armor," she sneered arrogantly, narrowing her eyes and curling her lips in contempt. "Calling you a pest is a bit rude, but so what? You're just someone defeated by me." The queen clenched her teeth in annoyance upon hearing that. At the same time, Van Than also swooped down from above, fist aimed at Duan Ya's head. She quickly dodged the attack. Or maybe she swung her hand to strike you, relying on them to turn the tide. She continued attacking both of them, fighting her while laughing loudly. If that's the case, then it's truly ridiculous. Zhao Jing didn't give up. She launched a commanding attack, shooting out a blue flower. The core of the flower gradually grew larger, with petals opening and sharp teeth pointing toward Duanye. She calmly responded, destroying the flower bud. The flower was torn apart by her technique, and small seeds scattered, leaving Duanya surprised. "Huh? These are seeds." Immediately after, each seed transformed into tiny bodies. It was the parasitic mutation technique called Flower Demon. Xiao Jing claps his hands together forcefully, causing an explosion. A loud sound echoes. Da escaped the attack with her injured body and angrily shouted, "Damn disgusting bastard!" And then it turned back to attack Xiaojing. "Die for me." The giant tree suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path one after another, each spear made of stone piercing through their bodies. Seeing this, Xiaojing said, "Thank you." It also smiled and gave a thumbs up. The queen quickly rushed forward with a loud laugh. "How does it feel to be injured by a swarm of ants?" Duanye reached out to block her attack, wounded or not, with the flower demon responsible for distant harassment. The infinite reincarnating ancestral clones serve as flesh shields, while you are the main force. This tactic really irritates me, but what intrigues me more is that Duanye turned to Vanthan and asked, "What is he doing?" The boy is from afar performing the fusion technique, demon swordsman, blazing flame master, and martial artist tiger stance, martial art. Then Vanthan rushed towards her and declared, "I am here to take your life." Both of your figures manifested phantom beasts, thundercloud flame, beast fist. Duanyi gently raised his hand to block the queen's attack and chuckled softly, "Well then, I'll play with you." Then the two clashed again. Vanshin shouted once more, "Come on, Duanye isn't just calmly accepting the assault." His punches seemed useless against her. Then Duanye yawned bored and spoke, "If you're trying to tickle me, your strength is quite impressive." But right after, her attitude changed, though if you want to take my life, you're still far from it. Duanda revealed a giant dark arm ready to end Yun Shen. "The fun is over. Die." Suddenly, the queen rushed out to block a blow for him. "You can't do it." At the same time, the giant tree quickly ran toward her. You only see Xiaojing attacking while shouting loudly, not to hurt the master. Countless beams of light like arrows pierce the ground, with savage, destructive, and decay energies, as well as poison and demonic growth spreading simultaneously. All of them are attacking Duanya. Initially, she could hold her ground and appeared proud, but suddenly Duanya pondered in her mind, "That's not right. Among them, clearly the queen of the shadow spirit is the strongest. She should be the main force. So why is everyone creating an environment to attack Vanthan?" And then Da hesitated and wondered, as if Vanthan, who still couldn't break through my defenses, was the main force. Da said in confusion, "It's unreasonable." Vanthan immediately strikes at her. Donda's arms are burned to blackness, painfully hot. At the same time, a thought appeared in Duanda's mind. "No, this flame I recognize. It should be the Black Knight demon fire of the Dark Queen." But now it seems that Donda has realized the difference. It has undergone a transformation. Could it be that she is trying to resist Vanthan's power? This young brat is taking advantage of my insight into the primal force of the origin, Da thought silently, whether among humans or demons. Possessing the primal skill means stepping into the fourth realm, reaching the level of a demon lord. Even if the primal skill contains only a trace of primal power, it is enough to stand at the pinnacle. She keeps skiing. At this level, fully mastering a type of primal power would elevate her strength to demon lord level, comparable to 72 demon pillars or becoming a national guardian deity beyond the fourth transformation. However, the fastest way to grasp the primal power is to feel it with the body. Duanye was both fighting Vanshen and distractedly thinking, such as merging the primal into the body or fighting life and death with someone who possesses primal power. Your face is expressionless as you focus on the fight. With the support of the Queen of the Dark Spirit and Little Thorn, I can attack freely. Every time I attack or defend, I can feel Duanye's lethal intent using the primal power. It's almost there, just a little more fighting and I will grasp the primal flames of the Demon Lord of Chaos. At the same time, Vanthan's attack caused her to weaken. The situation is very bad. If Vanthan truly possesses the primal power, combined with the Dark Spirit Queen, then I will have to face two true Demon Lord-level experts. Then Duanda quickly dodged the attack. She secretly knew this was definitely not a good sign. Then Donda's hand quickly reached out towards Vanthan, but luckily he dodged it. At the same time, the mutated plants pushed her away. Da frowned at this, but their support was perfectly timed. So, until now we still haven't been able to deal any damage to Vanthan. She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, continuing to try to find a way to deal with it, but something was wrong. No matter how well they coordinated, it couldn't be perfect to this extent. This situation doesn't seem like a strategy, but rather pure luck. At the same time, Donda muttered in frustration. Suddenly, a loud sound startled Duanya. Explosions erupted underground, and she shouted angrily, "Useless bunch, not even able to handle a piece of iron. Where are the war weapons? Quickly destroy them." A subordinate rushed over loudly, announcing that Lord Slayer, the Dark Spirit Queen's slave, had unexpectedly rebelled in the Imperial City, and all the weapons of war had been destroyed.
Dạ nghe xong thì kinh ngạc. What?
She immediately turned around and struck at the Dark Elf Queen. This wicked woman. No wonder she hid in the shadows all these years. It turns out she had been secretly planning all along. The Queen sneers with a slight smile. Huh, are you in too much of a hurry? She stands up to fight back.
Compared to the suffering our Dark Elf Queen clan has endured for years, blowing up a few of your warehouses is nothing.
Daidu squinted slightly, raised her hand to block the attack, then she fell heavily to the ground. Transitioning scenes. Xiao Yu happily slapped the keyboard and announced loudly, the concentrated attack zone was complete. Many dark demons had to hide in fortifications, and the next step is to wipe out everything. All units, black drow and shadow demons, line up in perfect formation. As soon as they finish, they all rush out like arrows, surprising those below. They keep attacking non-stop, causing them to scatter in panic. Damn it, the firepower gap is too big. We can't hold out. It really was a cowardly ambush. Support from other city lords didn't arrive in time. Huang Tan is about to fall. Eliminate Lord Ko. Please save us. After hearing this, Doanda was furious and gritted his teeth. You useless fools. At the same time, Van Than rushes over. Does he have time to be distracted while fighting me? Queen, cooperate and go die. Duan Yi still confidently raised his hand to block their attack. A bunch of useless people who only get in my way. Then all of you will die. A purple beam of light suddenly appears and strikes the ground directly. You feel confused by this. What is this? The sky suddenly darkened and a purple vortex appeared. The heavens and earth are changing. Duanda uses the demon destruction technique, transforming into a giant form. Her face was expressionless. I am the supreme ruler, the one who controls the origin of all things. You can only bow in reverence, or else be swept away by the destruction of the tribulation. Her envoy immediately knelt respectfully and in unison said, Great Lord Diet Satko, thank you for your majestic presence and saving us the great king. We pay our utmost respect to you. They responded, saying to destroy the invaders and protect our palace. Then a barrage of lightning struck from the sky, causing mutated plants and giant trees to be hit. Their bodies turned to ashes and gradually disappeared. One of them, struck down, shouted angrily, Where did this lightning come from, damn it? The fortress was also struck by those lightning bolts. Xiao Yu was extremely worried. With this situation, our artillery will be destroyed. What the hell is this? Such a powerful area skill that only targets us and not the demons of the dark. Death is truly unfair. The queen is bravely using her body to withstand the demon destruction statue. This is the ultimate battlefield skill of the Diet Sako. Once activated, dense lightning will strike the entire area. Only those who truly respect the deadly intent of Duanda are immune. Yunshen was also helpless in this situation, and worse, each bolt of lightning carried primal power so strong that even the ancient guardians couldn't reincarnate in time and were destroyed. Master, he was hit directly. Why didn't he dodge as lightning bolts continued to strike down from above so powerfully? At that moment, Van Than looked up and smiled, saying so that all could hear, So that's it. To truly feel everything, you must use your body. His body suddenly unleashed a huge source of power. Van Than confidently faced it and said, Baudiem ban guin fa chota. A raging fire erupts through the sky. Its power concentrated in Van Shen's hand as Ung Dung smirks. This is now a fair fight with Duan Ya, towering majestically, while those inside the fortress struggle to protect themselves. Outside, Van Shen clenched his fist around the flame and said with a frown, This is the true origin of the violent flame. This feeling is completely different from my innate demonic flame. It's like this is the ancestor of all flames. The Queen of the Shadow Spirit was horrified by the scene and rushed forward, shouting, Vetthon, you're too reckless. With such a serious wound, even if you comprehend the original essence, you still can't handle the next battle. You didn't stop and immediately used a move. Supernatural regeneration. It's okay, I still have a chance to start over. Then Van Than looked straight at Don Da. Right now, the biggest problem is how to deal with that thing, the queen beside her replied. The demon statue of Duyet Diet may have extremely powerful attacks and a wide range, but it has a deadly weakness. She frowned seriously, as her movements are incredibly slow. In her demon statue form, even raising her hand to destroy the deadly killing intent takes a few seconds, let alone performing a defensive move, but at the same time her defense is also raised to an incredible level. At least with my current strength, I can't break through that defense. Van Shen calmly extended his hand to cast a spell, so isn't she just a fixed target? The solution is incredibly simple. You concentrate your power and order. Xiao Yu, Xiao Lung activate the full-scale war fortress and attack together to destroy that demon statue. The two of them shouted in unison, Yes! then simultaneously activated the fortress's weapons. The entire artillery was fully charged and ready to fire, with countless beams of light shooting out from the fortress. On this side, Vanthachentungu, the primal, the blazing heavenly strike, with streaks of light appearing around him and rushing forward. The queen also raises her bow to attack with the primal shadow arrow. 2 attacks are launched at Duanya, causing a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Bloodstains appear on her body, gradually separating, as Da falls from within the enormous body. She panicked and thought to herself, "My demon statue has been destroyed again." Van Than quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Hurry up! Taking this opportunity, finish her off." The queen also joins in, both wielding their weapons to strike fiercely at Duanya. "You think grabbing your weapons and understanding the true power is enough?" Duanye didn't give up and continued coldly. "Do you really dare to dream of killing Duanye and destroying my assassination intent with just the 2 of you?" Suddenly, vines from somewhere wrapped tightly around her arm, startling her in confusion. At this moment, Xiaojing stood below casting a spell to hold back Duanya. "Don't forget, I'm still here, the monstrous power of Dangman." Although injured, she still forced herself to strike back. Dangman's strength pulled hard. Duanya Diet was bound by her vine and pulled down, just as Van Than and the queen launched their attack on her. Thanks to Xiaojing holding them back, they were able to land their hits. Tiaoye screams in pain, losing the ability to fight back as she falls heavily to the ground. Inside the fortress, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang hug each other, happily cheering. They finally hit her and caused real damage to Duanya. Duanda angrily grits her teeth and says, "Damn it! It's all because of that annoying plant obstructing us. If it weren't for it, how could I be hurt by these 2 useless guys?" Van Than did not stop. He continued rushing towards her and attacking. Duanda still had the strength to fight back, so the assault must not slow down. Then, the 2 of them kept attacking her. The queen shot countless arrows from behind, piercing through Donda's body, making her grit her teeth and squint. After that attack, Doanda stood still, probably from exhaustion. Suddenly, she raised her leg and shouted angrily, "Hak Dakwan Vuong!" Van Than's sweat dropped upon seeing her like that, thinking, she's using a large-scale attack again? It really is a life-or-death gamble. If she can block this strike, the queen might counterattack. Duanda suddenly stopped. Van Than pretended to attack, then she turned and jumped away from him. The queen realized the hidden intention and was panic-stricken. This is not good. Her target is Xiaojing. The giant tree that was protecting Xiaojing has been destroyed. How can she possibly block Dietso's attack? Duanya stood in front of Xiaojing and sneered, "Killing you like a tiny worm is too easy." Xiaojing, with nothing left to defend herself, welled up with tears. "I'm going to die." A slash was struck, blood splattering everywhere towards her. Awakens, trembling with fear and tears in her eyes, secretly cursed the divine, for it was Van Than who rushed to shield her from that deadly strike. His mouth covered in blood, he still managed to utter the words, "Sorry, Xiaojing, I hurt you before. Let me make it up to you this time." Seeing this scene, the owner is stunned. A flash of blood streaked across the sky as Duan Yaxuan pierced Van Than's chest, causing him to freeze in shock and gasp for breath. Tiokin stared in disbelief. "Master," she looks terrified and is calling out to you anxiously. Van Than grimaced in pain as he looked down at his wound. "Damn it. Everything happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to defend myself." Duan Yi sneered as he issued a threat. "You idiot, daring to risk your life to protect a summoned beast from a contract. If that's the case, then pay with your life." And with that, another merciless attack was launched toward you. Van Than cried out in pain, her body still reeling from the previous blow, as the ground beneath her sank deeply and a long trail was left behind. She looked at her own hand after the attack and sighed. "Huh? This feeling isn't so bad after all." This time, not only Van Than but also little Jing got hit, but only he remains conscious and undefeated. Van Than caught her, worriedly asking, "Xiaojing, are you okay?" "I'm not fine anymore. Xiaojing is not as invincible as I am." It was a while before Xiaojing slowly woke up. Soon she returned to her original form as a thorny flower beast and whispered, "Master, you..." "Don't worry, I'm not injured internally, didn't you forget? I'm actually very lucky right now. You should go back and rest now." As she finished speaking, she began to disappear, but still worriedly reminded you, "Master, please don't die." In the end, only a wisp of smoke from Xiaojing remained on his hand. Duan Ya soared into the sky, laughing mockingly, "You're missing that troublesome woman, and you're seriously injured." She still looked very proud. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. The Queen of the Dark Spirit wielding a weapon ran forward to block in front of Van Than. He closed his eyes and lowered his head to remind himself,
I have to use the last resort. I understand I won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to stop her.
You better get ready.
Duanya, overhearing their conversation, scoffed and said, "Stop her."
You want to stall for time? You alone are enough.
Yes, even if I don't understand what you're planning, killing him in front of you would be as easy as flipping a hand.
The queen's expression remained calm in the face of that sarcasm. She flexed her wrist, and in terms of pure strength, that was indeed the case. Then her expression suddenly changed, but immediately a thunderous slap struck Duanda's cheek. She tilted her head into the side, her expression dazed and trembling all over. The Dark Queen smiled provocatively and asked, "What if I do this?" Demon Lord Diet Satko was slapped, beaten by the Queen's dark elf, and it was all done right in front of us. Oh my, this is truly an unintentional slap, a backhand that's not considered a special attack, but rather an act of humiliation and provocation. She touches her cheek where she was hit, frowning. For those of noble status, especially women, being slapped by another woman is an insult beyond compare, far surpassing any verbal abuse or attack. It is a challenge, an unforgivable provocation, especially when done openly before the subjects, humiliating a proud king. After a long time, Duanya finally calmed down, and with a reluctant roar, he said, well done, so what if you stall? Without that troublesome plant, neither of you are my match. But on the contrary, if you dare to dodge or block even a single strike, Queen of the Shadow Spirit, I will not avoid your attack. Now I'll return the slap to the Queen. I will kill him right in front of you. She squints, hurt, but still challenging. Then let's settle this here. Who is afraid of whom? For years, our shadow spirits have endured all kinds of oppression, while you, the evil demons, bask in glory above, then grit your teeth and smash your heads directly into each other's face. Your glory is built on our shame. Duanya also didn't hold back, grabbing her by the head and then kneeing her. The weak have no right to talk about honor, but the subordinate far away just stared blankly at the two of them fighting back and forth. Is this some kind of close-quarters combat? Each attack was powered by primal force, as if both of them were risking their lives. Everyone was tearful. Although the Queen usually appears gentle, she acknowledges all our suffering. Ripped clothes, rusted weapons, daily fears of being enslaved. Those days we no longer wanted to live. It seemed everyone was gaining new strength. With great momentum, they charged forward. This is probably our only chance to turn the tide of our lives. How could we lose our momentum? Kill them. Destroy the evil demons. After observing the situation, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu quickly made their decision. Due to the overload of the attack, the war fortress has overheated and can no longer continue fighting. Now it's our turn to join the battle. Xiao Yu suddenly froze in surprise. Huh? Next to Master Van. It's all her, she shouted in surprise. Demon Crystal Ore? He is using Demon Crystal Ore to quickly restore his dark demonic power. Anyway, the Guy Queen's power is between that of a Demon Lord and a Demon Lord King. Summoning such a being consumes enormous amounts of magic energy. She stared intently at Van Than, who was quietly closing his eyes. Now that Tu Qin has withdrawn from the battle, the overall strength has decreased. But for Mr. Van, the pressure has significantly eased, and it seems he is about to use a skill that consumes a huge amount of magic energy. And the person mentioned in the conversation is lost in their own thoughts. The deathly killing intent, you have become the Demon Lord for many years. Her internal strength is unfathomable, and her attributes are enough to crush me. To deal with such an entity, relying solely on the 10,000 rotations, is not enough. The fusion skill merges all professions and basic states into one. After a long while, Van Than's eyes lit up, but upgrading Van Leeuwen to a new level might not be certain. A source of light illuminating the entire sky drew everyone's attention, within which a faint shadow flickered. Soon after, Von Shen appeared in a completely new form. Upgraded skills, all-purpose, and the dark transfer of death. Duanye's soldiers and the Shadow Queen are fighting fiercely, their faces tense and alert, while the two queens on the other side are also clashing with intense momentum. The Shadow Queen leaps high and shouts loudly, delivering a direct blow to Duanye's chest, but unfortunately she is quickly blocked, then seizes the opportunity to throw the Shadow Queen to the ground with a powerful slam that shatters the earth. Just as Don Da let out a sigh of relief, the Queen of the Shadow Spirit suddenly sprang up and charged at her, but she didn't hesitate to kick her directly in the stomach, causing the Queen of the Shadow Spirit to fall back into the pile of dirt and rocks. Her whole body buried under the dirt, she gasped for breath exhaustedly. Dan Da knelt in front of her, threatening. The greatest mistake you made as the Queen of the Shadow Spirit was not angering me, but exhausting yourself, fighting me. You should have saved some strength to run away and return to hide under the ancestral tree. Like a cowardly bug, living weakly in the shadows. Isn't that how you've always been? Suddenly a pillar of energy erupts, leaving everyone stunned. What is this aura? The Queen of Shadow Spirits smiled and replied, I am no longer here, so I need to escape. Duan Ye, your biggest mistake was being too arrogant to accept my challenge. After all, my ally is a formidable opponent. The smoke cleared to reveal the 10,000 spirit wheel in its Van Luan form, the ultimate state of the Van Luan.
All attributes increased by 5,000%. Overall attribute and resistance boost by 300%. Skill consumption 10,000 per second. During skill activation, 10,000 mana or health points are consumed each second, until death or manual deactivation.
Feeling the power in my hand, I consume 10,000 points every second. Even if I count my life, I can only hold out for a maximum of 11 seconds, but then it gradually fades away. That's enough. Duan Ya frowns in confusion. Has he disappeared? But then suddenly realized something and immediately turned back. A punch struck her cheek, causing her to panic. At this speed, she had no time to see anything. Don Da was knocked into the air, leaving only a shadow behind. But Van Than didn't stop and kept attacking her from area to area, leaving her no chance to react. Duan Da tries to hold on. His strength has increased tenfold compared to before. This state undoubtedly has serious side effects, but the types of side effects are also many and unknown. At this moment, Van Than reappeared above her and prepared for another attack. This time, Duan Ya quickly unleashed her ultimate skill, crystallizing and destroying her core, leaving no chance to breathe. It seems you're in a hurry. A fierce tornado suddenly struck Duan Ya with overwhelming force. Van Than appeared close by, then with a grim expression, stared intently at her. Without saying a word, he struck her in the face, leaving Don Da no chance to react. He attacked relentlessly, as if seeking revenge for the bloodied Dark Spirit Queen mixed with Van Than's aura, turning the area red. After a long while, he raised his hand high, took a deep breath, and then struck repeatedly at the person slowly sinking into the layers of stone. Don Da still struggled to hold up her hand in defense, not forgetting to taunt. You are in a hurry. It seems this state can't last long. I can sense your magic power is almost depleted. She assesses Van Than's appearance. Even your life force is rapidly diminishing, so it's no wonder you're rushing to attack like this. It's a significant side effect. Then he raised his eyebrows confidently and declared, I only need to focus on defense. Maybe in less than 10 seconds I can prepare your funeral. His final attack was still blocked by Duanda Diet Satkomum. Van Than frowned in doubt as the attack was blocked by the scales and couldn't harm his body. At this moment, Little Yu also helped the Shadow Queen to her feet, and suddenly a large amount of scales grew on the body of the Da Diet Satkomi. Shoulong hesitated slightly beside her. Could it be? The Queen of the Shadow Spirit confirmed, yes, that is the second innate bloodline ability of the Duanda demon, besides the soul mark and the Duan Gong scales. She thought to herself that the fragment scales are a power that most of the demons of Duan Ye possess. By growing additional special scales to completely block attacks, this is an extremely powerful defensive method. Under the destructive power of the Dai Diet Sat ability, it can block over 50 attacks exceeding its own strength and last for 3 minutes. Xiao Yu couldn't believe it and shouted, What kind of joke is this? Lord Van's new skill is clearly very difficult to sustain for a long time. How can he hold out for 3 minutes? If this keeps up, we're definitely going to lose, right? But the Queen of the Dark Spirit calmly replied, If we lose, then we lose. But the one who loses will be someone else. Recalling what has happened, from the surprise attack earlier, to Xiao Jing's battles and the continuous fights, remembering Van Than's previous abilities, the comprehension of the primal force, including my provocation, and Van Than's current special state. Every relentless move creates an invisible, enormous pressure. And what is the sole purpose of all this? It can only be used when the target cannot resist or refuse to resist. The success rate of the contract increases if the target's basic attribute value is lower than the user's, otherwise it decreases. Duan Ya was stunned and shouted out when she realized this was a soul contract. Having been in the dark world for nearly 2 years, Van Than has gained power and accumulated wealth. Whether from the treasury or the battlefield, I have seen many things I had never heard of before. The dark world is so powerful that even the air itself surpasses the human world, let alone the materials, equipment, or consumables born there. Returning to the current battle, if there is anything on Van Than now that neither the human world nor the dark world possesses. It is not only the skills granted by the system, but also the items rewarded by the system, such as breaking stones and lucky potions. A lens flies in and lands in Van Than's palm. He clenches it tightly and shouts, You lose! The sources of energy rush towards Duan Ya, who stands frozen ahead. She swings her hand to disperse them, furious and overwhelmed. You dare to dream of enslaving me? A simple contract is enough to tear apart. Van Than also refused to give up and continued to act. Dream on, after using the 10,000 darkness rotation. I prioritized consuming my life to retain a large amount of dark magic. It is because of this moment that the Dark Night Queen's eye was activated, freezing Da and making her tremble with fear and immobility. Damn it, it's the eye of the Black Night Queen. Van Thon seized the opportunity to slam her hand down and said, "From the moment you admitted defeat, your full defense revealed a flaw. You were already defeated then." A surge of energy was released, followed by many more sources of energy rushing toward the frozen Da. "Serve me as a slave, Doa diet so." She widened her eyes and shouted, "No!" The beams obeyed the command and clung tightly to Douanier's body. No. But before long, a cracking sound echoed, growing louder and clearer as Xiaolong's eyes widened in fear. Something's wrong with the soul contract. While Xiao Yu remained calm, unaffected, just the gap in levels being too great. Despite being restrained, Duanya sneered and said, "So that's it. You're really stupid. I am one of the noble 72 demon god pillars. How could an ordinary level, a soul contract, bind me?" Von Than remains very calm and says, "You're celebrating too early. If level A doesn't work, I'll use level S. Then I'll use the breaking stone to upgrade equipment or items to the next level." The energy source begins to draw it in. Immediately, a beam of light burst out and ignited with his roar. The limit was broken, and the soul contract was upgraded to level S. After use, there is a 70% chance to connect with the target's soul, only usable when the target cannot or chooses to abandon resistance. If the target's attributes are lower than yours, the success rate increases, or vice versa. Duanda struggles to threaten the Black Da King not to forget that the soul contract is just a probabilistic agreement. With the basic attribute difference between you and me, the maximum success rate is only 1%. If you fail, you won't be able to resist and will be easily crushed by me. What if Van Than loses the 1% of the Vandaluan Titch state? Then I will suggest this. Haven't you realized how lucky I am today? Duanda was stunned when he thought about it. Yes, earlier, when he was completely uninjured, his team coordination was perfectly strange and then pierced through by me, yet he still survived. Could it be this kid? She couldn't accept it and shouted, "It's luck that Yao Shui was fortunate. I didn't expect you and the others from Duanya's side to be a bit curious. The battle on the other side seems to have already concluded. I wonder who will be the winner." Little Ling anxiously kept repeating, "The contract is successful. The contract is successful. The contract is successful." Little Yu pleaded, "Please, definitely Master Van will win." Even the Queen of the Dark Elves secretly hopes. "Van Than, I have bet everything on you. You must win." After a long while, the energy on Duanda's body had completely vanished and then turned berserk. "Hakda Quan Vuong, go to hell." Little Yu frowned tightly when she saw this. The contract failed. Little Lang shouted loudly, "Watch out!" Van Than casually raised his hand and ordered forward, and Duanya immediately obeyed. She may not be willing, but there was nothing else she could do but obey. "I am one of the 72 supreme demon gods, how could I possibly?" Van Than turned away but still kindly reminded you, "The soul contract has been established. Your life and death are entirely in my hands. If you wish to resist, the consequences have already been made clear." Duanyi listened and remained silent. After a long while, she bowed respectfully. "Sorry. Please forgive my disrespect, Master." The group of Dark Spirit race people saw the scene in front of them and rejoiced. "We have won again, this time thanks to our Black Dusk King, a victory for the Shadow Spirit clan," while Duanya's group is left feeling sad. "Destruction is impossible for Satko. I am certain I am losing my mind." The Queen of the Dark Spirit clan looked much better now. Everyone is too excited. It's just a real combat simulation after all. "My children, I forgot to tell you that we have been friends for many years." To heighten everyone's sense of crisis, they deliberately planned this combat simulation. Duanda was slightly displeased about being forced into it. "What are you joking about? Who would believe these lies?" Van Than suddenly spoke to remind them. "Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. They need an explanation to escape despair. Only you can make them obey." "How? Do I have to swallow your entire demonic bloodline's evil?" She glanced at your hand and followed suit, her expression still somewhat hazy. "All right, I understand." Again, I silently pondered. Van Than, it seems you are greedier than I imagined." At a ruined construction site, demon workers were chatting while working. I heard that Lord Slayer was kneeling before the Black Knight King. Another person immediately stopped and retorted, "Don't make things up. How could that be? You saw it with your own eyes, right?" The other side didn't respond. But the guards who said that were just scolded for talking nonsense. It was only a practice. Rumors are spreading throughout the city. Are they really just a drill? If it's just dark monsters and evil spirits, fine, but why fight against the lowly shadow demons? Could it be that our king really lost?
This matter involving Lord Dietsat cannot be defeated.
But outside the palace, rumors of scandal continued to spread. Anyway, the 3 demon lords guarding the 3 great territories had all returned. So, whatever happened, they could handle it. Moving to the deputy hall of King Douanier, the 3 on the throne remained silent as statues, while below, everyone bowed their heads and held their breath.
Da suddenly erupted with fiery anger and shouted loudly, "Who told you to come back?" "I told you it was a drill. Go back to your own territory." The subordinates kneeled down cautiously.
Wang Tun sent a distress signal, so we hurried back. There was no prior notice about the drill. My brow furrowed in worry, and I overheard some unpleasant rumors on my way here. She lost patience, grinding her teeth. What rumors? He trembled with intense, murderous intent as the guard stammered, seemingly kneeling before the Black Knight King. As soon as he finished, she slapped him across the face. A second later, he collapsed with blank, lifeless eyes, and the people around him were terrified. Don Da shouted loudly, "What do you believe everything you hear for? What is your head for?" Am I really going to lose when it comes to an actual fight? This time it's just a small punishment, but if you keep talking nonsense, I will smash your heads. Then she roared like a beast.
"Get out, all of you, trembling subordinates. Don't be angry. We'll leave right now." Her eyes full of fury, as if she wanted to vent all her rage. "Useless trash, fools, idiots, morons, damn it."
Queen of the Dark Spirit clan sneered sarcastically. Diet. So, you are still a king of a clan. Why do you act like a mere woman? Control your emotions. When Donda heard that, his killing intent erupted and he roared in anger. Control your head, aren't you bound to be a slave? If you dare, then accept him as your master and try to take control once. You, so useless, dare to speak such harsh words. I'll break your neck right now. Vanthan sat nearby and calmly spoke. You better not be okay. Her body immediately froze with a shocked look in her eyes, and she obediently sat back in the chair. It's all because of the soul contract. Effect 1. The enslaved cannot resist orders, even to the point of self-destruction. Effect 2. When the master dies, the servant dies too, but not vice versa. Effect 3. Soul connection. The master always knows the servant's location regardless of distance or space. Weaving the deadly trap, you must understand one thing. No one in this world wants to kill you more than I do. Even now, I still want to wipe out your entire clan, if not for long-term plans. Do you think you would still be alive today? She replied with a cold, mocking laugh. Isn't it just to make me a puppet for you? And yet you pretend to be the one in charge? Don't get cocky. Relying on the power of the dark evil demon and the shadow spirits, you think you can swallow my bold nation whole. Then calmly continue. If I die, the other demons in the 72 clans will surely come to seize your rightful victory. My kingdom's foundation is strong enough to drive any demon clan crazy. When that time comes, don't say that, even if you summon your ancestors, you won't be able to hold on. Then he crossed his arms arrogantly. Moreover, if I die, my people might risk their lives to fight back. The only way to seize all the spoils is to keep me alive and make me a puppet for you. Duanyu makes a sharp analysis. I guess your next move is to form an alliance. The Queen of the Dark Spirits snorts coldly, annoyed as she bites her nails. Damn it, she really guessed right. Our Shadow Darkness clan is too weak. To stand firm in the dark world, we must have strong allies. She secretly plotted, knowing that once the Dark Day Demon clan, the Black Day Demon clan, and the Shadow clan united, no demon clan would dare to act rashly. So even if we don't submit war resources, it's okay. In the face of absolute power, laws are meaningless. Thinking about the other clans joining hands, unless they also form an alliance, but that can't happen. The 72 demon clans each have their own character. The grudges run deep, and peace depends only on the threat of the Void Demon. The Demon Race Alliance was just an empty shell before, not trustworthy at all. Vanthan didn't care about either of their schemes. Whatever you guess, right or wrong, at least a servant should look like a servant in proper attire, fitting their status. Come to the study to see me tonight. Duanya raised an eyebrow in concern. Changing clothes, coming to the study tonight, what do you want to do? The Queen of the Shadow Spirit quickly seizes the moment to stir the fire. What? Of course, the things a servant should do. Although your personality is quite unpleasant, your figure isn't bad when looked at closely, so you must serve your master well. Da unconsciously hugged the body, feeling a bit shy. Vanthan was doing push-ups skillfully in the room, while Vonda Luan Tik's magic power was almost depleted, luckily without time limits. As he opened the system panel and pondered silently, as long as he had enough stamina and magic power, he could use it infinitely. From now on, daily task attribute points will be allocated to physical and mental strength to increase the limit. Van Than glanced at the daily tasks, having failed more than 4 times, and can choose a reward. Failed 4 times already? There's no other way. Van Shen frowned as he recalled that the first 2 times he was knocked out by the god, only waking up 2 days later after Lucky Kai's intervention. The next 2 times I forgot because I was busy preparing to attack King Duanya. The system didn't react differently, so it should be fine. Van Than notices the knocking and says, "Come in." Da Trung is cloaked in black fabric, making him frown in frustration. "What are you doing sneaking around?" She suddenly tore it off, revealing her maid's uniform. With this appearance, of course she has to be careful. What would happen to the king if the people saw? She crossed her arms, blushing, and glanced nervously at Van Than. Your voice, tinged with a hint of anger, asked, "Do I ever give you permission?" Van Than sat calmly in the chair and asked, "Do you dare to look me in the eye?" Duan Da was trembling with anger, secretly raising his hand in the middle. "Does this kid dare to lecture me? When I beat my subordinates, your grandfather wasn't even born yet." But my voice softly said, "Sorry, master." His face darkened as he paid attention to his status and attitude. "Next time you offend me, it won't be so easy to get away with it." "Xiao Ya?" she irritably asked back. "Xiao Da," Van Than then replied indifferently.
Just call her Little Da Diet, Satko. It sounds too long. If you don't like it, you can call her Little Diet, Little Sat, or Little Ko, whatever you want. Da forced a smile and emphasized each word. "Still, just call me Little Da, but my heart keeps cursing. Does this kid really think that just a soul contract can enslave me for life? Dream on. I haven't lived all these years in vain. You will pay for your foolishness."
Ashpartis. Then he slowly continued.
"This outfit looks quite fitting. So in the future, when there are no outsiders around, just wear this one. I can tell she's clearly very resistant to evil and not used to her new identity. So a little discipline now will make her easier to control later."
Making her change clothes was also for that purpose. His sharp gaze swept over her.
"That's right. In the final battle you mentioned a luck-enhancing potion. Did you actually see it?" Duanya obediently replied, "I saw it."
She recalled the breathtaking scene from the angel's body. Yun Shen sat on a wooden chair, hands intertwined, and asked in amazement, "Angel?" He looked at Duanya and said, "So you mean the luck potion isn't unique, and the so-called angel also possesses it?" She quickly responded, able to understand it that way. He looked at the floating purple gemstone in front of him and fell into thought. Nam Sua. The first time I used the lucky potion was to obtain the essence of the demon lord, and it worked perfectly, allowing me to inherit all the bloodlines of the Dark Dignity Queen. Even Master Ha, who observed the entire process, thought it was just my innate talent and had no idea about the existence of the lucky potion. Van Than couldn't help but remember. I also searched everywhere, but even in the dark world, I never heard of the lucky potion.
Actually, not only the lucky potion, but most of the items and tools given to me by the system, even the skills, are like that. Suddenly, my past memories flooded back. Thinking carefully, space system skills are already extremely rare, and I have no talent for the space system, so I still can't learn them to this day. However, the Divine Lightning skill can bypass this requirement and be used directly. This is a special case I have never heard of before. You must know that even the evil lightning unicorns in the dark world can only do so thanks to their special innate bloodline. Van Shen's face darkened. So I thought that items from the system only belonged to me and had no second copy, but now it seems that's not the case. You lean back in the wooden chair. Xiao Da, I order you to tell the whole truth, and if you dare to lie even a single word.
Van Then's cold voice ordered to destroy one internal organ in the body. Dia smirked coldly and calmly replied, "That punishment is truly cruel, but don't worry. Lying won't do me any good. I will tell everything I know." She passed by for a moment and then offered a few words of advice. "Currently, although you are a divine envoy, it seems you do not understand how powerful divine assistance can be. If you think it only makes you luckier, you are greatly mistaken." Doanda's voice grew calmer. The value of the lucky potion lies in its ability to alter phenomena, causing everything around to develop in the most beneficial way for the user. Of course, the prerequisite is that the phenomenon itself is possible to occur. Doanda also patiently explains that, for example, you currently have a 0.01% chance of sneezing, and although the probability is very low, it can still happen. Next, if using the lucky medicine and sneezing are beneficial to you, then you will definitely sneeze. And Da also mentioned the previous battle. Similarly, even though you have only recently met the Queen of the Dark Spirit, when fighting alongside her,
or when your body is pierced by me but avoids vital organs, or when I, out of anger, accept the Queen of the Dark Spirit's provocation and choose to defend comprehensively with a break attack. All these advantageous phenomena cannot be simply attributed to luck.
Duan Ye fell silent as Van Than, both amazed and puzzled, asked, "If what you say is true, then possessing lucky medicine must mean invincibility, right?" "Of course not.
I have personally witnessed a messenger god killed after using the lucky potion. What exactly is a messenger god?"
Why did he die?" Duan Ye slowly said, "Don't rush. Step forward to face him to explain the existence of the divine envoy, starting from the war between two worlds, or even from the gods themselves."
Van Than hesitated and asked, "Isn't the war between the two worlds caused and driven by you 72 evil pillars?"
Inside, he couldn't help but wonder, could everything the World Tree said really be true?
Duanda said that based on the results, it was indeed like that, but most of the demon lords involved only aimed to kill more humans to use them as sacrifices for greater power. As for who the sacrifices were for, I don't need to say, she said through gritted teeth, her eyes wide with horror. As I suspected all along, why use enemy corpses for sacrifice when there are much more valuable things than dead bodies? Now it seems that everything was just a setup.
Donda looked a bit serious and added softly,
As everyone knows, there are two gods,
each ruling a different world. We usually call them the god of humanity and the god of darkness. These two gods are like two worlds in conflict. The tone becomes heavy, though the reason is unclear, but it's obvious that they are using two worlds as a chessboard to outwit all living beings. Even you and I are just pawns in this game. What about the overall strategy? You are the one who can move between the two worlds better than anyone else. Van Than silently gave his assessment. The dark world is dominating completely. Thoughts and reflections slowly emerge in the mind. From the lowest to the highest levels, the power of the demon race surpasses that of humans both in quality and quantity. Even the number of divine generals protecting humanity combined probably doesn't equal half of the 72 evil pillars. Thinking about the god who controls them. Yes, with the current situation, the divine beings certainly can't sit idly by and turn the tide. He chose to create a divine envoy. From a world we cannot reach, he summoned the sanctuary. The more I think about it, the more I wonder why it has to be so complicated. Why not just help humanity directly in this world? Duan Ye nonchalantly took a book from the shelf, simply because the god's intervention in his world was limited. Like a domino effect, too much interference or direct aid to native creatures could easily cause the world's rules to collapse. Reinforcements from other worlds are the only way to prevent this. However, even then, only one reinforcement can exist at a time. Only when the current messenger dies can a new messenger appear. Van Than seemed a bit excited and shouted, "How did those angels die?" She flipped through the pages of the book and answered slowly, "With the infiltrations of dark followers into the human world and our secret support. Destroying them is not too difficult. Of course, there are other reasons as well, such as internal conflicts among humans or other factors. Compared to them, you are considered one of the longest living archangels." His gaze sharpened. "What makes you think I am a divine messenger? Just because of a lucky potion?" Suddenly, Duan Ye's pupils changed as he activated the soul extraction eye. "If you ask like that, other demon lords might be fooled by you. But I can't. Actually, with a special method, I can see the biggest difference between you and other creatures." In her eyes, there are two different figures, which is the second soul existing within your body. Unlike the phenomenon of split personalities, the presence of these two completely separate souls is only found in gods. Van Than's face darkened as he shouted in excitement, "How can you see it?" I couldn't help but be amazed and think to myself that, as far as I know, only the void and the world tree can see souls. I didn't expect Little Da to be among them. A black circle appears beside Duanda. "You also know that the soul imprint mark is a bloodline talent of our Dhamma clan, allowing me to embed a hidden mark on the target's soul for relentless pursuit, thanks to my innate sensitivity to souls and years of research. I have developed this ability not only to see but also to intervene in souls to a certain extent." Duanda's expression now shows a hint of excitement. "Actually, even without seeing the soul, just the lucky potion alone is enough to conclude that you are a divine messenger. Its power is so strong that it transcends the limits of this world. Even high-level treasures like the Breaking Barrier Stone fall into that category. You're talking about S-rank items. This world can only produce S-tier ultimate items, but the Breaking Barrier Stone can surpass that limit. So using the lucky potion on a soul contract is truly a waste." Van Than's face turned expressionless. "You think turning one of the 72 evil pillars into a slave is a waste?" "I don't think so." She cleared her throat, then Vanshan asked a few questions. Are you saying that the two gods are competing to choose the divine messenger? Could it be that the shadow god is just letting it happen? Da frowned. Of course not. When unable to stop it, the shadow god chose to imitate. That day, he created the divine envoy for the dark world. The images of demons appeared as she described. This led to a period when a series of geniuses appeared in the dark world. Memories of ancient battles resurfaced. Their rapid growth was astonishing, and their terrifying power threatened the very position of the 72 demon pillars. We won't let them rest. Under our joint effort, for every person who appears, one is killed, and information about the divine messenger is extracted from them. After hearing her story, Vanthan became suspicious. All 72 demon pillars are involved. Duan Da emphasized that not everyone, only those in the top 10 demon pillars, knew and participated. She quickly listed some living proof, such as the devouring lord of the second pillar, the demon lord of destruction of the fourth, and Yu Shadow Chu of the fifth. There are also the 6th, 7th, and 9th pillars. Vanthan assesses the ranking of the 72 evil pillars based on their strength, right? You only stand at pillar 21, how can you cooperate with them? Donda arrogantly said, even if they are stronger, none of them can interfere with souls like I do. That's why I was chosen. Then Vanthan continued, and the void demon and the first pillar? She was heartbroken and cried a little inside. You, as a demon, know nothing at all. It's really sad. Although she said that, she still had to explain to Vanthan that the first pillar had disappeared many years ago, taking his entire clan with it. No one knows where they are. The void demon can appear and disappear at will. After dividing the 72 kingdoms, he also disappeared without a trace. Duan Ye crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued to explain, as long as they did not appear, control over the dark world would remain forever in the hands of the devouring lord of the second pillar. But 4 months ago, the devouring lord suddenly closed off and did not go out, causing the attack on the human world to be halted. Her words made Vanthan think more deeply. 4 months ago was when my master Ha left with his clone. It seems your mission was successful. You then questioned whether all the Dark World's angels had been killed. Duan Yi stepped forward and replied, not exactly. Some intelligent people chose to surrender and were sent to the human world to fight. Anyway, they do have decent fighting strength. Her expression turned unpleasant as she recalled. But strangely, after arriving in the human world, their spirits seemed to be severely damaged, and they couldn't accept certain truths. They not only refused to kill but also side with humans, opposing us and causing quite a bit of trouble. Van Shin was stunned as he fully understood and repeated it in his mind. They don't want to kill people. Are the angelic messengers from the dark world also like me, those who have crossed over from another world? Vanthan immediately stood up and asked, do you notice anything strange about those divine envoys? Tell me everything. Da paused, then slowly replied, I don't know much about the others, only that I haven't met or interacted with many of them because each encounter required cooperation with the devouring lord to eliminate them. Since there was no chance to communicate, I don't understand much about them. I can't help but recall the images from that process. My most impressive memory is of the final messenger god, also the strongest, whose power is unmatched. She constantly praises heavenly authority and its terrifying immortality, capable of rebirth in an instant, even if reduced to dust. My whole body trembles as I recall it. Every time I think of that fight, I shake with excitement. It was the best battle I ever had. You must understand that he is already immortal and invincible, and he even used lucky pills to alter the situation, making him essentially unbeatable. The ancient images with a tone of admiration show that when facing our combined attack, he not only held his ground but also put the fifth pillar's master in danger. Her respectful and admiring words kept ringing out. If the other top 10 pillars hadn't risked everything to create an opening for me to break his soul, we would all have been exhausted to death by Tianzhong. Immediately afterward, Duanya spoke again, slowly. However, before dying, he said strange words. Tianzheng looked at the crowd above and shouted, listen carefully, everyone. I am Li Tianzheng and I will never harm a single person. As long as I am alive for one more day, I will definitely destroy all of you demons. Just thinking about it made Duan Ye burst out laughing. Those words are so funny, his soul shattered. He's at the end of his rope, yet he still dreams of revenge. As soon as she finished speaking, her venomous words were devoured by the Lord of Devouring, and Duanya looked very pleased as he chuckled mockingly. If you want to live, you have to ask if I agree first, you fool. But she didn't notice Vanthan's cold expression and knelt down, completely losing control of herself and doing as she pleased. Her face darkened in anger as she shouted, what are you suddenly doing? Vanthan's expression darkened now. Nothing much, I just don't like you. I will punish you in the next week, but that's for later. Let's continue talking about the divine envoy.
You killed so many reinforcements, yet the Dark God just let it happen?
My lord Da, it seems you have misunderstood the gods.
Their arrogance far exceeds your imagination. The so-called divine envoy sounds impressive, but they are just reinforcements. In reality, for the gods, they are just slightly more special pawns or bigger ants. The image of Kangan appears. The fierce battle between two gods, the confrontation between two worlds. How could it be decided by just one or two pawns in such a grand plan?
Even the divine envoy is just a small fragment. Life and death do not affect the overall situation, let alone surpass us. So what does this reinforcement army mean? In the end, Vanshin finally understood. So that's why, no wonder I am the messenger of humans and gods, but I almost got destroyed just for glancing at it during the sacrifice. His hand clenched tightly as if suppressing something. As the World Tree said, in its eyes I am just a slightly bigger ant, life and death don't matter. Then, Vanthan slightly smirked, his gaze turning strange as he spoke. A mere ant doesn't necessarily become a beast, and one day the god will pay for his arrogance.
Seeing your change, Donda was surprised and thoughtful. This person is not simple. Not only does he not fear the gods, but he even dares to oppose them. Such courage is rare even among the 72 demon pillars.
At that moment, a chain kept clashing and making noise. The cursed chains of the hunter and the magic swordsman were empowered by magic.
Instantly, the cursed chains bound Donda's body.
Vanshin held one end of the dark chain and said, then the time for punishment began. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Kalata had returned. He was talking to himself, "O noble and beautiful Lord Daietsako, Kalata has finally returned. I wonder if this earth-shattering news will earn your favor. What is going on here? I've only been in the Forbidden Mountain Range for 2 years, and now I arrive to find the royal city under attack." Immediately, he overheard the gossip from the two busybodies. I still don't believe this is just a real combat rehearsal. Who would rehearse in the royal city? But since it was Lord Destroyer who said that, everyone has no choice but to believe it. What if they don't believe it? Do they really believe that Lord Destroyer has lost? The more those people talk, the more distorted the news becomes. Losing is impossible. I believe a more credible hypothesis. Recently, the guards have speculated that Lord Destroyer has been conquered by the handsome strategist of the Dark Knight King. For days now, the two have been in the king's study day and night, with no one knowing what's going on. Those two keep hinting and telling stories in a very mysterious way, and from time to time, strange sounds from Lord Destroyer appear from the room. Maybe there really is a connection. I didn't expect Lord Destruction to like this kind of thing. What's so good about those trashy rumors? Kalata couldn't hold back for a moment, but then lost his temper and shouted, "It's all nonsense. Lord Daietsatko has ruled for nearly 1,000 years and has never had a male consort. How could you say such terrible things? How dare you spread lies that I will kill you?" The two men shouted anxiously. "Please don't. We're just chatting. Don't kill me." He quickly walks away, as if he can't believe those people. "Damn it, you damn mutts. The study room, right? I will go find Lord Destroyer to ask for clarification." Indeed, I could hear strange sounds from Douanier even outside Van Than's study. Don't touch that. Damn it, I haven't slept in 3 days and my head hurts. There was also a clearing of throat. Tonight you won't even get to sleep. She stood outside lost in thought, hearing the voices of Lord Daietsatko and a strange man, her expression growing even more strange. No way, I must have heard wrong. Someone must be impersonating Lord Daietsatko. After a moment, he immediately knelt respectfully and shouted, "Lord Daietsatko, there is an important discovery in the Duan mountain range that needs to be reported directly to you. But I am just deep in thought. What I see is real. I can't let a few sounds make me think crazy." Van Than couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Douanier, who is currently being tortured and looks disheveled, finds it hard to respond clearly and is uncertain. Clearly, I ordered no demons to come within 1,000 meters of the study. Anyway, I'll go out and check. Then the door of the study room was opened, and Duan Da stepped out with an unusually flushed face. "Kalata, how did you get in? Where are the guards?" She quickly looked up and responded to her. "Sorry, Lord Slayer, this matter is really urgent. I was in a hurry and had to force it." If she really looked, he would be stunned analyzing it. High body temperature, flushed cheeks, sweat, rope marks, male voice. Could it be that she truly is Douanier with no patience at all? Just tossing him aside with a wave of her hand, saying things during the day and acting like this at night. What does that make her? "Get out!" Her gentle wave of the hand was enough to send Kalata flying out. He lies on the ground, clutching his chest in pain and screaming, "Lord Destroyer, I have loved you all my life. I am willing to give everything. I never thought you would be the kind to be easily taken by a man. I never thought. Kalata's tears have fallen from love to hatred. If that's the case, then destroy it all. Let everything be destroyed.
As soon as she entered, Van Than asked about it. He mentioned the Forbidden Duan mountain range. Have you sent someone to investigate there? It seems he has made an important discovery.
Duan Ye casually reached out to close the door. What use are a bunch of corpses? Except for coffins, everything else is unimportant. Van Shen no longer cared and raised the demon-binding chain. Fine, then let's continue. Once you are bound tightly, I will start warning you. Whether you are stealing cables or robbing, you are not allowed to resist or escape. I want your skills. One of the 72 demon pillars. After a while, Duan Ya couldn't help but feel angry inside.
Damn it, I've lost too much of my attributes, and the attacks are getting more painful.
I am one of the 72 demon pillars, yet I'm being beaten like a punching bag. It's humiliating.
Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Don Da shouted out loud, the greatest humiliation.
Van Thon stood there silently while Don Da was writhing on the ground, gasping for breath. He ignored her and marveled with his hand wrapped in a demonic crown, having seized 95% of Xiao Ya's attributes.
Although only temporary, it is enough for me to replenish all the consumed energy and stay energized for 7 days and nights.
Yunshin became excited. Even if the theft rate was low, such a long time was enough for me to get everything I wanted. No wonder you're the 21st pillar. You have abundant reserves, control, compassion, support, and wide-range skills. A diverse range and impressive power. The skills acquired include the Demon Statue Annihilation, Crystal Destruction, Mind Control Technique, and Soft Bone Lightning Strike. He bent down and glanced at her briefly. Unfortunately, innate bloodline talent is not within the scope of the theft and the Divine Blade. If I can't get the Soul-Seeking Seal and the Duangong Seal, I still want to have them too. Duan Ya sneered with a difficult smile. No matter how many skills you acquire, what's the use? With your little magic power, will it be enough? Don't underestimate my skill consumption, and don't underestimate my years of accumulation. You step closer to mock with a pleased expression.
Accumulation? I understand.
Anyway, permanently increasing attributes can be achieved not only by leveling up, but also by consuming valuable items.
You are a king who has existed for nearly 1,000 years, so you must have stored many of those things.
Van Then calmly extends his hand wearing the crown and requests, hand over your entire 1,000-year accumulation, especially the consumable items that can boost health and mana. I want to eat them all. Those items have limited uses. At most, 5 or 10 of the same kind can be used. Beyond that, they become ineffective.
If not, I would have eaten them all already. So it's your turn now, Da Duang said with some annoyance. I know, but your stash at least contains a few hundred to 1,000 different types. Enough for me to eat for a while. Don't make me say it twice.
She angrily threw a spirit stone. Only this much. The rest must be taken from the warehouse, secretly cursing the bastard to death. Van Than happily examined the accumulation of Don Da.
You didn't mention it, so I almost forgot that the treasury of the demon lord Duan Da is indeed worth looting.
Suddenly, her whole body lit up, and her face showed a hint of helplessness.
The secondary market is calling for my magic power. The 72nd regular meeting is about to start. Damn it, I really don't know how to choose the right time.
He sat up and replied, "Of course I will go." A cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I will go too," making her grit her teeth. Huh? Each pillar was transported to the 72nd council chamber. Van Then quickly teleported there, observing her condition and reflecting that the magic power from the initial beam indicated the meeting was proceeding as such, feeling it was quite a novel experience. Looking at the inscription of 72, Van Then found it hard to speak. It was indeed the lowest rank, but it didn't matter. The pillars nearby started to bustle like a market. Could it be Black Knight King? Why would he come here? This must be his first time attending the conference. Are you joking? They mock Yanshin for giving you the chance to not come. So do you still have the face to get involved now? What right do you have?
You want to die too? Get out of here. I still haven't settled the debt with the Spirit Lord Demon race, so don't expect any mercy from me. Don't be so petty. It's just a meeting after all, and since we're all just low-level magic users, shouting and fighting is pointless and meaningless. Noticing the surrounding situation, the magic energy levels of the low-level users vary greatly.
I see.
It seems that those with lower levels of demonic power are fighting in the human world. I secretly calculate that only about half of the 72 evil demon lords remain in the dark world.
As I looked around, I continued. Oh, there are 3 empty spots. No wonder I wasn't kicked out immediately. It seems the second pillar isn't participating. The third pillar, the chaotic lord, yawned deeply, appearing completely indifferent. Whatever, just end this pointless meeting quickly. I have more interesting things to do.
The 37th pillar, the violent heavenly demon, shouted angrily at the Liet Bien Ach Chu, who now, in the absence of the devouring lord, must make all decisions, but your attitude clearly isn't fulfilling the responsibilities of the third pillar.
Liet Bien Ach Chu, hearing that, then twitched his ears indifferently and replied, "Who says the third pillar has to decide on useless evil?
I've never heard him say that, especially since our tribe's war resources have all been submitted, so our duty is considered fulfilled."
The ruthless heavenly demon gets even angrier and says, "Far away is not enough. The front line of the war has stalled, and now we rely on you to lead the attack. Are you just going to laze around all day?" Li Bian dismisses his words, saying, "What does that have to do with me?"
I'm sick of this war game, and besides, if you keep talking back, I won't hesitate to destroy you.
This attitude successfully silenced the ruthless one, who dared not say another word. At this moment, the seventh pillar, Queen Mi Dien, also spoke. "Don't get angry, and you definitely shouldn't hold any prejudice. We must use love to embrace each other. Only then can our world have a future." As she finished speaking, she stuck out her long tongue to lick her lips hungrily. "I can sense that Hakda Kwan Vuong is a very interesting child. I don't know if he can nurture a future like that. It really makes people feel uneasy." The master next to him sits proudly there to remind him, "Stop acting so flirtatiously and understand that the Black Dusk King and we are enemies." Now you, Shadow Lord, asks, "Black Dusk King, what is your purpose in coming here?" Whether it's declaring war, making a deal, or begging for forgiveness, he didn't wait for a response before turning to mock Duanya. "And you, Duan Dadiet Satko, these past few days I've heard that you, the Black Dust King, and the Shadow Star Spirit Queen are conducting live combat drills. What are you doing? Cutting hair and cutting brains too?" You were the one who initially judged him as human and pushed for the formation of the Spirit Army. Duanda chuckled and replied, "That's just an excuse for me to swallow the Black Dusk Demon Realm. Do you really believe that?" Like a fool, how could humanity possess dark, demonic power? I thought angrily. And besides, my hair was cut off in the fight. Do I want to cut my head? Van Thon spoke up, cutting in. "Don't be tense, everyone. I just came to say hello now that I see you are healthy and strong. I am very pleased." And then her tone turned mocking. "Just in case you get so angry you die or get scared to death, it wouldn't be good." Lord looked down in silence after hearing that and asked, "What do you mean?" A light appeared in Van Than's body, and very soon you will know. Let's go. Unclear how they managed to leave, so he could only shout a provocation, which would cost him dearly. Van Than was then teleported away along with the dark energy from An Chu. Back in the study, Van Shen sat at the table in deep thought, assessing that the 72 demon pillars are indeed formidable. It's a pity he didn't encounter the devouring lord. Suddenly, Duanya Kwang looked worried again. Just as he was wondering about the current state of the Yu Shadow Lord, she immediately shouted loudly, "Careful, a shadow wielding a scythe appears." Duan Da quickly realized that the attack from the Yu Shadow Lord resembled the embodiment of the Grim Reaper. Duanya turned back and shouted a warning, "Be careful." She panicked and thought to herself, "It's over. I didn't expect the Yu Shadow Lord to have this move. If he dies, I will die with him." Van Than remained calm in front of the scythe, and with a single move, he managed to block the attack just in time. The sharp scythes were stopped by his arm. "Even so, it seems that this move of yours is quite exhausting." When he saw the black aura spreading, Van Than raised his remaining hand to summon something. The mirror of original essence, the violent flame slash, was unleashed. Through fusion skills and relentless use of the Berserker's most violent technique, it reached its peak, a fiery inferno combined with icy heaven fist, striking directly into the opponent's stomach. Immediately, a beam of power shot straight into the sky. The people outside, witnessing the huge commotion, started to panic. "Oh my God, who is this person making such a move?" "It's terrifying. Judging by the direction of the attack, it's from the king's study. Definitely a deadly assassination attempt." "What is this? Is he fighting against the Black Dust King? Should I go check it out?" "Don't. Lately he's been very irritable, and there's a command not to get close. Even Lord Collada was thrown back. Provoking him could cost you your life." Van Thon looked up at the hole in the ceiling and gasped. Secretly stealing 95% of Duanye's attributes plus his own, yet still being shattered by Yu Shadow Lord's long-range counterattack, breaking his right arm, then closing his eyes and using his healthy hand to cast a basic healer skill to treat the injury. This is the difference in power between the top 10 pillars and the lesser dark spirits. Duanya was sweating from behind. You could choose anyone to provoke, but you chose the 5th column. Now, it's a disaster. After all, you shouldn't have participated in this conference. You glance over. It's okay, no pain at all. How can we understand the enemy? Bi-Chi knows that I am the most important strategist in intelligence.
Never underestimate it, because the most terrifying thing is what we haven't yet discovered.
Gradually returning to normal form, that strike gave me a clearer view of the strength of the top 10 pillars. This trip also helped me understand more about the remaining demon gods among the 72 pillars.
As I expected, each one has their own plans and they are not united as a whole. Van Shen clenched his fist and gave the order.
Xiao Da, get ready to go. It's time to take the next step. 10 days later, at the central square of King City Duanda, many people gathered and jostled for space. Lord Diet Satko announced an important matter and summoned all the lords, nobles, and even commoners to gather here.
After waiting too long, others grew impatient and scoffed.
But why are the Black Dusk Demon and the Shadow Spirit also here? What right do they have to stand on equal footing with us?
Meanwhile, Van Than was leisurely sipping while others whispered around him.
And on what basis is the Black Dusk King sitting in the center position? What is he that he can stand equal to Lord Destroyer? Just look at his attitude. He doesn't seem to be concerned with important matters at all.
It's obvious this is just a vacation spot.
That's going too far.
You are holding a tentacle from deadly fish monster, consuming it to permanently increase your 8 divine powers and 8 physical attributes, while holding a cup of blood heart, 3-headed dog, eating it to permanently boost 10 physical attributes and 10 strength. The Queen of Dark Spirit glances at you and reminds you,
hey, this is an important event after all. Keep some dignity. The people are watching.
But inside her mind, she's thinking, this food is so delicious. I'm drooling. Van Than keeps chewing, strengthening his power is the top priority. Then he looks at her and straightforwardly says, as long as my stomach can hold it, I will keep eating.
He thought to himself that compared to the demon gods who had accumulated power for thousands of years,
my attribute stats were still far behind. Without activating the 10,000 Night Wheel, I can't even compare to the Lord of the Yu Shadow, and even Little Da is much stronger than me. Baha trembled as he approached the king and asked, is it really okay for me to read such an important matter?
Where do I even get the right to say that?
Van Shen explained seriously, Baha, you are my trusted aide and also the chief steward of internal affairs. If you don't have the right, then who does?
Moreover, in the future, you will be in charge of mediating conflicts between clans. So it's necessary to
familiarize yourself with the face. You have already made plans, and the management of the Dark Evil Kingdom has been entrusted to Liu Duhai.
His whole body trembled uncontrollably. But in this situation, don't even mention coordination. And even if Baha declared helplessness upon seeing the scene below, no one would bother to listen.
What are you pretending to do while the people are busy fighting? I was personally invited here.
If it weren't for our king, who would bother coming to this ruined place? That's right, we dark spirits only appeared because of the queen, and we still haven't forgotten the grudge you caused. None of them are willing to admit defeat to the opposing side, daring to come to the capital of Duanye and speak loudly. Are you tired of living? If you have the guts, fight one-on-one without dying, you're the one who's tired of living to come here. Who is afraid of whom? Suddenly, a great surge of power erupted. Everyone below is in pain, kneeling down and clutching their heads, shouting, "This is too terrifying, I can't breathe." Many people are overwhelmed by the pressure and collapse, feeling as if their bones are about to be crushed, and the source of this terrifying aura is Duanya. She spoke coldly, saying, "I will cut out your tongues if you make any more noise." Duanye's eyes were like a terrifying whirlpool of power that wanted to swallow everything, and everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak anymore. Van Than then looked at Baha and reminded him, "Now we can start." He whispered, "Okay." Baha stepped forward to make the announcement, trembling all over, finally gathering his strength to speak. Baha, representing the three kings, declared that from today, the three clans of Duanye Dark, Black Dark Demon, and Shadow Spirit would officially unite. As all the people look up, his voice echoes out. The three kings hold the highest decision-making power. From now on, the three clans of Vinnuk will share resources openly without barriers or discrimination.
No internal conflicts, and will implement new laws promoting equality among demon clans. Free marriage violations will be severely punished, taxes halved, more academies built, 9-year compulsory education enforced, and infrastructure accelerated.
A commoner couldn't believe his ears. An alliance? I didn't hear wrong, did I?
Are we forming an alliance with the Dark Knight evil demons and shadow spirits? Oh my God, if I don't cling tightly to this thigh, I'll regret it for the rest of my life.
Bahai looks at the paper and continues to declare that these statements represent the will of the three kings.
Anyone with additional suggestions can propose them, but whether they are accepted or not is entirely up to the three kings.
Mitsu stands among the crowd and speaks seriously. I cannot accept this. He just pointed at the people standing nearby. Strength decides everything. The Queen of the Shadow Spirits is acceptable.
But is the Black Dusk King also worthy of being on par with Lord Destroyer?
What kind of joke is this? He only relied on luck to defeat the Demon King and become king. His greatest achievement was just defeating Parati.
So the status of the Black Dusk King should only be equal to ours. The Demon Lord at most is slightly higher due to his special status.
Mitsu confidently looked up. The core of this alliance is us, the Dark Abyss demons. The other two clans can only be vassals. Someone else then loudly agreed. That's right, Your Excellency is correct. Why should we, the Dark Demon clan ranked 21st, form an alliance with a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? An alliance is fine, but to ask for equal status. Are you joking? Stop joking, Lord Destruction Assassin. Wake up! Dado couldn't take it anymore and stood up shouting, Silence! Be quiet! She whispered to Van Than. Sorry I didn't teach them well, but you interrupted, so no need. Her tone was very gentle and mischievous, and the next second she appeared beside Mitsu, calming him down with a single fight. In just a moment, Van Than had Mitsu's head in his grasp. The others were also surprised to see that scene, a space-type skill. I didn't expect the Black Knight King to have this trick. Damn it, Mitsu was ambushed and lost the game. The person being mentioned roared in anger, emanating a fierce aura. But he was just a low-ranking king. Don't boast. The demon transformed, but was quickly forced down by Van Than with no chance to fight back, as he casually lifted his foot as if nothing had happened. It seems you need another lesson. And with a heavy stomp, Mitsu could only cry out in pain. After one kick failed, Van Than kept kicking repeatedly for dozens of times. Those outside could only gape in shock, unable to do anything more. This is the true power of the Black Dusk King. Even a powerhouse like Demon Lord Mitsu is no more than a stray dog in front of him, trampled at will. He truly is one of the 72 lords. Mitsu painfully spat out a large mouthful of blood, his heart filled with unrelenting hatred and regret. The Demon Slayer transformation can triple my power, yet it still gets crushed by the Black Dusk King? No way. This can't be happening. Meanwhile, a man outside began gathering his energy, releasing a massive surge of aura that shot rapidly toward Van Than's original element, Thunder Quan Dich Quang. He didn't need to turn around, just a gentle gesture of his hand was enough to block the attack. He shouted in confusion, What? Van Shen simply clenched his fist, and all of his opponent's strength quickly dissipated into nothingness. Van Shen slowly returned the attack. He immediately was struck with a painful blow and was thrown backward. Hugh! He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ugh! He truly possesses the power of the original essence. Van Than stepped away from Mitsu and asked another person, Do you also want to be taught a lesson? Immediately, this person knelt down repeatedly, kowtowing to confess his sins. Oh, great Black Knight King, please forgive my disrespect. Regarding the alliance, I fully support it and have no objections. In my mind, the only one capable of confronting him is Lord Destroyer Assassin, but she remains completely silent. I have no other choice. Van Than no longer cared about him and stood there shouting, Listen up, all you evil demons. The Black Knight King accepts all challenges. If anyone doubts, step forward and I will give you a chance. His murderous gaze scowled at everyone around him, but the consequences of challenging me would not end with just a lesson. All those demon descendants who remained silent only knew how to bow their heads. In a world where strength is supreme, Van Than used absolute power to silence all demon clans. From now on, Duan Da the evil demon, Black Knight demon, and the Shadow Spirit are officially united. Although these three clans still harbor old grudges, under the pressure of the strict laws issued by the kings, they are forced to temporarily set aside their hatred and accept each other, letting time gradually fill the deep wounds in their hearts. News of this triple clan alliance has caused a shock throughout the Dark World. Other demon clans felt an enormous pressure, with many forces even withdrawing from the human world to defend their territories and avoid being swallowed by the three clans. Under a shady canopy, Nguyen leisurely enjoyed and rested on a large sandy area. He raised his glass in a contemplative manner, as if hearing the Tu Lien alliance for the last time. I wonder if that was hundreds of years ago. Black Dusk King, you truly did something earth-shattering. The female attendants nearby anxiously exclaimed, Your Majesty, we cannot underestimate the three clans' alliance. Should we pull some troops back from the front line? But Mi Dian still remained calm and relaxed, not so tense. To threaten any power within the top 100 demons, those three clans are far from enough. That's right, Your Majesty the Queen. There's one more matter to report. Someone saw Xiao Lang and Xiao Yu appear in Black Knight Kingdom, and after investigation, it was found that they have a close connection with the Black Knight King. They have been frequently visiting between Duan Ye King City and Black Knight King City lately. The cup in Midian's hand cracked as she said, "Those two have returned." Then she suddenly burst into laughter and looked at the maid. "Why didn't you report it earlier?" She became flustered and turned away. "You just returned from the front lines. Everyone wants you to rest a little longer. You are so slow that it really irritates me. Then my father ordered the other servants to drag you away, saying you won't see me again until you've given birth to a half-blood demon child." The maid refused to be taken, screaming non-stop.
"No, I want to stay with Her Majesty the Queen more. Don't.
What has happened is just a prelude to Midian. She turned to the other and asked, "Should we contact Prince Hakda to get back Bella and Lu Bella?" She hesitantly replied, "I have already tried, even suggesting a territory exchange, but he outright refused." Another maid from behind Hung Ho shouted her opinion. "Your Majesty the Queen, shall we teach the Black Dust King some manners and make him concede, or do you dismiss it calmly? You're truly foolish. If we cause a commotion that alarms the Void Evil, can we survive?" Midian slowly ordered, "If they frequently travel between the two royal cities, send the Demon Lord to ambush them on the road. If they dare to resist, bring back their bodies." "What? Are you really going to attack?" "Your Majesty the Queen!" But Midian interrupted and continued, "I will never forgive them, even if they are my daughters." He closed his eyes to recover his spirit and sighed, but that alone was enough to make Destroyer Ko side with him, which is truly foolish. The steward standing beside him bowed respectfully and reported, "Shadow Lord, this Black Dusk King is too arrogant. After injuring himself, he even dragged the evil demon to refuse to surrender war resources. Considering the front lines of the human world, we should eliminate this Black Dusk. But he's in the royal city and acting too aggressively, which could provoke a large-scale war and disturb the void demons." You, Shadow Lord, sighed heavily. In the past, the demon race could form alliances because many forces participated, and even if the void was angry, it couldn't punish them all. But now the situation is different. How powerful is the void demon? Is it stronger than the gods? He sat there calmly contemplating and said, "Not stronger, but there's one thing you need to understand." The Shadow Lord clarified the current situation. The gods cannot catch the void, but the void can kill us. The scene shifts to a dreamy, mystical space, and the Shadow God confidently declares, "Humanity will be swallowed by my world. You won't last much longer." The human god across from him remains calm, only realizing victory or defeat after all the pieces have fallen. "Is it too early to declare victory now?" The Shadow Spirit calmly picks up a piece and continues to play. "Is that so? I wonder where you get such confidence from, relying on the nothingness you bring into my world." He is indeed a troublemaker, but not enough to change the situation. Hearing that, she also picked up a white piece, but the Shadow Spirit still refused to stop. "Moreover, not long ago you broke the rules by meddling in my world just because of a tiny ant, which is truly ridiculous." She calmly retorted, "Wasn't it you who previously reached across the boundary and brazenly stole 2 humans from my world, taking what was mine? If we're talking about breaking the rules, you're not qualified to criticize me." In the end, the Shadow Spirit couldn't say anything else, then slowly asked back, "So what is the move you're holding to turn the tide? Are you a loyal dog living comfortably in my world?" The human spirit quickly replied, "Of course not. He's not even worth a dog. If he dares to betray, I can erase him at any moment." Breaking what's in your hand and showing determination, while the pawns can change everything. The divine being throws another piece because of this. The white robes are engulfed in fierce flames. Elsewhere, Xia Qin Tun is leisurely sitting on the sofa listening to the report. "Master, the alliance has been completed." "Master, the little Yu rebel is on the other side of the illusion crystal mirror. Although the alliance appears to be controlled by the 3 kings, the true power still lies with Master Yun." She happily clenched her fists and praised, "That's good, very good. The success of the alliance will put great pressure on the other demon clans, forcing them to send their main forces to defend the territory. This is definitely the best opportunity for humanity to reclaim their territory." Her eyes showed a contemplative look. This achievement is enough to make him the brightest hero of humanity, which also needs a hero to restore hope. Seeing her so satisfied, Xiao Yu smiled brightly and held up the sparkling gem in front of her. "Master, the report is finished for now. We still need to go to Wangcheng Duanye to deliver the gift to Mr. Vaughn." Ha Quinten nodded in agreement. "All right, you guys go take care of your tasks." After finishing the conversation, she stood up and prepared to leave. Quintan steps out onto the balcony, taking in the fresh air and stretching happily, thinking, "I can't stay still when my disciple has worked so hard." Her gaze is fixed on the distant horizon. The time has come to begin. Suddenly, the previously quiet space turned dark and chaotic as a deep crimson vortex began to form in the sky. It makes everyone feel confused and worried. What's going on? I don't know. A person walking through the desert also feels uneasy. The pressure is really uncomfortable. Is it going to rain? In a snow-covered land, the sky appears, and a group of mountain villagers kneel and pray, finally waiting for this moment. Returning to the city of Quintan in shock, according to records, the last time such a celestial anomaly appeared was 70 years ago when the game and the world merged into one. And today, a square appeared above, making her marvel that the human world is about to face a major upheaval. A message from the system appears above, unlocking the final version of the mythic level. Even people in the desert can see this message. The townspeople could also see it. Xiao Yu still happily shouted, amazed at how much he had collected. Everyone seems to hold Mr. Van in such high regard. Xiaolang, following behind, can't help but smile. I was also startled, just saying it was to offer to the king. The people not only searched tirelessly, but also offered heirlooms. She was so happy holding up the gem in her hand. It would be great if Mr. Van praised us. Suddenly, what she saw in front of her wiped the smile off Xiao Yu's face. Huh? Who would have thought that just on the way we would run into a demon lord? My luck really is terrible. Vera also looked annoyed and shouted at the two people in front. Our bad luck is us. We were on a mission and still ran into a filthy human, and to make it worse, this humanity is incredibly strong, able to fight against a demon lord like me with just triple transformation strength, even injuring me, not to mention the other high-level demons. Lucy kept squirming and shaking her body behind. Sister Daoling, please let me go. As long as I help, I can definitely kill them all. Jiulin angrily turned her head and shouted, Shut up! I don't trust you yet, so don't call me Big Sister, as she looked at her with a hurt expression. So annoying, Big Sister is bullying me. And then Jiulin stepped forward and gently asked, Nunyan, can we negotiate a little? Demon beasts are not good at direct combat, and fighting on will only cause damage to both sides. Since you each have your own missions, why not pretend you've never met and go your separate ways? Vera stepped forward swiftly, risking both sides, and with a haughty wave of her hand, she said, Don't flatter yourself too much. Even if we fight to the end, I could be seriously injured, but you will definitely die. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Vera to be stunned. Maybe not so sure after all. Xiaoling's voice was a bit exhausted as she said, If we had more of us, you might not have won. Xiao Yu, Xiaolong, why are you both here? It's Loyo, Bella, and Bella. We finally found you. Come with us now. Your Majesty the Queen has been truly furious over the years. Vera, Leobella, and Elin Bella's expressions are hidden by their long hair. Are you trying to side with humans? You've caused enough trouble over the past 200 years. Go back and apologize to Her Majesty the Queen. Maybe she will forgive you. Diulin wondered in confusion. The enchanting queen of the demon race, if I remember correctly, is Midian, one of the 7 pillars of the Demon King. Wasn't Tiu Wu and Tiu Lang previously the evil demon lords of the Black Knight demon clan? Why would she be involved? Besides, it seems they are quite close to these ghostly women. Then she was confused as she saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Long step forward. What is going on here? Could it be that they are on the side of the demon race's enchantment? They were supposed to be Master Ha's handmaidens, so why are they in the Dark Realm? Could it be that Master Ha encountered trouble and they took the chance to escape here? Both Xiaoling and Xiao Yu looked a bit heartbroken. Empress, are you still looking for us? The two sides with opposing stances just stand there cautiously, watching each other. Diuling immediately felt uneasy after hearing that. Mother, what is going on? Little Yu, Little Lang are the daughters of Queen Midian? Things are getting serious. Compared to me as an outsider, they would definitely lean more towards their biological mother, and the two sisters clearly became tense and hesitant. Vera took the opportunity to persuade her, saying softly, The Queen has always cared for you all these years. Even when you were captured by humans, she kept sending teams to search for you on the front lines. She gently extended her hand and invited, You have been forgiven. Love for you is greater than everything else. Come back home with us. But unexpectedly, Xiaoling suddenly burst into laughter. Love? Don't be ridiculous. It seems you don't understand that woman at all. Although she constantly talks about love, her love is both the deepest and the most superficial. She truly understands her better than anyone else. Mother is one of the first demons of the dark world, symbolizing growth and fertility. For her, love for the heir is even greater than everything else, even more important than her own children. The determined gazes of the two sisters looked up at each other. We truly miss Mother, but if we follow you back, even having 100 children won't be enough to atone for our sins. Xiao Yu decisively concluded, That's right. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. Only fools would follow you. Those refusals made Vera grit her teeth in rage, burning with fury. In the end, she had no choice but to retreat.
This time they got lucky. Next time it won't be so easy. Let's go. Before they fly away, they're still angry. Having 100 children isn't a bad thing.
Who doesn't know the preferences of us ghost lovers? We're just stubborn, enjoying it. What's wrong with that? Why did Her Majesty the Queen give birth to 2 daughters? After they left, Diolin finally relaxed her body and sat down heavily. It's finally over. Xiaolang hurriedly came to help her bandage carefully.
Sister Diolin, I heard Master Van say you went to work as an envoy for the Jiang Lam organization, so why are you here? She admitted.
Of course, I have something to find him for. She slowly revealed a pressing reality. But the problem is that both the Black Dusk Demons and the 3 Clans Alliance
now belong to Van Than. I was on my way but didn't know whether to go to Dark King City or Black Dusk King City to find him, so I hesitated between the 2 places and unexpectedly fell into a demon trap.
What bad luck. Xiaolang forced a smile and said, I guess they're just waiting to ambush us. Then Diolin suddenly remembered, Do you know who you are?
Xiao Yu happily replied,
I already knew. After all, the demon beasts had traded with Mr. Van once, wanting to take us back, but he didn't care about it at all. She clearly remembered how powerless they had been back then. Wanting to go back was their choice. No matter how many territories they gained, it wouldn't change that. It's up to you to decide. Diolin laughed, fitting Van Than's usual style. My younger sister suddenly asked curiously, Big Sister Diolin, what are you looking for the master for? But she didn't answer, only summoned a huge axe. Then Diolin softly uttered 2 words that left both of them confused, and then she chopped the tree. The 2 sisters once again watched her confidently walk away in stunned silence. It wasn't until everyone returned to the Demon King City and found Duan Ye in the study that she burst out laughing and responded. It is said that the most powerful figure in the legend of the Demon King belongs to the 72 Pillars. Why is Diet Satko from Duanda now serving as a servant for my younger brother? Ha ha ha! She grits her teeth as you, holding a special cheese made from demon goat milk to boost intelligence and physical stats by 8 points permanently after eating, sighs on the side. What's so strange about that? The 3 of you gathering together is actually a rare combination. She immediately brushed it off. What's so strange about that? I often visit Teacher Haiyan's house directly, even earlier than you, forgetting about Xiao Yu and Xiao Long. Who would have thought Xiao Yu would suddenly happily present a treasure?
Sir, these are the valuable consumable items we collected from the Kak Da Kingdom. Each one can increase attribute limits and will last you a long time.
You're working hard, thank you. How is the situation in the kingdom? She hurriedly praised.
Liu Tuhai manages very well and even excitedly reports the news. By the way, there's some good news. Perhaps due to the fierce battle during the last decoy attack, he has finally broken through to Demon Lord.
You seem pretty happy too. Then you pondered that the lack of high-level combat power from the Dark Knight Demon, Liu Dohi, could also be considered good news.
Next, you mentioned Lucy sitting quietly over there. Chairman, did you bring a distinguished guest with you?
So he let out a sigh of relief. It seems the covert mission is finally over.
She quickly pinched her own cheek and said, We're almost there, then proceeded to exchange intelligence.
Von Thin praised without hesitation.
Chairman, I didn't expect that after only 3 transformations you could stand up to the Demon Lord. That's impressive.
Ju Lin proudly accepted.
After all, I am the daughter of the Guardian God General. Reaching this level is only natural. Especially compared to your younger brother, my achievements are far superior.
At this point, you suddenly stroked your chin,
But I have to say, as I suspected, the upper echelons of the Divine Empire have secretly allied with the Dark World.
To be precise, they are actually pawns planted in the human world by the Dark Shadow God. Everything Van Than mentioned makes sense, and Lucy turning into a fallen angel is actually just a stage in her transformation into a demon race. This may make her stronger, but the materials needed for Lucy's 3 transformations can only be found in the Dark World, and the organization here is backed by the Divine Empire. For her, it was no different than not having a reason to avoid her own backyard garden. Not only that, Diolin also saw clearly that Lucy's act of putting on a show with Elger at the global tournament was just to justify her disappearance. After all, she is a princess of a nation, and she can't just make up any excuse and talk to her subjects.
She added, Now that we have this girl as a prisoner when we return to the world, humans can easily expose the false face of the Divine Empire.
Diolin suggested, Lucy is again in the royal city. It's not convenient for me to take her alone,
but you already have something else, so my fortress can hold living creatures. It has enough water and food inside, not necessary to keep her for 10 or 8 years. Release her whenever needed. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Than activated it.
No matter how Lucy screams and yells, I want to stay by the big sister's side, I won't leave. Here, only little Da is left furious. Snap! Truly useless, wasting all my effort. How could that expression escape his sight? It seems you're quite upset. It makes sense that the Dark Believers are connected to you. Then the Holy Empire must also be involved with you to some extent. Otherwise, Elgar wouldn't have fallen into the trap and been dragged into the Dark World when he tried to use the binding skill. Da nodded in agreement.
That's right, even though the mastermind behind everything is the owner of the Devouring, I also put a lot of effort into this back then, whether it was for the Dark Followers or the Holy Empire. Moreover, cultivating the Holy Followers is even more troublesome than the Dark ones. Anyway, the loyalty of the Dark Followers mainly comes from the overwhelming power of the Dark World using strength to seduce and then transforming their minds and bodies with dark magic, enough to make them remain loyal to death. However, this method has its limitations. While Holy Followers lack this factor and can only be brainwashed into fanatics, with the downside of being less flexible mentally and somewhat weaker in strength, but still manageable.
In the end, she smiled, but ultimately this mission was probably assigned by the God of Darkness to the Master of Devouring. I was just one of the ones carrying it out directly, so I have fulfilled my duty. At that moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. So it's a bit strange why the Dark God would bother to conquer the Holy Empire and
Create holy believers. If it's just to stir up hatred between demons and humans, wouldn't sending some demons to disguise as humans be simpler and more effective?
It just so happens that you think the same way.
If that's the case, then it's also true that there are races within the demon tribe that are skilled at changing their appearance.
After all, shape-shifting skills are not uncommon even in the human world. Van Than thought to himself, I just don't know how to use it. Then he admitted that we might have fallen into a mental blind spot. Van Than honestly pointed out that perhaps the gods are not playing an honest and fair game as we have always thought. Through the media sources everyone knows, we have always only known that the two gods are always in opposition. They use two worlds as a chessboard, with living beings as pieces to outwit each other. Not only Van Than, but everyone else also share the same question. But ultimately, why do they choose to confront each other this way? Wouldn't it be simpler and more decisive just to wipe each other out directly?
Could it be that they do it just for entertainment?
So, isn't that too childish?
From what you've shown, you've come to a conclusion that maybe it's not that they don't want to fight, but that they are afraid to.
Van Than could analyze it even more deeply, because no one could be sure of victory, and even if they did win, they would have to pay an enormous price that no one could bear. From that, he realized that this was why they used this indirect method to erode their opponent's world. Van Than had long seen through the hidden truths behind it all. The battle among gods is not a noble chess game with clear rules but a life-and-death struggle without mercy or limits. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will break the rules and go all out to land a fatal blow on their opponent. Xiao Yu, resting his chin on his hand, looked thoughtful. So that's how it is. The Dark God exploits humans to achieve his goals, regardless of how many die. He doesn't care. Xiaolang shares the same view. Instead of using pure-blooded demon descendants, nurturing holy believers seems to be the better choice. Diu Lin is more rational and confident than the two before. It's all just speculation. Talking about some kind of deity
is too fantastical, but at least right now, the battlefield is still filled with the corpses of countless humans.
She snapped her fingers and suggested that we need to change the situation. A long axe, longer than her own body, suddenly appeared in Diu Lin's palm.
As long as we use this axe to cut down the world tree, the Dark World will collapse, and the war will end immediately.
Xiao Yu was stunned by this bold idea. What do you mean? The so-called cutting down the tree you mentioned turns out to be cutting down the world tree. Xiaolang agrees with his sister. How could this be acceptable? Duan Ya calmly comments, it seems her reasoning isn't necessarily correct. If the Dark God is truly behind the Holy Faith Church, how could he issue a divine decree to destroy his own world? Van Than still cares about another issue. So what does Lucy think about this?
Diaoling knows a little about it, but she doesn't care. As long as it's a divine decree, she will carry it out unconditionally.
You extend your hand and ask, show me the axe. Inside Van Than's heart, he's still skeptical. World-shattering axe. Is that all? She is very comfortable handing the axe back to you, no problem. I was originally going to give it to you to use.
I am a magic user, and not qualified to wield it.
Van Than immediately used his skills. Art fusion, art ascension, mechanic, structural analysis, and general appraisal technique. When activating the all-seeing eye, a data analysis circle appears before you. In just a moment, the weapon's information has been scanned.
Dio Fa Joy, Skybreaker, divine grade quality, race restriction is human, class restriction includes warrior and brute.
It also includes detailed information such as a plus 300 strength attribute, plus 1,000 physique, each hit increasing total power by 10%, stacking up to 100 times. This weapon can pierce the world's protective barrier and deal direct damage to the world's host. Its materials are unknown, forged from Thunder Earth Sphere, Van Longbones, and Extinction Crystal. After receiving this data, Van Than could no longer underestimate this axe. It is truly a terrifying weapon, so terrifying that it is almost unbelievable. He also has some guesses in his mind, and most of the materials used for crafting come from the human world, probably collected by the Holy Spirit Empire. But what exactly is this so-called unknown material he is curious about? My perfect eye of insight is the highest appraisal skill, yet I still cannot see through that mysterious material. Moreover, this weapon has reached the level of divine theft. I suspect the mysterious material is related to the gods. Although Van Than knows this axe is very special, the next task they must do is very difficult, so he remains suspicious. But relying only on it, plus the so-called Holy Templar of the Ten Cross, can they really cut down the world tree? What is the Dark God's true intention in issuing this divine decree? You decide to stop your train of thought here. Forget it, guessing is useless. Let's go find the world tree. The group set out for the Shadow Spirit Forest, where as they passed through, Van Than was cheered by many spirits. Wow, look over there, it's the Dark Knight King. He's our great benefactor, and friendly spirits waved hello, still as handsome as ever. Wherever he went, excited spirits appeared. Hey, Your Majesty the King, when will you marry the Queen? Everyone is looking forward to it. Come on, unite the two clans, and you'll become unstoppable. Van Than felt quite helpless with them and said, "What are you all thinking?" Tiu Yu anxiously raised her hand to stop them. "That's right. There are countless secret admirers of our king. Let your queen line up." Little Lang joked and teased, "Sir Van, it seems you are loved very much." You think this is normal. After all, I helped the Shadow Spirit escape poverty, so it's understandable to be grateful. Du Lin remained silent throughout the journey, which caught Van Than's attention. "Chairman, if the dark world is destroyed, these innocent spirits will also perish. Moreover, the world tree has helped me a lot. We need to find a better way." When she proposed this plan, she had the intention in mind. If I had the authority to decide, I might choose to take all the blame to cut off the world tree. But on the surface, Diu Lin still behaved as usual. After all, Diu already gave it to you. The final decision is up to you, little disciple. Relying only on me might not even get you into this forest. Van Than sighed deeply and said, "Honestly, no matter who wins, it might not be a good thing for humanity." Little Yu has another concern. "Sir Van, this time we are searching for the world tree, but didn't bring the Dark Spirit Queen. Instead, we brought the Annihilation Assassin. Is it going to be okay? You need someone to guard the main base, after all." Van Than subtly glanced behind him. "As for why I brought Xiaoya along, it's simple. Since forming the contract, her performance has truly been too perfect. So perfect to an unusual degree. No matter how much I try to provoke or probe, Xiaoya has never once resisted." You can't easily trust Xiaoya like others. Even at the 72 Pillars Conference, she clearly had the chance to secretly seek help from other demons, and I had already prepared a plan to deal with it. But until the last moment, Xiaoya still didn't do so. Van Than has always suspected her true purpose. There is definitely some hidden motive, but it can never be for loyalty. Xiaoya is definitely scheming something. As a creature that has lived for 1,000 years, it's not unusual for him to have special methods to deal with soul contracts. So he took advantage of this trip, and the simplest way was to find someone more experienced and knowledgeable to ask clearly. The person in front of us is the one Van Than has entrusted, and the world tree is obviously the best choice. The ancient tree speaks with an old voice, while Duan Ya shows murderous intent, a demon, a human, and a monster. "Ha ha ha! Van Than, if you've brought them here, you must trust them. Don Da doesn't approve of him." Huh. No wonder I couldn't break through the final line of defense of the Shadow Spirit back then. It turns out the ancient tree guarding the sacred area is the world tree. You're quite good at hiding it. The boy interrupts their conversation and holds the axe up to eye level. Let's get straight to the point. This item was obtained from the holy believers. Then he raises the axe close to the ancient tree's eyes. You must have figured out its purpose. He wrapped its roots around it and assessed that I am the root of this world and cannot be destroyed by the darkness's material, which is why the Dark God used materials from the human world to create this axe. Just by touching and glancing at it, the world tree also understood, but still, this axe is powerful enough to seriously injure me, not to kill me. The Dark God clearly made it as a warning. It seems he has discovered something. Then he channels dark energy into the spear through his roots. Although it was made to counter me, it would be a shame to waste such a good item by not using it. As the power gradually dissipated, the appearance of the shadow staff had completely changed. Sooner or later you will have to return to the human world, and if you want to oppose the gods, the help of the world tree from the other side is indispensable. The great tree will return it to Vanthan. If it fully becomes a hunting dog for the gods, you can use this axe to threaten. Warn it, I have infused this axe with material from the dark realm enough to threaten it. Reach out your hand and prepare to receive. I understand. The moment Vanthan's hand brushed past the ancient tree, he immediately sensed something strange. Yeah, that made him break out in a sweat. Kid, how long has it been since you last looked at your own soul? Don't you realize it? The warning from the ancient tree leaves him stunned. Has your soul already been on the brink of destruction? Vanthan was stunned by the unexpected warning. What? Turns out there has always been a shadow threatening your life above your head, like Damset's mirror hanging overhead. Xiao Yu was panicked by what just happened. What's going on? Are you just as confused? I don't even know about Little Ling, and can souls really be seen? Duan Da realized the situation was getting out of control and immediately used his soul-seeking eye. Damn it, I didn't expect that old man could also see spirits, but why did he only speak now? Could it be that only after touching Vanthan did he realize that the kind and cautious Tree of Life had given careful instructions to him? Vanthan, please don't panic, and absolutely don't do anything to provoke it. No one else is speaking. Even he himself finds it hard to understand. What is really going on? Is the second soul planning to attack me? Could it be because I failed a few daily missions? No, maybe it's not that simple. He even gave Vanthan instructions to temporarily delay the problem. It's focusing on you, so don't lift your head, and don't let it realize you know about its existence. It seems Tuthu is very eager to help you. The situation is indeed dire. But there is still a chance to turn things around. Don't move. Let me handle it. Duanda stood watching from a corner, grinding his teeth silently. What? That old man has a way to suppress the divine vessel inside Vanthan again? No. If this continues, it will ruin all the plans I have carefully laid out. So, it turns out, she had already gathered information about this field. The second soul of the divine envoy is commonly called a divine servant. Because at that time Van Shen didn't ask for detailed information, I was able to hide this important detail. Additionally, Douanier not only knew the basics, but also understood the mechanism of that soul. As the name suggests, the divine servant is a servant of the gods. They obey the commands of the gods, existing within the body of the divine messenger, serving as guides, monitors, and also as a multifaceted entity. The scariest thing about it is that it acts like a double-edged sword. If the divine envoy's development falls short of expectations or shows signs of betrayal, the divine servant will immediately destroy his soul and erase him completely. The complexity of the issue doesn't end there. Failing to complete the task of the divine servant, or interfering with its existence, is also considered an act of rebellion against the gods, and accumulating enough offenses will result in a verdict of destruction. That's why she had the chance to strike. But fate did not favor Douanier's plan. Unfortunately, even though Van Shen had failed his mission before, it wasn't enough for the divine seed to issue a judgment against him. So she came up with a more feasible idea. When the Dark Cultivator trains, I occasionally intervene secretly with the divine beast to make it believe that Vanthan is resisting, thereby speeding up the judgment to destroy him. Additionally, Donda also has reasons to plan in such a roundabout way. Because of the binding of the contract, I cannot directly harm Vanthan. If he dies, I won't be able to escape either. But the essence of the soul contract is an unequal bond between two souls. As long as I use the divine puppet to destroy Vanthan's soul, the connection will automatically be severed and I will be free. She grits her teeth and frowns, almost unable to hide her murderous intent. I've endured for so long, struggled to reach this point. I absolutely cannot let that old man ruin everything. Da decides she can no longer hesitate as things spiral out of control. Despite the danger, she must act now. Her ultimate move swiftly heads toward Vanthan's divine beast. The target of this move is to cut the vine restraining it. The vine binding the divine beast's body immediately shatters into pieces. By now, Tuthu has also seen clearly that the enemy hidden within the Vanthan group is deadly. Turns out you're up to some devilry. Before it swung its sword down, he only managed to shout, "Watch out!" Xiao Yu and Diu Lin moved in unison and cast their spells. She acted before even considering anything, even though she didn't understand the situation or see anything. But basically, the junior has something above his head about to strike, right? Not only Diu Lin, but she also cares a lot about him, so don't even think about touching Master Van. Two hands wrapped in black and red magic reach out to the back of Thon Bok with the intent to stop him. But what happens next leaves both of them stunned and unprepared. Huh? Did I miss everything? At this moment, nothing can stop the reckless sword of Thon Bok from striking directly at Vanthan's head anymore. A condemned rebel. In that instant, he suddenly radiated an overwhelming and unpredictable aura of danger, just a mere guard dog. Van Than precisely leapt aside, grabbed a branch, and successfully escaped death. Van Than Dung holds the slender branch high, but his confident aura completely dominates. Don't be too arrogant. I thought there would be a gap in strength because of the weapons. Yet an ordinary branch can stand toe-to-toe with a sword. The battle continues to tense up, neither side falling into a disadvantage, causing the surrounding space to bear the pressure and gradually crack into large fissures. Hu Vo sensed something was wrong and hurried over. This isn't good, that kid. I did push him away after all, but he's acting too hastily. He immediately stomped hard on the ground and ordered, "World, let me plant easily." Immediately after, a giant, colorful root pierced through the ground and shot up forcefully. Void used its power to envelop its entire body and transmitted it to the root through its hand. The figure of Void that was just there disappeared in the blink of an eye like it had vanished into thin air. There's no time left, I have to act now. The fierce and tense battle between Van Than and Thon Bok continues unabated, with neither side willing to admit defeat. It suddenly roared loudly to summon more power, and the next move was even stronger than before. The pressure from the impact forces both sides to bear an invisible burden, with dark purple tears appearing more and more in the sky due to their powerful strikes. Xiaolong stood there stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing, as the space around her shattered and twisted, while the elder tree calmly explained the rules of its operation. The actions of the divine beast are an intervention of the gods into the world, which naturally disrupts the balance of the universe. And combined with Van Than's fierce resistance, the space here begins to collapse. The battle continues without end, and Duan Da becomes even more frantic, willing to risk everything.
I don't care if it collapses or not, even if the world is destroyed, so what?
I will never become a slave again, she silently decided, wondering what kind of weapon could counter than Bok's attack.
Damn it, just risking everything. But her actions couldn't escape the old man's notice. He immediately summoned more controlling vines to restrain Don Da and prevent further chaos.
Lin was extremely anxious, because neither she nor others could intervene or help in Van Than's battle. Old man, stop wasting effort on Dadu's murderous intent. I can't directly hurt Van Than, so please help him quickly. He's clearly fighting something we can't interfere with. But the ancestor had to reveal a sad truth. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. That is also part of the reason why the fight has been going on forever. If he loses, Van Than will surely die. But if he wins, the consequences could be even more terrible. Those around them still can't get close to the battle space of the two. Not even a step. Amidst the swirling, thick smoke, Lin shouted in anger and helplessness.
I can't lose, but I can't win either. Old man, what do you mean?
The way the elder talks remains ambiguous as before, so this can't be clarified right now. In short, if Van Than truly falls into a severe disadvantage, I will step in to help, and I won't let him die first. With his deep understanding, he quickly found a way to reassure those worried about Van Than. But the best scenario is exactly like now. With neither side able to hurt the other, the longer it lasts, the better. You swung a branch fiercely at Shen Boku with unbelievable speed, saying, "Go to hell!" And Van Than's attack was so fast and precise that it couldn't react in time and was hit on the cheek. That move just shattered then Bok's face like broken glass and also disrupted the balance between them. The elder tree fell silent for a moment. Lin was so focused that she didn't know what kind of expression to put on her face. Although I couldn't see anything, it seemed that the young disciple was too concentrated on the fight to hear what we said. Could the situation be turning very unfavorable? What should we do now? He just stood still for a few seconds, then immediately summoned more thick roots, signaling that the battle had escalated to a higher level. What else can be done now? Get ready to risk everything. The spirit beast, caught off guard and furious, swung a powerful sword at Van Than, but he simply raised a branch to block the attack without much effort. Suddenly, a burst of energy escaped from the divine beast's body and shot up into the sky, surprising both Van Than and the main character. The elder tree was the first to react, immediately sending its roots flying toward the energy leaving its form. The tangled roots formed a spiral cluster that tightly encased that willpower, and no one except him could fully understand the situation on the scene to guide everyone. Just a little more strength would be good. Quickly help me suppress him. Once the messenger god reports to the divine realm and guides the divine power down, everything will be over. Lin and the others decide not to stay still anymore and unite to charge forward. If they can't fight back, should they call for the elders?
That's so cowardly. Everyone is already in their positions like a sturdy tripod, and all three of you speak together.
I have to try to help first, but as soon as Xiao Yu approached the cocoon containing the power, a bad premonition and unease arose. Tu Lang, who is closest, should be the most affected. It hurts so much. Wu is also hit just as hard. What are you joking about? Is just a little bit of aura leaking out enough to make us vanish? The power of the divine beast is growing stronger, and finally it has broken free from its cocoon. The compressed power exploded like a bomb, causing Xiao Yu, Diu Lin, and Xiao Lang to be seriously injured and bleeding. With no obstacles in the way, the will of the way shot straight into the sky while the three were thrown back and slammed onto the ground. They all fell into unconsciousness, their eyes closed, unable to tell if they were alive or dead. Only Du Lin stood farther away than the others, with a slightly weaker aura, still able to struggle and speak a few words before truly passing out. Are you kidding? Even the ancestral tree can't stop it. With such terrifying power, how can we stop even a little bit? The old man anxiously watched the surge of energy, but could only feel helpless. It's over. Everything is over. The lives you and the void have prepared for years will turn to dust today. Along the path to reaching the sky of power, a figure suddenly appears from the void to block its way. The void raises its leg to attack but also encourages everyone. No, you did very well, even if only for a brief few seconds. After gathering all your strength, he decisively launched a straight kick toward the power. But that is enough. Two different auras clashed like a powerful explosion, yet that force was actually pushed back to its original position. Even the divine beast didn't expect to be hit from behind like that. That power directly strikes the main body, forcing it to scream in pain. The divine puppet roars in fury and turns sharply toward the sky. Void you, do you dare? Kid, I've done many things I dare to do. The one who owned you back then threw me into this world. Does he think I'll let him get away with it? Void directly pointed at you. Vanthan, he is parasitizing inside you. I cannot bring myself to destroy him. I will create a battlefield for you, quickly finish off that guy. Then, the crack in space widens more and more, marking chaos and destruction, a realm of chaos and disorder. Finally, the crack tore open into a huge hole, emanating mysterious and unpredictable dark energy. Then it quickly swallowed Vanthan and Thanbok into its own world. In front of everyone's eyes, the solid black sphere in the center closed the sealing gate, trapping the two inside. Duanda sensed the aura emanating from his position and remained cautious. Even though his appearance has changed a lot, this aura is unmistakable. I absolutely cannot mistake him. He is the Void Demon. Diu Lin hunchbacked, she slowly moved forward. Little junior brother, despite being severely wounded, still struggled to drag his exhausted body. Mr. Van, I will help you. But Huvo quickly raised his hand to stop their impulsive actions and explained that this is a gate connected to the chaotic flow of time and space, capable of cutting off all disturbances and transmitting messages. Fighting inside there is so secret that even gods can't detect it. Of course, it's also extremely dangerous. With your strength, entering there is only a path to death. He continued to explain in more detail. The second soul without a physical body would not fear the chaos flow of time and space, but Vanthan was not sure if he could handle it. I also need to stay here to maintain the gate while the ancestral tree has rooted itself in this world and cannot enter. If anyone can help now, it's Hu Vo, who looks straight at Don Da. Then only you can do it. With your strength, you can fight against the chaos of time and space. She finds these words really ridiculous. Should I go save him? Stop joking. If he dies, the soul curse will be lifted. I am the one who will be the happiest. Huvo immediately shattered Da's illusions. Unless Vanthan dies at the hands of the divine envoy, he's still kind enough to warn her that the envoy will wipe out both the body and the soul when executing the target. This is what you're betting on, but in the chaos of time and space, there are countless space cracks. If Vanthan is bitten and killed, her body will definitely perish before her soul. At that moment, because of the soul contract binding you, you would also die. Void simply pointed here and then did not interfere further, leaving Duan Ye to make the choice. If you want to hit Vanthan hard or take control of your own fate, you know what to do now. From this perspective, she only has one choice. I guess you've convinced me. The ancient tree gradually loosens its roots that were tightly gripping her. Duan Ya calmly approaches the gate, but in the void, remember this well. From now on, we owe each other nothing. He crosses his arms and offers a gentle smile, as everything inside the chaotic prison universe just opened is as tumultuous as a small cosmos. Vanthan's successive strikes kept hitting his vital point, making him scream. But he still responded decisively without fear. Although he managed to block in time, the force still pushed him far away, crashing into the crack. Vanthan, regardless of his torn clothes and wounds, quickly stands up and looks down at you with a wide grin. Void, you really brought me to a good place. It's much easier to defeat Vanthan here than in the dark world. He was arrogantly and smugly confident. The chaotic youth of time and space is the most dangerous and chaotic area in the universe. At any moment, Invisible space cracks can randomly appear or suddenly vanish. Whether on your body or equipment, touching a space crack will definitely tear you apart into pieces.
The sword he's holding immediately points straight at you, but I am a spirit unaffected. Vanthan, go ahead and try to dodge my attack.
Every slash of his sword echoes with his voice. Unless a sudden space crack appears beside you, you'll end up in two pieces. Yet Vanthan below still managed to swing his weapon and strike accurately, until the cracks suddenly appeared more frequently right behind him. They are like a bottomless abyss that limits Van Shen's movement. Over time, they increase in number and continue to cut across his body. Tianjing immediately takes the opportunity to attack. Could your movements be a bit stronger? Otherwise, your arm might get cut off right there.
Ha ha ha.
Facing that tilt, Vanthan raised his hand and shouted, "Ha! Primal Fire Fusion!"
According to your gesture, the fireball technique, Extreme Flame, immediately causes a huge explosion targeting him.
Unfortunately, the cracks still appear out of nowhere, slicing through the fireball, and thanks to them, Heavenly Authority remains safe and standing there unscathed.
He mockingly said,
"Ha, foolish, I didn't expect you, Vanthan, to be this stupid. With the advantage given to the proud Heavenly Spirit, you can't even imagine how many space cracks are between us.
Your long-range attack was cut and erased by a space crack before it even fell. Damn it!" Tianjing still confidently boasted without noticing what you were doing, while you couldn't see the positions of the space cracks and dared not attack.
Besides being a living target for me to strike, you had no other choice.
In response, he is a calm cloud spirit gathering strength in his legs to charge forward. His reckless rush past the cracks makes Tianjing panic. What, are you crazy? Thanks to his superhuman speed, Vanthan struck him with a devastating blow. Tianqin, whose face was gouged, still couldn't understand how you could attack without any harm. Could it just be luck? No, clearly your lucky potion has run out. Could it be that he suddenly realized the truth?
That you used the fireball technique not to attack us, but simply to search for the spatial rifts along the way by deliberately throwing a large fireball.
You don't answer at all and decisively use your bare hands to grab the Celestial's neck. Only then does Vanthan coldly say, "In the end, you're just a hunting dog of the gods. Besides hiding inside others to assassinate, what else can you do? You show no hesitation in using brute force,
but with only some combat experience and a rigid fighting style based on formulas from a manual, you are completely unable to handle unpredictable changes in actual combat." Just then, a small black hole suddenly appeared behind Vanthan, and Xiaoya, who had just been freed from her bindings, suddenly appeared. It seems she crossed her arms and watched you crush him without needing my help.
Tianjing, who was being pressed down by Vanthan and struggling to break free, had shrunk somehow and was desperately writhing. Seeing his condition, you pressed down even harder. I see, you have no fatal weakness. Even if your head is shattered, you can survive. However, the cost is that every time you take damage, your body shrinks until it becomes too small to sustain itself and eventually dissolves. Then the wooden stick in Vanthan's hand suddenly changed, saying, "Your life still has some temporary value, so I'll keep you alive for now," as green branches suddenly sprouted from the tip to wrap around him. Dredongman's basic skill. Doanda, who is nearby, looks confused and immediately asks, "Not killing, huh? I don't remember. What if it secretly went to find the god of humanity to ask for help? Turns out he was just annoyed and twisted it away. Are you the one teaching me how to do things? Don't forget we still have an unpaid debt between us. I'll come back and settle with you later. For now we have to leave." Before the words even left her mouth, Vanshin was stunned, and Duan Ya blurted out, "Oh." The door that just led her here somehow suddenly dispersed and vanished. In an instant, Vanthan lunged forward and grabbed Duan Da by the collar. "Did you mess with the entrance?" "How is that possible? Disappearing from the entrance doesn't do me any good either. I have to carefully explain each word, and moreover, the entrance is controlled by the evil demon, Void. Without his permission, I simply can't enter. If you don't believe me, then fine, but do you not trust even him?" Vanthan quickly focused and said, "So does that mean the Void sent you to help? What can you do?" Duanda quickly pushed your hand away and shouted, "I can do this." It turns out she just saved Vanthan's hand from the crack in time and space that suddenly appeared. Duan Ya hurriedly explained, "I can sense a fragment of spatial disturbance when it appears, which helps determine where they will form. If I hadn't pushed your hand away just now, you would have been crippled by now." Hearing that, he frowned thoughtfully and stared intently at Tianjing. So Vanthan made a decision, saying, "In this environment, you really are very useful. Now I understand why he sent someone here." Then he nervously looked at the faint black hole. However, the entrance suddenly disappeared. Could something unexpected have happened on the Void side? Vanthan, trapped in the chaos of time and space, had no idea that outside, 3 minutes earlier, Void was leaning against a tree, looking up at the sky, deliberately using a staff made from human world material. Oh, I see. So it wants to forcibly stop your ability to act. The ancient tree of Dong Tin is sympathetic to him. I thought so too. At first, they directly brought the entire demon clan to their side, which definitely drew too much attention. Huvo sighed, I still feel it's not enough. Little Yu couldn't help but marvel. Is she really the evil ghost from legend? She looks like a little girl. What would a little brat know? Don't ask me. I've only just met her too. It won't cause trouble.
If Cloud Spirit has brought you here, it means we are allies now. Everyone is on edge. I didn't expect her to overhear that. Her ears are so sensitive.
Yemlin quickly asked, how much longer until he comes out?
Huvo shrugged vaguely, but with Duanya's help, it shouldn't be a failure.
But then the sky suddenly darkened, startling him and making him cautious. Xiaolong struggles to hold on and shouts out, what is that? As she held the person in her arms and wondered, she suddenly found herself unable to move her whole body, almost unable to breathe. At this moment, what they saw was a fiercely swirling red tornado. Void remained steady amidst the thick smoke. Although it blocked the connection between the divine envoy and the divine being, Van Than's disturbance was too great, even causing that troublesome one to appear when the giant face emerged from the tornado, and the shadow god was also alarmed. After that grand and terrifying display, he immediately found the person he needed. His handsome face was quickly replaced by an ugly rage. Void, the two sisters can only stare blankly, their bodies breaking apart because of his anger, but that anger isn't directed at us. Still, he can smile. It's been so long since they last saw an old friend. Don't get so angry. If you cause the world to collapse, your battle will be considered lost. And what fate awaits the loser? His eyes now only hold extreme coldness. He's dead. As he spun to wrap around him, it turned into a series of long arms. But before dying, it will be you who loses your life first. Just a moment ago, they stretched out long and pounced down on the void where Huvo was standing. That power not only shook the ground but also surged through the ancient tree, causing him pain. At the moment his arm was trapped, he smiled and said, Sorry, Van Than, I can't hold the gate any longer. The rest is up to you. The last words of the void were entrusted to the space, only relying on you now. Van Than suddenly asked in the chaotic timeline, Do you have another way to return? She replied that she did, but you're definitely not going to want to wait any longer. He immediately shared his thoughts. The entrance disappeared without a trace, indicating that Void had encountered some trouble. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Donda suddenly asked curiously, So you're not worried about those 3 girls? Van Than calmly replied, Huvo will protect them, she sighed. You really trust Huvo too much. Then he asked back, What if you don't believe? If even Void can't solve it, then no matter if I'm there or not, I can't do anything. Yet the tiny celestial was suddenly burst into laughter. Void trustingly said he would protect the water. It's true. Void is only using you. Only the divine beings stand on the side of someone like you. So he was grabbed by Van Than, who pulled his ear and used this cheap trick. Looks like you're out of options. Do you know why I spared your life? The opponent confidently shouted, Kill me! The divine being will realize everything and you will definitely be erased, but you just pointed out the reality to him. Void chose this place as the battleground precisely to cut you off from the divine being. Killing you will leave no aftermath. As soon as the words finished, Van Shen added, I want everything your system possesses. Xiaoya bin Shan stood behind, immediately annoyed and thinking to himself, This kid really has guts. Among the divine messengers, you can feel that the divine deputy is extremely rare, let alone daring to oppose and defeat him, even craving the resources that the divine messenger of the gods holds. Tianzheng hurriedly shouted, Do you think that's possible? Who would have thought you would cling to his face? I think your name is Shen Fu, right? What if I do this? Even if my face gets crushed, I won't be afraid of Tianzheng. It's useless. I am just a soul, a tool, with no divine body and no sense of pain, so your attack is pointless. Besides, I have a proper name. The divine envoy is just what they call me. Based on that, Van Than immediately raised a question. Tools cannot have consciousness like you do. Having you with a name really surprises me. What is my name? He shouted loudly. Don't even think about getting it out of me. I would never betray the divine, but it's just a name, so I guess it's okay to tell you. My name is the passion of heavenly justice. Suddenly, it felt like someone poured cold water on my head. He started to panic and wait. What was my name again? I clearly have a name. What could it be? His confusion helps you deduce that the name is the key breakthrough, but you still can't know what his name is. Let's think of another way first. Since he is so loyal to the god, he must have been promised something. As for the specifics, Van Thon extended an invitation. I can create a body for you, give you real life, and also grant you enough freedom to not have to be a hunting dog. I can give you wealth and power. He couldn't believe it. If you give me, don't make me laugh. Tianjing is even arrogant. Moreover, your today is thanks to my efforts. Giving me anything is only natural. And now you want to seduce me? Dream on, without me, you're nothing. Van Than listened and became even more troubled. Body, freedom, money, power, none of these interested.
Could killing it really be the only option left?
In that case, it's a pity. This system can still help me a lot. There must be another way.
Suddenly she, who had been silent, spoke up unexpectedly. I just remembered, this divine deputy looks like a human, but somehow feels familiar.
It's as if I've seen this face before. You seem suspicious. Where have you seen it before? But Don Da hesitated, not quite remembering, but certain that I had seen this face on a demon's body. So why is it a human now? Van Than quickly repeated each word she just uttered. Humans? Demons? Souls? Could it be? Then he asked seriously, Tiu Da, where was the last place you fought the divine envoy? She replied,
In the human world, that guy betrayed me because he couldn't bring himself to kill people.
As she looked confused, Van Than
Suddenly laughed. So that's how it was. Everything became clear, so that's it.
Seeing that you seem to understand everything, Tianqin asked, What do you know now? The response was a gentle smile. You are human, at least your soul is human, and moreover you come from the same world as me. Van Than looked directly at the god she was holding in her hand and said each word clearly. His name is Lai Tianqin. Immediately after, everything suddenly fell into absolute silence. The layers of dark red smoke swirling around, turning the entire space into a suffocatingly eerie scene. Tianqin muttered to himself nonstop, as if reminding himself. Li Tianqin. My name is Li Tianqin. Duanye suddenly widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, Is he the immortal and indestructible messenger god Li Tianqin? No way. She was absolutely certain that I personally crushed Li Tianqin's soul, and his body was also destroyed by the devourer right in front of me. Even if we consider the worst case and he is resurrected, he would still be a messenger of the dark god. How could he become a tool of the human god? Van Than stood there with his arms crossed, his expression cold, calmly rebutting, Nothing is impossible. Even you can interfere with a soul. Do you think the human god can't do the same? You reply, I'm afraid that while you were fighting, the human god observed everything. To prevent the human world from collapsing, he cannot intervene directly. So he patiently waited for the battle to end. Then after you left, he collected Lai Tianqin's shattered soul, restored it, and turned him into his tool. Van Than's subsequent words made cold sweat pour down the dark soul's face, and when the shadow god realized this, he also understood that creating a divine messenger no longer held any meaning. That's why Li Tianjing became the last messenger of the shadow world. She sneered at Tianjing, a look of contempt on her lips. Is it worth making gods and humans go that far just for something so trivial? Besides, he seems pretty dull-witted, even forgetting his own name. He probably erased his memory. After all, gods don't value any life, and naturally can't trust any life. To a god, Li Tianqin's soul is just a tool. Da coldly replied, If so, why not just erase his consciousness entirely? Van Than responded, No. The god needs his consciousness and intelligence. You keep talking, saying that all the system's actions are adjusted according to my actual situation. For example, the system won't assign me impossible missions at this stage, and the rewards are usually what I need most. Additionally, he must serve as the executioner for the gods. In special situations, he needs the ability to call upon the gods for help. Van Than insists that all of this cannot be done without a strong enough consciousness and intelligence. She wonders if that's the case, why must they use Li Tianqin's soul? Can't they choose another human soul? You calmly reply, I don't know about that. Maybe because my soul and his come from the same world, so they won't repel each other. Van Than's eyes fixate on the person in front of her, her voice sincere. So, your name is Lai Tianqin, isn't it? Stand with me, and I will help you find your past. Tianjing trembled, his eyes filled with confusion and hesitation, and nervously replied, I don't know anything. Moreover, you say you want to find my past, so where should I look? How can that thing be found? Of course, it was taken back to the world of darkness. Do you think it was left for humanity to use as a sacrifice? But once we got there, we just casually threw it away. Van Than was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Throw it away. Think carefully about where you threw it. When we return to the shadow world, our bodies suddenly tremble violently, as if countless sharp fragments of memory are tearing apart our consciousness. His face was pale, his voice trembling with anger and panic. Don't say any more. I want to be quiet. Let me have some peace.
All right, I'll give you some time to think.
Thien Chin didn't hesitate and immediately dove right in. Van Than's voice continued. I hope next time we meet, you can give me an answer.
You muttered softly, your eyes darkening.
I never expected my system to be Li Tien Chin. Even though he hasn't admitted it yet, if we find the body, he will probably have to accept his fate.
Xiao Da, I remember you once said there was a way back.
Of course, if we're being honest, we're not that far from the shadow world.
Da explains that due to the chaotic flow of time and space,
the place we are in does not belong to any world, but is a gap between two worlds in the universe. Time here is chaotic, space is undefined, and seeing anything is not unusual. She suggested that to return to the dark world, first we need to find and break the unstable space connecting to it, which is also the simplest way to travel between the two worlds.
Van Than coldly said,
break the unstable space. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?
In his mind, he thought that after all, even Master Ha managed it 4 years ago.
Duan Ya replied indifferently, if we are in the dark world or the human world, then yes.
She expressed her unease, but the chaotic flow of time and space doesn't have too much instability. If we act recklessly, it could cause a widespread space collapse, tearing us apart or pushing us into some unknown world.
Da Don frowns, his voice deepening, so we must be sure of our target direction. Currently, there is a faint aura coming from the shadow world. It can flow out from the unstable space of the dark world. He softly exclaimed, and Van Than immediately activated his skills. The mage's magic surged, and the master of Chi Flow wielded the mystical energy. He gently closed his eyes, fused his skills, and elevated his mastery. In an instant, under his own summoning, Vanshin felt countless spiritual energies rushing from all directions, forming a protective circle around his body, his breath becoming steady. In his mind, he realized that he could sense all kinds of auras, not only from the dark world, but also from the human world and even distant unfamiliar worlds. The scene before her leaves her stunned, thinking that she can sense the aura from afar amidst the chaotic flow of time and space, something not even the 72 demon pillars could surely do. This kid is hiding his skills really well. Just how many more does he have? Then, his 2 wings on his back spread open.
Van Than crouched and leapt straight into the air to start flying.
They weave through streams of spiritual energy, crossing the chaotic flow of time and space, trying to find the most accurate direction. He muttered, just as the little demon said, the chaotic flow of time and space exists within the universe, and many cosmic wonders can be seen. Suddenly, the flow of time and space shattered, cracks spreading out like a spider web in all directions, followed by countless overlapping blurred images intertwined with chaotic energy. The chaotic scene was so overwhelming that even Van Than couldn't help but be stunned. He hesitated, and Don Da coldly replied, I told you, in the chaotic flow of time and space, time has no order, so there's no need to be surprised by what you see. She explained this is just isolated phenomena occurring in different spaces and worlds at different times. Even you from the past can appear here because time leaves traces on everything. Van Than spoke simply, like different film strips being spliced together. Da calmly said, you may see it that way, but in the end it's just images from the past. You freeze in place, which means any event that ever happened could appear here. She insisted it was so, but each world constantly experiences countless events. Seeing a specific scene isn't impossible, but the odds are probably less than a few trillion to 1. Van Than despondently replied, so it's basically impossible to see it.
Suddenly he shouted loudly, wait a minute!
Duan Da immediately stopped and curiously asked, what's wrong? Are you seeing someone you know? Van Than's face turned pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why? His voice heavy with concern. Van Duong is here again. At this moment, Van Duong lies motionless, her entire body encased in a sphere of spiritual energy. Van Than hurriedly rushed over, his voice full of panic. Van Duong. At that moment, Duan Ya immediately grabbed your hand tightly, stopping you forcefully. Don't act rashly. There's a powerful time energy surrounding her. It's extremely dangerous. She gently reassures him, and this is not even her true form, but perhaps just a temporal shadow, an incident from her past at some point in time. Duan Da wondered, but what was strange was that other shadows only lasted a few seconds before disappearing, while hers persisted continuously. In the end, what ability does this human girl have that allows her to influence the flow of space-time? You explain, and then Yundong realizes that she possesses innate time-based powers. I see. The time system ability is one of the strongest powers even in the dark realm. Duanda rested his chin on his hand, pondering deeply, if I'm not mistaken. Her body once directly traversed the flow of time and space. She continued, "Of course, the way she arrived here is different from ours, probably because her explosive power caused the surrounding space to become chaotic and accidentally connected briefly with the temporal flow. That's why her time residual image is fixed here." These words from Duan Ya made Van Shen suddenly realize, and a surge of anger and regret welled up in his heart. Damn it, why didn't I think of such a simple thing? Van Than remembered that the global tournament was broadcast live that year, and surely Van Duong watched the entire event, yet I disappeared right in front of the whole world. Such a shocking event. How could Van Duong endure it? I collapse and cover my face. Yet all these years in the Dark Realm, I relied on Principal Diep to take care of everything, so I didn't care about Van Duong, not even knowing that her power had erupted. She was panicked and quickly tried to soothe him. Don't think too much. What I said is just a guess because the time system ability is too rare and mysterious, even surpassing the space system. And among the 72 demon clans, there are even those who possess it. Anxiety surged in his mind. If he really died, I would be dragged down with him. Van Than hesitated for no reason and decisively pierced into the spiritual energy sphere. I don't need to guess. I just need to look with my eyes. The pain tore through my arm like thousands of hot knives burning and stabbing deep into my bones. But Van Shen still refused to let go. He clenched his teeth, trying to endure each wave of pain tearing through him. She screamed in fear, "No, the power of time cannot be violated. Your life and lifespan are gradually being drained." Van Than was determined, his gaze unwavering. For the safety of Van Duong, lifespan was nothing. Despite Duanya's protests, he remained determined to see it through. I had to see the truth. After some effort, Van Than finally grasped Van Duong's hand. At that moment, the sphere instantly released a fierce surge of spiritual energy, sweeping wildly in all directions, the blinding light seeming to tear apart the surrounding space. The crowd panicked and ran in all directions, one person trembling with wide eyes and a savage look, running quickly. If touched by that power, they would age instantly. They fled for their lives, trembling with each step, faces all pale with the utmost fear. Under the terrifying power, the arena was in chaos like a raging storm, with broken stones from the shattered buildings flying everywhere, swept up by the fierce spiritual energy, making the space seem on the verge of collapsing. Van Duong cried out in anguish, her voice choked with emotion. "Kaka, don't leave me." Amid the raging hailstorm, suddenly 2 small whirlwinds appeared, spinning in the void. In an instant, the whirlwinds vanished, revealing Na Ka and An Fuk surrounded by a protective light that easily repelled the aggressive flying debris. She exclaimed in shock, "Why is it like this?" Na Ka stood frozen, eyes full of shock. Is it already so terrifying just with reckless power? You must understand that Van Duong is only level 10 and has just recently completed her class change. The man calmly replied, "This is the terrifying power of those who wield the time element." Immediately afterward, Anfuk without hesitation quickly took out an item, aiming to help Van Duong return to normal, and the first step was to awaken her. The fastest and safest way was to pass through the time energy stream emitted from her and into her with the spiritless glass. The item in his hand is an A-grade consumable spiritual crystal, which can eliminate distractions and temporarily suppress negative emotions like anger, fear, anxiety, and sadness, forcing the user into a calm state with a sobering effect. A single sip can make you feel completely alert. She didn't hesitate and rushed forward, reaching out to take the spiritual crystal, her voice urgent. "Let me." Anfuk firmly refuses. No. With her strength, she wouldn't even make it close to Van Duong before her lifespan ran out, and she died. After saying that, Mr. Sai stepped forward with a determined look, showing no fear. "Let me go!" Naka shouted in fear. "No, Principal Diep. With your remaining lifespan, you can't endure this torment. I will find the other 4 strong fighters who have undergone the transformation to help." Master Ku Tweet couldn't make it in time anymore. Van Duong was too weak. In less than 5 minutes, she would be destroyed by her own power. Suddenly, a small tornado erupted, lifting Anfuk into the air. Before leaving, he entrusted her with everything that needed to be taken care of in the future. She helplessly shouted out, tears streaming down her face. Principal Diep Anfuk muttered as he walked. "Little Van Duong, I was the one who suggested Van Thun bring you here." He continued, "Now he's no longer here, but I still have the responsibility to take good care of you. Even if I don't have many years left to live, your future still holds endless possibilities.
I would gladly trade my life for your worth.
I truly want to see you. See Vanthan. See you and your brother grow up together. You are the most outstanding students I have ever met. I really want to see how far the two of you can grow. And Fook quickly poured the spiritless crystal into her, but unfortunately he still couldn't see it in the end. At that moment, Von Duong's entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling light that slowly spread, enveloping the entire sphere. Before long, the invisible crystal spirit suddenly split into powerful whirlwinds, tightly wrapping around Van Duong's body. In that instant, this girl's eyelids trembled slightly before slowly opening. It seemed she had been holding on for this very moment. And finally he relaxed his whole body, leaning back. Before completely vanishing, Anfuk struggled to utter his final words. Goodbye, my children. His body gradually withered away, its shape fading and becoming unrecognizable. In an instant, Anfuk's body turned into dust and quietly dissolved into the air. Witnessing everything, Vanthan was overwhelmed with pain, tears streaming down like rain. Principal Deep, I'm sorry, Van Duong, I'm sorry. Duan Ye stood behind, momentarily confused, then softly spoke. Then he clenched his teeth, trying to hold back the sobs rising in his chest. Vanthan wiped away her tears, her gaze suddenly turning cold and determined, decisively giving the order to change targets and head into the human world. Then, Vanthan quickly activated her healing ability. Duan Da frowned, his voice deepening. Life can be restored, but lost lifespan cannot be regained. To see the truth clearly, you have been corroded for too long. At least 20 years of your lifespan have been consumed. You know, but so what? Vanthan's face darkened and changed direction. She was shocked and exclaimed upon hearing these words. Huh? Donda questioned. So what about our alliance? He calmly replied, his voice unwavering, with a queen of the dark spirit guarding him. It should be fine. With the strength of the three-clan alliance, few demons dare to approach. Vanthan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, killing intent.
Don't make me say it a second time. Let's go.
Hey, don't rush like that. Next, Duan Ye quickly followed Vanthan, not daring to delay even a moment. At this moment, a desperate obsession welled up inside him, suffocating him. The only family member gone missing, Principal Diep also sacrificed himself for that girl. Van is still so young. How can she bear all this?
Hurry up, I need to see her immediately.
Suddenly, Vanthan was yanked backward with force, nearly losing his balance. Her hand gripped his shoulder tightly as she snapped angrily, I told you to slow down, did you hear me? He waved the hand away fiercely, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and shouted angrily, Dadiet Satko!
What are you doing? Do you think I won't dare to kill you?
Dadiet Satko pointed at your face, angrily shouting, You're the one who should be asking. If I hadn't pulled you back, you'd be in 2 pieces now. Vanthan was stunned, only then realizing the danger lurking right behind him. Wherever you want to go is fine. I'll lead the way from now on. You just follow behind. As long as you're alive, that's enough. I'm not ready to die yet. Chap, I already know. The scene shifts to the dark world of the Forbidden Mountain Range, where jagged rocks block out the light, making the caves even more gloomy and dark. A curious demon asked Lord Kalata what exactly happened. The one beside him shook his head. I don't know. Ever since he returned from the City of Broken Night, he's been like that, carrying that coffin around all day without knowing what to do. Coco Lot burst into a mad laugh, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Defong. Everything is deep fong, he continued. I can feel your longing. You're craving freedom, aren't you? Kalata sighed softly, with a regretful and distorted breath, but unfortunately with my current strength, I can only open a small crack like this. He glanced at his wrist, fresh blood immediately pouring out. I will give you what you desire. She reached out her hand, letting the bright red blood flow like a stream. Falling into the coffin, you will definitely escape, right? If it were you, you would definitely succeed. In an instant, the coffin shook violently, emitting deep, dull banging sounds.
He shouted excitedly, let's go!
Palata's eyes fixated on the coffin before him, a crazed gleam of triumph flashing as he devoured everything, annihilated all, and destroyed this rotten world. Instantly, the coffin exploded, its lid shattered, and a stream of dark red spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. Amidst the swirling red smoke, a figure slowly appears, his hoarse voice echoing once more like a verdict. Invincible in battle, immortal. Kalata roars with joy, his voice nearly breaking with excitement. Ruperto. The scene before their eyes makes the demons can't help but be terrified.
One man shouted in alarm, the dead are coming back to life. Another, wide-eyed and trembling, exclaimed in shock,
No way. The one in front also exclaimed in panic, Lord Kalata has gone mad. He dared to open the only coffin that ever trembled. Tianzheng's eyes are hollow and vacant, his lips dry and trembling as he mutters the broken words of a desperate man. Colada looked at the one he had just summoned standing before him, a cold idea rising in his heart. This was the major discovery he intended to report to Diet Sato. He secretly calculated that this power was enough to help our demon clan break into a higher rank, even entering the top 10 great demon clans, as long as he could control him, meaning owning a terrifying puppet capable of confronting the divine pillars. But unexpectedly, the Dark King captured that wicked woman. She no longer deserves to be my queen, so I will take the power I intended to give her for myself. He speaks firmly. I will use this power to destroy the Dark King, take everything, and make the assassination cult kneel before me, paying for what she has done. Tianzheng bows down, continuously begging, "Kill! Kill! You're hungry. You're hungry, aren't you? Good girl. Get down on all fours like a dog in front of me." He coos and whispers softly, obediently listening. "Here is what you crave most. Fresh blood." Tianzheng hurriedly knelt down, bowing his head to lick the still warm bloodstains on the stone floor. Hungry. She laughed triumphantly, her eyes flashing with perverse pleasure. Who would have thought that even you, the undefeated immortal legend, would be exhausted and deformed like this, like a beast lost to reason? But it's okay. I, Colata, will help you. He spread his hand out, and the spiritual energy in his palm immediately swirled violently. The blood earlier was just the appetizer. I will use a whole barrel of blood to help you recover. Let me insert the soul sealing into the center of your brain. From now on, you are my slave, Huberto. Seeing Tianzheng suddenly grab his hand to stop him, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Tianzheng firmly disagreed. He suddenly stood up and shouted in Colada's face, I am Li Tianjing. My name is Li Tianzheng. Not enough. Not enough. Hungry to kill. He gripped the opponent's head tightly. Spiritual energy burst out instantly, raging fiercely and enveloping the entire body of the person in front, uttering a bone-chilling word, causing Colada to fear to the extreme. What are you trying to do? I am the one who saved you. You are my slave. You must obey me. Stop. Very quickly, his muscular body withered away, kneeling down on the ground, his hoarse voice stopping him. Tianzheng looked at the demons, a greedy smile at the corner of his mouth. Not enough. Not enough. Kill. Immediately after, a blazing surge of crimson spiritual energy burst out, charging straight at us without hesitation. The air tore apart, accompanied by his hoarse scream of a death sentence. Immediately, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The corpses of the demons lay scattered in the cave, piled up chaotically, creating a horrifying blood-soaked scene. At the same time, near Van Than, the two of them quickly stopped in front of a flickering pink space portal. Duanda spoke. We're here. She continued, her eyes fixed on the distorted space before her. There is a human aura emanating from here. This is an unstable space connected to the human world. Breaking it will temporarily open a portal to the human world. He frowned and immediately objected. That's not right. There are other auras mixed in there. Van Shen gently closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and slowly sensed each fluctuation. The thick and familiar green aura was filled with the scent of ordinary magic, truly coming from the human world. He thought to himself, but the other two auras were different, with the yellow one giving an unfamiliar and dangerous feeling. Definitely not something good. The greenish aura feels vaguely familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, but also very strange. Van Shen decisively turns and leaves. This place isn't suitable. I need to find another spot. Dida annoyedly sighed, really not understanding whether you're in a hurry or not. The entrance is right in front of you, but you refuse to go. He calmly replied, the human world is vast. If the entry point is too far away, falling into some mysterious zone or a place inhabited by monsters, it's hard to tell how long it will take to leave. And he thought to himself that he needed to find a landing point with the most familiar aura, preferably within the territory of the Huyan Long Kingdom. A continuous stream of thoughts flowed endlessly in Van Shen's mind. Fortunately, the nearby unstable space emitted familiar auras worth exploring. At that moment, as the red aura surged toward her, her face turned pale. Duanya immediately slammed on the brakes, instinctively crouching down sharply. You startle and turn around quickly, your voice clearly anxious. What's wrong? She was terrified, cold sweat pouring down her body. No, I can't go any further. There is something very dangerous ahead, even if it's just a dead object. We must change direction. Van Than was stunned. Dangerous. Are those red auras flying this way? Moreover, You are the 21st pillar and yet afraid of a dead object. Duanda held tightly to her, his body trembling uncontrollably.
I don't know, but I can't let you get any closer. You will die. You will definitely die. We can't go any further. We have to change direction no matter what.
No. You clutch her hand tightly,
Not holding back any strength. Da's killing intent is clear. I don't have much time to mess around with you.
The unstable spaces are too far away, almost impossible to sense. Saying that, Van Than pulled Duanda straight toward the distorted space in front of him. Let's go! I must return quickly to the human world and go back to Huiyin Long country. Don't force me to use coercive orders on you. She struggled desperately, tears almost falling.
Are they going to die? Are they really going to die? Duanda shouted in despair. Don't do it!
In an instant, the two appeared in another space. Suddenly, his eyes caught something, and Van Than froze in shock, shouting out, "A corpse!" He looked at the figure that resembled a monkey, but also seemed intangible. Impossible to discern facial features, or even distinguish gender between the two. Suis.
Xiaoya, do you know?
Her face turned pale as she shook her head in panic. No, I don't know, but for some reason, just looking at it made me feel unable to breathe, unable to move, as if my blood had frozen. Huh? This reaction feels so familiar. Why does Tiuda seem like right now? He silently thought, when I first saw the deity. Then Van Than immediately dismissed that thought. No, there are still some differences. At least Tiuda's body didn't collapse like mine did back then.
The thing that can't see the face clearly is actually your eyes suddenly flashing, as if you found a clue.
Wait a moment, I cannot see his face clearly, and I feel fear collapsing. Van Shen stroked his chin in thought. Void once said that the reason his face couldn't be seen was because the gap in the level of existence was too great. To make communication easier, he transformed into the shape of Little Nava. Endless thoughts kept echoing in his mind.
As for the world tree, it says that gods are revered by all living beings, and the heavens and earth. But at least the creature before me has features of both of Jost and the void. Van Than secretly speculates that this might also imply that the level of the god's existence surpasses all of heaven and earth. I have never met a god directly and don't know if gods are like the void, impossible to see clearly. If I had to guess, maybe the human god, the dark god, the void, and this monster corpse. Your gaze is fixed on the divine corpse before you, all belonging to the same type of life form or race. Van Than secretly thought, but for some reason, void has lost the ability to make all things fear, while this monster has been killed, and the human god and the dark god are proud, controlling two worlds and fighting each other. I have gone through the trial of the world tree and am no longer afraid of gods. Xiaoda clearly isn't like that. Even the 72 demon lords couldn't resist the suppression of the life-level hierarchy. Suddenly, she grabbed Van Than's sleeve tightly, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Yes, can we go now? I really don't want to stay here for another second. You didn't hesitate to use your spiritual power immediately, and under Van Than's loud shout, the message box appeared before my eyes. Okay, I thought to myself. The final guess is just a guess. What's more important now is to return to the human world. Keep the corpse for now. Maybe we can figure something out later.
Duanyi let out a relieved sigh, exhaling in surprise as Vanshin shot a stream of spiritual energy directly at her. Da hurriedly waved her hand, knocking it away, and roared in anger. What are you doing? He replied calmly, nothing. I conducted an experiment and a thought flashed through my mind. Xiaoda no longer breathes as he did at the beginning, leaving behind scars that prevent him from fighting. It's not surprising, after all, he only saw corpses, not being directly attacked by a deity. Next, Van Than jumped and rushed forward, urging, "Let's go!" The scene shifts to the human world, somewhere in Huiyin Long Kingdom, where corpses are scattered everywhere, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. Eastern Crown tightly grips Gu Quintun and lifts her high. She coldly says, "Emperor Dongko, I, Ha Quintun, will absolutely not spare anyone." He sneers, truly ridiculous. Donggu scoffs, and there are even ancient spirit beings under your control. I, the Emperor, have personally slain you 31 times. I wonder if you can be resurrected after this 30-second death. His gaze turns deadly and terrifying. Bright golden spiritual energies burst around her arm in fierce spirals. In an instant, Ha Quintun's body was completely shattered, leaving only splashes of blood shooting into the air. The scene shifts to a deep underground base, with a heavily guarded entrance and dim lighting creating an oppressive atmosphere as all eyes inside are fixed on Quintun, their hearts pounding in fear. Suddenly, she vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, red stains spreading across her lips, each drop falling coldly as a sign of impending danger. The man shouted in horror, "Commander Ha! Commander!" The woman beside her gapes, a scream caught in her throat. Teacher Ha Quin Tan gently wipes the bloodstain from her mouth. The clone body is a precious divine-level artifact. Losing one means losing the original.
Ao Shang cursed in frustration. Damn it, contact with Clone 32 has also been cut off, and the clone still possesses all the power of the main body.
Cold sweat dripped down his pale face. For 3 months, Master Ha has tried every possible way. Whether it was assassination, ambush, or fighting against the Eastern Ancient Emperor, none of it ever succeeded. In other words, Master Ha has been killed 32 times by the Eastern Ancient Emperor. The woman nervously and tremblingly asks, "What should we do now?" Even Master Hai, the strongest person in the base, couldn't defeat him. How could we reclaim that great person? The person beside him said in a deep voice, "If that great person dies, the morale of the entire Huyan Long Nation will completely collapse. Stay calm, Tran An. 32 battles lost are not without gains. I have gradually adapted to his bloodline suppression.
Next time we meet, I can at least unleash 70% of my strength, and I still have many treasures left unused. Fighting to the death might not mean defeat."
Hearing that, the people inside the base couldn't help but be stunned, whispers and murmurs spreading everywhere.
Still have treasures. Oh my god, every time the general fights, he uses divine-level treasures. And now there are still so many?
This storage warehouse is truly terrifying. Quintan coldly said, "Disband. There's still some time before the decisive battle. Try to prepare as much as possible." At the same time, amidst the misty, rugged mountains, a carriage carrying a group of strange beasts slowly passed by. The tree clutching the iron rod trembled with rage, words like sharp blades, dogs, trash, and rotten traitors. "Don't mind him, you're just good at knowing when to bow to the Ko-Lin. This world belongs to us. The Ko-Lin clan, submitting to us is the right choice." He chuckled happily. "The city lord really likes beautiful women and strange beasts. Once we catch those talking beasts, the rewards for you will surely be plentiful." The two of them, Dong Than, respond, "Thank you, sir."
What the hell is that?
I am human. Your whole family are the real beasts, you damn mutt.
The others hurriedly intervened, their voices full of concern, saying, "Don't speak anymore or you'll anger Ko-Lin and get punished again now." Old Trong nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. I heard the city lord treats the exotic beasts better than humans, feeding them on time every day, and they're much happier than us." Quang Hui continued, "Don't blame us. We just want the family not to go hungry." Kay, furious, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes flashing with deadly intent, betrayed and yet still demanding to speak, said, "You have no right to speak." Tu Yuan angrily spun around, scowling loudly. He immediately drew his sword and said coldly, "You've been shouting all this time. It seems you still need more training." That beast immediately lunged with its sword, tearing through the air toward his chest. K.E. cried out in pain, blood gushing from the tip of the sword. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you sooner or later." At that moment, the space suddenly trembled violently. The sky and earth seemed to turn upside down. Everyone was stunned and amazed. A sense of unease arose in their hearts. He was stunned, trembling as he pointed forward. "Sir, I think something has appeared in the distance." A sound comes from its direction. In the vast sky, a pitch-black, ink-like hole suddenly appears. The old man squinted, his voice cold and unwavering. "Tell me if you want me to adjust the tone or style." The dark black hole in the sky kept expanding, tearing the space apart with roaring cracks, and soon Van Than and Don Da burst out from within. He took a deep breath. This familiar air, this familiar feeling. It can't be wrong. I've truly returned to the human world. Then, Van Shen swiftly folded his wings and lightly landed on the ground, finally no longer needing to pretend to be a demon. She waved her hand, let out a slight cough, and then began to criticize. The air was impoverished, with sparse magic power, making it even hard to breathe. "This damn inferior world is only tolerable for the cowardly." You frown and threaten in a low voice. "Be careful with your words. Don't forget I still have an old debt with you. Change your form immediately. That demon's appearance is very inconvenient." Duan Dake clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Got it. Remember that in this world I can only use 70% of my power. Don't expect me to do too much." Van Than was surprised. She explained that it's because she has adapted many times. The demon race's first arrival in the human world, and they couldn't even unleash half their power. Otherwise, your human world would have been destroyed long ago by us. I sneer. You're just a demon under the 72 pillars and a slave to humans, yet you dare to say such words to me? Douanier glared at Van Shen with a sharp look. "Tesk." Van Shen issued an order. "I know this area well. Dongyuan City is not far from my hometown. It's a perfect place to rest.
First, go to Dongyuan City and then use the teleportation array in the city to quickly reach Jiangnan University to find Von Tang.
Suddenly, a trembling voice sounded from behind, startling him. Van Tien Q. Van Than Lao Trung couldn't believe his eyes and hurriedly ran over. Is that you, Van Tien Q?
Are you still alive?
Van Than said coldly.
Van Tien Q,
If you ask if I am Von Than, then yes. Quang Hui smiled brightly. That's great. The brightest star of the Dongvan clan, the genius who defeated the Dark Followers at the Global Cloud God Championship, he wept tears of joy. Are you really still alive? You ran here, didn't you?
Unfortunately, Dongvan Town has fallen, so hurry and escape before the Kolan clan finds out. Lao Trung retorted, Where to run?
Dongvan is our hometown of Von Tien Q, so he must have deliberately returned. As long as he surrenders to Ko Lin, with Von Tien Q's strength, he will surely be treated very well. You captured someone? Eyes wide with shock. What are you talking about? Ko Lin fell. What on earth is going on? I don't understand anything they said. The two of them looked surprised and spoke together. Van Than, do you really not know anything? Van Than asked again. What do you mean? They said sadly.
Huyanlong country is just a name now. It's actually Diep Phong.
These words completely shock him. Huh? What are you talking about? Did the Huyanlong water vanish? I asked anxiously, grabbing old Zhang's shoulder. What exactly happened? How is Jiangnan University now? And what about Van Duong? He stammered in panic and replied, I don't know about that matter at Jiang University.
In short, everything started a year ago when old Zhang began recounting the events. And at that time, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, second only to the fusion between the game and the real world 70 years ago.
At first, most people remained optimistic. The demon army is approaching the border, causing humanity to lose a large amount of territory. This update could be a turning point for mankind. Lao Trung solemnly recounted what he knew to Van Than. In fact, there was indeed a turning point. The demons suddenly withdrew in a large-scale retreat back to the Shadow Realm,
allowing us to easily reclaim a large amount of territory.
So that's how it is.
You pushed the three clans to form an alliance not only to protect demons and shadow spirits, but also to force the demons to withdraw.
Van Shen calmly replied, yes, and the results even exceeded my expectations.
Wait a minute.
Van Than almost wanted to lift off from the ground, anxiously asking, what did you just say? The demon creatures withdrawing their troops happened a year ago. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Old Zhang looked at you and confirmed, if it was such an important matter, how could you forget? Van Than stroked his chin, secretly pondering. As far as I know, not long after the three tribes formed an alliance, the demon spirits began to withdraw their forces on a large scale.
Since I entered the Dark Spirit Forest and encountered the chaos of time, it should have only been about a week. So how has it already been a year? I asked suspiciously. How long has it been since I disappeared at the gathering?
Old man Zhang shook his head and said, let me think. It's probably about 2 years and 9 months.
The boy was surprised by his answer and said in confusion, 2 years and 9 months can't be right. I was only in the Dark Realm for about 1 year and 9 months. Even if there's a mistake, it shouldn't be that big.
Could it be? Duan Ye calmly replied from behind, you guessed right, in the chaos of time and space. The flow of time is also distorted. When I escaped, a year had already passed outside. Yunshen sighed and said, as I thought, your silent self-blame is because I miscalculated. A year is enough for many things to happen. Regaining his composure, Yunshen continued to ask Lao Trung about what had transpired. And then what happened? After the demon clan withdrew their troops, what events took place? Why did the Huyanlong kingdom fall? He hesitated awkwardly and replied, well, my power is limited, so I don't have a full understanding of many things. Old man Zheng recalled what he knew and recounted that afterward, suddenly large numbers of ancient spirit beings appeared all over the country, acting arrogantly, enslaving humans, claiming to be the ancestors of mankind, and the false professions could not resist at all. In just half a year, Huyanlong country had fallen completely into the hands of the ancient spirit beings, and Dongvan City was renamed Dongvan Town. Van Than wondered, a country that even demons couldn't defeat was easily taken over by Ko Lin Yan. Are Ko Lin Yan even stronger than demons? He suddenly trembled and answered, unsure. But one thing I can be certain of. Old man Zhang, with a fearful expression, gritted his teeth and said, when facing the Ko Lin Yan, I truly felt crushed to the point I couldn't lift my head. Under the suppression of their bloodline, I am like a helpless child. You keep pondering. Ko Lin Yan suppresses his bloodline, updating the mythological version that surely involves divine beings. But why does he do that? What benefit does it bring him to have Ko Lin Yan appear and enslave humanity? Guang Hui, standing behind, stepped forward and whispered into Lao Zhang's ear. Lao Zhang quickly bowed and hurriedly reminded Van Tianqiu, if you want to escape, go now. But if you want to return to Dongvan City, now Dongvan City, you'd better prepare a gift for the city lord. If the city lord is pleased, he will not only not trouble you but might even grant you a minor official position.
My eyes quickly sharpened as I glared at him and asked coldly, what should I bring as a gift when I go home?
In front of your astonished face, old Zhang straightforwardly pointed at Duan Ya standing behind and seriously suggested,
what about that girl? She looked grim with murderous intent and turned her head to ask, I am the gift.
He seems unaware of the tense atmosphere and continues to seriously voice his foolish opinion.
Yes, the city lord likes beautiful women and exotic beasts. Your maidservant's appearance and figure are top-notch, guaranteed to please him.
Hearing this, Duan Ya suddenly exploded with rage, his power radiating fiercely as he shouted ahead, Do you want to die? Van Than raised his hand to stop him and said, Stop. He doesn't know her identity, and the intimidation from his gaze directly targets her to threaten her.
This is not the Dark Realm, and the person in front of you is not a demon or a monster.
If you dare to kill recklessly, I won't forgive you. Old man Truong, witnessing what just happened, stammered in fear. That, he thought nervously, was it an illusion? I almost got killed just now. The boy calmly said, Don't mind her, keep talking about Gu Ling Ren. Old Zhang, frightened, hurriedly replied, There's no more time to talk, we really don't have much left.
Van Tianqiu, are you going to run or enter the city? I must act quickly.
Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out that made both him and Guang Hui freeze. Is that enough to say? A carriage suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Du Yuan, sitting on his horse, yawned and reminded himself that laziness is not a good thing. Old man Truong looked at the person in front of him in panic and stammered, Lord Ko Lin Yan. Van Than immediately used the assessment skill on him and silently wondered, is that a Ko Lin Yan? A system evaluation panel for Dun Nguyen immediately appeared, showing his name, race, ancient spirit, human level 37, mysterious attribute strength, 317 physique, 298 agility, 319 intelligence, 301 endurance, 295 lightning skill, metal element energy condensation special skill bloodline suppression. B, he internally noted that his basic stats are very high, nearly 1.5 times those of rare profession practitioners of the same level. Level with the mysterious character is unclear, and that bloodline suppression skill. He jumps down from his horse and says, 1 minute, you have only 1 minute to explain. Old men Truong hurriedly kneel and beg him, Sir, we came here not to see exotic beasts, only humans. Is it possible that you spent time bragging with him to persuade him to run away? Old man Zhang immediately denied, No, Your Excellency, I was really just advising him to enter the city. He earnestly said, You must believe me. As he finished speaking, a cold blade suddenly sliced through Lao Truong's neck, bright blood spraying into the air in front of his icy gaze, causing Van Than to gape in shock. Old man Truong collapsed helplessly before everyone's eyes. Dun Nguyen calmly wiped his sword as if nothing had happened, still smiling as he looked at Guang Hui and said, Your minute is up now. It's your turn. He trembled in fear and knelt back down, his face drained of blood, stammering, Great master. Then Dun Nguyen's gaze flashed with murderous intent, and he said, Your words are too boring. He swung the sword in his hand directly at Guang Hui and ordered him to go down with him. A steel-clad hand precisely grabbed the falling sword. Van Than used his skill to block Dun Nguyen's attack. He angrily looked at him and warned, You're going too far. The atmosphere fell into deadly silence as Van Than tightly gripped Dun Nguyen's sword. The power of the sword can make your hand tremble. Van Than said seriously, So this is the true strength of your bloodline. Looking at his fundamental strength, his serious assessment evokes a primal fear in people, revealing only a fraction of his true power. The fact that he cannot release the sword in his hand also surprises Dun Nguyen. He thought this kid could withstand one of my strikes without bloodline suppression, and his true strength must be incredible. Ahoa frowned in confusion at the commotion ahead. What is going on? Even now, there are still people daring to oppose the people of Ling, not fearing death. Abu stands behind, puzzled. Wait a minute, that person looks around too much. Seems like one of the contenders from that day, he exclaimed in amazement. Van Tianqiu Van Than? Yes, it's him. He also didn't expect that it was you. And they all shouted together, Oh my God, Van Shen is actually still alive. Look, it's really Van Shen. Back then, at the freshman exchange tournament, we competed against him. In the individual competition, you were also defeated by him. He darkly recalled the arrogant and confident words he had spoken before. Even if we look like monsters, he always considers us human, not caring about appearances, only looking at what's inside. Someone like that is truly the target I pursue. Ho Tung looked down at his battered and wounded body, thinking that now, being imprisoned like an animal, he no longer deserved to admire him. But a surge of determination rose in his mind as Ho Tung clenched his teeth and firmly told himself that he could not end up like me. Then he pointed at Van Thien and shouted, "Run now, Van Thien, with your strength." He was definitely unable to stop it. The senior officers on the front lines had developed some methods to counter the Ko Lin. Survive and find them. As long as you are alive, sooner or later you will have the chance to kill them all. Du Nguyen, enraged by the resistance, snapped coldly, "You want to die?" He turned and shouted before decisively throwing an energy sphere at Hoa Tung. "You are a strange beast with many mouths," Kim Loi quiet. But once again, Van Thien stopped your attack. He clenched his fingers that just struck and said darkly, "Don't worry, I won't run away. I will fight this battle to the end." Van Thien's grip on his finger tightened until it was deformed, causing Do Nguyen to scream in pain and fury. "You're truly damned, you cowardly slave!" His sword was enveloped in a powerful energy and swung straight toward Kim Loi Thien Mang Tram. Faced with that anger, Van Thien calmly raised his enhanced hand and gently deflected the attack, followed by a flurry of wild strikes from Do Nguyen. He just swung his sword to chase after you while threatening, no matter what your status or strength among humans, in front of me you are still just a humble slave. People like you, after I awaken, I've killed countless. Du Nguyen leapt up, gathering his strength to charge at Van Thien and said, "You're no different from them. After killing you, I will turn your family into slaves for life." A huge wave of power rushes forward, driven by rage, as my reason continues to speak, to let them know the fate of opposing Lin's people. Seeing the attack, he only slightly frowned and glanced, but Hoa Tung hurriedly shouted a warning, "This skill can't be blocked head-on. Run now, at least dodge." But in the next second, Van Thien turned and swung his hand to shatter both his technique and his sword. Two forces collide, causing a slight shockwave in the space. Du Yuan stared in horror at the broken sword in his hand. Abu and Ahua were also so stunned they couldn't speak. Hoa Tung, witnessing that scene, couldn't help but be stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" He just pointed his finger, twisting toward Van Thien as he shouted in shock. Your uncle stopped channeling his power into his palm and aimed directly at Do Nguyen, saying, "Compared to the fear of the gods, bloodline suppression is far inferior. I just don't know how you'll face a full-powered human." This ancient spirit is a tremendous source of power, shot out like a cannonball. Van Thien continued seriously. How much can it withstand? Facing this attack directly made him scream in pain. A few seconds later, Do Nguyen's body was shattered into dust. Hua asked in amazement, "We won? The ancient spirit really has been killed." Abu, frightened and doubtful, was struck down with a single slap. Not even a bone remained. Donda glanced and contemptuously looked at him, asking, "Does it really take so long to deal with a mid-level evil spirit?" Van Thien proudly replied, "I want to test his skills." He looked down at his transformed arm and explained, "You are a demon descendant, so you might not feel it. Controlling bloodlines over humans is truly powerful, enough that even with only second-tier strength, he can deal with third-tier and even fourth-tier professionals." Van Shen stepped towards the carriage and said, "This is enough to be considered a catastrophe that overturns everything for humans. What are you waiting for? The Ko Lin people are dead, so why not open the cage and release them? Even though that Ko Lin considers them monsters, you clearly know they are imposters and humans." The two of them knelt down in fear, and he helplessly said, "I'm sorry, we dare not. If the city lord finds out, we will definitely be killed." "What are you joking about? The city lord isn't here, so what is there to be afraid of?" He stammered, "I know, but I don't dare." AB weakly pleads, "Please don't hurt us." Another person behind musters all their courage and speaks loudly. "We have no courage to lie to the city lord. Everything that happens here will be reported truthfully. By tomorrow at the latest, the city lord will send people to hunt us down." "Van Thien Q, you should run now." Duanya Tak scoffed contemptuously. A bunch of cowards who don't know what they've been subjected to that makes them so terrified. He sighed and explained. Their fear had seeped into their bones. Their knees buckled and they could hardly stand upright. Van Thien waved his hand and cut open the old cage door, looking at the imprisoned people. He asked seriously, "And what about you?" "Just like them. I'm about to go to Dongvan City." Van Thien thought that having someone accompany him would make it easier to understand the situation.
Lu Tu, trembling with fear, replied, I'm sorry, Van Than. We originally came from another city fleeing here. We were captured on the way. We no longer dare to confront the Ko-Lin people. We just want to escape and survive.
He sighed in disappointment and waved his hand, commanding go away. Then leave at once. Van Than silently assessed them. Though they were impostors, their aura and pride had been worn down, leaving no will to fight. A voice suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. No, I am different from those useless ones. Ho-Tung, with a fierce spirit, earnestly proposes. Van Than, teach me how to resist bloodline suppression. I want to fight alongside you to eliminate all the Ko-Lin. Hua-Tung stands in front of the bowed crowd, resolutely asking Van Than, don't care about those useless people. Teach me how to resist bloodline suppression. I want to fight with you to eliminate all of Lin's people. A person with a monster bloodline said despondently. Yes, we are useless. We just want to survive, originally fleeing the academy for refuge. But unexpectedly, we were captured by the Ko-Lin people along the way. I glanced around at those kneeling and thought, looking closely, these people seem familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. Van Than suddenly remembered and said, I remember now. Among you is my opponent from the match that Lu Tanxin held that year, a member of the alien race with a monster bloodline. I look directly at Hua-Tung and say, you are one of the 3 harmonizers with a black dragon bloodline, a very brutal person. He angrily stamped his foot and pointed at Van Than, demanding, finally I realize, I recognized you at first sight, so help me lift the bloodline suppression and lead me to kill Lin's people. He decisively turned away and coldly said, I'm not free. In his heart, Van Than was calculating that Van Duong was still dangerous and not clear, so there was no time to care for others. Faced with Hua-Tung's harshness, he urgently shouted, if you don't help me, I will. He suddenly broke down in tears, trembling as he recounted, Van Than, you must surely know. 70 years ago, the game and reality merged, and those who chose to be monsters in the game became monsters in real life, with monster bloodlines and their descendants also like that. I have always hated my family. Although they are very kind to me, Hua-Tung, remembering his warm family, said painfully, but if 70 years ago they hadn't randomly chosen their races in the game, I wouldn't have been born with a monster form and endured discrimination and bullying. Hua-Tung knelt down desperately, but still, they are my family, my parents, my grandparents. How could the Ko-Lin people treat us like toys and kill us like dogs? He knelt sincerely and begged, Van Than, I don't ask you to help me take revenge, only to give me the strength to do so. With tears and snot streaming down his face, Hua-Tung shouted seriously, I am willing to pay any price. I beg you, I implore you. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, and Van Than finally agreed with a look of joy, moved by his sincerity. All right, I will help you. I kindly remind you, but my method is very harsh, and you will have to endure a lot of pain. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, afraid that Van Than might change his mind. Thank you. I can accept any method. He waved his hand and told the silent crowd behind, I will lead the way, and I won't make things difficult for you. Go wherever you want. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Wait! Quang Hui, who was at the very back, suddenly stood up and said, Van Tianqiu, I, Quang Hui, request to follow you. The person next to him added, I, Don Min, also wish to go with you. My life was saved by you from the Ko-Lin, and I refuse to be your dog or sell my life to the Ko-Lin anymore. I have a family, a brother, but he was crippled by the Ko-Lin and can no longer take care of himself. He suppressed his feelings and recounted that he only surrendered to the Lin people to care for his brother and get enough food. Ton Min remembered his brother's anger at him and the things exchanged for surrendering, leaving him to die of hunger without food. He could only helplessly say, but he used to be a guard of Dongvan City and despises my act of surrender, still unable to forgive me to this day. A surge of resentment ignited a blazing fire of anger in his heart. Ton Min shouted, Today I will be firm once and not be a surrendering person. I ask Van Tianqiu to lead me, so we can learn how to fight against Lin's people. Ming Guang beside him also supported, We are very committed to Dongvan City and can definitely be of help. Seeing their determined attitude, Vanshin finally agreed to lead them. He then looked at the others and asked, All right, what about the rest? A cowardly person stammered, I'm sorry, we still want to live. Lu Tu also awkwardly replied, Just pretend we're air, let us go. Knowing their decision, Vanshin did not stay either, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he ordered everyone to move to another place within the dark world. Void gasped painfully and said, Chasing us for 7 days and nights, that's truly crazy. If it weren't for fearing destroying the world too seriously, he probably wouldn't have stopped by now. In the gloomy atmosphere, Deulin wondered doubtfully, "We really survived. Oh my god, what exactly is void? Even the dark gods can't catch it, and it's dragging 3 of us along." As she hesitated to speak, Void, sitting on a cold stone, calmly replied, "He definitely won't die. If he did, the dark world would vanish. But being punished by the dark gods is unavoidable."
Why did you save us? Because of your relationship with Vanthan, let me tell you, I will never betray humanity to work for you.
"This demon," Void calmly shrugged and replied, "Who told you to betray?"
Moreover, with your little strength, I am still too weak to use you as cannon fodder. She gritted her teeth in anger and shouted.
Little Ling's person quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back as she hurriedly defended herself. "Miss Lu, she's not wrong. We really are too weak."
Little Yu also accepted her reality and said, I don't even want to talk about the apocalyptic void.
Even Master Yoon has surpassed us by too much. If possible, I want to fight alongside him, not just admire his shadow. Don't you all think the same way?" Hearing those words, the atmosphere immediately froze. "So that's how it is.
I already said you are allies. I can still help this little one."
He raised his hand and said, "That's a very easy thing to do. I will give you strength so you can become support for Vanthan." Returning to Vanthan's group, they are still on their way. He said as he walked, dressing discreetly to return to Dongvan City. "I can understand that, after all, it's safer that way." Vanthan looked at the cloak on his body with full of doubt. Ba Huatung and Little Da really need to cover up, after all. One looks strange and the other is too beautiful, making them very noticeable, but I don't need to wear anything, right? I might even have to cover my face more. Tonmin immediately turned around, his bright eyes explaining, "No, Van Tin Q, you completely don't understand your influence. At least in Dongvan City, you are famous everywhere." He recalled Vanthan's glorious achievements with enthusiasm, recounting how he defeated the Dark Disciple Anger in a global competition, inspiring many people. Many people began to believe that even without relying on demons, one could be powerful enough on their own. Even the Huiyan Long Imperial Army had bestowed upon him the title of Von Tien Kyo Ton Min, with full admiration. The Dean of Dongvan Academy once erected a gold statue of you in the city center, for everyone to admire your noble visage at any time. Even 3-year-old children know you are the pride of our Dongvan City, and you are utterly speechless with helplessness. "The statue!" Kwang Hui, standing beside Huyet Men, reminded his cousin. "Why did you mention the statue?"
Tunmin hurriedly covered his mouth, nervously saying, "Sorry, I accidentally let it slip."
He quickly changed the subject and asked Vanthan, "Van Thien Q, what brings you back to Dongvan City?" "Want to go back to the old house and see?" He calmly answered the question. "Just passing by, intending to borrow the teleportation array in the city to go to Jiangnan University, where my younger sister Van Duong should be." Immediately after, he suddenly changed his expression, stammering and saying, "If you're impatient, just say it directly."
Kwang Hui seriously reminded him that to prevent humans from fleeing, the teleportation array was guarded by many Kolin, and since Jiangnan province had already fallen completely, even with General Jiang's strong professors and leader, they might not be able to escape.
Vanthan suddenly grabbed his collar and, losing her temper, asked, "What do you mean?"
Kwang Hui, frightened and anxious, said, "I don't know the exact situation either. Maybe all the students have been led away by the professor to safety."
Hotung at that moment said, "Vanthan, when I was being taken away, I saw a group of Kolin chasing and killing some professionals. They were fleeing toward Dongvan City and might have been captured. Among them is a teammate from the team that year. He recalls the scene of you running and being chased, saying, 'That small girl mage with the prominent expression, if you can find her, you'll know the situation in Jiangda.'" The group continued on their way. Vanthan pondered seriously, recalling the team battle, the little priestess girl, and quietly searching her memory for what was necessary. Vanthan recalls Tenlin's expressions, thinking it must be Deep Tenlin, right? Many years have passed, and I wonder how our old teammates are doing now. Huatung seriously states his suspicion that before the appearance of the ancient spiritual beings, the demon army withdrew due to internal chaos.
The frontline students have already returned to the academy, so she must have left Jiangnan University and probably knows her sister's whereabouts. He frowned coldly and ordered, "Accelerate and make sure to reach Dongvan City before nightfall, to save Deep Tenlin first."
The scene shifts to Dongvan City, formerly known as Dongvan City. Second Master Vuong sits comfortably with his legs crossed on a chair, looking smugly at the gaunt people nearby and ordering them to work properly, promising an extra kilogram for your families at the end of the month, or else beware. Although they were starving, they had to straighten their backs and respond to his threats. Yes, yes. Eighth Master Vuong looked at Vanthan's approaching group and grinned maliciously, saying, "Oh ho, a fat prey has arrived." Tonmin glanced at him awkwardly and asked, "Van Tianqiu,
Do you have any eye-catching gold or tools?
Let me borrow something to give Ko Lin Yan as a bribe to watch the gate and let us in. Van Than Chi coldly glanced at him and asked,
I'm just going back to my hometown. Why do I need to ask him for permission? Ton Min replied awkwardly. But he calmly stepped forward and affirmed, Let's go! Today the city of Dongvan will be back in human hands.
Second brother glared at Van Shen's attitude and angrily shouted, Where are you guys from? Do you know the rules of the city?
If you want to enter the city, you must pay respect to this great Ko Lin Yan, or else you'll only become a slave.
I glanced at the aura emanating from him, and the breath of Van Tuong surged. Van Thin thinks the yellow color is indeed like this. This is the second person now. Previously, during the temporal chaos, I couldn't sense the yellow aura that was from the Ko Lin Yan. He closed his eyes and used his skills to sense the surroundings of the city. There are 127 golden auras within the city. Only 127 ancient spiritual beings, yet they dominate the entire Dongvan city, with residual demonic energy.
Seeing Van Shen Kao's response, Second King shouted angrily, Kid, I'm asking you, do you hear me? Hurry up and show respect.
You gently brushed past him as if you didn't hear a talking ant. Duan Ye followed behind with a faint smile, and in the next moment he was engulfed in a blazing fire. The two villagers nearby looked at what just happened in panic. One asked in confusion, What's going on? While the other hurried over to check and stammered in response. No, I don't know, maybe Lord Gu Ling. After seeing the situation clearly, he shouted in shock, burned to a crisp. Guang Hui, walking at the back, shot a warning glance and said, You didn't see anything, understand? He quickly changed to a flattering tone. I know already. The person beside him looked at the departing figures of Van Thon and hesitated before speaking. I have a strange feeling. Tonight, Dongvan City will change the world. When they regained their senses, the two were drawn by the aroma of the cakes on the table and quickly rushed to fight over the food. The scene inside the old city center of Dongvan, beneath the destroyed statue, was a disturbing sight.
Sir, this amount of rice won't last a month. My child is still growing. Please give us a little more.
Tianfeng immediately flew into a rage, slapped the woman across the face, and shouted, You deserve it!
The sack of rice burst open, spilling everywhere, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd.
The villagers quickly pounced like hungry tigers, all vying for that sack of rice, pushing and shoving without anyone giving way. They risked everything to find a way to survive. The men rejoiced when they seized the food, while the helpless woman could only futilely beg.
No, don't take my rice. I beg you not to steal it.
Tianfeng looked at the chaotic scene below and laughed loudly,
his voice full of contempt, saying, The human slaves are all cowardly and despicable Hua Tung.
Clenching his teeth in anger, he exclaimed, How annoying! Even the demon clan rarely treats humans like this.
Guang Hui, already too familiar, calmly explained that this is the situation in Dongvan City, where roads and signal stations have been destroyed, granaries and farming areas are controlled by Gu Lin Yan, and they even want to overthrow Dongvan and rebuild it according to their own wishes.
Seeing the chaos just now, he said with disappointment, Morality and civilization, they are just products of the peace era. When survival is threatened, everything collapses. Looking at the destroyed statue, Guang Hui choked up and said, Even the statue that was once a symbol of glory. Now Van Than also heard those stories. His face suddenly turned pale. Suddenly, a loud shout pulled him back to reality. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up! The group in front of Van Than is being chained together and led away, with a Ko Lin man beside them constantly shouting, Do you think you're some kind of professional or something? Believe it or not, I broke their legs myself. Looking at the group, I wonder what this is all about.
I don't know if it's an illusion, but some of them look very familiar.
I used to be one of them too. Noticing the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the group, he couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. After taking control of Dongvan, Gulin Ren imprisoned the stubborn ones with value, torturing them daily and occasionally mocking them in public to trample their dignity and force submission. Lun Nguyen suddenly turned his head in the crowd, looking in shock and speaking out. She, or it is looking straight at Van Shen, and I think there's no mistake. I definitely don't mistake him, because I've known him for many years. Ever since he became the top scorer in the province, I have been watching him. Lun Nguyen recalls his past arrogance, even feeling proud when he gained fame through the global tournament, boasting everywhere based on old connections. I went to the same high school as Van Thon, and he's pretty strong, partly because I trained with him. I understand him, he's definitely not dead, he'll come back sooner or later. Van Than's signature, it's easy, just wait for him to return. I will help then. Right now, an unbelievable expression suddenly appeared on Liu Yuan's face. She thought to herself that maybe I am just a passerby not worth mentioning, but you are still the glory and pride in my heart. Someone like him, looking at Van Thien's current healthy appearance, a series of guesses flashed through Lu Nguyen's mind. Why is he so calm?
Why is there no sign of hunger or abuse?
How can he stand here so calmly? She wasn't even noticed or targeted by Ko Lin Yan. There was only one answer, her eyes bloodshot with anger as she shouted, "Traitor Van Thon, the traitor who subdued Ko Lin Yan. The traitor deserved to die." In the ruined space, the villagers working tirelessly are suddenly drawn by Lu Nguyen's scream.
"Traitor Van Thien, you are truly a damnable traitor." A person carrying a steel rod on his shoulder turned in shock and asked,
"Van Thon, could it be Van Thien Q from back then?" Someone else exclaimed in shock, "He's still alive somewhere." Despair echoes in every word. If even he gives up on the Koli race, what hope do we humans have left? Van Thien only now realizes who is in front of him. He thinks I have figured it out.
"That guy was my classmate at Dongvan Academy, and he was very proud when he became a mage that year." It seems he misunderstood something. Liu Yan lost control, shouting non-stop, "Anyone can, but you, Van Thien, must never give up, no matter how much it costs. I will kill you."
Lam Yu ran up from behind, decisively pressing her down with a staff to confront her. "Lu Nguyen, what are you doing? Are you crazy?"
She angrily said, "I am not the only one who knows Van Thien back then. I was his biggest fan. I was the first to recognize him."
Lam Yu grabbed Lu Nguyen by the head, lifted her up, made her look straight, and ordered her to look carefully. Observing his unchanged expression, she calmly explained that even when looking at Gu Ling Ren, there was no trace of respect or submission in his eyes. It was very likely that he came from an area still not fallen or a distant military zone. Lam Yu stood up from her and continued patiently, "If he really is someone planted by the military zone for inside support or carrying out a secret mission, what you're doing will kill him." Hearing this, Lu Nguyen stammered in fear. "Then I have made a serious mistake." Tianfeng appeared out of nowhere, casually scratching his ear as he spoke arrogantly. "Is Van Thien some kind of Van Thien Q? A worthless slave? How dare he call himself a genius? Which guy is Van Thien? You seem to hate him a lot. Just say it. I can help you reduce your sentence or even regain your freedom." Lu Nguyen turned around without hesitation and spat in his face, cursing, "Freedom, my ass. You actually believe the foolish words I just said? Van Thien has been missing for 3 years. How could he possibly come to Dongvan City?" Seeing her achievement, she smugly said, "Even if he really comes, I would never tell a stupid ancient spirit like you." Ngan Van, furious with rage, charged straight at Lu Nguyen, shouting, "Are you tired of living?" But before his hand could reach her, a sudden burst of fire erupted from somewhere, blazing fiercely and quickly engulfing Ngan Van's entire body, causing him to scream in agony.
"What is going on? The flames are terrifying, containing a power I cannot comprehend."
Both of them shouted in unison, "Enemy attack!" Van Thien impatiently threw off his mask and cloak. "You grow dissatisfied and say disguise and hiding are no longer necessary. Killing all the ancient Lai humans can solve everything." Liu Yuankong exclaimed in admiration. "My God, he's still as strong as ever." Lin Yu was moved to tears, marveling just like that year, as if invincible under the heavens. Tianfeng's subordinates clamored like they had hit rock bottom. One man confirmed, "That kid looks just like the unbroken statue. It's definitely Van Thien." The other guy calmly turns his head and orders, "It's nothing. The fire earlier was just his cowardly sneak attack. As long as he's human, under the suppression of his bloodline, we will trample him to death." Van Thien calmly gives the order, "Ba Hua Tung, Triu Quang Hui, Ton Min, go and wipe them all out." Ba Hua Tung, overwhelmed with suppressed excitement, charged forward first, laughing loudly and saying, "I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time." Quang Hui, standing behind, stammered in fear. "Are we going up?" Ton Min said in fear. "You can't do it, Von Thien Q. If you don't resolve the bloodline suppression, you'll only have death ahead." Van Thien coldly warns that if you lack the courage to wield a weapon, you'll never dream of resisting the ancient spirits in your lifetime. In the end, they can only live in fear. Immediately, their fighting spirit was greatly boosted. Huang Hui casually cursed, "Damn it!" Ton Min also mustered all his courage and said, "I understand." He swung his sword forward and boldly declared, "I am a rare professional who has transformed into a berserk swordsman for the second time. How could I be afraid?" He also shouted behind him, "Let's risk everything." Hua Tung, full of rage, launched an attack, sending a dark energy sphere toward Tianfeng. He simply watched it approach calmly. Tianfeng simply waved his hand and easily deflected the attack. The old man sneered and said, "A daring beast. Even your little skills make you rebellious." Hua Tung angrily grits his teeth and scolds, If it weren't for this damn bloodline suppression, I could crush you with just one finger. Tianfang simply calmly questions, really? With such incredible speed, when did he circle around behind him? Tianfeng raised his club with a pleased expression and said, "Too bad I have it too. Smashing your head and offering your corpse to the city lord isn't a bad idea." Ho Tung couldn't react in time and could only stand still, staring behind him, thinking he was doomed. At that moment, a shadow swooped in to block the attack and save him. Ho Tsung looked up at the hovering figure and exclaimed happily, "Van Than's clone."
So that's it. Van Than wants to protect us from dying so I can fight with all my might.
With renewed confidence, he charged once more at Tianfang and declared loudly,
"Then I won't hold back anymore. Let's go all out."
Watching the chaos of the battle before him, Van Than secretly calculated that the best way to overcome fear was to fight, even if it was an instinctive fear. Seeing the group fighting desperately, he couldn't help but recall his own memories. In the past, I couldn't resist the divine fear because the opponent was too strong to fight back. But now the situation is different. As long as I keep them from losing, giving them enough time to fight, I can break the bloodline suppression.
The crowd shouted, "Run now, there's fighting. The city lord won't just stand by. Van Than's doomed. If we don't run, we'll get caught in the crossfire and die. No, don't trample on my rice. Don't trample on my rice."
Stop picking it up. Take this space magic stone. It contains enough food for you to eat for several years. The skinny woman nervously took the spirit stone and coldly glanced at Van Than, explaining,
"He told me to give this to you. Even if he didn't say so, I would do it anyway."
The woman gratefully looked at Duan Dan and said, "Thank you. But you and Von Theokyu must also be careful. With such a big commotion, the Lord's Guard team will arrive soon." She simply smiled lightly and replied, "What does the guard team matter?" Seeing your imposing aura, Duan Da was certain that at least in this Dongvan city, Van Than is the sky. In the vast square in the center of the old city of Dongvan, a group of people clashed in battle, creating a chaotic scene filled with smoke and dust that obscured the entire space. Van Than stood calmly to one side, observing, and thought to himself, so that's how it is. The bloodline suppression effect is even more comprehensive than I imagined. Van Shen then turned his gaze to Ho Tung and Thien Feng, who were confronting each other, and began analyzing how even the long-range attacks of the three Ho Tung in their peak state were weakened just before hitting the Ko Lin Yan. Throughout the process, the opponent showed no clear actions, indicating that bloodline suppression is a passive skill, making surprise attacks unlikely to be effective.
I secretly wonder what else might be on my mind. Besides bloodline suppression, the skill called Chi Stasis is also a common ability among all ancient spirits, but I've never seen them use it before.
Then several information panels appeared in front of Van Than. Name Ngan Van, level 21. Mystic attribute strength 213, physique 247, speed 211, intelligence 201, stamina 203, skill, blood, Mangong Chi suppression. A special skill to suppress bloodline. C. Chu Tian Feng, level 26. Mysterious attribute force 231, body 249, speed 261, intelligence 247, endurance 209, skill, thunderbolt technique, special skill to suppress bloodline. C. Zhao Tidu, level 24.
Mysterious attribute force 221, body 227, speed 251, intelligence 257, endurance 211, skill, Dew Cloud decision to suppress bloodline C. One of Van Than's eyes emitted a ring of light from the skill. Vu Ha discovered the clairvoyance, muttering silently. Perhaps it was not a combat skill. But in the other side, Thien Feng had already launched into the air, delivering a powerful strike while Hua Tung shouted,
"Die!" Hua Tung used both arms to block the attack, then swung his hand, causing Thien Feng to be pushed back. A display panel appears with the name San Ho Tung, level 71, Long DM Warrior. Attribute strength 2011 over 1050, body 189 over 945, speed 167 over 910, endurance 159 over 870, skills, Black Dragon Earth Toxin, Long DM Fist Long Roar, and a special skill Black Dragon Transformation. Ho Tung, with slightly scratched arms from blocking the attack, smirks disdainfully and says, "Your attack seems to hurt less than before. Are you done nursing?" Van Than silently assesses.
As I suspected, the best way to dispel fear is to fight. Look at his raised arm, I whisper, plus his special talent and hidden class.
Hua Tung smiles happily, extending his sharp claws toward Thien Feng. "Loser, get out of here and die." He ruthlessly slashed at Thien Feng's body. Seeing this, Van Than thought to himself, That was enough to kill a second-level reincarnated ancient spirit. Tianfeng let out several extremely tragic screams as his entire body turned into a cloud of black smoke. After the black smoke dissipates, a brown item bag appears on the ground, as shown on the status panel. His name is Ba Hua Tung, a level 71 Long Diem warrior with strength 871 over 1050, physique 767 over 945, speed 725 over 910, intelligence 493 over 630, and endurance 635 over 870. His skills include Black Dragon Earth Toxin, Dragon Flame Fist, Dragon Roar, and a special skill of Black Dragon Transformation. He smirked and said, "Not enough, not nearly enough. I need to finish them off." Van Than frowned as he realized that after defeating the ancient spirit, their attributes immediately recovered a large portion. Hua Tung stomped heavily to gain momentum, then lunged forward to attack again. Van Than just stood there, watching the shadow of Hua Tung fly to the spot where the two ancient spiritual beings were fighting each other. Hua Tung directly charged into the battle against both of them. I wonder if I dropped something. He sat down, picked up the item bag, and thought to himself, the two ancient spirit beings I dealt with earlier probably accidentally destroyed the items when I cleaned them up. Van Than's eyes emitted a ring of light as he slowly checked the bag's information, resembling the special space of the ancient spirit beings, with effects similar to a demon crystal space of the demon clan. The information panel also shows the item bag B, with an integrated 10 cubic meter storage space that can hold items but not living creatures. Then Van Shen saw inside the bag containing items like the human-made Chu Xiang wine, which can cause intoxication if consumed in excess. The edible fermented fruit produced by humans. Eating small portions and dividing meals is good for health. The great sword Traminchuan fermented fruit was crafted by ancient spiritual beings. After millions of years of decay and unusable, he took out the great sword from the bag and stared in disbelief, asking about the millions of years. This is a weapon kept for 1,000,000 years. Van Than stared at the sword in deep thought, recalling that before dying, Thien Dongwin said he was an awakened one, and the Ko Lin Yan also claimed to be the ancestors of humanity. Could it be that the Ko Lin Yan are actually humans from 1,000,000 years ago, turning to dust upon contact with the air? Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and was momentarily startled, slowly raising his eyes to look up at the sky above. A giant space portal appeared in the sky, shooting out blinding beams of light from within. Soon, a group of ancient spirit beings dressed as city guards floated in the air. The bearded man with crossed arms sneered and said, "A little human slave dares to rebel. Do you want to die?" The people below, seeing the group of ancient spirits, were terrified and turned to run away. "They are the city lord's guards. They really have arrived. Run quickly. If we get caught in this, we're all doomed." Ton Min gritted his teeth and assessed the situation. With so many coming at once, even if Von Tien Kyo is strong, he might not hold out. The blindfolded man looked down with interest and asked, "Is that kid just like the statue? Could he be Van Than?" The man with the cigar chuckled a few times. "Ha ha ha. So it was him. I heard he's some kind of hero or prodigy. His life must be very valuable." He charged forward while shouting orders to the others. "Destroy them all. Everyone here is a rebel. No one will be spared." The masked man shouted loudly and added that he would take Van Than's head to the city lord for the reward. Van Than stands below, calmly raising one hand to form a blazing red fireball, aiming to take my head. Then, he ruthlessly fires the fireball at the ancient spirit beings flying toward him. "Then trade your life for it." While the blindfolded man was still stunned, Van Than's fireball shot forward like lightning, only a few minutes away from his face. Finally, a massive explosion occurs, covering the sky with flames of red and yellow. Inside the fire, black figures are continuously burning and emitting agonized screams of pain. As the flames died down, revealing the bodies of several ancient spirit beings reduced to blackened, shriveled corpses, the woman was stunned and covered her mouth. "Oh no, he's dead." A man standing nearby was so shocked he opened his mouth in disbelief. With so many ancient spirits, yet in the blink of an eye, he seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes and exclaimed in confusion, How is this possible? Am I not dreaming?" Aren't they supposed to suppress their bloodline if they have the bloodline suppression ability? And only those with the profession can be crushed. Could it be that Von Tien-Kyu isn't among them? Taking advantage of this moment, a surviving guard quickly turned to run away. Ton Min, noticing his action, shouted urgently, "It's not good, Von Tien-Kyu. He's trying to escape. I can't catch up." Van Than stood to the side, raised one hand to form a fireball, and aimed it directly at the guard, saying, "He can't escape, but before you can act," Tuan Dan suddenly charged forward and struck him hard, causing the guard to fall to the ground. He rested his axe on his shoulder, sat on the guard's back, and with a murderous tone declared, "You're not escaping now." The guard's body trembled as tears and snot streamed down his face. Van Than asked curiously, "Who is that?" In his mind, he silently thought, "He is just like me, unaffected by bloodline suppression." Zan Sheng and a woman approached. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled, saying, "Van Than, it's been a while. Are you still alive?"
"That's really great." Van Than stood beside Don Da, hesitated for a moment, then instinctively called out, "Thay Tain."
"Although your views and mine differ, there is no doubt that
My teacher did it for my future."
Van Than looked up and called out. Master Tan Tram Sin Duong raised a hand to cut off your words. Now is not the time to dwell on the past. He looked at Tuan Dan as he assigned the task. The squad leader will handle those with collars. If they agree to leave, you are to assist in rescuing them. Tuan Dan confidently pats his chest and replies, "No problem. Van Than, you've dealt with a group of ancient spirits, but reinforcements will arrive soon. Follow us to the rescue point first." The stronghold, which seemed to have no clear time passing, was in a ruined and desolate area, and Tram Sin pointed at the massive gate ahead, informing Van Than and the others. They arrive, and in his hand is a cube emitting 3 different beams of light. Zan Sheng shouts loudly, causing the cube to float in midair, radiating a dazzling light that shines directly into the space behind the gate. Before everyone's eyes, a magnificent and grand building appears. A commoner who sees the building is amazed and exclaims, "Oh my God, I didn't expect such a structure to be hidden among the ruins." The person standing beside him agrees and adds, "It's truly eye-opening, definitely a stronghold." Yuan Da propped his chin up and looked up at the building, evaluating it. "The fake artifact is quite interesting," Van Than added, "and the quality is very high. At least an A+ rank is needed to achieve this effect." He thought to himself, "If I didn't use the fusion skill to elevate, I wouldn't be able to sense it at all." Van Shen looked at Zan Sheng and continued to comment. "Moreover, the disguised house is also a level of architectural prop. You can't tell from there Teacher Tan's family background is quite solid." He bowed his head and replied, "Solid, just someone else's legacy." Suddenly, Ton Min pointed at Tram Sin and loudly concluded, "I knew it. Given how noisy the battle was back then, I should have guessed your identities. You are guerrilla fighters." He then began recounting. After Kolin Nyan's arrival and the fall of Dongvan City, some survivors organized themselves spontaneously, becoming guerrilla fighters who followed the principle of fighting and then fleeing. They launched raids to cause trouble and plundered the Kolin people, causing only minor chaos but enough to give the city lord a headache. Quang Hui also spoke up, saying, "I know that guerrilla fighters are extremely cautious and rarely rescue people proactively because if they rescue the wrong person, they risk being betrayed and destroyed." Tram Sin calmly pushed up his glasses and admitted to both of them that, "That's right. I saved you all because I respect Van Than." He looked at Van Than, smiling confidently, saying that the child Van Than has always been cautious in his actions and that his friends are trustworthy. Ton Min and Quang Hui, hearing this, exchanged glances and together exclaimed, "Cautious." Ton Min whispered, "I only saw him among the crowd of ancient spirits destroying themselves recklessly." Quang Hui also wondered to himself, is there any sign of caution at all? Tram Sin looked at the ordinary people, sighed deeply, and said sadly, "As for why we saved them," Liu Yuan smiled and scratched his head. "We have long been enlightened." Another young man also gratefully spoke up, "Being saved by you is already a great fortune." Finally, Tram Sin swung his hand to push open the door in front of him and went inside first. Inside the stronghold, many injured civilians and doctors are gathered, and Tram Sin leads Van Than's group inside. "I told you, how could the pride of the Dongvan clan leave so easily? Luckily, thanks to you, Tram Sin, leading the rescue, we didn't lose another genius." Tram Sin smiled and explained, "Save him." "I don't have that kind of skill. By the time I arrived, Van Than had already killed all the Guling Ren, and if I was a bit late, there wouldn't be anything left." Immediately, the cheers erupted one after another. "Damn, so powerful. This kid always does things people can't even imagine. Well done. The Kolin Nyan must be dealt with completely." After a while, Van Than closed his eyes and used his magic to sense if everything was okay. There are more than 40 enemies left in this stronghold. Tuan Dan briefly summarized the current situation of the stronghold for Van Than, saying the first guerrilla unit had over 1,000 people, The rest had all been killed, and even we might not survive much longer, but thanks to them, we were able to lift the bloodline suppression. He patted his chest to introduce himself. By the way, Van Tien Q hasn't introduced himself yet. I'm Fan Tuan Dan, a senior combatant with triple transfer, formerly the squadron leader of the Dongvan Market Defense Team, now joining the guerrilla forces. Tuan Dan crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying, I met you once during the Beast Tide attack on Dongvan City, but you quickly left to save your sister, so you probably don't remember me. Van Than patted his head in response. Sorry about that. Then Tuan Dan quickly crossed his legs and sat directly on the ground. The bed and chairs are reserved for wounded soldiers, but if you don't mind, sit on the ground and chat with me. Van Than also felt very comfortable and responded while sitting down. All right. Tuan Dan's expression turned serious, and he said, the best way to lift bloodline suppression is through combat. We discovered this through life and death battles, and of course, direct confrontation isn't always necessary. Capturing a Ko Lin Nhan and beating it senseless can also lift the suppression. But capturing a Ko Lin Nhan is not easy. You also know that Dongvan City is only a third-tier city. Most of the professionals are first or second tier. Fighting a Ko Lin Nhan under bloodline suppression is like risking your life. Still, they keep going, even if each person can only buy a few seconds for one Ko Lin Nhan. Tuan Dan recalled that in that battle, we sacrificed the mayor with third-stage strength and the principal of Dongvan Academy, who was your mentor, plus 400 elderly people to capture a level 31 ancient spirit. After several days of fighting, everyone finally lifted the bloodline suppression. Zhan Sheng, sitting nearby, also added, this outpost and the fake relics are all the legacy of the principal, including that statue. He cared about you more than anyone else, and often mentioned you. If he knew you were still alive, he would be very happy. Van Than simply bowed his head without saying a word. His eyes were hidden deep in the shadows beneath his bangs, but he quickly raised his face to ask the two in front of him, where have you been fighting the Ko Lin Nhan for so long? You must have more information. Where did they come from? Does it have any connection to mythological legends? Tuan Dan raised a finger to prepare to answer. I do know a little about that. First, Lu Nguyen suddenly stepped in from the other side to cut him off. Sorry to interrupt. Let's discuss that later. I want to have a chat with Van Than for a while. Tuan Dan chuckled twice and agreed directly. Ha ha, fine. You go first. Zhan Sheng also stood up to give way. You go ahead. Lu Nguyen, full of excitement, rushed to Van Than's side and asked quickly, Van Than, where have you been all these years? Why is there no news at all? Van Than closed his eyes and replied, having done some work in the dark world, as if he had dealt with demon clans for a few years. Liu Yuan nervously clenched her fists and asked again, is there anything else? Anything else? I want to know the original intelligence from you. With your personality, you've surely done quite a few major things. Also, sign for me. I promise I will get it from the young lady. Signing is very important. Van Than still closed his eyes and ignored her, indifferently replying, you interrupted the main matter just to ask these things. Put that aside. For now, I have something more important right now. You haven't finished your sentence yet when you suddenly sense something strange and open your eyes wide. Huh. Van Than looked up and saw the necklace on Lu Nguyen's neck, emitting a blazing red light. Lu Nguyen bowed his head low, his voice full of regret. Wow, you acted so quickly. I should have stepped in earlier. Tears welled up in her eyes. Sorry, Van Than, I still made you late, but I really wanted your signature. A hissing sound echoed in the space as the necklace on Lu Nguyen's neck exploded, blood splattering onto Van Than's face and clothes. Lu Nguyen's body collapsed straight to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of bright red blood. Van Than stood up suddenly, shouting loudly. Liu Yuan! Next, all the necklaces of the other villagers also emit a blazing red light. A multitude of screams of fear echoed, accompanied by a mysterious voice. If you need a more modern or more classical version, just let me know. Van Than and the others all stared fixedly at Lu Nguyen's completely motionless body on the ground. The necklaces on the other villagers' necks also began to emit a bright red light, just like Lu Nguyen. Sweat was pouring down Van Than's face as he frowned tightly and looked around at the people standing nearby. Huh? You guys? The troublemaker smiled as if nothing was wrong. Looks like it's my turn now. What a shame. The lord of the city received the news so quickly. Couldn't he have acted a bit later? The young man standing opposite also calmly said, It's a stroke of luck that we finally met Van Tien Q. As he finished speaking, a series of hissing sounds erupted, and the entire space was engulfed in a bright red hue of blood. Van Than saw the bodies of the villagers falling one after another and shouted, This collar has a problem. Damn it, I should have realized earlier that none of you said anything. Lam Yu looked at her hand and explained, The slave collar can only be removed by the city lord himself. It seems he has discovered our escape. Van Thien Q, don't worry. We know the consequences and are willingly leaving with you. The necklace around her neck gradually emitted a red glow. Lam Nu closed her eyes and said, I am the last. Indeed, that lecherous city lord still couldn't bear to end my life. But even if I sacrifice myself, I will not be defeated, and I won't shame humanity. She opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Goodbye, Van Thien Q. Actually, I am your biggest fan, ever since you cleared the love dungeon. Suddenly, Van Than's hand reached out and clenched the iron ring around Lam Nu's neck. He used his divine eye skill to observe the ring, and he said, it's still too early to say goodbye now. Lam Nu immediately panicked and stopped him. Don't do it. If Van Thien Q forcibly removes it, even you will get hurt. Let go now. A display of information appears. The enslaving collar is an artifact that activates after imprinting a soul seal. The life or death of the wearer depends on the owner's will of the seal. Anyone else who forcibly removes it will cause the object to explode spontaneously. A note made by the ancient spirit blacksmith, crafted over 1,000,000 years ago. Van Shen reached out and summoned the World Tree branch weapon. You analyze that the soul seal is related to the soul and might be treatable. Van Shen swung his hand, spinning the World Tree branch weapon several times in the air, then shouted, Destroy. You decisively lowered your hand and struck the collar of Lam Nu with a strong blow, causing her to stagger back a few steps. A hand reaches out once more to grab Lam Nu's necklace, and Van Than pulls it forcefully off her neck. The woman standing nearby shouted, Oh my God! Van Thien Q managed to remove the enslaving necklace. Even the shiny-headed man was stunned, pointing at the necklace. All the fake professions that had been captured now have hope. Van Thien Q truly lives up to his name. Lin Yu's face was soaked with tears as she asked in disbelief, Am I really saved?
Am I dreaming? I've even tried the fake profession 4 times, but couldn't remove it.
Van Than glanced at the necklace in his hand and said, It's really dangerous. I almost didn't make it. They can't do it. Doesn't mean I can't. In a situation like this, you should have spoken earlier. The iron necklace had somehow turned into a piece of paper. Van Than bit into his finger to draw blood and used it to write something on the piece of paper, causing Tuan Dan to stare in shock and call out Van Thien Q's name. Van Than kneels on one knee, placing the paper in front of Liu Yuan's chest and murmuring, Today is the first day I return from the Dark World, and I still have many things I don't understand about Huyan Long Kingdom. Then he quickly turns and heads toward the gate, but at least one thing I know what to do. Tramsin watched your back and hurriedly asked, Where are you going, Van Than? Your whole body seems to be emanating a dark, killing aura. He tilted his head and replied to him, dealing with others. At the same time, outside the Dongvan City Lord's mansion, 2 rows of soldiers stood neatly by the city gate on guard. Inside the grand hall, a man dressed in noble attire stands in the center, his hands clasped behind his back as he observes the people lying scattered on the ground. Thuong Dao Vu, the city lord of Dongvan City, holding the necklace in his hand, asked smugly, Do you know why I spared your life among all those who opposed me? Diệp Thanh Linh lầy trên mặt đất, toan thần dậy mau, liếc nhìn ông ta. Dĩ nhiên biết tên vô sĩ của ngôi nổi tiếng hào sắc, chẳng phải là thèm muốn than thề ta sao? Let me tell you, even if I die, I won't agree. Dao Vu laughed loudly at her response, saying, It seems humans misunderstand me too much. Lust is only superficial. I am doing this for the reproductive plan of our ancient spirit clan. He began his speech as if he were justified. Recalling the glory of my ancient spiritual clan back then, not only did we dominate this world, but we also ventured into the distant universe for the divine mission. And now, with our glory lost and our population less than 1,000th of what it once was, isn't that tragic? In the end, Dao Wu concluded, to restore the glory of the past, we must prioritize reproduction. You may be a lowly human servant, but you have great potential and can definitely produce outstanding offspring. Otherwise, why should I keep you alive, my lowly servant? Thenlin's face showed utter contempt as she sneered at him. My partner, my boyfriend, should be at least half of Brother Van, or at least 1/3. Even with your help, you wouldn't be a match for Brother Van. Dao Vu gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing her words. You're just that damn Van thing. Thenlin sat up, flicked her hand dismissively, and continued to mock, but seeing how much you value the reproductive plan,
I might as well give you a tip. The monsters in high-level dungeons are much more powerful than me. Go find an old monster and breed with it. The offspring will definitely be stronger. Dao Vu raised the necklace in his hand and slowly stepped in front of her, saying, You really are a sharp-tongued woman. Do you think I can't handle you? I've been wearing this slave collar for you for half a year already. Let's see if you still dare to talk back.
I advise you not to do this, or Vanka won't forgive you. Daovu's hand slowly moved toward her neck,
Mockingly saying, I have gathered 80 Ko-Lin guards outside to follow orders. After dealing with you, we'll search the whole city and deal with that Van Than who wants to die. In this life, don't even dream of meeting him again.
Thanlin's eyes suddenly shifted, intently looking behind him with a hint of meaning, asking, What do you mean, Vanka? Do I still need to find him myself? Her eyes met the shadowy figure sitting far away, and she asked Daowu, Isn't he already here? Hearing this, his face broke out in cold sweat. At some point, Van Than had appeared in the hall, silently watching everything that had happened with a terrifying gaze, and only now did Daowu feel panic and quickly turn around in a flash. What? Before he could say another word, Van Than swung his hand and launched an attack. A massive red-orange flame completely engulfed the martial artist's body in just a second. A huge explosion followed, with a towering fireball piercing through the palace roof and shooting straight into the sky. As the explosion rang out, the figure of someone being thrown by it appeared, and amidst the chaos and deafening blast, a frantic cry was heard. What? What's going on? The City Lord's mansion has exploded. The City Lord himself. Daowu was knocked back by the impact, spinning in the air, causing the crowd to gasp in horror. He was sent flying. He fell with a scream, and amidst the chaos on this side, Van Than's urgent voice rang out. Don't move around wildly. Let me treat your wounds. Even though Thanlin's face was pale, she gritted her teeth and replied, Brother Van, don't worry about me. You must not let that guy escape. The strength of the ancient spirit beings doesn't just come from suppressing their bloodlines. Among them are terrifyingly powerful individuals, rivaling divine generals and matching the 7 or 2 demon pillars. If he escapes to deliver the news, the consequences will be unpredictable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Van Than's gaze became firm. It's okay. One of them, holding Daowu back, anxiously asked, Lord City Lord, are you all right? He gritted his teeth in bitter hatred and growled, Damn it, Van Than, if he hadn't ambushed me, how could I have... Another person suddenly appeared above without warning, and a shout rang out, My lord, someone is falling from above again. Daowu was immediately alarmed. What? The figure lands softly as if walking on air. Van Shen takes calm steps. The dust around him gradually disperses. And despite only 3 transformations, he is only slightly injured on the outside. A wave of suspicion rose strongly as he reviewed his own strength. That's not right. Currently, each of my fire attribute attacks contains the primal flame. With his level, even if he doesn't die, he should be crippled. Could it be that all the information is appearing as if read directly from an invisible interface? Name, Thuong Daowu. Ancient spiritual human race. Level 82. Earth attribute, strength. 1,735, physique 1,720, speed 1,685, intelligence 1,810, endurance 1,625, skills, lightning spirit technique, blood killing attack, spirit clone, soul seal, chi condensation, special skill, bloodline suppression. A. Immediately afterward, Van Than's information is also fully displayed. Van Than's bloodline suppression. A non-level 91 human race profession. Looking at all the data, Van Than quickly drew an experienced conclusion. It seems that bloodline suppression also has levels of strength. I once removed a B-level bloodline suppression from Thiendo Nguyen, so from then on, B-level and below are ineffective against me. Since the bloodline suppression of this city lord is level A, I might need to deal with him again. Thinking more deeply, I suddenly realized the cruel logic behind this power system. Thinking it through, it makes sense. If suppressing bloodlines is so easy to lift, then powerful cultivators in the 4th stage could easily capture a 2nd stage spirit human as a punching bag. Otherwise, top-tier great nations like Huyan Long would not have fallen into such decline. A hurried shout from the martial path rings out, urging his subordinates not to hesitate any longer. What are they standing around for? That guy is Van Than. I've already suppressed him with my bloodline. Why aren't they rushing in? The henchmen all responded in unison, rushing toward Van Than with rising momentum. Yes, daring to ambush the city lord. Do you want to die? Kill! Facing the wave of attacks, Van Than only coldly responds with contempt, relying only on you guys. A fearless attacker charged forward with a spear, but Van Than easily dodged the strike, and in response to the foolhardiness of that subordinate, delivered a decisive blow that sent him flying into the mountain, shattering it. A few reckless ones shouted again, trying to drown out the fear. Killing Van Than unleashed a burst of power in a moment where mastery, fierce bloodlust, and strength collided. The move was unleashed with fierce momentum, bloodthirsty assault, as a rain of fire and stones fell upon the minions, and screams of pain echoed throughout the space. The voice urgently demands a change in tactics to avoid unnecessary losses. That Van Than's physique is extremely strong. Don't engage him in close combat. Use ranged attacks instead. A cold shout rang out across the battlefield. Die! Faced with the distant attack, Van Shen raised his hand and struck. He quickly performed a high-level seal, unleashing the invincible spell seal, and his seal shot forward to counterattack, catching many off guard as the situation unfolded beyond expectations.
What?
Van Than's giant hand quickly grabbed all the chatterers in just a moment. You throw them into the guards standing to protect Dao Vu. Fear is evident as they realize too late. That monster is a real creature. Dao Wu's figure rushes out from the smoke. He roared in anger, clearly showing his contempt for his useless subordinates. A bunch of trash. Even a puppet suppressed by my bloodline can't be handled, so let the clan leader himself step in. A devastating lightning technique is unleashed, the Thunder Spirit slash, and then Dao Vu's eyes seem to see something unbelievable and exclaim, "Huh!" After breaking free from the suppression, Van Than coldly blocks his attack with one hand. The A-level bloodline suppression is indeed a troublesome skill. It took me 5 seconds to lift it. Dao Vu stammers 5 seconds. Van Than gently crushes his slash attack, then ruthlessly seizes Ko Dao Vu as he lets his guard down. You just don't know if you can hold out for 5 seconds against me at my full strength. Van Than calmly warns, "Do you think you can last 5 seconds?" Van Than and Dao Vu appear amidst the wreckage. Dao Vu stiffens in place, a forced smile appearing on his face. 5 seconds? His face darkened, his voice lowered with deep, insulted anger. I am truly being looked down upon. Before he could react, Van Than forcefully grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground, the impact so strong that the surrounding rocks shattered. As the dust settles, the image of Dao Wu appears, looking disheveled, with a cold, sarcastic, and contemptuous smile on his face. 5 seconds is still too short for you. Suddenly, a calm voice responds from afar. Is that so? From that side, Dao Wu appears in a different form, but I wonder how you would respond if I used this move. Van Than sensed a strange transformation, his eyes briefly showing rare seriousness as his soul body separated the soul from the flesh and materialized it into an entity. Even the little evil demon of the 72 pillars can't do this. Yet a minor ancient spirit transformed 3 times managed to pull it off. Dao Vunghua laughed arrogantly, his voice full of pride echoing through the space. That's right. Even if you're a humble slave, you still have some knowledge. It's okay to tell you, we ancient spirit beings are superior to humans, not only because of bloodline suppression, but also because of how we manipulate soul power. He kept rambling on, his voice filled with the arrogance of someone who considers himself the ruler of the world. Since the world was born, we ancient spirit beings have been blessed by the gods and have become the masters of this world. If it weren't for some reason that caused us to fall into sleep, how could this world possibly allow you slaves to exist? His eyes turned cold, and his words cut deep like a blade. When I woke up and saw the first human, I realized that you are nothing but flawed copies created to imitate us because not only are your bloodlines suppressed by ours from birth, but even your spiritual power cannot be absorbed, let alone used. Dao Vu's tone grew more contemptuous and filled with hatred, making it clear in our eyes that you are not worthy to be called human, only a miserable slave. He gritted his teeth with eyes full of fury. And yet you slaves dare to seize this world while we are asleep. This is enough to make us ancient spirits furious, to the point that we will make you slaves until death. Van Than listened silently, then calmly replied with a slightly sarcastic and cold tone. So, this is the reason you consider yourselves noble, but I see that other ancient spirits don't have the ability to manifest their souls like you do, so how can you truly use soul power? Dao Vu slowly recounted everything, not because they couldn't, but because they chose a different path, similar to you humans. Our ancient spirit beings have possessed various innate talents since birth. He snorted coldly and quickly explained with confidence, such as controlling lightning, manipulating flames, forging weapons and tools, each choosing a cultivation path suitable for their innate talents. My voice is full of pride, but my innate talent is a strong soul, so I focus on cultivating the soul to reach this level. Someone like me, who is skilled in wielding spiritual power, is extremely rare among ancient spirits, as the physical body cannot touch or harm the soul. Once my soul manifests, I stand invincible. Dao Vu charges straight at Van Than, his murderous intent clear. You! The miserable slave's eyes widened as I erased his soul completely. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by Van Than's attack, shattering his spiritual arm. Caught off guard by the counterattack, Dao Vu screamed in pain, his voice filled with horror. Damn it, what have you done? Van Than replied calmly, his voice cold and filled with absolute certainty. The arrogant soul body from before was beaten down to just a hand's width by me. I wonder what kind of spirit your soul is. A true spiritual being. Your sharp gaze and rising aura quickly dealt him another blow. Can he withstand your strike better than he can? Van Than's eyebrows furrowed tightly as Dao Vu, panic-stricken, begged with a trembling voice, no longer carrying his initial arrogance. Stop. Fighting. The fear of death nearly causes him to break down. I will really die. I will truly die. After merging his spiritual body back into himself, Dao Wu hurriedly bowed his head, his voice changing to a pleading tone filled with shame.
Slave or not, Lord Van Than, I surrender. Please stop hitting me. I don't want to die. He frantically offers everything he has, hoping to buy a glimmer of life.
I am willing to give everything I have accumulated, begging you to spare my life. Van Than looked at Dao Vu, grabbing what he had in his hand, and said slowly, So then it depends on whether your life is worth enough. Lord City, Lord, you are the noble Ko Lin Nhan. How can you bow your head before these humble humans? Trung gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes full of hatred. Damn it, you've humiliated the ancient spirit race.
We are traitors, and we will report all of this to the higher-ups. You will be buried with Van Than.
Suddenly, a series of giant spirit stones appeared above your head and started falling, blocking your escape route. From inside the largest stone, a figure steps out accompanied by a cold voice saying, That one has already ordered me long ago. The murderous aura spreads, and Donda's voice sounds like a verdict. None of you will escape today. The henchmen who tried to run earlier are panicking, kneeling down and begging repeatedly. Damn it, I surrender, don't kill me. Footsteps approach, and Tram Sin's familiar voice echoes from afar, filled with concern. Van Than, don't get agitated. Dealing with Ko Lin Yin requires a long-term plan. The city lord is not as simple as you think. Our Dukich army will give their all to help you. This is him shouting in surprise. Is everything settled now? Van Than nodded slightly, still chewing on the fruit of the Bao Vuong Hua.
You are here now. After eating the fruit of the Violent King flower, your intelligence will permanently increase by 15 in the year of Mingji.
Oh my god. Even Van Than defeated the city lord. How strong is this kid really? Van Tien Q, you truly are Van Tien Q of ours. We have hope now. Tram Sin stepped forward, his voice full of regret. Sorry, Van Than, you're too fast. We've given it our all to catch up.
But in the end, we still couldn't help you. It's okay, Master Tan. I'm already happy that you all made it here, and there are still many things I will need your help with.
My former teammate Diep Tan Lin is still in the city yard's mansion. Although I treated her wounds, she will need your care to recover, and there are other humans detained who also require your help to rescue. After all, the Dongvan clan is too large for me to handle alone. From today, our Dongvan city is considered fully liberated. Van Than nodded and said, Thank you, Teacher Tan.
As for those ancient spirit soldiers and how to deal with this guy, leave it to me.
A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I just came up with a good idea.
That night, Kan Sin immediately spread the news that Van Than had arrived, the city lord defeated, and the Ko Lin clan captured throughout Dongvan Thay. At first, the people couldn't believe it, until they saw the video of Ko Lin Nhan's arrest. After just one night, Dongvan Thay was liberated, and the people finally gained their freedom from oppression. The granary seized by the Ko Lin was opened, and the entire city celebrated with a feast, while many took the opportunity to escape with supplies during the night. In their eyes, peace is only temporary, and they want to find a new place to settle down. The guerrilla fighters do not interfere with this. Let them leave. The food warehouse seized by the Ko Lin Nhan is opened, the whole city throws a feast, and everyone celebrates all night. Of course, many took the opportunity to escape with supplies during the night. In another place, a tragic scream echoed. Dao Vu was tied up tightly, trembling in pain, his screams mixed with hatred. Damn it, you spared my life, which means I still have value, so why are you torturing me like this?
Why is that? Duanya stood to the side, his voice cold but with a malicious smile that revealed no concealment. That just proves that being beaten is a sign of your worth. He, keep screaming. I was also tortured like that by that bastard before. She looked at Dao Wu, enduring the punishment, and thought, but you're low level. One night is enough for him to get what he wants. The skill information kept appearing, each line confirming the skills obtained, the soul seal, and the bloodthirsty attack skill. Van Than let out a soft breath, feeling more at ease as he reviewed all the loot he had just acquired.
After a night of theft and plunder, he had gained all the necessary skills, and even the unwanted items were included. Having more skills is never a bad thing, after all.
His gaze lingers on Dao Wu before he snaps his fingers. As for how to use these skills, Dao Wu is released. He sighs in relief. Finally done. But before he can rest, Van Than hands him an object. All right, I wear the slave collar, a noble item created by the ancient spirit clan. To use it, you must combine it with the soul seal. This stupid slave probably thinks wearing it will have an effect. He secretly plans, waiting for the right moment to turn the tables, and I will pretend to be enslaved. Wait for him to relax and find an opportunity to escape. As long as I can save Emperor Donggu, killing this guy will be a piece of cake. But before the thought even finished, his body suddenly clenched, a wave of despair washing over him. The necklace has been activated. How is that possible? That's a power only ancient spirit beings of the earth level or higher can use. Are you talking about the soul seal? As long as it's not an innate skill, I can seize it all. Now that you understand your situation, reveal all the information about the old spirit clan, or you know the consequences. The final will collapses. Dao Wu trembles. It's over. We're truly at the end. I'll tell you what you want to know. No, actually, if it's everything, I'll start from the very basics. He took a deep breath, trying to organize his memories and knowledge. Like your human race, our ancient spirit clan also has a hierarchy from strongest to weakest. Dai, heaven and earth, and mysterious emperor corresponding to your system. Guardian generals of the nation. 4 transformations. 3 transformations. 2 transformations. 1 transformation. Dao Wu continued recounting ancient history, his voice filled with a pride deeply ingrained in his bloodline. Since the heavens and earth were created, the world was formed by the gods, and our ancient spiritual race also appeared at the same time. We follow the gods to conquer the universe and defeat powerful enemies. Van Than sneered contemptuously and said, "With your strength, you think you can help the gods fight in battles? What can you possibly do?" Dao Wu glanced at Van Than and continued to reveal the true role of the old spirit beings. Of course they are not worthy. Those who fight directly with the gods are creatures with unclear forms, deformed and strange, each with their own world. Our main responsibility is to deal with the monsters within their worlds. His voice was steady, like the ones you call dungeon monsters, such as goblins, giants, zombies, and so on, are all descendants of the prisoners we captured from other worlds. After thousands of years of evolution, Dao Wu thought for a moment and then continued to make a guess. In my opinion, those with fierce temperaments are sent to dungeons or dangerous areas for you to level up, while a few gentle ones can even be domesticated to become mounts, pets, or summoned beasts. Van Than narrowed his eyes and posed the key question. Are monsters creatures from another world? So originally, the human world only had your Ko-Lin clan. You remained silent, pondering that some creatures like pigs, cows, chickens, and goats are not combatants, but mainly food, while beings in your world may have evolved into some kind of monster dungeon. Van Than continued to ask, so why did your Ko-Lin clan fall into a deep sleep nearly 1,000,000 years ago? So why did you suddenly wake up again? Dao Wu sighed bitterly, his voice filled with rare helplessness. I don't know about that. I just suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep. When I woke up, I was already in Huyen Long's territory. His voice slowed, tinged with doubt. After waking up, I immediately asked the other ancient spirit beings and found they were the same. It seemed the entire race was sleeping at the same time. Whether there are exceptions, I don't know, but my strength isn't at the peak level. Maybe the great emperors would know something. Van Than spoke solemnly, making a terrifying judgment. So, how many ancient spirit beings are there in Huyen Long territory? How many of the emperor-level existences do you speak of? It seems the disaster is not only affecting the Huyen Long nation, but the entire human world. Dao Wu quickly replied, his voice no longer hiding, estimating around 700,000 N. But I don't know the number of great emperors, probably no more than 4. Called the 4 Directions Ancient Emperors. He chuckled lightly. Compared to nearly 10 billion humans, it's truly too few. Van Than softly repeats the number, a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. Compared to nearly 10 billion humans, it's truly too few. Dao Wu immediately corrects himself, his voice carrying a heavy sense of nostalgia. It should have been 1 billion, all stemming from a great war. Furthermore, Lord Van Than, it seems you have misunderstood. During that era, humanity was not only composed of the ancient spirit clan, we are just one of many races among them. He spoke in a deep voice, emphasizing the root of all tragedies. Other races also had angels, ancient giants, ancestral beastmen, and so on. Each race has its own territory, and eventually they all fell into a state of slumber like ours. The current area of Huyen Long Nation is the territory of the ancient spirit race from 1,000,000 years ago. His voice gradually became distant as he spoke of the age when gods ruled, a time when other races likely awakened within their ancient territories. That year, the gods gathered all races in the world to conquer the universe, destroying each world one by one, with every victory making the world stronger, richer in creatures and resources, thereby strengthening the entire race and making the next battle easier. Dao Wu's voice suddenly grew serious when mentioning the turning point of fate. When we thought we would always win, an unseen enemy appeared, calling themselves the Demon Wing from the dark world led by the mighty Shadow God, emerging from the chaos of countless worlds with strength equal to ours. Every word he uttered was heavy as a stone. Soon after, war broke out between the two sides, a devastating 1,000-year-long battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, the two gods of the two worlds seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. He seeks peace to end the conflict. Van Thon turns to ask the person beside him for their opinion. Little Da, do you know what he's talking about? Da replied vaguely, having heard similar rumors before. It's all in the distant past. I wasn't even born then. Her voice grew solemn as she mentioned the most terrifying
Existences, but some people definitely know they were born alongside the dark world, and a few of them are still alive today. Namely the first 7 of the 72 demon pillars.
Duanya sighed softly, her voice tinged with fear and reverence. Honestly, they are the true monsters, far surpassing the remaining pillars in strength. If you want to get anything from them, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in your lifetime. Dao Wu continued, his voice calmer than before. Overall, after the battle with the Dark World, the number of humans sharply declined, from a peak of 1 billion to only 500,000. Other races probably aren't much better than us either. His tone became more cautious when mentioning the biggest secret. That very battle also seemed to reveal something earth-shattering to many emperor-level powerhouses. They all searched for the divine, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. Maybe they are all dead. Dead? Could it be that the divine beings of mankind were involved? In the end, what did they discover? Dao Wu shook his head helplessly and sighed. I don't know. That's not something I have the right to know. He suddenly remembered something, his voice tinged with interest. Yes, after taking over Dongvan City, I read quite a few of your books and found an interesting thing. Your mythologies contain many records about my Ko-Lin tribe. Dao Wu continued, most of it is one-sided and far from the truth, but coincidentally, some information can be cross-checked, such as the names of a few emperor-level powerhouses like Pangu, Banko, Xuan-U, An, Hien Vian, Jade Emperor, and so on. Other races also have many legends passed down, like Odin, Rama, Amaterasu, and so forth. But in the end, those emperor-level powerhouses disappeared after seeking the gods. Van Shen sighed softly, his eyes deep as if looking through time. So that's how it is if my guess is correct. The races that existed millions of years ago may have disappeared, but their traces still remain over time, gradually turning into various mythological legends. He slightly curled his lips. Now that they have awakened and manifested in the mortal world, isn't that the myth coming to life? That's why it's called the myth version. After exhausting all the memories I can recall, Dao Wu bowed his head and admitted his limitations, his voice filled with clear helplessness. Lord Van Thon, I have said everything I know. After all, my position in the Old Spirit clan is still far from the highest level, and my knowledge is limited. After hearing all the testimony, Van Thon quietly pondered, his gaze deepening. So, it's really strange. If what he said is true, then what is the purpose of the divine beings activating the mythic version? To deal with the demon race? Impossible. The demon seed is not suppressed by their bloodline. Moreover, the human race 1,000 years ago, even during prosperity, now has a small population and may not be much stronger than the current billions of humans. After a moment of silence, he shifted to another topic. The last question, I see that your ancient spirit clan all have a common skill called chi condensation. What is that skill used for? Dao Wu immediately explained, that is how our ancient spirit clan's cultivation method differs from yours humans, mainly divided into 2 types. Van Thane pondered slowly. One is using the method of condensing chi to absorb world chi force into the body to strengthen oneself. A certain thought appeared in his mind. The other is similar to how you kill alien monsters and absorb their energy to become stronger, like how you kill monsters for experience, points to level up. Van Than closed his eyes and tried to activate his skill, sensing the unfamiliar energy gathering around his body. World energy. Let me see what you can do. The sense of halting the chi feels familiar, yet strange, prompting me to open my eyes and quickly analyze the nature of the energy that just touched my body. Sure enough, I can feel some forces gathering within me. It's probably the world chi force you mentioned. The world chi force is similar to magic, but it seems to be more advanced and comprehensive than magic. Magic power, even dark magic, all seem incomplete, like my own deficiencies. Just as Van Than was sensing it, the flow of world chi force suddenly dispersed, causing him to frown slightly. What's going on? The world energy absorption has dispersed again. Dao Wu sighed and revealed the fatal limitation. The concentration of world energy in this world is much thinner than in our era. Even if forced to absorb it, it cannot be retained in the body and will ultimately disperse outside. That explains why, even though we don't know why our strength is greater after waking up, we can't progress any further. Reflecting on Dao Wu's earlier words, Van Than ponders the changes with a deep thought. Thin? The first thing Xiao Da said when he arrived in the human world was that the spiritual energy in the air was too sparse. Could it be that the human world 1,000 years ago and the dark world are the same, with dense spiritual energy in the air? And Duan Da continues comparing the cultivation paths with a clear contrasting tone. From what you say, the way your Ko-Len clan strengthens seems quite similar to demonic weapons. But the demon race mainly relies on absorbing dark energy from the air using demon spirit stones, then further absorbing dark energy from the stones to enhance themselves. Do you recognize this? He examined it carefully, then shook his head, denying he had seen it before. But within it, there is indeed a world force concentration that is extremely dense, nearly matching that of the human world 1,000,000 years ago, even slightly higher. Wait a minute, that's not right. The world chi force in this demon crystal is incomplete. Incomplete means the kind of power similar to you humans, the soul chi force. Van Shin grasped the key point and slowly pushed the issue deeper. Missing piece, so the demon race also lacks soul energy like humans? Is it intentional or just a coincidence? A knock on the door interrupts the tense atmosphere. Come in. The door slowly opened and Tram Sin stepped in calmly, his voice filled with pride. Van Than, everything you instructed has been arranged, but there are still some matters that require your intervention. He continued to explain the difficulty, saying, Our slave collars can't be removed at the moment, so we can only ask for your help. Van Than nodded and kicked Dao Wu lightly. Fine. Tell them to line up one by one. His cold voice rang out. This item can be used to Jai Chu the highest level of bloodline suppression. Hand it over to you to handle and remember not to kill him. Make full use of it. Receive the order. Tram Sin laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't worry. We have experience with this. We guarantee that even if he tries to harm us, he won't succeed. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the slave collar on Dao Wu's neck, and the slave collar, could Van Than calmly confirm. That's right. I can use that now too, and Thuong Dao Vu's storage pouch also has 180 slave collars, plus the ones about to be removed. Now it's our turn as humans to enslave the Ko-Lin race. Over the following period, Van Than helps humans transfer their false titles to free themselves from slavery and then gives the Ko-Lin race the soul-engraved collars to use. From this point on, Dongvan City became the first human city to enslave the Ko-Lin clan in return, something no one had ever dared to imagine before. And the one who achieved this feat naturally became the object of worship for everyone. Countless messengers of the faith also begged to follow, their reputation spreading, hearts gathering, and pleas filled with despair and hope. In Huyanlong, many humans still suffer oppression and slavery. Begging Van Tianqiu to lead us in destroying the Ko-Lin clan and saving Huyanlong, we are willing to sacrifice our lives and obey your commands, we beg you. Someone else stepped forward, speaking in a deep but sincere voice, placing all hope in the person before him. Van Than, you are the hope of humanity. Besides relying on you, I can't think of any other way to save this country. Please agree, Van Than did not immediately accept, calmly responding. There are stronger members in the Ko-Lin clan than me. I can't do it alone, and my younger sister is still uncertain whether she's alive or dead. At least I need to save her first before I can think about the rest. On the other side, Kansin is also making full use of the former clan leader, Thuong Dao Wu, simply arranging for substitute cultivators to take turns fighting him non-stop for 24 hours until the bloodline suppression is lifted, then switching to others. During that time, 3 healing-type transferals were constantly responsible for treatment, healing near death only to continue fighting, repeating this cycle. Van Than approached Than Lin's hospital room, looked at her through the glass, and lowered his voice. Is Deep Than Lin still not awake? Tram Sin replied softly, with rare empathy. Not yet. Although the Thea wound has healed, the mental exhaustion is very hard to recover from. That child has no idea how long they've been running away, rarely sleeping peacefully. He hesitated and cautiously asked, Do we need to force her to wake up? I should also leave Dongvan City now. There have been too many things happening lately. I need to gather all the information clearly. My thoughts continue to swirl deeply in my mind. According to Thuong Dao Wu, The human world 1,000 years ago had a demon energy concentration in the air comparable to the dark world, which is completely different from now. So what exactly happened during that period? You keep comparing the strength of different factions, and the more you think about it, the more it seems off. Moreover, back then, humans could fight on equal footing with demon clans, indicating their strength wasn't too different, at least not as divided as it is now in the current human world. Don't say that the number of divine generals defending the nation is far behind the 72 evil pillars. Just considering the lower-tier strength, one demon race is as strong as 2 human transmigrants, but quickly a contradiction emerges. That's not right. This doesn't explain the attribute issue of the ancients. Based on the attributes we've seen before, the ancient spirit race should dominate the demon race.
Van Shin reconstructed the comparison model, and the numbers appeared clearly.
Suppose the standard for normal transmigrators is 1, and rare transmigrators are 2, then the demon species would normally be equivalent to 2, also 2. But the attribute of the ancient spirit clan is 1.5 times that of rare transmigrators, meaning 3. With such strength, it's impossible to just fight evenly with the demon race. From there, he deduced 2 possibilities, each leading to different consequences. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either Thuong Daovu is lying, or there is another reason. Moreover, Thuong Daovu also said that after waking up, their strength is greater than before. It is very likely that something happened while he was asleep, causing the power of the entire ancient spirit clan to increase by 1 level, surpassing the demon race. Another clue that Van Than cannot ignore. Additionally, there is one more point that concerns me about suppressing bloodlines. Practical experience shows that bloodline suppression is like a weakened version of life layer suppression. Moreover, both share the trait of not being related to the target's own strength. The body in the temporal chaos causes suppression for Xiaoya, but it doesn't affect me at all, someone weaker than her in strength. Similarly, even the weak ancient spirits can suppress the 3 realm transferers who are much stronger. After a moment of contemplation, he made some temporary decisions. If my judgment is correct, then suppressing bloodlines is essentially suppressing levels of life. The reason the suppression effect is limited is because the gap in levels of life isn't significant. Each line of thought appeared in his mind like that, continuing his old way of reasoning.
Suppose the lifespan level of humanity is 1, then the lifespan level of the ancient spirits that can suppress humanity must be 2.
Level 1.5. The demon seed is not suppressed by humanity or the ancient spirits, so its level of existence should be around 1.5, between level 1. The supreme beings Yu Wei are the 2 gods capable of crushing all races. The level of existence could be 5, 8, or even 10. As for the void, I cannot clearly see the appearance or the corpse in the chaotic flow of time and space. The life level is probably comparable to a god or slightly weaker. But all of this is just speculation and may not be accurate. Even the ancient spirit clan still holds many secrets. Where did they finally fall asleep? What was the purpose of sleeping deeply? What is the purpose of the divine beings awakening them? It's already late at night. Van Shin gave up trying to think further, unable to figure out more information. Guessing is useless. Better sleep first. Tomorrow I still have to find out about Von Tuong. I also don't know how Teacher Ha is doing right now. In another place, in a different room, Duan Ye is curled up in bed, trembling as if haunted by a nightmare. The buried memories in Duanda's heart surface, as Andre's ancient, cold, and contemptuous voice echoes with deadly intent. Demoness Duanda, with your destructive intent, do you really deserve to be a clan king with this strength? A cold, mocking laugh echoes through the silent space, full of contempt and ridicule. He stood high above, as if recalling something, deliberately prolonging his words to deepen the old wound. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot that your previous life as a king was also your mother, whom I killed, including your father and all the demons close to you. He continued to laugh loudly, his voice full of the triumph of a victor. All the strong have been slaughtered by me. No wonder they put a weakling like you on the throne. Ha ha ha. Even though Duan Ye is in a weak position, his voice remains steady and unwavering. They only sacrificed themselves to protect their people and fell into your trap willingly. But I am not like them. Her aura flared fiercely, each word spoken like a vow of life and death. I, Duan Ya, will never submit to slavery in my entire life. My life is mine to decide. Even if my clan is destroyed or I must die, I will definitely kill them. Andre calmly interrupted, his voice like delivering a verdict. You can't do it, because the moment you must die is coming. At that moment, the murderous intent surged to its peak, and his massive foot stomped down powerfully, causing Don Da to suddenly wake up from that nightmare. A ragged breath echoes in the darkness, but the nightmare's grip has not yet loosened. Don Da suddenly wakes in the night, cold sweat soaking through, voice filled with fury and resentment. Damn it, I keep dreaming of that damn thing again. As long as I haven't killed him, I can't escape this nightmare. She clenched her fist and said my life belongs only to me, and how I use it is my right. No one is allowed to interfere. No one at all. In another place, Then Lin had just woken up from a long sleep. Vanthan sat by the bed and saw this, smiling happily. You're awake. Then Lin opened her eyes wide, overwhelmed with emotion, then sat up and hugged Vanthan.
Ah, it's Van Kaka. It's not a dream. I finally meet Van Kaka again, and it's Van Kaka who is alive.
Vanthan felt a bit helpless at this scene. Hey, calm down first. Vanthan chuckled softly, with a teasing tone, and said, So you think you've seen me die before? His eyes grew serious as he slowly asked, What exactly have you been through all these years? Why was she chased by the Ko Lin Yan?
And from Jiangdai she fled to Dongvanthai. What is the situation in Jiangdai now?
Then Lin sighed, her voice growing somber. It was already broken long ago. The war was fierce back then, and the dean, professors, and senior students were all sent to the front lines. She continued to tell her story, her voice mixed with both relief and sorrow. But then the situation turned around as the evil demon clan withdrew their troops. Many students were able to return to the academy, but the internal defenses remained very weak. Luckily, Ms. Ha stayed behind, and even luckier, Van Duong's younger sister was there too. Vanthan hesitated, his voice revealing his concern. Van Duong, is she also going to the front lines? Then Lin tried to reassure your worry. Big brother Van, stay calm. There is something you need to understand clearly. Thanlin looked straight ahead, her words full of pride and trust. In your eyes, Van Duong may seem like a fragile, harmless little sister who only does housework. But in our eyes, you have awakened a rare talent in the time system and are an incredibly trustworthy teammate. Vanthan fell silent for a moment. I guess I caused trouble. It seems that while I was away, she has also grown a lot. And then what happened next? She continued to tell, her voice becoming more serious when recalling what had transpired. The most terrifying thing in battle is always the lack of intelligence. At first, no one knew about the bloodline suppression of the Ko Lin Yin, and their sudden loss of strength caught us off guard. Even Ko Ha nearly got killed. Fen Lin clenched her fists, recalling the life and death moment when Van Duong paid a heavy price to reverse time for everyone, giving us a chance to fight again. Her voice carried a tone of genuine respect. Ha also took the opportunity to bring out many divine-grade tools to support, successfully eliminating the attacking group of ancient spirits and leading us out of Jiangdai. The story gradually leads to the present, revealing the clear picture of the situation. Then Ha cooperates with the survivors at the military base to build a large underground stronghold in a secret location in Jiangnan province, stabilizing the situation and maintaining a defensive stance for now, making counterattacks difficult. Vanthan frowned slightly, saying Van Duong paid a huge price to turn back time. Thanlin replied hesitantly, Yes, turning back time for everyone isn't a joke. That terrifying skill must have extremely serious side effects. Fortunately, Xiaoha is like a living treasure, using divine-grade tools without hesitation and easily eliminating all side effects. Vanthan listened silently and helplessly, thinking to himself, that is indeed the image of Xiaoha, in my impression. Then what is the reason for your being hunted down? She calmly replied, With limited resources and so many people to feed, are we just going to wait to starve? Thanlin explained briefly, her eyes showing exhaustion. Everyone discussed and then split into groups to take turns searching for supplies. I just happened to be unlucky enough to run into Ko Lin Yan while looking for supplies, panic, and ran away, and was chased all the way here. Vanthan softly reassures, I will take you back. Where is Miss Ha's base? She replied softly, Not far from Jiangda. He acted without hesitation. All right, then let's head back to Jiangnan province. The scene shifts to the teleportation array leading to Dongvan City. Among the crowd, whispers of worry spread endlessly. Do we still have to leave? Without Van Tien Q here, how long can the Dongvan clan survive? Maybe we should leave too. Where to? Right now, this might be the safest place in the country. Sigh, if only Van Tianxiao would lead us out on a mission. Tuan Dan sighed. Vanthan Tramsin stepped forward, patting his shoulder in comfort. Elder Fan, I understand your thoughts, but Vanthan is not a soldier like you. I cannot use righteousness to force him to give up his plans to meet loved ones. A voice full of anger and frustration rang out. Damn you, Vanthan. I still want you to lead me to kill more ancient spirits. Why are you leaving like that? Are you keeping your promise or not? Instead of getting angry, Vanshin calmly replied, I kept my promise to help you lift the bloodline suppression, so why wouldn't I keep my word? Thanlin looked around and softly said to him, Van Kaka, it seems no one is willing to let you go. He remained calm and untroubled. Staying in Dongvan City no longer held much meaning. Even if I wanted to help everyone, I alone couldn't do it. It's best to reunite with Koha before deciding what to do next. Van Than took a deep breath, his gaze fixed into the distance, finally about to meet Von Duong again.
I wonder how she is now, and Miss Ha as well. They must have made many plans. The teleportation array, which seemed to have succeeded, suddenly faded away. He shouted, "Why is the teleportation array not working? Where is Shang Da Wu?
Hurry and bring him here."
Tram Sin Da Dao Vu approached Van Than and said, "We were originally planning to wait here to see you off and then continue fighting, and might as well take you along."
You show no mercy as you tightly grip his neck. Van Than coldly questions, "What did you do to the teleportation array?" Dao Vu panicked, flailing his limbs wildly.
"I only ordered to modify the formation to be one way so it can't be entered from outside.
Not only to prevent enemies from escaping, but also to trap those who think this place is safe and teleport them here." Van Than Ko waited for him to continue explaining, then threw him straight to Tram Sin's group to keep fighting. His desperate screams echoed.
"Ah, no, please."
Van Shin sighed softly. It seems the only way is to use the most foolish method. Elsewhere, Van Shin's people gathered in a place. In the council chamber, Tram Sin's voice carried concern. Van Than, currently unable to use the teleportation array, must walk there himself to reach Jiangdai. He continued to analyze the dangers on the way, but Jiangdai is extremely far from Dongyun City, requiring passage through many cities and monster territory instances, which have long been occupied by the Kolin people. The monster territories have expanded wildly due to the lack of human management, making the journey extremely dangerous, and the townspeople also agree with Tram Sin's opinion. That's right. Maybe it would be better if we went with you to support each other. Van Than was a bit confused.
"You want to go with the Dukich army too?" He was not at all hesitant. On the contrary, he continued speaking with clear determination.
"Not only that, but we will also summon the city's professional players to form a defensive army. Our target is also Jiangnan University like you, so we can reclaim the lost territory while on the move." Single arrow hits 2 targets. Van Than panicked. Is this trying to recruit me into the alliance? Thenlin took a step forward, her gaze serious and rare in its firmness as she voiced her support. "Brother Van, I also agree with the captain's plan.
The forces at Director He's stronghold have been depleted over time and are now limited. If you can lead them to safety, it would be a tremendous boost to the stronghold's strength."
Van Than was silent for a moment, thoughts flashing through his mind. Huyen Long Kingdom had been taken over by the Kolin. Even if I find Von Duong, the safest place is still Teacher Ha's stronghold. If there's a chance to strengthen the stronghold, of course that would be on best. After a moment of silence, Van Than nodded. His voice was no longer hesitant.
"All right, then let's go together. With Master Haha's protection over Von Duong, I don't need to rush."
Tram Sin laughed heartily, a look of relief on his face. "Ha ha ha, with you accompanying us, we feel at ease." Tuan Dan looked directly at Van Than, his eyes full of hope.
"Van Thien Kuo, since the Revenge Army hasn't chosen a leader yet, I think no one is more suitable than you." You immediately shook your head in refusal and said, "I am just an unranked cultivator. I can't bear the lives of so many professionals."
"This time we're just companions. The leader should choose someone else." The scene is set in the central square of the Holy Empire's capital. Shouts echoed one after another, filled with fervent worship. "Great angel, great angel." The voices overlap. "Angel of the Lord." Amidst the gaze of thousands of followers, the angel standing above speaks. "Our awakening is a blessing from the gods, and also their will. You were born on this ancestral land, and despite your imperfections, we will uphold virtue and protect you from chaos." Her voice becomes solemn, as if conveying a sacred mission. "And I will continue to fulfill the divine mission, bestowing blessings upon you, loyal followers. Let us begin praying today. Pray for the gods to hear our hearts." The believers below quietly close their eyes, and the voice echoes like a ritual. Praying among the sea of worshippers, a cold voice echoed as if it didn't belong here. If you had awakened earlier, the coldness would have shown in every word of that person. "Now it's all too late," the Pope said calmly. "How is the progress?" The one called out appears, the Grand Commander. Grand Commander bowed respectfully and said, "Your Holiness, everything is ready. We can begin now." The Pope's gaze suddenly turned terrifyingly strange. "Good. Then let's begin." Elsewhere, streams of dark energy appeared, along with the emergence of several other spiritual beings. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as the angel's voice echoed, "This is the holy war." Her face shows horror, filled with extreme fear. A sin. A catastrophe. The scene shifts to another place, inside the prison of the war fortress, where faint cries for help echo. Help, fellow citizens! That person is trembling, their voice breaking, as if her strength was gradually fading. Please, fellow citizens, come to our aid. The cry for help keeps echoing. Help is needed. Lucy's face changed, and she appeared to be overwhelmed with confusion.
What is going on? What exactly is happening outside? Who is calling? Why do I feel this way?
The pain spreading through her body was beyond endurance. She screamed in such agony. Lucy's wings begin to change from black to pure white as she panically realizes the transformation happening within her body. The dark magic is being rejected. My destiny is returning to its original angelic form. Are you joking? How could something like that possibly happen and still be okay? Her voice broke because she couldn't believe it. Half of the dark magic had dissipated. Why is this happening?
Could it really be a divine blessing, or was I not supposed to fall into temptation in the first place?
Who am I? Li Tianqin. Who is Li Tianqin? Why me? What should I do? What am I really?
Lucy's annoyed voice rang out, full of frustration.
Bon died. That useless trash of a soul doesn't realize people are thinking seriously. If you don't hurry up and eat, you come in here every day repeating those lines. I'm going crazy listening to it.
That damn woman, if you think it's okay, cut your hand. Otherwise, with vines growing from the branches of the choking world, do you think you're worthy of sensing my presence?
Who would bother to feel someone? That trash was beaten into a tiny size. At least it was defeated by Vanthan, unlike the filth that a third realm woman like you was defeated by.
Lucy immediately became angry, enunciating each word sharply. You call whom a piece of trash?
And moreover, she is not a woman. She is elder sister Lu Diulin.
Suddenly a shout rang out. On, just die! Xiaojing interjected, saying, arguing is wrong. The master hates it. And if you don't be quiet, I'll hit you.
Now Tianzheng sighed in frustration, looking annoyed, and then more trouble appeared. All day long it's just the master. The master, this little troublemaker, is even more annoying than that woman.
He chuckled strangely, his voice full of malice, and said, no matter how much you scream, Yunshen will never listen to you.
Ha ha! Hearing that, Xiao Jing's face crumpled as if about to cry, his voice trembling before he burst into tears, full of grievance.
You're talking nonsense. Clearly the master likes Xiao Jing the most. He's just busy and doesn't have time to play with him. Wah, wah, wah. Tianzheng wouldn't cry like that just because he saw this. Of course there's a reason to cry. She carries noble emotions on her body just like I do.
That is what they call love. She laughed faintly, full of contempt. You're such an idiot you can't even remember your own name. So how could you remember others, let alone understand that feeling? Suddenly those words seemed to strike a nerve deep inside Tianzheng, making him pause and reflect. His voice carried a sense of emptiness, self-mockery. I have always been a servant of the gods, just a parasite in others' bodies, mechanically giving tasks and rewards, merely an outsider watching and manipulating others' lives. That is my very existence.
Tianzheng's emotions sank deeply, filled with an unprecedented sense of alienation. Now that I have lost contact with the divine, I cannot fulfill my mission, and I no longer even know what I am.
An unfamiliar emotion rose up, uncontrollable. An emptiness, never felt before, overwhelmed me, to the point that I even felt jealous of those two fools making a fool of themselves as Lucy and Xiao Jing's teasing voices echoed behind. Sister Diolin, come pick me up quickly. The master has summoned the little demon. At this moment, Wei Qin finally became more alert, with a thoughtful expression. I've never promised anything to the god. Serving him is only natural. But since losing contact, that feeling has gradually faded. Now, I even feel like I don't care what that guy is like anymore. At least Vanthan still gives me feedback, so making a deal with him isn't impossible. At the schoolyard, everyone stood in line in good spirits to prepare their costumes. I don't know what our Revenge Squad's uniform will look like, but it should be impressive and powerful.
Powerful, as the equipment strength is also very important. The young ladies, who are seamstresses by profession, are getting impatient with the chaos and loudly scold. Everyone be quiet. If your clothes don't fit because of your disorder, you'll be the ones crying.
At that moment, Duan Ya was standing in a corner and saw everything clearly. She was a bit intrigued by the current situation. The Revenge Army, war is indeed not a bad idea. I must seize this opportunity. At that moment, she was smiling with a very sinister expression but was accidentally seen by Thanlin. Of course, she recognized Duan Ya and was a bit afraid of her. I remember that person is Van Kaka's maid, but for some reason, she always gives me a very comfortable feeling. Suddenly, Duan Datoy smiled, turned to her, and pulled her to his side. I believe your name is Deep Than Lin, right?
Come here. I happen to have something I want to ask you about. Back in the serious meeting room, Tuan Dan quickly reported the situation.
Van Thien Q, the Revenge Army has now recruited all members, including 4 third-tier transmitters,
51 second-tier transmitters, and 67 ancient spirit slaves. Based on what he said about the newly recruited domineering members, all pseudo-professions have had their bloodline suppression level A lifted.
I have to say that Kang Dawu, as a punching bag, truly has top-tier quality. Tram Sin also adds to that. In addition, although a few more fake professions want to change jobs and join, considering their combat strength, they will stay in the city to support the reconstruction. Van Than agreed after hearing this. In fact, the first class change mostly only affects logistics. It would be better to focus on rebuilding.
Then suddenly he asked, But are you not afraid that even the Kolin Nyan you bring into battle might betray you?
Don't worry, most of those ancient spirits are soft-hearted and value their lives. He even confidently said that they don't mind killing their own kind, as internal conflicts among the ancient spirits have been happening for thousands of years. Van Than sighed in admiration at these words. It has always been like this. Begging for life is an instinct that no creature can resist, and in his heart he also silently thought. Of course, there are many who are willing to risk their lives to stay true to their beliefs, but overall, they are few. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Tram Sin politely took his leave.
Van Than plans to have the army ready in 2 days, and then we will set out. If there's nothing else, we will return first.
Of course, Van Than agreed immediately. Yes. Watching the figures of my 2 teammates leave, my worries grew even more.
This expedition might encounter quite a few tough opponents. As for me, my current ability to lift bloodline suppression is only at level A, and leveling up is making you feel confused.
Previously, facing the level B bloodline suppression of heavenly artifact origin, I only needed a moment to Jai-Chu it.
But when confronting Shangda Wu, it took 5 seconds.
If I encounter a level S bloodline suppression or even higher, how long will it take me? Just as you hesitated, a sizzling sound suddenly came from somewhere. So it turns out that little Jing appeared and said that the owner, the second soul, wants to see you. Vanshin immediately agreed.
You just took out the item that contained Tianzheng and wondered if he had finally come to a realization. Without hesitation, you quickly released Tianzheng outside. He just appeared and hurriedly asked, Kid, I have thought a lot these days. Trading with you is not impossible. If I give you everything I have, you can surely help me find my past.
Van Than responds sincerely, I can't be sure, especially since your body's whereabouts are unknown. And even if we find it, it might not help. I can only say, I will do my best to help you. You've been in my body for so long that you should know I always do what I say. Your words make Tianzheng sneer and say, truly, a honest person. Kid, do you really understand what I can give you? He confidently and arrogantly explained the benefits of cooperating with him, starting with attribute values. Free day, I can give you 100 points to freely increase strength, willpower, agility, or stamina. There are also countless beginner skill books, skill points, and rare S-grade materials. I can confidently say that if you want, I have everything here. Is that all? Just 100? Your attitude makes Tianzheng uncomfortable, and he continues, 100 is too little? An ordinary profession master can only increase all attributes by 5 and gain 5 free attribute points per level, plus he listed many other benefits. You also know that the further into the late game, the more experience is needed to level up. Once you reach level 90, even if a fake profession wants to go up a level, it can take several months, or even longer. Level 90, but with my help, you might not even need to level up and still gain attribute values far beyond theirs every day. Of course, Van Than was hardly trusting and calmly questioned, I know, but your stockpile can't be just this much. And for rare materials, you only provide S or S+ quality, don't you? Facing your demand, Tianzheng sighed helplessly, what do you really think of me? Then he explained, first you must understand that I am not a god and have no creative abilities. Even gods cannot let all their creations be taken and used at will. What I currently possess are previous stockpiles I privately acquired. He listed each matter clearly and in detail, such as attribute values, skill points, and materials, all of which are mandatory daily mission rewards. So I asked the god for a large amount first, with the highest quality materials being S rank, because in the end it was just a daily mission reward, as long as you work out every day to get it. Can I also give you an S rank? Besides, he added, the others I can only give you empty weapon blueprints. That is the reward item I created when issuing the mission to wipe out the Divine Corpse. Previously, at that moment, the information panel appeared, showing an effective weapon design with no restrictions. Just input the materials to craft the corresponding weapon, with the quality and effectiveness depending on the materials used. I see. So what you have are only mission-related rewards, and even the rewards need to be approved in advance. In your heart, you still secretly think that using company funds also requires approval from superiors. It seems the god doesn't fully trust the second soul. When it comes to this, Tianqin finally said, "So if you want more, you have to let me restore contact with the god. But with your caution, I doubt you would do that." Seeing that he understood me this way, Van Thon didn't mind admitting it.
Of course you still feel proud inside. If you secretly inform the god of humanity, wouldn't I be doomed?
Next, you have a question to ask. So why is the daily attribute value limited and not all given to me at once? Tianzheng honestly replied,
Because everything I have is a creation of the gods and not born into this world. He explained the consequences of giving Van Thon too many resources. And if I gave you too much at once, it would affect the world.
The daily limit of 100 points is already the maximum. You wouldn't want to attract the attention of the gods and have your position sealed because of it, right?
The things you usually eat to increase attributes are originally from this world, so eating as much as you want is fine.
As we speak normally, his voice suddenly rises sharply, without any exaggeration, and he says, "What I can give can drive anyone crazy, even elevate an ordinary weak person to the peak of the world."
With such great benefits, you still can't give me the past I want? Van Than replied with a very calm attitude. I can only try. Your indifferent attitude makes Tianqin furious, and he roars.
Kid, you have to understand, what I want is not just a test, but certainty, absolutely certain, or the deal is off.
You will never receive any help from me for the rest of your life. He stepped closer to Van Shen and tried to persuade him. Without me, you wouldn't be here today.
You know better than anyone the value I hold. Now, I just want a definite answer.
It's that simple. You have no reason to refuse. Quickly give me your answer.
Say what I want to hear. Obviously, he can't do anything. It instead makes you argue. Talking more is useless. If you can't do it, then you just can't. If your body has already been discarded as waste by some gluttonous monster, then no matter how hard I try, I can't find it. Your stubbornness has infuriated Tianjing to the point of causing a riot.
Are you stupid?
I just want a promise, and you can't even understand that.
Where is your intelligence at last?
He cursed Van Than repeatedly. You fool, you idiot. The deal is off. I came to find you because I was blind. Obviously, you just needed to tell one lie. A person who doesn't even know how to deceive has no right to negotiate with me.
Van Than retorted irritably as he listened to him rambling on. At the last words, his voice hardened. I don't want any more deception. Tianqin was stunned by his words. Seeing that he remained silent, Van Than decided to bring him back. The matter is settled. You should go back. However, Tianjing suddenly shouted, Van Shen, wait. What else do you want after his action? At this moment, Tianjing, while leisurely freeing himself from the ropes, muttered angrily, Damn it, this was an unfair and loss-making deal, but compared to working for the gods for free, you clearly benefit more. He reached out his hand in front of Van Shen, showing his willingness to agree to the deal. All right, I agree. Van Than also didn't hesitate to shake hands with him, and the deal was successful. Then the system displayed a notification. The final mission to help the second soul find its past failed and was punished. No, I don't want the reward for the mission. At this moment, inside the meeting room, Tianjing and Van Shen had completed the transaction. At that moment, Tianqin proposed, Let's reach an agreement. Now we're family, so why don't you remove these vines first, or I won't be able to fully unleash my power. Of course, Van Than will remove the vines from him, but he still has to do something to keep this guy in check. Complete removal is impossible. I still don't fully trust you. Although you let him move freely, I also remind you that this can restrain your power, prevent you from informing the divine being, and make it easier for you to act. After Van Than untied his bonds and placed the 2 control rings on his wrists, Tianqin didn't seem uncomfortable. Instead, he was full of excitement and said, Not bad, then I'll start now. He quickly added a few attribute points to Van Than, starting with the 100 points for today. You can allocate your attribute points wherever you like. Van Than immediately checked his status board with 100 unused attribute points. The numbers on the panel made him gasp in surprise. 100 unused attribute points. Despite being mentally prepared, he still felt it was truly extravagant. After some thought, he decided to allocate more points to the 2 attributes. As always, he poured everything into physical strength and intelligence. Adding HP and MP will extend the duration of the 10,000 Night Wheel technique and improve my resistance against the strongest enemies. At this moment, Tianjing mentioned something to Van Than, but he suddenly remembered as well. And the design in his mind, you promised to wait a moment, I think I still have some in stock. After searching for a while, he also took that out. Found it. What he handed over is a space affinity talent, S plus quality and effective.
allowing the user to utilize space skills. Van Than was amazed and exclaimed, "Space affinity talent? You even hid such a good item?" Tianzheng chuckled and revealed, "I have prepared this for you long ago. Do you remember the dark disciple you defeated in the freshman exchange? He is a space mage." He hesitated a bit and explained why he only now took out this good item. "Back then you picked up a basic space mage skill, but because you lacked the space affinity talent, you couldn't learn it. I think I will assign you related missions later, so I asked my family for the reward first." However, Thien Chin also made some excuses, but then saw that you needed something else, so I put this mission on hold. Over time, I completely forgot. Van Than, helpless because of his goldfish brain, exclaimed, "He's really an untrustworthy person." At that moment, to save time, Tianzheng calmly said, "Anyway, keeping me around is useless, so consider it an extra benefit for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot the space talent into Van Than's forehead. Immediately, the system notified that the spatial mastery talent S+ was acquired without hesitation, and Van Shin was eager to try out his new gift, curious about the effects when combining space skills with others. After a few days of preparation, the Revenge Army officially set out. Their plan was to reach Jiangnan University as their final destination and reclaim all the human cities along the way. Even with Van Than accompanying, this journey isn't going to be as smooth as you think. At night, in the rest camp, Van Than, seeing Than Lin sneaking around mysteriously, gave up and asked, "Deep Than Lin, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Than Lin hid behind your back, looked around hurriedly, and asked anxiously, "Vanka, your beautiful maid isn't here, right?" He helplessly replied, "She went for a walk." "What do you want to find her for?" With a serious face, Than Lin emphasized that, "Isn't that what we said? It's better that she's not here. I suspect she has something unclean." This made Van Than stare in surprise and say, "What?" Before you could understand what Than Lin was saying, she bitterly told Van Ka that the maid was very unstable, just being near her made her uncomfortable, and she wanted to slap her in the face. Hearing her say she wanted to beat Don Da made you feel chills. Your thoughts are truly dangerous. Since only the two of us are here right now, Than Lin dares to voice her suspicions about Don Da. "Brother Van, you also know that I am a Taoist priestess specializing in exorcising evil spirits and monsters. After becoming a celestial master in my third transformation, this ability was enhanced, but I didn't expect it to react to that maid. She definitely has a problem." Seeing her overthinking everything, Van Than explained in a low voice, "Don't think too much. Xiaoya is the demon queen I brought back from the dark world. I hide her identity to prevent unnecessary chaos and hatred. After all, the demon queen and humans have been fighting for years, and the resentment runs too deep." His words not only confused Than Lin, but also led him to misunderstand, so he thought, "So that's it? You want to protect her, huh? My small brain is tired just thinking about it. I am protecting you all. If I really anger her, killing you all would be just child's play." So to prevent Than Lin from overthinking, Van Than confirmed that I have signed a soul contract with her and the order to prevent harming humans will be foolproof. Hearing that, Than Lin could only exclaim, "Oh, that's good." At that moment, Tram Sin returned from somewhere and hurriedly told Van Than that he needed to discuss tomorrow's battle with him, asking if he was free. Van Than then looked at Than Lin and asked a few words as if subtly reminding her to leave. Now, understanding your intention, she smiled and said her part was done. Everyone can talk. At this moment, Tuan Dan pointed at the map and said, "Van Thien Q, the place I'm heading to is a bit special. Compared to Dongvan City being geographically isolated, that place is more like a ring of cities. The 5 cities are roughly the same size as Dongvan City. Based on what he observed on the way, the distance between them is no more than 30 kilometers, all occupied by the ancient spirit beings. Although the 5 city lords there are similar to Thuong Daovu, all are level earth spirit beings, but if one city is attacked, the other 4 can support in time, and casualties would be unpredictable." He carefully marked a red dot on the map, then continued speaking. "I initially planned to send someone undercover to gather intelligence and coordinate against the enemy, but the investigating bandits brought back news that the city seems to have detected our actions and is on high alert, making infiltration risky and vulnerable." Tram Sin sighed and blamed himself. "I'm sorry, this is my responsibility. Although I regained Dongvan City, the long-standing oppression has caused many of the people to lose faith in their leaders," he said sadly. "They led their families away from Dongvan City to find a safer place. I did not stop them. Now Nam City suddenly became alert, probably because the Ko Lin Yan captured the fleeing villagers, revealing information about Dongvan Tan. In the end, he even thought that if I had chosen Fong City back then, things might have turned out better. However, Van Than said there was no other way. with the guerrilla forces at that time unable to control an entire city. His voice was gloomy, and he added, and suffering more injuries, no one could stop the Dukich soldiers from brutally suppressing humans if they wanted to run away. After listening to their conversation for a while, Tuandan also deduced the final conclusion. There is no other option left for infiltration. The direct assault, so he immediately began devising a detailed and meticulous plan. First, concentrate all efforts on capturing Jianglin City on the outskirts, freeing the enslaved profession holders and the enslaved Kolin Yun there. This way we will gain more combat power, making the assault on the other cities easier. Still, Tram Sin felt it was not right, but doing so would provoke the snake, and the remaining 4 cities could unite to resist. Tuandan knew this too, but he was out of options, I understand. But this is the only way. At that moment, Van Than announced, "No need for trouble. You already have your own plan to divide the troops and attack all 5 cities at once." What did you just say? How can this be done? No matter how strong you are, Van Than can only deal with 1 city. But Van Than still insisted, "You won't know until you try it." On the second day, Jianglin City was plunged into a fierce battle. The United Humans have overwhelming strength and are slaughtering the people of Kolin City. The Kolin people, this big shot, will tear you apart. He attacked them with pleasure, and the tragic screams of the people of Kolin followed. So they panicked and wondered, what kind of monster is this guy after all? So powerful, it's terrifying, while everyone is at a loss on how to deal with Hua Tung. Are you kidding me? Why is our bloodline suppression ineffective? Could this be the true strength of human professions? Just then, Duan Jing stepped out from the crowd and loudly encouraged everyone. Don't panic. So what if we can't suppress our bloodlines? As long as our level difference isn't too great, we can defeat them even relying on brute strength. He begins to direct the combat strategy. Forget that monster. He's just a particularly strong individual. Just send a small team to hold him off. The remaining ancient spirit warriors regrouped, prioritizing taking down the other humans. Immediately, they surrounded a person with the profession of Dark Wizard. She was not afraid, and even arrogantly declared that, "Damn old spirits, you have always relied on bloodline suppression to do whatever you want. Today, I will show you all." As she strikes, she loudly demonstrates the true combat skills of human professions. At the same time, the system displays information about the bone-dry swamp, with area skills reducing 70% of value quickly and lightly. Wind Annihilation destroys skills that reduce 50% of strength value. Immediately, that skill affected the ancient spirit people trying to attack the Dark Witch, causing them to panic and scream. What kind of move is this? Damn it, my body feels so heavy and sluggish that I can't move properly. Moreover, I feel my hands growing weaker, as if my strength is halving. Seeing the enemies confused, Duan Jing quickly shouts orders. Don't panic, use ranged attacks and bombard them to death. Following his orders, they quickly attacked the group of people. Yes, but the results were not what they expected. The human group not only was unharmed, but also easily deflected their attacks as if they were mere mosquitoes passing by, causing the Kolin group to be in disbelief and shout out loud. Damn it, why is my attack effectiveness so terrible? This doesn't make sense. What is really going on? Without letting them get confused for long, one of the humans loudly explained that unlike the selfish Kolin, among humans there are those with special qualities. He specifically explained to the Kolin how his team was unharmed because, although they couldn't fight or even defend themselves, they were great professions dedicated to supporting their allies. The profession he's talking about is healing holy light, magic protection, bright skill, reducing 60% of magic damage for allies, physical protection, bright skill, reducing 60% of physical damage for allies. Tuan Dan, standing high above, seeing his side in a dominant position, proudly shouted, "Arrogant Kolin, you always rely on bloodline suppression to crush us, never bothering to understand our kind, completely ignorant of our tactics and skills." So he took the opportunity to order everyone to charge. This is the price you pay for your arrogance. Let's go and kill those Kolin. With the current situation, everyone from the Kolin side is helpless and asking for Don Tin's opinion. What should the captain do? This is our first time fighting humans on equal terms, and we have no idea how they fight. Then, after a moment of silence and reflection, Duan Jing smiled maliciously and said, "If so, let those who understand us fight." Without hesitation, he loudly issued a very cowardly order. All Kolin will lift their bloodline suppression to let all human prisoners and surrendering humans face us in battle. Anyone who dares to disobey or betray will be killed along with their family. The captured prisoners could not resist the Kolin people, so they had no choice but to reluctantly draw their swords and fight their own compatriots. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I can't resist their orders. Sorry, my people. The current situation is extremely chaotic, as the human team cannot bring themselves to kill their own people, who are under control. The forced fighters, crying as they fight their own, say, "Forgive me, I really don't want to hurt you, but I am forced to." Qianlong Nation's time is up. Resistance is futile. Surrender is the only option now, leaving the human team with no choice but to defend themselves rather than fight back. They helplessly asked for Tuan Don's opinion.
No, I can't do it. I can't attack my fellow Ko-Lin, those damn traitors.
What should the team leader do now? If they've played so treacherously, Tuan Don has no qualms about fighting dirty as well.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. All the ancient slaves activate bloodline suppression and become warriors. The Ko-Lin prisoners are released, and of course they helplessly scream and rush forward, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to betray the Ko-Lin, but I had no other choice."
And so both sides were evenly matched again. After a while, the human group once again gained the upper hand. Seizing this good opportunity, everyone charged forward passionately, and suppressing their bloodlines proved effective against them. They have lost all fighting spirit and are no longer a threat to kill. The main consequence was that each Ko-Lin fell one by one, leaving the others in a state of terror. Am I dreaming? Our noble Ko-Lin people have become slaves to these lowly humans. What kind of joke is this? The world has turned upside down. Completely turned upside down. Even Duanjing didn't expect this. Damn it, I didn't think they had this trick up their sleeve. At this point, there was only one way left. No tricks left to play. So he chooses to seek help from the strongest in the Ko-Lin clan, the clan leader, asking for support. Just as he was about to run into the tower, suddenly something appeared from the sky, flying toward the tower. That thing flew straight into the tower and blew it up. The scene shocked Duanjing, causing him to stammer in horror. They still have the strength to attack the city lord. After a moment of confusion, he regained his confidence and pride in the city lord's power, but suddenly someone strong appeared right in front of him. So what if that's the case? The lord of the city is invincibly powerful. Those lowly humans attacking you are like moths flying into the flame, seeking their own death. The one who just landed there is none other than Van Shen. In your hand is the city lord of Guling City. That horrifying scene left Duanjing so stunned he knelt down, stammering in disbelief. How is this possible? Lord City Lord. He looked at the battered city lord and loudly declared the defeat. Only then did Duanjing notice Van Shen and gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "You are Van Tianqiu, Vanthan of Dongvan City, right? I didn't expect your strength to be truly as the rumors say. We have lost to you." Before he could retaliate, someone suddenly kicked him to the ground. Ho Tung stepped on Don Tin and gritted his teeth, saying, "You bunch of trash, do you even deserve to be called Van Thane?" "No, my Von Ka is taking action. Open your dog eyes and see clearly." He clearly told Don Tin that the Van Than standing in front of him is not the true body, but only a clone of Van Kata, sent by a different system with information, fusion techniques, clone arts, and a high-level quintuple clone possessing all assassin system skills of the main body, inheriting 70% of its attributes, with a maximum of 5 clones. And the tense, murderous atmosphere immediately filled the air as Don Tin realized this was just a clone of Van Than. After a moment to regain his composure, he shouted in disbelief, "No way! A clone can't be real. He's fooling me." He stared intently at Van Than's clone and roared, "Can a mere clone do this?" At that moment, a soldier loudly announced to Tuan Don Commander Fan that the latest battle news from the other 4 cities had arrived. Bringing good news from the remaining battlefields, Van Tianqiu did not disappoint everyone. The 4 other clones each completed their task of taking heads in Deep Van City, Donghuan City, Bakvu City, and Teach City. Now the enemy forces everywhere have lost their morale, entering the final stage of capturing prisoners and tallying casualties. It can be said that Van Than has achieved a complete victory. Apart from that, you also completely controlled the remaining cities. We truly captured all 5 cities simultaneously, and all the city lords were eliminated by you. At that moment, your clone also spoke, saying, "Mission accomplished, I'm returning now." Even Don Tin, who had been silent and listening all along, was now shocked and exclaimed, "But her clone is much weaker than the main body. How could it have achieved this much?" With the humans holding a significant advantage, Tuan Don was so moved that he spoke happily. "This is true crushing strength. Let's start packing up." At that moment, when did Duanya appear? She smiled gently and volunteered. "Vice Squad Leader, I haven't had a chance to fight in this battle and just sit back to enjoy the victory. I really shouldn't do that. I insist on helping with the cleanup." But Tuan Don waved his hand to refuse. "How did it come to this? Cleaning up is hard work, and it even involves clearing the battlefield corpses. Are you sure you're a woman?" But Don Da still insisted, "I also want to do something for everyone. Please agree." Seeing her so determined, Tuandan also had no choice but to agree.
All right, then I'll trouble you. Their conversation was overheard by everyone.
So these people whisper among themselves.
Beautiful looks, good figures, and kind-hearted like that. No wonder they are Von Thienque's maids.
Their words accidentally reached Donda's ears, making her face darken, and her smile turn cold.
Only a woman like her is worthy of serving Von Thienque.
Returning to the human prisoners of the cities, a crowd of them gathered around Van Than, making him exhausted as he exclaimed, "Too many." Tram Sin, seeing this, also had to admit defeat and said, "This is only the first wave." After all, capturing 5 cities at once means the number of people to rescue will multiply several times.
We also have no way to deal with the slave collar, so we can only rely on you to work hard. Knowing there's no other option, Van Than simply let out a sigh and ordered them to line up one by one.
After removing the slave seals from each person one by one, only one person remained. Van Than gently placed his hand on his slave chain and easily took it off. As soon as he was freed by you, he gratefully took your hand and kept thanking you. "Thank you, Von Thienque. Thank you, Von Thienque." Although exhausted to the point of paling, you still forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. Go back and rest now." At this moment, Van Than looked at the slave chain on his hand with a sigh and muttered to himself. Next is the final step. You use the soul seal on Sheech, and after completing it, you turn to Tuandan and say, "Commander Fan, these slave rings are all imprinted with my soul seal. They can be used now." Without hesitation, Tuandan quickly grabbed the slave rings and happily thanked you. "Von Thienque, I am so grateful to you."
Over the past 2 days, most of the rescued people have chosen to join us, and with these slave rings, the number of ancient spirit slaves will grow wildly. He eagerly said that our revenge army is now several times larger than when we first started, and has become a force no one dares to underestimate.
No matter how much Tuandan is reveling in the growth of the army, Van Than turns to ask teacher Tram Sin Khan, "How is the matter I asked you to handle going?" He honestly replied, "Sorry, Van Than, we have searched all the libraries in Nam Than, but still couldn't find a basic space-type skill." Then he looked regretful and added, "Space mage skills are very rare. In my years, I've only heard of them, but never seen one myself. To find such a rare skill, we might have to go to more prosperous central cities." At this point, he also reminded that the resources of the central city are not comparable to those of Dongvan City or the ordinary Jianglin City. And there will be more Ko Lin Nyan Chu living there. Stronger, and it's even possible that 4th transition Ko Lin Nyan will appear there, so we might not be able to oppose them.
It's okay. Sooner or later, you'll have to face them, so there's no need to avoid them intentionally. Deep down, you are determined to find it. Space-type skills are very powerful, so the more you find, the better.
Knowing what you intend, Tram Sin confidently replied, "I understand. Leave the rest to me. Van Than, you've been quite tired these days. Go home and rest." Trust in his abilities, so Van Than agreed.
Later, on your way back, you happen to see a group of people attacking someone from the Guling clan, who keeps begging them to stop. However, this group of people kept beating him, but their reason for doing so was not out of anger. Everyone pay attention. Don't kill him. Our main goal is still to lift the bloodline suppression. As for this matter, Van Than couldn't be bothered and simply walked past the chaos. Don't worry, he definitely won't die, but injuring him beyond recovery shouldn't be a problem, right? I hate you Kolin people to the bone, and all of you must die. You could say you're turning a blind eye to Kolin's group getting beaten and crying out in despair. No, I don't want to be a slave. If you want revenge, go find someone else, Kolin Yan. I have never oppressed humanity like you. Yes, I even secretly brought food to you humans. I'm not a bad person. The furious screams of the humans blend with Van Than's grim expression, as if he agrees with them. Anyone who is a Kolin Nyan deserves to die. If you don't want to die, put it on immediately. If you cause trouble, I will cut off your hand. After walking for a while, Van Than arrived at his temporary residence, arranged by the defending army. Too many things are about to happen, making him a bit tired. Handling the slave cycles isn't difficult, but he can't stand the sheer number. Moreover, the next leg of the journey involves conquering countless fortresses, rescuing many people, and exhausting numerous slave circles. At that very moment, Van Than just passed by a painting in the room while lamenting. I'm afraid I won't make it to Jiangnan University before I get exhausted on the way. I need to find a way to handle this. Unexpectedly, that painting's eyes moved and followed you. Feeling the malicious gaze upon him, Van Than broke out in cold sweat and exclaimed, "Huh?" Without hesitation, he turned around and shouted, "Someone is in the living room." He calmly closed the book he was reading, then chuckled, teasing Van Than. "I just entered within 20 meters of you and you noticed me. You really are a perceptive kid."
Realizing who this person is, Van Shen quickly activated his martial barrier and shouted out. The Kolin Nyan. He was terrified to discover that this intruder was very powerful, and his strength made him admit that he might even be stronger than Xiao Ya. The reason you insist like that is because of his stats sheet: name, ancient spiritual race, level, attributes, and skills. At that moment, the intruder calmly requested, "Don't be so tense, I don't like fighting." And he added, "The book in your room I really like, consider it a gift for me."
Facing such a powerful enemy, Van Shen activated his alert mode and asked in a tense voice, "Who are you really?" The intruder ignored the killing intent radiating from him and calmly replied, "If you don't tell me, I'll take it as you agreeing."
It's indeed a pretty good debut gift, and as for my identity, a smug smile spread on his face as he revealed who he was. Can you call me Western Mountain Flame Emperor?
As soon as you find out who is in front of you.
Van Than called out his name in surprise. Emperor Tai Lang. Next, his voice darkened as he asked, why suddenly an emperor? Are you one of the 4 ancient emperors of the 4 directions? Tai Lang openly admits it and even kindly warns Van Than not to be too guarded, saying, "I'm not here to avenge Gu Lin Ren, but to advise reconciliation. Otherwise, suppressing my bloodline will make things uncomfortable for you." Then he looked at this large bookshelf in Van Than's room and slowly said, "People often say that books contain gold, but honestly I prefer reading to fighting. After waking up, I read many books and documents, so I have a good understanding of your human history. I understand your anger, and I also hope you can understand the anger of the Ko Lin race. No matter who you are, waking up to find your home gone, overwhelmed by weak creatures, or even transformed beyond recognition, it's natural to feel impulsive and angry at Tai Lang's preachy tone." Van Than shouted loudly, "Do they understand the oppressed people or not? Now I will fight until the Ko Lin Nyan run for their lives, and you come to advise peace. When the Ko Lin Nyan oppresses humans, what do you do?" Understanding your anger, Tai Lang calmly explained, "I also have things to do. You probably don't know Huyanlong country has been divided into 4 regions, managed by the 4 directions. Ancient emperors." He explained in detail the current situation. Each region is filled with many people and ancient spirit beings gathering. The tasks piling up are in the area you are in, which belongs to the Eastern Ancient Emperor. That aggressive person is considered a misfortune for you all. Furthermore, he also said you might not believe it, but at least in the area I oversee, the ancient spirit beings and humans coexist peacefully. Not all ancient spirit beings are hostile to humans. Of course, Yunshin doesn't believe it. All lies. If such a place truly exists, why is there no news at all getting out? Tai Lang calmly replied, "Because I have sealed it tightly, and his reason for doing so is to keep his people and land safe. The area I manage isn't large, resources are limited, and the capacity to support people is constrained. If news leaks out, it will surely attract many to join, leading to resource shortages and chaos." At this point, he sighed tiredly and said, "I'm not suited for ruling and managing. Maintaining peace in even a small land is already very difficult. I just want to quietly read my books." Even after hearing what Tai Lang said, it's hard for Van Than to change his mind when he has witnessed too many cruel acts that Ko Lin Nyan committed against his own people. You make it sound like Ko Lin Nyan is an innocent person. If I hadn't seen Ko Lin Nyan's evil deeds with my own eyes, I might have believed your devilish words. Your stubbornness made Tai Lang only able to exclaim, "I don't force you to believe, but at least you must understand one thing. The human god chose this moment to awaken us, surely with his own purpose, at least not to wipe each other out with you." Tai Lang himself had already investigated everything before coming here to warn Van Than. "During my time awake, I investigated multiple times and found that the choices of the divine being were not wrong. After awakening, the spirit of Ko Lin should have lived peacefully with humans, because the demon race is the true enemy." At this point, he also openly reveals who caused the current chaos. The reason for the hostile situation today is purely due to an unintended incident, and the true origin of that incident, Tai Lang directly pointed out no one else but the person he is facing, Van Than. That accusation made Van Than feel uncomfortable. "This joke of mine isn't funny at all. Knowing it's hard for you to believe me, Tai Lang just presented the evidence. At first, I didn't dare to believe, until I discovered you had entered the dark world and saw your demon girl attendant. Clearly, your appearance has disrupted everything and destroyed the divine layout." Faced with this evidence, Van Shen naturally rebutted it. "It's unreasonable. Do you really think I would become a great sinner?" Tai Lang quickly explained, "It's not exactly like that. Your starting point was good after all. It's all just a coincidence. I'm annoyed by those hypocritical words." This time it's my turn to retort. Anyone can speak arrogantly. Do you think I, Van Shen, don't know the secrets of this world? Seeing your wholehearted support for the divine being, I want to ask you, why did the powerful emperors disappear 1,000 years ago when they searched for it? He pointed sharply at Tai Lang's face and questioned, what is the purpose of the battle between the two worlds? It's truly good if the divine being wins. Besides sacrificing yourself for it, what else do you know about it? If it truly wins, what will happen to the Ko Lin Yan? Faced with your question, Tai Lang remained silent. What will happen to humans? After a moment of thought, Tai Lang finally spoke and said, that's a sharp question, hitting right on what I'd rather not think about. I didn't expect you to be more knowledgeable than me. It seems I need to learn more. Just before he left to investigate everything for Tuong Tan, he also didn't forget to ask Van Thon for one thing. At least listen to my advice. Humans and Ko Lin Nan shouldn't be enemies. Please show mercy to them. But in response, all Van Thon gave was a look of hatred. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Tolerance is also acceptable. But first pay off your debts to humans. At the same time, in a heavily guarded meeting room, the people in the middle believe that even though we have taken over 5 cities now, we still need to be cautious. Despite the trouble, let's stick to the original plan and go around 300 miles to avoid Tianyuan City. Immediately, everyone had their own opinions. That's right, Tianyuan City, with its resources, population, and level of development, far surpasses the other cities and is an extremely wealthy core city. If we take it, the gains will be significant, but the chances of victory are low. Avoiding it is the safest choice. At that moment, Tramsin also spoke up, saying, I oppose it. After expanding through 5 cities, our forces are already considerable, and we might still be able to take it. He had just finished speaking when Tuan Dan said, we are not losing in basic combat power in Zhongjian, but the problem lies in the peak combat power. According to information from a captured ancient spirit, the city lord of Tianyuan City is a celestial-level ancient spirit equivalent to a 4-transformation human profession. Moreover, he also pointed out the weaknesses of their army, which is only at the 3rd transformation at best. Moreover, the ancient spirit being's combat prowess far exceeds that of humans of the same level, even surpassing demons. In addition, the city lord of Tianyuan City also possesses an S-rank bloodline suppression, who can stand against him. During the heated debate, suddenly someone volunteered to face the strongest of the Ko Lin clan. It can only be someone as brave as Van Than. Leave that to me. Just focus on fighting. Of course, Tuan Dan fiercely opposed this. Van Thien Q, aren't you like us, only able to lift the level A bloodline suppression? If you face level S suppression, even you will be in danger. Everyone in the meeting room agreed with him and wanted to persuade Van Than not to take such a risk. That's right. The combat power of Tianyuan City is also very strong, and if we fight head-on, win or lose, we will suffer heavy losses. The army probably can't handle it. But Van Thon insisted, don't worry, I have a way to minimize the damage from the S-rank bloodline suppression of the city lord, which is indeed the issue, so I decided to use some tricks. A cunning smile appeared on his face as he launched a long-awaited barrage. A few days later, in Tianyuan City, an elderly man was busy forging weapons, and it was none other than Master Mu. Old Mu, even among us Ko Lin Yan, blacksmiths of your caliber are extremely rare. As long as you surrender, the city lord will surely favor you, and there's no need to suffer like this.
At this moment, the family head finally stopped working, approached his boss, snatched the wine bottle from his hand, and angrily said, Surrender! How can I face those fake professions who sacrificed? Then he drank wine and resolutely declared, Don't bring this up again. I will still make those scrap iron as before to make it easier for you to assign.
Regarding Jiathu's stubbornness, the boss could only sigh and say, the city lord has actually ordered me to use any means necessary to make you submit, but I respect your character, so I can't do it. Please don't force me anymore. Clearly Jiathu doesn't care, and even straightforwardly demands it. Come on, you've said that 100 times. I'm tired of hearing it. Is there anything new? Is there anything interesting happening outside the city lately? So the boss told him about the recent situation he had heard of, and it's true. Recently, a very powerful person appeared in Dongvan City, leading a troop to continuously attack and seize land, taking our southern city, and his name is apparently Van Thien Q Van Than. The moment Jiathu heard the name Van Than, he was so shocked he dropped the wine jar from his hand and called out Van Than's name in disbelief. As soon as he learned that the one behind the earth-shattering event was Van Than, he burst out laughing happily. Van Than? Is he still alive? That guy is really alive? The boss, seeing him smile so happily, asked curiously, How do you know him? He didn't hesitate to reveal. Not only that, all his weapons were forged by me. I wonder how Van Than is now capable of threatening the Ko Lin people. Impressive. I wonder what he has been through during his years of disappearance. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted around us.
Immediately, Jiathu and the owner ran outside to check the situation. Jiathu shouted, "What's going on?" The owner immediately announced that the protective shield had automatically activated, surprised that someone dared to attack Thien Von City. Even though Thien Von City of the Ko Lin Nhan was under attack, he remained calm and confident, saying, "But rest assured, the shield of Thien Von City has been upgraded and reinforced by U.S. Kolin to withstand attacks from multiple four-stage experts at once." At the same time outside Von Than, the human group was fiercely attacking, using explosive spells and ice crystals, with every strike aimed directly at Van Than's protective barrier and elemental core. While inside the city, the Ko Lin Nhan group also began their counterattack. The cowardly humans dare to attack Heavenly Cloud City. They are seeking death, activating heavy artillery to defend and counterattack. Clearly, with the powerful destruction of the Ko Lin people, the human group quickly retreated as they couldn't fight back.
"The plan has changed. Retreat quickly," Tuan Dan exclaimed in worry about the current situation.
This isn't good. According to the plan, the first 3 waves of attack should have created a gap in the Heavenly Cloud City's shield, but now there's not even a small crack. What should we do? Seeing the situation was dire, Van Than wanted to take action himself. After all, it's an important city, so strengthening the defenses was only natural.
Captain Fan lent me a spear. Quality must be at least gold level. Knowing that if Van Than doesn't go into battle
Now they can't win, Tuan Dan had no choice but to hand over the weapon.
"I just gave you a diamond spear." Without hesitation, Van Than firmly grasped the spear in his hand, and Than Lin beside him teased him with a smile.
"Van Ka, after all those years, are you really going to use that?"
"Yes, please assist me."
"Now I am no longer the young disciple I used to be. My support skills have improved a lot, and I am mature enough to help Van Ka."
She begins to cast her magic array, the Tai Chi duality, the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, the myriad energies of heaven and earth, the form of life gathering into lightning. Listen to my command. Seeing them combine their powers so powerfully like this, Tuan Dan could only gape in amazement, truly living up to the support profession of level 3, where simply stacking buffs can ignite such fighting spirit. With level 3 support, even against a demon lord, they might be able to surpass their level. Not to mention, with her support, Von Than has formidable strength. After completing the formation, Than Lin smiles smugly and begins to attack, executing rapid moves like a command. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky onto Van Than. He was not harmed by the strike. Instead, he became even stronger. Not bad, though not quite on par with Van de Luan Tich, but this boost was extremely significant and had no side effects. At this moment, the system displays information about his current status: fusion technique, advanced technique, spear mastery, shooting, common skills, and tongue throw. As soon as he locks onto the target, Van Than immediately throws the spear and shouts, "The Heaven's Trial." A spear shot straight through the barrier of Van City, destroying it. The ancient spirits inside, seeing this, shouted in panic as the shield shattered in an instant. Could it be that the Emperor has taken action? They were all terrified and agreed to run away, but before they could escape, Van Than had already entered the city. Tuan Dan quickly issued orders for the Legion's professions to retaliate, along with the ancient spirit slaves to attack. Immediately, their fighting spirit surged, and they stormed into the city shouting, "Kill together," while Ho Tung still clung to Than Lin, begging for mercy. "Hurry up and support me like before so I can enjoy a little." 2. I want to go kill for real, but Than Lin just made an excuse to refuse and didn't want to support. It's too tiring. Still, Hua Tung just put on a pitiful face and begged just to make me happy a little, begging you. So Than Lin reluctantly took out the 2 talismans for him. "All right, I'll give you a break since you look pitiful. Take these 2 talismans, Loi Vu and Huyet Ki, and have fun." Without hesitation, Hua Tung quickly grabbed the 2 talismans and flew away. "Ko Lin, your father and the old Tung are here." Back to the battlefield, Ko Lin Nhan's people are furious because humans dared to attack their territory. Just miserable humans seeking death. Men slaughtered, women enslaved, let them regret ever being born. Suddenly, someone saw something and screamed in horror. "Ah, what is that?" They were a bit frightened by the huge thing floating above their heads. Amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. Anyway, what they see is the Van Than group's battleship, and the ominous aura it emits makes the Ko Lin Nhan wary, looking very dangerous. On the battleship, Tianzheng excitedly controls this toy hidden inside Van Than to secretly observe. But this is the first time directly participating in battle, so he first covers the firepower to shoot. The moment he presses the firing button, a series of gunpowder drops straight onto the Kolin Nan, causing them to scatter and flee in panic. But this time, Tuan Dan loudly encourages the soldiers, with Von Tien Kio's artillery providing cover. I fear nothing. Immediately, both sides shout loudly as the two groups rush to clash. At this moment, Van Shin reached out to take back his spear, but it shattered, causing him to sigh and say, I used to wield golden weapons in battle, but now even diamond weapons can't withstand my touch. Being broken like this, I really can't return it to anyone. At the same time, at the Lord's residence, an ancient spirit official hurriedly reported the urgent situation to their lord. The Revenge Army has already launched an attack. This person is worried and reports that the shield has been broken and the warriors are engaged in fierce fighting. Thak, upon hearing the news, remains calm and even declares confidently, then let me wipe them all out. The battle between humans and ancient spirits continues fiercely. The bloody battle ends with bodies scattered on the ground. Just Vanthan alone has wiped out countless Ko Lin Yan. You keep fighting and enemies fall, no one escapes your deadly fist. As the bloodshed continues, Vanthan's bloodlust grows stronger. This feels so satisfying. This is still not enough. I want to kill even more, even more. Half of your face has been taken over by the World Tree, and then Vanthan quickly realizes he has lost control. Damn it! The seal of the World Tree is activating again. Is it the power of disaster and calamity? You know that if you stay here any longer, it's not going to end well. War, killing, plagues, and extreme weather are all disasters and calamities. As long as I remain in such environments, I will instinctively absorb the power of calamity and disaster. Vanthan fully understands the price of wielding this unmatched power. The city is like this because of the gift from Void, but that power is fierce and brutal. If I can't find a way to control it, sooner or later it will kill me. Just then, he sensed that the owner of this place had arrived. The owner is here. The stone clone stepped closer and said, I know you. You are Von Thun, the one who constantly destroys the southern city in Dong Von Town, right? The system immediately displayed his stats. Name, Thak Nhan. Ancient spiritual being, race, level 109. Celestial attribute, mastery of the earth element skill, unparalleled shockwave counterattack, and bloodline suppression technique. Upon seeing him, the ancient spiritual being exclaimed joyfully, the city lord, the esteemed city lord, finally intervened. Your kind are all cowards. Now there's no escape for you, Von Than Tot Tu, and all of you will be buried together. At this moment, Von Than used Wun Han to scan the clone and exclaimed that the city lord of Thien Von City had appeared so quickly, even a bit earlier than I expected. At that moment, a voice from someone suddenly echoed, saying, Tell me, is this kind of shrimp really worth us ambushing? Da Don's figure appeared, sighing, It's such a waste of time. Xiaojing, standing nearby, reminded her not to act on her own and to follow the owner's arrangements. She was also happy to be summoned by Vanthan and finally called back by the owner. Duanda still maintained a humble attitude and said, Hurry up and deal with this fish spirit. I want to try human cosmetics next. This remark made Thach Nhan roar in anger. Kajak, how dare you say I, Thach Nhan, am a fish spirit? His power erupts as he roars. It seems you still don't understand that after bloodline suppression, the ancient spirit can freely control its power. Your weakness and confidence are just because of my mercy. Then he used bloodline suppression, and immediately Xiaojing couldn't hold on and exclaimed, Master! Xiaojing suddenly felt her body lose all strength. At that moment, the system displayed her status panel, showing her name as Xiaojing, level 102 Celestial, race of Thorny Flower Demon, strength attribute 27 over 2070, physique 350 over 3501, skills of Thorn Whip and control of myriad flowers, planting the Heart Prison Tree. Vanthan quickly replied, It's okay, we're not the main force in this battle. He silently realized that if I am suppressed, summoning beasts will also be affected. Seeing no one attacking him, Thach Nhan proudly exclaimed, Why aren't you proud anymore? Are you scared stiff by my bloodline? Then who should I kill first? At that moment, a hand suddenly placed itself on his head. When did Duan Ye suddenly fly onto Thach Nhan's head and mockingly ask what he was so proud of, then immediately pressed his head down to the ground? That scene made the Kolin Nhan people scream in disbelief. City Lord, are you joking? Isn't the intelligence report saying that woman is just a servant? Why is she so terrifying? Thạch Nhân, dù mới bị dầm một dao dầu giếng, vàng nhệt mẹp cuối thạch thức. Dừng là một nữ nhẫn dạng sợ, những dạng tiếc dây không phải là trận chiến của phụ nữ. Tugging hair and scratching like that won't work on me. At that moment, the system panel displayed strength 3025, physique 59,440 over 5,944, agility 2,870, intelligence 2,950, stamina 5,940. Angered by Thachnan's words, Donda was about to beat him to death for daring to provoke her. Seeing her about to use her demonic skill, Vanthan quickly warned, "Don't use your skill. Your identity can't be revealed." Then you look at Thachnan and realize his physique has increased tenfold, apparently using a defensive enhancement skill. After your reminder, Donda reluctantly obeys. "I understand," she mutters silently. "Damn it, if I weren't restricted in this human world, I would have blown his head apart just now." At that moment, Duanda raised his leg and thought to himself, but it didn't matter. Even if close combat with a near-divine is my weakest point. She kicked Thachnan's head and arrogantly declared, "Not even this kind of fish can be dealt with." Then she kicked him right in the face and sent him flying away. Thachnan, despite being battered, still pretended to scream in pain. "Haven't eaten yet? You feel no pain or itch at all." This time, Donda stepped closer and asked in a stern voice, "Do you still dare to be so confident?" She kept punching him non-stop. Each blow she delivered created a powerful shockwave, but the more Donda fought back, the more Thachnan went berserk, challenging her. "Well done. Use your strength. Push even harder." After a while of hitting, Donda felt something was off. Could it be that he saw she had stopped fighting? Thachnan sneeringly asked, "Are you done fighting?" Then immediately he used the invincible shock rebound to counterattack Donda and shouted, "Now it's my turn." At that moment, Duan Ye chuckled and realized that indeed he was the type to endure and absorb damage before counterattacking. Seeing her being countered, this time Zhao Jing stepped in with thorny vines. At this moment, Thachnan was a bit surprised as he was entangled by Xiao Jing's vine. "Huh?" At this moment, Vanthan leapt forward with his basic space mage skills, tearing through space and ready to punch Thachnan hard. "Do you think your turtle shell can withstand the power of space?" Vanthan charged at Thachnan and asked sarcastically, "What do you mean by counterattack?" "You ruthlessly use your basic space mage skill to tear through space and declare, 'Do you think you can counterattack if I cut your neck?' Seeing the move you unleash," Thachnan shouts in horror. Afraid that Vanthan might kill him, he immediately struggles and yells, "Get out!" "Everyone get out of here." He dodged Vanthan's attack with a look full of silent hatred, then glared at Vanthan and gritted out, "Damn it, I didn't expect that even with his bloodline suppressed, this kid is still the most dangerous." At that moment, Duanda suddenly appeared behind Thachnan and asked in a low voice, "You mean I am not as good as him?" At this point, besides her, a few vines from Little Kin had also grown to trap Thachnan. Before he could react, Da kicked him square in the face. Just as Thachnan was about to cast a defensive spell, Da's kick hit him directly. But luckily, he activated the protective barrier, so he wasn't seriously injured and remained motionless like a mountain. Immediately, Donda sensed that something was wrong. Could it be a damage reduction defensive skill? No, it can't be that simple. She looked down at the ground and realized that he was connected to the earth beneath his feet, making her attack less effective at knocking him back. But by doing so, he also couldn't dissipate the force, and the damage he received was even greater. Refusing to give up, Donda took a deep breath and wildly attacked Thachnan with a series of thoughts racing through her mind, unable to understand his actions. What is he really planning to do? If he doesn't want me to interfere, then what does that mean? At that moment, Tukin's vines grew and wrapped around Thachnan, but because of his weight, Tukin couldn't do anything. Too heavy, unable to pull him up. Seeing the situation, Vanthan immediately understood what Thachnan wanted. "So that's it. Your goal is me?" At this moment, Thachnan spoke. "Those who achieve great things must endure pains that ordinary people cannot bear," recounting the suffering he endured to become who he is today. "I, Thachnan, have been different from a young age, enduring mockery and oppression without a single word of resentment because I understand that only ordinary people follow the flow and the greater trend. Anyone who blocks his path only makes him stronger. The more they oppress him, the more it proves he is special, and the more he refuses to submit. Every time you refuse to submit, it helps me welcome victory and become stronger." Then he pointed at Vanthan and shouted, "Kid, you may not be strong, but you are the center of all of them, the king of them, and I am also the king of Thien Van City." Thachnan rushed towards Vanthan and declared, "The pain from this battle surpasses all my previous ones. It's a decisive duel between kings, and defeating you will be my victory." Thachnan saw that he was ignored. Doandafat was furious to deal with him, and he dared to look down on me. "In that case, I will break your bones and crush your legs to see how you can still look for him." But before she could do anything, Vanthan had restrained her. "Stop." You smile and say, "I didn't expect there to be someone like this in the Ko-Lin clan. Not bad at all." You look at Thachnan and say, "The main target has been achieved. It seems that suppressing the S-rank bloodline only works on me for about 4 minutes."
As for how to deal with this guy, I'm fine with any method. It seems like he wants to have a real fight with Thach Nguyen, but I've been wanting to relax and not hold back for a long time.
At this moment, Thach Nguyen's legs pushed hard against the ground. Then he charged at Van Than and shouted,
Boy, the pain I endure now, I will return it to you in full. He slammed his hand down and roared, unleashing a powerful energy blast toward Van Than, but the boy blocked it with only one hand.
That scene made Thach Nguyen exclaim in disbelief. What? At that moment, Van Than was in the state of Van de Luan Tish, and he said coldly, I want to see if you really haven't surrendered. He moved closer to Thach Nguyen and wondered, do I have enough strength to crush you? Seeing that this punch could seriously hurt him, Thach Nguyen immediately activated his protective armor.
That giant's immobilizing seal is like a mountain, then a series of strikes like the heavens falling on Thach Nguyen.
After finishing, Van Than said, You still haven't been defeated in the end, huh? It's somewhat interesting, but unfortunately, even if you stand firm, you have rendered Thach Nguyen unconscious. Losing consciousness is no different from defeat. Let's call it a draw this time. The battle ended with Van Than's victory, leaving the Ko Len Nyan in disbelief as he shouted, Why did I lose? How could this be? What do you mean a draw? You haven't even used your original power. Otherwise, he would have turned into nothing and wouldn't be standing.
Fine, whatever that kid wants to do, I don't care. The outcome is already decided. Let's start cleaning up the mess.
A group of captured slaves then stood before Van Than. Looking at those people, you feel a bit nervous and sentimental, thinking that some of them might die. Zhan Sheng beside you has no other choice and can only explain clearly.
Anyway, this is the core city with a large number of prisoners and regular tributes from nearby towns, so the total has become overwhelming.
Looking at those people, Van Than felt a bit exhausted, hoping to find a way to handle this without having to intervene himself. No. To save them, I would have to go at least 10 days without eating or drinking, not to mention the time needed to imprint the soul seal, which is really unbearable. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Van Than. Jia Thu slowly approached and greeted him. I knew it was you, little one.
Van Than saw him and happily called out, Master Muk Jia Thu.
Van Than was a bit surprised to see Jia Thu here, Master Mu Jia Thu. His appearance makes you wonder why he is in Thien Van City. Aren't you in Jiangda? He smiled and explained clearly. This is my hometown, Thien Van Tan. When Ko Lin Yan appeared, I had just returned home for a leave. He pointed at the chain around his neck and said, I was captured and forced to wear this into the army to seek revenge. I was sent here by someone, and I didn't expect to meet you. Van Than quickly exclaimed excitedly, Removing the slave collar is always my job. Let me help you regain your freedom first. Then pointed the stick directly at the chain on Jia Thu's neck and easily took it off. That's impressive, but honestly, is it true that you handled all of this alone?
Van Than understood his meaning and sighed in agreement, saying, Yes, the soul mark is also something I handle alone, and I'm powerless to refuse, so I just have to push through and do it. Jia Thu then teased him upon hearing this.
Kid, you're still too young. In the adult world, you need to learn how to be more laid back. At the same time, in the skill carving room of the Tolai Profession Library, Master Ningim Kak said the skill carving was correct. Although Ko Lin Yan's skills are special, understanding their essence makes it not difficult to carve. Van Than obviously didn't know who she was, so he whispered to Jia Thu, Who is that? Jia Thu immediately boasted proudly, She's someone with a special profession like mine, highly regarded by the Ko Lin Yan, dedicated to research. Clearly, skill books are too convenient, and the ancient spirit beings also want to create them. Only then did Toon Lai reveal that through research, they found most of the skills of the ancient spirit beings are fundamentally similar to human professions, involving the exchange of matter, quantity, form, and attributes of mana and then applying them. According to what she found out, it's just an ancient learning method of the ancient spirits that requires a master to teach directly. This is different from humans, but for us, artisans can formalize skills, break them down into formulas, and directly apply the flow of magic to skill books, greatly reducing training costs. However, Tun Li also found a difference in a group of ancient spirit beings, with some exceptions, which is their innate skill branch, soul skills that humans can never use. Maybe because of different living environments, soul power is too common among ancient spirit beings, while humans have no concept of it. Van Than quickly asked, So is it possible that soul marks could be different? But Tun Li denied that, not necessarily. The body structure of the ancient spirit beings is almost no different from humans. In theory, all skills can be interconnected and learned. She also explained it in detail. And although invisible, every body contains a soul. Only humans cannot perceive or use it. While Ko Lin Yan can,
just like someone who has never seen or tasted meat in their life cannot imagine its flavor.
At this point, Tun Lai concluded that as long as there is an external object acting as a mediator, it allows the profession to sense the existence of a soul. Even a small amount is enough to learn. In the end, the soul imprint is just a common skill of the earth-level ancient spirits, and artisans who can transfer 3 colors shouldn't have any learning barriers.
Without hesitation, Van Thorn took out his external object and said, I have such a mediator, and if only a trace amount is needed before I even finish speaking, you already used the primordial drit growth skill on the branch.
Immediately, a tiny tree grew from a dry branch, and then the system displayed a message indicating it was a fake world tree. Holding it could produce a sensation of faint soul awareness. When eating, it restores 100 HP, and the note indicates it has been fully matured with magic power. But the effect is only 1% of the original. Seeing that marvelous world tree, Talai happily admired it and kept sighing in amazement.
Good items, although their effects are limited, they are enough to guide the profession of soul marking. Without hesitation, she quickly requested to carve the skill along the mana flow so that a skill book could be created.
Van Than, who was also bleeding heavily, immediately got to work. Just then, Tram Sin burst into the room, shouting excitedly, Indeed, it's the central city, and there are so many precious items. Van Than. I didn't have time to let him finish his sentence before a bunch of things flew towards him from somewhere. Luckily, he quickly grabbed those items and asked in confusion, What is this?
Van Than, exhausted, explained that the Soulmark skill book can directly manipulate ancient spirit slaves after learning.
The most important thing is that I finally don't have to work mechanically anymore, and you're even too lazy to think, plus removing the soul imprint to split the body and carry the branch of the world to strike. Forget it. I won't do it anymore, Tram Sin exclaimed excitedly after hearing this. Oh my God, you can even do this. Don't worry, I will strictly select the profession of human studies to ensure the complete enslavement of the ancient spirits, making the most of it. Just then, Jia Shu spoke up to request for his former master. Are there exceptions? The Kolin Yan watching over me has been good to me and has never harmed anyone. After hearing this, Tram Sin was a bit confused and exclaimed, then suddenly, Van Than remembered what Tai Lang had said. In the end, you have to admit that I am not someone who enjoys killing. Even demonic beasts have good and bad, let alone Lin Yan who are closer to humans. Maybe what Emperor Tai Lang VM said makes some sense, but then you made a decision because back then he was guarding you, so you entrusted his life to you. You must take responsibility for guarding him. If he commits any heinous acts against humans, he must pay the appropriate price. The reason you issued that order was because the guilt must be atoned for, leaving no room for error. Tram Sin also agreed with you. He thought that was the best course of action. He gently thought to himself that Van Than is still the same as before, cold on the outside but kind-hearted inside, and the benefactor gratefully took Van Than and Hua's hands, thanking them sincerely, promising to stay up all night forging the new multiform weapon for you, ensuring you'll be captivated. Seeing his enthusiasm, Van Shen quickly declined, no need. Only then did Zhan Sheng suddenly remember he had something to give to him. Oh right, Van Than, this is the new space-type skill book. It took a lot of effort to find. This item is truly very rare. The system immediately displays a notification about this item. Space teleportation, high quality, usable to open a short-range space portal for teleportation. Holding the long-awaited treasure, Van Than felt a bit satisfied, as the space skill was a functional type with many tactical options. At that moment, a meeting was taking place in the dark world. What do you mean? You said the small meeting before the main tower would only have 6 people. Where are the others? Are you sleeping in? Lach Ka has started the meeting now. Ignoring the first pillar, the Lord is still sealed behind closed doors. The situation is unclear, and he's annoyed at those who didn't show up for pillars 3 and 4. Those damn fools! How dare they ignore my invitation? The great work of the gods must be carried out, and sooner or later I will kill those two. Midiem felt her patience wearing thin and urged him on. It's been so many years, don't you think you should know how they behave by now? Let's get to the main point. I'm busy looking for my daughter. I don't know where those 2 girls are hiding. So Lach Ka had to get to the main point. According to the original plan, I had seized the Holy Empire. But then a catastrophe occurred, and the demonic child sent to the Holy Empire was completely destroyed, with pillars 28 and 33 falling in battle. Andre burst into loud, mocking laughter upon hearing this. 2 useless beings that even humans can't defeat, just go and die quickly. But then it turns out killing them isn't humans, but an ancient species. A revealed identity as an angel made Andre's face turn extremely shocked as he exclaimed 2 words. It is a celestial being. But just a second later, he tilted his head in confusion and asked, What is that? Lach Ka, on the other side, could only grit his teeth and say, This guy really is.
Midian closed his eyes and spoke. He didn't know either. After all, this was a matter from millions of years ago. In the end, only our first 5 clans have managed to survive this long. She opened her eyes and began to recount. The ancient clans in the past were very powerful. Their combat strength generally only slightly weaker than our demon tribes. Their peak forces also include some who are comparable to emperors, not to be underestimated. Midian continued listing. Our demon clans are governed by 72 major clans, while the ancient race is centered around 5 great clans: the Spirit Ancients, the Angel race, the Rakshasa race, the Ice Origin race, and the White Shell race. The Holy Empire was once the territory of the Angel race. The ancient race suddenly revived. Surely it's a trick by the divine humans likely to deal with our dark world. But for some reason, they started a war with humans first. Lakka clasped his hands together under his chin, pondering. The weak are always the ones to be swallowed. Then why do we still need to send troops to attack the Holy Empire? Let them continue their civil war and drain each other out? Lakka tilted his head and replied. Then an image of a person in a white cloak covering their entire body with a pair of wings on their back appeared in his hand. Then, the image in his hand changed to a scene of confrontation between the dark world and the angels, surrounded by blazing flames signaling a fierce battle in the future. Andre, standing nearby, was completely opposite, looking extremely excited as he stood up. Then he stepped forward, confidently presenting his ideas to everyone in the room. Other demons also grew serious as they listened to Andre's suggestions. After a while, Lakka's lips twitched a few times. Liet Bien Ai, the lord behind him, was just scratching his ear and yawning, until Nahidien placed his hands on the table and stood up to ask a question. Have you never wondered about the true cause of all this? If the dark god truly wins, will it still need us or this dark world anymore? Moreover, the top pillar and the demon clans under his command have been gone for many years. Have you never wondered why? Lakka calmly replied to her. No need to think much. We have destroyed countless worlds alongside the god of darkness. The human world is just one of many. All I want is victory. He analyzed further. The 10th patriarch acts impulsively. Do you think that's the right way? I don't feel comfortable letting him handle it. Moreover, he has never fought against the ancient race and doesn't know their tactics. To prevent any mishaps, I might as well go myself. Midian straightforwardly blocks him. No need. She recounted the information she had gathered. The demons under my command have been searching everywhere these past few days. Whether in Black Knight City or Great Knight City, neither of my daughter's whereabouts can be found. I fear they are no longer in the dark world. Midian stretched and then made a decision. So I will go to the Holy Empire, deal with the angel race, and also find my daughter. At the same time, in Tianyun City, a voice echoes in the space. Van Than, let me show you my latest masterpiece. Jiathu stands before a shield, smiling as he introduces it. My skills have improved over the years. Now I can craft a high-grade weapon that combines 5 forms into one, guaranteed to make you captivated. A data panel appears, showing rare, destructive, quality, platinum, intelligence plus 80, strength plus 80, physique plus 100, agility plus 70. With the ability to switch between 5 forms, race restrictions, human race level requirement 80. Jiathu raised the shield and said, You've been breaking formations for so long. You must be bored by now this Than Toai Tam I give you for free. Consider it a big gain you've picked up. Van Thon, seeing his master's face full of excitement, could only reply, Thank you for your kindness, but he scratched his head and continued. Right now, even diamond-level weapons are easy to break, let alone platinum. Jiathu was startled, opening his mouth repeatedly at the words diamond level. Van Than takes out a red arm guard, and the formation-breaking and terrifying effects are already destroyed. Right now, I only have one usable weapon left. A legendary-grade weapon, huh? Even if I had 100 more years, I couldn't craft one. Anyway, the materials to craft such equipment are extremely rare, at least taken from monsters or level 90 or higher bosses. Those bosses are even too dangerous for someone who has changed classes 4 times to challenge. Even if you gather enough materials, only a master blacksmith can forge it. Every condition is extremely harsh, and even if you succeed, it will only be a single-type weapon. Therefore, your non-class skill will be hard to activate, because many skills require specialized weapons to use. Jiathu helplessly let out a long sigh. Few are willing to study the multiform weapons that can merge with you. Besides me, no one else cares. A blacksmith fully suited to your needs probably hasn't even been born yet. Van Thon stroked his chin thoughtfully, not necessarily needing a blacksmith. I have a special design that can produce a weapon just by inserting materials, but the type of weapon depends on the main ingredient.
I haven't used swords, blades, clubs, or guns for a long time, and even magic requires casting without a staff. Really? Then I know of a place. He took out a map and handed it to you. 1,000 kilometers from Tianvan City, there is a golden lake surrounded by numerous rare wild monsters. Jiathu shares some information with Van Thun. They constantly change shape, looking like Slim but with extremely high power. Only the elite monsters require 3 people who have changed jobs 3 times to work together to defeat. In such a dangerous area, the boss there is usually 4 times stronger than the class change, so only a general defending the nation can handle it. A few drops of sweat appeared on Jiathu's face from worry. He continued, saying that although the monsters there are strong, they drop numerous rare materials. So many still go to that area to hunt. The main ingredients for crafting the multiform weapons, the core of the soul flow, are obtained from there. Van Thun looked at him with bright, excited eyes and said, "So, if I defeat the boss there, I can get the crucial materials to craft the legendary multiform weapons. My master reminded me that it's easy to say but extremely dangerous. I advise you to be more cautious." Van Thun took the map, examining it carefully as he responded. "It's okay. Even if it's dangerous, it's worth it. I keep thinking a versatile weapon will greatly boost my combat power. I must get it." Suddenly, he seemed to see something and his eyes widened. "Huh?" Van Thun pointed to a spot on the map. "Is the Silver Moon Forest near the Golden Lake also part of the Silver Moon Forest?"
Isn't that the territory of the Silver Moon Elves? A figure's back appears in your mind, and you wonder, it's been a while, I wonder how Nico is now?
Currently, on the non-Nguyat side, the giant trees are instantly knocked down by a burst of power, and continuous large explosions occur in the forest. A scream echoes through the annihilating space behind the Queen's throne room, and we have no way out.
The male fairy with a spear in hand loudly signals to the others, "We must stop this attack."
On the opposite side, a group of ancient spirits was frantically shouting and charging to attack. "Ha ha! The Silver Moon Spirit is one of the most precious treasures, highly favored by the great beings of the heavens. Each one can be rewarded greatly, so don't kill them. Capture alive. All of them must be taken alive." Nico's shoulder was torn open, bleeding dark red blood, and his face was smeared with bloodstains. She clenched her sword tightly and shouted at the ancient spirit beings, wanting to step forward and cross the corpse line. 2 of the station staff, Tuan Dan and some subordinates, gathered together in one place. They all looked at Van Thun at the same time. Tram Sin raised both hands, anxiously asking first, "Van Thun, do you really want to leave?" Van Thun, with one hand on his hip, smiled and replied, "Don't pretend to look so distressed. I don't expect this trip to last more than a few days. I already know. Now the vengeful army is very powerful, and while you are worried, Guling Ren has sent top experts to come." He directly informed them of his plans. "So, I discussed with Xiaoya she will stay in the room just in case. You have all seen her strength. Defeating her would require a true Emperor-level expert to personally step in."
The young man covering one eye heard this and exclaimed happily, "That noble lady attendant will stay? That's wonderful."
Van Thun Q.
There have been some strange things on the battlefield lately, and I'm not sure if I should find someone to discuss it. Van Thun replied to him, "Just say, don't be afraid." Tuan Dan looked up and then began to recount.
"For the past few days, I've been receiving reports that the number of bodies on the battlefield doesn't match, not only in the recent battle at Tianyuan City, but also during the previous continuous attacks on South City. Similar issues have occurred. It's clear we've lost quite a few professionals, but the number of bodies found is much lower than the casualties. Whether it's enemy spirit beings or human slaves killed, the statistics are vastly different." Van Thun propped his chin with one hand and analyzed. Wide area skills in chaotic battlefields can easily cause discrepancies in body counts. "I think so too, but this discrepancy is just too big this time. Many families of the fallen professionals keep asking about the bodies, thinking we are using them for shady purposes, which gives us a headache." Van Thun rubs his chin thoughtfully, pondering that besides the usefulness for death spirit mages, or a few special professions, who else would need that body? Station Master Sin remained silent until now and finally spoke.
"Commander, the Revenge Army mainly falls under our management. If even trivial matters like the corpses bother Van Thun, how can he focus on fighting the enemy?" Tuan Dan replied apologetically.
"Sorry for talking too much." Van Thun took out a teleportation ship and ordered the 2 of them.
"Just investigate first to see if there are any special imposters or ancient spirit beings causing trouble. I'll discuss the next steps when I get back."
Then he looked up to the sky, raised his arm high, and launched the ship straight up into the central zone, where it immediately grew to an enormous size. A strong gust of wind blows, causing Van Thun's robe to flutter wildly. He swiftly leaps into the ship. Before leaving, he only left those on the ground with one sentence: "I will return soon. At the same time, Inside Dongdu, the old capital of Huyanlong country, the scene here was full of contrasts.
The ancient spirit beings happily stroll through the streets, while ordinary humans are treated like pets, forced to wear collars and crawl on the ground. The spirit beings see humans as mere toys to carry around, both for chatting and tormenting.
At a tea shop, Ailey sat cross-legged on a wooden chair, one hand holding the collar of a beastman,
The other reaching out to ask, "Your Silver Moon spirit slave isn't bad. How about a trade for my beastman slave?" Aluk sitting opposite immediately refused without hesitation.
Nice dream. The Silver Moon spirit is worth much more than a beastman. Since Alai hasn't given up, he made another proposal. What do you mean, add more? In my opinion, the fake human profession should be eliminated directly. Making them slaves isn't worth it. Alai smiled at him and said, "Don't say that, we also heard about the fall of Tiantan City." Alu also advised, "I believe Brother Duong is stationed in Thien Van Than, right? I know you're worried about his safety, but there's nothing we can do to change this." He turned his gaze toward the distant tower, certain that the Emperor had received the news and that all human resistance would be eradicated. At this moment, inside the antechamber, Donggu sat on the throne, looking down at the kneeling figures below and asked loudly, "Do you mean even the celestial-level golem humans have lost, and lost badly?" "Yes, now Tianyun City has been completely taken over by the Revenge Army." The yellow-clad man also reported that the number of strongholds controlled by the Revenge Army has reached 7 and is spreading, and only the Emperor himself can eliminate them. Donggu frowned and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a strong person among humans. I have to go. Personally..." Before he could finish speaking, a voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, an orange flame appeared out of nowhere and flew in front of Donggu. As the flame split apart, Tai Lang's entire body appeared inside the refuge. He waved the fan in his hand and asked, "East Ko, it's been a while. Are you still well?" East Ko crossed his arms and asked back, "Tay, Lenang, you're not worried about defending your land, but come to find me. Do you want to start a war with me?" Tai Lang waved his hand dismissively and said, No, I came here just to talk. I don't want to fight." His expression turned serious, and he called out, "Dongko, have you ever wondered why we woke up at this exact moment? According to the data I collected, the time we awakened coincided exactly with humanity's darkest hour. Just say it straight. I hate beating around the bush." Tai Lang closed his eyes and commented, "You're really impatient." "Actually, this is simple. Our ancient spirit sword of the Mukbich Nan Chitan is awakening." He folds his fan and faces Dongso sitting on the chair, saying this to save humanity. After hearing that answer, Donggu's whole body froze on the spot, while the 3 henchmen kneeling behind him stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths. "What? Did I hear that right?" Donggu laughs out loud, saying this joke about saving humanity is just too funny. "Humans are suppressed by our bloodline. Their life level is 1 rank below ours. They are only fit to be humble slaves. What is the point of saving them?" Tai Lang solemnly explained, "Controlling bloodlines was only to prevent civil war and force humanity to cooperate with us, and our common enemy with humanity is the demon mutants." He recounted past events. "You also know that after the Great War between the divine humans and the Dark World, both sides suffered heavy losses, and to prevent other worlds from taking advantage and invading, the divine and dark gods have been at war for millions of years. Then, for some reason, many powerful emperors searched for the divine humans and then disappeared. Then, for some unknown reason, we suddenly fell into a deep sleep." Donggu pressed further. "I already know all these things." "And then what happened?" Tai Lang asked, tilting his head to listen. "Then, humanity appeared, and the biggest difference between humans and the ancient spirits is not their level of existence, but that they originally had no power at all. We have had power since birth, and as we grow, we follow the gods and fight monsters from other worlds. Humans are different. They are so weak that they cannot absorb the world's power. The place they live has no monsters. Their only enemies are a few weak beasts." Tai Lang concluded that that is why they follow a completely different path from ours. It is to use intelligence and creativity, to fiercely develop science, and to borrow external powers to dominate the world. He also added, "More than 70 years ago, the gods created a game that spread across humanity and merged it with reality. Since then, humanity finally gained the power of the world, although that power was flawed, which they called magic." Donggu clenched his hands together, feeling puzzled, and asked what is the purpose of the god. Tai Lang curled his lips and answered him. "It's simple. To oppose the dark god and defeat the dark world. The god of humanity wants mankind to achieve what our ancient ancestors could not." Dongko, hearing what sounds like a joke, scoffs and says,
Tai Lang, you make me laugh again. As far as I know, humans are beaten to pieces by monsters, losing to us by many times, so how can they possibly win the Dark World?
Tai Lang closed his eyes and rebutted, "You are mistaken. The current fake human professions are those who cannot fight against demons." Then he firmly asserted the first fake human profession, when the game merged with the world, was very powerful. Tai Lang slowly recounted that due to their weak bodies, humanity accumulated a vast amount of intelligence and creativity. After gaining magic power, their intelligence and creativity exploded, leading to the emergence of all kinds of strange professions. He analyzed that this game was not originally created by the gods, but by humanity itself. Humanity poured their imagination into the game, and the gods merely pushed a button to give humanity power within that imagination. Tai Lang speculated that the divine beings should wait until humanity creates more before acting. But it could no longer wait because the moment the game merged with reality marked the end of the two worlds' ceasefire. He added that just a few years after the merge, Ma Due began a large-scale invasion. The first wave of human professions was caught off guard, but after Tich Nhi unleashed her immense power, she completely blocked Ma Due's attack, even leading the two strongest human professions with a large number of powerful fighters into the Dark World, nearly destroying nearly half of it. Dongguo gritted his teeth in contempt, daring to charge into the Dark World, truly reckless. Judging from the outcome, they clearly failed. Tai Lang turned his back to him, closed his eyes to confirm, and indeed, humanity paid a tragic price for their recklessness, with those who entered the Dark World never returning. He began to assess. In fact, the world's resources for humanity are not unlimited, with the richest parts often found in dungeon runs or during the first defeat of powerful monsters, and the mineral and medicinal resources prioritized for extraction are also of the highest quality. Tai Lang added that the first wave of professional growth consumed most of the world's high-quality resources and was also the strongest equipment, and their collective disappearance was undoubtedly a heavy blow to humanity. Then, due to the shortage of high-quality resources, the number of top-tier human experts sharply declined, and the strength of their professions deteriorated year by year, making it difficult to resist the attacks of the demon surge, gradually leading to a state similar to when we awaken. In the end, Tai Lang concluded that the moment we wake up is when humanity is about to be completely destroyed, and the divine beings awakening us is to unite humanity against the demon surge. He closed his eyes and wondered why we woke up at the same time. With the demon horde suddenly retreating due to fear of our aura and the original family estate already shattered, humans naturally modify their weapons to counter enemies, creating powerful spiritual weapons to oppose humanity. Donggu waved his hand dismissively and said, "No, the demon claw withdrew clearly because they sensed our aura and were afraid of our Ko-Lin clan." Tai Lang warns him that saying so might be too arrogant. He narrows his eyes and directly asks a question. That year, when the Dark World was born, the 7 great primordial evil demons were still alive. The former 7 pillars. With them there, are you sure the remaining Ko-Lin clan can win just relying on us? Then you say that Ma Du withdrew because of what? He told another story, apparently causing chaos in the Dark Demon world, even bringing back the current clan leader of the Dark Demon, who is one of the so-called 72 Demon Lords. Therefore, the retreat of the demon army might be because they fear an uprising behind them, and has nothing to do with us. The legendary gods originally wanted us to unite with humans to change the situation. But when Ma Due retreated for Van Than, losing the external threats restraint, the Ko-Lin clan chose to attack humans, leading to today's situation. Everything was just a coincidence, even a farce. Tai Lang sternly demanded, "Opposing Ma Due requires humans. Whether for Ko-Lin people or this world, you must stop harming them." The eastern region sneered and said, "If I refuse, then what?" A huge explosion erupted in the sanctuary, with a blazing fire that seemed to engulf the entire space. "The eastern ancient territory of yours will be fully taken over by me, Tai Lang." The ancient spirit beings behind were overwhelmed by the power of the fire dragon and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. They cried out in fear, "We are all celestial-level ancient spirits. Just a trace of aura nearly melted our bodies." Another ancient spirit being was hit by the fire dragon's flames, burning one side of his face black, and he shouted loudly, "This is the true essence of fire, also the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse." Donggu clenched his fist tightly, releasing a burst of intriguing power from within himself. "Tai Lang, 100,000 years ago I wanted to fight you, and it seems today I will finally have my wish. The great emperor cannot allow it. Once you fight, it will inevitably spread throughout the eastern capital, even destroying all living beings inside, and there is room for negotiation.
Absolutely must not act impulsively. Tai Lang clasped his hands behind his back and asked him, Dongko, tell me your answer.
Dongguo thought for a moment and replied, I will give humanity a chance if you, Tai Ling, are still not satisfied. Then let's fight. Tai Ling closed his eyes and withdrew the flames around him. He thought to himself, it seems this is his biggest concession. A full-scale war would only add to the internal conflict. In the end, his entire body vanished in the flames, leaving only 2 words echoing in the space. Thank you. One of the ancient spirit beings, still confused, asked, Go ahead. The person kneeling beside him also let out a sigh of relief, finally at ease, knowing the consequences would be unimaginable. But soon after, a group of ancient spirit beings started to chatter excitedly. What Western Lang Flame Emperor? Someone talking nonsense. When have we Ko Lin Yan ever been afraid of demon descendants? The primordial demon scares someone like I'm a child, huh? Donggu stood up from the chair and shook his head at the ancient spirit beings below. No, the primordial demons are different from demonic clans. They are born from the dark world and naturally possess the primal force of origin, which represents the fundamental evolution of all phenomena in the universe. An extraordinary primal power beyond compare. Moreover, their lifespan is connected to the world. The dark world is eternal, and their lifespan is infinite.
Dongguo looked at the few ancient spirit beings in front of him and said, We may have awakened and become much stronger than before, but those 7 have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and their strength has accumulated to an unknown level.
Like Tai Lang Songan, we truly need humans. The subordinate raised his head, always eager to ask. So the Emperor wants humans and ancient spirits to coexist peacefully? Donggu honestly denied it. Of course, that's impossible. His face hidden in the shadows, he smiled with a calculating look. I only need human strength and absolute loyalty. I cannot be afraid of fake control. Dying would not be enough regret. At the same time, elsewhere, Van Than's moving ship was flying through the sky into a mountain forest area. In a room, Tianqin was muttering to himself continuously, feeling pain, feeling discomfort, cursing death, dark magic. He raised a hand to cover his face and sighed. It's happening again. Lucy is in a cell, kneeling on the ground and screaming.
How long has Van Than been asking about this situation outside the cell?
Xiaojing replied, From the master's return, the human world began. Van Shen looked into the cell and ordered,
Lucy, tell me the specific situation. You think to yourself, follow me, the Sochi Angel clan is the same as the ancient tribe. Lucy's current appearance is increasingly approaching it.
Moreover, her original profession was an angel, with no connection to this. They all call out to me for help. I can sense their presence. But who are they? I'm not familiar with them. Van Than pondered with his chin. Maybe they are just awakening angels from the angel race, who have been in the Divine Emperor Empire for hundreds of thousands of years, and as ancient angels, they came to seek help without knowing what happened. He closed his eyes and silently calculated, but it was all in vain. The most urgent matter now was to craft new weapons. Van Than lowered his head to check the items he had. Searching the Dark Abyss Demon and the Dark Abyss Treasury, I am completely missing only the top-tier materials, the only missing core weapon with multiple forms. Van Than followed the map in his hand and arrived at a deserted hilly area. When he arrived, he looked stunned and muttered, I've reached the destination. As for the monster, Van Than was completely unaware that those puddles on the ground were actually red blood, and as soon as it saw someone intruding, it felt uneasy, creaking and groaning. Another human seeking death. It's been a long time since I last tasted fresh meat. I almost forgot the flavor of blood and flesh. Come here quickly and stay with me. Because he was too focused on the map, Van Shen didn't notice his steps and accidentally stepped on Slim. It immediately transforms back into its original form. Slim wraps around Van Than's leg and loudly threatens, Let me protect you! But with a move you successfully used to defeat Slim, it made him confused and question himself. He had already noticed. Even after Van Than shattered it, it still tried to piece the fragments back together. Even the tiniest fragments strive to come back together. At the same time, other monsters also start to appear one after another. First, a monster with a raging elemental body, level 84, diamond talent, skills, roaring fiercely, colliding violently, liquefying, and camouflaging. Then, a giant slim monster appears. The level 77 mutant with diamond talent, corrosive swamp skills, and camouflage as water pools to hunt. Van Shen was surrounded, but remained fearless. Camouflaging as a water puddle to hunt, it's a bit interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, they all attacked him together. Van Than counterattacked by casting fireball magic without a staff, and in an instant, flames shot straight at the monsters, making them a bit frightened. As the fire succeeded in destroying the raging elemental bodies, the Slims took the opportunity to ambush from behind while you weren't paying attention. Before they could get close, Ankoi immediately appeared and quickly took down Slim with a single move. Then Vanthan ordered Ankoi.
Ankoi, these monsters are yours. The others seeking revenge all rush to fight him together.
Changing scene, Deep Fong walks along mumbling. I never expected that as a noble spirit of the Silver Moon, we would have to rely on brainless monsters to help us. Lu Tui quickly warned the others, do not underestimate them. Those monsters are extremely powerful, and they have developed some intelligence. If we risk finding the boss Chat Lap Danyi, we might actually succeed. Liu Chen quickly took out the Queen's order to suppress him. The Queen's order is above all. It must be obeyed. He hadn't finished speaking when Deep Fong shouted out in panic, what is going on here?
After seeing that all the monsters here had been defeated, he couldn't help but be amazed and shouted, the monsters here have all been killed. Without hesitation, the three of them quickly ran away.
Deep Fong kept guessing. Something's wrong. Could it be that the Ko Lin Yan detected our plan but isn't sure, so she hurriedly made a suggestion, just get to the boss quickly. The scene shifts. Vanthan follows the map to a large lake. Sensing an intruder in her territory, the monster beneath waits for her. It quickly revealed its appearance and background to you. Level 135, with legendary attribute talent, strength 24,725, physique 21,025, skills of savage devouring, 10,000 illusions, tumultuous collision, disintegration, liquefaction, originally a fragile-hearted monster, after swallowing a large amount of fake professions and transforming into hundreds of variations, it became a ruler of its domain that no one dares to provoke. Father Diao looked at Vanthan and then sneered, as if food had finally come to his door after a long time. You look even more tempting than a regular fake profession with 4 transformations. Before he could finish speaking, Vanthan cast Fireball without a staff to intimidate it. You loudly scold him, this is your last wish. In just a minute, it managed to extinguish Vanthan's fire. And then Chodo put on an angry face and looked at you, deciding to teach you a lesson while attacking and intimidating at the same time. You're courting death. Vanthan quickly counterattacks. The primordial Baoviem lead on. So before the fist could hit him, it was stopped. Meanwhile, the burning flame-broken shadow moved faster, leaving several holes on Chao's body. It was injured and felt resentful. Damn it, his level and attribute value are far lower than mine, so why does he have such destructive power? Moreover, this fire is strange. Could it be his primal essence? The primordial flame of the fire element, he has comprehended a type of primal power, aiming for a quick victory by adding divine lightning, followed by the burning spirit technique. In the second, Vanthan further cast the 10,000 Worlds illusion, then brought the divine lightning close to Chao's body to burn it. After a while, seeing that Chao no longer looked like his original form, Van Shen hesitated and asked, is it resolved? Just as he thought, Chao transformed back into the Guangyam Knight. This was beyond my expectations, so I was completely shocked and thought to myself that he had transformed into a professional with the highest defense skills, which is rare. The Crystal Demon Knight is clearly just a monster. Seeing Vanthan's expression, it chuckled and said, do humans get scared? The reason I've been able to survive until now is thanks to your human abilities. He suddenly remembered an old story and shared all his feelings with Vanthan. Many years ago, I was just a weak-hearted monster. Only level 20 and pitiful, but the high-level monsters around me lived there too, all extremely dangerous high-level professions. To avoid them, I could only melt into a puddle of water, letting them step over me. Until one day, a severely injured profession suddenly appeared. His wounds were so serious that they posed no threat to me at all. At that moment, the Demon King was so badly injured that he leaned against a tree to rest, and accidentally saw a strange puddle of water, then muttered to himself, huh? This water feels like something's not quite right. So I continued my story here. I seized this rare opportunity to swallow him, gaining his memories and a huge boost in rank, even able to use his skills and profession traits. Since then, I no longer fear humans and have started hunting them instead. But once I gained human memories, I realized clearly that among the professions, there are a few extremely terrifying ones. So I don't attack directly, but split into countless clones, using the weaker ones as bait to attract lower-level professions to level up. Then one by one, I swallow them. When humans realize how serious it is, even the 4th-tier professions are no match for me. And because I haven't expanded my territory, the harm to humans is limited. Even high-level national heroes like the Guardian God King haven't acted. After many years of accumulation, I can't even count how many humans I've swallowed. You can only have one profession each, but I can take on all of them. From the moment you paid attention to me, your day of death was already decided. Ha! Hearing that, Vanthan laughed loudly, mocking Chad Do. Your laughter confuses it. What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of me? Van Than quickly jumped onto Chow's hand, running and saying, I was worried at first that my efforts would be in vain, but now I feel much more at ease. After killing you, I will probably get what I want. This unintentionally angered it, so I let it use the ultimate transformation and scolded loudly, You rude brat, it seems you don't understand my power at all. To punish you, it uses the berserker with a hammer raised high, aiming to strike Van Than fiercely down and shout. The blood rage attack, meanwhile, causes the yellow liquid in the pond to overflow.
Van Than uses a lightning flash to dodge the attack and thinks to himself that both his physical strength and your attributes are enhanced, making his destructive power very high. Losing this round, he plans to use all his tricks to unleash overwhelming power.
The forest archer, aiming directly at Van Than, arrogantly said, So what if you rely on your primal origin to have destructive power beyond your level? As he tried to stretch the bowstring. 1 second after that, just keep pressing and shooting, and Du will rain lightning arrows at you while Van Than dodges the arrows. It confidently says that if you attack, you won't have time to resist. And then it looked surprised when it saw a purple streak suddenly appear on its head. A second later, Cho felt confused as the divine lightning emerged from that purple streak. Before it could react, a fireball immediately poured down directly onto its head, and after a moment of being engulfed in flames, it lost its head. With a worried look, Van Than stepped in front of it and whispered to himself, It seems that after transforming into a dense archer, your defense is much weaker than that of the dull steel knight. Things still weren't over, as it suddenly used the ultimate transformation. The holy priest healed and asked you, How did you do that? Van Than immediately cast the Supreme Space Technique, a basic skill of space mages, jumping through space, and calmly replied, I guess you've never swallowed a space mage, so you don't understand much about space magic. It's not surprising. That profession is too rare. The principle is simple. Just throw the skill into the space gate I create. In just a few minutes, a formation with countless divine lightnings surrounded Du, and it also took on a different shape. To be sure, Van Shin added a few more arrows and said, They will jump to the other side of the gate. Finally, he looked at Du with a serious expression and calmly said one word, Boom. Right after, the water in the pond suddenly roared, forming a towering wave that reached the sky. Van Than looked at the wave and softly said, 5 levels up at once, quite a hefty amount of experience. Unfortunately, compared to the daily attributes granted by the second soul, the benefits from leveling up are minimal. Moreover, the system suddenly provided information about your current status. Van Than, a human with level 96 attributes, strength 5,924, physique 6,452, agility 5,280, intelligence 6,190, stamina 5,450, and skills, after being defeated, left Van Than an item he was delighted with, saying, This is still the greatest reward. The item given to Van Than is called the Red Heart. Legendary grade material note. The heart of the monster lord for red, after being acquired, can add abilities to transform equipment into countless forms. After a moment, he heard a strange noise coming from behind him. Van Than looked at the stone behind him and saw someone, then loudly said, Enough watching the show. It's time to come out. The person stepping out was the embarrassed Xuan and Guiat girls apologizing. We didn't mean to peek. Beachvon immediately responded, Please forgive me. Then she suddenly knelt down, crying and begging, Are you Van Than Van Tien Q? I watched the global competition that day live. Please help us save the Silver Moon Forest. Van Than couldn't hide his worry and asked what was happening. The scene shifts to the Silver Moon Forest, where everywhere is on fire. People are fleeing in panic, crying and shouting, and there are also sounds of arguing.
You bastard, let me go, I will fight you now. Rika is injured and being helped by Lutia. Adam, crying loudly, asked her, Your Majesty, are you planning to abandon the land and the people and run away?
Rika quickly explained, It's not running away, it's a counterattack. I've sent 2 small teams to the nearby monster territory. Just take Du to the Silver Moon Forest with our cooperation, and we might be able to defeat that ancient spirit. After hearing this, she suggested we find a hiding place for the monsters to attack. Why does the queen want to go to the monster's territory herself, and how does she justify it? Because she believes Du is intelligent and might not fall into the trap. But if I offer myself as bait, it will definitely accept. After all, it's been craving my flesh for more than a day or two. Hearing the queen's words, the guards suddenly turned pale, their eyes filled with worry. A woman cried out in panic, Sacrificing oneself, how can that be possible? Another person added, You are the most important queen to us. The subordinate standing next to Rika stared intently, face full of worry. Run away, she said quietly. How far can we run? We might not even be able to leave this world.
She continued, when the ancient spirit descended years ago, I also made the same choice. To avoid disaster, I summoned the Silver Moon spirits from everywhere to return. I sealed off the Silver Moon forest to cut off contact with the outside and prevent the flames of war.
Rika's voice continued to echo. When the ancient spirits seized Huyanlong Kingdom, they immediately targeted the smaller clans, attacking dwarves and beastmen alike. Even the Silver Moon spirit clan cannot escape. Countless clans were enslaved, and in the end, the forest was destroyed.
She sadly said, what is the point of revenge now? For many years, I fought with all my strength to help humanity against the ancient spirits. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. Don't you think so too?
Suddenly, Rika waved her hand forcefully and spoke with determination. Avoiding them only makes the enemy more oppressive.
Only by risking everything in battle and making them suffer will they realize that the lunar spirit beings are not easy to mess with.
At that moment, a blazing stream of red spiritual energy swept in like a blood vortex, instantly encircling her, while a mocking laugh echoed through the sky, making it clear how difficult it was to provoke. In the sky, amidst the blazing red vortex, a figure stands proudly in the void. Chip bows his head and looks down, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You think I don't know what's going on around here? This so-called Tapaladani is just a worthless monster. Rika gritted his teeth in frustration, secretly thinking, damn it, this celestial-level ancient spirit has finally caught up. In an instant, countless of his subordinates descended from the sky, quickly surrounding them. An arrogant one burst out laughing. In the past, we fought alongside divine beings across all realms, and we've seen every kind of monster. The one next to him sneered, saying, when I kill a monster, your ancestors haven't even been born yet. Another man sneered arrogantly, thinking he could handle us just because of the monsters. Chip said, Queen Spirit, you misunderstand. Our bloodline suppression isn't just for humans or humanoid races. He waved his hand forcefully, immediately releasing an invisible pressure that shot straight at them. Any creature with a significantly lower life force was suppressed, including monsters and even alien species from other worlds. The people below scream in pain, their insides like being squeezed and their breathing becoming extremely difficult. One helplessly cries out as their strength diminishes again. The young man beside him growls in frustration. Damn it! If they can fight evenly, Chip coldly orders to capture them all, but don't kill them. The Silver Moon spirit is worth a good price. The subordinates excitedly responded in unison. Yes! The sword-wielding leader immediately charged forward with a look of great enthusiasm. Again with the big sword. He quickly grabbed a spirit and slammed it down to the ground. The other person shouted in panic, Damn it, let go! Another one immediately threw out iron chains binding the two in front, and they screamed in fear. No, I don't want to be a rescue slave anymore. The other guy also charged forward fiercely, swinging his sword at the spirit who fell backward, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Faced with that situation, Rika hurriedly raised her spirit, her eyes full of determination. I will risk everything with you. But at that very moment, the hand holding her arrow suddenly clenched tightly. Chip licked his lips, a look of desire on his face. Stop wasting your energy. Submission is the only way. But don't worry, I won't sell you. He pulls Rika into his arms, holding her tightly with an oppressive grip. Even your appearance, body, and aura are worthy of me. From now on, you are my personal toy, and that is your honor. She trembled, clenched her teeth, and could only utter one word. You. Just then, a fist like a storm suddenly charged forward, hitting Chip directly, leaving him no time to react. Vanthan appears like a hero, his punch crushing the villain's face into a twisted mess, sending Chip flying like a flickering candle into the cold ground, flames erupting from his mighty fist, engulfing him in terror as he screams in panic. It's hot, so hot your voice is cold. Being able to take my punch is also your honor. You are? A familiar and indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Who is this guy? Looking around too much. At the same time, he quickly hid behind a tree trunk, silently observing the situation. A strong sense of unease rising in Chip's mind. This is not good. Where did this kid come from? My bloodline suppression is no longer working. He took a run-up and sped away, knocking me back with a single strike. He's terrifyingly strong. I am definitely no match. Run. Run, fast. But before he could get far, Chip was wrapped up by vines, binding his body tightly. Vanthan flicked his hand, and he immediately fell face down on the ground. Handle that yourselves. The scene before their eyes leaves Chip's subordinates stunned. Oh my God, the heavenly tier Kolin Nyan in his hands has no strength to resist. Just how powerful is this guy? Rika stood there stunned, eyes wide in surprise. What's going on? Why did a kid suddenly appear who's so strong? Then the celestial-ranked Kolin Nyan was defeated and thrown down in front of me like trash. Am I dreaming? At that moment, a group of people hurriedly rushed over from afar, each face full of worry.
A person shouted loudly, "Your Majesty," she also asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Didn't I tell you to find Tapla Danyi? Why are you back?" She pointed in his direction and nervously explained, "When we arrived, Tapaladier had already been killed by Van Thon. We could only seek his help." Rika was stunned. "Wait. Tapaladier is dead." "No, he's Van Than. Van Than is still alive." I remember now, during the global competition that year, my daughter and I watched the live stream together. But because she liked him, I kept teasing her, thinking there would soon be a son-in-law, so I didn't watch the match properly.
Van Than asked curiously, "Where is Nico? It didn't come with you." Ba sadly lowered her head, tears sparkling in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Nico was taken away by Ko Lin Yan to protect me." Hearing those words, the spiritual energy around him suddenly erupted fiercely. Killing intent surged, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying coldness. Rick clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of awe and secretly thinking, his aura is truly powerful. This guy's strength has probably surpassed the 4-time transfer bearer, even approaching that of a national guardian deity. Van Thon asked coldly, "Tell me where it is." The scene shifts to a forest where, amidst hanging corpses, a woman is dragged along the rough ground, bleeding, desperately begging for help. "Don't!" She struggled, trying to loosen the tight rope around her neck, her voice hoarse with despair. "I don't want to be a slave. Can anyone save me?" Suddenly, the woman's eyes froze, catching sight of something ahead. A bright streak of divine light gradually appeared before her eyes, and she vaguely recognized it as a person. She circulated her spiritual energy, gathered her strength between her palms, and the small flames immediately shot out, dancing lively in the air like living creatures. They swooped down rapidly on the evil people below. One of them exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" He guessed it looked like a small flame, but at that moment, the fire suddenly erupted, with fierce flames surging out, instantly engulfing and swallowing his figure. The remaining ones also met the same fate, falling into panic and screaming in pain. There is an enemy and an attack from the enemy. Who is the powerful expert that struck? At the same time elsewhere, carriages filled with spirit beasts rumbled along the bumpy road. The crowd escorting them remained highly alert, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. At that moment, flames shot down one after another from Van Than. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. Where did the fire come from? Can't be extinguished, only watch ourselves burn to death. Soon, the flames consumed them all, leaving not a single ember behind. The spirits still couldn't believe what had just happened, trembling as they muttered, "Are we saved?" The figure continued to soar through the air, soon arriving in front of a house on the outskirts of the forest. Inside a building, Koi Ha happily boasted. "I've found the treasure," Tung An immediately praised, with a greedy tone. "The silver moon spirit with royal bloodline is truly rare. It can definitely be sold for a high price." Nico glared at the people in front of him with hatred and shouted angrily, "If you have the guts, lift your bloodline suppression and fight me properly. I will behead you all." He didn't hesitate to slap her with a sky-high slap. "Understand this. Beings as low as you deserve nothing more than to be trampled. Do you really want to crush a mere ant and then fight it one-on-one?" Koiha's lewd gaze fixated on Nico's body, a calculating smile curling at his lips. "With such a fiery temper, it's hard to sell him. I need to teach him a lesson." Just then, Zida hurried in, holding a notice. "Wait, something's wrong." He hurriedly took out the paper, his voice trembling with panic. "The latest order from the Emperor bans capturing or killing any humans, including the humanoid race in the human camp, effective today." Tung-un stared at the words in front of him, stunned, and exclaimed, "What am I? Has the Emperor gone crazy?" Once again issuing such an order, Koiloi gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes dark with gloom. Clearly, the one who said he wanted to enslave all of humanity was also him. Tudet frowns in discomfort and says, "I don't know the details. I just received the order." Tung-an grits his teeth and crushes the paper in his hand with a voice full of resentment. "So what should we do? The new slaves we captured today weren't unsellable, right? We've been busy and exhausted for so long, and even after defeating the Silver Moon Forest, we hoped to make a big profit. But now, as the Emperor's order stands, there's nothing we can do. If it can't be sold, then the brothers shouldn't have come all this way for nothing, using you to comfort everyone." I am trembling, tears streaming down my face, my voice trembling with fear. "What are you planning to do? Wasn't it the Eastern Ancient Emperor who issued the ban? How dare you?" Tung-un sneered, his dirty eyes scanning Nico's body, his hand reaching out to groping. The old man is in the eastern capital. As long as he doesn't report it, killing a few people won't be known.
Bloodline of the royal family. I've never tasted it before. I must savor it thoroughly.
She is completely panicked, her screams of despair echoing in utter desperation. No.
But at that very moment, a deafening explosion rang out, the ceiling shattered, debris flying everywhere, and a figure descended from above like an arrow. Van Thon immediately grabbed his shoulder and coldly said, "Next, you decide how you want to die."
In an instant, the flames erupted fiercely, engulfing Tung An's body. He only managed a short, stunned scream before being completely burned to ashes.
Seeing the figure who just appeared, Koi Loi exclaimed in panic, "It's not good, I saw his face, that's Van Than."
Tu Dat's face turned pale as he immediately turned and ran for his life, screaming in terror as he fled. Even the immortal-level spirit beings couldn't defeat him, and another one shouted in panic, "Run quickly! You swiftly unleash your spiritual power and send a stream of flames straight at those people." In just a moment, they were burned to blackened corpses, their bodies deformed beyond recognition. Nico stared in shock at the scene before him, as if unable to believe what he had just seen. Trembling as he asked again, "Are you really you?" Van Than gently turned her head back, her voice soft and gentle. "Nico, it's been a long time." She was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face like a flood.
"That's great, you're alive. You're really alive." Nico lowered his head, voice choked off Ton Kang and Lam Hu Hook.
"Many of our team members back then were killed by the Kolin Yan. Take your time and tell me everything slowly." The terrible ordeal has finally come to an end. The survivors quietly clean up the wreckage, while the unfortunate ones rest peacefully, no longer suffering any more pain. She sat with Van Than under a lush green canopy, listening to Nico recount the past, gradually understanding everything. So, that's how it was. After openly taking over the Huyan Long Kingdom, Gu Linyan launched a purge against the minority races.
Van Thon continued, "The Silver Moon spirits were hidden well and discovered late, but in the end, their race nearly went extinct.
But as far as I know, dark spirit elves in the shadow world have a mother tree to protect them against powerful enemies." "Don't you Silver Moon spirits have a mother tree?"
Rika said, "We do have the source tree right behind us."
She continued, "The palace on the tree." Van Than was stunned. "You hollowed out the entire tree, turning it into a tree palace?" Rika shyly nodded in confirmation. What else could it be? "Isn't the world tree the biggest and longest tree? Of course, it's the most convenient." He frowned slightly, looking a bit annoyed. "All right, I was wrong to explain. I thought your sacred trees were like dark spirits. The world tree." The old woman spoke. "The world tree? That sounds a bit impressive. 30 years ago I saw a mural in the ruins underground nearby." Rika's voice continued. "According to the mural, the world tree was originally in the Silver Moon forest, but it seems to have been taken by the gods a million years ago." "What did you say?" "The world tree was taken away by the god," Rika replied coldly. "At least the murals record it that way, but they still left some easy-to-use trees. And as for the dark spirits you mentioned, they can't be combined with us." She continued, "At least Wien Gan Nguyet Tin Lin are products of play and reality from 70 years ago. Fundamentally, our ancestors were all humans, just with abilities and appearances slightly different from ordinary people, and no ancient inheritance at all." Rick leaned on his hand and sat down slowly under the lush green leaves. She quickly took out a piece of paper, her gaze becoming serious. "Let's put aside the world tree for now and talk about this." Rika emphasized that this was not a simple order, but a recruitment letter for humanity. She analyzed that, first of all, it prohibited the anciently human from harming humanity in various ways, which is an easy point to understand. The key point is in the latter part. The ancient Eastern Emperor invited the strongest humans within his territory to Dongdu to attend the power division ceremony a month later. You also know that although the Huyan Long country is now occupied and humanity is shattered, there are still many strong people within the country. They secretly gather everywhere, forming various large and small forces. Some forces hide and survive for now. I don't believe Emperor Donggu is so kind. Chiohang may be genuine, but his main goal is to gather all human forces and then destroy them all. I continue to speak, saying that this order could gather not only the surrendering factions, but also the resisting ones who want to kill him, since he will also attend the division ceremony, which for many human elites is a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Van Thon deduces this, and obviously Emperor Dongko understands it too, so he wants to turn the tables, making the surrendering faction his subordinates, and killing all the resisting enemies. He glances at Rika, his voice tinged with hidden doubt. "So, are you on the side of surrender or resistance?" Her eyes lowered slightly. She remained silent for a long time. Then her voice grew softer. "And what about me?" At that moment, several elder lords suddenly flew in front of them, all with tense expressions and hurried voices. Queen, this matter must be considered carefully, as it concerns the life and death of our clan. Please listen to the opinions of a few elders. Humankind has failed, even the capital has been taken. Resistance is pointless. The others emphasize that
Suppressing bloodlines goes against the natural order, and fighting will surely lead to death.
the others added the Silver Moon Spirit, leaving only 3,000 people, and their only option was to surrender to protect them.
Nico stood up angrily and shouted, "You were the ones who previously advocated avoiding battle, and now the territory is destroyed. How long will you keep avoiding the fight, you cowards who fear death?"
He retorted, if they had fought back then, the territory might have been destroyed even sooner. Living a few more months, isn't that a good thing? She was so angry she couldn't speak. You hear the noise? Everyone below looking up, and a curious person asks, "What's going on?" The person next to me isn't sure. It seems Nico and the elders are arguing about something related to surrender. Nico stands with his arms crossed, turning his face away with a cold, unwavering gaze, firm in his opinion. I will never surrender anyway. If I had helped humanity earlier, we might have won. Rick smiled gently, his warm voice full of understanding. Nico was wrong about that.
Looking at what happened afterward, even if we had intervened at that time, we couldn't change the situation. Everyone was overwhelmed by bloodline suppression and couldn't fight back.
She shouted in panic,
"What, even my mother wants to surrender?"
"I have decided immediately." Rika stepped forward solemnly before her people, her voice thunderous.
"I declare that our Silver Moon Spirit clan will participate in this division of power ceremony and go to war with the Eastern Ancient Emperor."
As soon as the declaration was made, the elder sages all froze in shock, their teeth clenched in fury. "What?"
The nun excitedly shouted, "Mother!"
Von Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already foreseen this outcome, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, an elder Yuan roared angrily, full of fury and arrogance, saying that doing so would cause everyone to die. She coldly replied, her gaze unwavering. "If we surrender, no one will die? Who can guarantee that the Eastern Ancient Emperor will keep his word?" Rick insists that entrusting life and death to others is the stupidest choice, especially now when things are different from when the ancient spirit first descended. She continues, "Back then no one knew about bloodline suppression, and all the players were caught off guard. It has been over a year now, and any surviving strong person who dares to resist understands bloodline suppression." Rick's voice continues, "And now they are filled with hatred, ready to gather at the Eastern capital as their most trusted allies." She continued, "Only by forming an alliance with them could Rika be sure we had a chance of survival." She analyzed, "We have no resistance against the Kolonyon. Our territory can be easily destroyed. Can we really win?" It wasn't possible before, but now it is, because Yunshen has given us a great gift. She affirmed that as long as they had these heavenly-level ancient spirit beasts sacks, everyone could lift the bloodline suppression and fight on equal footing with the ancient spirit beasts. What? A cage for celestial-level ancient spirits? Great. I finally don't have to endure the aura of the ancient spirit anymore. No more suppression. I'll crush them. Rika shouted, her voice echoing through the space. My people will defend themselves. My enemies will be avenged. All the combat power of the Silver Moon Spirit will fight alongside me. The people below also shouted in unison. Starting the revenge war? She turned to Van Than and asked, "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" "You all made your own decisions, I only helped a little," Van Than suggested. "But since you've chosen to fight, you can ally with the Revenge Legion I joined. They also use the ancient Lie-Human armor, so their strength is trustworthy," Rika excitedly said, her eyes shining. "The Revenge Army isn't bad. Tell me the location and we'll use the World Tree to teleport there." "General Ha, this is the item our soldier found on the way." He continued reporting, and he even saw some ancient spirit beings riding monstrous bird creatures, capturing this and delivering it across the sky. If I'm not mistaken, it's not just our forces who found this. Her eyes fixed intently on the words on the notice, her expression gradually turning cold as she issued the order to Emperor Donggu. "I see. So that's it." The subordinate is presenting his opinion. "General Ha's surrender is impossible. We must fight to the death with Ko Li-nan. But with our current strength, it's unlikely we can win. So it's best to skip this division ceremony and look for another opportunity. What Emperor Donggu is doing is just forcing us to reveal ourselves. He will soon issue his second decree." Van Duong quickly moved toward her. "Master Ha, the situation is already clear. From the beginning, we had no choice. It's best to prepare for battle immediately." Quintan immediately turned around, her robes billowing with her gesture, and decisively gave the order. "Fine. 1 month after the power division ceremony, a life-and-death battle against the Eastern Ancient Emperor. She simply pointed her hand at the person in front of her. But not everyone was going into battle, including you. Van Duong was stunned, her eyes wide with shock, pointing at herself. Right now, I am in this underground base, and the atmosphere suddenly goes silent, as if the entire space is frozen in a few breaths. Van Duong frowns, her voice filled with doubt and defiance. Why can't I deploy? Teacher Ha, are you worried I won't be able to help? The girl wondered why, even though I, Van Duong, don't hold a high rank, but in terms of actual combat strength, there aren't many in the base who can compare. So why can't I fight alongside you? Quintun coldly said. Because you have another mission to carry out. Van Duong asked curiously, is there any mission more important than the siege of the Eastern Ancient Emperor? She glanced back, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you want to disobey the military order? The girl was confused, silent, and unable to speak, her hands tightly clenched together. Van Duong, you still don't understand why. The general did this to protect you. This final battle is extremely dangerous. You must return to the rear for safety. Those thoughts kept flooding his mind. Once we are completely annihilated, you will be the seat of fire left by the general, the hope for the base's future. At the same time, Rika led Van Thon Bang through the forest towards the World Tree, softly recounting that according to the mural records, the World Tree was originally in the Silver Moon Forest, but mysteriously moved elsewhere by the gods. Rick added, luckily, many of its roots remain, making it very easy to use. If it weren't for those roots, I would still doubt that the mural's content is real. I remain silent, recalling how the World Tree once saved me with its roots when I was ambushed by a god, even carrying me across nearly 1,000,000 miles to the Dark Spirit Forest in a short time. In just a moment, the two of them stopped in front of a deep, dark, bottomless pit. From its depths, giant roots stretched upward, piercing through the tangled ground like the veins of the world. Hey, we've arrived, Rika continued. This is the place where the World Tree once existed. After finishing, she quickly leapt down into the pit. Anyway, let's go down first. Soon after, they arrived at the bottom of the pit. Rika quickly grabbed a root and explained, the roots of the World Tree have teleportation effects. As long as you find a spot, you can teleport to another place and spread easily. She explained that to stabilize the relationships across the entire world, the roots of the World Tree are spread very widely, so in theory, as long as enough roots are found, it can teleport to any place on the planet. Rick held up a root and presented it to Van Thon, slowly saying, if you want to go back and find the Revenge Army, it's easy. Its teleportation direction is near Thien Van City. You quickly took it and said I will explain the situation to the defending army. For them, the Silver Moon Spirit Clan is also a great help. Suddenly, a panicked cry rang out above. It's not good, Your Majesty the Queen! The woman didn't hesitate at all, and immediately threw the notice down. The Eastern Empire just issued the second decree, and we have just received it. In an instant, the notice was already in her hands. Rick quickly unfolded it, his face darkening. What kind of trick is that second Imperial Edict trying to pull? Now! She shouted in panic. This is not good. Based on the Emperor's Eastern Division protocol, they also want to hold a head-chopping ceremony. Rick shouted in panic the target he wants to behead publicly is the Guardian General of Huyanlong. Van Thon was stunned. Isn't General Lu the father of senior sister Lu Diulin? Damn it, I didn't expect Emperor Dong Ko to play this move. She looked worried, her face darkening significantly. The guardian god of the nation not only represents the strongest combat power of Huyanlong country, but also is the faith of countless citizens. If he were beheaded in front of the public, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the dignity and confidence of the professionals. Rick nodded in agreement. Your judgment is correct. He forced all humans to participate in the Division of Power ceremony, aiming to wipe them out once and for all. You speak quietly, but we don't have much time left. Van Than clenched the giant root in his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy instantly erupted around him, his eyes blazing with a fighting spirit. I immediately returned to Tianyun City to wung the vanguard army. Soon after, the flat ground outside Tianyun City suddenly trembled violently and cracked open. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly, as if something enormous underground is writhing and trying to break through the surface. In an instant, a giant root shoots straight up from the ground. It gradually separates, a dazzling aura of spiritual light revealing your figure. Van Than steps lightly onto the ground, looking calm and composed, then without hesitation, spiritual wings emerge from behind him, and Van Than soars into the sky. At this moment, the news has spread to the base, and everyone is filled with worry. Rumors are spreading everywhere. What should we do now? Unexpectedly, the Eastern Ancient Emperor issued 2 orders at once. Duan Ye raised his head, his gaze distant,
and softly whistled he, indicating that the situation was very unstable. Just then, the door was pushed open, and he quickly stepped in, his deep voice asking, "Do you all have the news too?" Hearing the familiar voice, John Sheng turned around in surprise, his face full of joy.
Van Than, you're back. Van K's face shows clear worry. He looks at each person and then slowly says, "What do you all think about the imperial decree from the Eastern Co-Emperor?" Everyone started to argue loudly, the noise of their discussion like a thunderclap. Of course, it was a fight to the death. Anyone who dared to surrender would be the first to leave. General Lu, to protect Huyanlong Kingdom, has fought bloodily against the 72 demon pillars multiple times. How could she ignore it and not care? No matter what, she must save General Lu's family. She said, Vanka, previously Teacher Ha, attempted to assassinate Emperor Dong Ko multiple times, using life-for-life methods to suppress her bloodline. She definitely won't miss this opportunity. Furthermore, to avoid being tracked by the Kolin Yan, Teacher Ha's base will frequently change location. Even if we get close to Jiangdai, we might not be able to find her. Then let's gather with Teacher Ha at the grand ceremony to divide the responsibilities. And you can also find Von Duong through her. The people in the base immediately united, shouting loudly.
Yes, I agree with Lord Vanthan. With you here, our chances of victory are great. We must save the general. Vanthan said, I also planned the same, and I have already negotiated with the spirit clan of Ingat Nguyet. They are willing to join forces with us for the counterattack, and we will act together when the time comes.
These words only boost their confidence further, and the lively chatter fills the entire base.
The Moon Spirit Fairy is indeed excellent. No wonder Vanthan managed to bring such a powerful ally.
I heard the Queen of the Spirits is very powerful. Even many 4-star profession pretenders are not as strong as her. Tram Sin expressed his concern, saying that to form an alliance for battle, training must come first. But the Nyan Nguyet forest isn't close, and with the time needed for practice, it won't be ready for the division ceremony. Don't worry, there's a root of the world tree nearby that can teleport directly to the Silver Moon Forest. I came here through that route. Everyone shouted, hurry up and pack your things, we're about to leave, with someone adding half jokingly and half seriously, don't forget to bring those ancient spirit slaves. They're not bad cannon fodder either, but Da looks quite disappointed right now. She thought to herself, if she said that, there wouldn't be a war breaking out for the next month, right? Damn it, it seems the plan will have to be delayed. They quickly arrived at the Silver Moon Forest, and the curious crowd looked around in amazement. Liu Yuan looked up at the blue sky and sighed through the green leaves. The trees are so tall, even the person beside him couldn't help but exclaim, this is the Silver Moon Forest, it's my first time here. And from afar, someone is marveling. There are really many spirits. Vanthan ordered about the future, assigning the joint training of spirits and the Revenge Army to you. Trin-Nin pats his chest confidently and says, don't worry, I have plenty of experience in this area. Rick smiles brightly and assures Vanthan just relax and go ahead. Then he quickly stepped away, a thought running through his mind that everything was in place, and it was time to forge his ultimate weapon. Arriving at a desolate place, Vanthan swiftly opened the scroll. The empty blueprint, after all, is a special item bestowed by the gods. To avoid others seeing it, with just a wave of his hand, countless items immediately appeared around him, floating in midair, and it's better to use them in this deserted area. Vanthan quickly grabbed Chitaro's heart and pressed it onto the scroll. According to the Voidless sect's ritual, the first main ingredient is the Cheeto's heart. In an instant, the Cheeto's heart harmonizes with the dual scrolls, merging into one, radiating terrifying power, floating in midair. Vanthan continued his weapon forging, then added the remaining S-grade auxiliary materials. The tyrannical demon core from Ma Lang Hak Kwong, the whirlwind crystal, the bamboo marrow of the wise, and the wilds of Tianzhou continent. His voice continued to echo. These 5 auxiliary materials are all attribute-enhancing types that can significantly boost my strength, physique, agility, intelligence, and endurance. But these alone are not enough to create the weapon. Vanthan waved his hand forcefully, causing the items to spin wildly, adding enhancement properties like flames, poison, ice, lightning, light, and darkness. He shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the vast space, ensuring that no matter what skill he used, it would reach its peak effectiveness. Vanthan continued, if transformed into armor, infantry, or auxiliary weapons with special effects, they must achieve unique functions like defense, acceleration, support, or underwater combat. Therefore, rare effect materials cannot be overlooked, and adding a branch from the world of plants can also produce healing and soul-damaging powers. As soon as the words finished, the items instantly transformed into a beam of light, rushing toward the spear tip and merging with it at an incredible speed.
The boy raised his hand toward the weapon being forged. The primal light reflected in his eyes, all powers fully prepared, enough to shape into any form. Forging to this point is enough.
My ultimate weapon is suddenly... Van Than paused, his eyes narrowing. Wait, it's still not enough. He stroked his chin in thought. No matter how many S-grade materials there are, they are ultimately just creations of the world made by gods, and the limit is only a legendary grade weapon. If you want to break through this limit, you need to create something that surpasses the world, even beyond the gods. For example, he spread his hand out and a blinding red light shot out in an instant. This corpse I found in the chaotic flow of time and space. Van Than Tiptuk Noi. I didn't know what it was then, but now it seems very likely that it was like a god, the creator of a certain world, only it was defeated, and the beings in that world fell into corruption and turned into monsters in some kind of copy mode. He grasped the spear, his eyes flashing with a calculating glint. If this corpse can be used as material,
It might grant weapons abilities beyond my imagination. Then Van Than leapt up, spear in hand, aiming straight at it with the speed of a storm.
let's try this. The empty design sheet is already a creation of the gods. Maybe you can swallow it too. In that moment, the spear tip touched the divine corpse, and a blinding flash exploded, illuminating a corner of the sky. Immediately after, your consciousness seemed to be pulled away. The scene before your eyes twisted. The sky and earth turned upside down, and the feeling of gravity vanished in an instant, as if you had detached from your body and fallen into an endless abyss. Van Than was stunned, pounding his head in pain from the headache. What is happening? Where am I right now? Could it be the chaotic flow of time and space? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This is not the chaotic flow of time and space. You startle and turn around sharply, your whole body tense with alertness. The scene before Van Than left him stunned. Are you that corpse? I see clearly now, it really does look like a monkey. The god of death said in a deep voice, the corpse is right. After all, I am dead. Only the last fragment of consciousness lingering in my body pulled you into my spiritual space. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with a cold gleam. I never expected the last person to meet me would be the humans I despise the most. After all, the one who killed me that year was your human god, the boy asked curiously. You want to take revenge? It sneers. My tone becomes somber. Don't worry, the remaining fragment of my consciousness has no fighting power, so even if I wanted revenge, I couldn't hurt you. I just feel a bit regretful. I thought that the one who would find me would be a being from my world. The spirit of the corpse continued speaking. If they don't come, could it be that they have already been wiped out? Maybe I have become some kind of monster in the human world. That's all I know. After all, I am not someone who fought alongside the gods. It sighed sadly and said, You're right. Go away. This place is not for you. It's just a small empty blueprint, not worthy of merging with my body. Give up. You're panicking. Wait a minute. You said it's not suitable for fusion, but not impossible to fuse. In other words, as long as you're willing, fusion is still possible. So what? Humans, you destroyed my world. Why should I help you? If it weren't for the fact that this consciousness of mine has no combat power, I would have torn you apart and erased you by now. Then everything becomes simple. To be honest with you, the gods of humans are also my enemies. He tried to use the divine vessel to control me, and almost destroyed me. His suspicious gaze was fixed tightly on your figure. You think I'll believe just a few words? Van Than immediately summoned the heavenly authority. Of course I have proof. It's this second soul with the identity of a divine host. I have severed the connection between him and the divine. You should be able to see that. He looked around in shock and shouted in panic. What is going on here? Seeing the giant figure of the corpse god, Tianzheng screamed in fear. What are you really? Why do you have a life level almost on par with a human god? What do you want to do? After observing for a while, it confirmed in a deep voice. Indeed, as you said, it is a divine servant and has been cut off, but that's still not enough. Go away. I have no interest in human requests. Even your ability to see my face is just a favor I granted. He frowned, looking annoyed. Is that a favor or a request from you, you damn monkey? Funny. I'm just talking about a trade with you. You an equal exchange. Van Than shouted angrily. I, Van Than, have never begged anyone since crossing over, nor have I ever bowed or shown humility even when facing divine attacks, so why should I treat you differently? Humans, do you dare to insult me? Just a fair exchange and you consider it an insult? As expected, you are exactly like those two gods, proud to the extreme. I am already tired of those who cannot see your true faces. The boy said coldly, not expecting that the only one who could communicate normally was only through a hollow transaction. Wherever you want to die, die there. Without you, I can still make weapons out of materials, and that's not ordinary. Tianzheng anxiously exclaimed, Wait a moment, let me come with you. Wait a minute, you said infinity? The Zakthan was momentarily shaken, his eyes suddenly narrowing, and his voice grew deeper. Do you know about the void?
Could it be that Void is still alive? He immediately gave the order.
Li Tianqin, you go ahead first. He paused for a moment, then quickly suppressed his emotions, and only after Tianqin had left did he slowly reply, still alive, wandering now in the dark world. The gear he's wearing, it was also a gift from him, made from the 10,000-year reincarnation stone. Is there a problem with that? He laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the silent space, tears quickly streaming down his dry face. Ha ha ha! The face of the corpse god shines with a rare, bright expression.
You're still alive, that's good. My friend, it turns out you're still fighting,
Vanthan asked curiously. Void is your friend. It nodded slightly in confirmation, its voice deepening. That's right. But he can't be like me, creating a separate world, and because of that, he suffers great losses. You would be surprised and ask, what does it mean to suffer a loss? The god of death points directly at Vanthan, his eyes deep and intense. It seems you still don't realize that our existence is not created by anyone, but born within the universe. It continued, saying, we just awakened and are very similar to many other creatures. Except for the highest level of life, all actions are like those of immature children, not knowing why they were born or if they possess anything. The voice of the death god kept echoing, but there was only one thing certain. It was a massacre of each other. Only by killing others could one become stronger, wipe out all other existences, and dominate everything. In that endless slaughter, our understanding of the universe gradually became clearer. Some began to realize that by temporarily sacrificing their strength, they could create a world within their bodies and become primordial gods. It continued to explain. The original world was very desolate, only inhabited by the lowest life forms. But as time passed, the world would change and evolve, becoming more diverse and rich. The Creator. God also becomes stronger through this. Surpassing what it was before the creation, the divine corpse speaks calmly. And as the world continues to evolve, life will also progress, even giving rise to higher intelligent beings with souls, which in turn will elevate the level of divine life. Only now does he realize that the level of life can be raised this way. It's ironic. Is that really possible? Are you really planning to learn from us and create a new world too? Van Shen replied coldly, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not for now, but who knows, maybe one day you'll accidentally create it, huh? You wonder. That's right. According to your words, the creators only need to peacefully develop their worlds to become stronger, so there's no need to slaughter each other anymore, right? It said in a deep voice. At first, everyone truly thought so. The creator god recounted that until one day, a primordial god accidentally discovered that killing high-level beings in the opponent's world and swallowing their soul cores could make them stronger at a faster rate. It paused for a moment, its voice grew colder, and then a new cycle of slaughter began. Compared to before, this time the killing was more tragic, and the high-level beings in the world also started to join the war. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Van Than's face. So, that's the meaning behind sacrificing enemy bodies, and also the reason why worlds fight each other. The corpse god nodded slightly, showing agreement, but the creator god would hide all of this. After all, high-level beings also have intelligence, emotions, and the ability to think about gains and losses. It continued to speak, so compared to selfish reasons like making the gods stronger, they were also willing to fight for higher causes such as power, wealth, protection, loved ones, or survival. I was stunned, my face filled with horror as I said, so the real reason the human god previously killed me was because I accidentally saw the truth. Van Than gritted his teeth and said, if I sacrificed the corpse of the demon Dew, using a small part of the morning staff, and saw the god swallowing the soul of the corpse, I didn't understand what he was doing at that moment, but it was obviously related to the truth. That's why the human god even forcibly reached into the dark world to erase me. If it weren't for the world tree helping me, I would have already died. He frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that action actually benefited me greatly, even granting me the ability to remove the suppression of the life level. According to your words, the world is just a tool for gods to become stronger. When a god finishes dealing with his opponents, how does he treat his own world? If I were to win, I might calmly watch the evolution of the world and see how far high-level life will ultimately progress. As for the human and dark gods, based on what I know of them, suddenly their faces turn cold with cruelty, of course, enjoying a feast and completely devouring their own worlds. I reflected on the words of the ancestor long ago. No wonder the world tree said that the decisive battle between the two worlds would be the day of destruction. It seems that Void also told him, and Void truly understands those two gods. The Zakthan replied casually, of course, because
because in the initial chaos when we first came into existence,
Void was the strongest, and everyone believed that Void would be the ultimate victor. Unfortunately, that person has only one flaw, and that is being too stubborn. When everyone started creating the world, he looked down on this roundabout way and wanted to persist in becoming stronger on his own. The god of death paused for a moment, his eyes darkening, and as a result, he was ambushed and betrayed by the divine and shadow gods who had also created the world, leading to the loss of his ability to create and falling into an uncertain life or death situation. He spoke with a sneering tone, and now it seems he entered the shadow god's world for some reason. That guy is not the type to stay put. He will definitely find a way to cause trouble. Vanthan confirms. You are right about that. He even dragged me into fighting two gods at once. It seems the mystery has finally been uncovered. At this moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Back then, when I entered the Void City, I saw Void meet little Nanana while she was severely injured. The one who seriously wounded him was those two gods. Unable to ascend to heaven and defeat their enemies, that's why he became so obsessed with life.
Vanthan generously suggested, "You damn monkey, the information you told me is very important. To repay you before your consciousness fades, tell me your true wish, and I will try to help you fulfill it." The Zakthan was momentarily stunned and confused. A true wish? My greatest concern is still the living beings in my world. They look similar to me. If you can find them or their descendants, please give them a place to rest in peace. The boy half joking, half tempting. I will try, as long as I can find it. So do you want to become the final ingredient for my weapon?
Anyway, keeping the body is useless. Hearing those words, it immediately ignited with rage,
Swiftly swinging its hand toward Vanthan, roaring in fury. "Get out of here! Remember this well! My name is Death God. I will never grant any benefit to the enemies of the world."
Huh? Don't be so stingy. At least give me an arm or a finger. Van Shen's voice continued to echo.
Let's discuss what we have properly. The Death God laughed. Hehehe, but to be precise, your young man's soul doesn't belong to the world of gods and mortals.